The man stared at the civil service exam transcript. The despair of missing out by 1 point was like a fishbone stuck in his throat that he couldn't swallow. Just as the man was in annoyance, a deafening explosion suddenly tore through reality. When the man opened his eyes again, all he saw was a Gobi desert filled with yellow sand. At this moment, a cold mechanical female voice suddenly sounded. Welcome players to Highway Survival. You are being randomly assigned an initial vehicle. The man drew a rusty troop carrier that could fall apart at any time, with a range of 100 kilometers and defense as weak as a cardboard. The man's eyes went dark and he almost died on the spot. The man tried to touch the rearview mirror, and it fell off with a snap. He tried to pull the car door, and it fell directly onto the Gobi Desert with a bang. It's a beautiful death. The man grinned. At least it's convenient to get on and off the bus, and there's no traffic jam for the whole village to have a feast. The next second, the mechanical female voice continued to read out the rules of the game. A catastrophe will occur on the 7th day. Please collect accessories and blueprints as soon as possible to upgrade the vehicle. Defeat the monster to get a treasure chest. If you stay in the same place for a long time, you will be besieged by mutant beasts. Please note, death in this world will lead to death in reality. If you are not satisfied with the current vehicle, you can also choose to rob others. The man's scalp tingled after hearing this. How could he dare to stay there for long? He could only grit his teeth, get in the car, and start it. However, the man never expected that the worn-out car CD would suddenly emit a dazzling blue light, and then transform into a virtual girl in military uniform, successfully bound to the strongest commander system. The initial gift package has been distributed. As soon as the man opened the gift package, an FN-57 pistol and 2 sets of military uniforms appeared out of thin air on the passenger seat, and 2 National Guard soldiers were standing outside the car with stern faces and armed with live ammunition. But this golden finger is not without cost. Soldiers need to eat and drink water, and if the ammunition is used up, it will be gone. The man looked at the soldiers' cracked lips and smiled helplessly. Others swept across the world at the beginning. But I am leading a hungry army and driving a broken troop carrier that is about to fall apart. Yihan sighed and handed a bottle of mineral water and some bread to Wang Long and Wang Hu. Others who have the system are like cheating, but why do I feel like I'm not much better than the guy on the bicycle? Yihan said bitterly. After hearing this, Xiao AI said aggrievedly. Commander, you can actually park the car here temporarily, and then send soldiers to explore the desert on foot and let them bring the wooden box back to you. Xiao AI's words enlightened Yihan. Yes, why did Yihan foolishly drive around by himself? Wang Long and Wang Hu, 2 strong laborers, could be put to good use. Wang Long and Wang Hu were soldiers, and their physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, so hiking in the Gobi Desert was not a difficult task for them at all. Yihan could just wait there and let Wang Long and Wang Hu bring the treasure chest back to open it. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about the mileage issue. Although this exploration method is not very efficient, it is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for Yihan at this time. After all, we drove 50 kilometers on the road before we came across a treasure chest. Maybe we could find new clues in the Gobi Desert. So Yihan immediately gave the order. Wang Long, Wang Hu, take your equipment and explore the Gobi Desert on both sides of the road on foot. Collect and bring back treasure chests when you find them. Yes, Wang Long and Wang Hu shouted in response, and then set off to both sides of the desert with guns. Before leaving, Yihan reminded them, if you encounter a mutant beast, fight if you can, otherwise retreat immediately. Remember, when exploring, you must assess your physical fitness, so as not to be unable to come back. Looking at the receding backs of Wang Long and Wang Hu, Yihan prayed silently in his heart, Brother Long and Brother Hu, please don't let me down. Whether the 3 of us can survive depends on you. Yihan sat in the car, waiting anxiously. Xiao AI tried to comfort Yihan. It was noon. The sun was blazing in the Gobi Desert, the air was hot and dry, and Yihan was sweating profusely. If he hadn't taken Xiao AI into consideration because she was a girl, Yihan would have wanted to sit naked to cool down. Xiao AI seemed to sense Yihan's irritability, blinked, and said, Commander, Xiao AI will blow some fresh air on you. Maybe you will feel better. Yihan smiled bitterly, thinking, what can a virtual person like you do? Despite this, Yihan nodded. Who would have thought that when Xiao AI puffed up her cheeks and blew the wind on the screen, there was actually a hint of coolness in the car? Holy crap, the air conditioner in this crappy car actually still works. Yihan lay down comfortably, enjoying the long-lost cool breeze. At this moment, Yihan couldn't help but think of the bicycle guy. I guess the guy has been sunburned and unconscious by now. As he was thinking, Yihan slowly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao AI's urgent voice suddenly came to his ears. Commander, the system detected that Wang Long was injured. Yihan suddenly woke up, quickly sat up, and looked at the screen. The time showed that Yihan had slept for more than 2 hours, and Xiao AI looked nervous on the screen. Yihan immediately frowned and asked, "What's going on? Is Wang Long in danger?" Xiao AI shook her head and explained, "At present, Xiao AI cannot monitor the soldiers' actions in real time, but can only detect their survival status. According to the system, Wang Long's survival condition is not good." Yihan's heart sank, thinking that they might have been attacked by mutant beasts. Yihan immediately checked the score column on the system and found that the score had risen to 130. This meant that Wang Long and Wang Hu had killed at least 12 level 1 mutant beasts after they went out. Wang Long and Wang Hu are Yihan's only fighting force at present. Even the loss of one of them will be a serious blow to Yihan. Just as he was getting anxious, Wang Hu's voice suddenly came from outside the car. "Commander, Wang Hu requests to return to the team." Yihan quickly looked out of the car window and saw Wang Hu sweating profusely, carrying 2 wooden treasure chests on his back and holding 2 creatures that looked like sand foxes in his hands. "Wang Hu, tell me about your trip," Yihan asked immediately. Wang Hu put down his supplies and stood at attention to report. Reporting to the commander, Wang Hu found 2 desert foxes about 7 kilometers away from the left Gobi Desert and killed them. At the same time, he obtained 2 wooden treasure chests. Due to physical exhaustion and lack of water, he decided to stop the exploration and return. Yihan was shocked. If Wang Hu only encountered 2 mutant beasts, that meant that Wang Long might have encountered more than 10 mutant beasts. Xiao AI reminded him at the right time. "Commander, judging from the change in points, Wang Long should have killed those mutant beasts, otherwise the points would not have increased. And Wang Long is still alive, but he is seriously injured." After pondering for a moment, Yihan asked Wang Hu, "If we replenish the water now, can you still continue the mission?" Wang Hu nodded decisively. Yihan let out a long sigh, took out the remaining half bottle of water and handed it over. "I order you to replenish water immediately, and then immediately go to the right side of the Gobi Desert to find Wang Long's whereabouts, and do your best to bring Wang Long back. If you encounter danger that you cannot deal with, return and report immediately." Wang Hu gulped down the water and was refreshed. He picked up his gun and ran towards Wang Long. The next wait was long again. Yihan watched the car screen, feeling anxious. About half an hour later, the score column fluctuated again, rising from 130 to 140, and then to 150. Yihan immediately realized that Wang Hu had also encountered a mutant beast. It seemed that this seemingly dead desert was actually hiding a murderous intent. Fortunately, Xiao AI reported that Wang Hu was in normal condition. More than an hour later, Yihan finally saw 2 figures in the distance in the Gobi Desert. Wang Hu was supporting Wang Long and moving towards the vehicle with difficulty. Yihan quickly got out of the car and saw that Wang Long's legs were covered in blood, his camouflage pants were already stained, and his face was pale, and he was obviously in a coma. "Quick, get him in the car," Yihan shouted. After Wang Long was settled, Yihan quickly checked his injuries. Yihan, who had learned some first aid knowledge in college, skillfully tore open Wang Long's trouser legs and saw 3 coin-sized wounds on his left leg, which seemed to be caused by a bite from some animal. Wang Hu reported that he found Wang Long about 3 kilometers away. He had collapsed to the ground, and when Wang Hu was about to help Wang Long up, he was attacked by 2 mutant rats. Even though Wang Long was seriously injured, he still held the iron treasure chest tightly and did not let go. This scene moved Yihan's heart. Yihan quickly tore off his shirt and made a simple bandage for Wang Long. But without professional medical supplies, Wang Long would most likely die from the infection. Yihan placed his hopes on the 3 treasure chests in front of him. 2 were wooden boxes brought back by Wang Hu, and 1 was the iron box that Wang Long was guarding. To prevent any accidents, Yihan took out the pistol he carried with him and prepared himself, while Wang Hu also stood guard beside him. Taking a deep breath, Yihan opened the 2 wooden boxes one by one. Congratulations to the player for winning 3 glasses, 2 cans of Kang Shufu instant noodles, 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 car energy source, and 1 bag of ordinary planting soil. Fortunately, the mutant beasts did not attack this time, but no medical supplies were found. Yihan looked at the iron treasure chest. According to the system rules, the items in the iron chest would be of higher quality. As a burst of white light flashed, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a first-level first aid kit 1, a water source core 1, and a first-level planting medium blueprint. Still no mutant beasts appeared. Yihan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There is always a way out, and finally a first aid kit was opened. Yihan immediately opened the first aid kit, only to find a thin needle filled with blue liquid. That's it. No bandages or pills. What can you do with this? Yihan couldn't help but complain. The phone vibrated. Yihan picked it up and saw the detailed description of the first aid kit on the screen. Level 1 first aid kit, containing a multifunctional emergency injection, which has multiple effects such as hemostasis, anti-inflammatory, and promoting wound healing. Yihan was overjoyed and immediately injected the injection into Wang Long. Although this first-level emergency injection was simple, it was effective for non-fatal wounds. A few minutes later, Wang Long's wound began to scab over and the bleeding stopped. Yihan then fed Wang Long some water, and Wang Long quickly regained his color and was able to slowly stand up. How is Wang Long now? Yihan turned around and asked Xiao Ai. Commander, Wang Long's survival condition has returned to normal and he can perform the mission again. Xiao Ai smiled, obviously feeling relieved for Yihan. Yihan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then Wang Long reported to Yihan what had happened before. It turned out that when Wang Long was moving forward about 6 kilometers, he accidentally discovered a group of desert mutant rats guarding an iron treasure chest. Wang Long originally planned to take a detour, but when he saw the treasure chest, he was tempted. In order to grab the treasure chest, Wang Long took a risk and used the only grenade he had to kill several mutant rats. Despite this, he was still bitten by 2 of them. After that, Wang Long met Wang, who came to rescue him. After listening to the report, Yihan reprimanded Wang Long in a serious tone. Yihan understood that in this dangerous desert, the lives of soldiers were far more important than a treasure chest. Yihan would not allow Wang Long to take such a risky move again. Afterwards, Yihan began to count the material harvest. Instant noodles and mineral water were of course not a problem, and this time he not only obtained glass and planting soil, but also energy. However, this energy was completely different from the gasoline or diesel he had originally imagined. It was a small box with 4 bottles of green liquid neatly arranged inside. After reading the introduction, Yihan realized that this thing was an energy liquid that could automatically adapt to the vehicle's power system. One portion could provide a driving distance of 200 kilometers. If used in a human-driven vehicle, it could also be exchanged for water or food of equal value. The design was quite humane. In comparison, the other 2 things taken out of the iron treasure chest left Yihan a little confused. One of them was a blueprint for a first-level planting medium. Yihan clicked on the instructions on his phone and checked. First-level planting medium. Can be used to grow 6 crops. Required materials. Planting soil, glass X2, iron X4, water 1L. This item was extremely valuable, but Yihan couldn't use it for the time being. The other is a crystal called water source core, which looks like a piece of blue crystal. Unfortunately, the description is very brief, only marking it as a material required for water resources drawings. Does this mean that Yihan will be able to synthesize a device similar to a water collector in the future? Yihan couldn't help but feel happy. If this is true, the value of this thing will be invaluable. Yihan carefully stored the water source core in the co-pilot armrest box. At this time, taking into account the new energy, Yihan's troop carrier can theoretically travel 246 kilometers. As for food, Yihan and his friends already had 2 buckets of instant noodles, 3 small loaves of bread left, 2 desert foxes, and a red snake brought back from the wild, which was enough for the 3 of them to sustain for at least a day and a night. The only shortcoming was water. They only had 1 bottle of mineral water left. Fortunately, it was already afternoon, and the sun on the Gobi Desert was no longer scorching, and it would set in about an hour or 2. Just as Yihan was thinking about his next plan, his phone suddenly vibrated. Yihan clicked on it and saw a system prompt. System prompt. The Gobi Desert will be extremely dangerous after sunset. If the vehicle is in poor condition, it is not recommended to continue driving. Please be prepared for defense. Mutant beasts will randomly attack vehicles at night. This message revealed 2 key pieces of information. First, it was difficult to collect resources at night. Second, mutant beasts would come to attack. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Yihan immediately started the troop transport vehicle and had to collect as much supplies as possible before the sun set. The vehicle roared forward, chasing the setting sun, and the rest of the journey was surprisingly smooth. Yihan and his companions did not encounter any danger, but instead gained 2 extra wooden treasure chests. Open the treasure chest, and you will find 1 iron ingot, 1 glass, a bag of bread, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Yihan used the 2 empty boxes to pack supplies, and he dismantled the wooden boxes and iron boxes brought back by Wang Hu and Wang Long, obtaining additional materials of 8 pieces of wood and 2 iron ingots. The sun finally set completely, and the Gobi Desert seemed particularly cold at night. Yihan knew very well that the temperature difference between day and night in this area was extremely large, with the daytime being as hot as a steamer and the night being as cold as an ice cellar. Fortunately, the military uniforms issued by the Shaoi system seem to be made of some special materials. They are not particularly hot to wear during the day and have a good thermal insulation effect at night. Yihan parked the car on the side of the road and looked around carefully through the car window. The surroundings were silent and dark. Even the moonlight was gone and visibility was extremely low. The only sound he could hear was the howling wind in the Gobi Desert, mixed with the low hum of some unknown creature. To prevent night attacks, Yihan arranged for Wang Long and Wang Hu to take turns on duty, while he hid in the back of the vehicle to rest. The benefits of the troop carrier were fully demonstrated at this time. Even if a lot of supplies were piled up, it could still accommodate 2 adults lying flat. After lying down, Yihan turned on his phone out of boredom and entered the communication hall. During the day, the number above the hall showed that there were 10,000 players in the area, but at this time the number had dropped to 8,762, which meant that more than 1,000 people had died in this cruel desert in just one day. There were wailing sounds in the communication hall. Damn it! This broken tank consumes too much fuel. It ran out of fuel after only 50 kilometers. If anyone has energy, I'll trade it for food. Can any brother help me? I'm willing to exchange my private photo for water. The baby is almost dying of thirst. Help! Who has a weapon to exchange with me? I have the blueprint of a drinking water generator. The spokesperson of the last message was named Lu Tu, which instantly sparked heated discussions and also caught Yihan's attention. Yihan had noticed this ID during the day, and that person was the guy who claimed to have randomly come to Main Bicycle. On the message board, a group of people eagerly asked about Lu Tu's situation. Brother Lu Tu, you are still alive? You are a real tough guy for bike sharing to have survived until now. Soon, Lu Tu replied with the latest news. As soon as the sun set, a mutant wolf started chasing me. I broke one of its legs, and now it is chasing me madly. I rode my bike until it was smoking, but I couldn't get rid of it. Everyone was amazed at Brother Main's perseverance, and many rushed forward to exchange the blueprints in Lu Tu's hand. Brother, where are you? I'll give you my tank in exchange for your blueprints, someone shouted. Fuck you, that tank is out of gas, but it's not as fast as I can ride it with one hand. Main yelled back. I opened the box and found a pair of nail clippers. Let's exchange them, or you'll get bitten to death by a wolf. What do I need nail clippers for? To give a wolf a pedicure? Get out of here. Main was clearly furious at the voice message. Yihan was also amused by this joke. Others said that using nail clippers to exchange for blueprints was simply not treating Brother Main as a human being. The others either brought out fruit knives or sticks, but none of them had decent weapons. Yihan soon understood the reason. The blueprint of the drinking water generator is indeed priceless, but it is just a blueprint. Where do the materials needed for manufacturing come from? It is night now, and everyone is facing a survival crisis. In the opening stage when resources are scarce, those who really have practical weapons may not be willing to trade them. This is not only related to whether we can live well in the future, but also directly determines whether we can survive now. At this time, a player named Wang Chong said, Brother, I will trade you my machete. Lu Tu was silent for a moment and then replied, Okay, see you in the trading hall. Seeing this, Yihan took out his mobile phone and took a picture of his gun and said in the hall, Brother, I have a gun with a full magazine. Let's exchange. For Yihan, who has the Shaoi system, weapons are no problem at all. As soon as Yihan's speech came out, the whole audience immediately exploded. You European king, take my spear. Why do you have a gun? Is this fair? I bow down to you, Master Yi. You are awesome. Master Yi, I'll trade you my gun with my nail clippers. These clippers are brand new and I haven't even cut my own nails yet. The guy upstairs, save your breath. How could someone lack food if they have a gun? Seeing Yihan's speech, Brother Main excitedly at him. Brother, you are like my real brother. Let's change quickly. That wolf has bitten my rear wheel. Seeing that Lu Tu wanted to trade with Yihan, Wang Chong, who had proposed the deal before, was not happy. Brother, you just promised me. What do you mean by changing your mind now? Lu Tu responded calmly. Brother, times have changed. Keep the machete and use it to chop melons. After that, Lu Tu said no more and directly initiated a transaction request to Yihan. Wang Chong sent a final message in a rage. Yihan, Lu Tu, you better not let me know where you are, and don't sleep too deeply at night. Yihan simply ignored Wang Chong's threats. Yihan was sleeping soundly at this moment, with Wang Long and Wang Hu taking turns to guard the night. You want to do it? That depends on whether you are tough enough. Chapter 5, Transaction. Yihan just received a private message from Lu Tu, who said that Lu Tu had already hung the drawing in the trading hall and had specially set it up for directional trading, just waiting for Yihan to come and pick it up. Yihan immediately opened the system interface and found the blueprint in the trading hall. Level 1 Drinking Water Producer Blueprint. Directed Trader, Yihan. The system also has this function, which is very considerate. Yihan didn't hesitate and directly used his FN-57 pistol to initiate the transaction. The system popped up a confirmation prompt, and Yihan clicked Transaction without hesitation. The next second, a blue light flashed, and the pistol disappeared from Yihan's hand, replaced by a blueprint the size of an A4 paper with specific manufacturing information written on it. Blueprint of a first-level drinking water generator. Can produce 24 L of drinking water every 24 hours. Materials: water source core times 1, glass times 3, iron ingot times 1, plastic times 1. Yihan was very happy after reading it. This thing is really useful. Yihan quickly opened the inventory to check his current material inventory. There are 4 pieces of glass, 3 iron ingots, and a water source core, but the only thing missing is a plastic. But this is not a big problem. You can go to the trading hall to search. After Yihan entered plastic in the search bar, the system quickly listed a lot of trading information. Although plastic is important, it was ignored in the early stage because people were more short of water and food. Yihan only used half a bag of bread to successfully exchange for a plastic block. The cost performance can be said to be quite high. Who said that water is the most valuable now? After gathering all the materials, Yihan immediately opened the manufacturing interface. Do you want to manufacture a first-level drinking water generator? The system prompts that the conditions have been met. After Yihan clicked Manufacture, the corresponding materials in the card disappeared instantly, and the drawings also dissipated. It turned out that one drawing could only produce one device. A few seconds later, a brand new drinking water generator appeared in front of Yihan. This thing was surrounded by a glass frame with a blue crystal gem in the middle, which looked very technological. The base was made of iron, and the outlet was connected to a plastic pipe, which was a very practical design. Yihan quickly took an empty mineral water bottle and put it on, and soon saw clear water dripping out. Yihan was so happy. With this thing, at least the water problem was temporarily solved. The 3 people only used about 6 liters of water a day, and now they can produce 24 liters a day, which is more than enough. The remaining 18 liters can also be used to exchange for various materials and drawings, which means that water has become hard currency. This water dispenser is simply a money-making tool. Just as Yihan was thinking about the future of the water resources business, the system AI Xiao AI suddenly sounded a reminder. Commander, it is detected that you have manufactured a system product. Do you want to analyze and study the drawings? Yihan was stunned by this. You can also learn blueprints. Xiao AI smiled and replied, of course, this is one of the core functions of the strongest commander system. Hearing this, Yihan was so excited that he almost jumped up. This means that in the future, as long as Yihan has a blueprint, he can repeatedly manufacture the same equipment. It is simply a strategic level plug-in. Yihan could no longer suppress his excitement. With Xiao AI as his assistant, making money by producing water was no longer a dream. In this Gobi Desert, this was the most valuable resource. As long as the drinking fountain produced the first batch of water the next day, Yihan could start a circular transaction, exchange for more materials, and then manufacture more equipment. It was just a matter of time before he could reach the peak of his life. Just when I was about to go to sleep peacefully, Lu Tu sent me another private message. Brother Yi, that pistol is really nice. Thank you. A photo was attached to the message. In the photo, a mutant wolf the size of a tiger was lying on the road with several bullet holes in its head, all of which were headshots, and a corner of the rear wheel of a shared bicycle was bitten off. Yihan looked at the picture and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is too awesome. He has survived to this day riding this broken bike, and can even shoot people in the head accurately. I don't believe he is not a veteran. Yihan replied, You're welcome, we each take what we need. But Lu Tu obviously hadn't finished speaking. Brother, I have a favor to ask of you. Can I exchange some wolf meat for some water? My throat is sore from riding my bike today. I'm really thirsty. Even though Lu Tu said this in a bitter voice, there was still a hint of humor in his tone. Yihan smiled and looked back at the water dispenser, which had already produced about 500 milliliters of water. In addition, there was a bottle of mineral water in the box before, so Yihan decided to help. Yihan hung the newly produced water in the trading hall and set it to directional trading. After a while, the transaction was completed, and a large piece of wolf meat appeared in Yihan's car. Check the information. Mutated desert wolf hind leg meat. Replenish energy and relieve fatigue. This is not ordinary meat. It is simply a natural energy bar. Lu Tu also sent a friend request, and Yi Han agreed, but did not share his location. In this world, it is always right to be careful, and trust must be built up slowly. I'll give you the first thing I have when I have something good. I'll depend on you for your water supply. Lu Tu sent another message, and Yi Han responded politely. Okay. Then Yi Han suddenly asked, by the way, where did you get the blueprint? Did you find it by unboxing it? Lu Tu replied, yes. I came across an iron treasure chest while riding my bike, and inside it were the blueprint and a skinning knife. Yi Han thought that Lu the butcher had really good luck. He almost lost his life trying to find a treasure chest, but he picked up an iron treasure chest while riding his bike. But Yi Han also needed a skinning knife, and there were 2 mutant corpses in the car. If he didn't expect Lu Tu to sell it, he would have to try his luck in the trading hall. It was Wang Long's turn to work the night shift. Wang Long sat in the co-pilot seat with a stern expression, holding an M4A1 in his hand, and staring vigilantly at the night scene around him. Xiao AI leaned against the corner of the screen in the car, looking like she was about to fall asleep, and whispered, Commander, Xiao AI is a little sleepy. Can we take a rest? You, a virtual person, also want to sleep? Yi Han smiled. Although he felt it was strange, he still nodded. Go to sleep. Good night. Good night, Commander. Xiao AI gently closed her eyes. The system interface dimmed, and Yi Han fell asleep peacefully with Xiao AI's quiet breathing. In this desert world ravaged by wind and sand, new challenges and opportunities are quietly approaching. Chapter 6. Beast Attack. I don't know how long I slept, but Yi Han was dreaming that he was holding the paw of a mutant wolf and performing a ritual in the desert. He was in the middle of a dream when he suddenly heard several rapid gunshots, followed by Xiao AI's panicked cry. Commander, wake up. There are mutant beasts attacking outside. Yi Han opened his eyes suddenly, but before he could react, the car in front of him was already tense. Wang Long and Wang Hu were fully armed, staring out the window with serious expressions. Wang Long, who was sitting on the passenger seat, held an M4A1 tightly in his hand, and Wang Hu, who was beside him, was also on full alert. The two of them turned the car into a temporary battlefield. Yi Han looked out the window and was shocked to see 8 mutant wolves as big as adult tigers squatting outside the car, staring at Yi Han and his group fiercely. There was also a mutant wolf lying on the ground in front of the car, shot several times, and obviously just killed. The bullets made it covered in blood, and there were several bullet holes on its head. What's going on? Yi Han frowned, feeling that the situation was not good. These wolves looked almost identical to the one that Lu Tu had killed during the day. Around 5 in the morning, Wang Hu heard a strange noise and saw several wolves scratching at the door, so he woke me up. Later, one of them flew in through the window, and Wang Long and Wang Hu worked together to kill it. Wang Long explained in a low voice. Yi Han nodded and glanced at the wolf's body. There were many wounds, but the real fatal ones were the shots to the head. It seemed that these guys had thick skin and flesh, so only headshots were effective. The wolves did not attack immediately, but seemed to be testing the vehicle. They surrounded the vehicle, growling at each other and moving cautiously, as if waiting for instructions. A little further away, there was a wolf king who was a circle larger than an ordinary mutant wolf. He was squatting, his scarlet eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Yi Han swallowed and asked Wang Long and Wang Hu, Are you sure you can kill these things? Wang Long and Wang Hu shook their heads almost in unison. We are not snipers, we can't shoot accurately, and we don't have many bullets. Wang Hu shook his head and said solemnly. Yi Han then remembered that Wang Long and Wang Hu went out to explore during the day, and he forgot to check the ammunition reserves of Wang Long and Wang Hu. This is a life-threatening situation. Yi Han quickly asked, How much ammunition do you have left? Wang Hu replied, 32 rifle bullets, 7 pistol bullets, and a grenade. Wang Long still had 24 rifle bullets and 5 pistol bullets. How many bullets did it take to kill that wolf just now? Yi Han asked. About 17 bullets. Wang Hu answered helplessly. Yi Han suddenly felt a headache. This Xiaoai system is really amazing, but there is no way to exchange bullets at present, which is really maddening. The only option now is to escape. A head-on confrontation is definitely unrealistic. It is still unclear whether this broken troop carrier can shake off these mutant wolves. Yi Han no longer hesitated and immediately switched to the driving seat, ignited the engine, and the wolves were startled and scattered. Only the Wolf King remained motionless. The car started slowly. Yi Han carefully controlled it and tried to accelerate. But at this moment, Yi Han caught a glimpse of the Wolf King in the distance, and a strange sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not good, Yi Han thought to himself. Sure enough, the next second, the Wolf King howled to the sky, and the wolves rushed up in unison as if they had received an order. The troop carrier had only driven a few dozen meters when it was besieged. The wolves pounced from the rear, sides, and even the driver's seat, their claws hitting the iron sheet with a crackling sound. Yihan held the steering wheel tightly, dodging collisions while steering the vehicle towards a relatively open area. At the same time, he shouted to the people in the car, "Point fire attack, headshots first." Wang Long and Wang Hu fired wildly outside the car, but unfortunately the vehicle was bumpy, making aiming difficult, and most of the bullets missed the target. The effect was far less effective than fighting in a stationary state. Yihan controlled the vehicle to ram the mutant wolves, but the wolves were so strong that they quickly got up even after being knocked over, and were almost unharmed. System prompt. The player's vehicle is under attack. Current damage level, 30%. When the prompt popped up, Yihan's face darkened. If the damage reached 100%, the vehicle would be destroyed and the people would die, and Yihan would have no choice but to fight the wolves in close combat. Yihan looked at the slowly rising value and gritted his teeth. The broken car was too fragile and could not withstand a few rounds of impact. He had to find a way to solve the problem. Xiao AI, how many points do I have left? Yihan suddenly shouted. Xiao AI immediately replied. Commander, you have 160 Xiao AI points left, which have not been used yet. Yihan's eyes suddenly lit up. He almost forgot about the system's cheat code. He immediately opened the mall to check the exchangeable units. Yihan quickly browsed and found that the most suitable one for the current situation was the National Guard soldier, which could be exchanged for 100 points. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't afford it. Although the army soldier with 200 points had better equipment and more powerful firepower, he didn't have enough points, so he could only settle for the next best thing. Exchange the National Guard soldiers. Call in the car. Yihan ordered decisively. Soon, Xiao AI responded. A National Guard soldier has been deployed in the trunk of the car. Then a neat and loud report came from the back of the car. National Guard Corporal, Guard 1, reporting to the commander. A well-equipped soldier quickly entered combat status. Xiao AI reminded him. For the convenience of command, Xiao AI named him Guard 1. You can change the name if necessary. Guard 1, open fire immediately. Yihan ordered without hesitation. Yes. The soldier responded, raised his rifle skillfully, and fired at the wolves outside the car. However, Yihan soon discovered that this soldier's shooting skills were similar to those of Wang Long and Wang Hu, and his accuracy was not professional. Wang Long, Wang Hu and Guard 1 worked together and finally killed 3 of the mutant wolves. After Wang Long ran out of bullets, he could only switch to Guard 1's spare pistol to continue his attack. But at this moment, the Wolf King roared again, and 2 more mutant wolves rushed up from a distance. It was obvious that this group of guys had a reserve army. Yihan looked at the situation outside the car and felt cold in his heart. This battle could not be won at all. If there were fewer bullets, Wang Long, Wang Hu and Guard 1 would not even be able to touch the Wolf King. Yihan quickly glanced at the system prompt on his phone. The damage to the vehicle had soared to 60%. If the fight continued, he might not be able to get out. Yihan's heart sank at this moment. Chapter 7. Sacrifice. After taking a look at the points bar in the upper right corner of the screen, Yihan realized that he had just killed 3 mutant wolves and spent 100 points to summon Guard 1. He now had 90 points left. 10 points were needed to summon another soldier, and each mutant wolf could provide exactly 10 points. Yihan immediately realized that this was the hope of a comeback. Yihan immediately shouted towards the back of the carriage. Concentrate fire. Kill the closest one first. Wang Long, Wang Hu and Guard 1 responded, quickly changed positions, and pointed their guns at the target. The mutant wolf that was targeted by Wang Long, Wang Hu, and Guard 1 was a little confused at first and had no idea why it had suddenly become the target of public criticism. It even looked a little aggrieved. It was as if it was saying, I was just scratching the car door. Why didn't you shoot others but focused on me? Dozens of bullets rained down like raindrops. The mutant wolf screamed miserably, and a series of blood holes appeared on its body. Its head was not spared and was hit accurately. The mutant wolf jumped in pain and turned to escape, but the Wolf King in the distance roared and roared it back. The discipline of the wolf pack was so strict that it felt like an army. The mutant wolf had no choice but to turn around and fight again. Although its tactical movements were more alert, it still fell to the ground under the repeated shooting of 3 guns and never got up again. System prompt. Wang Hu killed a level 1 mutant wolf, points plus 10. Xiao AI's prompt sounded in his ears, and Yihan shouted without hesitation. Call new National Guard soldiers immediately. As soon as the words fell, the system interface flashed, and the newly summoned Guard 2 appeared from the trunk. Like the previous one, he was dressed in military uniform, holding a standard rifle, and full of fighting spirit. Guard 2, Join the battle immediately. Yihan gave the order. The recruit rushed to the window and joined the fire output before he had time to salute. Yihan immediately ordered Guard 2 and Guard 1 to give some of the ammunition to Wang Long and Wang Hu. With the cooperation of the four, they immediately formed a fire suppression, and the sound of gunfire was deafening in the carriage. But the mutant wolves also began to become cunning. The remaining few obviously realized that a head-on confrontation would not give them an advantage, so they lowered their heads and lurked, only making tentative moves near the car. Yihan glanced at the vehicle interface. The vehicle damage level had reached 70%. Although the growth rate was slightly slower, if it continued like this, the car would be scrapped sooner or later. Yihan gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and immediately decided to adjust his tactics. He ordered, Guard 1 and Guard 2, get off the car immediately to lead the wolves away, and use grenades after getting some distance. Wang Long and Wang Hu provide long-range cover. Guard 1 and Guard 2 opened the car door and rushed out without hesitation. Guard 1 and Guard 2 were warriors created by the system. They had no fear and regarded executing orders as the highest principle. Seeing Guards 1 and 2 rushing out of the car, the remaining mutant wolves were indeed lured away. They left the car and chased after Guards 1 and 2 who were going out. Guards 1 and 2 ran and shot, leading the wolves further away. Wang Long and Wang Hu in the car immediately adjusted their shooting angles to provide accurate fire support. Yihan's eyes were fixed outside the window at this moment. What Yihan was most worried about was still the Wolf King in the distance who had not actually taken action. The Wolf King seemed to be deliberately keeping his troops still. Yihan knew that creatures like the Wolf King would only take action at critical moments. As long as his subordinates could handle it, the Wolf King would never act rashly. But once the situation was unbalanced, the Wolf King would definitely come and kill him himself. As expected, the Wolf King was still squatting there, watching coldly, as if the Wolf King was the master of this battle. But Yihan was more worried about the moment when the Wolf King suddenly jumped up. When Guard 1 ran more than 20 meters away and created a safe distance, Guard 1 threw a grenade without hesitation. There was a loud explosion, and the flames instantly illuminated half of the night sky. Among the 3 mutant wolves that rushed towards Guard 1, one was blown away and killed on the spot, and the other 2 were blown to the point of rolling over and wailing, temporarily losing their combat effectiveness. But at this moment, Guard 2 had a problem. Before Guard 2 could pull out his grenade, he was pounced to the ground by a mutant wolf. The other 2 wolves quickly surrounded him, and Guard 2 was suppressed and in critical condition. Wang Long and Wang Hu immediately switched their guns to support him, but it was difficult to aim at the vital points due to the angle. Yihan cursed angrily. Asshole! But at this moment, Yihan also knew that it was too late to rescue. Just when the mutant wolf was about to bite Guard 2 suddenly roared, "Brothers, protect the commander!" Then he resolutely took out a grenade and threw it at his feet. Boom! A deafening explosion instantly engulfed 4 figures. When the dust settled, the ground was already charred black, and Guard 2 and the 3 wolves were all dead. Yihan's nose felt sore and his eyes turned red unconsciously. But Yihan didn't have time to feel sad. He looked up and saw the Wolf King suddenly stand up and let out a long, angry howl. The howl was full of anger and murderous intent, as if announcing, "You humans have angered me." Yihan's face changed drastically. Oh no, the Wolf King is finally going to take action. What's worse is that Guard 1 is still outside the car. After the Wolf King roared, his eyes were red and he rushed towards Guard 1 at a terrifying speed. Wang Long and Wang Hu, get out of the car immediately and support Guard 1. Yihan shouted. Wang Long and Wang Hu jumped out of the car without hesitation and ran towards Guard 1 while firing to intercept the Wolf King, but the Wolf King was too fast. Yihan wanted to drive over to rescue him, but after seeing the 70% damage, he had to give up the idea. The car couldn't catch up with the Wolf King at all, and starting rashly would only make things worse. He could only fight hard. Wang Long and Wang Hu ran towards Guard 1, but the Wolf King suddenly changed his route and pounced on Wang Long and Wang Hu. Get back to the car, Yihan shouted, but it was too late. The Wolf King rushed to Wang Hu in the blink of an eye and slapped him hard with his claws. Wang Hu was knocked to the ground on the spot, blood spurting out of his mouth, obviously seriously injured. Wang Long roared and continued to shoot, but the Wolf King's defense was so strong that the bullets had no effect on him, just like tickling an itch. The Wolf King opened his bloody mouth and bit Wang Hu. This scene made people's scalps numb. Wang Long, retreat quickly. Protect the commander. Wang Hu suddenly roared, took out the only remaining grenade, and stuffed it into the Wolf King's mouth without hesitation. Chapter 8. The next day, The Wolf King obviously didn't see clearly that what Wang Hu was holding was a deadly grenade. The Wolf King thought Wang Hu was just trying to use his broken arm to struggle and resist, so he bit Wang Hu's entire arm without thinking, and blood spurted out instantly. Wang Hu's arm was torn off, and the grenade was swallowed by the Wolf King. The Wolf King's action even had a sense of pride and boasting. But just as the Wolf King looked down at the injured Wang Hu gritted his teeth, raised the pistol in his other hand, and pulled the trigger at the Wolf King's head. As soon as the bullet fired, there was a loud bang, and a deafening thunder exploded. The grenade exploded in the Wolf King's stomach. System prompt. Wang Hu killed the level 1 Lord Mutant Wolf King and was awarded 100 points. Xiao AI's voice was heard in the car immediately. At the same time, Guard 1 also completed the harvest and killed 2 mutant wolves that had been seriously injured. At this time, the score column had increased to 160 points. But Yihan had no time to look at the points at this moment. He jumped out of the car and ran towards the direction of the Wolf King and Wang Hu. The huge Wolf King fell to the ground. There were not many signs of blast damage on his appearance. Only the corners of his mouth were bleeding. It was obvious that he was injured inside. What shocked Yihan was that Wang Hu actually stood up, and his bitten arm was restored to its original state. Wang Hu stood tall and saluted Yihan with a standard military salute. Sergeant Wang Hu, report to the commander. Yihan was stunned for a moment. Xiao AI, has Wang Hu been promoted? Yihan murmured. Xiao AI immediately responded. Yes, a soldier can be promoted and restored to his current state after killing a certain number of mutant beasts. Yihan looked at Wang Hu, his eyes full of satisfaction. Tell me about your current abilities. Wang Hu said, report. After being promoted to sergeant, my weapon did not change, but the rifle bullets were increased to 90 rounds, the pistol to 20 rounds, and I carried 2 grenades. I also learned intermediate shooting, intermediate combat, elementary driving, and command skills. Wang Hu's introduction made Yihan very happy. Not only did his firepower recover, but his abilities were also enhanced. Moreover, he finally didn't have to drive himself. Very good. You are now the squad leader and are responsible for commanding other team members. Yihan simply handed the heavy responsibility to Wang Hu and freed up his energy for command. Then they entered the battlefield cleanup phase. That night, Wang Hu, Wang Long, and Guard 1 killed a total of 10 mutant wolves and a Wolf King. Although the results were fruitful, their ammunition was also used up. Wang Long and Guard 1 were out of ammunition and food, and only Wang Hu was fully loaded. Yihan had no choice but to spend 100 points again to summon a new soldier. However, Yihan did not intend to repeat the number this time. Xiao AI, can the sacrificed soldiers be recalled? Yihan's tone was a little heavy. Xiao AI whispered back, I don't have enough authority at the moment, so I can't reveal it. And after the soldiers are sacrificed, their equipment will also be recycled by the system. Okay then. Yihan's eyes were firm. From now on, Guard 2 will be officially named Wang Yong and will be recorded in the register. Understood, Commander. Xiao AI executed it immediately. Yihan walked to Wang Yong's body, took off Wang Yong's nameplate, and carefully put it in his pocket. This was the first soldier who sacrificed for Yihan, and Yihan would always remember this loyalty and bravery. Yihan then ordered Wang Hu to lead the team to cut off the mutant wolf's head and limbs, pack them up, and load them into the truck. The Wolf King was too big and could only be temporarily tied to the roof of the truck. Looking at the packed carriage, Yihan felt a sense of achievement after the battle. Although there were many dangers, he had achieved great results. However, the follow-up problem was also in front of him. The temperature in the Gobi Desert was high. How to preserve so much wolf meat? This became the next problem that needed to be solved urgently. Before I knew it, it was daybreak. The soft sunlight sprinkled on the sand, slowly dispelling the chill of the night. The air was filled with a slight smell of dry blood. Congratulations to all players for successfully completing the first day of the Gobi world. Currently, there are 6,403 players left in the area. Please keep working hard. The system's cold reminder sounded. Then, another reminder came. At 12 noon today, the system will issue a survival mission. Those who fail to complete it will be punished. Please be prepared. System mission? Yihan frowned, took a look at the tattered troop carrier, and suddenly felt a headache. System missions were never easy. If the vehicle was not repaired, let alone the lunch mission, it might not last an hour. Fortunately, the drinking water generator had been operating nonstop all night and had accumulated 6 liters of clean water. Yihan planned to keep 2 liters for his own use and the remaining 4 liters to exchange for resources. Yihan began to rearrange the car. In order to save space, Yihan removed all seats except the driver and co-driver seats, leaving only an empty cabin. The rear area was used to store wolf meat, a few wooden boards were placed in the middle to create makeshift benches for the soldiers to sit on, and a water dispenser was fixed in one corner. The areas were simply separated by wooden boards. Now Wang, who was in charge of driving, and Yi Han could finally sit in the passenger seat leisurely, open the communication hall, and check the status of other players. As expected, when the system communication interface was opened, all he could see were miserable scenes. Some people were crying about lack of medicine, some lost their pants, and some were chased so hard that their cars were almost burned. Water. Who has water? I'm dying of thirst. Do you have any pants? I'll use my nail clippers to exchange. Who gave me urine and water yesterday? I'll remember you. There was also a particularly eye-catching one. For sale mutant wolf meat. The publisher was actually Wang Chong, who had threatened Yi Han yesterday. It seemed that Wang Chong was not a simple character either. However, most people obviously did not have a good time. They gained little last night, and perhaps the real strong ones have not appeared yet. Yi Han was too lazy to pay attention to these people and directly put 4 liters of water on the trading hall, divided it into 20 portions, each 200 milliliters, and marked it in exchange for skinning knives, flints, various drawings, and basic materials. Fuck. Yi Shun is on 4 drip. 20 portions of water. Thanks for saving my life. Yi Han, you are too mean. Each portion is only 200 milliliters. Stop arguing. It's good enough that Yi Han can be on 4 drip. How short of water is everyone now? He must have invented a drinking water dispenser. Yi Han, you are Chinese, you should give more benefits. Among these controversial voices, one person particularly stood out. We are all compatriots. Yi Han should get more water. The spokesperson was named Huang Shan. Yi Han frowned, as he had no friendship with this person at all. But even though they cursed, their actions were honest. In just a few minutes, 20 bottles of water were sold out, and a lot of new supplies were added to the car. Skinning knife, flint, 9 pieces of glass, 3 pieces of iron ingots, and 3 pieces of plastic. These materials are just enough to make 3 drinking water generators. There was even an unexpected gain, a tutorial on making jerky. However, the water source core is still difficult to obtain for the time being. Yi Han thought for a moment and then issued a trading announcement. If there are water source cores willing to trade, please private message with the price. Chapter 9. Mountains and rivers are so dense that there seems to be no way out. After posting the notice to find the core of the water source, Yi Han no longer paid attention to the noise in the communication hall. At this moment, the troop carrier was driving slowly under the driving of Wang Hu. Yi Han reminded Wang Hu that once he found the treasure chest, he should stop the car immediately and open it himself. Yi Han came to the rear of the car, preparing to clean up the wolf meat he had hunted last night. The system popped up a prompt. Skinning tools detected. Do you want to dismantle them? Dismantle. Yi Han nodded decisively. Then a large amount of harvest poured into the inventory. Obtained 3,000 kilograms of mutant desert wolf meat, internal organs processed, 10 wolf skins, 200 kilograms of mutant fox meat, 2 fox skins, 3 kilograms of red snake meat. The system detected Yi Han's meat jerky production drawings again. Do you want to make meat jerky? Yi Han clicked, yes, and in an instant, 1,051 kilograms of special meat jerky was completed. The space inside the car was much more spacious. Yi Han took out 551 kilograms of dried meat and put it on the trading hall in exchange for energy, materials, and blueprints. Not long after the transaction was put on the market, Yi Han received a private chat request. The sender was a female player with the ID Lu Miao Miao. Lu Miao Miao asked, Master Yi, will you take the water source core? Yi Han's eyes condensed. Of course he would take it. Yi Han clicked on the other party's interface and saw that the avatar was a pretty girl. So he replied, yes, what do you want to exchange for? Lu Miao Miao hesitated for a moment and replied, I want to exchange for 100 kilograms of dried meat. This price made Yi Han frown. Of course, Yi Han could afford 100 kilograms, but the price was indeed high. Yi Han wanted to leave Lu Miao Miao alone for a while, but Lu Miao Miao soon sent a new offer. Lu Miao Miao said, how about 90 kilograms will be fine, and I'll also give you a level 1 repair kit. Any less won't do. She attached a photo of the repair kit. Yi Han took a look and found that it was indeed a first-class car body repair kit. This was a treasure that he urgently needed. The car was in a terrible condition. Yi Han hesitated for a second and finally replied, then, I will reluctantly agree to it. His tone seemed quite embarrassed, but he was actually very happy. After the transaction was completed, Yi Han immediately used the new water source core to create a second drinking water generator, doubling the efficiency again. Then Yi Han checked the properties of the repair kit. Level 1 body repair kit. No materials required. Automatically repairs the body. Does not include the engine. This is a good deal. Yihan clicked to use it, and the tattered car instantly turned into a factory-fresh appearance. Even the broken doors and scratched dashboard were completely new. Although the car's exterior armor had not been repaired, the overall defense had been greatly improved. Vehicle: Titan DS Armored Personnel Carrier. Quality: brand new, grade A. Defense level: level 1 to 6. Endurance: 120 kilometers, from the initial defense level 1 to 3 upgraded to 1 to 6. Yihan is full of expectations for the performance after the subsequent armor installation. Yihan clicked on the upgrade interface and found that all maintenance options had been cleared, leaving only the upgrade option. Level 2 upgrade package required. It seems that the next target is this upgrade package. Yihan secretly kept it in mind. After driving for about 50 kilometers, Yihan found 3 wooden treasure chests along the way and opened a few bottles of water, a few sausages, and a few steel ingots. However, these things were now basic reserves for Yihan and were no longer rare. Yihan also asked Wang Hu to find an open space to park the car, boiled a kettle of water, and made a bowl of instant noodles with dried meat and ham, which tasted so delicious. During the meal, Yihan opened the communication hall again to see what was happening outside. The hall was still bustling. Who has a repair kit? I'll exchange it for food and water. Change for water, brothers. My car is smoking. Change for energy packs. I'll bring some dried meat. It seems that those who have survived the first night have entered the stage of resource integration, but resource shortage is still a common problem. While Yihan was browsing, he suddenly saw a very eye-catching message from Lu Tu. Who the hell stole my shared bike? I was just taking a shit when the bike was gone. This statement instantly attracted onlookers. Brother Main has become Brother Beautiful Legs. Dude, you don't even dare to go to the toilet. Shared bicycles are shared, it's reasonable. Yihan flipped through the comments and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yihan didn't know whether to say that Lu Tu was unlucky or the reincarnation of the Emperor of Europe. If he was lucky, he could pick up an iron treasure chest, but if he was unlucky, even a shared bicycle could be stolen. But in the end, Yihan had no intention of helping Lu Tu's day. This was a world of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak, and he was not safe enough. Just as Yihan was about to leave the hall, he received a trade request from Lu Tu, the content of which made his pupils shrink. Trading item: Level 2 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Trading method: Unconditional gift. What the hell? Where did Lu Tu get this thing? Yihan was shocked. Lu Tu didn't even have a car, but he actually got such a rare blueprint? Chapter 10. Level 2 Mutant Beast. Although Yihan wanted the upgrade blueprint very much, it would set off a commotion in the trading hall in a matter of minutes. But Yihan did not click to accept it immediately. Although Yihan was not a good person, he was not a villain who took advantage of the situation. Yihan asked Lu Tu in private, "What do you mean?" Lu Tu sent a few voice messages. His tone was low and bitter. "Brother, I really can't bear it anymore. This journey is too hard. I originally wanted to find a quiet place to commit suicide, but I came across an iron treasure chest, and inside was this blueprint. I don't even have a car. It's a waste to keep this thing. I won't return the pistol to you. I want to leave quickly. Don't make it look too ugly." Yihan could hear the utter despair in Lu Tu's words. Yihan understood this feeling, the exhaustion of knowing that there was a dead end ahead, but still having to force yourself to keep going. Yihan was silent for a moment, and finally rejected the deal. "Brother, I can support you with some water and food, although it's not much, but you just grit your teeth and hold on." But Lu Tu replied, "Thanks, brother. I really don't want the stuff anymore. It would be torture for me to go on. My journey is almost over." Yihan sighed softly. He had experienced this kind of despair before he came to this world. He knew too well the feeling of having no end in sight. Yihan said, "Brother Lu Tu, I understand how you feel now. But you have to know that life is like a mountain and a river, and you may think there is no way out. But the next sentence is that there is a bright future. Even if you fall to the bottom, as long as you don't give up, you will always see the sun rise again." Lu Tu stared at this passage, silently looking into the distance. His eyes were slightly red, and he took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "After many twists and turns, you may think there is no way out. But after a while, you will find another village." Lu Tu put away the gun that he wanted to end everything with. His lips were chapped, but his eyes were much firmer. "Thank you, Brother Yi. I'll try to walk again. But don't mention the sun anymore. I'm almost dehydrated." Seeing this, Yihan finally smiled, and then hung a piece of dried meat and some drinking water on the trading hall and traded it to Lu Tuesday. Yihan would not let Lu Tu, this ill-fated brother, leave so easily. After turning off his phone, Yihan looked at the road ahead. Although the future was full of fog, Yihan's steps were still firm. After driving for about 40 kilometers, a silver iron treasure chest suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Finally, I found an iron treasure chest. Yihan was a little excited for a moment. The wooden treasure chests he had opened before were basically low-end goods. With yesterday's experience, Yihan knew clearly that the wooden box would contain at most some small resources, such as mineral water and ham sausage. But the iron box was different. It might contain blueprints, water source cores, or even important props. Wang Hu, stop the car, get your men out, and get ready to open the box, Yihan said in a crisp voice, full of anticipation. Yes. Wang Hu gave the order without delay, and several soldiers quickly surrounded the treasure box and kept alert. Yihan walked forward, raised his hand, and placed it on the iron treasure chest, and whispered, "Open it." The lid of the iron box cracked open with a click, but no glittering treasure appeared inside. Instead, a terrifying scream emanated. Ah! Along with the roar, a creature that was a size larger than a domestic cat suddenly jumped out at an extremely fast speed, opened its mouth, and pounced towards Yihan. "Commander, be careful!" Wang Hu roared and rushed over to block Yihan. The monster's movements were as fast as the Wolf King last night, catching everyone off guard. Fortunately, Wang Hu, Wang Long, guards 1 and 3 had already become alert by then. They raised their guns and fired almost at the same time. Several bullets hit the monster, and it collapsed to the ground with blood spitting from its mouth. Level 2 Mutant Beast, Fiery Lynx. Features: high-speed movement, fragile body, short-range flame-breathing ability. It's actually a Level 2 Mutant Beast. Yihan's pupils shrank slightly. No wonder the speed when it pounced was so terrifying. But Yihan became more alert in his heart. It was hard to say whether the strength of the second-level mutant beast exceeded that of the Wolf King last night. It can spit fire, everyone spread out, shoot from a safe distance, and kill it immediately. Yihan made a quick decision. As soon as Yihan's order landed, the lynx suddenly stood up and roared, and opened its mouth to spit out a 2-meter-long flame. Fortunately, Wang Hu, Wang Long, guards 1 and 3 were all experienced in battle and had already dispersed according to orders. The flames passed through them, but failed to burn anyone. Bang! Bang! After a few gunshots, the bullet hit the lynx's head. The lynx finally fell to the ground and died, without any movement. Corporal Wang Long killed the Level 2 Mutant Beast Flame Lynx and was promoted to Sergeant. Points plus 50, current points 160. Xiao AI's report came from the car, and Yihan breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Wang Long was also on the verge of promotion and successfully promoted with this attack. But what made Yihan a little disappointed was that this Level 2 Mutant Beast was only worth 50 points. In comparison, last night's Level 1 Lord Desert Wolf King gave a full 100 points as a reward. Yihan began to reevaluate the system rating. It seems that Lord level is the terrifying upper limit, and ordinary second-level mutant beasts are actually not as good as the Wolf King. The Wolf King's defensive ability, which allows him to take grenades without appearing damaged, and his ability to command a group, are obviously far superior to that of the fire-breathing lynx. Yihan couldn't help but recall the tough battle last night. If it weren't for Wang Hu sacrificing his own arm and throwing a grenade, and the Wolf King's conceded mistake, he would probably have died that night. Yihan sighed in his heart. Even with the Xiao AI system, Yihan is still not invincible. Maybe the system of this world really gave Yihan a hell difficulty. After all, when Lu Tu opened the iron treasure chest, there was never any fire-breathing lynx. Chapter 11. Prepare for war. Thinking of this, Yihan couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that the system was really targeting him? Xiao AI, does the world system know of your existence? Yihan asked sternly. Don't worry, Commander. The level of the strongest commander system Xiao AI has assigned is not lower than that of the world system, so it won't be discovered. Xiao AI replied. That's good. Yihan breathed a sigh of relief. But the world system is also likely to trip up the players based on their strength. But no matter how strong the wind blows and the waves hit, I will remain unmoved. My own strength is the hard truth. Then, Yihan began to deal with the spoils of the two powerful enemies. Holding a skinning knife, Yihan dissected the second-level mutant beast, the fiery lynx, and the Lord Wolf King on the roof. Players receive 100 kilograms of fiery lynx meat, 500 kilograms of Lord Wolf King meat, 2 mutant hides, and a first-level Lord Crystal Core. Lord Crystal Core? Yihan's eyes condensed, and then he carefully took the gray crystal in his hand to observe it. First-level Lord Crystal Core. Only Lord-level mutant beasts can produce it, and its specific effect is unknown. Although the system's introduction was vague, Yihan was almost certain that this Lord-level crystal core was of extraordinary value. Yihan carefully put the crystal core into his personal belongings for future use. The mutant meat obtained by decomposition was all made into jerky and properly stored in the car. Players get 200 kilograms of special jerky. After finishing the work, Yihan walked back to the wreckage of the iron treasure chest that had just exploded and shattered. As expected, he found 2 pieces of trophies at the bottom of the debris, a blueprint and a cloth bag in a packaging bag. Players obtained the first-level vehicle-mounted iron armor manufacturing blueprint, a set of exquisite women's clothing. Women's clothing? Why do I need this? Yihan's eyebrows jumped, and he almost rolled his eyes. But when Yihan saw the system introduction clearly, his face suddenly became strange. Exquisite women's clothing, specially made by the world system, with a certain aesthetic level, warm in winter and cool in summer, and can provide the wearer with a one-time first-level protective shield after wearing. Not only does it have an excellent and comfortable wearing experience, it also comes with a one-time protective shield. If this thing is put on the market, it will definitely cause a commotion. Although he had a military uniform and didn't need to wear women's clothing for protection, it was different for others. Thinking of this, Yihan kept it properly and planned to put it on the trading market to make a fortune. Then, Yihan turned his attention to the blueprint. First-level vehicle-mounted iron armor manufacturing blueprint can increase the vehicle's external defense level by 3 levels, immune to ordinary sword damage, manufacturing materials, iron ingots X20. Good stuff. Yihan slapped his thigh, his eyes lit up. The current vehicle's basic defense is level 1 to 6, and after installing this armor, it can be directly upgraded to level 1 to 9, which can almost ignore the attack power of a level 1 mutant beast. By then, even if he encounters a wolf pack again, he can sit in the car and watch the show. After thinking it over, Yihan returned to the car without wasting time. With sufficient food and water, Yihan decided to increase his combat power as soon as possible before the system task came. Xiao AI, call another National Guard soldier. Corporal Guard 4 reports to the commander. With another soldier in place, Yihan's team has expanded to 5 people, among whom Wang Long and Wang, who were both promoted to sergeants. The current score has been reduced to 60, but it is enough to cope with the upcoming unknown challenges. Yihan looked down at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. There were still 3 hours before the system task was released. Yihan said, Wang Hu, turn around and drive into the Gobi Desert. Wang Hu replied, yes. Yihan knew that although the road was safe, opportunities were rare. Entering the Gobi Desert was more dangerous, but the number of treasure chests and mutant beasts also increased accordingly, which was the best opportunity to improve his strength at the moment. If he could swipe a few more level 1 mutant beasts and recruit a soldier, Yihan's combat effectiveness would reach a new level. The troop carrier drove into the vast Gobi Desert. The sun was scorching, and the air was filled with a hint of dry heat. Yihan hid in the air-conditioned car, drinking cool drinking water, looking out the window at the endless sea of sand, feeling extremely comfortable. I wonder what's happening with Lu Tu. He might still be hiking in the desert to build up his legs. Thinking of this unlucky buddy, Yihan's mouth curled up unconsciously. Suddenly, Yihan's mind moved, and he thought that the friend page in the system seemed to have the function of sharing location. Yihan was not sure whether it was the location of the person or the coordinates of the vehicle, but if the latter was true, he might be able to find Lu Tu's stolen main bicycle. Although Lu Tu was unlucky, the treasure chest was lucky. If he could rescue Lu Tu, they could benefit from each other in the future. So Yihan decisively opened the friend page. There was only one friend on the page. Lu Tuesday. Yihan clicked on share location. The personnel location has been shared. Do you want to share the vehicle location? There is also a vehicle location sharing. Yihan was slightly surprised and decisively clicked to confirm. The next moment, a small map appeared in front of Yihan. On the map, there were indeed 2 dots in the east, one yellow and one blue. The yellow one was moving slowly in the Gobi Desert, while the blue one was stationary on the road. No need to think too much. The yellow dot was Lu Tu, and the blue dot was the lost bicycle. It seemed that the bicycle thief had not escaped far, and was probably still doing something nearby. Brother Lu, I found your car. I'll give you the location. Go and see what's going on. Yihan immediately sent him a private message and also gave him a bottle of drinking water and dried meat. After a while, Lu Tu replied, Brother Yi, I won't say anything else. I've remembered everything. Just wait for my good news. Yihan was immediately cheered up when he saw the yellow dot start to move towards the blue dot. Wang Hu, turn around. We're going there too. The direction is the blue dot on the map. Yes. Wang Hu turned the car around without hesitation. The distance between the 2 places was only about 40 kilometers, and the troop carrier would arrive very quickly. If Lu Tu could successfully retrieve the bicycle, he could also keep the human mascot. If Lu Tu failed, he would punish the car thief and take the tempting second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint. No matter what the result of this trip, Yi Han would make a profit. At the same time, in the trading hall, all the 551 special meat jerky items that Yi Han had put up for sale had been sold. Players sold 551 special meat jerky items and received a total of 100 iron ingots, 20 car energy, 50 wood, 50 glass, 50 plastic, 20 seasoning packs, 10 planting soil, 30 herbs, and 6 mechanical components. In addition to the materials, several blueprints were also obtained. Blueprints for ham sausage maker, blueprints for ordinary single bed, blueprints for wooden table, recipes for flavored smoked meat, blueprints for fur processor. These drawings may be useless to players with low survival needs, but for Yi Han, they are important resources for further optimizing living conditions. After making a brief judgment, Yi Han decided to postpone the production of the single bed and wooden table as they could not be used for the time being due to lack of space. However, the ham sausage maker and fur processing machine could be arranged immediately. Do you want to use 5 iron ingots and 2 mechanical components to make a ham sausage maker? Yes. Do you want to use 5 iron ingots and 3 mechanical components to make a fur processor? Yes. With a flash of light, 2 exquisite devices quickly took shape and stood quietly in the corner of the car, waiting to be used. Afterwards, Yi Han opened the modification interface and took out the first-level vehicle-mounted iron armor manufacturing drawing. Do you want to use iron ingots times 20 to make first-level vehicle-mounted iron armor? After Yi Han confirmed, thick metal plates quickly emerged around the car body, tightly wrapping the original car body. Vehicle, brand new Titan DS armored personnel carrier. Quality, brand new, grade A, level 1, defense performance, level 1 to 9. Energy, diesel engine endurance. For 1,056 kilometers, each vehicle energy provides 200 kilometers. Modification, level 1 vehicle-mounted iron armor. At this moment, this once dilapidated troop carrier has transformed into a true battlefield fortress. Except for the engine repair and weapon installation, everything else is almost impeccable. With 5 well-trained National Guard soldiers and sufficient ammunition, Yi Han was confident that he could wipe out all of them even if he encountered a pack of beasts like the Wolf King last night. Chapter 12 Car Thief. It took the troop carrier an hour to barely cover the 40-kilometer distance. There was really no other way. The troop carrier's engine had too many problems, and its driving speed was too slow. Yi Han was already thankful that it could still operate normally. When the troop carrier was about to arrive, Yi Han saw an old white Jetta car parked not far away, with 3 bicycles parked in front of the car. But he didn't see anyone, which made Yi Han feel a little strange. When we got closer, we found that everyone was behind the car, and 3 adult men were lying on the ground. A dark-skinned man in a military green vest and camouflage shorts was grabbing one of the men by the collar with one hand and cursing while holding a pistol in the other. "How dare you steal my car? Are you still a human being? You stole Mainan's bicycle." Yi Han knew without any introduction that the man in front of him was Lu Tu. Yi Han asked Wang Hu to stop the troop carrier, and he straightened his military uniform and prepared to get off. Before getting out of the car, he turned around and said, "Stand by in the car, Wang Long and Wang Hu, be ready to shoot. Protect my safety. Shoot decisively if there is any unusual movement." Wang Hu's face was firm. "Yes, Commander." Yi Han didn't want to reveal the fact that he had a group of soldiers too early, so he got off the car and walked towards Lu Tu. "Hello, Brother Lu Tu, I'm Yi Han. I came over to take a look because I was afraid you didn't have enough manpower," Yi Han said as he walked towards Lu Tu. When Lu Tu saw someone coming, he was alert at first, but when he heard Yi Han take the initiative to give his name, he immediately smiled. "Brother Yi, we finally meet." Lu Tu put away his pistol and walked up to Yi Han. He was stunned to see Yi Han in military uniform, and his right hand, which was originally intended to be extended for a handshake, unconsciously raised. Instead, he saluted Yi Han. "Brother Yi, we are comrades in arms." Lu Tu's face was filled with joy. When he saw Yi Han wearing a military uniform, he thought that Yi Han had also joined the army before coming to this world. Yi Han returned the salute without answering Lu Tu's question. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "It seems you don't need help." Lu Tu really didn't need Yi Han's help. Although the 3 men on the ground were quite strong, they were ultimately no match for Lu Tu, who was a special forces soldier. What's more, Lu Tu also has a pistol. I don't know why these 3 bastards rode away with my car. The guy driving the Jetta even wanted to kill me with a machete, but I shot him dead. The remaining 2 were so scared when they saw someone dead. Lu Tu said with a laugh. The situation on the ground was exactly as Lu Tu had described. One of them had been shot in the head and was dead. The remaining two were lying on the ground with wet crotches, huddled together and shivering. Yihan walked up to a man with a face full of flesh and asked, "Why did you steal Lu Tu's car?" When the man saw Yihan coming, he felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He lay at Yihan's feet and cried, God Yi, please save me. I bought your water in the trading hall. I exchanged it for the sausage blueprint. Please save me." Yihan frowned, resisted the urge to kick him away, and asked, "Why did you steal the bike first? What do you want to use the shared bikes for?" "I didn't want to steal it. Wang Chong instructed us to steal it. This morning when we were driving by, we happened to see a shared bike on the road. We immediately guessed it belonged to Lu Tuesday. Then Wang Chong sent a message asking us to kill Lu Tuesday. But now everyone knows that you sold Lu Tu a gun. We had no choice but to steal his car." The man cried and explained, "And my opinion at the time was to let it go, but Lu Ji is the one who died. He said his Jetta was going to be scrapped soon, and if he didn't ride his bike away, he would have no car to drive, so he did this. This is none of my business. It was all Lu Ji and Wang Chong's idea." Lu Tu was furious when he heard the man's words. He stepped forward and kicked the boy hard. "It's none of your business? You made me walk in the Gobi Desert for several hours. If Yihan hadn't given me water, I would have been killed by you." Yihan stopped Lu Tu from continuing to kick him and continued to ask, "Then where is the Wang Chong you mentioned?" Yihan was naturally familiar with Wang Chong, as he was the man who had threatened him when he was trading the drawings of the drinking water generator with Lu Tu. "I don't know where Wang Chong is. He founded a desert racing team. It is said that there are many benefits for being a team member, so we all joined him. I said in the team group that I met a main bicycle, and then Wang Chong asked me to kill the owner of the bicycle." Desert convoy? Yihan was alert. He originally thought that Wang Chong was fighting alone, but he didn't expect that this guy actually set up a car team. Moreover, he had been selling mutant beast meat in the exchange hall before, so he must have some means. "Tell me more about this desert convoy," Yihan said. "The team leader is Wang Chong, and there is also a team staff officer named Huang Shan. If you join the team, you will get 100 G of beast meat. There are more than 70 people in the team, more than 20 of them are core members. Only they know Wang Chong's location. We are just small fry, and we know these details." After the man finished speaking, he kept kowtowing on the ground. "God Yi, I have said everything I can say. If you ask that old man to let me go, I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future. I was forced to join the team. I got a Type 38 rifle at the beginning. If I don't join them, I will die." Yihan ignored the man and turned to ask Lu Tu, "Brother Lu, what do you think?" Lu Tu snorted coldly, "What a lousy team. What a bunch of rabble. Since Wang Chong is looking for trouble with me, he will be in trouble later. And that Huang Shan, I remember that guy scolded you in the hall. Wait until later, I tie them both up and glare at them with my bicycle." Yihan rolled his eyes. What does it mean to ride a bicycle together? Lu Tu was also obsessed with riding his bicycle. It was probably because he had been caught in the rain before, so he wanted others to experience what it was like to be without an umbrella. "I mean, what are you going to do with these two people?" Yihan asked. If it were someone else, Wang Chong and Huang Shan's convoy would certainly be worried, but Yihan's car was full of soldiers, and he was not afraid of that at all. "I have a way to torture these two guys." Lu Tu chuckled, then picked up an axe and walked to a Type 38 truck and did something with it. Not long after, Lu Tu transformed the originally good Type 38 bicycle into two extremely crude unicycles, the kind that monkeys ride in the circus. "I don't like indiscriminate killing. Now, because of your behavior, I will reward each of you with a wheelbarrow," Lu Tu said viciously with narrowed eyes. "Now, get up from the ground, both of you, and roll quickly on your unicycles. If you roll slowly, I'll reward you by making you fall asleep." As he spoke, he showed his pistol. "Stop, Lu Tu Dad. Why do bicycle brothers have to make things difficult for bicycle brothers?" Both of them started crying. Riding a bicycle is miserable enough. Now that bicycles have turned into unicycles, isn't it going to be fatal for them? Lu Tu smiled coldly. "Are you too sleepy? How about I let you two take a rest?" With a click, Lu Tu loaded the bullet into the gun. Hearing the voice, the two men turned pale and dared not say any more nonsense. They quickly got up from the ground, and one of them rode a unicycle and disappeared from Yihan's sight. Chapter 13 Secondary Vehicle Upgrade. One of the two men was quite talented, and although he rode clumsily, he managed to get on the bike. The other one fell down just as he got on. Seeing that Lu the Butcher was still staring at him, he quickly stood up, straddled the unicycle, and pedaled away. Lu Tu looked at the two men riding their unicycles clumsily and suddenly grinned. This Gobi Desert world is full of dangers. Without supplies and water, the two men who can only ride unicycles will probably die in the desert within a few hours. The boy on the left is quite talented. He rode so well on his first try. It would be a waste of his talent if he didn't join the circus. Yihan couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Although these two people were pitiful at the moment, it was nothing compared to the suffering Lu Tu had just endured. What Lu Tu did was just to torture the two of them. After the unicycle boy left, Lu Tu was still busy chatting with Yihan and instead started cleaning up the battlefield. However, these three people were too poor, and in the end they only found some iron ingots and food, and not much water. The only thing of some value is a machete. After Lu Tu put away the things, he gave them all to Yihan, including his own pistol and the second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint. Brother Yi, I cannot thank you enough for saving my life. You can take all these things. Yihan shook his head upon seeing this. The supplies they had were not enough for him. Only the second-level vehicle upgrade blueprints were useful to him. However, the system task will be completed in 2 hours, and Lu Tu will be doomed if he can only ride the shared bicycle. I have no shortage of supplies and food. As for the pistol and the blueprint, they are more important to you. I can find them myself later. When Lu Tu heard this, he seemed a little embarrassed and stood there. After a while, he said, Brother, you don't have to worry about me. I can still drive that Jetta. He had had enough of riding main bicycles. Yihan gave a bitter smile. The unicycle boy had just said that the Jetta was about to be scrapped. It was likely that the unlucky Lu Tu would still be unable to get rid of his bicycle. Try to see if you can open it first. Lu Tu was a little skeptical, so he ran over and tried to start the car, but the Jetta just stopped there without even taking a breath. Damn it. No wonder those three stopped here and didn't leave. Lu Tu cursed. You keep the things and leave this Jetta to me. Just tell me when you use the blueprints. I want to know what the second-level upgrade blueprints are used for. Yihan replied. Lu Tu sighed and nodded. Brother, Lu Tu, will remember this favor. After saying this, Lu Tu took his things to upgrade his shared bicycle. Yihan has always been a person who advocates the principle of, if others respect me 1 inch, I will respect them 10 feet. Besides, the battles here were all fought by Lu Tu himself, and Yihan was just providing information. Without thinking anymore, Yihan walked up to the old Jetta. Detected an ownerless player vehicle, whether to disassemble it. Decompose, Yihan said. A flash of light passed by, and the old Jetta disappeared from its original place, and then turned into a lot of supplies on the ground. Player decomposes the old Jetta. Obtain 20 iron ingots, 10 mechanical components, and 1 first-level vehicle expansion space pack. Damn, expansion space pack. Yihan was shocked, and quickly opened the introduction to take a look. Level 1 vehicle expansion space package can provide 10 square meters of expansion space inside the vehicle, and each vehicle can use up to 3 pieces. There is no need to say much about the value of this thing to Yihan. The interior of his troop carrier is almost full at this time. Unexpectedly, the guy driving the Jetta also got some good stuff, but he had already used it in the car, so Lu Tu and Yihan didn't notice it at first. Yihan clicked to use the first-level vehicle expansion space package, and then rushed to the front of the car to observe. I saw that there was no change on the outside of the car, but after entering the car, I found that the space inside had suddenly become much larger. Although the interior space of the troop carrier was much larger than that of ordinary vehicles, after carrying 5 soldiers and myself, the remaining space was also filled with supplies. At this time, the interior was already the size of a normal living room. Yihan still followed the previous design and divided the vehicle into 3 areas with wooden boards. At the front is the driving area, with 2 worn leather seats, which is the exclusive area for Wang Hu and himself. The middle area is the personnel riding area, with 4 wooden benches. In order to improve the comfort, Yihan also made a wooden single bed and a wooden table to provide rest and meals for the personnel. As for the rear of the vehicle, it is the material storage area, with dried meat and materials, as well as 2 drinking water producers, and ham sausage and fur processing machines are all at the rear. Yihan looked inside the car and felt that it was not enough, so he walked to the fur processing machine. Fur processor can process animal fur into blankets, requires animal fur 2, or coats, requires animal fur 1. There were a total of 14 skins in the car at this time, all from the mutant beasts killed in the past 2 days. After some thought, Yihan decided to make all of them into blankets. Although the temperature in the Gobi Desert was extremely low at night, he and the soldiers did not have high requirements for keeping warm because of their special military uniforms. Blankets were enough, and the excess could be used for trading. Whether to make animal skin rug 7. After Yihan confirmed his choice, 7 animal skin blankets were neatly stacked in the car. He spread one on the single bed, left another in the cab, and stored the rest at the rear of the car. Just as I finished my work here, I heard a voice coming from Lu Tu's side. Brother Yi, my car has been upgraded. When Yihan heard the sound, he quickly left the car to see what the car looked like after Lu Tu upgraded it. With the second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint, Brother Lu Tu should be able to get rid of shared bicycles, right? Yihan pondered in his heart. But when Yihan got to Lu Tu's car, he was in a state of confusion. Upgraded, but not fully upgraded. At this time, shared bicycles have changed a lot, upgraded from bicycles to human-powered tricycles. The driving area and cargo area of the tricycle were surrounded by iron sheets, which seemed to have a certain degree of defense. However, when looking closely at the driving area, it was found that the two pedals were still there. Although there were some mechanical power assist devices, it was obvious that Lu Tu still needed to continue riding manually. The most speechless thing is that the main logo is still there, the vehicle is all yellow, and there is a big kangaroo head on the body of the vehicle. Yihan looked at Lu Tu sympathetically and patted his shoulder. Brother, it's okay. At least you have a power assist device, and you can exercise at the same time, right? Besides, this is much better than before. Lu Tu smiled bitterly and nodded. Let's first talk about the functions of the second-level upgrade blueprint. Yihan asked, if it were just this, wouldn't it be a bit rubbish? Lu Tu sighed and began to introduce Yihan. After using the second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint, you can choose 3 directions to upgrade the vehicle. The 3 directions of Lu Tu's shared bicycle upgrade are fully enclosed human-powered tricycle, armored tricycle, and armored all-terrain vehicle. Vehicle upgrades require blueprints for other components. For example, upgrading an armored tricycle requires vehicle armor manufacturing blueprints and vehicle energy transformation blueprints. After all, it is fully armored and cannot be pedaled by human power. Lu Tu was unable to upgrade the next 2 upgrade directions due to incomplete accessories, so he could only choose the first upgrade direction, which was to fully surround the human-powered tricycle. Chapter 14 Team Configuration. Another effect of using the second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint is that it can break through the upper limit of the vehicle's defense performance. The highest defense performance of a first-level vehicle is 1 to 10, and Yihan's troop carrier is already 1 to 9 at this time. If he wants to reach 2 to 9, he needs to upgrade to a second-level vehicle. In addition, after the second-level vehicle is upgraded, the second-level vehicle accessories can also be installed. Otherwise, the first-level vehicle cannot be equipped with second-level vehicle accessories. After listening to Lu Tu's introduction, Yihan also looked forward to the upgrade of the vehicle behind him. I don't know what the future upgrade direction of my troop carrier will be. Why don't you try driving the new car first? With the power steering device, you should feel better. Yihan comforted Lu Tu, who was standing beside him. Lu Tu nodded, turned and walked to the rickshaw, opened the door, and was about to get on and pedal when he heard a voice from inside the car. Please scan the code before riding. Hearing the cold sound coming from the vehicle, Lu Tu's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Thief system. Why does this tricycle require scanning a code? Are you still a human being? Lu Tu cursed to the sky. It was detected that the player Lu Tu insulted the system, and the scanning function of Lu Tu's mobile phone was cancelled. Suddenly, the cold voice of the world system came from all around. When Lu Tu heard this, he shuddered and quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. System father, I was wrong. I will never dare to scold you again. You are a great man, and you don't bear grudges. After Lu Tu apologized, the world system started to sound again. The QR code scanning function of player Lu Tu's mobile phone is turned on for 3 minutes. Please scan the code and ride as soon as possible. The QR code scanning function will no longer be turned on after the deadline. Now, no matter how many complaints Lu Tu had, he didn't dare to curse directly. His face turned pale as if he had eaten shit, and he quickly got on the bike, then scanned the code. With a clear ding sound, the lock of the human-powered tricycle opened. Yihan on the side couldn't help but smile bitterly. The system of this world is still very narrow-minded. After scanning the code, Lu Tu wiped the sweat off his head, put on a relaxed look, and said to Yihan, Brother Yi, I'll go first. We'll meet again in the future. Yihan smiled and nodded. When he was about to go back to his car, he saw Lu Tu getting out of his car again and loading the Type 38 truck on the ground into his tricycle. Seeing Yihan looking towards him, Lu Tu smiled and explained, I plan to transform this bicycle into a unicycle and leave it to Huang Shan and Wang Chang. If there are other people who don't know how to ride it, they can experience it first. Yihan was amused by Lu Tu's day. This guy must have a twisted mentality from riding a bicycle. It is estimated that there will be many unlucky people riding unicycles in the Gobi Desert in the future. The two said goodbye immediately, and Yihan did not stay for too long. He gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he transform the interior space of the vehicle to improve its comfort, but most importantly, he obtained a large amount of supplies from the sale of the trading hall. The most important thing later is to upgrade the vehicle and improve the combat effectiveness as soon as possible. All kinds of drawings are still my first goal. Yihan was thinking about letting Wang Hu drive and continue exploring the Gobi Desert, but the rest of the journey was much more enjoyable for Yihan. He lay comfortably in the passenger seat, enjoying the cool breeze and eating dried meat. When he encountered a mutant beast on the road, he asked Wang Long to lead the soldiers to destroy it, while Wang Hu stayed in the car to protect his own safety. During the more than 1 hour journey, they encountered a total of 9 level 1 mutant beasts and 3 level 2 mutant beasts. This was naturally nothing for Wang Long and Wang Hu, who had been promoted to sergeant. At this time, as long as there are no groups of mutant beasts or lord-level mutant beasts, they will not pose any threat to Yihan. Guard 1 kills the first-level mutant desert wolf. Points? 10. Guard 3 kills the first-level mutant desert fox. Points? 10. Wang Long kills the second-level mutant desert scorpion. Points? 50. Wang Hu kills the second-level mutant desert ice lizard. Points? 50. After killing the mutant beast, Yihan's score column changed from 60 points to 300 points. As for the mutant beast meat, Yihan made all of it into sausages this time. Jerky will be eliminated sooner or later in the Gobi Desert because it is too dry. The fur was also made into blankets. After a brief thought, Yihan decided to use 300 points to summon an army soldier and a guard soldier. In this way, the number of soldiers under his command would reach 7, which was truly a normal squad combat capability. Army 1 reports to the commander. Guard 5 reports to the commander. Yihan looked at the newly recruited army soldier and saw that the firearms he carried were the same as those of the National Guard soldiers, except that his rifle was equipped with a holographic sight and a grenade launcher. However, the amount of ammunition was slightly more than that of Guard 1, and his military uniform was also 1 level higher. The military vests of Guard soldiers such as Wang Long and Wang Hu have stab-proof function, but the military vests of Army 1 already have certain bulletproof function. These 200 points are well spent. Yihan thought about it and asked the two to return to the team while replanning his own formation configuration. Wang Hu still serves as the squad leader, and Wang Long serves as the deputy squad leader. After all, only these two have basic command skills. As for the newly recruited Army 1, because he has intermediate combat qualities and intermediate shooting, Yihan lets him stay by his side as a guard. At the same time, several wooden treasure chests and an iron treasure chest were obtained along the way. The unpacking process was quite smooth and no mutant beasts suddenly appeared. In addition to obtaining some supplies, Yihan was surprised to find that he also got something else when he opened the wooden treasure chest. Basic outdoor stove set, can use wood as fuel, and has basic cooking functions. It's not bad, at least I don't have to chew on dried meat anymore. After the iron treasure chest is opened, there is only a blueprint inside, which is a level 1 car room expansion pack. Yihan had received something similar just now, which was the first level interior space expansion pack dropped when dismantling an old Jetta, but the gain this time was different from the last time. The interior space expansion pack directly expands the interior space by 10 square meters, while the room expansion pack creates a separate space in the car, also 10 square meters in size. Yihan thought for a moment and decided to use the extra room in the car as a soldier's dormitory. After all, the soldiers summoned by the system also need to rest. Yihan made 4 single beds and placed them in the dormitory for the soldiers to take turns to rest. So far, Yihan has opened several iron treasure chests, but has not obtained any second-level vehicle upgrade drawings. This shows that Lu Tu's luck is not something that everyone has. Yihan shook his head, threw away these messy thoughts, and looked at the time on the screen. It would be 12 o'clock in half an hour, which was the time the system said the task would be released. In order to face the next system task, Yihan decided to take a break. He was nervous all night and did not get enough rest, so he had to catch up on some sleep. Xiao AI, remind me to get up at 11:50. I'll take a nap first. Yihan said to Xiao AI with his eyes closed while lying on the chair. Okay, Commander, you can rest assured, Xiao AI said sweetly. Chapter 15 System Tasks. Yihan had not rested for long when he heard the sound of ding dong, and then it was Xiao AI's voice. Commander, wake up. Yihan woke up slowly. The time had already come to 11:50. In another 10 minutes, it would be the system task time. I don't know what the first mission of this system will be like. Yihan thought to himself and took a big sip of the water bottle, then said to Wang Long, Wang Long, lead your squad to prepare for battle. Wang Hu, pay attention to the surrounding situation. Army 1, protect my safety. Yes. The 3 men answered in unison, guns in hand. 10 minutes passed quickly, and when it reached 12 o'clock, a huge mechanical female voice was heard over the Gobi Desert. Time is up. There are currently 6,070 players alive. The system is assigning the first mission, Gobi Chase. Rule introduction. The system will teleport all players to closed sections of the road, where they will be chased by a group of motorcycle thugs. Task time, 3 hours. Achieve the goal. Shake off the motorcycle thugs or kill the motorcycle thugs. Reward criteria. Ranking is based on the results of task completion. Players who achieve the same results will be ranked according to the time of completion. Rewards. The first prize is 1 steel treasure chest, 2 iron treasure chests. Second place prize, 1 steel treasure chest, 1 iron treasure chest. Third place reward, 1 steel treasure chest. 4th to 15th place winners will receive 1 iron treasure chest. Other players who complete the task will receive a wooden treasure chest. 3. Now the mission begins. As soon as the system's voice fell, Yihan saw the vehicle wrapped in a dazzling blue light. When Yihan opened his eyes again, the surroundings had changed. I saw that the surrounding Gobi Desert had been blocked by a blue light curtain wall, and there was only one straight road in sight for driving. Apart from that, there were no other changes, and the motorcycle thugs mentioned by the system did not appear. Yihan frowned. Wang Hu, drive forward and explore first. After saying that, Yihan opened the communication hall to check the situation of other players. According to the system, they should be facing the same situation as him. Ha, I got a tank at the beginning. As long as I hide in it, I can definitely survive this mission. Lu Tu, I will never forgive you. You made me ride my unicycle, and I'm going to have a lot of fun later. Ding Han, Heba, the dog system is too disgusting, making me race against a motorcycle on a bicycle. Whoever has weapons, I will buy them at a high price. The desert convoy has plenty of weapons for sale. Bring us supplies in exchange. Why hasn't the motorcycle thugs that the system mentioned appeared yet? Is there a bug? Yihan was browsing the communication hall boredly when he suddenly heard the sound of a motorcycle engine. Report to the commander. 6 motorcycle bandits appeared behind the vehicle. Xiao AI reported immediately. Yihan looked back at the rear of the car and saw 6 thugs on motorcycles suddenly appearing 300 meters away from the vehicle. They were all holding machetes and hammers. The leader was holding a handmade crossbow and was driving towards Yihan quickly. The mobile phone also received information about the motorcycle thugs. Level 1 monster motorcycle bandit, equipped with a level 1 scooter, maximum speed of 60 km per hour, and armed with a machete. Level 2 monster motorcycle bandit, equipped with a level 2 scooter, top speed 100 km per hour, and armed with a handmade crossbow. Yihan smiled and didn't care. This mission was a test for others, but for himself. Wang Hu, stop the car on the side of the road and get ready to get out when I tell you to. Yihan ordered. When the motorcycle bandits behind him saw Yihan park his car on the side of the road, they immediately started to yell strangely, as if they thought Yihan was scared of them and wanted to beg for mercy from them. They all laughed and drove towards him even faster. When they were less than 50 meters away from Yihan, Yihan ordered, "Everyone get off the car. Shoot freely. Make sure to wipe out all the bandits." Yes, the 7 soldiers answered in unison. A team of armed soldiers immediately got off the troop carrier, raised their rifles, and started shooting wildly at the rioters. Damn it, are we kidding you? The leading thug screamed and tried to turn the car around and run away, but he was shot dead by Wang Hu just as he turned the corner. The remaining motorcycle bandits were in complete disarray, and the cool look they had just had on their motorcycles was gone. Wang Hu kills a level 2 monster motorcycle bandit. Points? 50. Wang Long kills a level 1 monster motorcycle bandit. Points? 10. Army 1 killed a level 1 monster motorcycle bandit. Points? 10. Guard 5 killed a level 1 monster motorcycle bandit. Points? 10. The battle was completely one-sided. These motorcycle bandits were like moving targets to the soldiers. The battle was over in less than a minute. Clean up the battlefield, Yihan said with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Commander, for getting a total of 100 points, 5 machetes, and 1 handmade crossbow. Xiao AI reported. Yihan originally wanted to dismantle all the bandits' motorcycles, but after the monsters summoned by these systems died, their bodies and motorcycles all disappeared, leaving only their weapons as trophies. But it doesn't matter. As for the 100 points obtained, Yihan does not plan to continue summoning guard soldiers. After all, the cost-effectiveness of army soldiers is higher than that of guard soldiers. Player Yihan completed the system task in 10 minutes and 20 seconds, with a completion rate of 100, ranking first. The mission rewards will be distributed uniformly after all players complete the mission. Please wait patiently. The voice of the world system sounded, but Yihan was not teleported back to the original Gobi world. It seems that I can only wait until the time is up before I can return to the original world and continue exploring. Yihan was a little bored. Use the rest of the time to rest. After all, the soldiers are tired after a day. Yihan thought about it and opened the communication hall to wait and see. Fuck, Master Yi is so awesome. He completed the task in just 10 minutes. Is this cheating? Woo woo woo, they are still chasing me now. If I hadn't drawn the car at the beginning, I would have been doomed. Can someone come and save me? Just run in peace upstairs. As long as they can't catch up, it's fine. I guess it's just that the mission completion rate is a little low. Is Brother Unicycle still alive? Who has weapons? I have blueprints in exchange. I need to change my weapon too. What the hell am I supposed to do with just a skinning knife? It seems that everyone is in great need of weapons. How can we not make a fortune from them now? Yihan pondered over it with a smile of a cunning businessman on his lips, and then he sent a message in the communication hall. I am now selling 5 machetes and a handmade crossbow. If you are interested, please bring blueprints and high-level resources to trade. As soon as the message was sent, the communication hall exploded. Damn it, Yi Shun, you are really my dear grandmother and grandfather. You are closer to me than my great-grandfather. Yi Shun is too tough. It looks like he has wiped out all the motorcycle thugs. Does Master Yi still need a younger brother? I'm Ding Han, and I can provide you with cooling services. In addition to some flattering messages, there were also people who verbally attacked Yi Han. For example, that kid named Huang Shan has come out to act like a clown again. Chapter 16 Arms Deal. Yi Han, since you have the ability to wipe out all the motorcycle bandits, you should give everyone some benefits. We are all from Earth, and we should unite and help each other when we come here. At this time, everyone lacks weapons to fight monsters, but you are selling them at a high price. What's the difference between this and taking advantage of others' misfortune? That's right. Do you really think Yi Han is selling weapons to you out of kindness? If he really means well, he should give them to everyone for free. Everyone, don't let Yi Han, the profiteer, succeed. Our desert team has extra weapons. As long as you join the team and make a certain contribution to the team, Captain Wang Chong can distribute weapons to everyone for free. I'm Wang Chong. I'm also selling weapons now. No blueprints are required. As long as you join the team, you can trade a small amount of supplies for a dagger. I only have one request, which is to boycott this profiteer Yi Han. Yi Han looked at the opposition voices that suddenly emerged in the communication hall and did not confront them. Instead, he smiled disdainfully. Don't you realize where you are here? Why are you trying to cyberbully me? There are still more than 6,000 people alive. Yi Han doesn't believe that Wang Chong can supply such a large number. What's more, the lethality of the dagger is far less than that of the machete and handmade crossbow. However, Wang Chong could provide so many daggers so unscrupulously. It was probably because he found something like a dagger manufacturing tutorial when he unboxed it. What Wang Chong and Huang Shan did attract a crowd of people, and many people chose to join Wang Chong's desert convoy. However, all of Yi Han's machetes were traded away. The 5 machetes were exchanged for a compound vegetable seed pack, a refrigerator manufacturing blueprint, a sofa manufacturing blueprint, a herb seed pack, and a first-level water tank manufacturing blueprint. There are basically no high-value drawings, which are better than nothing to others, but Yi Han can use them to improve his quality of life. That's right, when others were still pursuing survival, Yi Han had already set certain requirements for his quality of life. The handmade crossbow, as a long-range weapon, has a water source core. So Yi Han made another first-level drinking water producer, and the water tank manufacturing drawing also came in handy. First-level water storage tank manufacturing blueprint can store 50 L of water. Manufacturing requires 1 iron ingot and 5 plastics. At this time, Yi Han had no shortage of materials. He had made 2 first-level water tanks, but the things needed for the refrigerator were a bit too much. Refrigerator manufacturing blueprint requires electronic components, 3 refrigeration core, 1 iron ingot, 4 plastic, 2. This thing can only be made after all the materials are gathered later. Yi Han didn't think any more and used wood, 2 and blanket, 1 to make a sofa to replace his worn-out co-pilot seat. During the boring waiting time, Yi Han's stomach made a gurgling sound. Although the soldiers had no complaints about eating dried meat, Yi Han did not want his soldiers to live such a miserable life. So Yi Han took out some water and bought the iron pot and bowl and chopstick drawings from the trading market. After making the pot and bowl, Yi Han started cooking. At this time, there were only ham sausages and dried meat in the car. There were seasonings, but no vegetables. It seems that I can only make a simple broth. Yi Han smacked his lips, obviously dissatisfied. Yi Han suddenly remembered that he had received many seed packets today, and he already had a formula for a first-level planting culture medium blueprint. It seemed that he would have to put farming on the agenda soon. Now boil a pot of water on the cooking facility in the car, then simply cut the dried meat and ham into pieces and throw them into the pot. When they are almost cooked, add salt, light soy sauce, and a little sugar for seasoning. 10 minutes later, a pot of fragrant broth was ready. The only regret was that there were no vegetables. However, for the players at this stage, Yihan's life was something they could only dream of. After serving the broth to the soldiers in the car, he stretched his muscles and then lay comfortably on the sofa to taste the broth. Looking at the soldiers, Wang Long and Wang Hu's faces turned rosy after drinking the broth. Obviously, the improvement of the quality of food is also helpful for improving the combat effectiveness of these soldiers. Yihan's cooking skills can only be described as SOSO, and cooking for 7 or 8 people is indeed a bit tiring, even if it is just cooking a soup. I don't know if Xiao AI's system can summon cooks in the future. Yihan murmured to himself, looking forward to the upgrade of the system mall in the future. This requires the commander to upgrade his military rank. Xiao AI replied, "By the way, I've been busy with trading and fighting monsters recently. How can I improve my military rank?" Yihan asked. The commander needs to summon the current quota of personnel before he can unlock the rank upgrade system. The current commander is a second lieutenant and can summon at most 1 reinforced squad, which is 10 soldiers. Xiao AI explained to Yihan. Yihan was immediately surprised. It turned out that there was an upper limit to the number of soldiers he could summon. Not counting the sacrifice guard too, he had already summoned 7 soldiers. If he summoned 3 more, the number would be full. The 7 soldiers are composed of 6 National Guard soldiers and 1 army soldier. The National Guard soldiers are composed of 2 sergeants and guards 1, 3, 4, and 5. Yihan resisted the urge to summon the National Guard soldiers again. Forget it, he decided to save it for summoning the army soldiers. As Yihan thought about it, he felt a wave of fatigue coming over him. Alas, being a commander is not easy. It is a job that requires a lot of brainpower. Sometimes, he envied Lu Tu because he only needed to use his feet and didn't need to use his brain at all. It seems that he will have to find some formula for brain-boosting pills or tranquilizing liquid later. As Yihan was thinking, he fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. The 7 soldiers around him were on high alert, ready to protect Yihan's safety at any time. On the other side, Lu Tu was pedaling his tricycle hard while using a machete to chop off the approaching motorcycle bandits. He was already sweating profusely from exhaustion. If he knew what Yihan was thinking at this moment, he would be so angry that he would die. Yihan hadn't slept for too long when he suddenly heard the voice of the world system. System task time is up. Now we will start calculating the player task completion ranking and issuing rewards. First place, Yihan, mission completion rate 100, time used, 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Second place, Wang Chang, task completion rate 100, time taken 49 minutes. Third place, Ma Dazhuang, 100 completion rate, 1 hour and 11 minutes. Fourth place, Zhang Ziqiang, mission completion 100, time taken, 1 hour and 13 minutes. Seventh place, Lu Miao Miao, mission completion rate 100, time taken 1 hour and 27 minutes. Eighth place, Lu Tu, mission completion 100, time taken, 1 hour and 36 minutes. Ninth place, Huang Shan, task completion 100, time taken, 1 hour and 41 minutes. Chapter 17 Steel Treasure Chest. Yihan looked at the rankings and found several familiar names in the top 10. Wang Chang and Huang Shan were naturally needless to say. As for Lu Tu, he not only upgraded his vehicle but also his physique and pistol, so it was not surprising that he ranked high. However, Yihan was surprised that Lu Miao Miao could actually rank 7th, even ahead of Lu Tu. It seems that the seemingly weak little girl is not simple. Yihan thought to himself. As the rankings were announced, Yihan felt a sudden flash in front of his eyes, and then the troop carrier returned to the position before the mission began. Not far in front of the car were 3 treasure chests neatly arranged, 1 steel and 2 iron treasure chests. This is the system reward Yihan received for completing the task with the first place. I wonder what will come out of the steel treasure chest. Yihan rubbed his hands together, suppressing the excitement in his heart. According to the rules of the world system, the quality of things in a steel treasure chest must be higher than that in an iron treasure chest. Forget it, let's open the iron box first. I hope I can get a second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint. Yihan thought to himself as he walked to the 2 iron boxes. Both iron boxes were opened, but to Yihan's disappointment, the second-level vehicle upgrade blueprints were not found as he wished. Players will receive 1 level 1 car interior room expansion pack, 1 bulletproof glass modification blueprint, and some common supplies. Yihan had drawn a card from the level 1 car room expansion pack before. That room had been used by Yihan as a soldier's dormitory. After thinking about this one, Yihan decided to use it as his commander's lounge. Another bulletproof glass modification blueprint is also useful. Although Yihan's troop carrier has been equipped with first-level vehicle-mounted iron armor, the glass is still just ordinary glass. Although I didn't get the vehicle upgrade blueprint, I was still satisfied with the results. Immediately, Yihan walked to the steel treasure chest and opened it. The player obtains the blueprint, Planting and Cultivation Room Renovation Blueprint. A 100 square meter planting and cultivation space can be opened up in the car. The space can provide sufficient oxygen and light, and must be used with the planting culture medium. Required materials: 10 steel ingots, 1 oxygen generator, 1 second-level flame attribute Lord-level mutant beast crystal core, 10 glass. After seeing it, Yihan was delighted at first, but then he felt a headache. This thing required too many things. Not to mention the second-level Lord-level crystal core, he didn't know where to get the oxygen generator. Forget it. I can only try my luck in the trading market. After carefully putting away the drawings for the transformation of the planting and cultivation room, Yihan first used the bulletproof glass modification drawings to upgrade the troop carrier. With the bulletproof glass, the defense performance of the troop carrier also reached 1 to 10. This is the top defense for a level 1 vehicle. If you want to upgrade it further, you need to upgrade the vehicle to level 2. As for the room expansion pack, Yihan placed his single bed, blanket, and cooking facilities in it after using it. This way, the car always looked much tidier. Let's leave it at that for now. Yihan was a little dissatisfied, but there was nothing else he could do at this moment. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the sun would set in less than 3 hours. Yihan ordered Wang Hu to continue with the previous plan, keep driving forward, look for mutant beasts to kill and earn points, and get some supply boxes by the way. However, he was busy until the afternoon and did kill a few mutant beasts, which increased Yihan's points from 100 to 210. However, he did not encounter any iron treasure chests, but only wooden treasure chests. Yihan envied Lu Tu's luck in finding the iron treasure chest while walking. Why not get Lu Tu to join us? But Yihan dismissed this idea as soon as it came out. The Xiaoai system involved too many things, and Yihan could not expose his cards to others at this time. Besides, he did not know Lu Tu well enough. The sunlight disappears at the end of the Gobi Desert, and dusk sweeps in. There is no one in the vast Gobi Desert, and it looks particularly lonely and desolate. Yihan asked Wang Hu to stop driving and park the car on the side of the road. According to the system, the efficiency of obtaining supplies in the Gobi Desert at night is low and it is easy to encounter danger, so there is no need for Yihan to take risks at this time. Turning on the lights in the car, Yihan began to prepare dinner. Yihan was no longer satisfied with the bland broth at noon, so he first looked around the trading hall to see if he could find some other ingredients. After some searching, I found that someone was selling peppers, tomatoes, and even eggs. However, the quantity is very small, and the asking price is only 2-4 L of drinking water. Others would naturally not buy it. However, Yihan now has 3 drinking water generators that are continuously producing water, and 1 water storage tank is already full, so this little water is of no use to him. When the ingredients arrived, Yihan started to prepare them in the car. He decided to make stir-fried pork with peppers and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. First, simply marinate the mutant beast meat with seasonings, then heat the pan, and when the oil temperature is about right, sprinkle the meat in and stir-fry briefly. After a dozen seconds, sprinkle the chili pepper, stir-fry for a while, sprinkle salt, and then serve. As for the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, that is Yihan's specialty. After the 2 dishes were cooked, Yihan brought them to the dining table in the middle of the car, set out the dishes and chopsticks, and put 2 small bread rolls and a sausage in each bowl. Yihan asked the soldiers to sit down and cleared his throat. Soldiers, the second day in the Gobi world is about to end. We encountered many risks on the road, but thanks to you, we can get through it safely. I will toast you with water instead of wine. After hearing this, the soldiers looked determined and said in unison with burning eyes, "It is our duty to protect the commander." Okay, let's start eating. Yihan smiled with satisfaction. While eating, Yihan suddenly had an idea. He took a picture of the food on the table and sent it to the communication hall. It was not for showing off. Yihan was thinking more far-reachingly. Although sending such a thing at this time would definitely make many people dissatisfied, it could also be used to test Wang Chang's attitude and undermine the morale of the desert convoy. As for being hated, Yihan didn't care at all. After all, the desert convoy had already set their sights on him. Are you still a human being? Judging from the amount of food, it's probably enough for 7 or 8 people. Are you making so much as a tribute? That's right. I despise Yishan. It's shameful to waste. Besides, does Yishan need any younger brothers? I'm easy to support. Master Yi, can you let me lick the plate after you finish eating? I'm so hungry. Looking at the wailing in the communication hall, Yihan thought for a moment, took out some food and water, and put them in the trading hall, and sent a message. I am selling 200 portions of dried meat and ham sausage, as well as some water. You can just exchange them for the supplies you don't need. I hope everyone can get through this difficult time. Chapter 18 Armor Trade. As soon as Yihan sent the message, the communication hall was filled with voices of gratitude towards Yihan. Naturally, the things Yihan put up were sold out in an instant. Those who got them were naturally happy, but those who didn't begged Yihan to put up more. However, what Yihan didn't expect was that Huangshan didn't step forward to provoke a fight this time. On the other side of the Gobi Desert, several SUVs were parked together. A bonfire was lit in front of a fully armed Hummer. Several men sat in front of it, some with gloomy faces and some with envy. Captain, Yihan is showing off his reserves in the group right now, which is clearly a provocation to you. If our desert team doesn't take some action, I'm afraid others will really regard him as some kind of god. A man with a feminine and cunning face said. The other team members remained silent, because Wang Chang's face was not looking good at the moment. They knew that when the captain was unhappy, only the staff officer Wang Chang could say a few words to him. If it were someone else, Wang Chang would only use them as a tool to vent his emotions. Wang Chang suddenly smiled, and the scar on his face twisted like a centipede as his muscles moved. Let this kid jump around for another night. We'll have enough materials to make the player locator. Tomorrow, all of Yihan's reserves will be ours. After he finished speaking, he turned around and ordered, Tonight, you guys will explore 2 kilometers around the camp and collect more supplies. I will continue to make weapons. Tomorrow, we will encircle and suppress Yihan. After hearing this, a man turned pale and said tremblingly, Captain, isn't it a bit risky to go out exploring at night? Wang Chang's eyes darkened, and he pointed the cold shotgun in his hand at the man. You dare to question me? Seeing this, the man hurriedly shook his head. Let's go now, let's go now. Several team members drove away from the camp, leaving only Wang Chang and a few key members. Wang Chang stroked the shotgun in his hand. He had just escaped from prison before coming to this world, and the gun in his hand was taken from the guard. Not only that, he also had a pistol hanging around his waist, and the backbones in front of him also had a handmade crossbow in their hands. These are what he relies on to deal with Yihan. Yihan, tomorrow is the day you die. No one here dares to go against me like you do. Wang Chang murmured with gritted teeth. Yihan, who was on the other side of the Gobi Desert, naturally didn't know that he had been targeted. He was trading in the trading hall while chewing on dried meat. He had a good harvest today and wanted to take these things out to continue trading. For example, that exquisite women's clothing is definitely very attractive to female players. In addition, with the support of the Xiaoai system, you can also use the Xiaoai system to make extra vehicle-mounted iron armor. Iron armor has good defensive effectiveness against ordinary swords, but it cannot resist bullets after all. This is why Yihan dared to sell it. On the one hand, players are eager to improve the defense of their vehicles at this time. On the other hand, as long as the survival rate of the players is guaranteed, he will have more customers. My needs are also very simple. In addition to the drawings, I also need an oxygen generator, a water source core, a refrigeration core, and electronic components. Needless to say, the water source core is the core material for making drinking water producers. More water is better at this time. Although many players now have a source of drinking water, the drinking water market is still huge. The oxygen generator is related to whether his farming business can be carried out. After all, he needs to recruit more soldiers, and the food and grass must be prepared before the troops move. Yihan doesn't want to summon his soldiers and end up with them hungry. As for the refrigeration core and electronic components, they are the materials used to make refrigerators. Who wouldn't want a cold drink in the vast Gobi Desert? Yihan first made 10 sets of first-level vehicle-mounted iron armor, which consumed a total of 200 units of iron ingots. Almost all the iron ingots he got from today's transaction were used up. In addition, Yihan also put 10 sets of fur blankets on the shelves. This thing still has a certain market in the Gobi Desert at night. After all, people like Lu Tu who have poor initial vehicles still need blankets to keep warm. I am currently selling 10 sets of iron armor and 10 sets of blankets. I need oxygen generators, water source cores, refrigeration cores, electronic components, or advanced blueprints. If you are interested, please contact me privately. Once the message was sent, the situation in the communication hall became turbulent again. Yihan is definitely cheating. 10 sets of armor. If this isn't cheating, then what is? Why doesn't the world system take care of this shit? System prompt. Player Zhou Cheng insulted the system and is banned for 24 hours. Dad Yi Shun, you are truly my god. Brother Yi, can the price be lower? We don't have any of the things you mentioned. If you don't have any, then stand aside. I'll go change first. You guys can chat slowly. The first person to come to the door was none other than Lu Miao Miao. Yihan, I have a first-level healing agent formula here. It's worth it to exchange it for a set of vehicle armor, right? Yihan was delighted. The value of the drug formula was self-evident. Exchanging it for a set of vehicle-mounted armor was a completely equivalent business. However, what Yihan did not expect was that Lu Miao Miao would actually exchange it for this thing. After all, wouldn't it be more profitable to make and sell medicine by himself? Lu Miao Miao naturally had her own considerations for exchanging the healing agent formula. She had unpacked 2 copies of this thing, and if she didn't exchange it, it would just be sitting there unused. Forget it. I don't need this thing myself. But considering that you are a girl, I will give you a little benefit. Just send me the transaction request. Yihan couldn't help but act meanly again. Lu Miao Miao on the other end was also speechless, but still sent a transaction request. Players sell the first-level vehicle armor to obtain the first-level healing agent formula. First-level healing agent formula can treat minor injuries, has hemostatic and anti-inflammatory effects, requires 4 herbs, 1 glass. Yihan had used this thing on Wang Long before, and the therapeutic effect was quite good. With this thing, he had another business. After the transaction was completed, Lu Miao Miao sent another message immediately. Yihan, do you want an oxygen concentrator? Take a look at what this is. When the photo came, Yihan took a look at it, and his pupils shrank. On it was the manufacturing drawing of the oxygen generator. This Lu Miao Miao actually has so many good things. Yihan pondered for a moment. This girl must have sent this thing not just for Yihan to see. This thing does have some use for me. Tell me what you want. Weapons, drinking water, or food? Yihan replied to Lu Miao Miao. Lu Miao Miao on the other end smiled as if her plan had succeeded. She couldn't wait to take a photo and reply to Yihan. The only thing she was thinking was, you damn Yihan, I see you won't beg me nicely this time. The photo was taken in Lu Miao Miao's car. There were water collectors and food. There was also a handmade crossbow and a baseball bat full of nails hanging on the seat. Perhaps Lu Miao Miao took the photo too hastily and accidentally included her own smooth thighs. I have no shortage of weapons, water, and food. Yihan looked at the thighs in the photo and Lu Miao Miao's information and was a little confused. After thinking for a moment, his mind suddenly became clear. Oh, seducing me? You're in need of a man, right? Chapter 19. Listen up, everyone. Yihan continued to send messages. Although I really need the oxygen concentrator, if you want to use it to exchange for my body, then I advise you to save your money. I, Yihan, am not such a casual person. Besides, it's too insincere for you to just send me your thighs. I won't do business with insincere partners. Lu Miao Miao was a little confused when she saw the message sent by Yihan. Then she seemed to have remembered something and quickly clicked on the photo she had sent to take a look. Upon seeing this, Lu Miao Miao's face immediately turned red with shame, and then she wanted to withdraw the photo in anger, but found that she couldn't. You fucking Yihan. Delete the photos for me. Yihan was puzzled. What do you mean? You are angry because the deal didn't go through, right? Lu Miao Miao on the other end was almost pissed off by Yihan. It took her a long time to suppress her anger. She didn't expect that she wanted to make Yihan lose face, but ended up being teased by him instead. She gritted her teeth and replied to Yihan. I'm not in the mood to chat with you so much. I just took that picture by accident. If you want the oxygen generator blueprint, in addition to exchanging it with an equal amount of materials, you have to beg me. Post it in the exchange hall. Today, I, Yihan, beg Lu Miao Miao to give me the oxygen generator, and you are not allowed to be a cheapskate in front of me in the future. Yihan's heart sank after seeing this. This woman was going a bit too far. Let's just solve our problems between us. What do you mean by treating everyone else as part of your play? However, Yihan couldn't do something like threatening Lu Miao Miao with the photo. Besides, the photo only showed white thighs but not the face, so it was not threatening at all. Yihan replied coldly. If you don't want to change, forget it. As for me begging you, it's impossible. It was impossible for Yihan not to feel uncomfortable after saying this. Lu Miao Miao was a woman whose mind was hard to guess. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds to trade the oxygen concentrator to me? Why make it so complicated? Speechless, Yihan suddenly remembered that he still had a piece of exquisite women's clothing. The properties of that thing were almost impossible for a woman to refuse. Why not? Thinking of this, Yihan sent the attribute diagram of women's clothing to Lu Miao Miao. If you think it's okay, I'll trade this for the oxygen generator blueprint. It was almost half an hour before Lu Miao Miao replied to the message. It's okay if you ask me for help. Wang Chang from the desert team also came to see me just now. If you don't ask me for help, I will give it to him. Although Lu Miao Miao said so, she actually didn't want to do business with Wang Chang. She had met Wang Chang and his gang on the road before. If her car hadn't been fast, she would have fallen into Wang Chang's hands. She had already known from other people what the character of the desert caravan was like. If a man was caught, his supplies would be confiscated and he would be forced to join the caravan. As for the women, they basically became playthings of Wang Chong and his gang. In the Gobi Desert where there is no law, Wang Chong and his gang have completely degenerated into rampant bandits. Yihan thought about it again and again, and then replied, "Okay, then give me the thing." Lu Miao Miao was overjoyed to get Yihan's reply. She finally had a way out. Then she happily traded the oxygen generator drawings to Yihan and reminded Yihan while quickly looking at the clothes in her hand. "Don't go back on your word. If you lose your integrity, I won't do business with you anymore." "Don't worry," Yihan replied and looked at the oxygen generator drawing in his hand. Oxygen generator blueprint. Required materials. Level 1 Lord level mutant beast crystal core, steel ingot, 5, iron ingot, 3, mechanical component, 2, electronic component, 1 glass, 1. The materials are all there. Then Yihan sent a message in the communication hall. "Listen carefully everyone. I'm Yihan, and I have something to say to Miss Lu Miao Miao." When the others saw Yihan, who usually didn't talk much, send a message, they all ran out immediately. "Damn, there are melons. What's going on? Who is Lu Miao Miao? You're not going to confess your feelings, are you? You two are so inhumane. Everyone's life is harder than the other, but you two are treating us as just part of your play, right?" Yihan ignored the messages from others and just said it lightly. "Lu Miao Miao, I beg you, please don't bother me anymore." After saying this, Yihan closed the communication, leaving the communication hall in a mess in an instant. "Ha ha ha ha, that's what I told you. How could Yi Shun be easily taken down by a woman? Yihan, FKU, I, Lu Miao Miao, will never forgive you. Brothers, the clown is coming. Laugh at her. Don't be angry, girl. Yihan is not good at all. Why don't you consider me?" While Lu Miao Miao was madly cursing Yihan as a scumbag in the communication hall, the armor and blankets that Yihan had put up for sale were basically sold out. One of the blankets was bought by Lu Tuesday. Yihan then remembered that Lu Tu was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts when they met. He must have been very cold. This time, the oxygen generator, refrigeration core, and water source core were obtained. In addition, several blueprints were also obtained, including fluorescent lamp manufacturing blueprints, first-level generator manufacturing blueprints, and advanced materials such as copper sheets and bearings. What surprised Yihan was that Wang Chong also bought 2 sets of armor, one in exchange for the dagger manufacturing tutorial and the other in exchange for the first-level engine repair kit. Yihan took a look and understood Wang Chong's thoughts. The dagger manufacturing was actually of no use to him. Wang Chong must have exchanged this thing for a more advanced weapon manufacturing tutorial. As for the engine repair kit, Wang Chong certainly didn't expect that there was really a problem with Yihan's troop carrier engine, otherwise he would not have come to exchange it. Wang Chong originally wanted to exchange his useless things for Yihan's armor, but it turned out to be a good thing. Delighted, Yihan first used the engine repair kit. After the repair, the troop carrier, which originally had a speed of only 40 kilometers per hour, now had a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, and the speed shortcoming was finally made up. Although not fast, it is not too far behind others. Then Yihan used the materials at hand to make a refrigerator and a first-level generator, as well as a fluorescent lamp and a first-level drinking water producer. At this time, the lights in the car are bright. The energy of the generator can be replaced by the energy on board the car. The refrigerator can also produce ice water and preserve meat because of the electricity. There are also 4 first-level drinking water producers, which can produce 96 L of water every day. Yihan lay on the sofa and looked at the things in the car with a satisfied smile. As for the dagger-making tutorial, it was indeed a bit useless to Yihan. After much consideration, Yihan decided to give the dagger manufacturing tutorial to Lu Tu as he had too much business on hand. First, there was the drinking water trade, food trade, and blanket trade, and now there are the level 1 therapeutic agent trade and armor trade. I am also responsible for the food and management in the car, and I really feel overwhelmed. It is better to let Lu Tu do it. You can provide the materials and tutorials, and Lu Tu will be responsible for sales. You can split the profits 80:20. Lu Tu was naturally happy and patted his chest to assure Yihan. However, the second-level blueprint he had drawn from the steel treasure chest, the renovation of the planting and cultivation room, was still lacking materials. He already had the oxygen generator, but the only scarce item was the second-level flame attribute Lord-level mutant beast crystal core. Yihan didn't know where to get this thing, and it was impossible to buy it in the trading hall. He could only try his luck later. But then again, although he now had 7 soldiers under his command, he was still unsure whether he could capture the second-level Lord-level mutant beast. However, Yihan only had 210 points at the moment, and could only summon 1 army soldier or 2 National Guard soldiers, but he still needed 3 more to meet the promotion requirements. But Yihan only wants army soldiers now, which requires a full 600 points. The gap between 210 and 600 is not small. After all, killing a level 1 mutant beast only provides 10 points, and a level 2 mutant beast only provides 50 points. A first-level Lord-level mutant beast can provide 100 points, but that thing is too rare, and I have only encountered one so far. Chapter 20 Day 3. Yihan thought about it again and again, and decided to focus on accumulating points tomorrow. After all, the Xiaoai system is the foundation of his life, although trading materials is also important. Forget it, don't think too much about it. It was almost 10 o'clock, and there might be mutant beast attacks in the Gobi Desert at any time. Yihan asked Wang Hu to arrange the night shifts. Guards 1345 would be on duty at night, each for 2 hours, while Wang Hu and Army 1 would take turns to guard the duty situation and protect Yihan's safety. Yihan was lying on the single bed and curled up in a fur blanket, feeling extremely comfortable. There were 7 soldiers guarding outside his room, and he felt an indescribable sense of security. Compared to the first night when he was scared, this night was much better. However, others were not as lucky as Yihan. They either huddled in their cars and dared not fall asleep, or were forced to take risks and explore in the Gobi Desert. The night passed quickly. Yihan slept particularly soundly on the second night in the Gobi world. When he woke up the next day, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Wang Hu knocked on Yihan's door to report what happened last night. Report to the commander. Squad leader Wang, who has a military report. Yihan rubbed his sleepy eyes and said drowsily, "Come in and report." "Yes." Wang Hu walked into the room, stood in front of Yihan's bed, and reported loudly. At 2 a.m. last night, a team of level 1 mutant beasts attacked. There were 6 of them. Guard 3, the soldier on duty that night, woke me up immediately. After a brief assessment, Wang Long and I decided not to disturb the commander's sleep and solve the problem ourselves. We earned 60 points in total and consumed 76 rifle bullets and 12 pistol bullets. At 4 o'clock in the morning, we were attacked by 3 level 1 mutant beasts and 2 level 2 mutant beasts. Our army dealt with them immediately, consuming 63 rifle bullets and 1 grenade, and gained 130 points. Last night, we gained a total of 190 points, and Army 1 was promoted to sergeant in last night's battle. No one in the army was injured. Please review, Commander. Wang Hu's report was not only professional, but also detailed. Yihan nodded with satisfaction after listening to it. Walking out of the room and coming to the cab, Xiao AI also reported sweetly. "Good morning, Commander. You currently have a total of 400 points. Not bad. It seems that I do have a certain level of combat power now. There is no need for me to show up during the beast attack last night. Wang Hu and Wang Long, who have mastered basic command skills, can handle it with ease." Yihan thought about it and decided to use all 400 points and summon 2 army soldiers to make up for the ammunition lost last night. After all, he was currently unable to replenish ammunition through the system. Army 2 reports to the commander. Army 3 reports to the commander. Yihan thought for a moment. Army 1 was promoted to sergeant in last night's battle and had basic command skills, but his personal combat ability was higher than that of Wang Long and Wang Hu. So Yihan divided the soldiers into 2 groups. The first group was still commanded by Wang Long and Wang Hu, and the second group was commanded by Army 1. Army 2 and Army 3 were incorporated into the second group. In this way, the 2 combat teams can cooperate in combat, with one group serving as a mobile group and the other as a main force group. Just after Yihan finished rearranging his team configuration, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang in his ears. "Congratulations to all players who have survived to the 3rd day in the Gobi world. The current number of surviving players in the area is 5362. The system will release the 3rd day's tasks below." Yihan was shocked after hearing this. The system had only released the mission at noon yesterday, but it hadn't been expected that it would be released early this morning. The world was getting earlier and earlier. Could it be that the system thought there were too many players? This meant that everyone basically had no time to explore. Day 3 mission. Destroy the beast group. Mission rules. The system will release a map of the beast herds in the current area to all players. Players can follow the map to eliminate the beast herds. This will take 12 hours. At 6 p.m. today, the system will rank players based on the number of beast herds they have eliminated. The last 1,000 players will be directly removed from the list by the system. Please be prepared. Task reward. First place, Artificial Intelligence Driving Package. Second place, Vehicle-mounted 12.7mm caliber machine gun modification blueprint, with 200 rounds of ammunition. Third place, a Glock pistol. Fourth to 10th place, steel treasure chest. 11th to 100th place, iron treasure box, 2. Number 101 to the last one, wooden treasure chest, 5. The rules of the world mission had just been explained, but unexpectedly, Xiao AI in the car spoke first. Commander, I want it. As soon as Xiao AI opened his mouth, Yihan's face was filled with black lines, and he looked at Xiao AI on the screen with a strange expression. Xiao AI blushed when she felt Yihan's gaze, and hurriedly explained to Yihan, "No, Commander, I want the first prize. With the upgrade of the artificial intelligence driving package, Xiao AI can really help the commander." Yihan rolled his eyes and said, "Of course I know you are talking about reward. Could that really be what you mean?" As the world system voice ended, a parchment map was handed to Yihan. Yihan opened it and took a look. It was indeed a distribution map of mutant beasts in the area, and it even thoughtfully marked the strength of the beasts. The vast majority of them were first-level mutant beasts, and there were only a few first-level Lord-level mutant beasts. Yihan kept looking at the end of the map when his eyes suddenly flickered. The end of the map is marked in blood-red font with a second-level Lord-level mutant beast, the Flame Lion King. Yihan took a deep breath. If he guessed correctly, the Flame Lion King had the second-level fire attribute Lord Crystal Core that he needed. That thing is the key to start your farming career. After all, there will be more soldiers in the future, and it will be difficult to feed the army just by killing mutant beasts. Those above the rank of sergeant, come to the seating area for a meeting, Yihan said, taking a deep breath. Wang Long, Wang Hu, and Army 1 sat around Yihan at the wooden table. Wang Hu looked at the map and reported to Yihan, "Commander, with the current ammunition stock of our army, it may be difficult to defeat the Flame Lion King, and we don't know if there are any lions around it." Yihan frowned. For the first time, he felt the urge to smoke. He had been in this world for so long, and his smoking addiction was temporarily suppressed because of life and death reasons. However, with the improvement of his sense of security and the increase of power, the pressure also increased, and the previously suppressed smoking addiction resurfaced. Then if we fill up the current staff, that is, add one more army soldier, can we fight? Yihan asked with a frown. Wang Hu and Wang Long looked at each other and shook their heads. Army 1 thought for a moment and said to Yihan, "Although the close combat ability of the army soldiers is better than that of the guard soldiers, they are not enough in front of the second-level mutant beasts, especially the Lord-level ones. The amount of ammunition provided by a soldier is also difficult to change the situation of the battle." Seeing that the three of them were not optimistic about this battle, Yihan felt a little embarrassed. After thinking for a long time, he could not find a good solution. Whether it was to get the first place in today's task reward or to build a planting and cultivation room, the second-level Lord was an unavoidable hurdle. Chapter 21, Lord-level Wild Boar. After a long time, Yihan slapped his thigh, clearing the depressing atmosphere in the car. "Forget it, let's not think about that for now. Why don't you plant crops just because you hear the crickets chirping? Since the second-level Lords are temporarily defeated, let's focus on exterminating the first-level Lord-level beasts. We must fill up the current personnel before noon." As soon as the order was given, everyone in the car stood up and saluted. "We swear to complete the mission to the death." Afterwards, Yihan quickly determined the first beast extermination point based on the distribution of the beasts on the map. It was about 70 kilometers away from him. The map indicated that there was a first-level mutant beast lord named Wild Boar King there. The vehicle started and drove quickly towards the mutant beast territory. On the way, Yihan and the soldiers also simply replenished their energy. At the current speed of the troop carrier, the 70-kilometer journey can be reached in about an hour. Yihan was too lazy to pay attention to the wooden treasure chests encountered along the way. Only when he encountered an iron treasure chest did Yihan order Wang Hu to stop the car and go down to open the box himself. Perhaps the treasure chest sensed what Yihan was thinking, for it actually contained a level 1 car toilet expansion pack and a box of Ding brand cigarettes. The first level onboard toilet expansion pack can open up a 3-square-meter toilet in the car, which only contains a squat toilet. The structure is a bit like the toilet on the green train on Earth. Although it is simple, at least Yihan doesn't have to risk getting off the train to use the toilet. What made Yihan happiest was the pack of Dingxi cigarettes. This thing was sold for 3 yuan a pack on Earth before and was almost eliminated by the market. But in Yihan's eyes at this time, it was more tempting than Jiawu and Huazi. Yihan bought a lighter at the market and then slowly lit a cigarette, savoring it carefully. To be honest, the smoke was very choking, but Yihan still smoked the whole cigarette. Remind readers, smoking is harmful to health. Don't touch it if you don't smoke. After driving for an hour, the troop carrier finally arrived at the location of the beast herd. Yihan did not let Wang Hu drive the car to the front, but instead stopped it 1 kilometer away. As the art of war says, only when you know yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Yihan believed this deeply. After parking the car, he turned around and deployed the battle plan. Wang Long, you lead 2 guards to scout the enemy. Don't expose yourself. Just get a clear idea of the strength of the beasts. Don't put yourself in danger. Army 1 leads 2 army soldiers to take care of Wang Long, and Wang Hu leads the rest of the soldiers to stand by in the car. Yes. After receiving their assigned tasks, the soldiers set off quickly, while Yihan waited in the car. Soon Wang Long and Lu Jun first came back. Report to the commander. There are 3 beasts in the group ahead, consisting of a level 1 lord and 2 level 2 common mutant beasts. There are no signs of other mutant beasts within 1 kilometer. Yihan nodded after hearing this. With his current strength, he could completely wipe out these mutant beasts. Wang Hu, drive straight to the mutant beast group. After reaching the herd, quickly lead Group 1 to get out of the car and open fire, and Group 2 will cover and open fire from inside the car. The troop carrier quickly reached the herd of beasts, and Yihan could see clearly that it was a giant wild boar as big as the Wolf King on the first night. Its pair of fangs were about 2 meters long and as thick as an adult's arm. The 2 second-level mutant beasts were also wild boars, but they were the size of tigers. When they saw Yihan and his group breaking in, they all let out angry grunts, and then rushed straight towards the troop carrier. The ground made loud thumping sounds with their footsteps. The army soldiers in the vehicle opened fire first, and then the guards, led by Wang Long and Wang Hu, got out of the vehicle and leaned against the troop carrier to open fire. 7 rifles fired at the same time, and the huge gunshots shook the vast Gobi Desert. But what Yihan did not expect was that the defense of these 3 mutant beasts was surprisingly high. The lynxes and wolves he had encountered before could not be killed by a few shots, but at least their movements would be slightly hindered. However, these wild boars had thick skin and flesh and were fine after being shot several times. Yihan shouted, "Not good." Wang Long and Wang Hu lead the soldiers to get in the car quickly. Wang Hu drives the car, and the other soldiers open fire in the car. The troop carrier quickly drove away from the spot, and 3 huge wild boars chased after the vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 soldiers pointed their guns at the wild boars behind them and kept firing. Although the wild boars looked bulky, they ran surprisingly fast, not much slower than the troop carrier. As long as the troop carrier slows down a bit, the wild boar will hit it hard at the rear. The vehicle has been detected to be attacked by a mutant beast, current damage level 3. Damn it. Again. Yihan's face was full of black lines. Fortunately, those 2 were level 2 mutant beasts after all. Although they had thick skin and flesh, they could not withstand the volley of rifle fire. They did not hold on for long before the 2 ordinary mutant beasts fell first. Army 1 kills the level 2 mutant Gobi boar, points 50. Wang Long kills the level 2 mutant Gobi boar, points 50. As the 2 ordinary mutant wild boars fell, the Lord Wild Boar suddenly became furious. Its bristles stood up, its eyes were bloodshot, and it suddenly roared and increased its speed. Before Yihan could react, the wild boar crashed into the back of the troop carrier. If Yihan could see the rear of the vehicle, he would be surprised to find that a deep dent had been made on the iron armor at the rear of the troop carrier. Damn it! Why does this thing feel more difficult to deal with than the Wolf King that day? The dog system strengthens the monster, right? Yihan couldn't help but curse. The system detects that player Yihan insults the system and rewards him with an electric shock package. In an instant, Yihan felt a current surging up to the soles of his feet, and then his whole body felt a tearing pain, and his hair stood up. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a few seconds. Yihan endured the pain and couldn't stop cursing the dog system in his heart. Sooner or later, I will tear you apart. But in the end, he didn't dare to curse out loud. We can't keep wasting ammunition like this. Yihan leaned out of the car window to take a look, feeling numb all over. Ordinary bullets hitting the mutant wild boar were like tickling, but then Yihan also discovered this guy's weakness. That is, although this thing runs fast and has high defense, it seems to only know how to charge violently. Okay, all soldiers stop shooting. Army soldiers, prepare your grenade launchers. Yihan ordered. All the guards put away their guns, and 3 army soldiers opened their grenade launchers and aimed at the wild boar lord behind the car. Army 1 aims at the wild boar's forehead. Army 23 aims at both of the wild boar's eyes. Fire. Yihan gave an order and heard 3 bang-bang sounds. Then he saw the head of the wild boar lord behind the car suddenly exploded and a cloud of smoke rose. Army 1 killed the first-level lord-level mutant beast Gobi Boar King. Points 100. Yihan sighed. Damn it, if I had known I could solve it with grenades, I wouldn't have wasted so much ammunition. At least 60 or 70 bullets were wasted on the Wild Boar King just now. Plus those used on other wild boars, a total of more than 100 bullets were gone. Fortunately, I finally have enough points to fill up the team. Chapter 22 Lieutenant Promotion Conditions. Xiao Ai, summon the army soldiers. Yihan immediately said to Xiao Ai. Yes, Commander. As soon as Xiao Ai finished speaking, a strong soldier walked up to Yihan and saluted. Army 4 reports to the commander. Yihan looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. Army 4 will be incorporated into the second group, commanded by Army 1. Xiao Ai spoke up as soon as she finished making the arrangements. Report to the commander. The current commander's staff is full, and the commander's rank promotion system is activated. The current commander's rank is second lieutenant, and he can command 10 personnel. The next level rank is lieutenant, and he can command 30 personnel. After promotion, he will be able to open the second level system mall and lieutenant promotion gift pack. Promotion requires 1,000 points. Xiao Ai spoke up and reminded Yihan. When Yihan heard that he needed 1,000 points to get promoted, he was furious. Damn it. Even if you sold all my soldiers, you only got 1,000 points. Xiao Ai shrank back in fear when she saw Yihan's furious look. She looked at Yihan with innocent eyes and whispered, This is the system's rule. Xiao Ai can't do anything about it. If Xiao Ai had the authority, she would like to promote the commander directly to a 5-star general. This way, the commander wouldn't have to work so hard. Xiao Ai would also have face if she told others about it. Damn, it seems like following me will embarrass you, right? However, even though he thought so, Yihan immediately calmed down when he heard Xiao Ai's aggrieved voice. Well, forget it, 1,000 points is 1,000 points. Then tell me, does it take 10,000 points to be promoted to captain? Seeing this, Xiao Ai said softly, Yes, Commander. It takes 10,000 points to be promoted to captain. However, you can restock ammunition in the level 2 mall, as well as other arms. When you reach the captain level, you will have company level command authority and can command 120 people. Yihan pondered for a moment after hearing this. Does this mean that the lieutenant level actually has the command authority of a platoon leader? Yes, Commander. Xiao Ai replied. After hearing this, Yihan sighed. Oh, okay. After hearing Yihan's words, Xiao Ai still felt aggrieved and looked like she was about to cry. Yihan could only say a few words of comfort. It's okay. I will give you the first prize later as a reward for you. After hearing Yihan's comfort, Xiao Ai burst into laughter and nodded happily. Yihan was complaining in his heart. Why the hell did they arrange a crybaby for me? But Yihan knew in his heart that he couldn't blame Xiao Ai at all. In the final analysis, it was because he was too anxious. Yihan picked up the monster distribution map issued by the system and thought carefully. Perhaps he had acted too hastily before. The current amount of ammunition is not much. If he cannot be promoted to lieutenant after the bullets are used up, then the soldiers will have to go down and fight the mutant beasts in hand-to-hand combat. This is obviously a situation that Yihan does not want to see. Change of strategy. Yihan pondered for a moment and made up his mind. He must get the greatest benefit with the least consumption of ammunition. 1,000 points can be converted into 100 first-level mutant beasts, and if it is a second-level mutant beast, it can be converted into 20. This does not seem to be very difficult. Wang Hu, follow the map and focus on destroying the first-level and second-level common mutant beasts. Focus on reconnaissance of the Lord-level beasts. Don't engage in head-on confrontation for now. After giving the order, Yihan got out of the car and decomposed the bodies of 3 wild boars. He harvested some food and a first-level Lord-level crystal core. What Yihan didn't expect was that there was an unexpected surprise, an iron treasure chest. After opening it, I found a rare tutorial on how to make a saber. This saber is much more useful than the previous machete or dagger. After some thought, Yihan made 5 sabers and equipped them to the soldiers. He also ordered that in the subsequent battles, if they encountered a small number of level 1 mutant beasts, they should try to deal with them in close combat, and if they could not deal with them, they could shoot them. With this strategy, the amount of ammunition consumption was indeed reduced a lot. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yihan and his team had wiped out a total of 30 level 1 mutant beasts and 4 level 2 mutant beasts. This brought Yihan's score column directly to 500, and Guard 1 was also promoted to sergeant in the battle. Wang Hu, as the soldier who killed the most mutant beasts, was directly promoted to sergeant. Not only did he have 150 rounds of ammunition, but he also mastered intermediate command and combat skills. With Wang Hu's current combat power, he can completely kill a level 2 ordinary mutant beast with a dagger in a one-on-one situation, but it is still not enough against a level 1 Lord Beast. However, the decrease in ammunition consumption resulted in soldiers being injured. But Yihan had previously exchanged the formula for a first-level healing agent from Lu Miao Miao. As long as the injury was not fatal, the soldiers' injuries could be healed instantly with Yihan's huge reserves of supplies. The situation has indeed improved a lot after changing the strategy. Yihan was quite satisfied with the current battle situation. Looking back, he realized that his previous head-on approach was more about command than strategy. But it was indeed forced by the situation. Otherwise, Yihan would not want to let his soldiers take the risk of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the mutant beasts. Just as Yihan was about to ask Wang Hu to drive to the next beast extermination point, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Yihan was stunned and opened his phone to see that it was Lu Tu who sent him a message with some supplies. The supplies were basically obtained from the weapons trade in which Yihan and Lu Tu had agreed on an 80:20 split. Brother Yi, I have organized a team called the main team. We now have about 70 to 80 people. Are you interested in joining? If you do, I will step down. With your name, Yi Shen, you can definitely make our team bigger. Yihan was amused by this kid Lu Tu again. This guy was always funny every time he appeared. Why did they name themselves the main cycling group? Could they be made up of guys riding bicycles? He did not reply to Lu Tu's words immediately, but opened the communication hall to take a look. He found that except for people trading water and supplies, there was basically no demand for food in the communication hall at this time. The greatest demand was for weapons, and Lu Tu took this opportunity to form his own fleet. Others have basically formed large and small teams. After all, in this situation, sticking together is indeed a good survival strategy. After observing for a while, Yihan suddenly had an idea. It was indeed difficult for him to fight against the second-level lord with his current combat power, but what if the main convoy was added? Although these people basically have no combat power, they still have numbers. What's more, he has the blueprint of the saber. Yihan thought about it and sent his ideas to Lu Tu. Brother Lu, are you interested in the second-level lord-level mutant beast? Lu Tu was stunned after seeing this, and then his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Brother Yi, I am still riding a human-powered tricycle, and you want me to deliver food to Lion King? Although I'm riding a main tricycle, you can't really treat me as a delivery man, right? Chapter 23, Non-Alliance. Main Group. Seeing this, Yihan smiled bitterly, then took a photo of his saber drawing. After thinking for a while, he asked the soldiers to put their rifles together and take a photo. Brother, what if we can all have sabers, plus these guns and a few grenades? After the message was sent, Lu Tu fell silent. On the other side of the Gobi Desert, Lu Tu was sitting with the backbone members of the main car group, analyzing photos taken on his mobile phone. Damn it, Yi Shun is worthy of being Yi Shun. While the others are still eating raw meat and drinking blood, he is already rubbing his rifle with his hands. As far as I know, Wang Chong seems to have guns as well, but definitely not as many as Yi Shun, and they are such professional standard rifles. Lu Tu coughed and interrupted the team members and asked, do you think this business is feasible? The team members were basically silent. After a long while, a young man with a somewhat immature face stood up and said, Captain Lu, I think we can do it. We have accumulated some combat experience in these 3 days of fighting, and you have equipped almost all the team members with the first-level stab-proof vest tutorial. If we add the saber and Yi Shin to the mix, I think we'll be able to fight against a second-level lord. Lu Tu nodded after hearing this. This was also what he thought in his mind. 70 or 80 sabers plus Yihan's combat power were indeed comparable, but the distribution of medicine supplies and spoils was a problem. Lu Tu sent his thoughts to Yihan, who thought for a long time and then replied, don't worry about the medicine supply. I have plenty of first-level therapeutic agents. When distributing the spoils, I only want the second-level Lord Crystal cores. I won't take any of the rest. In addition, after the battle, I can make first-level vehicle armor for the team members for free, as long as the team members provide basic supplies. Also, from now on, as long as you are a member of the main car group, I can sell you treatments, water, food, and other items at a discounted price. This condition is quite generous. The 10 sets of level 1 armor that Yihan sold before were basically only affordable for the big guys, but now as long as you participate in the battle, you can get them for free. More importantly, there will be enough medicine during the battle and discounts on transactions after the battle. The members of Lu Tu's side were all moved after seeing Yihan's reply, but after discussion, they still made one final request to Yihan. That is, Yihan will join the main car group in the future. This request stumped Yihan. Yihan did not want to join any team at this time. Rights also represent obligations. Yihan did not want to be bound by the team or other people. Lu Tu seemed to have noticed Yihan's embarrassment and sent a message saying, "There's nothing I can do, Brother Yi. Your name is too famous. My brothers also want to follow you. If it's really inconvenient for you, I'll discuss it with them." Yihan pondered for a moment and said, "It is indeed inconvenient for me to join the team, but I, Yihan, can guarantee that after this battle, I, Yihan, will be a friend of the main car team forever." With Yihan's guarantee, all members of the main car group agreed. Of course, what Yihan didn't know was that the main car group also changed its official name. The new name is Mainchechuan Yishun. There is a kind of beauty in non-alignment. Of course, Yihan on the other side would not know all this. Yihan and Lu Tu quickly deployed the strategy on the nuclear energy mobile phone issued by the system, and the two sides gathered near the territory of the second-level, Lord-level mutant beast an hour later. Within this hour, Yihan and Lu Tu will gather the materials at hand to forge a large number of sabers and therapeutic agents, and build some first-level vehicle-mounted armor based on the situation of the main vehicle regiment. The player obtains iron ingots, 300, steel ingots, 60, whether to make a saber, 60. The player obtains first-level herbs, 240 glass, 60, whether to make first-level therapeutic agent, 60. Lu Tu sent the supplies of the main Che group to Yihan, while Yihan used the supplies to quickly make 60 sabers and 60 first-level therapeutic agents and gave them to Lu Tu. During this time, Yihan also manufactured 5 sets of first-level vehicle-mounted armor and sent them to the main vehicle regiment. These armors will be equipped to the backbone of the main vehicle regiment. According to Lu Tu's idea, vehicles equipped with these armored vehicles will be responsible for charging and attracting firepower in battle. An hour passed quickly, and Yihan arrived at the assembly point first. After a simple lunch at the assembly point, Yihan sent Wang Hu to investigate the situation in the territory of the second-level, Lord-level mutant beast. Over there is a 2-story tall Lion King and 4 level 2 mutant lions. After the investigation was completed, Lu Tu also rushed over with the main group. There were originally 70 or 80 people in the main group, but only more than 60 people came. Those who did not come were basically those who left the main group because they did not want to take risks. Yihan was a little surprised when he saw the composition of the main car group. Although it was called the main car group, in fact most of them were family cars, and there were even a few off-road vehicles. The shabbiest one was actually the team leader Lu Tu. Although his tricycle was a second-class vehicle, it looked out of place among the motor vehicles. Lu Tu seemed to notice Yihan's strange look and explained awkwardly, "Brother Yi, don't look at my shabby car, but I got a second-level diesel engine modification blueprint before. Now my 3-wheeled tricycle also uses diesel, and the speed is very fast. The embarrassing thing is that I don't know what's wrong with this shabby car. Even with a diesel engine, I still have to pedal it to move. I'm so fucked." Yihan was also a little embarrassed. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Lu Tu and then talked to him about the battle plan. "Brother Lu, I just sent someone to take a look. There are 5 mutant beasts in total, 1 level 2 Lord Lion King and 4 level 2 mutant lions. What do you think?" Lu Tu thought for a moment and said, "What I mean is, let my armored vehicles lead the way, and our people will get off the vehicles and follow on foot. When the lions attack the vehicles, some will use sabers to chop them, and some will use crossbows to shoot from behind. Of course, the main force will have to rely on your guns and grenades." Yihan nodded in agreement. Although he had a battle plan, he was not sure whether he could succeed. But the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Lu Tu and Yihan made a brief pre-war mobilization. Needless to say, Yihan's soldiers would not blink an eye even if Yihan asked them to die. The members of the main Che regiment cheered loudly when they saw Yihan appear, especially after seeing Yihan's 10 soldiers. They were all like chicken blood, and they couldn't wait to rush to the Lion King right now. Yihan looked at the excited crowd in front of him but was only thinking in his heart, the so-called right time, right place, and right people. Now that the right people are in place, it all depends on the right time and place. Chapter 24. The battle begins. Following Lu Tu's order to start, 5 armored off-road vehicles slowly moved towards the Lion King's territory. 60 people followed behind the vehicles, holding sabers and handmade crossbows. Lu Tu rode on a 3-wheeled vehicle and grabbed a loudspeaker from somewhere, shouting, "Forward! Move forward bravely without fear of sacrifice." Soon they approached the Lion King's territory. The Lion King heard the noise of the crowd and roared suddenly. The majestic roar shook the Gobi Desert and immediately drowned out the sound of the crowd. When the 5 giant lions appeared in front of the crowd, everyone fell silent, and their previous heroic spirit and ambition were replaced by fear. Not to mention them, even Yihan was stunned. The 4 ordinary giant lions were already incredibly large, but the leader had shoulders as high as 2 stories. When he raised his head, people could only look up to see his chin. What's even more terrifying is that the mane on the flame Lion King's neck was actually burning with flames. As the Lion King roared, the flames kept churning. Even though Yi Han was 100 meters away, he seemed to feel the scorching breath. Damn it, Wang Hu, why didn't you tell us that the Lion King looks like this? Yi Han asked Wang Hu with his pupils trembling. Wang Hu was stunned. Commander, you didn't ask me to report the specific appearance of the Lion King. Fuck you. I'll give you a punishment first. Yi Han cursed and then turned to give orders to the soldier. Prepare for battle. Team 1. Aim at the lion's eyes and the big bell under his crotch and shoot. Team 2. Prepare for grenade shooting. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the frightened people in the manhwa group and yelled, Brothers, don't just stand there. Now that things have come to this, if we don't fight, we will die? Don't even think about running away now. How can someone who can run with 2 legs have 4? He knew that if he didn't boost morale at this time, the only outcome would be a hasty escape. He would be fine, but those people on foot from the main regiment would definitely be finished. As soon as Yi Han finished speaking, a group of soldiers opened fire first, and bullets flew across the sky. However, these ordinary ammunitions that did not have the ability to penetrate armor were like stabbing a lion with a toothpick. If there is any harm, it is that the toothpick stuck in the Lion King's big bell, making it extremely uncomfortable and angry. Roar! The Lion King's angry roar shook the crowd, and the other 4 lions also rushed towards the crowd. Lu Tu, the leader of the lion, quickly calmed down after a brief surprise, and then commanded the manhwa group. Armored off-road vehicles quickly approached the fighting lions. Main Group 1 and Group 2 will follow the convoy to attack the ordinary mutant lions. The rest of you, follow me to attack the Lion King. Lu Tu's calm command took effect at this time. Everyone in the chariot group calmed down and performed their duties. Of course, there were some people who were so scared that they defecated and pissed and collapsed on the spot, but they were individual cases. After all, those who could survive in the Gobi Desert to this day already had a certain level of psychological quality. The main chariot group was divided into 3 groups, led by 5 armored vehicles, and rushed towards their respective targets. All people also joined the battle. The attention of the giant lions was instantly attracted by the rumbling chariots, and then they turned to attack the armored vehicles circling the territory. While the off-road armored vehicle was fleeing at the feet of the giant lion, the surrounding main members took advantage of the mutant lions' inattention to attack them with swords. Although these lions were level 2 mutant beasts with high defense, they could not withstand the large number of main people. Moreover, the lions could not catch the off-road vehicle for a while and became more and more impatient. Within a few minutes, several ordinary mutant lions were chopped and injured. Although the injuries were not serious, it was a good start after all. Because the injured main members were treated with first-level treatment agents, not many people died in a short period of time. But the situation on the Lion King's side was not good. The saber had no effect on the Lion King, and Yi Han's soldiers could not do anything to the Lion King. Captain Liu, it's impossible. We can't even cut this guy down. A main member turned around and shouted at Lu Tu. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lion King stepped on him. Before Lu Tu could see who was speaking, all he could see was a pool of meat paste. In just a short while, the Lion King had caught an armored off-road vehicle. He just opened his mouth and bit it casually. The off-road vehicle equipped with iron armor was instantly crushed like a can, and the driver's blood gushed out of the car. Seeing this, the main members who were besieging the Lion King did not dare to continue attacking and turned around and fled. The subsequent battle situation was more like a group of insects besieging a giant cat. A main member was killed on the battlefield with a random attack by the Lion King. Army 1 led Mobile Group 2 to use grenades to delay the attack of the Lion King. Wang Hu lead Group 1 to support main Group 1 and Group 2 first and quickly eliminate the ordinary mutant lions. Yi Han gave the order sternly. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. But at this time, the ordinary mutant lions must be cleared out before all forces can be united. With Wang Hu's current personal combat ability, he can fight a level 2 ordinary mutant lion alone, not to mention that he is leading 5 National Guard soldiers. With the help of Wang Hu's team, the pressure on main Group 1 and Group 2 suddenly decreased, and the originally stalemate battle situation was reversed. It didn't take long before the 2 ordinary mutant lions fell under the siege of the crowd. The Lion King on the other side also discovered the death of his subordinates. He let out a deafening roar and rushed towards Wang Hu. Fortunately, the army soldiers led by Army 1 also opened fire in time. 4 grenades accurately hit the Lion King's huge head. After the huge explosion, the Lion King staggered, as if he had been hit by a club. However, Yi Han's heart also cooled down. Those were 4 grenades, his most lethal weapons at the moment. But this round of explosions only caused some minor injuries to the Lion King and temporarily delayed its attack attempt. The situation remains grim. Wang Hu took advantage of the Lion King's dizziness and immediately led his members to annihilate the remaining 2 ordinary mutant lions. At this time, there was only 1 Lion King left on the field. The main group did not dare to relax at all. Lu Tu quickly shouted with a loudspeaker. The remaining armored off-road vehicles quickly engaged the Lion King, and the other main members continue to attack the Lion King. Make sure to buy time for Yi Han and the others to attack. The remaining 50 main members quickly ran towards the Lion King, attacking his legs with sabers while running under his crotch. The 4 armored off-road vehicles scurried around his feet like big rats, and the humming sound of their engines made the Lion King upset. It suddenly roared angrily, and the flaming mane on its neck suddenly burned violently. This group of people was like a group of buzzing flies. Although they could not cause any effective harm to it, they had definitely angered it. Seeing this, Yi Han's pupils shrank sharply, and he shouted quickly, "Retreat! Retreat!" As soon as Yi Han's voice fell, the Lion King suddenly opened its huge mouth, and then a thick flame spewed out of its mouth. Chapter 25: Suicide Attack. In just a moment, an armored off-road vehicle that had no time to evacuate was engulfed in flames. After the flames subsided, only a burnt black frame was left, and the driver inside had long been burned to ashes. This is the case with vehicles, let alone other people. At least a dozen main members were covered in flames, and painful howls suddenly rang out on the battlefield. People who were wrapped in the center of the flames were considered lucky, as they were burned to death after only a moment of pain. The worst were those who were burned by the outer flames. Their bodies suddenly caught fire, and they ran around in the field like headless flies, wailing like firemen. However, they were completely burned to death before they could take a few steps. If we were to rank the most horrific ways to die, being burned alive would definitely be at the top. When the Flame Lion King activated his skills, the group of people who came to destroy the beasts lost all their morale. Even Lu Tu was unable to command the frightened main members at this time. Yi Han could only watch as the members of the fleeing convoy were trampled to death or burned to death one by the Lion King. Oh, Yi Han sighed, then turned around and gave an order. Wang Hu, lead the members to retreat, provide cover fire on the way, and try to help the main members escape. After saying this, he looked towards Lu Tu, who was standing on a tricycle and roaring feebly, "Brothers, don't run around. Divide into groups and provide cover. Otherwise, everyone will die." But just when everyone was hopeless, a muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Boom! Yi Han looked up and saw that a huge cumulonimbus cloud had floated away from the originally clear sky. Could it be? Yi Han was surprised for a moment and suddenly remembered the famous scene in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The Marquis of Wu set fire to the 3 armies in Shangfang Valley, and a sudden rain fell from the sky, killing Zhuge Liang. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes, that's all. A flash of lightning shot out like a lightning dragon over the Gobi Desert, and then heavy rain poured down. The Lion King, who was in the mood for killing, suddenly felt his head wet, and then his flaming mane was suddenly covered by the heavy rain. The mane that was originally burning and flaming suddenly became as depressed as frost-bitten eggplants and rain-soaked crane wings. There was a flash of panic in the Lion King's eyes, and his huge mouth that had been spewing flames could only emit a roar of shock and anger. Yi Han looked over and saw that the originally majestic Lion King now looked like a drowned chicken. His flaming mane was wet by the rain, revealing its original appearance, which was a bunch of shiny and thick lion hairs. Rain is rare in the Gobi Desert, but I didn't expect to have it at this critical moment. It's the so-called right time, right place, and right people. I lost the right people when I was in despair, but I got the right time again when I was in despair. The world changes so quickly that it always catches us off guard. Brothers, the opportunity has come. Don't fucking run away. Turn back and kill them. Lu Tu came to his senses and roared hoarsely. Yi Han no longer hesitated. All soldiers get off the vehicles. Don't hesitate to use up all the ammunition. Attack the Lion King. Under normal circumstances, the Lion King might be excited if he saw heavy rain coming, because the temperature in the Gobi Desert is extremely high during the day, and heavy rain can help it dissipate heat. But now when it is fighting, this heavy rain wets its hair and reduces its fighting power sharply. Upon seeing this, the members of the main car regiment reacted immediately and returned to their combat positions. However, after the ups and downs of the battle, these people were almost like headless flies. They just ran around aimlessly at the Lion King's feet with knives in their hands, and they could not demonstrate any combat effectiveness at all. This is why Yihan does not want to join the Mainche group. These people are far inferior to his well-trained soldiers. Once the battle situation becomes a little treacherous, they will instantly become a mob. Although the Lion King no longer has the blessing of the flame skill at this time, its strong body is still there, and it is still difficult to cause any effective damage to it with swords and guns. But at this moment, the core members of the main car group stood up. A young man driving an armored off-road vehicle said with a resolute expression, "Captain Liu, I have a plan. Why don't we drive all of our off-road vehicles towards the Lion King, then jump out of the vehicle on the way, and then have Yishan's soldiers blow up the vehicle so that we can use the explosion of the vehicle to cause damage to the Lion King." Liu too was a little surprised after hearing this and turned to look at the young man. "Brother, but what will you do if this is the case? How will you survive in the Gobi Desert behind without a car? We can still find another way out behind the car. Even if we ride a bicycle, there will always be a way out. But if we don't make a desperate move now, the whole group will be ruined here." Liu Tu pondered for a moment and told Yihan about the plan. Yihan was in awe and immediately replied, "I can provide the team members with protective measures and treatment when they jump out of the car, and I can guarantee that I, Yihan, will find a way to find a new car for the team members who lost their vehicles in this battle." With Yihan's guarantee, the remaining 3 off-road vehicle drivers stood up resolutely. The death of their previous teammates had already made them extremely angry, and now with Yihan backing them up, everyone was willing to take the risk. Yihan quickly made several fur blankets and first-level therapeutic agents and distributed them to them. The blankets would be used for protection when they jumped out of the car, while the therapeutic agents would be used for first aid after jumping out of the car. Under Liu Tu's command, the 3 off-road vehicles quickly removed the doors of the cab, and then the drivers wrapped in thick blankets drove towards the Lion King, who was killing everyone on the battlefield. Army 1. Organize the remaining army soldiers, and use grenades to blow up the vehicles as soon as they get close to the Lion King. Wang Hu, lead the guard soldiers to quickly approach the Lion King after the explosion, and use all the grenades to blow up the Lion King. An offensive that could be described as a suicide attack quickly began. 3 off-road vehicles rushed straight towards the Lion King. The Lion King's attention was all on the members of the Mimian group who were running around like ants under his feet. Before he could even notice, an off-road vehicle had already crashed into him. The main members around them quickly scattered and fled upon seeing this. The driver, who was about to hit the car, wrapped himself tightly in a blanket and jumped out of the car with his head in his hands. Seeing this, Army 1 fired a grenade. With a loud bang, the off-road vehicle suddenly exploded. The powerful impact force mixed with hot air and vehicle fragments tore under the feet of the Lion King. The Lion King only felt a sharp pain in his leg, but before he could react, 2 more off-road vehicles rushed over. Immediately, there were 2 more explosions, and the vehicle exploded. The flesh on the lion's legs suddenly tore apart, and it could no longer stand and fell to the ground. But it was not over yet. Yihan immediately ordered the army soldiers to fire all the grenades at the Lion King. On the other side, Wang Hu also led the National Guard soldiers to the center of the battlefield. Grenades were thrown out like crazy, and the battlefield was filled with the sound of explosions. After a long time, the explosion stopped, and Yihan's head was buzzing from the shock. Report to the commander. Wang Hu killed the 2nd-level Lord-level mutant beast Flame Lion King and was promoted to Sergeant Major. Points: 500. Yihan suddenly heard Xiao Ai's voice in his ears, and he quickly turned to look at the points column on the car screen. Chapter 26 Mission Settlement. Before this, the score column had 500 points, and after this battle, the 5 mutant beasts basically died at the hands of Wang Hu. Although they had the help of other main members, it was Wang Hu who killed them in the end. Therefore, Yihan's points at this time have reached 1,200 points. The points were enough to be promoted to lieutenant, but Yihan did not choose to be promoted, but instead rushed to check the battlefield. On the other side, Liu Tu was organizing people to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. "Brother Liu, how is the situation?" Hearing Yihan's question, Liu Tu, who always looked tough, showed a rare look of sadness. "Brother Yi, we have roughly counted the number of our team members. A total of 26 members have died, and more than a dozen have been injured to varying degrees. They may not be able to fight in the short term." Yihan was silent for a long time, then said, "Brother Liu, I will provide the subsequent treatment and food supply for all the members of Maine. As long as the members of Maine provide materials, I will make armor for them free of charge. The 3 team members who lost their cars just now, please share the car with other members first. I will try to find a car for them later." With Yihan's assurance, Liu Tu smiled. "With Brother Ye's assurance, the injuries we suffered are worth it." Afterwards, Yihan led the soldiers to the body of the Lion King. At this time, the Lion King was covered with wounds, especially the big hole in his abdomen caused by a grenade. Through the wound, one could even see the internal organs. It was this wound that took its life. Decomposed the Lion King's body. The player obtains 3,000 kilograms of second-level Lord-level mutant beast meat, 10 hides, and 1 second-level flame attribute Lord-level mutant beast crystal core. Yihan gave all the meat and skins to Lu Tu, and only kept the Lord's crystal core for himself. This was also the way Lu Tu and Yihan had previously agreed on how to distribute the spoils. Later, Yihan left some of his supplies to the main vehicle group and waved goodbye. As for the subsequent battlefield cleaning, Yihan did not intend to intervene. Unexpectedly, just after he walked a short distance, Lu Tu sent a message. Yihan thought that some emergency had occurred to the group again, but when he opened it, he found it was good news. Brother Yi, we just found a steel treasure chest in the lion's lair. When we opened it, we found a tutorial on how to make a Mosin-Gunner rifle. Yihan was also delighted after reading it. This was the first time he had encountered a tutorial on how to make firearms in this world. Although the Mosin-Gunner rifle was a product of the First World War on Earth, it was a weapon of a different generation now that everyone had a sword in their hands. This is a good thing. With this thing, the Manhwa group can grow rapidly. Lu Tu was also very excited and told Yihan about his subsequent plans. Our team plans to rest for a while. All the dead in this battle will be included in the team's list of heroes and will retain their team membership forever. As for this rifle, we plan to use it only to equip main members for the time being, and then sell it when we have better weapons. The only problem now is that we don't have the method to make bullets and gunpowder for this ammunition. Brother Yihan, do you have any ideas? Lu Tu looked at the number of guns under Yihan's command and thought that Yihan had a method to manufacture ammunition. Yihan was also a little confused. Ammunition was his weakness, and he didn't know whether he could exchange bullets from the World War I period in the mall after he was upgraded to lieutenant. After thinking for a while, he replied, Brother Lu, you make the gun first. I'll think of a way to get the ammunition. Not long after the two finished chatting, the voice of the world system suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Yihan then realized that the sun was setting and it was already 6 o'clock. It was time to settle the system tasks. Yihan ordered Wang Hu to park the car on the side of the road and wait for the system's notification. Congratulations to the players for completing the 3rd day of the mission. The last 1,000 players have been removed from the list, and the player ranking is now being conducted. First place. Yihan killed a total of 30 level 1 mutant beasts, 6 level 2 mutant beasts, 1 level 1 Lord level mutant beast, and 1 level 2 Lord level mutant beast. Second place. Wang Chong killed 15 level 1 mutant beasts and 1 level 2 mutant beast. Third place. Ma Dazhuang killed 10 level 1 mutant beasts and 1 level 2 mutant beast. Fifth place. Lu Tu killed a total of 8 level 1 mutant beasts. Sixth place. Lu Miao Miao killed a total of 7 level 1 mutant beasts. There was no change in the positions of the top 3. Lu Tu and Lu Miao Miao both moved up 1 place. However, Lu Tu was able to get such a ranking with the help of the Manhwa group, but it seemed that this woman, Lu Miao Miao, also had some secrets. Yihan did not think too deeply about it. If nothing unexpected happened, Wang Chong would probably have an upgrade to the vehicle-mounted machine gun after this. He would probably be the first person in the Gobi world to have vehicle-mounted weapons. However, Yihan did not think there was anything to be envious of. After all, for ordinary people, modification drawings could only be used once. Only with the help of the Xiaoai system could he learn mass production through the system. A vehicle-mounted machine gun did not pose any threat. System rewards are being distributed below. Please pay attention to receive them. As soon as the system voice ended, Yihan suddenly had a USB flash drive in his hand, with the words Improvements in Artificial Intelligence Driving Functions written on it. Commander, I want it. Put it in now. When Xiao AI saw it, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed unconsciously. Yihan's forehead was immediately filled with black lines, and he just thought in his heart, if you keep shouting like this, the book will be banned. Then Yihan plugged the USB drive into the socket below the car screen. Xiao AI suddenly showed a comfortable expression, and Yihan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Soon Xiao AI spoke up happily. Commander, Xiao AI has mastered the vehicle driving and vehicle condition monitoring functions. From now on, Xiao AI can help the commander drive the vehicle and monitor the vehicle condition at any time. The driving and reaction speed of artificial intelligence are much better than those of ordinary people. Yihan also decided to let Xiao AI drive the troop carrier at the back, so that Wang Hu is freed from the role of driver. At this time, the night of the Gobi Desert was about to fall. The other players stopped their cars and prepared to rest inside. However, Yihan was extremely excited at this time because the biggest gain of this trip was the 1,200 points. I have already met the requirements for promotion to lieutenant. Commander, do you want Xiao AI to show you how to get out of the car? Xiao AI said to Yihan with starry eyes. After hearing this, Yihan complained in his heart, your car's wheels just ran over my face. Do you still need to show off? Chapter 27 Promotion to Lieutenant, Platoon Level Authority. He interrupted the excited Xiao AI and said, it's too dangerous at night. You'll show me when you have time later. Promote me to lieutenant first. Xiao AI seemed a little disappointed, pouted and said, okay, Commander, there are currently 10 soldiers with 1,200 points, which meets the requirements for lieutenant promotion. Now we will start the promotion and distribute the lieutenant promotion gift packs. Yihan only felt a sudden flash of dazzling white light in front of his eyes, and then Xiao AI's voice continued to come. 1,000 points have been deducted. The second-level mall has been unlocked. The platoon-level command authority has been opened. The quota for summoning personnel has been increased to 30, and the lieutenant reward has been issued, including a Bobcat all-terrain basic vehicle, a lieutenant uniform, and a Beretta M9 pistol. Please check, Commander. Yihan, who was originally indignant about the upgrade requirement of 1,000 points, was delighted after hearing about the reward. Needless to say, he would get mall and rank privileges. But what surprised him the most was that he would also get a Bobcat all-terrain vehicle. Yihan hurriedly got out of the car to take a look and saw a small all-terrain vehicle parked in front of the troop carrier. Yihan also had some understanding of this vehicle. Although the Bobcat all-terrain vehicle was small in size, it was easy to operate, had strong off-road capabilities, was fast, and had high concealment. Whether in the mountains or swamps, the vehicle could carry out combat missions with ease. Moreover, the Lynx issued by Xiao AI is also equipped with a fully enclosed enclosure and light armor, which gives the Lynx a certain degree of defense. As for the space, this Lynx can accommodate 7 soldiers. Yihan suddenly remembered that he now has 6 soldiers in his guard team. It seems that this thing will be let the guard soldiers drive it in the future. The only regret is that this Lynx does not have any vehicle-mounted weapons installed. Originally, it could be equipped with a vehicle-mounted machine gun or even a rocket launcher. It seems that Yihan will have to install the weapons himself later. But Yihan was already very satisfied. Later, Yihan opened the secondary mall and took a look. There were already several more products in the mall. The first is the exchange of various types of ammunition. Every 1 point can be exchanged for 30 bullets, or 10 armor-piercing bullets. As for grenades and hand grenades, 10 points are required. This price is actually quite high. But Xiao AI said at this time, Commander, don't be discouraged. After you are promoted to captain, you can unlock ammunition manufacturing, which can save a lot of points. So come on, Commander. Yihan rolled his eyes. To be promoted to captain, one needs a full 10,000 points. It would probably take him a long time to save them up. In addition to ammunition exchange, there are several other items that can be exchanged in the mall. The first one that caught Yihan's attention was the Lynx all-terrain vehicle. Yihan actually has the authority to redeem this thing now. Lynx all-terrain basic vehicle, 600 points required for redemption. Equipped with light vehicle armor, can be equipped with 12.7mm caliber vehicle-mounted machine guns or vehicle-mounted rocket launchers, speed of 60 km per hour, maximum crew of 7. Since the commander currently does not have a tank factory, the maximum redemption quantity is 4. In addition, there are several more types of arms to exchange. Army machine gun soldier, 300 points required for redemption. Equipped with intermediate standard military equipment, carrying an M249 squad machine gun, 300 rounds of ammunition, a Beretta M9 pistol, 15 rounds of ammunition, 2 M67 standard grenades, mastering intermediate shooting skills, and intermediate combat literacy. Army rocket soldier, 400 points are required for redemption. Equipped with intermediate standard military equipment, carrying a set of M72 individual rocket launchers, 3 multi-purpose warheads, an M4A1 rifle, 90 rounds of bullets, a Beretta M9 pistol, 15 rounds of bullets, 2 M67 standard grenades, master intermediate shooting skills, and intermediate combat literacy. Multi-purpose logistics soldier team, 1,000 points, special courtesy for promotion to lieutenant, only open for 1 exchange, does not occupy the current platoon quota. Introduction. After redemption, 3 cooks and 3 medical soldiers can be provided. Each soldier carries an M4A1 rifle with 60 rounds of ammunition and a Beretta M9 pistol with 7 rounds of ammunition. The medical soldier masters basic medical technology and a set of medical kits. The cook masters basic cooking technology. The basic equipment of the first two arms is the same as that of the army soldiers, except that they lack the grenade launcher function and are 100 and 200 points more expensive. However, it also makes up for the current shortage of heavy weapons under Yihan's command. What made Yihan most happy was the last special exchange package, a multi-purpose logistics team. 1,000 points could provide 6 soldiers, and they were also very important cooks and medical soldiers. With them, the logistics of Yihan's army would be guaranteed. The most important thing was that this thing did not take up his own platoon-level quota. In other words, Yihan's team originally had a maximum of 30 members, but after exchanging for the logistics team, the number of members can reach 36. After the promotion, Yihan only had 200 points left. Not to mention the logistics team. He couldn't even exchange for the cheapest machine gunner after the promotion. However, he still planned the future platoon setting and exchange plan in his mind. There is no plan to redeem the National Guard soldiers in the future. Apart from being cheap, their ammunition volume and combat proficiency are not as good as those of the army soldiers, and their cost-effectiveness is too low. Yihan decided to organize his existing 6 guard soldiers into a separate guard squad to be responsible for reconnaissance and guard work. Guard soldier Wang, who is already at the rank of sergeant major, so Yihan plans to let him continue to serve as the squad leader of the guard squad, and Wang Long will be temporarily assigned to it and will be transferred out in the future to serve as the logistics squad leader. Subtracting 6 from the 30 personnel, there are still 24 left. Yihan divided these 24 into 3 squads, each with 7 people, consisting of 2 machine gunners, 1 rocket soldier, and 4 ordinary army soldiers. These 3 classes will serve as the main classes. As for the 3 extra vacancies, Yihan plans to use them to summon 2 military dogs and an engineer. The military dogs will be assigned to the guard class, and the engineer will be assigned to the logistics class. After a simple calculation, Yihan realized that if his idea was followed, the cost of 1 main force squad would be 1,800 points, and 3 would require 5,400 points. Minus the 800 points of the existing 4 army soldiers, and then adding the logistics squad, military dogs, and engineers, the total cost reached a full 7,700 points. Maintaining an army really costs money. Yihan felt a headache and fell on the sofa. He unconsciously took out a Ding brand cigarette and lit one for himself. The saying that a cannon shot is worth a fortune is indeed true. Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much. Just earn points slowly later. Every time you summon a soldier, you'll have more combat power. You can completely support yourself by fighting. Thinking of this, Yihan felt much better. Just when Yihan's frown had just relaxed, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Yihan took it out and looked at it. His expression suddenly became heavy. The above is a message from Lu Tu, which only contains 1 sentence. Brother Yi, the desert convoy is attacking, and the main convoy is in danger. Please rescue us as soon as possible. Chapter 28 Desert Caravan. Yihan quickly replied. Tell me the details. Lu Tu quickly replied to Yihan's message. When we were resting on the road with the wounded, the people from the desert caravan suddenly rushed out and surrounded us. There were about 70 to 80 of them, and they were all fully armed. The main car regiment had just fought a big battle and was no match for them. We were about to collapse. Is Wang Chang there? I don't know. I only know that Huang Shan is here. Share location. I'll send someone over right away. Yihan turned on the friend location sharing and found that Lu Tu's location was not too far away. Then Yihan recorded Lu Tu's coordinates and passed them to Wang Long. Wang Long, lead the 4 soldiers of the guard squad to drive the lynx to rescue Lu Tu. Wang Hu, you stay in the troop carrier, and the rest of the soldiers are on standby. Wang Hu is his current top fighting force and must stay by his side to protect him. After Wang Long received the mission, he immediately drove the Bobcat with his guards and disappeared into the twilight. It's not that Yihan didn't want to go to the rescue personally, but the attack by the desert convoy was too weird, which made Yihan smell a hint of conspiracy. First of all, a huge convoy of 70 or 80 people suddenly surrounded them, which was obviously organized and planned. This meant that the main group had exposed its position. This meant that either there was a traitor in the main group, or Wang Chang had already grasped their position. Moreover, there were only 70 or 80 people on Lu Tu's side. The desert caravan has expanded to its current size, so it is impossible for it to have only this few people. In addition, Wang Chang has not shown up yet, so Yihan had to be cautious and retain his strength for future changes. Time passed minute by minute, and Yihan was nervously waiting for news from Lu Tu in the car, but the first person to make a move was not Lu Tu, but Xiao AI. Report to the commander. Wang Long killed a level 1 player and earned 50 points. Guard 1 killed a level 1 player and earned 50 points. Guard 3 killed the level 1 player. Guard 4 killed the first level player. Suddenly the car was filled with Xiao AI's voice, and Yihan's points column inexplicably rose from 200 to 500, and the number was still rising. This provided Yihan with two pieces of information. One was that Wang Long had already started a battle, and the second was that killing players could also earn points, and the amount of points was far greater than killing mutant beasts. Is this the system's disguised way of encouraging me to eliminate players? Yihan couldn't help but think. Just when Yihan wanted to contact Lu Tu to understand the situation over there, a chaotic engine sound suddenly came from outside the troop carrier. Yihan's pupils shrank, and Xiao AI and Wang Hu reported almost at the same time. Report to the commander. A convoy appeared 500 meters in front and behind the troop carrier. The number of personnel is unknown. It is estimated to be over 100. Yihan hurriedly looked outside the car. As the sound of the engine roared, headlights suddenly appeared on the distant road. Soon the number grew larger and larger. More than 60 cars of various types stopped 100 meters away from Yihan, and dozens of cars also drove behind the troop carrier, blocking Yihan's retreat. There were more than 100 vehicles in both directions. Yihan sneered in his heart. As expected, the desert convoy had a backup plan. Perhaps the more than 100 vehicles in front of him were the main force of the desert convoy. At this moment, the cell phone in Yihan's pocket rang. When he opened it, it turned out to be a private message from Wang Chong. It was a voice message. When Yihan opened it, he heard Wang Chong's obscene laughter from the phone. "Brother, I told you not to sleep too deeply, but it seems you just don't listen to my advice." Yihan smiled coldly after hearing this. "You besieged Lu Tu just to divert my men?" "Not entirely. I originally thought you would go by yourself, and then we would show up and kill you and Lu Tu together. I didn't expect you had a car, but it's okay. It's easier for us to deal with you alone." Listening to Wang Chong's confident voice on the phone, Yihan was not anxious at all. The second-level Lord-level mutant beast was much more difficult to deal with than this group of rabble, but he still managed to survive. Yihan had no idea where Wang Chong got his confidence from. "Now surrender obediently and hand over all your supplies and guns to me. I might even be kind enough to let you be my little brother. Don't lose control of it." On the other end, Wang Chong was still trying to persuade Yihan to surrender on the phone, but Yihan ignored him and started to deploy his battle plan in the car. Wang Chong probably didn't know at this time that Wang Long on Lu Tu's side had already started killing people everywhere. His own score column had already risen to a full 1,350 points, which meant that 23 players had been killed by the guard squad. In front of the guard squad equipped with M4A1 rifles, the desert convoy of people wielding machetes and hacking people were no different from living targets. Yihan also sighed a little. If he had known that killing players could earn points so quickly, why would he have gone to the trouble of killing mutant beasts? He would have gone to cause trouble for the desert team a long time ago. But fortunately, they came to our door themselves. "Xiao AI, summon 2 machine gun soldiers and 1 rocket soldier. Exchange the remaining points for armor-piercing ammunition and distribute them." Yihan smiled disdainfully and said to Xiao AI, "Yes, Commander. The soldiers are ready. The remaining 350 points have all been exchanged for armor-piercing ammunition. You currently have 5 points remaining." As soon as Xiao AI's voice fell, 3 strong army soldiers appeared in the car. They were much taller than ordinary army soldiers. The first 2 held M249 machine guns, and the other one had a rocket launcher on his shoulder and an M4A1 hanging on his chest. "Land Machine 1, Land Machine 2, Rocket 1 reports to the commander," the 3 soldiers shouted. Yihan knew that Xiao AI had given these soldiers code names corresponding to their respective arms for the convenience of management. "You are now assigned to the main force Squad 1. Army 1. You are now renamed Wang Chuangui. Serve as the squad leader of the main force Squad 1. Now lead the squad into combat immediately. Wang Hu, protect my safety." The order was given, and Army 1, now called Wang Chuangui, immediately led a group of soldiers out of the vehicle and then leaned against the body of the troop carrier and aimed at the desert convoy in the distance. In previous battles, Wang Chuangui had already been promoted to the rank of sergeant and had mastered basic command skills, making him fully qualified for the position of squad leader. Wang Chong didn't know that Yihan on the other side had already prepared for the battle and was still chattering on the phone to persuade him to surrender. "Brother Yi, I have a 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine gun, a shotgun, and a pistol. My subordinates are all equipped with crossbows and machetes. I advise you to surrender quickly and don't waste my time." Hearing Wang Chong introducing his own fighting power like he knew it by heart, Yihan was almost amused by him. What was this? It doesn't look like he's showing off his muscles, but more like he's reading a list so that he can inspect the spoils. Chapter 29, The Mob. The communication hall was also very lively at this time. Several of Wang Chang's younger brothers sent the lineup of the desert team to the group. That's Yihan's car in front. Today, our desert fleet has dispatched more than 120 vehicles to surround Yihan. This guy is dead this time. Damn it, more than 120 cars. I'm afraid Yishun is in great danger. Where's Yishun? From now on, Brother Chang will rule the world. The desert team is awesome. I've long since grown tired of Yihan. I want to join the desert team too. Of course, there were many people who sympathized with Yihan, but at that time the desert team was the only dominant team, and no one dared to stand up for Yihan at the center of the storm. Wang Chang on the other side was getting impatient when he saw Yihan taking so long to answer. He turned to his younger brother and said, "This damn Yihan is so ungrateful. Mao Shu, Xiangzi, you too, bring your men and charge." As soon as Wang Chang finished speaking, Mao Shu beside him trembled and said, "Boss, something seems wrong. I saw that they seem to have launched a rocket." "Rocket?" Wang Chang smiled disdainfully. "Stop talking nonsense, kid." Boom. Before he could finish his words, an off-road vehicle in front of Wang Chang was suddenly hit by a rocket fired by the rocket soldiers. After a huge explosion, the surrounding crowded vehicles were also affected by the blast, causing a chain reaction of explosions. "Scatter the fuck away." Wang Chang no longer had time to think about where Yihan got the rockets from. He shouted at the top of his lungs in the car. However, no one could hear what he was saying, and the desert convoy suddenly became chaotic. At this time, Xiao AI's reporting voice was also heard in Yihan's car. Rocket 1 killed 4 level 1 players, 200 points. Main Squad 1. Fire grenades towards areas with dense vehicles. Yihan gave the order. There were only a few bang 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 sounds of grenade firing, and several grenades flew towards the desert convoy. The explosion sounds that had just been quiet rang out again. Yihan's score column also suddenly increased from 205 to 455 points. This is much faster than killing mutants to earn points. Yihan didn't feel too guilty. He had heard of the notoriety of the desert team a long time ago. Killing these people was a punishment for evil and a reward for good. Wang Chang's head was buzzing from the explosion. He could never have imagined that Yihan had more than just a few rifles. However, as the captain of the desert convoy, Wang Chang quickly came to his senses and then roared loudly. "Fuck it. Attack. Charge towards Yihan and kill that kid for me." The core members of the desert convoy quickly organized themselves from the chaos and then rushed towards Yihan. The 12.7mm caliber vehicle-mounted machine gun on Wang Chang's car also sprayed bullets at Yihan's troop carrier. At once, countless crossbow arrows and machine gun bullets hit the troop carrier. The damage from the crossbow arrows could be completely blocked by the iron armor of the troop carrier, but the machine gun bullets could not be blocked by the first-level armor. System prompt. The player's vehicle is under attack, and the vehicle damage is 14. Yihan frowned upon seeing this. Wang Hu, lead the 2 soldiers from the main squad to take down the vehicle equipped with the machine gun, and try not to blow up the vehicle. Yihan was also somewhat tempted by the 12.7mm caliber vehicle-mounted machine gun. After all, his own troop carrier currently lacked weapon modifications. If he could grab this thing, it would undoubtedly enhance his combat power. After Wang Hu left with 2 soldiers, only Wang Chuangui and 4 army soldiers were left in front of Yihan. Machine gunners switched to armor-piercing shells and attack the approaching player vehicles. Rocket soldiers fire another rocket at the densely populated area. Once Yihan's order was issued, his soldiers quickly executed it. 2 machine gun soldiers mounted the M249 machine guns on the troop carrier and then launched a fierce attack on the attacking vehicles. After being equipped with armor-piercing bullets, the vehicles of those players were basically as fragile as paper, and the drivers were shot dead before they had gone far. Boom. A missile suddenly exploded on the road, taking the lives of several players. The morale of the desert caravan was broken after this attack. Even the most loyal core members hesitated and dared not approach Yihan again. Some of them even started to flee one after another. Although those who escaped were also afraid of Wang Chang's revenge, they were obviously more willing to accept the former than charging at modern soldiers with swords and crossbows. "Boss, what should we do now? Everyone has run away." Wang Chang's younger brother asked Wang Chang in the car while shooting with a machine gun. Wang Chang was frowning at this moment, his vicious face full of resentment. "Damn it. I underestimated Yihan. Go to the captain right now and ask him to come see me." But as soon as Wang Chang finished speaking, 2 gunshots were heard, and Wang Chang's younger brother was immediately shot dead by Wang Hu, who came over. Seeing this, Wang Chang quickly took out his pistol and fired 2 shots randomly, then tried to drive away. But how could Wang Hu let him get away like this? After several gunshots, Wang Hu led 2 soldiers to shoot directly through the engine of the car, and a thick smoke immediately came out. Damn it, Yihan. Even if the mountains don't move, the water will. Wang Chang's face was as gloomy as water. He hurriedly got into the trunk of the car, opened the tailgate, and quickly fled to the cars of other brothers around. Retreat. He ordered his men with a gun to retreat quickly, but he felt heartbroken when he looked at the vehicle he had carefully built. But for him, it is already very good to be able to save his life at this time. After all, as the saying goes, there is life, there is hope. Wang Hu did not continue to chase, but stayed near Wang Chang's car on standby, as instructed by Yihan. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. As Wang Chang escaped, the other members of the desert caravan also retreated in a hurry. However, Yihan in the troop carrier was a little unhappy. These guys were really a mob. He had been counting on them to continue fighting to the death so that he could continue to reap points. Forget it, don't chase the desperate enemy. It's not a good idea to wipe out the desert convoy in one go. It's best to kill them while raising them. Yihan looked at the score column. With the battle between the guard squad and the main squad, the score column had reached 1855. This was the first time that I had seen so many points, and Wang Hu had also taken Wang Chang's car, and I had been coveting the machine gun on it for a long time. Wang Chang's encirclement and suppression not only failed to damage Yihan's manpower, but instead served as a wealth-bringing operation. Xiao AI redeemed the multi-purpose logistics team immediately. Yihan said to Xiao AI, "The most cost-effective item in the secondary mall is the lieutenant privilege that can only be redeemed once. With only 1,000 points, you can get 6 army logistics soldiers who not only have certain combat capabilities, but can also provide cooking and treatment support." Chapter 30 Big Harvest. Okay, Commander. 1,000 points have been deducted, and the current remaining points are 855. The multi-purpose logistics team has been issued to the vehicle. As soon as Xiao AI finished speaking, 6 more soldiers appeared in the troop carrier. 3 of them wore armbands with a red cross on a white background, and the other 3 wore armbands with shovel patterns. With the addition of the logistics team, Yihan now had 19 soldiers, including the guard squad led by Wang Long, totaling 5 people, the main squad led by Wang Chuangui, totaling 7 people, and the remaining 6 logistics soldiers, and Wang Hu. Yihan asked Xiao AI to drive the troop carrier to Wang Hu. A huge armored off-road vehicle was parked on the road, and the engine was still emitting smoke. Wang Hu and 2 soldiers were already waiting in front of the off-road vehicle for Yihan. Yihan got out of the car and took a look at Wang Chang's vehicle. This armored off-road vehicle not only had thick iron armor, but also had bulletproof tires. With the machine gun on the roof, it not only had defensive capabilities, but also had a certain amount of firepower. If this thing fell into Yihan's hands, Wang Chang would probably be furious to death. Without thinking too much, Yihan walked to the front of the car and disassembled Wang Chang's car. Players dismantle the second-level armored off-road vehicle and obtain a 12.7mm machine gun, bulletproof tire manufacturing drawings, a first-level room expansion pack, and some supplies. I didn't expect that Wang Chang actually upgraded his car to level 2. It seems that the upgrade of the troop carrier has to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. However, I have not yet obtained the level 2 upgrade drawings of the vehicle. After disassembling, Yihan installed the machine gun on the troop carrier. Since Xiao AI could drive the vehicle in the back, the machine gun could be handed over to other soldiers. While thinking, Yihan turned around and said to Wang Hu, "Then from today on, Wang Hu will serve as the deputy platoon leader and also the leader of the logistics squad. These 6 soldiers will be the logistics squad members, responsible for the logistics and treatment of the entire army." "Yes, Commander." Wang Hu saluted in return. The battle here finally ended. Yihan turned around and asked the soldiers to clean up the battlefield while contacting Lu Tu on the other side. "Brother Lu, how is the battle going over there?" Lu Tu sent a message quickly. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yi. The situation on the battlefield has been reversed as soon as your men arrived. We are now cleaning up the battlefield. This time we got a lot of good cars from the desert convoy. Those brothers who used cars for blasting before now have cars too." "Okay, that's good. By the way, where's that kid Huang Shan?" Yihan asked. "Him. That guy runs away very quickly. He runs away as soon as the situation gets wrong." Unexpectedly, Huang Shan also ran away. Yihan frowned slightly, but then relaxed his brows. It didn't matter whether he ran away or not. The most important thing was to improve his combat power. Not long after, Wang Long rushed back from Lu Tu's place. Yihan then ordered the logistics team to prepare dinner, and then he used the room expansion pack that he had disassembled from Wang Chang's car. At this time, there were 3 rooms in the car, not counting the bathroom. One of them was Yihan's own office, and the other was the soldiers' dormitory. With the increase in the number of soldiers, space once again became a problem. Yihan still planned to use the newly opened rooms as soldiers' dormitories. Each room could accommodate about 10 soldiers, and 2 dormitories would be just enough to accommodate his current troops. As for the space at the rear of the vehicle, it is still used for storing supplies and daily activities. At this time, Yihan still had 855 points left. After thinking for a moment, Yihan decided to spend 300 points to summon a German Shepherd dog, and then use 500 points to summon an engineer. The German Shepherd military dogs are assigned to the guard squad, responsible for patrolling and vigilance. With the military dogs, their own night duty work will be easier, while the engineers are assigned to the logistics squad. The points from 855 dropped sharply to 55, and Yihan became a pauper again. As the points decreased, a huge military dog appeared in the car. Although it is called a military dog, its size is actually comparable to that of a smaller tiger. Yihan estimated that this military dog might have the strength to fight against a level 2 mutant beast. As soon as the German Shepherd appeared, it surrounded Yihan's feet and kept licking Yihan's hand. Yihan stroked the hair on its neck and said, "From now on, you will be called Xiaodian, and you and the other soldiers in the guard squad will be responsible for guarding and patrolling." Hearing Yihan's words, Xiaodian barked twice and seemed very happy. The engineer was wearing military camouflage like other soldiers and had a pistol on his waist, but the difference was that he was wearing glasses and carrying an engineering box in his hand. Engineering 1 reports to the commander. He saluted Yihan and said, "Engineering 1, tell me about your abilities." Yihan nodded and said he wanted to see if his 500 points were worth it. After all, a Bobcat all-terrain vehicle only costs 600 points. Reporting to the commander, I can provide basic maintenance skills for the troop carrier. I can repair it after it is damaged. I also have certain design capabilities and can design first-level tools and modification drawings. The design time is 8 hours. Yihan was shocked when he heard the engineer's words, and then he was overjoyed. These 500 points were indeed worth it. Not to mention that the engineer could provide maintenance capabilities, the most important thing was that he could design drawings. Although it is only the most basic first-level blueprint, it is a stable source of blueprints. Okay, Yihan was overjoyed. Then you will be assigned to the logistics team from now on. Now you get off the vehicle to repair the troop carrier, and then draw the blueprint after the repair is completed. Yes, Commander. Engineer 1 replied, and got off the vehicle to perform maintenance. In just this moment, the cooks from the logistics squad also prepared dinner. Because there were no vegetables or staple foods, the table was filled with cooked dried meat and barbecued meat. Yihan tasted it and found that the cooking skills of the logistics squad were much better than his own. However, the only problem was that there were too few varieties. There were no vegetables or fruits, only meat, which made Yihan's head buzz. Yihan immediately remembered the renovation drawings of the planting and cultivation room that he had obtained before, and now he had all the materials. After quickly finishing dinner, Yihan took out all the materials, including the second-level Flame Lord crystal core, oxygen generator drawings, and the materials needed to manufacture the oxygen generator, 10 steel ingots, and 10 glasses. "Do you want to manufacture a cultivation room?" "Yes." As Yihan answered, the materials in front of him suddenly disappeared, and then an iron door suddenly appeared in the car with a nameplate on it that read, "Planting and Cultivation Room." Yihan opened the door of the planting and cultivation room and walked in. He saw a space of 100 square meters appear in front of him. The walls of the space were emitting warm light, like the sun, and there was an oxygen generator in the corner that was constantly working to produce oxygen. The temperature and air quality in the planting and cultivation room are much better than those in other rooms. Other rooms always give people the feeling of a soft sleeper compartment on a train. Although there is no discomfort, it always feels a bit cramped after living there for a long time. However, the planting and cultivation room gives people a feeling of being in nature. Chapter 31 Planting and Cultivation Room. No wonder the planting and cultivation room can be used for farming. Not to mention plants. Yihan himself wants to stay in it forever. Then Yihan took out the planting culture medium drawing. Each planting culture medium occupied an area of about 5 square meters, and he could place 20 of them in his current room. Yihan changed some soil in the trading hall, and then started to make the culture medium. Soon, 20 iron culture media filled with fertile soil filled the planting room, and then Yihan began to buy seeds in large quantities in the trading hall. Not only did we get vegetable seeds such as tomatoes, peppers, and cucumbers, but we also got wheat and rice seeds. After some thought, Yihan decided to plant 50 square meters of wheat and rice, and the other 50 square meters to grow vegetables. Yihan called on members of the guard squad to help with sowing, and also transferred a drinking water generator to produce irrigation water. It took Yihan and his team a full 2 hours to finish sowing the seeds. The main reason it took so long was that although these soldiers were good at fighting, farming was a bit too difficult for them. Yihan could only teach them one by one. After planting, Yihan looked at the harvest time on the planting and cultivation room. Originally, if the crops were grown using only planting culture media, it would take 3 days to harvest. However, with the planting and cultivation room, the time has been reduced to 1 harvest per day. In other words, by this time tomorrow, Yihan will reach the harvest season, and then he will finally be able to eat rice and vegetables. Thinking of this, Yihan, who had been busy all day, finally felt a little comforted and began to look forward to tomorrow's dinner. As the night deepened, Yihan arranged his evening shift. According to Yihan's idea, the night vigilance and patrol will be handed over to the 5 people in the guard squad and Xiaotian. The 5 people and 1 dog will work in shifts with each person working for 2 hours. However, given the current small number of troops, the main squad has also assigned some soldiers to help on duty. During their duty, they can drive Bobcat all-terrain vehicles to patrol within a 1-kilometer radius around the troop carrier to prevent sudden attacks by mutant beasts. As for the logistics team, they just need to rest normally. Of course, this does not mean that the guard squad has a greater workload than the main force and logistics squads, because during the day the main force and logistics squads have to bear higher pressure of preparation for combat. After arranging his duty, Yihan fell into a deep sleep in his bedroom. What Yihan didn't know was that when he was fighting with Wang Chong, Lu Miao Miao also rushed to the battlefield. When Lu Miao Miao learned that Yihan was surrounded by the desert caravan, she brought her own convoy to rescue him. She originally thought that if she rescued Yihan, she would definitely give this kid a good beating. On the way here, Lu Miao Miao couldn't stop laughing, thinking only about how Yihan would be grateful to her later. Unexpectedly, after arriving, they saw a completely one-sided battle situation. The constant gunfire made Lu Miao Miao mistakenly believe that they had entered Afghanistan. After seeing Wang Chong and his group fleeing in panic, Lu Miao Miao had no choice but to leave with his convoy. Of course, these are no longer important. Early the next morning, Wang Hu came with hot water to report to Yihan about last night's duty. Report to the commander. Last night, there were 2 level 1 Lord Mutant Beasts, 3 level 2 Common Mutant Beasts, and 6 level 1 Common Mutant Beasts attacking us. The guards quickly reported the situation after they discovered it, and the main force Squad 1 attacked decisively and wiped out the entire herd. All spoils of war have been processed. Commander, you have gained a total of 410 points. The current score is 465. Please give your instructions, Commander. After hearing this, Yihan drank a sip of the hot water brought by Wang Hu and nodded. Not bad. Is there anything else? Wang Hu nodded and handed over a blueprint. This morning, Engineering 1 of the logistics class finished drawing the blueprint and obtained a first-level blueprint. Please check it, Commander. Yihan was delighted after hearing this and took the drawing from Wang Hu's hand to take a look at it. First-level agricultural robot manufacturing blueprint. Can manufacture agricultural robots that can simply handle planting operations and can undertake irrigation, planting, harvesting, and other operations. Manufacturing requirements. Iron ingot, 3, steel ingot, 1, level 1 Lord Crystal Core, 1 mechanical component, 5. This thing is great. Yihan was worried about not having anyone to help him farm, but he didn't expect that Engineering 1 would get him this thing in the blink of an eye. Manufacture 2 first-level agricultural robots. Yihan operated on the World System mobile phone. Then 2 crude-looking tracked robots appeared in front of him. As soon as they appeared, they slowly drove towards the planting and cultivation room to start working. Although this thing looks simple and crude, it is a robot after all and can work 24 hours a day, so hard work can make up for one's shortcomings. After finishing all this, Yihan walked out of his bedroom. The carriage was busy at this time. The cooks from the logistics squad were preparing breakfast for the entire army. When Xiao AI saw Yihan walking out, she asked, Commander, where is our destination today? Yihan sat in the co-pilot seat and ate breakfast while looking at the animal distribution map released by the system yesterday. Although the task of wiping out the beast herd had been completed yesterday, the map had not been taken back, which meant that Yihan could continue to search for the beast herd and annihilate it according to the instructions on the map. Let's go to the first level Lord 30 kilometers away first. The main task today is to accumulate points. Wang Long, you lead the guards to drive the Bobcat to lead the way. Yihan said after thinking for a while. Yes, Commander. Xiao AI nodded, and Wang Long immediately got out of the car with the guards and drove the Bobcat. The troop carrier was driving fast on the road, but before going far, Yihan discovered that a strong wind had blown on the road ahead, and yellow sand was floating all over the sky. What's going on? Is a sandstorm coming? Yihan was a little surprised. Report to the commander. The visibility ahead is getting lower and lower. It may be risky to move forward rashly. Xiao AI also spoke out to remind at this time. When Yihan was about to ask Xiao AI to stop the car, he heard the familiar voice of the world system. As soon as the voice sounded, Yihan couldn't help but think, could it be that this sandstorm is related to the system task on the 4th day? Congratulations to all players who have survived to the 4th day in the Gobi world. Currently, there are 3,567 players alive in this area. The 4th day system tasks are now being released. Please pay attention. Day 4 mission, resist the beast tide. Mission rules. Yesterday, the players' actions of exterminating the beasts angered the beast kings in the depths of the desert. They jointly set off a sandstorm. In the sandstorm, visibility in the Gobi desert is reduced, driving risks are increased, and there will be a tide of beasts attacking players in the sandstorm. Please be prepared to resist the tide of beasts. This mission has no time limit. The mission ends when the Beast King stops attacking or all players die. After the mission ends, the system will rank the players based on their performance in resisting the beast tide. Please be prepared. Task reward. First place, Level 2 Blueprint, Vehicle-Mounted Radar Manufacturing Blueprint. Second place, Old-Style Single-Barrel Shotgun Manufacturing Drawings. Third place, Shotgun Ammunition Manufacturing Formula. 4th to 10th place, Steel Treasure Chest. 1. 10th to 100th, Iron Treasure Box. 3. 100th to last place, Iron Treasure Chest. 1. Chapter 32 Beast Tide. After listening to the rules, Yihan frowned. In the past, tasks would have time limits, but today's task not only had no time limit, but also no specific task settlement time. And the system said that the mission will end only when the Beast King stops attacking or all players die. What does this mean? After much thought, Yihan could only think of one possibility. That is a hidden mission. To accomplish the hidden mission, he would probably have to find the Beast King mentioned by the system. Just as Yihan was thinking, Wang Hu suddenly reported loudly, "Commander, a herd of beasts appeared ahead." Yihan hurriedly looked in the direction of Wang Hu's finger. At this time, he could only see 10 meters on the road at most, and only sparse shadows ahead. Just as Yihan was trying hard to identify what was in front of him, a huge mutant tiger suddenly pounced out from the sandstorm. Bang, bang, bang. The machine gun on the roof of the troop carrier suddenly opened fire, and countless bullets instantly hit the mutant tiger. At such a close distance, even if the mutant tiger was a level 2 mutant beast, it would be difficult to resist. When Yihan looked again, it had fallen to the ground gasping for breath, and it was obviously dead. As the mutant tiger fell, more and more mutant beasts rushed out from the sandstorm ahead and attacked the troop carrier. Yihan took a quick glance and found that most of them were level 1 mutant beasts, with occasional level 2 mutant beasts rushing out. Wang Hu, take all the soldiers to resist the beast tide immediately. The logistics squad should also participate in the battle. Yihan immediately gave the order. In an instant, all the soldiers in the car leaned against the windows and fired outside. Those who could not stand had to get out and use the troop carriers and Bobcat all-terrain vehicles for cover and defense. Suddenly, countless gunshots and the roars of mutant beasts were heard in the originally violent sandstorm. At this time, Yihan's soldiers had formed a certain size. The 3 teams, led by Wang Long, Wang Hu, and Wang Chuangwei, defended against the beast tide in an orderly manner. For a while, the area around the troop transport was filled with the corpses of mutant beasts. However, the scale of the beast tide was too large. No matter how hard the soldiers attacked, the mutant beasts continued to pour out from the depths of the sandstorm, and it seemed as if they could never be killed. Fortunately, after the upgrade, Yihan can exchange armor-piercing ammunition in the mall, otherwise it would not be cost-effective to use ordinary ammunition to deal with these mutant beasts. After all, killing a mutant beast only earns 10 points, but it consumes more than 10 pieces of ordinary ammunition. If it is replaced with armor-piercing bullets, only 4 or 5 pieces are needed. Yihan exchanged all of the more than 400 points he had for armor-piercing bullets and distributed them, and then used some supplies to exchange for some sacks in the trading hall. Wang Hu, distribute these armor-piercing shells to the soldiers, and then ask the logistics team to fill the sacks with sand, and then build fortifications around the troop carrier. After the mission was issued, Wang Hu quickly led the logistics team to carry out the mission. Soon, more than 20 sandbags were loaded. Then they followed Yihan's instructions and simply piled up blocking obstacles around the troop carrier. Although this type of positional warfare has been basically eliminated in modern warfare, it is particularly effective when used at this time. Wang Long led the guard squad to guard the left side of the troop carrier, while the right side was taken care of by the logistics squad. As for the main side that was under the greatest pressure, Wang Chuangue led the main force squad to defend. As for Yi Han, he was sitting in the troop carrier and commanding the battle, while Wang, who was on the roof, using the mounted machine gun to block the attack of the beast tide. After some arrangements, the beast tide was instantly blocked outside the battle line. In addition to the deaths of a large number of level 1 and level 2 mutant beasts, several level 1 Lord mutant beasts also fell on the battlefield. After more than 2 hours of fighting, Yi Han looked at his score column. The score column that was originally cleared to 0 now soared to 1,800 points. Yi Han thought about it and realized that each wave of the beast tide would be more violent. At the beginning, there were only ordinary mutant beasts, but now first-level Lord-level mutant beasts are not rare, and it is more likely that second-level mutant beasts will appear later. Just in case, Yi Han exchanged all 1,800 points. According to his previous idea, a main squad would consist of 4 ordinary army soldiers, 200 points each, 2 machine gun soldiers, 300 points each, and 1 rocket soldier, for 100 points. The amount of points at this time is just enough to exchange for a main class. As the score column was reset to 0 again, an entire main force squad appeared on the battlefield. Yi Han pointed at a newly exchanged army soldier and said, "Go and exchange with Army 2 from the main force squad 1. Army 2 will be renamed Wang Chuanzong from now on and serve as the squad leader of the main force second squad." Because Army 2 had been promoted to sergeant in the previous battle, he was just qualified to serve as squad leader. With the joining of the second main squad, the pressure on the battlefield suddenly decreased. Yi Han now had 2 main squads, a guard squad and a logistics squad, totaling 28 people. It can barely be considered as a whole platoon-level organization. At this time, second-level Lord-level mutant beasts began to appear on the battlefield. Yi Han looked over and saw that it was a huge Tiger King, comparable in size to the Lord-level mutant lion he had killed. But Yi Han is no longer the same person as before. Not only has his troops increased greatly, but he also has armor-piercing bullets and rocket soldiers. Now it is naturally not as difficult as before to deal with the second-level Lord-level mutant beast again. Main Force Squad 1 and Squad 2 are ready. Aim all firepower at the second-level Lord. Yi Han ordered his soldiers with a cold expression. As Wang Hu opened fire, countless bullets, grenades and rockets hit the Lord-level Tiger King that had just appeared. Before the huge mutant tiger could even let out a roar, it was hit on the head by 2 rockets. There was a sudden explosion on the battlefield, and when the sound stopped, the second-level Lord was already dead. With heavy firepower, fighting is easy. No wonder artillery is so popular. I want to form an artillery regiment in the future. Yi Han was overjoyed. With the fall of the second-level Lord, the rocket soldiers under Yi Han were promoted to sergeants, and many other soldiers were also promoted. There was no pressure on ammunition for the time being. "Commander, the beast tide seems to be slowly receding." Wang Hu, who was sitting on the roof of the car, suddenly lowered his head and said to Yi Han. Yi Han took a look and found that the beast tide was indeed retreating as Wang Hu said, and the number of mutant beasts on the field was slowly decreasing. It seems that the second-level Lord just now should be the leader of his beast tide. After killing the second-level Lord and other scattered mutant beasts, Yi Han's points reached 850 points again. The points required for full staffing are not far away, but if you want to upgrade to captain, these points are just a drop in the bucket. Without thinking any more, Yi Han asked the soldiers to gather the corpses of the mutant beasts they had killed and then dismantle them all. The amount of meat was too large, so Yi Han picked out a part to make jerky and ham for backup, and the rest were all put on the trading market. Even so, there was still a lot of meat that could not be taken away. Chapter 33 Encounter. In addition to a large amount of beast meat, Yi Han also harvested 5 first-level Lord Crystal Cores and 1 second-level Lord Crystal Core. In addition, when those Lord-level mutant beasts died, they accidentally dropped a steel treasure chest and 2 iron treasure chests. Yi Han excitedly opened the treasure chest. After all, this thing depends purely on luck and cannot be bought in the trading hall. Moreover, there is a chance of getting a second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint in the iron treasure chest, which is particularly important to him at the moment. The player obtains the walkie-talkie manufacturing blueprint, which can be used to manufacture a military walkie-talkie that can communicate within a 10-kilometer range. Required materials: battery. 2. Electronic components. 3. Aluminum. 2. Plastic. 3. It's not bad. The things opened in this steel treasure chest are relatively practical. For example, last time Lu Tu opened the manufacturing tutorial of the Mosin Gunner rifle. The only problem is that the materials to build this thing are a bit scarce. Yi Han didn't think much about it and opened the remaining 2 iron treasure chests. Get the battery manufacturing tutorial. Graphite, lead, electrolyte, and separator are required. Get the first level room expansion pack. You can open up a 10 square meter space in the car. Still failed to obtain the vehicle upgrade blueprint. Yihan felt a little dizzy. Why could Lu Tu get it right away, but he couldn't get it after trying for a long time? Could it be that this damn system was deliberately messing with him? However, the vehicle room expansion pack was quite necessary. Yihan used the expansion pack immediately and used the newly opened 10 square meter room as a storage room, piling up all the messy supplies and food in the car in the storage room. The car suddenly felt spacious and open. As for the battery manufacturing tutorial, there were too many things required on it, and most of them were difficult to find in the box. I guess only science students could find a way to get all the materials. After thinking for a while, Yihan called Engineer 1 and gave him the battery tutorial. Try to make a battery with the materials in the car. If you really need something, you can use my phone to trade on the trading floor. Make sure you make the battery for me. After hearing Yihan's words, Engineer 1 was stunned with dark circles under his eyes, and then pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Yihan was somewhat speechless. If not you, then who else could it be? You are the only science and engineering talent in the team. You should come up with a solution based on this blueprint. No matter if it is innovative or cutting corners, you must make the battery anyway. Communication between team members has always been a big problem. If we can develop walkie-talkies as we wish, then this shortcoming can be made up. After receiving the task, Engineer 1 could only reveal an indescribable expression and then turned around and went back to the dormitory to study. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Yihan asked the logistics team to prepare lunch, and then he opened the communication hall to see if he could find some information about the sandstorm. After all, the beast tide outside may come again later. According to the world system, the mission can only be completed when the Beast King takes the initiative to stop the beast tide or all the players die. Who can come and rescue us? There are too many mutant beasts. Our team has suffered heavy losses. Now there are only more than 20 people left. I am the only one left in our team. The main regiment is recruiting. Join now, and you will be allocated a Mosin Gunner rifle. Come on, the broken guns distributed by your main car group don't even have bullets. What's the difference between them and firewood sticks? Joining our desert car group is the right thing to do. The last message was actually sent by that kid Wang Chong. It seems that this guy still has no moral integrity. However, the main Che group seems to be having a hard time now. Lu Tu sent several messages to Yihan in his private messages, all asking for help. It was obvious that he had encountered some difficulties. Yihan thought about it and decided to turn on the friend location sharing. On the one hand, he had promised the main group that he would provide assistance if they encountered difficulties. On the other hand, he also wanted to try his luck. After all, he was no longer troubled by the beast tide for the time being. Lu Tu's location was not far from Yihan. After a simple lunch, Yihan asked Xiao AI to drive slowly towards the main group. On the way, they encountered some idle mutant beasts and the corpses of some players. It seems like a lot of people will die in this mission. Yihan lit a cigarette and frowned. These players are all his potential customers. If the casualty rate is too high, his future business will be difficult. Thinking of this, Yihan made a lot of therapeutic agents and hung them in the trading hall. At this time, the importance of medical supplies to players is self-evident, but Yihan did not take advantage of the situation. The cost of a unit of therapeutic agent is 4 units of herbs, and Yihan only posted a unit price that can be exchanged for 6 units of equivalent supplies. The mountain cat that was exploring the way ahead suddenly stopped, and then Wang Long got off the car and came to the troop carrier to report to Yihan. Commander, there seems to be a player fighting a mutant beast ahead. Yihan stuck his head out and indeed heard sporadic gunshots in the strong wind over the Gobi Desert. Let's go to the front and have a look. Wang Hu notified all the teams to prepare for battle. Yes. The vehicle moved forward slowly, and there were more and more mutant beasts around, but they were basically level 1 mutant beasts, and they could be dealt with by the guards leading the way in front. Walking to the center of the mutant beast blockade, Yihan suddenly saw several cars parked in front of him. At first glance, they were all smart, mini, or some very cutely decorated cars. Around the car, a dozen girls holding handmade crossbows or compound bows were shooting at the mutant beasts. The girl in the lead was wearing a military green vest on the upper body and camouflage military pants on the lower body. She had a high ponytail tied behind her head, and her fair forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. At this time, she was holding a pistol and shooting at the beasts. Yihan could tell at a glance who the girl holding the pistol was. I have seen her profile picture in the communication hall. Just like her in person, the girl was Lu Miao Miao. Yihan smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would meet her here. When Lu Miao Miao saw the troop carrier approaching, she was alert at first, But then she saw Yihan sticking his head out, and her expression suddenly became particularly interesting. Is this kid here to laugh at me? Lu Miao Miao gritted her teeth and got angry for some reason. The other girls also saw Yihan coming, and they all looked infatuated with him. That looks like Yishun. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Xiaohan, pinch me. A girl in a blue dress had starry eyes. Oh my god, Yishun himself is much more handsome than his avatar. Isn't he here specifically to rescue us? Look, Captain, is she having her period? Hearing the chattering of the team members, the originally angry Lu Miao Miao's face suddenly turned red, and then she looked ashamed and angry. Yihan didn't have time to deal with them at this moment, so he turned around and said to Wang Hu, get the main force squad out to clear the beast tied in this area as soon as possible. Yes. Wang Hu nodded, and then the main force squad immediately got off the troop carrier, and countless gunshots suddenly rang out on the battlefield. The scale of the beast tide that Lu Miao Miao and her group encountered was far smaller than their own. The strongest mutant beast was only at the first level Lord level. For the main force team at this time, destroying them was no different from chopping melons and vegetables. Chapter 34, Convergence. However, this also made Yihan have another guess. Could it be that the scale of the beast tide is determined by the strength of the players? Soon the surrounding mutant beasts were basically wiped out, but only 400 points were gained. The points given by the first-level mutant beasts were still too few. Adding the previous 850, there are now 1250 points, which is still a long way from exchanging for the main three classes. The girls around heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the crisis was over, and immediately gathered around Yihan, chattering. God Yi, are those soldiers all your men? What's going on between you and our captain? Why did you tell her to stop bothering you in the communication hall some time ago? Oh my, the captain must have taken a fancy to Yishun. Our captain is a very nice person, with long legs, a slim waist, a beautiful face, and a kind heart. Wouldn't Master Yi consider it? When Yihan heard the girls' voices, he suddenly felt like he was in a birdcage. The noise was so loud that he didn't know whose question to answer first. Stop arguing. Go clean up the battlefield. The beast tide might come again soon. When Lu Miao Miao heard what the team members said, her brows furrowed in anger and her face turned red. Then she pretended to be calm, walked to Yihan, cleared her voice, and said coldly, Thank you, Captain Yi, for helping our Miao Miao team this time. I will sort out the spoils and send them to you later. Yihan could sense the intention of Lu Miao Miao to drive him away, and he felt annoyed. Why did this woman act like she was on her menstrual period every time she saw him? Women's minds were really hard to guess. Not to mention that he didn't offend her, and he even risked his life to save them. Thinking of this, Yihan wanted to play a trick on Lu Miao Miao. While the other girls were cleaning up the battlefield, Yihan approached Lu Miao Miao with a teasing look and then asked with a sly smile, Captain Lu, I contributed both manpower and manpower this time. I'm afraid that just a little bit of spoils can't make up for my losses, right? Lu Miao Miao didn't notice Yihan's teasing. She just thought that this kid was starting to blackmail her again. A surge of anger suddenly surged in her heart, but when she saw the team members not far away were secretly watching her, she had to suppress her anger and pretend to be calm. So what do you want? Our team can try our best to satisfy you. Yihan smiled evilly and put his mouth close to Lu Miao Miao's ear and whispered, I only saw the lower half last time. Can you let me see the upper half this time? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Miao Miao's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she was about to kick Yihan in shame and anger. Rogue. Following Lu Miao Miao's loud curse, Yihan hurriedly took a step back, causing Lu Miao Miao's kick to miss. Wang Hu shouted, Not good, when he saw this, and hurriedly stepped forward to protect Yihan behind him. If Yihan had not quickly stopped him, Wang Hu would have pulled out his gun and pointed it at Lu Miao Miao. The female players on the other side were also shocked by this scene. Damn, there are melons. No, where is Captain Yishun Lu? Did the captain suffer any loss? I didn't expect that Yishun told the captain not to bother him, but he actually did it in private? When Yihan heard the voices of the team members on the other end, his face was filled with black lines. These women really have a lot of imagination. Yihan, you're a fucking gangster. Get out of here. Lu Miao Miao pointed at Yihan's nose and cursed angrily. Seeing this, the girl in the blue skirt also hurried over to mediate. Captain, don't be angry. Yishun probably didn't mean it. It's not good for us to have a conflict at this time. Yihan suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known that this woman was like a powder keg, he should not have set her on fire. Yihan immediately waved his hand and said, I was just teasing you. I take that back, okay? After hearing this, Lu Miao Miao snorted angrily, then went back to the car and sulked without saying a word. After Lu Miao Miao left, The girl in the blue skirt burst out laughing and asked Yihan, God Yi, what did you do to our captain? Why does she look so angry when she sees you? Yihan smiled bitterly. Maybe he has a conflict with her. After saying this, Yihan waved goodbye to them. He had to hurry to find Lu Tu and the others. When the girl in the blue skirt saw Yi Shun was about to leave, she hurriedly chased after him and asked, Yi Shen, where are you going? Can we follow you? Yihan thought about it and wondered how the battle situation was on Lu Tu's side. Although these people under Lu Miao Miao were all women, they were well equipped and could be considered a fighting force. Thinking of this, Yihan said, I'm going to look for the main Che group. They're having some problems over there. You can follow me, but I can't guarantee that I can take care of you if something goes wrong. After saying this, Yihan asked Xiao Ai to drive to Lu Tu's side, and Lu Miao Miao's convoy soon followed. After all, everyone knows that Yihan has a big and thick leg at this time. Yihan, who was sitting in the car, was somewhat speechless. Wang Hu, who was standing beside him, was also somewhat embarrassed when he saw this and walked up to him and said, Commander, I was too careless this time. Please punish me, Commander. Then I'll punish you by making you do 200 push-ups, Yihan said with a roll of his eyes. After hearing this, Wang Hu lay on the ground without saying a word. Although he didn't say anything, he was speechless in his heart. I'm being polite to you, but you really think it's my fault? You and your wife need me to watch over you when you sleep in the future? The troop transport vehicle soon arrived near the camp of the main vehicle regiment. Compared to the beast tide that Lu Miao Miao and the others encountered, the main vehicle regiment's camp was much larger in scale. After all, the Mainz regiment now had more than 50 people, and each of them had a Mosin-Gunna. Even if there were no bullets, it was still a hot weapon after all. Perhaps the system sent a larger tide of beasts based on their strength. Yihan took a quick glance and found that there were 7 or 8 first-level Lord-level mutant beasts in the surrounding area, and the number of second-level ordinary mutant beasts reached 30 or 40, not to mention the large number of first-level mutant beasts. Under the impact of a beast tide of this scale, the main group suffered heavy losses. If Yihan had not arrived quickly, they would have had no choice but to run away at the risk of their lives in more than an hour. Damn, Brother Yi, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you day and night. Lu Tu, who was originally worried and anxious, suddenly became happy when he saw Yihan coming. The rest of the main team wiped their sweat when they saw Yihan, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Yihan nodded to the people of the main Che regiment, and then ordered Wang Hu, let all soldiers join the battle immediately. As the order was given, 2 main squads and 1 guard squad quickly attacked. A total of 20 soldiers and a military dog as big as a tiger intervened in the battle, and the situation on the battlefield quickly reversed. Lu Miao Miao and her group, who followed on the other side, did not just sit back and watch the fire. Several girls also held weapons to assist the soldiers in the attack. In an instant, this group of girls became a beautiful landscape on the battlefield. When the single guys in the main car group saw so many young girls coming, they were originally dejected and suddenly became excited. Chapter 35 Two Lords. Seeing this, Lu Tu walked up to Yihan and shook Yihan's hand with a smile on his face. Brother Yi, why did you bring a cheerleading team with you this time? Didn't you bring the wives of my brothers here as well? Yihan smiled, and then whispered to Lu Tu. They are from the Miao Miao team. I brought them here when I met them on the road. Brother Lu, please don't joke like that. Their captain Lu Miao Miao is having a period disorder and has a bad temper. If she hears what you said, I will not be able to stop you. After hearing this, Lu Tu looked at Lu Miao Miao in the distance, and immediately a look of understanding appeared on his face, which made Yihan feel a little embarrassed. Just as the two were chatting, someone on the field suddenly exclaimed, Why are there more mutant beasts? Hearing this, Yihan hurriedly looked towards the battlefield, only to see that the mutant beasts that were about to be wiped out suddenly increased in number, and a large number of second-level mutant beasts appeared. What's going on? Wasn't the second wave of beast tide almost over? Why is it coming again? Lu Tu's brows were full of solemnity when he saw this. Was that the second wave of beasts you just fought against? Yihan asked. Yes, the first wave of beasts came this morning. They were basically all level 1 mutant beasts, with 1 or 2 Lord level ones occasionally. It took us more than 2 hours to eliminate them all. It took another 2 hours for the second wave of beasts to come. Lu Tu explained to Yihan. After hearing this, Yihan had some guesses in his mind. The beast tide came in waves, and before he came, Lu Tu encountered only low-level mutant beasts. It was after he arrived that the beast tide suddenly intensified. Then there is only one possibility. The beast tide's attack is not aimless, but follows the players. Those second-level mutant beasts on the field are clearly coming for him. In other words, The support from Yihan and his team meant that the main Shay group had to face an even more fierce beast-tide attack. Yihan felt something was wrong when he thought of this, and he shouted to Wang Hu, "Wang Hu, get all the main squads ready, and load up with heavy firepower. A level 2 Lord-level mutant beast may appear at any time." Hearing Yihan's words, Lu Tu was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. "What? A second-level Lord?" Yihan nodded solemnly. "Yes, I guess it's directed at me. It would be fine if it was just me fighting, but there are so many people on the field now, and my troops are not enough to protect them. My soldiers are battle-hardened and well-equipped, but those players with bows and crossbows will have no power to resist when they encounter a second-level Lord. Brother Lu, have your men retreat as far as possible and just try to eliminate the first-level mutant beasts." After giving instructions to Lu Tu, Yihan ran to Lu Miao Miao again. At this time, Lu Miao Miao was still unclear about the situation on the battlefield and still had a cold face. But Yihan didn't have time to take care of her little emotions at this time and said directly, "Let your female army retreat. There may be a second-level Lord later." Lu Miao Miao originally didn't want to pay attention to Yihan, but after hearing Yihan's words, she immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly asked the team members to retreat. As if in response to Yihan's words, Lu Tu and Lu Miao Miao's men had just retreated for a while when two huge roars suddenly came from the sandstorm. Yihan looked closely and saw two mutant bears as big as hills stepping out of the sandstorm. They are actually two second-level lords. Yihan muttered to himself. Fortunately, he asked the others to retreat first. Otherwise, if these two second-level lords suddenly rushed out, with the combat capabilities of the main group and the Miao Miao group, most of them would probably be killed or injured in an instant. Miao Miao team, focus your firepower on the surrounding level 1 mutant beasts. Don't let them affect Yihan's soldiers. Lu Miao Miao, holding a pistol in his hand, stood beside him and said loudly. Lu Tu also ordered the people of the main Shay group to concentrate their firepower on attacking ordinary mutant beasts. In this way, Yihan's soldiers no longer have to waste firepower on dealing with monsters and can concentrate their forces on dealing with the Lord. As soon as the two bear lords appeared, Wang Hu commanded the two main squads to attack. There was constant gunfire on the field. With armor-piercing bullets, the soldiers were able to cause damage to the second-level lords. However, these two second-level lords were obviously very tough, and the shooting only angered them. Yihan did not dare to be careless and quickly ordered, "Wang Hu, grenades and rockets are ready. Don't hold back, and make sure to kill them before they use their skills." He had seen the power of the second-level lord, the Lion King, spitting fire before. Following Wang Hu's command, several grenades and rockets were fired at the two bear kings on the field. But at this moment, the two bear kings roared fiercely, and then Yihan saw their fur suddenly glow with an earthy yellow light, and then the animal skins hardened like solid land. Yihan felt something was wrong. Both the rockets and grenades hit the bear kings. But when the smoke cleared, the two bear kings were not killed. The bear kings were covered with wounds at this time. It was obvious that they had paid a heavy price for enduring so many grenades and rockets. However, their ability to harden their fur allowed them to survive the bombing. Xiao AI, exchange for armor-piercing rockets. Yihan gritted his teeth and said to Xiao AI, "Commander, armor-piercing rocket ammunition costs 50 points per round. Do you want to redeem it?" Yihan tried hard to suppress his pain. This thing was too expensive. Just firing 4 shots would use up all the points of an army soldier. But he couldn't care less at this moment. Exchange 4 rounds. Yes. Consume 200 points to exchange for 4 armor-piercing rockets. The current remaining points are 1050. As the points decreased, 4 armor-piercing rockets appeared in the car. Yihan immediately asked 2 rocket soldiers under his command to come and collect the ammunition. Fire now. With an order, 2 armor-piercing rockets were suddenly fired, and the 2 bear kings used the same skill to harden their fur. When the rockets hit, Yihan did not hold back and let the rocket soldiers continue firing. All 4 armor-piercing rockets hit the target. Reporting to the commander, Rocket 1 killed a level 2 Lord-level mutant beast. With 500 points, Rocket 1 was promoted to sergeant, and the ammunition was restored. Rocket 2 killed a level 2 Lord-level mutant beast. With 500 points, and Rocket 2 was promoted to sergeant. Hearing Xiao AI's report, Yihan breathed a sigh of relief, and his points soared from 1050 to 2050. Wang Hu, let all teams clear out the remaining mutant beasts and clean up the battlefield after they are wiped out. Yihan gave the order again. As the 2 bear kings fell, both the main car group and the Miao Miao car group cheered. Yi Shun is invincible. Commander Yihan is so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for you. What's the big deal about having a baby? Yi Shun, I'm willing to turn 1 into 0 for you. Chapter 36. Start upgrading. Yihan couldn't feel happy despite the cheers from the crowd. The beast tide was obviously getting stronger and stronger. According to this pattern, the next wave would be 3 level 2 lords, and it was even more likely that an unknown level 3 lord would appear in the future. What should I do then? A sense of urgency of life and death once again surged into Yihan's heart. If the beast tide continued to develop at this trend, not to mention the manhwa group, even he himself might not be able to withstand it. He couldn't help but remember his initial guess, which was about the hidden mission to stop the beast tide. Go to the depths of the desert to find the source of the beast tide. While Yihan was deep in thought, Lu Tu had already led everyone to clean up the battlefield. At this time, they had to expand the results of the battle as quickly as possible and then turn them into the strength of the team. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resist the next wave of beast tide. Brother Yi, these are collected from the battlefield. There are a total of 6 iron treasure chests and 2 steel treasure chests. I exchanged opinions with the team members. You have made the greatest contribution this time, so all the treasure chests belong to you. We can just share some of the beast meat. Lu Tu felt a little embarrassed. In fact, if the distribution was based on contribution rate, the people from the manhwa group would not even get much animal meat. Yihan's eyes sparkled when he saw the several treasure chests brought by Lu Tuesday. If he could get the second-level vehicle upgrade blueprints, then his plan to go deep into the desert would undoubtedly be guaranteed. Thinking of this, Yihan said without being too polite, Brother Lu, I will be disrespectful to refuse. If you need something, just tell me directly. Improving your combat power will also help me. Hearing Yihan's words, Lu Tu smiled and touched his head. Yihan no longer hesitated, reached out his hand to the iron treasure chest, and began to open it. The player opens the iron treasure chest and obtains 2 cows and some basic supplies. As soon as the system prompt ended, a light flashed in the treasure chest, and then 2 black and white cows appeared in front of Yihan. Yihan was suddenly a little confused. I want the drawings. Why are you giving them to the cows? Never mind, there are still 5 chances. The player opens the iron treasure chest and obtains 6 hens and some basic supplies. When Yihan saw a group of hens in front of him, he almost lost his temper. Oh my goodness, you won't even give me the blueprints now? Where are you going to play Farmville? Yihan opened the treasure chest twice again, not believing in evil. Players open the iron treasure chest and get a bag of coffee seeds, a coffee grinder blueprint, and some basic supplies. Players open the iron treasure chest and obtain the ring-headed sword manufacturing blueprint. Why are there so many useless things? Things like the ring-handled sword are only useful to ordinary players, but they are useless to me, and things like the coffee machine are even more useless. Let's open another steel treasure chest, Yihan thought. Maybe the steel treasure chest can also reveal a second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint. The player opens the steel treasure chest and obtains the second-level blueprint, the vehicle-mounted 20mm machine gun modification blueprint. Although this thing is good, it is a second-level blueprint and cannot be used for my first-level vehicle. Yihan was a little tired and had given up hope of opening the treasure chests. He turned around and gave the remaining treasure chests to Lu Tu. Forget it, brother. If you can't get anything useful out of them, keep them for yourself. After saying this, Yihan sighed and turned around to go back to the troop carrier. Lu Tu, who was standing by, was also a little surprised to see what Yihan got when he opened the box. Why did the drop rate of the iron treasure chest suddenly become lower? Lu Tu was a little unbelievable and turned around to try to open it. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint. Yihan was shocked when he heard the voice coming from Lu Tuesday. Damn, this system is definitely playing tricks on me. Brother Lu, I really need the second-level upgrade blueprint. Lu Tu laughed and handed the blueprint to Yihan. I thought the probability of the treasure chest was changed. After all this time, Brother Yi is really embarrassed. After getting the blueprint, Yihan could no longer contain his excitement. Without even having time to answer Lu Tu, he hurried to the troop carrier with the blueprint. Wang Hu, holding the blueprint drawn by Yihan, was followed by 2 cows and a group of hens. Commander, how should we arrange these animals? Wang Hu, standing in front of the troop carrier, was a little overwhelmed as he looked at the animals in front of him. Take them to the planting and cultivation room first. Yihan looked at it and felt a headache. There was no place to put them in the troop carrier at this moment, so he could only give Wang Hu casual instructions. After saying that, Yihan hurriedly sat in the passenger seat and opened the second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint. It is detected that the player has a second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint. Do you want to upgrade the vehicle? Yes. Yihan answered impatiently. Please choose your own vehicle upgrade direction. Upgrade Direction 1. Level 2 Multi-Purpose Armored Personnel Carrier. Requires vehicle-mounted armor modification drawings and vehicle-mounted turret modification drawings. Upgrade Direction 2. Level 2 Armored Infantry Fighting Vehicle. Requires vehicle-mounted turret modification drawings and Level 2 armor drawings. Upgrade Direction 3. Level 2 Armored Self-Propelled Artillery. Requires vehicle-mounted armor modification drawings and vehicle-mounted artillery modification drawings. Yihan's brain was working quickly as he looked at the 3 upgrade directions in front of him. The first direction was obviously the most functional. It not only gave the tank a certain defensive capability, but also made it offensive. Moreover, the multifunctional turret could not only attack the ground, but also the air. Who knows if there would be flying mutant beasts later. The second and third directions are 2 extremes. Armored infantry fighting vehicles are good at defense, but slightly weaker in attack, while self-propelled artillery are good at excellent artillery attack performance, but slightly weaker in defense. Yihan was a little hesitant. He currently lacked blueprints for infantry fighting vehicles and self-propelled artillery. If he wanted to modify an armored personnel carrier, he could do it directly. He had first-level armor blueprints, and the machine gun blueprint he had just obtained could also be considered a turret modification blueprint. But I was a little unwilling to accept it. After all, this thing was too mediocre. It didn't have any shortcomings, but it also didn't have any outstanding advantages. Just as Yihan was thinking, the upgrade page in front of him suddenly flickered, as if it encountered some bug. Yihan was stunned. This was the first time he saw a problem with the world system. The screen took several seconds to recover, but after it recovered, a 4th upgrade direction appeared on the page. At that time, Lu2 only encountered 3 upgrade directions. Could it be? Yihan suddenly thought of something and glanced at Xiao AI on the car screen. Xiao AI gave Yihan a sly smile at this time. Obviously, this 4th upgrade direction was caused by the strongest commander system brought by Xiao AI interfering with the world system. Upgrade Direction 4. Secondary Armed Command Vehicle, Special Upgrade Direction. Requires Xiao AI system support. Yihan was delighted. Isn't this tailor-made for me? Commander, Xiao AI suggests choosing the 4th direction. Later, the commander can make a series of modifications to the command vehicle according to his own needs and preferences. After the commander upgrades the armed command vehicle, he can contact every surviving combat unit through Xiao AI. After hearing Xiao AI's words, Yihan no longer hesitated. Armor and artillery were not important. Being able to command each combat unit was enough. Choose Upgrade Direction 4. Level 2 Armed Command Vehicle. Upgrading, please wait. A fierce white light suddenly flashed, and after a few seconds Yihan opened his eyes again. The layout of the car in front of him had changed drastically. Chapter 37 Secondary Armed Command Vehicle. The driver's cab is still at the front of the car, but it is so small that it can only accommodate 2 soldiers. Behind the cab is a space similar to a command center, which is only about 10 square meters in size. Xiao AI's car screen has also been moved from the driver's cab to the command room. In the middle of the command room stands a huge conference table, with complex instruments on both sides of the table, which display the operating conditions of various parts of the vehicle and even the survival status and ammunition reserves of each soldier. The broken passenger seat that Yihan was sitting on has been replaced with a comfortable single sofa, with the Xiao AI screen facing it, and next to the sofa is the door to his commander's office, through which he can enter his office. Walking back from the command room, you will come to a transition area of only 5 square meters. There are 5 doors on both sides of this transition area, marked with Dormitory 001, Dormitory 002, Storage Room 1, Bathroom, and Planting and Cultivation Room respectively. Further back from the transition area is an empty space of about 10 square meters, which is filled with cooking tools and some ammunition. There is a small door leading to the outside on the side and a tailgate for convenient loading and unloading of cargo. Just from the perspective of spatial distribution, the armed command vehicle at this time is much stronger than the previous troop carrier. Commander, the benefits of choosing an armed command vehicle are not limited to this. There are even greater benefits later, Xiao AI said with a smile. Are there any other benefits? Tell me about them. Yihan was very happy. Well, this is something that the commander will have to explore later. Xiao AI smiled slyly. When Yihan heard Xiao AI say this again, he said frivolously, "Tease me again. I think you want me to spank you." Perverted commander. Xiao AI's face turned red instantly, and then she hid away as if she was embarrassed. Yihan laughed and didn't care. He immediately opened the modification page, used his own supplies to build a 20mm vehicle-mounted machine gun, and installed it on the roof. At this time, Yihan's vehicle not only has a 12.7mm machine gun, but also a 20mm machine cannon. The attack power of the vehicle alone is already far ahead of other players, Not to mention that Yihan also has an entire platoon of combat units. Open the vehicle page, and the vehicle conditions displayed on it have changed greatly. Vehicle, M4 Basic Armed Command Vehicle. Quality, Grade A. Level, Level 2. Defense Performance, Level 2 to 1. Energy, Diesel Engine. Endurance, 3,776 kilometers. Maximum speed, 80 kilometers per hour. Modification, Level 1 Vehicle-Mounted Iron Armor, Level 1 Bulletproof Glass, 112.7 mm caliber machine gun, 120 mm caliber machine gun. Space Expansion, 4 first-level room expansions, 1 office, 2 dormitories, 1 storage room, 1 first-level bathroom expansion, 1 second-level planting and cultivation room, 1 first-level vehicle interior space expansion. Yihan lay comfortably in his commander's chair while looking at the page that suddenly became complicated. For the first time, he truly had the feeling of being a commander. I had been commanding the battle from the broken passenger seat, which made me feel like I wasn't a commander, but more like a driving school instructor. Just as Yihan was sighing, Xiao AI suddenly jumped out and reported, "Commander, Lu Tu is looking for you outside the car." As Xiao AI finished her words, a screen next to her commander's seat lit up, showing the image outside the vehicle. Lu Tu was walking around the armed command vehicle, sighing and calling her name. Yihan was delighted again. Not only was the sound insulation better, but he could also see the conditions outside the car. This second-level upgrade was totally worth it. After getting off the vehicle, Yihan did not go to find Lu Tu first, but was first attracted by the appearance of the armed command vehicle. It must be said that the armed command vehicle at this time was much more handsome than the previous troop carrier. First of all, the entire size of the car is much larger. Its length is over 10 meters, comparable to a truck, and its height is nearly 2 stories. Many iron boxes are installed on the roof to load supplies. There is a 12.7 millimeters caliber machine gun above the front of the vehicle, and behind the machine gun is an observation and shooting area where soldiers can climb up from the cab to shoot. When Lu Tu saw Yihan getting off the car, he hurried to Yihan's side and said with envy, "Brother Yi, your level 2 upgrade is awesome. It's much better than my level 2 tricycle." Yihan smiled and said nothing more. Although Lu Tu's tricycle was indeed crude, it was faster than the armed command vehicle. After all, with the size of the armed command vehicle, it would not be fast without corresponding power modifications. On the contrary, Lu Tu's human-powered tricycle had a power-assisted system and was much faster. "I just took this thing out of the steel treasure chest. Do you need it?" Lu Tu handed over a blueprint. Yihan took it and took a look. It was a tutorial on how to make the Nambu 16 pistol. This thing was the turtle shell pistol that he was familiar with from the anti-Japanese war movies when he was a child. It was made in the Sakura country. To be honest, not only was its shape ugly, but its reliability was also low. Naturally, Yihan looked down on this thing. "Forget it, Brother Lu. You need this thing more than I do." Yihan handed the drawing back and continued, "I'm planning to leave soon. You and the Meow Meow team should hold on here." Lu Tu was stunned after hearing Yihan's words. "Leave? Brother Yi, where are you planning to go?" "According to the system, the beast tide will not stop unless all players die. So I plan to go to the depths of the desert to see if there is any way to end the beast tide. After all, we will not be able to hold on like this sooner or later." Yihan explained to Lu Tu. After hearing this, Lu Tu pondered for a moment and said, "That's true. How about we go with you? Although we don't have much combat power, we can still help you a little. It's too dangerous for you to go alone." "I appreciate it, Brother Lu. My car has been upgraded. If I encounter a danger that I cannot resolve, I will have a way to escape. It would be more dangerous if the people from the Mainshe group followed him." After learning that Yihan was about to leave, everyone's expressions became complicated. Some were worried about Yihan's safety, while others were worried that they would not be able to hold off the beast tide after Yihan left. But what Yihan did not expect was that Lu Meow Meow did not get inexplicably angry like she did in the past. "Are you really planning to go deep into the desert?" Lu Meow Meow's expression unexpectedly revealed a hint of worry. "There's no other way. If you don't try, you'll just wait to die," Yihan said with a smile. Hearing Yihan's words, Lu Meow Meow bit her lower lip, then took out a small iron box and handed it to Yihan. "Keep this thing. Although I know you are not short of weapons, one more can always increase your combat power." Yihan took it and took a look. There was actually an 2 Malawian kwacha's grenade inside. This thing must have been something that Lu Meow Meow had kept in her heart. He didn't expect that she would give it to him on her own initiative. Yihan's first reaction was to refuse. After all, this thing was only 20 points each in his points mall. But after seeing Lu Meow Meow's resolute expression, he still accepted it. "Okay, then I'll take it." Yihan said nothing more. He took the things and asked all the soldiers to get on the bus. Wang Hu, get all the soldiers on board and get ready to go. After saying this, Yihan thought for a moment and added, Wang Long, you and the soldiers from the guard squad and Xiao Tian should stay here to help the main Shay group resist the beast tide. Yes, Wang Long replied with a salute. The guard squad has almost no heavy firepower. Instead of following me, they might as well stay and support the main regiment. A few more guns don't mean much to me, but they are much more important to them. After doing all this, Yihan was still a little worried, so he asked Xiao AI, can the system exchange for rifle ammunition from the World War I period? Yes, Commander. The system can exchange various types of ammunition. After getting Xiao AI's affirmative answer, Yihan exchanged another 2,000 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition for the Mosin gunner rifle from the mall and gave them all to Lu Tu. With these ammunition and the support of the guard squad, Lu Tu and Lu Miao's convoy should be able to withstand the next few waves of beasts. Chapter 38. Deep in the Desert. After Yihan said goodbye to everyone, he asked Xiao AI to drive the car towards the direction where the beast tide was coming from. Under the leadership of Wang Chuangui, all the members of the main team entered the driver's cab and were responsible for clearing the mutant beasts on the road. Under the dual protection of a machine gun and a machine cannon, ordinary mutant beasts could be said to die as soon as they showed their heads. In the command room, Yihan also decided to use the points he had on hand to exchange for the main third squad. At this time, he still had 2,050 points on hand, and the cost of building a main squad was 1,800. Still according to the previous configuration, soldiers above the sergeant level who were transferred to the main first squad after exchanging for the main third squad will serve as squad leaders. Xiao AI, exchange the main force squad 3. The main force squad 1 army 3 is renamed Wang Chuanan, and he is transferred to be the squad leader of the main force squad 3. Transfer one of the newly summoned ordinary army soldiers from the third squad to the first squad. Yes. Following Xiao AI's response, a whole new main force squad appeared in the command room. At this time, there was only one spot left before the rank was fully filled. Yihan thought about it and decided not to redeem it. After all, he only had 250 points. Now, including the logistics team, Yihan has a total of 35 soldiers under his command, but there are only 2 dormitories, which makes it difficult to accommodate so many people. After a brief thought, Yihan said, the main force squad 3 will temporarily live in the rear of the train and the command room, and we will make further arrangements after the dormitory is expanded. The second and third squads are now on standby in the dormitory, and the logistics squad is preparing dinner at the rear of the car. All those with positions above the squad level should come to the command room. After the arrangements were made, only Yihan, Wang Hu, and 3 squad leaders, Wang Chuangui, Wang Chuanzong, and Wang Chuanan, were left in the command room. Looking at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. The crops in the cultivation room had also reached maturity. When Yihan was about to go and check, Wang Hu spoke first. Commander, the 2 robots have already harvested the crops in the cultivation room, but the cows and hens stole some of them after they moved in. After hearing what Wang Hu said, Yihan was speechless. He was so focused on upgrading the car that he forgot about the animals. What's the difference between putting cows in a cultivation room and eating at a buffet? How much crops have they destroyed? Yihan asked. Thanks to the robot's timely intervention, only about 3 units of rice were damaged. It's not so bad that there are only 3 units. Yihan breathed a sigh of relief. Go find some ropes to tie up the cows and confine the chickens in wooden frames. The harvested straw will be used as food for the animals. After Yihan made simple arrangements, he suddenly felt that there was not enough space in the car. The first problem is the dormitory, and the second is the lack of breathing space. It seems that searching for room expansion packs is also a top priority. However, this thing is very scarce in the trading hall, and players who have it basically keep it for their own use. Soon the logistics team prepared dinner. Tonight was the most sumptuous meal Yihan had since he came to the road survival world. The cooks not only prepared rice, but also stir-fried meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and smashed cucumbers, but they also milked the cows and brought Yihan a glass of milk. After all, as a cook, milking cows is a job that suits your profession. While having dinner, Yihan asked Xiao AI to continue driving towards the depths of the desert. Before, for safety reasons, Yihan always stayed at the base at night, but the situation was more urgent at this time, and there was no room for so much consideration. Although everyone in the car was enjoying dinner comfortably at this time, the situation faced by the main team was not peaceful. Because they were heading towards a tide of beasts, more and more mutant beasts were besieging them from all around. If it were not for the 2 vehicle-mounted weapons leading the way, they would have been surrounded by the mutant beasts long ago. The points column also rose all the way from 250 to more than 400. After finishing his meal, Yihan thought about it and arranged 3 main teams to take turns to resist the beast tide, while he went into the office to rest. After all, tomorrow would be the 5th day in the Gobi world, and the closer he got to the depths of the desert, the more dangerous it would be, so he had to get enough rest. When Yihan went to rest, Wang Hu took over the command position in the car. The 3 teams carried out the defense tasks in shifts of 2 hours, and thanks to Xiao AI's excellent driving skills, there was no trouble along the way. Of course, this is only because Yihan has so many soldiers and Xiao AI's assistants. If it were any other convoy, they would have probably died long ago. When Yihan woke up the next day, he heard the broadcast of the world system. Congratulations to all players on the 5th day of Gobi World. The current number of survivors is 2,686. The beast tide will be more intense. Please be prepared for the battle. It seems that the world system will not stop until all the players are killed. Yihan rubbed his sleepy eyes, walked out of the office, and came to the command room. At this time, all the squad leaders in the command room were ready and were sitting in front of the command table waiting to report to Yihan. After drinking the hot milk brought by Wang Hu, Yihan said, "Tell me about what happened last night." "We encountered 2 waves of beasts while driving last night. There were 6 level 2 Lord-level mutant beasts. With the cooperation of 3 teams, we killed 4 of them. 2 were thrown away by Xiao AI. At the same time, a total of 6 soldiers were promoted to sergeants, 4 were promoted to staff sergeants, and Wang Chuanzong and Wang Chuangui were promoted to sergeant major." After hearing Wang Hu's words, Yihan glanced at the points column, which had reached an astonishing 3,200 points. This was the first time that Yihan had such a large number of points. However, there is still a long way to go before being promoted to captain. Yihan nodded. "Well done. Is there anything else?" Wang Hu nodded and handed over a blueprint. "This is the battery blueprint that Engineering 1 improved according to the commander's requirements. It can be made according to the commander's current material reserves, but the reliability of the battery is slightly poor." Yihan almost forgot about this. After getting the battery drawings, he couldn't wait to make 5 walkie-talkies and gave them to the class leaders and Wang Hu. As for the extra one, he asked Wang Hu to give it to Wang Long later. After all, although he had a command vehicle to command every soldier, there was no means of communication between the squad leaders. With the walkie-talkie, their subsequent combat collaboration will be more convenient. "Xiao AI, where are we now?" Yihan asked. "At my own speed. I have traveled at least 700 to 800 kilometers, so I should have entered the depths of the desert. Report to the commander. We have entered the heart of the Gobi Desert at 5 in the morning and have already left the sandstorm area." After hearing Xiao AI's answer, Yihan glanced out the window and saw that the scenery around him had changed. The Gobi Desert where he had walked before had always been desolate and boundless. Not to mention trees, there were not even many weeds. But now, surprisingly, poplar trees appeared on both sides of the road. Chapter 39, Level 3 Lord, Bifong. How come the ecology gets better the further into the desert you go? Yihan was a little surprised, but then he thought about it and figured that this was indeed getting close to the mutant beast's lair, so it was normal for the ecological environment to be better. Thinking of this, Yihan couldn't help but become alert. After thinking about it, I used 600 points to exchange for a Bobcat all-terrain vehicle, and the points column reached 2,600. Wang Chuangui, you lead the main force Squad 1 to drive the Bobcat all-terrain vehicle to clear the way ahead. Report any situation to the command vehicle immediately. Xiao AI slows down and waits for the investigation of Squad 1. After receiving Yihan's order, Wang Chuangui immediately led the main Team 1 to get off the vehicle and drove the Bobcat all-terrain vehicle quickly forward, while Wang Chuanzong led the main Team 2 to be responsible for the protection of the command vehicle. After driving for about an hour, Wang Chuangui, who was carrying out a reconnaissance mission ahead, suddenly reported to Yihan. "Commander, a group of level 3 mutant beasts suddenly appeared ahead. There are about 30 of them, and there is also a level 3 Lord-level mutant beast." Yihan's expression froze when he heard Wang Chuangui's report. "Lead the main force to retreat immediately." "Commander, we have been forced to engage. The enemy has flying units." Yihan was shocked when he heard Wang Chuangui's words coming from inside the car. The flying mutant beast finally appeared. "Xiao AI, move forward at full speed towards Wang Chuangui immediately. Wang Hu, get all soldiers ready to fight." Yihan gave the order quickly, and the command vehicle immediately moved forward at the highest speed. While driving on the road, Xiao AI suddenly reported, "Commander, it was detected that a soldier in the main force Squad 1 was injured." After hearing Xiao AI's report, Yihan glanced at the soldier survival detection device in the car and saw that many soldiers in the main squad were injured. This was the first time that a soldier was injured since he was promoted to lieutenant. This also shows the extent of the danger ahead. Yi Han gritted his teeth and took out a full 2,000 points from his 2,600 points to exchange for ammunition. Xiao AI exchanged 12,000 rounds of armor-piercing rifle bullets and 16 rounds of armor-piercing rockets, and distribute all the ammunition to the main team members. The battle situation ahead is not clear at all now, so I must go all out and make adequate preparations. After driving for about 10 minutes, Yi Han suddenly saw the situation on the road ahead. The Bobcat all-terrain vehicle of the main team was seen parked on the road. One of the tires was emitting thick smoke, and it seemed that it could no longer move. The members of the main team, led by Wang Chuangui, leaned against the boulders on both sides of the road and shot at the mutant beasts. What saddened Yi Han the most was that 2 army soldiers in the main squad were seriously injured, and one had already died. In front of them, more than a dozen huge third-level mutant bears were rushing towards them, and there were also more than a dozen third-level mutant fire cranes with flaming wings hovering in the sky, flying quickly and spewing fierce flames towards the ground. What made Yi Han even more frightened was the Lord. It was a crane-like creature with only one leg and green feathers with red spots all over its body. Although it was not big, its whole body was burning with flames. When it opened its mouth, a fierce flame spurted out, and a raging fire suddenly broke out on the ground. The main force squad could only hide behind the surrounding cover and were unable to even resist. Information about the mutant beast came on the mobile phone. Level 3 Lord-level mutant beast, Bifong bird. It looks like a crane, has 1 foot, has red stripes, green body, and a white beak, sings like it calls itself, and holds fire in its mouth to bring disaster. Isn't this a strange beast from the classic of mountains and seas? Yi Han was stunned. He had read the classic of mountains and seas when he was a child, and had some impression of this strange bird recorded in it. Could it be that this so-called Gobi world is related to the classic of mountains and seas? At this moment, Yi Han had some guesses about the truth of the Gobi world, but he put them aside for a moment. After all, the current battle situation had reached a critical juncture. Wang Hu, have squads 2 and 3 intervene in the battle immediately. The logistics squad should rescue the wounded. Following Yi Han's order, the soldiers from the 2nd and 3rd squads immediately got off the vehicle and launched an attack. Members of the logistics squad also rushed into the battlefield to rescue the wounded soldiers. There was a burst of gunfire on the field. The strength of an ordinary level 3 mutant beast was between level 1 and level 2. It was easier to deal with them with the help of armor-piercing bullets. Moreover, there were a large number of sergeant soldiers with very accurate shooting skills. Several level 3 fire cranes hovering in the sky were also shot down. But that Bifong was too difficult to deal with. Not only was it a small target, but it also flew very fast. Even Sergeant Major Wang, who couldn't hit it. But this Bifong poses the greatest threat to the army. The flames it spewed out immediately set the ground on fire. A machine gunner from the 2nd squad was unable to dodge and was quickly turned into black ash on the ground. Yi Han's eyes were red with anger when he saw this. Not to mention that it takes 300 points to exchange for a machine gun soldier, let alone that he is a living soldier. Rocket soldiers, aim at the Bifong bird and shoot. Yi Han almost roared. Upon receiving the order, 2 rocket soldiers from the 2nd and 3rd squads immediately aimed at the Bifong bird circling in the sky and fired 2 missiles. However, just when they were about to hit the Bifong bird, it suddenly flapped its wings violently, a ball of fire burst out in the air, and the 2 missiles also exploded in the air. The Bifong bird flew out safely, with a hint of disdain in its eyes. Then a more violent flame burst out and took the lives of 2 more army soldiers. So far, 3 army soldiers and 1 machine gunner under Yi Han's command had been killed. This was the first time Yi Han suffered such a heavy loss. However, the soldiers on the ground had no way to deal with the Bifong bird. Not only did it fly fast, but it also caused great damage. The main team had to fight against the continuous attacks of the 3rd-level ordinary mutant beasts, while also guarding against the Bifong bird's fire-breathing. They were really unable to cope with it. If they had not all been promoted and their combat skills improved due to the battles in the past few days, the casualties would have been even greater. Yi Han was sitting in the car with nothing to do except being angry. After being promoted to lieutenant, the items in the mall were still too simple. Although some heavy firepower was added, there were almost no air defense measures. Rockets and ordinary firearms are fine for dealing with slow-flying mutant beasts, but if they encounter fast-flying ones, every shot will miss. If this continues, it will be almost the same as waiting to die. If I continue to waste time like this and fail to get rid of the Bifong bird, all the property I have worked so hard to save will be consumed by it bit by bit. The key point is that even if they want to retreat at this time, they can't. With the speed of the Bifong bird, they can easily catch up with the command vehicle. Yihan gritted his teeth. What should he do now? Chapter 40 Settlement. Just when Yihan didn't know what to do, Xiao AI suddenly spoke. Commander, should we allow Xiao AI to intervene in the weapon system? Yihan turned to look at Xiao AI on the screen. Intervene in the weapon system? Are you saying you can operate the vehicle-mounted weapons? Yes, but since the commander has not yet authorized it, Xiao AI cannot use the vehicle-mounted weapons. Yihan was delighted. As a highly intelligent artificial intelligence, Xiao AI was naturally far superior to ordinary soldiers in operating machinery, and her accuracy was naturally better than that of soldiers. Intervene the weapon system immediately and operate the vehicle-mounted machine gun to attack the Bifong bird. Yes, Commander. Xiao AI has intervened in the vehicle-mounted machine gun system, and now start the attack. Following Xiao AI's voice, the 20mm caliber machine gun on the roof of the command vehicle began to rotate slowly, and then aimed the muzzle at the Bifong bird soaring in the sky. At this time, the Bifong bird did not notice the movement on the command vehicle's side. This guy just flew over the heads of the arrogant soldiers, spewing strong flames from his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The vehicle-mounted machine gun suddenly opened fire under Xiao AI's operation, and more than a dozen rounds of machine gun ammunition were suddenly fired at the Bifong bird in the sky. The third-level lord is worthy of being a third-level lord. His reaction speed is much faster than that of the second-level lord. The Bifong bird quickly noticed the movement on the command vehicle's side, and then quickly changed direction and flew high into the sky. However, Xiao AI's shooting was also quite accurate. Although the Bifong bird dodged quickly, it was still hit by 3 or 4 bullets. A burst of fire suddenly burst out from the belly of the Bifong bird, and then Yihan saw some broken green feathers falling from the sky, accompanied by dripping blood. The wailing of the Bifong bird was heard in the sky. Although this guy was extremely fast, its defense was not as strong as that of the previous second-level Lord Bear King. Several machine gun hits undoubtedly caused it to suffer heavy damage. After being injured, the Bifong bird finally slowed down a lot, but it was also very smart. It no longer flew low, but tried to fly high. The guns of Wang Hu and others could hardly cause effective damage to high-altitude targets. But this does not prevent Xiao AI's machine gun from continuing to shoot, as the machine gun has a certain air defense function. The machine guns continued to fire fiercely. The sound of machine guns could be heard all over the field. Countless ammunition was shot towards the Bifong bird in the sky. Seeing this, the Bifong bird flapped its wings hard in an attempt to dodge. However, its speed was much slower than before. How could it possibly avoid the shooting? Suddenly, a scream of the Bifong bird was heard in the air, and then it fell suddenly from the air as if its wings were broken. Report to the commander. The vehicle-mounted machine gun killed the third-level Lord-level mutant beast Bifong bird. Points? 1,000. Yihan was also happy when he heard Xiao AI's report, and then quickly issued an order. Wang Hu, immediately lead the soldiers to wipe out the remaining ordinary mutant beasts on the field. Without the attacks of the Bifong bird, the soldiers no longer had to hide timidly. The originally scattered teams quickly gathered together, and then under the command of the squad leaders, they quickly cleared out the remaining mutant beasts. It didn't take long before all the ordinary mutant beasts on the field were wiped out. A level 3 mutant beast could provide 120 points, plus the 1,000 points provided by the Bifong bird. Yihan's points now reached 5,200. Already halfway to being promoted to captain. However, 3 ordinary army soldiers and 1 machine gun soldier were killed in this battle, and Yihan had to spend another 900 points to replenish the troops, leaving 4,300 points. Afterwards, Yihan got off the car and inspected the battlefield situation accompanied by Wang Hu. The 4 soldiers who died were all killed by the flames of the Bifong bird. It can be said that there was no trace of their bodies left, only ashes on the ground. Yihan sighed and had their ashes collected and stored in a wooden box, preparing to choose a good place to bury them later. In addition to the 4 soldiers who died, more than a dozen soldiers suffered burns to varying degrees. However, with the presence of first-level healing potions and medical soldiers, these injuries can basically recover quickly. Afterwards, Yihan arranged for the soldiers to dismantle the mutant beasts. However, since the space in the car was seriously insufficient, Yihan only allowed the soldiers to pick out the high-quality parts of the meat and take them away. What Yihan is most looking forward to is what the Bifong bird will drop. Yihan walked to the body of the Bifong bird. Although this bird was dead, its whole body was still emitting an extremely hot temperature. Do you want to dismantle the third-level, Lord-level mutant beast Bifong bird? As Yihan confirmed, the body of the Bifong bird disappeared, leaving only a pile of chopped meat, a third-level Lord crystal core, and a golden treasure chest on the ground. It turned out to be a golden treasure chest, which was the highest-level treasure chest he had ever encountered. Yihan was somewhat expectant, but then he remembered that he was a little unsure about his luck in unboxing, so he scratched his head and decided to open it anyway. Players open the gold treasure chest and get the second-level room expansion pack. 1. Vehicle-mounted 12.7mm caliber machine gun manufacturing blueprint. 1. Cola manufacturing formula. 1. Yihan was somewhat happy that he got so many things at once. However, according to the classification of treasure chest levels, a gold treasure chest should have been able to contain level 3 modification drawings. However, he didn't know if it was because of Yihan's bad luck or for some other reason. He didn't get any. However, even if it is open now, it cannot be used. Yihan immediately used the second-level room expansion pack on Dormitory 001. This thing can only be used on the basis of the first-level room. After using it, the original 10 square meters of Dormitory 001 increased to 50 square meters, and it could finally accommodate the current soldiers. As for the 12.7mm caliber machine gun, he already had one, but it was removed from Wang Chang's car, so he couldn't copy and manufacture it using the Xiaoai system. At this time, many people in the trading market have obtained the first-level armor blueprints, and many have even upgraded to second-level vehicles. Therefore, his armor business was not easy to do before, but now that he has the vehicle-mounted machine gun blueprints, Yihan can continue to engage in foreign trade. Yihan felt a little overwhelmed at the moment. He had to manage vehicle logistics, command operations, and do business at the same time. It was a bit of a headache. Thinking of this, Yihan was looking forward to the end of the Gobi world. After all, my sister will be by my side in the next world. She studied management in college and is obviously capable of logistics management and foreign trade. But these are all things that happen later. Yihan didn't think any more about it. He handed the Coke recipe to the logistics team and then ordered the cooks to make some Coke. After chilling it in the refrigerator, he gave each soldier a bottle. It was a post-war reward. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yihan asked Wang Hu to lead the soldiers for a short rest while the logistics team prepared lunch. Chapter 41 Mysterious Lord. At this time, Yihan checked the situation in the communication hall. The number of players had decreased a lot compared to the first day, and those who had survived until now basically had some skills, so there was less begging and crying in the communication hall. Who has the first-level armor blueprint? I can provide the first-level explosion-proof tires. Brother, I have a level 1 armor. Let's trade now. The desert caravan is recruiting. Join now to get a handmade crossbow. The North Wind convoy needs rescue. Anyone who can help us can exchange it for supplies. Why haven't I seen Yishun recently? What Yishun? He was killed by the desert caravan a long time ago. How could he survive when more than 100 vehicles surrounded him last time? Don't listen to the nonsense above. Wang Chang of the desert team had his pants taken away by Yishun. Now the best thing to do is to join the main team. I heard that Yishun provided ammunition to the main team yesterday, and now everyone has a Mosin in their hands. At this time, Lu Tu also sent a message to Yihan. Brother Yi, are you in any danger over there? Seeing Lu Tu's caring greeting, Yihan's heart was warmed. In the Gobi Desert where people's hearts are unpredictable, it was rare for Lu Tu to be so kind to him. Is everything safe? How are you doing in resisting the beast tide? Yihan also asked. Hi, with your soldiers' support, it's much easier for us to resist the beast tide. In the morning, there were only level 1 mutant beasts, and there were only a few level 1 lords. However, at noon, level 2 mutant beasts appeared. It may be more difficult later, but as long as there are no level 2 lords, we can still handle it. This was pretty much what Yihan had expected. Given the levels of the main and Meow Meow convoys, they shouldn't encounter any second-level lord-level mutant beasts for the time being. The reason they encountered 2 second-level Lord Bear Kings before was entirely because he had lured them over. That's fine. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Yihan responded and ended the private chat. Yihan immediately set his sights on the trading market. After a quick look, he decided to build 5 vehicle-mounted 12.7mm machine guns. He then exchanged some vehicle-mounted machine gun ammunition from the system mall and built a few first-level armors and put them on the trading market. In addition, you can also hang some iced cola to exchange for supplies. After all, basically everyone has no shortage of food now, and only props that improve strength have a market. However, there are also people who are willing to pay for luxury goods such as cola to exchange for supplies. As soon as the things are put on the market, the exchange hall becomes noisy. Oh my god, Yishun has installed vehicle-mounted machine guns. 5 of them, each with 100 rounds of ammunition. Did he rob the armory? Yishun is so awesome every time he appears. He used to be the biggest water and food dealer, and now he's become an arms dealer. What kind of arms dealer? Didn't you see he was selling coke? Yihan's life is too good, isn't it? What can we do no matter how good it is? If the beast tide keeps coming, everyone will die sooner or later, and Yihan is no exception. I'll exchange it for the level 1 room expansion pack. The 5 vehicle-mounted machine guns were quickly sold out in exchange for a level 1 room expansion pack 1, 3 water cores, and a level 1 explosion-proof tire blueprint 1. As for the first level armor and coke, they were sold out one after another in exchange for a lot of supplies, which made up for Yihan's consumption of supplies during this period. In fact, if Yihan put out the vehicle-mounted machine gun, more people would probably rush to buy it. However, Yihan also had his own considerations. A vehicle-mounted machine gun could not actually threaten the command vehicle, but a vehicle-mounted machine gun was a different story. If there is sufficient ammunition, it is possible to penetrate the armor of the command vehicle. Yihan would naturally not do such a thing as shooting himself in the foot. Unless he installed higher-level armor or had higher-level weapons, Yihan would not sell the vehicle-mounted machine gun for the time being. Yihan sat in the command room and reviewed the gains from his transaction. Needless to say, the 3 water source cores he got in exchange would definitely be used to build a first-level drinking water producer. After all, as the number of troops increased, the demand for drinking water also increased. Thinking of this, Yihan made 3 first-level drinking water producers and placed them at the rear of the vehicle. Together with the previous 4, there were a total of 7 drinking water producers in the vehicle, which could temporarily meet the needs of his own troops. As for the level 1 room expansion pack, Yihan plans to build storage room number 2 to temporarily house the cows and hens in it. After all, keeping them in the planting and cultivation room all the time is not a good idea. Yihan quickly installed the first-level explosion-proof tires on the vehicle. The 8 ordinary tires of the original command vehicle were quickly replaced by explosion-proof tires, which improved the reliability of the vehicle. After doing all this, Yihan inspected the soldiers' dormitories again. Before, he had always simply built some wooden beds for the soldiers to rest, but now that supplies were abundant, he naturally had to improve the soldiers' rest environment. Dormitory 001 was expanded to 50 square meters at this time. Yihan divided the 50 square meters into 10 independent small spaces according to the design of the train's soft sleeper compartment. Each small space was equipped with 2 upper and lower bunks, plus a table, and both the upper and lower bunks were covered with animal skin blankets. In this way, each small box can accommodate 4 soldiers, and the 10 boxes in Dormitory 001 alone can accommodate 40 soldiers, fully meeting the current accommodation needs. As for Dormitory 002, its previous configuration will remain unchanged and will be improved when there is a demand for accommodation in the future. Yihan stood inside the car and took a look, but still felt it was not enough, so he built another vehicle-mounted machine gun and exchanged it for a first-level room expansion pack in the trading market. This one is used as a kitchen. The space distribution in the car is now much better, but the number of toilets is still a bit small, and there is no shower area. But providing a shower seems a bit luxurious with the current water supply capacity. Just as Yihan was thinking, Wang Hu suddenly ran up to Yihan, panting, with a nervous look on his face. What's going on? Yihan frowned. This was the first time he had seen Wang Hu lose his composure like this. Commander, a large number of mutant beasts have appeared around the vehicle. All of them are above level 3, and there seems to be a lord whose level cannot be detected. When Yihan heard Wang Hu's words, his pupils shrank and cold sweat broke out on his back unconsciously. Unable to visit lords of different levels. This can only mean that the gap between the two is too big. Even if Yihan was in full condition, it would be difficult to compete, not to mention that he had just fought a big battle. Yihan didn't have time to think about it anymore. He asked Wang Hu to arrange all the soldiers into combat status, and at the same time arrange for Xiao AI to be ready to escape at any time. But the group of mutant beasts outside the car did not move for a long time, and even the mysterious lord did not show any intention of attacking. Commander, that lord seems to be waiting for you. Xiao AI hesitated and suddenly spoke. Chapter 42 Hidden Mission. Waiting for me. Yihan was a little surprised. He looked at the situation outside on the car screen. All kinds of mutant beasts were densely packed within 100 meters around the command vehicle, all of which were above level 2, but the Lord Mutant Beast did not appear. However, the mysterious lord that Wang Hu mentioned was not a mutant beast, but a woman. When Yihan was staring at the woman in a daze, the woman outside the car seemed to notice that Yihan was observing her. She smiled calmly and said, "Warrior, please let your guard down. I won't hurt you. I just want to talk to you." Yihan was a little suspicious when he heard this, but he immediately gave up the idea. With so many mutant beasts around her and his ability that he could not see through, they were fully capable of attacking him, but she did not do so, so she must have other plans. But at the moment, this isn't bad news. Yihan thought about it, and then said to Wang Hu, "Tell the soldiers to stay put, and you come with me to meet her." Wang Hu followed Yihan out of the command vehicle. As soon as Yihan got off the vehicle, he felt that the temperature in the Gobi Desert had suddenly risen by several degrees for some reason. Being in the desert at this moment made him feel as uncomfortable as being thrown into a furnace. The so-called mysterious lord was indeed a woman. She was dressed in green and looked very much like a goddess in mythology. She radiated blazing light and heat all over her body. When she saw Yihan getting off the car, she smiled and said, "Warrior, congratulations on passing my test and coming here." Yihan was a little surprised. "Test? You mean the beast tied?" The woman smiled and shook her head. "It was the bifong bird you just killed. Only a true warrior would dare to take risks for his own people and would not be afraid of a powerful lord." Yihan's eyes trembled. "Did you send that bifong bird?" "Yes. Only by killing it can you pass my test. That is why you are qualified to accept my mission and save this world." After hearing the woman's answer, Yihan figured it out in a moment. He was afraid that the beast tide launched by the beast god mentioned by the world system before was caused by the woman in front of him. And because he killed the bifong bird, the beast tide could be stopped. The task she mentioned was probably the hidden task he had guessed before. What mission? Yihan did not let down his guard. After all, the woman in front of him was too powerful. "My name is Tian Ba. I lost my divine power in the battle against Qiyu and ended up here." The woman spoke slowly, but the information she said surprised Yihan. "You naturally know the story of the goddess Ba. She is a character in mythology and legend. In the mythology, the goddess Ba is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. When Qiyu attacked the Yellow Emperor, Qiyu asked the god of wind and the god of rain for help. The goddess Ba went out to break the deadlock and defeated Qiyu's army. However, she lost her divine power and wandered on Earth. Since then, the goddess Ba stayed in the north. As a result, there were many droughts in the north, and people later called her the Drought Ba. This Gobi Desert world really seems to be connected to the mythical Shanhai Jing. As if she could see what Yihan was thinking, Tianu Ba said, "The truth is not as you know. I am the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. How could I do such a thing as to make the land barren and the people miserable? The Hamba that people are talking about is not me, but someone else." After Qiyu was defeated, he did not die. Instead, he abandoned his human body and transformed into a monster with long hair and monkey-like legs, wreaking havoc on the world. Not only did he turn the land into a desert, but he also caused the original creatures on the land to become alienated. The mutant beast you saw was his doing. He deliberately changed his name to Hamba to frame me, causing the people to misunderstand that I was the one who caused this place. Yihan was shocked after hearing this. This was completely different from the records in the classic of mountains and seas. Could this be the truth about Hamba? The goddess Ba is not the drought demon, but was framed by Qiyu. Then why can you control so many mutant beasts? Yihan asked suspiciously. "These animals were all oppressed by Hamba. I rescued them, and then they followed me voluntarily." Tian Ba explained. "So when you say accepting the mission to save the world, does that mean I need to find Hamba and kill it?" Yihan asked with a frown. Tianu Ba smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, since you have the ability to kill the bifong bird and are willing to sacrifice yourself for your fellow tribesmen, you are qualified to accept my mission. Don't worry about not being able to kill Hamba. I have my own way to deal with it. Come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding beasts suddenly dispersed to make way. Yihan hesitated for a moment and still followed Tian Ba forward. As Yihan and Tian Ba walked not far, Yihan surprisingly saw an oasis in the Gobi Desert. On a piece of land deep in the desert, there was not only green grass, but also large tracts of woods, and there was also a lake deep in the woods. This place is the Eye of the Desert, the only place with vitality in this Gobi Desert. If you complete the task, I can open up a space for you and take it away as a reward for the task. Tian Ba spoke when Yihan was stunned. "Now, are you willing to accept this mission, not only for this oasis, but also for the countless lives in the Gobi Desert?" As soon as Tian Ba finished speaking, the voice of the world system came into Yihan's mind. Player Yihan starts a hidden mission, Secret of the Desert. After completing the mission, he will be rewarded with the Desert Eye Space Expansion Pack, which can open up an oasis of 1 square kilometer in the car. The oasis can be upgraded and expanded. Do you want to accept the mission? Hearing the words of the world system, Yihan no longer hesitated. He turned around and nodded to Tianu Ba with a righteous look. "I am willing to accept the mission for world peace." Tianu Ba heard Yihan's answer and smiled with satisfaction. You are worthy of being a warrior who can come here. She then handed Yihan a bottle of unknown red liquid and said, this thing has the strongest magical power. Drop it on your weapon and it will kill the drought demon. After saying that, Tianba waved her sleeves, and Yihan only felt a gust of wind whistling past in front of his eyes, and then he was back in front of the command vehicle. As for Tianba and the other mutant beasts, they all disappeared without a trace. Yihan looked at the bottle that Tianba handed to him. Yellow Spring Essence, a mythical item taken from the Yellow Spring in the underworld. When dripped onto a weapon, it can cause fatal damage to mythical characters. Yihan carefully put away the bottle and immediately walked into the command room. Everyone in the car looked at Yihan excitedly. The reward for the mission was to open up an oasis in the car, and the oasis could grow. How could everyone not be excited? Xiao Ai, what do you think? Yihan turned and asked Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai was very excited and seemed to be eager to find where Hamba was right now. Commander, I think we can set out now to look for Hamba. According to the reward ranking of the world system, we will definitely be able to obtain radar manufacturing blueprints. Then we can use the radar to explore the surrounding area to look for Hamba, and then drop Huangquan water on the bullets and shoot from a distance. Yihan didn't expect Xiao Ai to give him advice, and what she said was very logical. He looked at Xiao Ai with a strange look in his eyes. I didn't expect you have the potential to be an advisor. Xiao Ai didn't hear the sarcasm in Yihan's words, but smiled complacently. Of course. Yihan is not as optimistic as Xiao Ai. He always feels that things are definitely not as simple as Tianba said. Chapter 43 Vehicle-Mounted Radar. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon and dusk was approaching. A notification from the world system was heard over the empty Gobi Desert. Because the player Yihan stopped the Beast Tide from continuing, the Beast Tide mission has ended. The player rankings are now announced and the mission rewards are calculated. First place, Yihan. Killed 1 level 3 Lord, 6 level 2 Lords, 21 level 1 Lords, 127 level 1 Common Mutant Beasts, 53 level 2 Common Mutant Beasts, 30 level 3 Common Mutant Beasts. Reward, level 2 Blueprint, Vehicle-Mounted Radar Manufacturing Blueprint. Second place, Ma Dazhuang. Killed 2 second-level Lords, 1st-level Lords, 13 first-level Common Mutant Beasts, 43 first-level Common Mutant Beasts, and 10 second-level Common Mutant Beasts. Reward, Tutorial on Making Single-Barreled Shotgun. Third place, Wang Chong. Killed level 1 Lords, 10 level 1 Common Mutant Beasts, 32 level 2 Common Mutant Beasts. 8. Reward, Shotgun Ammunition Manufacturing Formula. Fourth place, Lu 2. Killed level 1 Lords, 8 level 1 Common Mutant Beasts, 20 level 2 Common Mutant Beasts. 7. Reward, Steel Treasure Chest. Fifth place, Lu Miao Miao. Killed level 1 Lords, 6 level 1 Common Mutant Beasts, 19 level 2 Common Mutant Beasts. 7. Reward, Steel Treasure Chest. Everyone in the communication hall breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the news that the Beast Tide had stopped. At this time, there were only 1,967 players left. If Yihan had not stopped the Beast Tide in time, there would probably be less than 1,000 players left by tomorrow. Yi Shun is simply our savior. Our convoy was just besieged by a group of level 2 mutant beasts. Just when we thought we were doomed, the Beast Tide receded. It turned out that it was Yi Shun who took action. This is awesome. When we encounter a level 2 Lord, we can only wait for death. Not only did Yi Shun kill so many level 2 Lords, he even killed a level 3 Lord. I'm Ma Dazhuang from the Crazy Wolf team. We have formed an alliance with the Desert team. If you join the Crazy Wolf team now, you can get a single-barreled shotgun first. The bullets are provided by the team. The requirements for joining are to rank in the top 500 in this Beast Tide ranking or to own a second-level vehicle. I am Wang Chong from the Desert team. If you join the Desert team, you will get a flintlock pistol. The bullets will be provided by the team. The requirement to join is to be in the top 1,200 of the Beast Tide. Damn, a single-barreled shotgun. I want to join the Mad Wolf team. Can 501st person join? Yihan looked at the Mad Wolf team and the Desert team's behavior of recruiting people in the communication hall without saying a word. The Desert team has always been at odds with him, and this time they have joined forces with the Mad Wolf team probably to target him. As for the captain of the Mad Wolf team, Ma Dazhuang, his name is not unfamiliar, as he has always been ranked very high in previous world missions. Lu Tu also sent a message at this time. Brother Yi, I just found out something about the Desert Caravan and the Wild Wolf Caravan. It seems that it is not easy to solve. Tell me about it. Yihan replied. The Mad Wolf team teamed up with the Desert team when the Beast Tide started. Ma Dazhuang got the wooden-handled grenade manufacturing tutorial and gunpowder manufacturing formula from somewhere before. The team has a large number of wooden-handled grenades, which is how they were able to take the second place. In addition, most of the vehicle-mounted machine guns you sold last time also went to their team. Now the Wild Wolf team and the Desert team have the hunting rifle formula, which may be disadvantageous to you. Yihan pondered for a while and replied to Lu Tu. Okay, Brother Lu, I will pay attention to the situation you mentioned. In fact, firearms of the level of shotguns and flintlock rifles are unlikely to threaten Yihan. After all, his car has level 1 armor and bulletproof glass, and the range of these guns is very limited. However, if the number of wooden-handled grenades is large, it will be a bit troublesome. After all, no matter how backward this thing is, it is still a grenade. If you are not careful, it can still pose some threat to soldiers and vehicles. It seems that I still need to be wary of this group of people, so as not to cause trouble for me, Yihan thought secretly in his heart, and then he focused his attention on the system reward he had just received. Level 2 Blueprint. Vehicle Radar Manufacturing Blueprint. You can manufacture a Level 2 vehicle radar that detects creatures within a 1 kilometer radius and marks their hostile, friendly, and neutral states. Manufacturing requires 1 Level 2 Lord Crystal Core, 5 electronic components, 1 antenna, and 1 signal receiver. This thing is very practical, but it lacks a signal receiver for manufacturing. This thing is available in the trading market. Yihan immediately exchanged a set of first-level vehicle-mounted armor for a signal receiver in the trading hall. A vehicle-mounted radar was immediately manufactured and installed on the command vehicle. At this time, there was an extra screen in the command room, which displayed the biological signals within a radius of 1 kilometer. Yihan took a look and found that there were no living creatures around. With this thing, soldiers don't have to risk going out on patrol. Today's harvest in the planting and cultivation room has come out, with many vegetables and rice, as well as fruit production. Yihan is now finally able to be self-sufficient. Tomorrow is the 6th day of the Gobi world. I guess the world system is going to do something weird again. The catastrophe on the 7th day is not far away, and I still have to complete a hidden mission. Thinking of this, Yihan decided to improve his combat power again. First, he called back the guard squad that helped the main group resist the beast tide through Xiao AI. And then he used the 4,300 points he had on hand to exchange for 2 Bobcat all-terrain vehicles and a military dog. After spending 1,500 points, Yihan had 2,800 points left, and his staffing was finally full. Except for the lack of points, he had met the requirements for promotion to captain. Yihan now has a total of 36 people under his command, divided into 5 teams. The guard team led by Wang Long, consisting of 5 guard soldiers and 2 military dogs, and then 3 main teams, led by Wang Chuange, Wang Chuanzong, and Wang Chuanan. Each team has 4 army soldiers, 2 machine gun soldiers, and 1 rocket soldier. Finally, there is the logistics team led by Wang Hu part-time, consisting of 3 cooks, 3 medical soldiers, and an engineer. Except for the logistics squad, each combat squad is equipped with a Bobcat all-terrain vehicle. In order to improve combat effectiveness, Yihan used supplies to make 4 vehicle-mounted 12.7mm caliber machine guns and installed them on the Lynx all-terrain vehicle. In this way, Yihan can sit in the command room and command the soldiers to drive the Lynx to perform tasks, greatly improving the army's mobility and execution capabilities. At this point, Yihan's strength has reached a bottleneck. If he wants to improve his strength again, he can only do so by being promoted to the rank of captain. However, it is obviously impossible to accumulate 10,000 points to be promoted to captain in a short period of time. After all, there are not so many mutant beasts to kill. He can only hope for the upgrade of car parts, or eliminate the players. Thinking of this, Yihan was looking forward to what tomorrow's system task would be. On the 5th night after arriving in the Gobi world, Yihan ordered the soldiers to move forward in groups of 2, while Xiao AI drove the command vehicle across the desert. On the one hand, they were looking for high-level Lord-level mutant beasts to kill, and on the other hand, they were also hoping to find information about Hamba. After all, the goddess Ba only gave him the method to kill Hamba, but did not specify where Hamba was exactly. So Yihan had to let Xiao AI drive the command vehicle to explore the vast Gobi desert independently. The night passed quickly, and Yihan was awakened by the voice of the world system early the next morning. Congratulations to all players for coming to the Gobi world on the 6th day. Today will be the last day before the cataclysm. Please be prepared. The 6th day system tasks are now released. Day 6 System Mission Battle Royale. Chapter 44 Day 6. Mission Rules. All members will be teleported to a closed desert area, where players will fight other players and level 2 Lord Mutants. Eliminating other players will earn 1 point, and eliminating level 2 lords will earn 10 points. In the end, everyone will be ranked based on their points. The time will last until 6 p.m. Mission reward. First place, Second World Preview. Second place, Secrets of the Desert. Third place, Self-Selected Vehicle-Mounted Weapon Blueprint. 4th to 10th place, Self-Selected Weapon Making Tutorial. 10th to 100th place, Steel Treasure Chest, 2. 100th to 500th place, Steel Treasure Box, 1. After the top 500, Iron Treasure Chest, 3. After the task is settled, the top 10 players will receive their rewards in the award area. Yihan was stunned when he saw the system rewards this time. Self-selected weapons and self-selected vehicle-mounted weapons were not very attractive to him. After all, he had vehicle-mounted machine guns and machine cannons, and he had a full row of soldiers as personnel weapons. The key point is the reward for the top 2, which is not a physical reward, but information notification. Needless to say, the importance of information gap is self-evident. The key is that the first place is the predicted situation about the second world. With this thing, you can prepare in advance and gain the upper hand when you arrive at the next world. And if I am not mistaken, the secret of the desert that is the second place reward must be about manhwa. After all, the name of the hidden mission that I accepted was called the Mystery of the Desert. It seems that I must get both rewards, and the task also indicates in the last column that the top 10 will receive the awards together, which may be an opportunity. I am sure to win the first place, but the reward for the second place depends on who gets it. If he is a friend, you can exchange him with an equal amount of supplies. If he is an enemy, you can only wish him good luck. At this time, the world system also started to work. Yihan only felt a strong beam of light flash outside the command vehicle, and then the car shook. When the beam disappeared, the scene outside the command vehicle had changed. The location was still in the desert, but many vehicles could be seen around. Yihan glanced at the display on the vehicle-mounted radar. There are more than a dozen neutral targets and one hostile target within a 1-kilometer radius, and those so-called neutral targets are definitely other players. And as for the hostile target, it is probably a second-level Lord Mutant Beast. Once the players were put together, they immediately fell into a melee. After all, points would be awarded for eliminating players in this mission. Only a few seemed unwilling to join the battle and stepped aside. Yihan did not focus his attention on those players at the first moment. He was not a murderer, and he would not kill people for points. Of course, if they were enemies, that would be a different matter. Furthermore, only 1 point is given for eliminating a player, while 10 points are given for each second-level lord killed. Obviously, killing a lord gives a greater reward. Thinking of this, Yihan asked Wang Chuanzong and Wang Chuanin to lead 2 main squads to kill the second-level lord, while he took the rest of the people to eat breakfast in the command vehicle. With radar and command vehicles, there is no need to personally take action when encountering mutant beasts of the second-level lord level. Sending mobile troops can solve the problem. Not long after the 2 main classes left, Yihan was enjoying his breakfast when Xiao AI suddenly reported. Commander, radar detected 3 players approaching. Upon hearing this, Yihan looked at the radar, which showed 3 small dots rapidly approaching the command vehicle. These 3 small dots indicated neutral targets, obviously players. At this time, 2 SUVs and a small truck drove over from outside the command vehicle. Although the vehicles were all level 1, they were also equipped with iron armor. Yihan quickly ordered all the soldiers to their positions. The only people approaching him at this time could only be enemies. The 3 cars stopped 100 meters away from the command vehicle, and then 3 people got out of the cars. A very fat man with a face full of fat. He was wearing a yellow floral shirt that was half open, revealing a dragon tattoo over his chest. He had a gold chain as thick as his little finger on his thick wrist and a shotgun in his hand. He looked like a bad guy. However, this guy is indeed too fat and his figure is a little out of shape. In Yihan's eyes, he doesn't look like a gangster, but more like a chubby northeast golden-shaded dog in the zoo. Behind him followed 2 thin men. They were shirtless, revealing their rib-like chests with strange tattoos. One of them had a third eye tattooed between his eyebrows. They held machetes and flintlock rifles in their hands. No one knew where this northeast golden tabby picked up these 2 men. One of the thin guys took a look at Yihan's command vehicle and said, "Boss, this guy's vehicle is so big, and that thing on it looks like a machine gun, right?" "What machine gun? That thing must be just for decoration. Even the Mad Wolf team doesn't have many such vehicle-mounted machine guns. This guy has been standing still since he arrived here. He must be taking advantage of the power of others," said the fat man with a disdainful look. This guy had followed the deputy captain of the Mad Wolf team for 2 days before and was used to being arrogant and domineering. Besides, not many people had seen Yihan's car at that time, so it was not surprising that he had such an idea. "Stop being so timid, the 2 of you. This kid's car is so good, it must have a lot of treasures. If we steal them all, we can also gain some status in the Mad Wolf team. The fat man cursed his little brother and then patted his shotgun. Besides, there is nothing to be afraid of. We have high-end weapons. The younger brother was envious when he saw the hunting rifle in his elder brother's hand. Only the people in the Mad Wolf caravan had hunting rifles. The two of them could only go to the desert caravan, and they couldn't even get a few flintlock rifles. With the support of their eldest brother, the two younger brothers became more and more daring. They quickly rushed to Yihan's command vehicle, pointed their flintlock rifles at the vehicle, and shouted loudly, "Listen, everyone in the car. You've been surrounded by us. Get off now and hand over your supplies. Maybe I'll let you be my little brother. Otherwise, don't blame me for being blind with my gun." Yihan found the three people funny and asked through the car's external speakers, "You only want supplies and not my life, right? What are you talking about? You'll be saved if you hand over the supplies." One of the thin guys sneered, "Get out of the car quickly. Don't make my big brother wait anxiously. My big brother is in the Mad Wolf team, and I don't know how many lives he has on his hands. And look at the weapons in our hands. What qualifications do you have to question us? If you keep hesitating, I'll chop off your hands and feet and leave you to die in the desert." Yihan smiled when he heard their shouting. "So it's the little scoundrels from the Crazy Wolf team. Now that you say so, I don't have any burden anymore." Before the three people outside the car understood what Yihan meant, they saw the door suddenly open, and then 7 soldiers from the main squad got out of the car quickly, pointing 7 guns at the 3 people. At this time, the second and third squads, which had been out on a hunting mission, also came back in their bobcats. Seeing that someone dared to run to the command vehicle alone, they quickly surrounded him and started chattering. The 3 main squads, along with the machine guns on the 2 Lynx tanks, surrounded the 3 men. "So now, who is surrounding whom?" Yihan asked them back. Chapter 45 Battle Royale. Looking at more than 20 black gun muzzles pointing at them, the 2 thin guys felt a buzzing in their heads, and then they felt hot in their crotches, and urine dripped out. They had been following the Mad Wolf team for some time, so they had seen guns before, and had also seen players being killed by guns. However, this was the first time they had seen modern rifles, and so many of them at that. They suddenly felt like they were dreaming. The arrogance from before disappeared in an instant. One of the thin guys looked tremblingly at the big brother holding a shotgun behind him. "Brother, they must be holding BB guns, right? Tell me quickly, those are BB guns." The fat man's face was covered in cold sweat, and he obviously knew that he had hit a wall this time. The only person who could have so many guns could be Yihan. How could he be so unlucky to meet him among more than 1,000 people? The most unlucky thing was that he didn't even recognize him. "Brother Yi, Lord Yi, Father Yi, this is all misunderstanding. We are here to bring you warmth, and this shotgun is to honor you." The fat man didn't have the courage to shoot at this time, and held the shotgun in his hand respectfully. When the 2 younger brothers saw their eldest brother's look, they finally realized the reality. Immediately, their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. Yihan was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. These 3 people didn't look like good people. What's more, who would be the good men and women following the Crazy Wolf team and the Desert team? I'm afraid they have killed more people than Yihan. "Wang Hu, shoot." Following Yihan's voice, Wang Hu and several soldiers pulled the trigger, and several gunshots were heard. Several bullets shot out, and all hit the heads of the 3 players. With a few puff sounds, the 3 men fell to the ground without even having time to scream, their bodies only spasming unconsciously. This was the muscle reaction after brain death. Yihan walked over to take a look, trying hard to suppress the strong nausea in his stomach, but he would inevitably see such scenes in the future, so he might as well give himself a shot of prevention now, so that he would not be frightened by the dead when commanding tens of thousands of troops in the future. The soldiers' shooting skills were now quite accurate. All the bullets hit the center of the eyebrows, leaving a blood hole the size of a fingernail. Blood kept gushing out of the wound. However, if you can see the back of the head at this time, you will see a blood hole the size of a bowl. This is because the bullet will rotate at high speed during flight, which will not only cause a larger area of trauma behind the wound, but also the inside will be messed up because of the bullets flipping. With this kind of injury, there is no way to save him even if he is sent to the ICU now. Yihan picked up the 2 flintlock rifles and shotguns on the ground. The workmanship of the flintlock rifles was extremely crude, and it was estimated that these 2 people were just doing odd jobs in the caravan. But the workmanship of the shotgun was good, and the wooden handle was particularly comfortable to hold. "This thing is of no use to me, but I can trade it to other players or give it to the people in the main car group." Then Yihan asked Wang Hu to take the soldiers to search the cars of the 3 men, while he returned to the driver's seat. Because of eliminating 3 players and killing a second-level lord, Yihan's task points reached 13, and the 3 players brought Yihan 150 points, plus the 500 points from the second-level lord, and the 3 first-level lords that Wang Hu's troops killed during the journey. Yihan's points column rose to 3750. Yihan did a simple calculation and found that he would need another 6,250 points to be promoted to captain. If nothing unexpected happened, the Battle Royale mission released by the system this time might allow him to accumulate enough points to be promoted to captain. That's company-level command authority. After the promotion, his number of soldiers alone can more than double what it is now. Not to mention that there will be more exchange items in the 3rd-level mall. Thinking of this, Yihan also became excited. Soon Wang Hu came back with the supplies. The 3 of them were extremely poor. They didn't have any vehicle spare parts. They were all first-level vehicles, and there weren't many supplies. Come to think of it, they would definitely be exploited to death if they were in the Mad Wolf team. It would be great if they could have a hunting rifle, a flintlock rifle, or something like that. At this time, there were no second-level lords in this area, and only 7 or 8 players were still fighting. Yihan didn't have time to play house with them, so he let Xiao AI drive on. After walking for about 10 minutes, a poplar forest and some wormwood suddenly appeared in the Gobi Desert ahead, which proved that there should be a water source nearby. Yihan looked and saw that there was indeed a big river flowing not far ahead, and on the river there was a 5 or 6 meter wide stone bridge leading to the other side. Yihan took a look and saw that the bridgehead was covered with lush poplar forests, and he couldn't see clearly what was above it. Report to the commander. The radar shows that there are 8 neutral targets waiting at the bridgehead. Hearing Xiao AI's voice, Yihan also looked at the radar vigilantly. Sure enough, there were 8 small dots on it. Those guys were probably hiding behind the poplar forest. Are you still trying to guard the bridge with me? Yihan was somewhat disdainful. This group of people probably wanted to guard the bridge entrance and launch a sneak attack when people were not paying attention while crossing the bridge. I have to cross this bridge because the radar shows that there is a level 2 overlord about 700 meters behind the bridge. Yihan ordered several teams to drive the bobcats to take a detour and quietly surround the enemy from the side, while he ordered Xiao AI to rush to the bridge entrance quickly. Just as the command vehicle rushed to the bridgehead, several off-road vehicles suddenly emerged from the surrounding poplar forest, one of which was even armored. They surrounded the command vehicle, and 8 men came down immediately, holding machetes and handmade crossbows in their hands. The leader was holding an old bolt-action rifle. Yihan's eyes lit up, and he found it quite interesting. He thought that only the Mad Wolf team and the main team had guns, but it seemed that other players had also obtained guns. These people were all wearing work clothes and helmets on their heads with a big letter H spray painted on the helmet. Seeing Yihan stop in front of them, these people surrounded the car with fierce looks on their faces, smashing the car with machetes and shouting loudly. The leader pointed the gun at the command vehicle's window and said, "Get out of the car, quick." "What? Are you going to charge a bridge toll?" Yihan asked using an external speaker while sitting in the command room and drinking a sip of coffee. "That's not a big deal. Otherwise, we'd stop you and test you for drunk driving. Get out of the car quickly and don't force us to get in." The man was a little angry when he saw Yihan didn't get out of the car. Wang, who had already climbed onto the attack port on the roof of the command vehicle, operating the vehicle-mounted machine gun and aiming it at several people in front of the vehicle, while other teams also drove their bobcats around. Seeing the machine gun on the command vehicle suddenly turning, the man immediately wilted. "Can I use bullets to pay for the bridge toll?" Yihan asked. "Uncle, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just joking with you. We, the H team, are here to greet you. Please feel free to pass. We will make way for you now," the leader said as he asked others to make way quickly. Chapter 46 Town and Map. Yihan had no time to joke with him. These people were smooth talkers and quick to react. They had their guns pointed at the car windows, but they still had the audacity to say that they were there to welcome them. With Yihan's look, Wang Hu immediately understood and shot the leader dead with one shot. When the remaining people saw that their captain was dead, their faces turned pale with fear. They all knelt on the ground crying and shouting for their parents. Some of them even tried to run away, but were pushed back by the soldiers around them. Yihan glanced at these people. They were all relatively young, probably around 18 or 19 years old. "How many players have you stopped?" Yihan asked. "We only stopped one, a woman. We saw she was crying so pitifully, so we let her go and only took some supplies," a man said tearfully. "Is it true?" Yihan was a little skeptical. "Really? We really let her go," a group of people said crying. Yihan now understood why the H team was in such a miserable state despite having guns. The Mad Wolf team and the Desert team had guns and were eager to grab the whole world and the land, but they were only able to survive with 7 or 8 people. This kind of people are the most pathetic. They are evil people who have good intentions, but at the same time they do things like robbing, looting, and blocking roads. Shaking his head, Yihan still didn't have the heart to kill all these people. He wanted to develop into a regular army, so he naturally couldn't kill everyone he saw. However, it was still necessary to give them a small punishment and a stern warning. Wang Hu, take people to take away everything in their car except food and water. Bring back the useful things and throw away the useless things. After saying this, Yihan lit a cigarette for himself and waited. Soon, I heard a noisy sound coming from outside the car. Dude, you're going to die if you're that strong. No, I really have no interest in men, don't do it. Can you go find him? That guy loves to play this game. Brother, please put on a condom, please. What is better than stillness? Yihan frowned, opened the car window, and looked outside, only to see Wang Hu and his men stripping off the clothes of those boys. Some of them had no pants at all and were shivering with their bare buttocks. A thin-looking man was covering his buttocks and begging Wang Hu pitifully, but although it was called begging, Yihan could clearly see a hint of expectation in his eyes. Yihan's forehead was full of black lines. What do these guys think of themselves? Why are you taking off their clothes? Yihan asked Wang Hu. Wang Hu was stunned for a moment after hearing Yihan's words, and then he was at a loss. Commander, you just told us to take away everything except food and water. Doesn't clothing count? Yihan was speechless and waved his hand. Forget it. Just get in the car and hurry up. Don't take off your clothes. When the soldiers heard Yihan's order, they looked at each other and stood there blankly, as if they didn't know what to do. Why are you standing there? Yihan frowned. Commander, forget it. Should we count it or not? Wang Hu asked. Not counting. Get in the car, you fucking bastard. Yihan rolled his eyes. Why is this guy so stupid? The soldiers put down their work at this time and got on the car one by one. The group of boys breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the soldiers leave, but Yihan clearly saw that several of them showed disappointed expressions. Afterwards, Yihan left them the coordinates of the Manhwa group and asked them to find Lu Tuesday. At this time, the Manhwa group was still quite short of manpower, and these people could still help Lu Tu if they were trained. After quickly passing the bridge, Yihan sent 2 teams to deal with the second-level, Lord-level mutant beast, while he let Xiao AI drive to continue on the previous route. Not far away, a town ruin suddenly appeared in the Gobi Desert. It didn't look very big, about the size of a town in China, but it had everything including shops, clinics, and even a police station. As soon as he entered the town, Yihan parked the command vehicle aside, and then explored the town under the protection of Wang Hu and a group of soldiers. He didn't see many treasure chests, but Yihan found a lot of beer and cigarettes in the store, and then found some first-level therapeutic agents in the clinic. Then Yihan went to the police station. According to Yihan's guess, there might be guns there. The police station is a 2-story building that has been abandoned for who knows how long. There are dried bloodstains on the walls and many bullet shells covered with dust on the ground. This town must have been destroyed by an attack by mutant beasts, because Yihan saw the mutant beast's corpse that had rotted into bones on the ground. However, no guns were found. There were fresh footprints on the ground, which probably indicated that someone had already got there first. But it doesn't matter, I'm not short of guns anyway. After a fruitless search, Yihan and his soldiers prepared to return to the command vehicle. However, before he reached the car, Yihan saw from afar that 2 of his cooks were pinning a man to the ground, while a medical soldier was pointing a gun at the man on the ground. What's going on? Yihan walked forward and asked. Reporting to the commander, not long after you left, this man sneaked up to the command vehicle and tried to pick the lock. We immediately arrested him and are waiting for his punishment. The cook replied. This guy actually wanted to steal a car. Yihan suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. His house was almost robbed in broad daylight. Fortunately, the logistics team had stayed in the car the whole time. You kid, get up. Yihan kicked the man on the ground. The car thief stood up tremblingly, then swallowed his saliva. I'm sorry, brother. I just thought your car was so nice. I wanted to get closer to it. Yihan narrowed his eyes. Does this kid think he is a fool? What's that wire in your hand for? The car thief quickly threw the wire in his hand to the ground. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. As the car thief was speaking, Yihan suddenly saw his eyes move, and a bad feeling came to his heart. Wang Hu reacted immediately. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the car thief fell to the ground with blood flowing from the back of his head, and his hand was touching the pistol at his waist. Yihan picked up the pistol and looked at it. It was a .45 caliber Colt revolver. It was probably this guy who stole all the guns in the police station. Wang Hu, go look for his car nearby, and see if you can find anything valuable there. Yihan ordered. Yes. Wang Hu immediately set off with 2 soldiers, and Yihan returned to the command room. Not long after, Wang Hu came back with 2 shotguns and a revolver in his hands. Reporting to the commander, We found 3 guns, some supplies, and a map. Map. Yihan was a little curious and took the map from Wang Hu's hand and took a look at it. Above is the distribution map of the town, which not only marks all the houses in the town, but also shops, police stations, and other institutions. However, what attracted Yihan's attention the most was that the location of the treasure chest was marked on the map. It is marked that there is a gold treasure chest in the mine at the westernmost end of the town, and there are 4 steel treasure chests scattered throughout the town. I don't know where the car thief got this map, but this is actually a pleasant surprise. However, it seems that someone has arrived in the town before me, so I have to leave quickly, otherwise the treasure chest might fall into the hands of others. Chapter 47 Conspiracy. At this time, Yihan only had 3 teams, namely Wang Chuannan's main team 3, the guard team, and the logistics team. As for the other 2 main teams, they were still out carrying out the task of hunting down the second-level lords. Yihan originally wanted to wait for Class 1 and Class 2 to return before moving forward, but considering that someone might have gone ahead, he could only set out first to rush to the mine where the golden treasure chest was. As for Class 1 and Class 2, he asked them to return later. The first stop is naturally to the location of the golden treasure chest. After all, the things in the steel treasure chest can no longer satisfy Yihan's appetite. Xiao AI drove the command vehicle towards the west of the town, while the guard squad and the third squad were guarding in front and behind the command vehicle respectively. Yihan looked at both sides of the street. The houses in the town are all 2-story buildings and look very old, but there are many small stalls in front of and behind the houses. It must have been quite prosperous before it was destroyed. While driving, Yihan also encountered several players' vehicles, but these were all lone players. When they saw that Yihan had a strong army and looked like a regular army, they did not dare to approach him. They had no intention of provoking Yihan, so naturally, they did not bother to pay attention to him. Soon they drove out of the town. There were mottled signboards on the road marking the direction of the mine. Yihan kept asking the main rear guard squad to pay attention to whether there were people following from behind. After the radar showed that there were no people around, Yihan felt relieved. The mine in the town was not big. The red brick wall surrounded the narrow mine. There was a locked, rusty black iron door in the front. Yihan let Xiao AI rush in. There was no one inside. It was unknown how long it had been abandoned. A lot of the excavated coal was piled on the ground and had not been collected in time. Coal is a resource that is somewhat useful, but Yihan did not have much space at the moment, so he only asked Wang Hu to put less than half a ton in the car and then drove towards the mine. Commander, the radar shows that there is a hostile target inside the mine. The level is currently uncertain. Xiao AI suddenly reported. There is a lord inside the mine, but the gold treasure chest is also inside the mine. This made Yihan a little troubled, but according to the rules of the world system, there seemed to be only second-level lords in the Battle Royale mission. Thinking of this, Yihan gritted his teeth and thought, who cares? Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. At worst, if he can't win, he can just run away. Thinking of this, Yihan no longer hesitated and ordered Xiao AI to drive the command vehicle directly into the mine. The entrance of the mine was about 10 meters wide and bottomless. After driving about 30 meters inside, Yihan saw a giant scorpion inside under the light of the car lights. Level 2 Lord Mutant Beast, Gobi Giant Scorpion, with a hard shell all over its body and a stinger on its tail that can be ejected. It is naturally impossible to use heavy weapons in the mine. Once the mine is blown up, they will be doomed. So Yihan ordered all his soldiers to load up with armor-piercing bullets and then attack. Wang Hu, remember to tell the soldiers not to use explosive weapons such as grenades and hand grenades. Use armor-piercing bullets to shoot. All the vehicle-mounted machine guns are in operation to quickly destroy the Lord. Soon gunshots were heard in the mine. The giant scorpion was suppressed by the firepower of the 2 teams. Although the shell of this guy was extremely hard, it would not take long for him to fall down under the support of armor-piercing bullets. Just as Yihan was about to wait for Wang Hu and his men to annihilate the giant scorpion, Xiao AI suddenly reported nervously. Commander, a neutral target is rapidly approaching the mine. The distance is still 900 meters. It is expected to arrive at the mine within 1 minute. The target is more than 80 people. Yihan frowned after hearing this. Could it be that he came for the treasure chest? Isn't this timing too coincidental? Wang Hu, end the battle quickly. Xiao AI, use the vehicle-mounted machine gun to shoot at the giant scorpion. Remember, don't attack the walls of the mine, and be sure to ensure accuracy. Yihan had a bad feeling in his heart. The battle must be ended quickly, otherwise when the convoy arrives, we will be trapped. As the machine guns joined the battle, the giant scorpion was quickly killed, its hard shell riddled with holes. Wang Hu, clean up the battlefield quickly. Take the treasure chest and retreat. Yihan gave orders while letting Xiao AI drive the command vehicle out of the mine. But Wang Hu's words immediately made Yihan feel disappointed. Commander, there's no treasure chest. Yihan picked up the map and took a look. It was clearly marked on it that the golden treasure chest was right there. So how could it not be there? This was definitely not a case of someone getting there first, because the giant scorpion was clearly in the mine, and it was impossible for anyone to move the treasure chest away under its nose. Then there is only one possibility. This is a fucking trap. As if to confirm Yihan's words, Lu Tu suddenly sent him a message. Brother Yi, where are you? The people I planted in the Crazy Wolf team told me that the Crazy Wolf team seems to have plans against you. You must be careful. I have already brought the main team to your side. Finished. All soldiers, get in the car immediately. Xiao AI, evacuate the mine immediately. Yihan almost roared. But when the command vehicle just arrived at the mine entrance and was about to leave, a rumbling engine sound was suddenly heard outside. Yihan looked outside the mine and saw that the mine entrance was full of various off-road vehicles. A group of people wearing uniforms with wolf head patterns were looking at him with a grin. Before Yihan even had time to react, countless wooden-handled grenades were thrown towards the mine entrance. Boom! Loud noises spread at the entrance of the mine. Yihan no longer had time to rush out of the mine. As the grenade exploded at the entrance of the cave, countless debris and boulders fell from the top of the cave. There was a loud bang, and the entrance of the mine collapsed completely. Yihan only heard a loud noise in his ears, and then the entire command vehicle shook violently, and then his eyes suddenly went black. The command vehicle and 2 Bobcat all-terrain vehicles were buried by the collapsed mine entrance. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, the people outside cheered thunderously. This is Yihan, the strongest player in the Gobi world, but at this moment he was buried in this abandoned mine by their scheme. That's right. As soon as Yihan entered the town, the people from the Mad Wolf team had their eyes on him. Ma Dazhuang and Wang Chong knew very well how terrible Yihan was, so they formulated this seemingly foolproof plan. He first used the car thief as bait, with the purpose of giving Yihan the map with the golden treasure chest marked on it. No one can resist the temptation of the golden treasure chest, and Yihan, who is powerfully armed, is no exception. They calculated the time and did not dare to approach Yihan, just to make him relax his vigilance. The moment he went deep into the mine, the Mad Wolf convoy would appear again, and then use grenades to blow up the mine and bury him. In this way, even if Yihan had more guns and cannons, he would never be able to escape from the collapsed mine. Chapter 48 Rescue. However, Yihan, who was in the command vehicle at this time, was not crushed to death. The Mad Wolf fleet obviously underestimated the defensive performance of the command vehicle. Besides, Yihan's convoy had already rushed to the cave entrance, and the collapsed rubble was not as much as they had imagined. Xiao AI, what's the current situation with the command vehicle and the soldiers? Yihan shook his dizzy head. Reporting to the commander, the command vehicle was not damaged, but it was pinned by rubble and could not be opened. The doors were also blocked. The frames of the 2 Bobcat all-terrain vehicles were damaged, and 3 soldiers were injured to varying degrees. Xiao AI reported. Yihan sighed, thinking that he was a little careless this time. At this moment, it is probably impossible to escape from the ruins by my own strength. Not only myself, but also the guard squad and the main squad 3 are trapped in the Bobcat car. Fortunately, my reaction was quite quick. If I had not rushed to the cave entrance, even if the command vehicle had a second-level defense capability, I would have had little chance of survival if it was trapped deep in the mine. At this time, the Mad Wolf team outside the mine did not disperse, but gathered together to celebrate. No matter how powerful Yihan is, he still fell into our trap. We will arrange some grenades for him later and make sure he is killed thoroughly. Can you give me his machine gun? I put in a lot of effort this time. I almost dislocated my arm when I threw the grenade just now. Don't worry. Yihan has at least 20 guns in his hands, and we, the main force, will definitely get some. Yihan listened to the noisy sounds outside, and a sneer appeared on his face. These guys really like to pop champagne at halftime. They're discussing the distribution of spoils before they're even sure they're dead or alive. Isn't it a bit early? Xiao AI, contact the main team 1 and 2 immediately and ask them to rush to the mine for support. Yihan immediately said to Xiao AI, Fortunately, I still have 2 main classes outside, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with this time. Main Team 1 and Main Team 2 are already on their way back and are expected to arrive within 3 minutes. Xiao AI replied, then paused and reminded Yihan. Commander, radar detected another neutral target approaching the mine, with a size of about 50 people. Someone else is coming? Yihan suddenly felt overwhelmed. Could it be someone from the Crazy Wolf team? But even the people from the Mad Wolf team don't matter. These insignificant guerrillas can hardly fight against their two main squads. When Yihan was waiting for the main squad to come back for support, gunshots were suddenly heard outside the cave. This gunshot was not from the M249 or M4A1 rifles used by the main squad. It sounded like the sound of a Mosin gunner, and then there was the sound of a shotgun and a flintlock. It's the main group. Yihan instantly understood the identities of the 50 or so people coming from behind. I didn't expect that Lu Tu's rescue speed was so fast. It seems that the good deeds I did under the unity of my Yinch have also paid off. Brothers, charge! Kill these bastards and rescue Yi Shun. Rescue Yi Shun. Suddenly, there was a deafening shout outside. The people from the Mad Wolf team were the first to react and quickly started fighting with the people from the main team. However, the main group had fewer people after all, and everyone in the Mad Wolf team was carrying a hunting rifle, and some even had wooden-handled grenades, so the main group soon fell into a disadvantage. The leader of the Crazy Wolf team was also extremely angry. Lu Tu, our Crazy Wolf team has no conflicts with your main team. Stop trying to seduce the rat with the dog. Their target at this time was Yihan, and they did not want to have any conflict with the main car group. Lu Tu just sneered. Although several of his brothers had been killed, all the team members had no intention of retreating. Don't you even look at the name of our Mainche group? Our full name is Mainche Group. Yi Shun, if you touch Yihan, you're touching the bottom line of our Mainche group. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tu shot directly at the leader of the Mad Wolf team, shooting straight through his arm. The leader of the Crazy Wolf team cried out in pain and quickly shrank back in the car, then shouted loudly, "Damn it! Kill the people from the main car group." The two sides then continued to engage in an intense battle, and dense gunfire rang out again on the field. Commander, the main forces, Squad 1 and Squad 2, are ready. Should we directly intervene in the battle? Xiao Ai suddenly said. Yihan's expression turned cold. He was already filled with rage when he heard that the main group had suffered casualties. Intervene immediately. Tell Wang Chuangwei and Wang Chuanzong not to be stingy with their ammunition. Use all your rocket launchers and grenades to attack the people in the Mad Wolf team. Following Yihan's order, explosions suddenly sounded outside the mine, and the two main squads fired rockets and grenades towards the gathering area of the Mad Wolf convoy. Then the army soldiers and machine guns, rifles and machine guns installed on the links also spewed bullets, and the Mad Wolf convoy, which was originally in an advantageous position, was instantly beaten and fled in panic. Damn it! Isn't Yihan trapped inside? Where did these soldiers rush out from? Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly! Deputy Captain, we can't retreat. All the cars are almost blown up. When the people in the main regiment saw the soldiers rushing over, they immediately cheered, and then took out their machetes and rushed towards the position of the Mad Wolf convoy under the cover of gunfire. The battle was over in less than 10 minutes. The Mad Wolf team was completely wiped out, while the main team suffered 8 deaths and more than 10 injuries. Brothers, dig through the rubble and rescue Yihan. Following Lu Tu's order, the soldiers of the main vehicle regiment and the two main squads also rushed to the ruins and began to rescue. There is strength in numbers, and everyone was enthusiastic about saving Yihan. Not long after, Yihan saw that all the rubble in front of the command vehicle had been dug away. Then Yihan asked Xiao Ai to drive the command vehicle out, and the guard squad and the main third squad were finally able to escape. As soon as he came out, Yihan got out of the car and walked towards Lu Tu. Brother Lu, thank you for coming to rescue us this time. As he spoke, Yihan asked the soldiers to take out a lot of fruits and vegetables as well as therapeutic agents from the car and give them to the people in the main car group. However, the people in the main car group were not thinking about Yihan's thank you gifts. Instead, they were wiping the sweat from their foreheads and feeling happy that Yihan was able to escape. Yihan felt warmed at the sight of this. This is what is meant by those who are in the right will have many supporters, while those who are in the wrong will have few. Afterwards, Yihan exchanged greetings with Lu Tu for a while. In order to thank Main Chechuan for coming to help regardless of their own safety, Yihan decided to give all the guns he had obtained from the Public Security Bureau to Main Chechuan. As for the hunting rifles and flintlock rifles of the Mad Wolf caravan, they were naturally left to the main caravan. Those things are of no use to them. There are still many people in the main Shay group who use handmade crossbows, which are very useful to them. Chapter 49 Harvest Settlement. Brother Yi, those who are besieging you at the mine are just a detachment of the Mad Wolf team. Ma Dazhuang and his main force are not here. You should be more careful later. Just tell us if you need help. Lu Tu reminded Yihan when leaving. Yihan smiled after hearing this. I understand, Brother Lu. They don't need to come to me in the future. I will go to them myself. The two smiled at each other. Yihan would definitely not let go of the Mad Wolf team when the rewards were distributed in the world system later. Then Yihan returned to the command vehicle and asked Xiao AI, how many mission points and credits do I have now? Many players were eliminated in this battle. Most of the members of the Mad Wolf team were eliminated from the main class, so my gains would probably not be small. Report to the commander. Currently, we have killed 3 level 2 lords, which is worth 30 mission points. In addition, we have eliminated 62 players, which is worth 92 mission points in total. The total points are now 7,700. Yihan was delighted to hear Xiao AI's report. Just the trip to the mine by the Mad Wolf fleet brought him nearly 3,000 points. Adding the points gained from hunting the second-level lords, Yihan earned 4,000 points in one trip, and he was not far from being promoted to captain. However, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were only 2 hours left until the task was settled. It was obviously impossible to accumulate 2,300 points in such a short time. After thinking about it, Yihan asked Xiao AI to drive the car out of the mine. You must get first place in this mission, so the more mission points you get, the better. As the command vehicle was driving, Yihan observed the situation on the radar and then discovered that there were 2 second-level lords nearby. In order to save time, Yihan dispatched Team 1 and Team 2 to take charge of 1, and the guard team and Team 3 to take charge of 1. Finally, at about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the mission points reached 112, and the points rose to 8,700. This mission can be said to have brought Yihan a lot of gains. The 6th-day mission Battle Royale has now ended. The rankings of all players will be calculated. The top 10 will be sent to the award area, and the rewards for the remaining players will be distributed to them. First place, Yihan, mission points, 112. Second place, Ma Dazhuang, mission points, 89. Third place, Wang Chang, mission points, 67. Fourth place, Huang Shan, mission points, 65. Fifth place, Lu Tu, mission points, 42. This time, there was no trace of Lu Miao Miao in the top 10. It was probably because she was unable to complete the task of killing players to gain points, and the second-level lord was difficult to fight against, so her ranking dropped. Just as Yihan was thinking about it, there was a sudden flash in front of his eyes, and then the command vehicle was teleported to an empty Gobi Desert. The rewards were placed on the open space in the middle of the Gobi Desert, and there were 9 cars parked not far from Yihan, including Lu Tu's tricycle that Yihan was familiar with. Please take the rewards quickly. You will be transferred to the original location after receiving the rewards. As soon as the voice of the world system sounded, several cars rushed to the award area in the Gobi Desert like crazy. Yihan saw at a glance that the fastest armored off-road vehicle had a wolf head icon sprayed on its body. Without asking, Yihan guessed that the person was Ma Dazhuang. Xiao AI, drive the command vehicle and hit that wolf head off-road vehicle immediately. Yihan smiled coldly. Whether it was for the second-place reward or for his own evil deeds, Ma Dazhuang would not let it go easily. When Ma Dazhuang saw Yihan rushing towards him, he was distracted for a moment. He drove the car with one hand and tried to speed up while raising a wooden grenade with the other hand and wanted to throw it at Yihan. But how could Yihan's soldiers give him a chance? Wang Hu and Wang Chuangui had already aimed at Ma Dazhuang. With 2 gunshots, one hit the tire of the off-road vehicle, and the other hit Ma Dazhuang's hand as he was about to throw a grenade. Yihan, fuck me. Ma Dazhuang yelled in pain. Seeing Yihan and Ma Dazhuang fighting each other, the others did not dare to join in and quickly rushed to the center of the Gobi Desert. One of them was fast enough to get the reward and was teleported away by the world system. Yihan was not in a hurry at all. As long as the winner was still alive, no one else could take the reward. He had plenty of time to play with Ma Dazhuang. Boom! With a loud bang, the command vehicle directly hit the door of the SUV. However, Ma Dazhuang's armored SUV had very good defense, and the command vehicle only had a shallow dent when it hit the door of the SUV. This guy must have upgraded his armor to level 2. No wonder he was so arrogant. Yihan could tell at a glance that Ma Dazhuang's armored off-road vehicle was not simple. Seeing that he could no longer escape, Ma Dazhuang in the car could only climb to the roof with his uninjured hand, intending to use the machine gun on the off-road vehicle to attack Yihan. Yihan found it very interesting. If it were anyone else, they would have knelt down and begged for mercy by now, but Ma Dazhuang was very tough. In fact, Ma Dazhuang knew in his heart that no matter how much he begged Yihan, he would never let him go. Wang Hu, just shoot him. Yihan felt bored as he looked at Ma Dazhuang, who was struggling to death. With a gunshot from Wang Hu, the captain of the Mad Wolf team died in his own off-road vehicle. Immediately, Yihan asked Wang Hu to take people to search and dismantle Ma Dazhuang's car. As the captain of the Mad Wolf team, this guy must have a lot of good things in the car. This is why Yihan did not let the soldiers directly blow up Ma Dazhuang's car. Soon Wang, who finished the looting, reporting to the commander, "We have obtained a set of second-level vehicle-mounted steel armor, a 12.7 mm caliber vehicle-mounted machine gun, 10 single-barreled shotguns, a shotgun manufacturing tutorial, a shotgun ammunition manufacturing tutorial, a gunpowder manufacturing formula, a wooden-handle grenade manufacturing tutorial, 2 sets of first-level vehicle-mounted room packages, 2 first-level drinking water generators, and some other supplies and general equipment. Pack your things up and get in the car," Yihan said. These things are actually quite valuable, but for Yihan, only the second-level armor is of some use. After replacing the armor on his own vehicle, the command vehicle's defense performance increased from 2 to 1 to 2 to 4. With this set of armor, the command vehicle is basically immune to attacks from ordinary ammunition. Afterwards, Yihan asked Xiao AI to drive the command car to receive the award. At this time, Yihan was the only one left in the entire award-receiving world. Yihan suddenly slapped his head and realized that he was so busy killing Ma Dazhuang that he forgot about Wang Chong and Huang Shan, those 2 bastards. But it doesn't matter. Without Ma Dazhuang, Wang Chong and Huang Shan won't be able to achieve anything. Most of the rewards in the Gobi Desert were taken away by their respective owners, leaving only 2 signs of unknown material on the wooden table. Yihan got out of the car, put away the signs, and returned to the car. With the transmission of the world system, the command vehicle returned to the place where it was before the world mission began. Yihan looked at the 2 signs in his hand. The signs were transparent and cold, more like some kind of holographic screen. One of them had the words Second World Preview on it, and the other one had the words Secrets of the Desert on it. Chapter 50 Second World. Yihan held this Second World Preview sign with full of anticipation. After the catastrophe is over tomorrow, everyone should be teleported to the Second World. And knowing the situation in the Second World in advance would undoubtedly allow me to take the initiative. I just don't know what this Second World created by the world system will be like. An ice world? A radioactive wasteland? Or a tropical rainforest? Do you want to use the Second World notice board? While Yihan was thinking, the world system suddenly gave a prompt. Use. Following Yihan's voice, the Second World Preview sign in his hand suddenly emitted a bright light and shot out of the car. A huge light gate suddenly appeared in front of the command vehicle, blocking the entire road. Yihan took a look and had no idea what was inside. It seems that the only way to find out is to drive in. Wang Hu, we don't know what the situation will be ahead, so you should tell the soldiers to be prepared. Yihan took a deep breath and instructed Wang Hu. Wang Hu nodded and immediately gave an order on the intercom. Attention, all units. Check equipment and enter level 1 combat status. Seeing the soldiers around him all ready to go, Yihan felt relieved. Xiao AI, drive the command vehicle into the light gate. Yes. Following Xiao AI's voice, the command vehicle and 4 Bobcat all-terrain vehicles slowly drove into the light gate. After entering the light gate, the world in front of me suddenly changed. The surroundings were no longer the desolate desert before. Countless high-rise buildings appeared, and the ordinary roads in the Gobi Desert became city highways. It's actually a city. Yihan was delighted. Cities represent human society. Food and various materials are indispensable. The most important thing is the ability to communicate with the society. But this joy lasted less than 2 seconds, and Yihan discovered that something was wrong with the city in front of him. It was so quiet that it could only be described as deathly silent. There is no hustle and bustle of traffic, no noisy crowds, no bustling coming and going, and no sound of any living creature can be heard in this cold steel jungle. All that was heard was the sound of the wind blowing through the street and blowing up the waste paper on the ground. You must be careful, something is wrong here, Yihan whispered to Wang Hu. The vehicle drove on the road for a long time without seeing any trace of human beings, until Yihan found a torn newspaper on the road. After watching it, Yihan roughly understood what had happened here. There was actually a crisis of virus leakage here, but it was not an ordinary deadly flu. It was more like the zombie movies Yihan had seen before. A pharmaceutical company called Apocalyptic in Sakura country used the discharge of nuclear wastewater to spread the virus around the world. With the spread of ocean currents, the virus eventually spread to Dragon Country. After being infected, humans and animals will quickly turn into zombies. Moreover, this company called Apocalyptic even spread the virus within the army. The entire city could not hold out for long and completely became a paradise for zombies. Yihan was very angry when he found out what was going on. Sakura country had been doing this kind of thing before he came to this world. Although the world before him might be a parallel world, Sakura country had not changed its nature. However, He himself has the strongest commander system and can summon the army, so dealing with zombies is naturally easy for him. Moreover, the fall of the city also means that a large amount of resources will become ownerless, so I can collect them for my own use. Just as Yihan was thinking about this, Xiao AI suddenly reported, "Commander, the radar shows that there are more than a dozen hostile targets behind the intersection ahead. Let the guard squad go over and take a look," Yihan ordered. "If I'm not mistaken, those dozen or so hostile targets should be zombies. It's a good opportunity for me to practice and try out the combat power of the zombies in this world." As the guard squad drove in, Yihan kept staring at the intersection, and the engine sound of the Bobcat cars driven by the guard squad obviously disturbed the monsters. Not long after the guard squad arrived, a dozen people infected with the virus suddenly rushed towards them. Their faces were hideous, covered in dried blood, and they looked like evil spirits, roaring like wild beasts. "Report to the commander." Wang Long requests to shoot. Wang Hu reported. "Attack authorized." As Yihan's orders were given, the soldiers in the guard squad raised their guns and fired. The dense gunfire suddenly broke the deathly silence in the city. However, what surprised Yihan was that these zombies, which didn't look very tough, continued to rush towards the guard squad as if they had no feeling after being shot. So resistant to attack? Yihan was a little puzzled. Is it really true that only a hit to the head can kill them like in the movies? Wang Long, try to let the soldiers shoot the zombies in the head. Yihan frowned and gave the order. The soldiers quickly aimed at the zombies' heads and shot. Sure enough, after the bullets hit the zombies' heads, the zombies fell to the ground and stopped moving. Reporting to the commander, the guard squad has killed 12 ordinary level 1 zombies and obtained 120 points. Xiao AI reported to Yihan as soon as the battle ended. It seems that these zombies are much easier to deal with than the first-level mutant beasts in the Gobi world. Although they look intimidating, as long as you hit the vital points, they can basically be killed with one shot. In this case, the survival pressure in this world should be smaller than that in the Gobi world. However, if there are level 1 zombies, there will definitely be higher level zombies, so we still have to be careful. As more than a dozen zombies were killed, the radar also showed that there were no hostile targets within a kilometer range, so Yihan asked Wang Hu and the others to get out of the car and go to the nearby convenience stores to see if they could find some supplies. However, after working for a long time, they only found some rotten and moldy food. The most valuable thing was a computer that was not connected to the internet. Yihan took a look inside and found that the entire 500G hard drive was full of adult movies. It seems that there are still survivors here. They must have taken away all the useful things long ago. Yihan quickly came to the conclusion. It seems that the most scarce things in the world right now may be food and guns and ammunition. On the one hand, cities have come to a standstill and agriculture cannot continue, so fresh food must be extremely valuable. On the other hand, zombies are contagious, so guns are definitely the most efficient and safest way to deal with them. So ammunition is also an important supply. It seems that I need to collect more food and keep it when I return. Yihan was thinking so and was about to ask the soldiers to continue exploring when he heard Xiao AI's nervous report. "Commander, the gunshots just now seem to have attracted other zombies. Currently, there are tens of thousands of hostile targets approaching quickly, and the number is still increasing. Tens of thousands of zombies." Yihan's scalp tingled after hearing this. He only had one platoon of soldiers, and even including himself and his 2 dogs, there were only 37 combat units. What's more, in terms of combat effectiveness alone, he was not even as good as the dogs. What should he do? Chapter 51, Cataclysm. Just as Yihan was about to let Xiao AI run away, the broadcast of the world system sounded. World preview ends, and we are sent back to the Gobi world. A ray of light flashed, and Yihan's command vehicle and the soldiers were teleported back to the Gobi world. Yihan was a little speechless. It seemed that this biochemical world was not easy to deal with. Although the combat power of a single zombie was not high, there were large numbers of these things. He could easily deal with 100 of them, but he might not be able to stop thousands of them with the few people he had on hand. It seems that he has to be promoted to the rank of captain as soon as possible. Besides, a prefecture-level city has at least millions of people, which means a zombie swarm of millions. Even if it is company-level command authority, it won't work. At least it needs to be a reorganized regiment. Thinking of this, Yihan felt a little overwhelmed. It seemed that promotion of military rank was imminent. At this time, Yihan had 8,820 points on hand and was not far from being promoted to captain and having company-level command authority. It's also time to plan the subsequent deployment of troops. While thinking about it, Yihan took out the second sign, Secrets of the Desert. After choosing to use it, the brand flashed a blue light, and then the voice of the world system was remembered. Desert secrets. You can ask a question about the Gobi world, and the item will disappear after you ask the question. Yihan naturally wanted to ask questions about Hamba. After all, completing this hidden task would give him an oasis to put in the car. Clearing his throat, Yihan stared at the sign and asked, "Where is Hamba located?" The sign flashed, and then the mechanical voice of the world system sounded. The place where Hamba is located is the Redwater Valley. The Redwater Valley will be opened on the Cataclysm Day tomorrow. Players can go there to look for it then. After receiving the response from the world system, the sign disappeared. Chishui Valley. Shanhaijing also records that Hamba's residence is on the bank of Chishui River, which seems to be consistent with the book. Looking at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Yihan sorted out today's harvest. He had already installed the second-level armor that exploded from Ma Dazhuang's car. In addition, he also opened 2 first-level room expansion packs. Yihan converted these 2 rooms into storage rooms to store food in preparation for the second world. As for the weapon blueprints, Yihan did not plan to sell them at this time. The price of this thing would definitely increase when he reached the second world. After eating the food prepared by the logistics team, Yihan went to bed early. Tomorrow would be the day of the catastrophe, so he had to get enough rest. The night passed quickly, and Yihan was awakened by the sound of the world system early the next morning. Congratulations to all players for surviving to the 7th day in the Gobi world. There are currently 1021 surviving players. The 7th day Doomsday Cataclysm is now starting. The Gobi world is no longer suitable for human survival due to the influence of Hamba. Players are requested to go to the Redwater Valley as soon as possible to survive the disaster. The location of the Redwater Valley has been distributed to all players. Mutated beasts will also go there, so please be careful. Players who fail to reach the specified location at 6 p.m. will be eliminated by the system. Hearing the voice of the world system, Yihan hurriedly got up from the bed. The location of the Redwater Valley was transmitted on his mobile phone, which was a full 800 kilometers away from him. This damn system. The maximum speed of my command vehicle is only 80 kilometers per hour. Wouldn't this guy have to run at full speed for a whole day? We have to set off quickly. Yihan rushed out of the office while thinking about it, but as soon as the door opened, a heat wave swept in. At this time, the temperature in the car was at least 7 or 8 degrees higher than yesterday. Wang Hu and a group of squad leaders were all shirtless and sweating profusely. If you didn't know, you would think that a group of grown men were having a party. Yihan hurriedly looked out the window. At this time, 9 suns were slowly rising on the horizon. The sunlight was so dazzling that it made it impossible to open your eyes. The hot air felt scorching even through the glass. Although the Gobi Desert was also very hot during the day, there was still a limit to the temperature. But the temperature outside at this moment was completely unreasonable. Yihan estimated that he could just go for a walk naked, and then come back and eat directly at the table. Report to the commander. The current temperature outside the car is 61 degrees, and the temperature inside the car is 45 degrees. Should we turn on the air conditioner? Although Xiao AI was on the car screen, she seemed to be almost unable to bear the heat. She was only wearing a small suspender on her upper body. But Yihan was in no mood to see her. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Turn on the air conditioner, and then head to Chishui Valley at full speed." As the command vehicle moved forward, the air conditioner inside the car blew out cool breezes, but the wind turned into hot air as soon as it came out of the air conditioning outlet. Fortunately, he had made a refrigerator early on, and there were dozens of bottles of iced cola in it. Wang Hu, take out all the iced cola in the refrigerator and distribute it to the soldiers, and freeze all the fruits in the planting room. Yihan said as he took off his shirt and lay on the command chair, thinking for a moment, and then added, "Take out some of the drinking water and chill it." At this time, the other players are probably also feeling hot, and it's time to put my refrigerator to use. Yihan opened the communication hall and looked inside, where there was a sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Fuck, I'm really dying of heat. Can anyone sell me something to cool me down? I'm almost getting a heat stroke. Have we arrived at the second world? Why did I just see my great-grandmother? Why didn't my father come? Is the person upstairs hallucinating because of the heat? Brothers, calm down and you will feel cooler. It seems that a large number of people do not have air conditioning or refrigerators. Yihan hung up the refrigerator when the drinking water in the refrigerator was almost cold. Normally, 1 unit of water can only be exchanged for 2 units of supplies or food, but at this time Yihan will not miss this good opportunity to reap the benefits. All 100 units of iced water were put up for sale in exchange for 6 units of supplies or food, a high price that tripled. However, they were sold out the moment they were put up. Then Yihan asked Wang Hu to repeat the operation, ice water and sell water. You can imagine how much Yihan will gain in this day. As for Yihan, although he was also extremely hot at this time, He was much better off than other players because he had air conditioning and a refrigerator. Yihan was enjoying the air conditioning while eating chilled fruits. Not long after they started walking, Xiao AI reported again that the temperature outside the vehicle had risen to 66 degrees. This temperature was too much for the soldiers on the Bobcat vehicles to bear. Yihan had no choice but to hang all 4 Bobcat vehicles behind the command vehicle and let the soldiers get on. Damn it, I don't know if running to Chishui Valley will help. It's so hot in the morning, I will be hot to death by noon. At this time, beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from Yihan's forehead. The soldiers in the car were in a similar situation, especially the 2 military dogs, who were lying on the ground panting heavily. Just when Yihan was at a loss, Wang Hu suddenly looked cold and said, "Commander, there is a hostile target 500 meters behind the car." Yihan turned around and looked at the command screen. At this time, 2 huge level 2 mutant beasts behind the car were panting and running towards him. Seeing this, Yihan was delighted. Aren't these points delivered to his door? He already had 8,820 points, just 1 step away from becoming a captain. It was like someone delivering a pillow to you just when you were sleepy. Chapter 52, Thousands of Miles Away. Wang Long, you lead the guard squad to be on alert. Wang Hu, you order all the rocket soldiers from the 3 main squads to line up and go to the rear of the vehicle to prepare to attack the 2 second-level lords behind. Yihan gave the order immediately. Hearing Yihan's order, the soldiers stood up one after another, but their faces looked extremely ugly, as red as crayfish just out of the pot. Yihan took a look at their equipment and understood. The temperature was already extremely hot at the time, and these soldiers were carrying a lot of equipment. Their combat effectiveness would not be reduced, but they would definitely feel uncomfortable. Attention to all units. Ask the soldiers to take off all their equipment except weapons, including their shirts and pants. Each person should get a bottle of ice water and quickly get into combat positions. Yihan said to several squad leaders. Yes. Wang Chuangwei and several squad leaders replied. Immediately, everyone in the car began to take off their equipment. As the weight was reduced, the soldiers felt better. However, the scene inside the car at this time was not very good looking. There were many strong and vigorous men with naked bodies. They twisted their bodies with the swaying of the car, and beads of sweat rolled down their skin. Seeing this, Yihan was also very upset. Those guys, put on your pants. What a shame. At this time, the 3 rocket soldiers at the rear of the vehicle were also in position. The 3 men were only wearing shorts and carrying M136 rocket launchers on their shoulders, aiming at the 2 second-level Lord Wolf Kings who were gradually catching up from the rear. However, the 2 Wolf Kings did not seem to be aware of the danger. They just ran wildly on the road with their tongues sticking out. Yihan also came to the rear of the car and took a look at the road behind the Wolf Kings. Only then did he notice something unusual. Not far behind the Wolf King, as the 9 suns shone in the sky, large tracts of land suddenly cracked. Everything on the Gobi Desert collapsed as the earth fissioned, and boiling magma actually emerged from the cracks. This world system really doesn't want the creatures here to survive. Yihan muttered to himself. No wonder there are basically no mutant beasts coming to attack on the road at this time. It turns out that they are all running for their lives. Only Yihan, the old man, would take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Emission. Wang Hu, who was standing next to the rocket soldier, saw that the distance was enough and immediately gave the order. The rocket launcher suddenly made a piercing sound, and 3 rockets with swaying tail flames suddenly shot towards the 2 lords. The running Wolf King was completely focused on the crisis behind him. He only reacted and looked forward when he heard the sound of the rocket launcher. Before he could dodge, he was hit in the face. Although the second-level lord had strong defense, he was hit by 2 rockets after all, and he was not paying attention. A Wolf King felt dizzy after being hit, and staggered and fell on the road. Before he woke up, he was caught up by the ground crack. The other one was luckier and was only hit by 1 bullet. Its brain was dizzy for a few seconds before it continued to run forward with all its might, uttering a howl of shock and anger as it ran. If the Wolf King could speak at this moment, he would definitely scold Yihan for being unsportsmanlike. But before the Wolf King ran far, the second rocket was fired at him. The boy was already a little overwhelmed at this point, and was knocked unconscious by this rocket. After seeing this, Yihan did not feel the slightest bit sad about the Wolf King's death. He turned around and ran to the command room to check the situation. At this point, his points have reached 9820, and he only needs 180 points to be promoted to captain. Xiao AI, what's the approximate speed of the ground crack behind us? Is there any risk of being caught up by it? Yihan asked. Report to the commander. The current speed of the ground fissure is 59 kilometers per hour. Because we are equipped with the Bobcat all-terrain vehicle, Our speed has dropped to 70 kilometers per hour. There is no risk of being caught up for the time being. Xiao AI got the result after a little calculation. That's fine. Continue to head towards Chishui Valley at full speed. Pay attention to the radar and approach quickly if you spot any hostile targets. Yihan nodded and gave the order. After arranging the rest of the journey, Yihan focused on his business. As the sun rose higher, the temperature became hotter and hotter. The price of Yihan's ice water in the communication hall also rose accordingly, and there was a trend of supply exceeding demand. Grandpa Yihan, can you give me some more ice? I just bought one, and it melted into water not long after I used it. You only bought one? I bought a full 10. Now they are icy cold. Master Yi, hang on a little longer. The brothers can't hold on any longer. The one who just saw the grandmother has been picked up. If you don't hang on a little longer, I will have to go see the grandmother too. Damn it. Yihan, if you don't hang up some ice water, I'll let my grandmother take you away too. In addition to those who asked Yihan to hang more ice cubes, some clowns also appeared in the desert caravan at this time, and without exception, they attacked and slandered Yihan. Brothers, don't count on Yihan. Our desert fleet has a small car fan that can be exchanged. The price is the same as ice cubes, but after all, we can use this thing forever. This guy Yihan has been richer than us since the beginning. He must be a spy created by the Dogworld system. We must boycott him. Player Huang Han insulted the system and was rewarded with a 1-day silence and an 8-degree increase in the temperature inside the car. Actually, if you ask me, we all come from the same place. It's so hot right now, we should help each other. Yihan can make ice cubes, which means he must have the tools to make them. He should contribute this stuff, and we can discuss and distribute it together. After we get through the difficult times, we can return it to him, right? He won't lose anything, and if he sells it like this now, he will waste water. Don't you think so? Yes, Master Yi, please donate your refrigerator. This will save you some water. As for the last two sentences, Yihan simply treated them as bullshit. He didn't pay attention to the eggs, but was thinking directly about the hens. Without having to guess, Yihan knew that these words must have been thought up by Huang Shan, the staff officer of the desert convoy. This kid has been like a mole since the beginning, only daring to hide in the communication hall and cause trouble. However, Yihan did not expect that this desert car team actually had cooling tools. Although it was just a small car-mounted fan, the cooling effect was definitely not as good as Yihan's ice water and ice cubes. But Yihan's supply capacity is there after all. Those who failed to grab ice cubes and ice water will definitely turn to buy this thing as the next best thing. Although there is nothing wrong with choosing other merchants, Yihan would not be happy if it was the desert fleet. After thinking about it, Yihan showed a sly smile and immediately posted a message in the communication hall. Now I'm giving you a little treat. You can exchange ice water or ice drinks for free. Remember, it's ice drinks, not ice water. Those who insult Wang Chang or Huang Shan will receive a lower reward, a piece of ice. Those who cut off Wang Chang or Huang Shan's hands or feet will receive a middle reward, a bottle of ice drink. Anyone who can kill Wang Chang or Huang Shan will receive a great reward. There is no limit to the amount of ice cubes, 10 bottles of ice water, and 1 bottle of ice drink. Chapter 53, 141 Lancers Special Forces. This is the elite. As soon as the message was sent out, the communication hall exploded. Huang Shan and Wang Chang. You two, an adulterous couple. If I catch you, I will hang you up and whip you. The people upstairs. Wang Chang and Huang Shan seem to be two men, right? Brother, you scold me like you are acting like a spoiled child. Just look at me. Wang Chang, Huang Shan. I found that I couldn't find you two on Baidu, but I found you two on Sogu. Your parents must be very humorous, right? They gave birth to you two, which is a joke. Yishan has failed to kill you two so many times. I think the country can use your skin to research bulletproof vests. Yihan, you wait for me. Wang Chang is out. Brothers, hurry up and curse him. 1 ice cube for every curse. In the eyes of the players, Wang Chang and Huang Shan were like walking ice cubes. They would be scolded wherever they appeared. Moreover, disputes occurred not only in the trading hall, but also within the desert convoy. After all, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. At this moment, in the desert convoy, Wang Chang was rubbing ice cubes on his body with one hand and arguing with players on his mobile phone with the other hand. The weather was already unbearably hot, and with Yihan's actions, Wang Chang felt like he had just eaten a hot bath. Captain, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. The younger brother beside him asked timidly with sweat all over his forehead. Wang Chang had no time to pay attention to him at this time. He didn't even look at him and said impatiently, "If you have to fart, just fart now. Can't you see I'm busy?" "Captain, then I'll tell you." "Wang Chang, I'm C&M. An authentic greeting suddenly came out of the younger brother's mouth, and the boy was filming a video with his mobile phone while cursing. Wang Chong looked at him incredulously, as if he had seen a ghost. "What the hell are you talking about?" The younger brother smiled as if he was embarrassed, touched his head and said, "Captain, don't mind it. I'm just too hot. Just let me scold you. Don't worry, I will definitely not take my mother with me, okay?" Then all kinds of greetings suddenly rang out in the car. It must be said that these younger brothers of Wang Chong were quite good at talking. Soon, all of Wang Chong's ancestors were greeted. However, Yihan had no time to understand the dire situation inside the desert caravan. At this moment, Yihan was concentrating on making refrigerators and killing mutant beasts on the road. Considering the huge demand for iced drinks and ice cubes, Yihan had no choice but to collect some more supplies and make 3 refrigerators. At this time, the 4 refrigerators were working together, which made the command vehicle's fuel consumption much higher. However, compared with the benefits, this cost was nothing. Moreover, as the command vehicle continued to move forward, they encountered more and more mutant beasts along the way. Most of them could not bear the heat. Several of them had already fainted on the side of the road. Yihan gained points almost effortlessly. In this way, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I finally accumulated the 10,000 points required for promotion to captain. Looking at the number 10,000 in the points column, Yihan wiped his sweat and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Next was the promotion stage that Yihan had been looking forward to for a long time. "Shall I be promoted to captain immediately?" Yihan said excitedly. "Okay, Commander. Now I'll start the promotion to captain, deduct 10,000 points. I've been promoted to captain, and I've started the company-level command authority. The current maximum number of soldiers is 120, and special teams are not included in the calculation." Opening the 3rd-level mall, distributing captain rank promotion gift packs, a captain rank suit, 7 soldiers from the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment, and a random hero-level character. As soon as Xiao Ai's voice fell, the military pants Yihan was wearing suddenly became a higher grade. The previous lieutenant's pants were made of polyester. Yihan often felt his buttocks were rubbed hot when walking in them, but this time he was changed into pure cotton pants, which were much more comfortable in comparison. The military uniform that Yihan took off was made of higher grade material, and his military rank became captain. However, Yihan didn't have the time to think about whether the military uniform was comfortable to wear. He quickly opened the 3rd-level mall to take a look at the situation inside. In the mall at this moment, in addition to the National Guard and Army soldiers, a group of old acquaintances, there were also soldiers from the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment, as well as a cook and a medical soldier. Yihan clicked on it and looked at the introduction of the arms. 141 Lancer Special Forces Soldier, summoning points 800, elite army unit, good at all-terrain and all-weather operations, can be used for special operations missions, possesses precision shooting skills, special operations skills, and advanced combat skills. Soldiers can choose to summon from 4 directions. Command type, carrying 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle, equipped with optical and night vision scopes, 120 rounds of ammunition, and a high explosive grenade, equipped with tactical telescopes and a small reconnaissance drone, possessing precision shooting, advanced combat, special operations, and tactical command skills. Comprehensive type, carrying 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle, equipped with multifunction grenade launcher, optical and night vision sights, 180 rounds of ammunition, 1 smoke bomb, 2 grenades, 1 high explosive grenade, MP7 submachine gun, 60 rounds of ammunition, equipped with precision shooting, advanced combat, special operations skills. Explosive type, carrying 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle, equipped with optical and night vision scopes, 120 rounds of ammunition, and a high explosive grenade, carrying a C4 plastic explosive pack, IFIM, 92 Stinger portable air defense missile launch system, and 3 rounds of ammunition, possessing precision shooting, advanced combat, and special operations skills. Sniper type, carrying a 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle, equipped with a high-power scope and an optical night vision scope, 120 rounds of ammunition, and a smoke bomb. An M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, equipped with 10 armor-piercing bullets, 10 incendiary bullets, and 10 ordinary bullets, possessing shooting master, advanced combat, and special operations skills. 141 Lancers Special Service Regiment soldiers summoning does not occupy the current command authority quota. The current maximum number of summons is 30. Elite. This is what we call elite. Yihan was almost drooling as he watched. Not to mention that each of these soldiers had strong individual combat capabilities and was also capable of special operations. Their equipment alone was enough to make Yi Han excited to death. Fully equipped with rifles, Stinger missiles, reconnaissance drones, and anti-material sniper rifles. These are all fun stuff. As for the cooks and medical soldiers, Yi Han just took a quick look. Both of these types of soldiers had 200 points. They were equipped with less ammunition than ordinary army soldiers, but they mastered the corresponding logistics technology and did not take up the company-level quota. However, there were also summoning restrictions, and a maximum of 4 could be summoned. In fact, with this calculation, the final number of people in my company can reach 160, which can be considered a reinforced company. However, although the 141st Lancers Special Forces Regiment is powerful, this thing is also very expensive. A Bobcat is only 600 yuan, a Rocket Army soldier is only 400 yuan, but a Lancers Special Forces Regiment soldier costs 800 yuan each. After I was promoted to captain, my points column was cleared to 0, and the points in my pocket were not enough to even buy a soldier's underwear. Chapter 54 Heroic Characters, Minions. In addition to the new types of troops, the third-level mall also opens up 4 types of building permissions. Level 1 Arsenal Construction Permission, 3,000 points. Level 1 Arsenal has 3 production lines and can produce various types of bullets and shells. The corresponding raw materials need to be provided. Level 1 Tank Factory Construction Authority, 5,000 points. The Level 1 tank factory has 2 production lines and can produce military Mengsher 917 off-road vehicles, Bobcat all-terrain vehicles, and M2 infantry fighting vehicles. Points are required for production. Magnetic Power Plant Construction Authority, 1,000 points, can provide continuous energy consumption. Material Processing Plant Construction Permission, 2,000 points, carries a material collection dock, can process various waste materials. Yi Han didn't understand what the Xiao AI system meant by making these things for him. After all, he had to drive the car all the time, and he couldn't take the things away after making them, unless these factories could be built in the car. However, with the limited space in the command vehicle, it would be difficult to even put up an arsenal production line. He shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. What Yi Han was most looking forward to now was his promotion to captain, along with 7 soldiers from the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment and a hero-level figure. Xiao AI, summon out the soldiers of the 141st Lancer Regiment first. Yi Han rubbed his hands excitedly. Commander, please select the direction to summon the soldiers of the 141st Lancer Special Forces Regiment. After hearing Xiao AI's reply, Yi Han's eyes lit up with joy. It turned out that one could choose the direction of the gift. That would require careful consideration. What our soldiers lack most at present is command talent, precision firepower, and special operations capabilities. This force must be used to the best advantage. After a moment, Yi Han came up with a plan and said to Xiao AI, summon 1 commander, for comprehensive types, 1 blaster, and 1 sniper. Yes, commander. Following Xiao AI's voice, 7 soldiers from the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment suddenly walked out in an orderly manner from the shadow of the command room. All 7 of them wore military gas masks, desert camouflage all over their bodies, and desert camouflage windbreakers. The guns in each of their hands were also fully equipped. Compared with the army soldiers, they were not very tall, but basically all of them were over 1.80 meters tall. Even though their faces could not be seen clearly, they exuded a cold and murderous feeling. Just by standing there, they revealed 2 words to Yi Han. Elite. Report to the commander. Lancer 1 reports to you. One of the soldiers, who was of medium build and had a Zeiss military telescope hanging on his chest, stepped forward and said to Yi Han. He should be the commanding soldier of the 141st Lancer Special Forces Regiment summoned this time. Yi Han returned the greeting and said, Lancer 1, from now on you will be renamed Frost. This 141 Lancer team will be under your command for the time being. Go down and wait. I will call you over immediately if anything happens. After receiving Yi Han's order, Han Shuang replied, yes, and immediately prepared to retreat with the rest of the soldiers. Yi Han glanced at the soldiers' equipment and thought of something to add. By the way, you newcomers should take off all your useless equipment like everyone else. Remember, you are not allowed to take off your underwear. These are my treasures. It would be a joke if they fainted from the heat. After the Frost Squad left the command room, Yi Han asked Xiao AI to summon his second reward hero-level character. Report to the commander. The summoning of heroic characters is random. Please wait. When Yi Han heard Xiao AI say that summoning was random, he immediately felt bad. He had never had any luck in opening boxes, so he didn't want to be lucky this time. Congratulations, Commander. We have obtained a C-rank hero, Ghost Hunter, and he is now summoned to the command room. Damn, C grade, it sounds like garbage. Before Yihan could even open his mouth to complain, a tall and strong figure appeared in the car. As soon as the man appeared, he couldn't stand the high temperature in the car and started to speak foul language. Why is it so hot? Where did this fucking system come from? Is this still China? This guy looked extremely unreliable the moment he appeared. Yihan said speechlessly, "This is my command room. If you feel hot, you can just wear shorts like them." The ghost hunter turned to Yihan after hearing what he said, then scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, Commander. I'm a little uncomfortable with this new arrival. Sorry for making fun of me." As the boy spoke, he took off his clothes one by one, and soon he was left with only his shorts. Not quite shy, Yihan was a little speechless and turned to ask Xiang Xiaowai, "Can you introduce this person to me?" Reporting to the commander, there are 5 levels of heroes, from S to D. This hero is a C-level ghost hunter, equipped with specially modified Nepalese double swords that can cause fatal damage to zombies. He is also equipped with a foul camo rifle, an M203 grenade launcher, 300 rounds of foul camo special biochemical ammunition, and 12 high-explosive grenades. Ammunition can be replenished through the system. At the same time, ghost hunters have been genetically modified. Their speed, physical fitness, strength, and insight are all different from ordinary people. They have the ability to heal themselves and are immune to viruses. It didn't sound too bad, so Yihan continued to ask, what level of mutant beast is its combat power equivalent to? The combat capability of a single soldier is probably between the 2nd and 3rd level lords, but considering its special effect on biochemical creatures, it should be equivalent to the 3rd level lord. After hearing this, Yihan was no longer disappointed. It seemed that this C-level figure was not bad and deserved the title of a heroic figure. After all, Wang Hu's level was raised to Sergeant Major, and his individual ability was no match for a 2nd-level lord. However, the name Ghost Hunter is too long and a bit pretentious. How can we allow someone with such a difficult-to-pronounce name in our team? We should give this kid a catchy name. Yihan took a look at the bronze skin and full beard of the Ghost Hunter and immediately came up with a plan. Ghost Hunter, from now on you will be called Minion. What the hell? Minions? The Ghost Hunter was stunned and then showed a look of grief and anger. Commander, I am a hero after all. How can I face people if you give me a minion name? Yihan frowned. You are all brass-colored. If I don't call you a yellow man, should I call you a bronze man? I think it would be fine if we could just call him Yellow Ghost. The Ghost Hunter argued in a low voice. You can also call me Yellow Ghost. After being promoted to captain, Yihan's overall combat effectiveness has reached a new level. Currently, there are 120 ordinary soldiers quota and 40 special team quota. Yihan thought about it and decided to follow his previous idea. Chapter 55, Redwater Valley. There is no doubt about the quota of 40 special teams, with the 30-man 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment as their spearhead and 10 logistics soldiers. The 120 ordinary soldiers were divided into 4 platoons, 30 people in each platoon, and 10 people in a squad, consisting of 2 rocket soldiers, 2 machine gun soldiers, and 6 ordinary army soldiers. Wang Long, Wang Chuangui, Wang Chuanzong, and Wang Chuanan, who were previously squad leaders, were promoted to platoon leaders. As for the deputy platoon leader, they could choose one from the troops. But now this quota is ultimately an empty quota. For example, Wang Long's guard platoon only has 7 people, including himself and 2 dogs. Yihan looked at the 0 on the points column and shook his head. He had to start accumulating points again. After all, it would take a full 19,200 points just to fully staff his 141 Lancer Special Service Regiment. Just thinking about it makes me feel dizzy. It is already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are only less than 200 kilometers left to the Chishui Valley. However, the temperature did not drop at all, and Yihan's ice and ice water business was still booming. Yihan also took out all the useless supplies in the car and exchanged them for food in the trading hall. The next world is in the city, and there will definitely be plenty of resources such as iron ingots and steel ingots. Instead, food will become very scarce. The other players did not know the situation in the next world, which gave Yihan an opportunity to take advantage of it. It didn't take long before only a small amount of ordinary supplies were left in Yihan's car. Storage Room 2 and Storage Room 3 were filled with all kinds of food, from dried meat and ham to steamed buns and bread. Yihan accepted everything. It was roughly estimated that the food reserves were about 40 tons at this time, and the number was still increasing. The closer Yihan got to the Chishui Valley, the more players he noticed around him. However, those who managed to survive until the last day in the Gobi world were all smart enough to avoid Yihan's vehicle from a distance. No one dared to provoke him. Just as Yihan was guessing about the situation inside Chishui Valley, a guy with the ID Zhang Ziqiang sent a message to Yihan. Master Yi, I have done what you asked. Look at this reward. Seeing this news, Yihan immediately remembered the task he had completed in the communication hall. At that time, Yihan, who had scolded Wang Chang and Huang Shan in the communication hall, arranged for people to send ice cubes over. But for a while, no one said that they had killed Huang Shan and Wang Chang. It seems that this kid has taken action. What happened? What did you do? Yihan asked. Soon a photo was sent over. The scene on it was extremely uncomfortable. Even though Yihan had trained his mental strength for a few days, he almost vomited after seeing it. On it was a bloody head, and 3 arms and 2 legs neatly arranged. The brain was none other than Yihan's old acquaintance Wang Chang. But this scene is too bloody, and the dog world system doesn't even know how to use mosaics. We killed Wang Chang, and his hands and feet are also here. According to your mission, the reward should be 6 bottles of iced drinks, unlimited ice cubes, and 10 bottles of ice water. The extra 1 belongs to Huang Shan. He ran too fast, and we couldn't catch him. But without his hands, it would be difficult for him to survive. Zhang Ziqiang added. This Zhang Ziqiang was also a member of the desert caravan before, and it seems that he has turned against them. Although Huang Shan failed to kill him, his goal has been achieved. Yihan gave all the rewards to Zhang Ziqiang, and then turned off the offensive photos on his phone. It is not clear whether Wang Chang's death is a good thing or a bad thing. Zhang Ziqiang is obviously worse than Wang Chang. However, it has no effect on Yihan. A sinister cockroach is still a cockroach after all, but it is not good news for other players. Report to the commander. We are approaching our destination. Xiao AI suddenly reported. Yihan glanced in front of the car. A big river flowed across the Gobi Desert and flowed eastward into a valley. The so-called Qishui Valley should be this place. 2 towering mountain ranges stood abruptly on the Gobi Desert, sandwiching the Qishui River in the middle. Although nourished by the river, the environment of the mountains on both sides has not improved. They are still barren and without any vegetation. The road we drove on went along the Qishui River and entered the valley from the mouth. Xiao AI, drive into the valley at full speed. Yihan gave the order. With the shelter of the valley, the temperature inside should be slightly lower. This is indeed the case. The area around the valley does not seem to be affected by the 9-day suspending of the sky. Although the temperature is high, it is already within the normal range. But when the command vehicle was about to enter the valley entrance, Yihan suddenly felt the car tremble violently, and then the voice of the world system came to his ears. It has been detected that the player has entered the outskirts of the Redwater Valley. The trial to enter the valley is now open. Mutant beasts will be sent to attack based on the player's combat power. Please be prepared. Before Yihan could come to his senses, he heard several roars of mutant beasts. Report to the commander. We have detected a group of more than 50 mutant beasts in the surrounding area, including 8 level 2 lords, 2 level 3 lords, and 45 level 3 common mutant beasts. This dog world system is really good at causing trouble. It does this just when I'm about to enter the door. All squads and platoons will get off the vehicles immediately and take combat positions. Xiao AI, operate the 20mm machine gun and attack quickly. Yihan was staring at the situation outside in the command room. Following Yihan's order, Wang Hu led 4 teams into the battle. The 3rd-level ordinary mutant beasts are mainly composed of various strange mutant creatures. Yihan is not worried about these, but the 10 lords are not easy to deal with. Among the 8 second-level lords were the familiar lords, the Bear King and the Lion King. There were 2 each of the Bear Kings and Lion Kings, and the rest were 4 mutant Wolf Kings. The Wolf King is okay, but the Lion King and the Bear King have amazing fighting power and defensive power respectively. Wang Hu, let the machine gun soldiers and army soldiers block the ordinary mutant beasts, and the rocket soldiers focus their firepower on the lords. Xiao AI, your vehicle-mounted machine guns help the rocket soldiers resist the 2nd-level lords. Yihan said with a frown. If there were only 1 or 2 2nd-level lords, it would be easy to deal with, but when 8 of them appeared at once, our heavy firepower was obviously insufficient, mainly because our company-level structure was not sound. Now the only troops he had available were the newly recruited Frost Squad and Yellow Ghost. Yihan looked out the window and saw that the 2 3rd-level lords had also set off. One was the Bifong bird he had encountered before, and the other was a huge macaque with tiger skin-like patterns on its upper limbs and a long leopard tail behind it. This is good. No matter how good a sword is, it needs a blood sacrifice. This way we can evaluate whether the soldiers of the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment are worth the 800 points. Team Frost, put on your equipment. Your target is those 2 level 3 lords. Do you have the confidence to defeat them? Yihan's eyes turned cold, and he turned to ask Han Shuang. Chapter 56, A Trial. Reporting to the commander, I am confident that we can complete the decapitation mission within 20 minutes. Han Shuang saluted and replied. So confident? Yihan looked at them in disbelief, then nodded. In that case, set off immediately. Ghost, you and the logistics team stay in the command vehicle and be prepared to deal with any emergencies on the field. Yes. Following the enthusiastic responses of the soldiers, 7 soldiers from the 141st Lancer Special Service got out of the vehicle and joined the battle. Mission codename, A Trial. Time, August 13th, 17 hours 43 minutes and 32 seconds. Mission command, 1st Squadron of the 141 Lancers Special Forces Regiment, Sergeant Frost. Command type, initial rank increased by 1 level. Combat team, 1st Squadron of the 141st Lancers Special Forces Regiment. Location, Chishui Valley entrance. A miniature unmanned reconnaissance aircraft slowly took off from the ground and immediately flew into the sky above the battlefield and circled. Compared to the mutant beasts that are often several meters tall, this drone is too small. Not only the mutant beasts, but even the army soldiers fighting on the field cannot detect its existence. We are 2,500 meters away from the 3rd level Lord Jufu. We must advance another 800 meters to reach the effective shooting range, Han Shuang said to the 6 soldiers of the Lancer Regiment while observing the drone images on the electronic screen. The 800 meters they were about to advance was exactly the area where the mutant beasts and other soldiers were fighting. In the drone footage, a huge, ape-like creature was hiding among a pile of rocks not far from the battlefield. It raised a pillow-sized boulder with one hand and threw it hard towards the battlefield. This 3rd level lord seemed to be very good at throwing. The huge rock weighing 50 or 60 kilograms was as light as a golf ball in its hand. With just one throw, it flew through the sky and into the battlefield 100 meters away. Fortunately, the army soldiers reacted quickly and dodged the falling boulder. But even so, when the boulder hit the ground, countless pieces of gravel flew out and several soldiers were injured to varying degrees. The situation on the field was not optimistic at this time. The main squad and the guard squad were already overwhelmed with the assistance of the vehicle-mounted machine guns to fight against the mutant beasts and 8 second-level lords. They had no extra space to deal with the 3rd-level Lord Jufu, who kept throwing boulders at the battlefield. What's more, there was a 3rd-level lord, the Bifong bird, circling in the sky, swooping down from time to time and spitting flames onto the battlefield. The battle had only been going on for more than 10 minutes. Although 2 second-level lords had been killed by rockets and machine guns, several soldiers were also injured by the attacks of Bifong bird and Jufu. The effective range of the M72 rocket launcher carried by the rocket soldiers was only 300 meters, and it could not reach Jufu at all. The vehicle-mounted machine gun was busy attacking the 2nd-level lord and had no time to care about the Bifong bird. What's more, this Bifong bird has learned from the experience of the previous one and will only risk flying down to attack when the machine gun is firing at the ground. The situation on the field was at a stalemate, and the Frost team was in urgent need of a breakthrough. Meteor, shoot down the Bifong bird in the sky first. Han Shuang recalled the drone and turned to say to a soldier who was carrying a Stinger missile launch system. Yes. Meteor set up the Stinger missile launch system on his back and immediately aimed it at the Bifong bird circling in the sky. The target is at an altitude of 3,100 meters. Heat sources have been detected around Bifong. The infrared guidance system has locked on. Launch. As the rocket launcher burst out with an astonishing sound, a Stinger missile suddenly shot towards the Bifong bird in the air. When the Bifong bird in the sky saw the incoming missile, it was a little disdainful at first, but when it saw the missile was flying higher and higher, it panicked and quickly flapped its wings to fly at high speed to avoid it. However, how could the guidance system of the Stinger missile be easily avoided? The Stinger missile was stuck on the Bifong bird. The Bifong bird's eyes turned, and it suddenly turned in the air to try to get rid of it. However, the Stinger missile missed the target flight trajectory and turned at an incredible angle to hit the Bifong bird directly. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion was heard above the battlefield, and then the Bifong bird, which had just been so arrogant in the air, was blown into a pile of minced meat and fell from the sky. The target has been killed. Meteor retracted the launch system. Advance immediately. Han Shuang saw that the Bifong bird had been killed, and then immediately gave the order. 7 soldiers wearing desert camouflage quickly entered the battlefield. Their clothes were almost the same color as the surrounding Gobi landscape. Unless you looked closely at a close distance, it would be difficult to detect their movements. It was not until they had moved about 600 meters and were almost close to the herd that an ordinary mutant wolf noticed something was wrong. It looked around carefully with cold eyes and suddenly saw a soldier's camouflage cloak blowing in the wind. It then howled suddenly and rushed towards the team. However, before they got a few steps closer, the soldiers in the squad raised their guns and fired, but due to the effect of the silencer, only a few slight gunshots were heard. All the bullets hit the mutant wolf's forehead, but this was only a level 3 ordinary mutant beast after all, and was not comparable to the level 1 mutant wolf Yi-Han had encountered before. After a sharp pain in its forehead, it rushed towards the crowd again, trying to scream while running. But how could Han Shuang and the others give it a chance? All the soldiers in the team took aim, and the dull sound of gunfire rang out again. This round of shooting caused the mutant wolf to fall to the ground dead. After walking 200 meters, they finally reached the designated location. Frost turned around and said, "Hawkeye, where's your fucking Barrett cannon? Pull it up for me." The M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, commonly known as cannon, is produced by Barrett and once had a range record of 6,800 meters. But this is just a record after all. Taking into account accuracy and environmental influences, the actual effective range is about 1,800 meters. This is why the Frost squad has to advance 800 meters. Following Frost's order, a soldier from the squad knelt down, and Hawkeye then placed the sniper rifle on his back. No wind, 0 elevation, target, raise the father. Hawkeye muttered to himself, his finger already on the trigger. Zhu Fu on the other side was unaware of the danger at this time. In his eyes, the distance he was at was safe enough. He threw boulders and cheered loudly when he saw the army soldiers being injured by the rubble. However, opening champagne at halftime has been a taboo on the battlefield since ancient times. Bang! As Hawkeye pulled the trigger, a loud gunshot was heard. Zhu Fu only heard a rustling sound in his ear, and then the arm that was raising the stones suddenly turned into snow mist, and Zhu Fu's huge body was thrown several meters away. Report, the target's vital part on the head is hidden behind the rocks, and we can only attack the exposed arms. Hawkeye said as he continued to search for Zhu Fu. Han Shuang nodded. All right, the target has been seriously injured, and our position has been exposed. Move forward quickly, leave the area, and make sure to quickly annihilate Zhu Fu. After the sniper rifle sounded, the second-level lords on the battlefield also noticed something was wrong. They turned around and saw that Zhu Fu in the back was seriously injured. They immediately rushed towards the Frost squad with bloodshot eyes. But how could the frontal battlefield give them any chance? Without the attack pressure from Bifong Bird and Zhu Fu, all the army soldiers, led by Wang Hu, launched the offensive, and even the command vehicle slowly moved in. Chapter 57 The Battle Ends. The group of mutant beasts in the field suddenly fell into an awkward situation. One of them had its home robbed, and the other one was unable to escape from the front battlefield. Taking advantage of this gap, the Frost squad had already sneaked into the pile of rocks where Zhu Fu was. All they saw among the huge pile of rocks were broken pieces of flesh and blood left by Zhu's father. Following the blood trail, they came to a cave hidden in the pile of rocks. "Captain, do you want to go in?" Meteor asked. Han Shuang looked up at him and said, "What are you doing going in there? Tam Lang, Di Chong, you two should throw all the high-explosive grenades you brought in there and blow up the hole directly. This is the simplest and safest way. On the one hand, although Zhu's father was injured, he is a third-level lord after all. Who knows if he has any backup plans? On the other hand, 20 minutes are almost up." 2 high-explosive grenades flew from the soldiers' hands into the cave. Inside the cave, the dying Zhu Fu only heard someone talking at the entrance of the cave, but he didn't see them coming in for a long time, and he became extremely anxious. Why don't these people come in? If so, won't the trap I set at the beginning be of no use? When Zhu Fu was about to scream twice to attract Han Shuang and the others in, he saw 2 high-explosive grenades thrown in. After taking a look at the things on the ground, Zhu Fu suddenly had a very bad premonition. Curiously, he crawled to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. He saw that Frost and his group threw grenades and then quickly ran away and hid behind the rocks. He immediately understood what was going on. "Fuck, are you still going to play?" Zhu's father had a frown on his face and was so angry that he even spoke human language. There was a loud bang, and the entire cave collapsed. After the explosion, Han Shuang dusted himself off and looked at his watch. "Not bad. I completed the task in 18 minutes and 32 seconds. I think it's passable." Han Shuang glanced at the front battlefield. At this time, Wang Hu and his men had already launched a counterattack. "Now, Frost Squad, immediately support our brother troops and annihilate the remaining mutant beasts." Behind the battlefield, inside the command room, Yi-Han sat in the command chair and observed the situation on the field. It was not until Xiao AI reported that the Frost Squad had killed the third-level Lord Zhu Fu that a satisfied smile appeared on Yihan's face. Without the third-level Lord, the remaining mutant beasts were all wiped out in a short time under the pincer attack from the Frost Squad and the army. Report to the commander. The battle is over, and the total points gained are 10,500. After hearing this, Yihan nodded with satisfaction. This was consistent with his calculations. 45 level 3 ordinary mutant beasts provided 4,500 points. 8 level 2 lords provided 4,000 points, plus 2 level 3 lords provided 2,000 points. After this battle, Yihan's originally empty points column suddenly exceeded 10,000. At this time, Wang Hu and Han Shuang and his group also rushed back, bringing with them the spoils of this trip. Wang Hu first stepped forward and reported, "Commander, the battle is over. 11 of our soldiers were injured, including 9 with minor injuries and 2 with serious injuries. They have all been treated by medical soldiers and will soon be able to recover their combat capabilities. In this battle, our army has harvested 10 tons of high-quality exotic beast meat, 10 iron treasure chests, 4 steel treasure chests, and 1 gold treasure chest. All soldiers have been promoted to sergeants and above, including the guard platoon and the 1st and 2nd platoons of the main force who have been promoted to sergeants. Please review, Commander." Yihan glanced at Wang Hu and nodded, then said, "You fought well in this battle. Let the soldiers go down to rest, and arrange for the logistics team to have extra meals." "Yes." Wang Hu saluted and went down. Then Yihan stared at the Frost team as if he was looking at beautiful women, making the Frost team extremely uncomfortable. Ahem. Frost cleared his throat and reported, "Commander, Frost Squad completed the mission in 18 minutes. Commander Frost was promoted to Staff Sergeant, and the rest of the soldiers were promoted to sergeants. Please give your instructions." "Not bad, not bad. You can go down and have a rest too." Yihan grinned. The combat effectiveness of the Frost Squad was fully demonstrated in this battle. Whether it was the Stinger missiles, anti-material sniper rifles, or reconnaissance drones, they all demonstrated capabilities that other troops did not have. The soldiers' own combat capabilities also made Yihan particularly satisfied. But again, it's too expensive. Of course, it's not that the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment is expensive, it's that they are too poor. Even with 10,500 points on hand, they still can't fully staff the team. But with the current combat capability of the Frost Squad, it is enough for the time being. Player Yihan completes the trial mission and is teleported to the Redwater Valley. With the end of the trial mission, the voice of the world system sounded, and Yihan was immediately teleported into the Chishui Valley. In the command room, Yihan asked Xiao AI to lead the convoy into an open area to set up camp first. He now wanted to check the gains of this battle and rearrange the logistical matters. Although it would be embarrassing to open the box by myself, it is not easy to ask Lu Tu to do this kind of thing for me, and Lu Tu doesn't even know whether he has entered the valley or not. "Open all the treasure chests," Yihan said as he stood in front of the pile of boxes. "Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Level 2 Car Room Upgrade Pack. 5. Level 2 Bulletproof Glass Modification Blueprint. 1. M1 Garand Rifle Manufacturing Tutorial. Rifle Ammunition Manufacturing Tutorial. M1903 Springfield Rifle Manufacturing Tutorial. PPSH Submachine Gun Manufacturing Tutorial. Submachine Gun Bullet Manufacturing Tutorial. And various supplies. Open the gold treasure chest to obtain the 3rd level modification blueprint. Vehicle-mounted M202 quadruple rocket launcher. Wow, is this the carnival before the end of the First World? So many good things appeared at once. Yihan couldn't quite believe it, but when he thought about it carefully, the only things that were really useful to Yihan were the Level 2 Room Upgrade Package, Level 2 Bulletproof Glass, and the vehicle-mounted M202 quad rocket launcher blueprint. As for weapon blueprints, Yihan has no shortage of weapons at all. But then again, the weapons released this time are much better than before. The M1 Garand and Springfield rifle are both famous guns from World War II. Their stability and lethality are needless to say, and an ammunition tutorial is also released this time. The most important PPSH submachine gun, also called the People's Submachine Gun, shows how much people like this gun. Moreover, this thing is a fully automatic weapon. Previously, the most advanced weapons of other player teams were only semi-automatic weapons. Let's keep these weapon tutorials for business. The fully automatic ones should of course be used by accomplices, but Garand and Springfield can be sold at a discount. As other players' strength improves, customers' purchasing power will also be higher. Yihan muttered to himself while holding a stack of drawings in his hand. The main motor vehicle regiment has been using Mosin-Nagant until now. If Lu Tu had not obtained the ammunition manufacturing tutorial himself later, his gun would probably only be used as a firewood stick. With the PPSH submachine gun, the strength of the main motor vehicle regiment will be greatly improved. After all, only the leaders of the Desert Caravan and the Mad Wolf Caravan died, and the middle-level people within the caravan will definitely take advantage of this to get promoted. In addition, there may be more players in the next world. All these aspects need to be balanced by the main car team. Manual dividing line. Thank you all for your urging for updates and your gifts. These 2 chapters are extra updates. There will be 2 more chapters after 6 p.m. Thank you for your support. Some of the issues pointed out by readers have been revised in the previous article, mainly regarding the female characters. I will pay more attention to this aspect in the future. Thank you for your criticism and corrections. Chapter 58. The catastrophe ends. The game continues. After completing the weapons and ammunition manufacturing tutorials, Yi Han turned his attention to other gains. First of all, there are 5-room expansion packs. At this time, there are 9 rooms in the command vehicle, including his own office and bathroom, namely Yi Han's commander's office, Dormitory 001, Dormitory 002, Planting and Cultivation Room, for storage rooms, and a bathroom. Dormitory 001 has been upgraded to level 2 and the internal space has been allocated. It can currently accommodate 40 soldiers. Considering that I currently have company-level authority and will definitely need to increase the number of soldiers in the future, Dormitory 002 naturally has to have the same configuration as 001. In this way, the 2 secondary dormitories can accommodate 80 soldiers. In addition, the storage room must be upgraded quickly, and then the excess supplies must be sold out and exchanged for food. However, the bathroom needs of an entire company cannot be met now. The shower and toilet needs must be met in a way. You can't just use bottles in the car to solve the problem, right? What about large ones? With Yi Han's use, Dormitory 002 and the 4 storage rooms were upgraded to level 2, and the originally tight space finally became a little more relaxed. How about converting the 4th storage room into a public toilet? Yi Han thought about this while calling Engineer 1 over. Engineering 1 has also produced some things in the past few days, but after all, this guy's level is too low, and the drawings he can produce are not very advanced. Ever since he first made a first-level agricultural robot, Yi Han asked him to work overtime. Since then, this guy seemed to have lost his intelligence and could only produce things like razor manufacturing drawings and hairdryer manufacturing drawings. Project 1, I have a task for you. Go and convert storage room number 4 in the car into a public toilet. Select the materials first. I will sell them all later. Tell me what you need. Then convert the previous single toilet into a kitchen. Anyway, the toilet is next to the window, so it just needs some ventilation to get rid of the odor. I only have one request, that the public restroom should have as many stalls as possible and meet shower needs as much as possible. The kitchen renovation must be clean and hygienic. Yi Han instructed. These aspects are the expertise of Engineer 1. As for Yi Han's instructions, they are complete nonsense. After all, Engineer 1 also has the needs of eating and going to the toilet, and he will definitely do it properly. However, in this case, Yi Han's office cannot be upgraded, but 10 square meters is enough for him to live in. Later, with Yi Han's use, the second-level bulletproof glass was installed on the command vehicle, and the defense of the command vehicle was upgraded again, from 2 to 4 to 2 to 7. However, Yi Han could only drool over the blueprint of the third-level modification, the blueprint of the vehicle-mounted M202 quad rocket launcher. This thing must be upgraded to a third-level vehicle before it can be used. I don't know what the second-level armed command vehicle will look like after being upgraded. Yi Han muttered to himself. In just a moment, the time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Han glanced at the sky outside the car. At this time, the sun had slowly set from the horizon. The temperature in the Gobi Desert had begun to drop, but the ground cracks had spread to the entire Gobi Desert. Only the Chishui Valley area was still intact. The 7th day of the catastrophe has ended. There are currently 768 players surviving in the area. Players can now enjoy their rest time in the Redwater Valley. All players will be teleported to the second world at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. In the second world, the system will teleport the players' relatives to their side. The determination of relatives is based mainly on the players' previous social relationships, supplemented by blood relationships. Relatives of deceased players will be assigned to the players with whom they have the closest social relationship. Those whose social and blood relationships are severed will be taken care of by the world system. The second world will also teleport players surviving in other areas here. Please be prepared. This passage from the world system actually mainly contains 2 pieces of information. One is naturally that the second world will be open tomorrow, and more players will participate. The other is that the players who were previously scattered throughout the desert will gather in this valley. This naturally involves the sound of gunfire, the flashing of swords, and fighting for power. What the system said about rest time is bullshit. From the time this guy brought the players here until now, he has only been targeting Yihan and making things difficult for other players. He has basically never had any good intentions. As Yihan had expected, a fight between two groups of people had already broken out in an open space not far from Yihan, and there were continuous gunshots in the distance. But what's strange is that there is no trace of mutant beasts in such a huge valley. Perhaps the world system has placed them on the other side of the valley. These players also made Yihan speechless. There were not many dead players left, and these people were fighting among themselves. But this was normal. The law of the jungle was supreme here, and life and death was inevitable. There were 10,000 people 7 days ago, but today there are only over 700 left. The mortality rate is over 90 if there are 5.5 billion people in the world participating in the game. Based on this mortality rate, I'm afraid there will only be over 400 million left in the second world. If you include their relatives, there will be less than 2 billion. Why on earth does this world system? If they want to kill people, why can't they just wipe them out? Yihan muttered to himself, and his suspicions about the world system deepened. If it was to reduce the population, that was too far-fetched. Was it a test? To select the strongest through the survival of the fittest? But what was the purpose? The more Yihan thought about it, the more troubled he became. So he simply stopped thinking about it. After all, he had the strongest commander system, and Xiao AI also said that his golden finger was unique. No matter what happened to the world system, he would remain standing. It's nothing more than fighting the enemy with the generals and blocking the water with the earth. Thinking of this, Yihan's pressure suddenly eased, and he immediately opened the communication hall to see the situation. Is Luning still alive? You pissed for me at the beginning, and now you're here. I don't want you to run away. Since you like pissing so much, you'll be finished if I don't do it. What is Nyonyo? Is it delicious? If it is, I want to keep some. The one upstairs, you already have that stuff yourself. If you want to eat it, just produce and sell it yourself. Brothers, there is a caravan of women in the valley to the left of the valley entrance. Go grab the wives. You dare to rob the Juaho caravan? They are the ones who got the 10 eunuchs in the crazy wolf caravan. Just as Yihan expected, the communication hall was basically full of infighting among players. However, Lu Tu also sent a message to Yihan at this time. Brother Yi, have you entered the valley? Is nothing wrong? After seeing this, Yihan replied, We have entered the valley. Everything is normal. How is the situation of the main group? 5 brothers died in the valley trial. All of them were weak. My valley trial was against a level 2 mutant beast and a level 1 lord. Luckily, I was a level 2 vehicle, and I also snatched some wooden-handled grenades from the Mad Wolf team, so I guess I was safe. But there are still many brothers in the team who are injured. I want to buy some first-level healing agents from you. Hearing Lu Tu talking about his trial to enter the valley, Yihan just felt that comparison was the thief of frustration. This damn system was 100 targeting him. Chapter 59, Drought Demon. It's okay. I'll get some first-level therapeutic agents and put them up in the trading hall. Members of the main car group can buy them at half price. Yihan replied immediately. Okay, thank you, Brother Yi. Yihan then began to clear the inventory. All useless materials and equipment were put on the trading hall. He also made 300 first-level therapeutic agents and put them up there. All of them were exchanged for food without exception. As for the weapons tutorial and ammunition tutorial, Yihan plans to sell them in the second world, and he can raise the price then. The ice and ice-water trade during the day had already made Yihan reaping a lot of benefits. In total, he exchanged for nearly 6 tons of various foods, including mutant beast meat products, bread, and rice. Now the ice business is gone, but the refrigerator can still be used to keep fresh food. If he sold all the unused supplies, plus what he already had, Yihan's food reserves would reach a full 50 tons, enough to feed him for almost a month even if his company's quota was fully staffed. If you can't finish it, sell it in the second world. Business is nothing more than buying low and selling high. After doing all this, Yihan prepared to have dinner, but at this moment Xiao AI in the car suddenly spoke. Report to the commander. The mysterious lord from before has appeared. Upon hearing this, Yihan immediately gave up the idea of eating. The mysterious lord was naturally Nuba. The world system had previously told him that the drought lord was in the Chishui Valley. Now that Nuba had appeared, it meant that his hidden mission could continue. Yihan got out of the car and followed Xiao AI's instructions. Sure enough, he saw a woman in white standing on the mountain not far away. She was emitting a faint white light and looked extremely sacred. However, at this time, the players in the valley were fighting fiercely, and almost no one noticed the appearance of Nuba. Can we drive up this mountain road? Yihan frowned. Why is this Nuba standing so high? Is she going to jump off the cliff because she is depressed? This The mountain road is too steep, and the command vehicle is so heavy. I'm afraid Xiao AI can't drive it up with her driving skills. The Bobcat all-terrain vehicle can't go up either. I'm afraid the commander will need to walk. Xiao AI said with some embarrassment when she saw this. Yihan also hesitated after hearing this. Leaving the command vehicle would definitely be a risky act for him. But if he didn't go to this hidden mission, he wouldn't be able to do it. Team Frost and Ghost are there. You guys should go with me. After a moment, Yihan decided to take the risk. Team Frost and Ghost are his current top combat forces. With their protection and the fact that his own troops are only 1 kilometer away from there, if an accident occurs, the troops can rush to the rescue quickly, so his safety is guaranteed. After receiving Yihan's order, the Frost Squad and Ghost quickly packed up their equipment and followed Yihan. Yihan also told Wang Hu, "Protect the command vehicle and keep an eye on the situation on my side. If you find anything wrong, bring troops to support us immediately." Before leaving, Yihan glanced at the vehicle-mounted radar. Following the direction of Tianf Ba, there were 2 small dots at the edge of the radar's detection. One was a neutral target, and the other was a hostile target. The hostile target should be Hamba. Yihan didn't care too much, but still frowned. Why do I always feel that the goddess Ba is hiding something from me? Yihan shook his head, discarded the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and then went to the location of Tianf Ba under the protection of the Frost Squad and Ghost. On the way, Yihan took out the bottle of yellow spring essence given to him by Tianf Ba and dropped a few drops into the magazines of Ghost and Frost Team. According to Tianf Ba, with this thing, they should be able to kill Hamba. More than 10 minutes later, Yihan finally came to Tianf Ba. At this time, she was standing under a cliff waiting. When she saw Yihan coming, a smile appeared on her face. As expected of the warrior I chose, he arrived here safely. Hearing what Tianfa said, Yihan just smiled faintly and asked immediately, "Why did you ask me to come here? Could it be that Hamba's whereabouts are here?" After hearing this, the goddess Ba waved her hand, and a pile of rocks in front of the cliff suddenly scattered. Behind the rocks turned out to be a cave about 2 or 3 meters wide and high. It was already evening, and it was impossible to see what was in the cave. "This is the hiding place of Hamba. I fought with him before, and he has lost much strength. You can easily deal with him with your manpower." Yihan did not take a step after hearing this. Instead, he asked, "If that's the case, why don't you just kill him?" Tianyu Ba shook her head and said, "I am bound by the rules of this world. I cannot kill him. Only outsiders can do that." Yihan understood after listening. The rules of heaven and earth she mentioned were probably the world system. This damn system should have turned the struggle between the 2 lords here into a hidden task that can only be solved by players. "Okay then, Dichang, you stay outside the cave to provide support. The other members of the Frost Squad and Ghost, you keep me safe, and we'll go into the cave." Following Yihan's order, Dichang stayed at the entrance of the cave to guard it, while the others surrounded Yihan. Tianf Ba also followed Yihan and slowly walked into the cave. The Frost Squad turned on their flashlights, and Yihan was able to see the cave clearly. The cave was less than 10 meters deep, and the walls were engraved with pictures full of primitive atmosphere. The lines were extremely rough, and only charcoal black and vermilion were used as the colors. Yihan took a look at what was drawn on it, and it unexpectedly looked very much like the portrait of Emperor Huangdi that he had seen in a book. In addition, there were densely packed patterns of little people, some hunting and fishing, some making fire and cooking, and some weaving clothes and farming. Tianyu Ba interrupted Yihan's desire to continue watching. "That is Hamba. He is dying now. You only need to use a weapon dipped in Huangquan essence to kill him easily." Yihan looked in the direction of Tianf Ba's finger. At the deepest part of the cave was a small platform covered with withered yellow leaves, and on top of it lay an extremely ugly creature. That thing was different from any creature he had seen before. It was hard to say what it looked like. The body of it was like some kind of strong monkey, with no hair and only purple skin. It had 2 hands, but those hands looked more like human fingers with tiger nails embedded in them, and it had only 1 leg underneath. The monster's head was even more uncomfortable. Its loose hair covered half of its face, and the other half that was revealed reminded Yihan of the zombies he had seen before. They were hideous and ugly, with horns as long as a palm growing on their heads. This creature seemed to be born to be disgusting. No one could see him without being terrified and disgusted. But his appearance also completely matches the appearance of Hamba recorded in ancient books, with a gibbon-like shape, long hair, and walking on 1 foot. When Hamba saw Yihan and the others looking at him, he tried hard to get up with his seriously injured body, while stretching his head and roaring at Yihan and the others miserably. "Beast!" Tianf Ba snorted coldly when she saw this, then turned to look at Yihan. "Warrior, hurry up and kill this beast, and I will reward you with the Eye of the Desert." Yihan stood there for a while, then stepped back a few steps and stood beside the ghost. He looked at Tai and Ba and said softly, "Okay, Frost Squad, point your guns at Han Ba and kill him." Yihan raised his hand and pointed forward. The members of the Frost Squad immediately raised their guns and aimed in the direction of Yihan's finger at the goddess Ba, standing under the cave wall. Chapter 60 Valley Crisis. At this time, Nuba, who was standing under the cliff, had not yet reacted, with a smile of success between her brows and eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Dense gunfire suddenly broke the silence in the cave, and countless bullets flew to the vital points of Nuba's body. Every member of the Frost Squad has undergone systematic and rigorous training, so their marksmanship is naturally not comparable to that of the guard soldiers. After being attacked by the special bullets, Nuba was severely injured and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then she looked at Yihan, who had retreated to the cave entrance in disbelief. "Are you crazy? Your target is Hamba." Yihan just looked at her coldly and asked word by word, "Oh, aren't you?" At this time, the Frost Squad surrounded Yihan, and Ghost raised his gun to protect Yihan. Nvba reacted immediately, her face pale and her brows tightly frowned. "When did you recognize him?" "I have had my doubts from the beginning. Logically speaking, Nuba is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, so she would not kill any living being. But you actually used the life of the Bifong bird as a test. What's more, you told me that Hamba was him, but I didn't see him have the ability to command mutant beasts. It was you, on the contrary. So many mutant beasts that day clearly obeyed you." While Yihan was speaking, he had already asked the locals outside the cave to send a signal for support to the command vehicle. Although Nuba seemed to have suffered a serious blow at this time, no one knew if she had any backup plans. "Just based on this, do you know the consequences of killing the wrong person?" Nuba was extremely angry. She forced herself to straighten up with her injured body and roared at Yihan. At this moment, she no longer had the holiness and dignity she had before, but instead her face was full of hideousness. Yihan naturally would not tell her. In fact, what made Yihan certain that she was the drought demon was the information on the radar. Before leaving, the radar showed that there was a neutral target and a hostile target here, but the positions of the two targets were swapped. In other words, the Nuba, standing at the entrance of the cave at that time, was the hostile target, while the so-called Hanba in the cave was the neutral target. Everything lies, but machines only tell the truth. After arriving in the cave, Yihan became more certain of his judgment. If it was true, as Nuba said, that Hamba was transformed from Chiyu, then how could Chiyu, as the mortal enemy of Huangdi, depict the portrait of Huangdi so solemnly and majestically on the mural? After all, people are always used to portraying their opponents as insidious and cunning. The only explanation is that the monster-like one is Nuba, and the one outside the cave that has been guiding Yihan here is the real Hamba. "Ghost Hawkeye, kill her." Yihan stopped talking nonsense and gave the order coldly. When Nuba saw the guns raised by the crowd, she roared, "Yihan, you won't be able to escape from this valley if I die." Yihan just treated this kind of threat as bullshit. "No matter how powerful you are, can you stop the world system from letting me go?" Gunshots rang out again. Nuba, who had already been seriously injured, lay completely on the ground without a breath after this round of shooting. To Yihan's surprise, her body turned into a pile of smelly dry bones as her breath disappeared. Congratulations to player Yihan for completing the hidden mission, the mystery of the desert. Hamba has been killed. The mission reward, Eye of the Desert Oasis expansion pack, has been distributed to the player's car. Hearing the voice of the world system, Yihan wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seemed that his guess was correct. This damn system was setting a trap for him again. At this time, Wang Hu also led a group of soldiers to the cliff. He wiped his sweat and said seriously, "Commander, retreat quickly." A large number of mutant beasts suddenly appeared in the mountains. Although there are fewer second-level lords, the number of ordinary mutant beasts is extremely large. Hearing Wang Hu's words, Yihan's heart sank. He hurriedly took the telescope from Han Shuang, turned on the night vision effect, and looked towards the valley. He saw countless mutant beasts rushing down towards the valley from the undulating mountains. Because the player Yihan angered the mutant beasts in the mountains, the mutant beasts will now attack the Chishui Valley. Players are requested to be prepared. The time for teleporting to the second world will remain unchanged. The voice of the world system sounded again, and Yihan was immediately confused. So this is what Hamba meant by not letting him leave the Chishui Valley? Then you are completely harming other players. What does this have to do with me? On this side, Yihan hurriedly retreated to the command vehicle under the cover of the troops, while the players on the other side were completely in despair. It was hard to save 700 or 800 people, but after Yihan's actions, many of the few remaining players were going to die again. At this moment, The communication hall was filled with curses, all of which were personal attacks on Yihan. You bastard Yihan. I finally managed to hold on until the end, and you fucking messed with me again. Are you going to let me live or not? That's right, this is still a fucking valley. I have nowhere to run. Why are you running? Yihan won't let us have an easy life, so we can't let him have an easy life either. Let's team up and rush him. Anyone who dares to challenge Yi Shun will be making things difficult for our Mainshe group. Brothers, the most important thing now is not to fight among yourselves. Unite. We can reach the second world in just a few more hours. I don't care. I'm a level 2 tank now. What mutant beast can rush in? Just have fun. Don't scream too loudly when you die. Don't disturb my sleep. Damn it. Charge this tank boy first. After Yihan returned to the command vehicle, he also heard the cursing in the communication hall, but he did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. A sentence in the communication hall is very true. Unity is the solution, but we should unite with friends, not enemies. All those who shouted to kill Yihan were basically the scumbags from the Desert Caravan and the Mad Wolf Caravan. These people were extremely vicious, and it did not matter that they died. As for the players from other teams, Yihan had already asked the main team to pick them up near his camp. In fact, with Yihan's current strength, even if he faced a large number of ordinary mutant beasts alone, he could at least protect himself, let alone eliminate them all. But he did this mainly because he didn't want too many of his clients to die. Although there would be more players in the next world, every small mosquito is still meat, and this incident was indeed caused by him. Appropriate assistance is also necessary. At this point, the richer players already have semi-automatic firearms, and the poorer ones have flintlock rifles. If they unite and fight with chariots, they may be able to hold out until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. However, to be on the safe side, Yihan took out the weapon tutorial he had obtained before. He originally planned to do the weapons business in the next world, but seeing the current situation, he had to sell part of it in advance. Chapter 61, Brutal Soldiers. Yihan immediately called Lu Tu over and showed him the weapon tutorial in his hand, while saying, Brother Lu, the situation is rather special right now. I plan to lend out some weapons. There are 3 types of guns, namely the M1 Garand rifle, the M1903 Springfield rifle, and the PPSH submachine gun, all with matching bullets. Players who are short of weapons can borrow guns from me. They can provide the materials to make the weapons themselves. As for the bullets, I will provide them. However, after the battle, the guns must be returned to me. If you want to stay, you can. Semi-automatic firearms can be exchanged for 150 kilograms of food, and fully automatic firearms can be exchanged for 300 kilograms of food. After Yihan finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Tuesday. This price was ridiculously expensive, not to mention in the biochemical world, even in peacetime. Nearly half a ton of food was used to exchange for semi-automatic firearms from World War II. This is no longer just fleecing the sheep, but skinning them. But after hearing this, Lu Tu slapped his thigh and said happily, Brother Yi, you are such a kind person. Players who have managed to hold out until today are basically not short of food. If they can hold out through this battle, they will have an outrageous amount of food. Your coming here will help the players to digest their inventory. Not to mention that those who don't want to buy weapons can come and borrow them empty-handed. The players will definitely thank you. Yihan smiled awkwardly when he heard Lu Tu say this, and even felt a little ashamed of his heart as a profiteer. I hope players can thank me in the next world. After the two made the decision, Yihan collected supplies from the players who borrowed guns and made a total of 80 M1 Garand rifles, 60 M1903 Springfield rifles, and 110 PPSH submachine guns. When everyone got the gun borrowed by Yihan and heard that they could exchange it for food if they didn't want it later, they were all grateful to Yihan. Oh my god, Yi, you are so kind. 150 kilograms is too cheap. Yi Shun, I am willing to pay 200 kilograms for the gun. Brothers, rest assured now. Master Yi not only sent troops to help us, but also gave us guns. We must ensure that the mutant beasts will not return from this battle. Why do I feel like Yi Shun is an administrator sent by the system? He is causing trouble for us while strengthening our combat power at the same time. While the players near the command vehicle camp were thanking Yihan, the members of the abandoned desert convoy and Mad Wolf convoy on the other side were unwilling to do so. God Yi, the ones who were against you before were Wang Chong and Ma Dazhuang. Now that they are dead, there is no reason for you not to help us, right? That's right. Master Yi, why don't you give us the tutorial and let us make the gun ourselves? We will definitely return the tutorial to you after we are done. Hey, stop dreaming. Don't you know how many dirty things you have done in the Gobi Desert? It's good enough that Yihan didn't destroy us. Do you still expect him to repay evil with kindness? Let's think about how the two teams of Daemo and Quang Lang can stop the mutant beasts. At this time, the mutant beast tide also besieged the camp. Yihan also asked Wang Hu to lead 4 combat platoons and 4 Lynx terrain vehicles equipped with vehicle-mounted machine guns to the front line to support the 400 players brought by the main vehicle group. Although the number of beasts this time is extremely large, perhaps totaling thousands, there are not many high-end combat forces. Perhaps it was because Yihan had almost killed all the high-level lords in the Gobi world, and most of those who came were level 1 lords. Level 2 lords were rare, and there was not a single level 3 lord. There is no need to send the Frost Squad and Ghost to the front line. After all, the commander's safety is the top priority. While the fighting was in full swing on the front line, Yihan, who was in the rear, was not idle either. He observed the situation on the battlefield, traded bullet materials with players, and urged engineers to quickly use the bullet tutorial to make bullets. Since there is a bullet tutorial, Yihan will definitely not use points to redeem bullets. But at this moment, the engineer's face looked extremely ugly, and he looked very weak. He raised his head. His pale face had 2 dark circles under his eyes. "Commander, I can't stand it anymore. I just finished repairing the toilet and kitchen. Even the mules in the production team need to take a break." Yihan felt a little sorry for the engineer, but even if there was a tutorial, he had to do the detailed work of making things. But after all, the engineer was his own, so it was not a big deal to just pull him out of his job. After thinking about it, Yihan comforted the engineer. "Then you can hand over the bullet tutorial to Lu Tuesday. I still trust this man. Let him make bullets. The command of the front line will be handed over to Wang Hu. You go down and have a rest." The engineer felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard Yihan's words, and hurried to find Lu the butcher. As soon as the engineer left, Yihan glanced at the points in the score column, which had risen to 12,000, and started to think again. Now the dormitories in the car were enough, and it was time to send out a wave of soldiers. On the one hand, it would relieve the pressure on the front line, and on the other hand, it would also be a preparation for the next world. Although buildings such as tank factories are very important, I still don't have that many points. Instead of spending thousands of points to build a factory, it would be more practical to build soldiers. The Frost Squad and the Ghost can temporarily meet their needs for high-end combat power, and the 4 combat platoons under Wang Hu are not yet fully staffed. Thinking of this, Yihan decided to fully staff Wang Chuangui's main force row first. In addition to the existing soldiers, he also needed to exchange 14 army soldiers for machine gun soldiers and 5 rocket soldiers, which would require a total of 6,000 points. This way there would still be 6,000 points left. Yihan waved his hand and spent all the remaining 6,000 points to fill up Wang Chuanzong's main second row. "Anyway, I will definitely get a lot of points after winning this battle, so I can just spend them." The 12,000 points disappeared like water, and the combat configuration of Yihan's subordinates was immediately upgraded to a higher level. There was no change in Wang Long's guard platoon and Wang Chuannan's main 3rd platoon, still a total of 14 combat units. But the main 1st and 2nd platoons had a strength of 60 people and were equipped with considerable firepower. Just taking the main row as an example, there are 8 M249 machine guns and 8 M72 rocket launchers, not to mention that the other soldiers have grenade launchers. Including the 7 people in the logistics squad, the Frost Squad, and the Ghost, Yihan already has a total of 89 people under his command. If he counts himself, the number makes 90, which can barely be considered a real company-level combat unit. The newly summoned soldiers here were quickly sent to the battlefield by Yihan, and after this battle, these new recruits could also be promoted to higher ranks. As reinforcements arrived at the battlefield, the pressure on the front line suddenly decreased, and the morale of the players was boosted. They all raised their guns and shouted to attack the mutant beasts. Dense gunshots and explosions were heard throughout the valley. Judging from the gunshots alone, it seemed like a small-scale regiment-level unit was fighting here. Why are there so many troops again? Are the regular troops teleported here? This is obviously Yishin's team. Yishin is really fertile. It has only been a short time, and he has given birth to so many piglets. Even a sow can't give birth to piglets as fast as him. That kid, do you know how to talk? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the mutant beast herd. No escape. Yishin is definitely the administrator sent by the system. Chapter 62, Gratitude and Revenge. The fighting on the front line lasted until 4 in the morning. At this time, the battlefield was filled with smoke and the pungent smell of blood. Although Yihan's troops could not compare with the players in terms of numbers, their weapons and combat skills were much stronger than theirs. More than half of the mutant beasts on the field died at the hands of the soldiers. After the battle, the corpses of mutant beasts were everywhere in the mountains, and the players began to clean up the battlefield. On the other side, Yihan had already hidden in the office to take a nap. If Wang Hu had not come to report the battle situation, he would probably have slept until 7 or 8 in the morning. Report to the commander. Our army has completely wiped out the mutant beasts. A total of 270 first-level common mutant beasts, 63 second-level common mutant beasts, 18 first-level lords, and 6 second-level lords have been annihilated. A total of 10,650 points have been obtained, of which 1,650 points were spent on exchanging rockets and grenades, leaving 9,000 points. We also harvested 70 tons of mutant meat, but no treasure chests were found. In addition, 17 soldiers were injured in this battle and have been handed over to medical personnel for treatment. They are expected to be back in combat form tomorrow morning. Yihan nodded after hearing this. Wang Hu now had considerable experience in commanding battles and logistics management. However, it seemed that a soldier's rank could only be promoted to the level of sergeant major. If there were other ways, Yihan would like to continue training Wang Hu. It's not just that Wang Hu has been with him for a long time. More importantly, this kid does have some talent. After all, if so many things were left to Yihan, I'm afraid I would have been overwhelmed long ago. Very good. You ask Wang Chuangui, the platoon leader of the main force, to come and see me, and then take the brothers down to rest. Yihan nodded with satisfaction. Commander, are there any more combat missions? Wang Hu asked with some confusion. Yihan did not answer Wang Hu's words, but just smiled faintly. Just let him come to see me. Your current task is to let the brothers have a good rest. Okay, Commander. After Wang Hu left, Yihan stretched and looked at Wang Chuangui, who was running towards him, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. I always feel that tonight will not be peaceful. While thinking this, Yihan sent a message to Lu Tu. The more than 200 guns that he had before were still in the hands of the players. According to the agreement, the guns had to be returned after the war. Lu Tu was a little embarrassed when he saw Yihan asking for the gun. It was not that he was unwilling to return it, but the mutant beasts had just been wiped out and many players had changed their minds. No matter how grateful he was to Yihan before getting the gun, mentioning the question of returning the gun now was like trying to rob him. After Lu Tu and the backbone members of the main car group stood in the middle of the player camp and read out Yihan's request to return the guns, the faces of the players who were originally in high spirits suddenly turned ugly. These people only had flintlock rifles and other things before. They were weak and did not dare to speak loudly. But now they had weapons in their hands, and with so many people supporting them, they suddenly became more courageous. Captain Lu, let's get this straight. The guns in our hands are all made of our own materials. Yihan only showed some skills. Besides, we use guns to resist mutant beasts, which also helps Yihan share the pressure. Now he wants us to return the guns. Isn't that a bit of a traitor? That's right. He provides his skills, and we just need to give him a portion of the fee. The bullets he consumed were provided to us by him willingly. This is none of our business. The Yi family is big and powerful, so this is not a big deal. Why don't you go and talk to him and be a good person and just return the gun? Apart from those who were unwilling to return their guns, dozens of players had already returned to their cars to get food in order to exchange guns with Yihan, but the majority were still greedy. Hearing the words of those players who were unwilling to return the guns, Lu Tu's face suddenly turned ugly. He had lent the guns to the players at that time, but he, Lu Tu, was the guarantor. Now that this was happening, where did Lu Tu find himself? Lu Tu said with a cold face, before borrowing the guns, you promised to return them after the battle. If you don't want to return them, you can buy them with food. The players didn't say anything for a long time. After a long while, a middle-aged strong man snorted coldly. We did agree, but Yihan's price is too high. 150 kilograms for a semi-automatic, 300 kilograms for a fully automatic. What's the difference between this and a profiteer? If you ask me, since we paid for the materials, then Yihan's ammunition fee can be used to offset it. We can exchange 20 kilograms of semi-automatic rifles for 20 kilograms of fully automatic rifles and 30 kilograms of food for 30 kilograms of food. Before the man could finish his words, Lu Tu interrupted him. Don't be so shameless. If Yihan hadn't been willing to lend you a gun, you bastards would have died a long time ago. The middle-aged man listened to what Lu Tu said, but he looked like he was right. According to what you said, if we hadn't helped Yihan resist the beast tide, wouldn't he have been dead long ago? That person's words almost made Lu Tu laugh. What a joke. Yihan needs your help to resist the beast tide? At this moment, Lu Tu finally understood what it meant to be grateful for a little bit of rice, and then resent it for a big bit of rice. The bad nature of human beings is really difficult to educate. He gritted his teeth and said word by word. So what you mean is that you don't want to pay it back, right? The main members around also sensed the uneasiness in the air, and walked up to Lu Tu with guns in hand, staring at the group of players with cold eyes. Even if he doesn't want to pay it back, so what? Can Yihan kill us all? Besides, we paid for the materials of this gun, and we also helped him resist the beast tide. If he dares to touch us, he will forget his loyalty and repay kindness with hatred. After the man finished speaking, he loaded the M1 Garand rifle in his hand with bullets. The other players also became bolder when they saw that they had someone to back them up. They loaded their guns and surrounded Lu Tu and the main members. At this time, Lu Tu was facing hundreds of players armed with guns, while he only brought a dozen people with him. Faced with such a huge gap, the members of the main team became uneasy. Captain Lu, there are too many of them. Why don't we bow our heads first, and then go to discuss it with Master Yi? A main member swallowed and whispered to Lu Tu. Lu Tu's eyes were complicated after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he sighed and then spoke loudly to the players. I don't care what you do. Anyway, we in the main car group must keep our promise. Today, I'm making this clear. Everyone in the main car group must either return the gun to Yihan or exchange it for food as agreed before. After saying this, Lu Tu prepared to lead the main members to withdraw from the encirclement first. When the players saw Lu Tu was about to leave, they immediately thought they had won, and they all clapped and celebrated with smug smiles on their faces. Chapter 63 End. Who said they didn't want to return the gun? Just as Lu Tu and the main members lowered their heads and retreated, a calm voice was heard amid the noisy cheers of the players. As soon as Lu Tu heard the voice, he knew who was coming. The expression on his face changed again and again in an instant, first disappointment and then surprise. However, the moment he saw Yihan, he felt a lot of embarrassment. After seeing Yihan and the row of soldiers following him, the players suddenly became speechless. Some of them were still in shock, with joy on their faces as if they could get Yihan for free. Brother Yi, I'm sorry for you. I failed to act as a guarantor, but the guns of the main Shay group should be returned and the new products should be bought. Lu Tu said to Yihan with some embarrassment. Yihan just waved his hand. It's not your fault. You and the main car group have done a good job. As for these people, I guess they would do this. Lending guns to such a large player is inherently risky, but the reason why Yihan is still willing to do so is, on the one hand, naturally for profit, and on the other hand, it also stems from his confidence in himself, or in the confidence of his soldiers. It is said that when a scholar meets a soldier, he cannot explain his reason clearly. What's more, these players do not have the eloquence of the scholar, and they are not in the right either. Let me ask again, who just now said that they didn't want to return the gun? Yihan glanced at the players around him with cold eyes. The players at this moment no longer had the prestige they had before facing Lu Tuesday. They were all silent and dared not speak. They have seen how Yihan's troops fought against mutant beasts. Not to mention they were fearless and brave. The key point was that they were able to clear the field with grenades. After a long time, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said to Yihan, Master Yi, I said, I think your conditions for borrowing a gun are unreasonable. Oh, how is that unreasonable? Yihan didn't expect that this kid would dare to respond. Seeing that Yihan didn't seem to be angry, the middle-aged man was overjoyed, and then he used the same excuse again. First of all, we paid for the materials, and secondly, we are also helping you. Okay, I just heard these words. Is there anyone else who shares the same idea as him? Yihan waved his hand to interrupt him, and then asked the other players. The field was completely silent, and the man broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this. He gritted his teeth and looked at the players around him. Brothers, just say whatever you want to say. Yi Shun is definitely not the kind of person who kills innocent people. We are on the right side anyway. The price Yi Shun offered was not reasonable in the first place. Besides, we provided the materials for the guns ourselves. Why should we return our guns? This kid is quite smart. He intends to win over other players and teach Yihan the game method of not blaming the crowd. Seeing this, Yihan just smiled and did not intend to defend himself. You are really shameless. If you think Yihan's price is unreasonable, why did you borrow it in the first place? And if it weren't for Yihan's support, you would have survived until now? What? Is your worthless life not as valuable as the money? Suddenly, a clear female voice was heard in the field. Yihan looked at her in surprise and found that it was the woman Lu Miao Miao. Before the man could open his mouth to argue, Yihan spoke up to stop Lu Miao Miao, who was about to continue scolding him. Children, don't interrupt when adults are talking. You fucking Yihan. You don't know what's good for you. Lu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, then cursed angrily and turned her head away without saying anything else. Yihan felt helpless when seeing this. This woman with divine gold kept jumping out for no reason and interrupting his watching of the show. When several players saw that Yihan actually interrupted Lu Miao Miao, who was speaking for him, They suddenly gained courage and agreed with the man. Yes, yes, this gun was originally made of our own materials. Why do you want us to return it? The price you offer is too outrageous. If it's cheaper, we might consider giving it to you as support. This is what they call public outrage. You should just forget it, Yi Shun. After Yihan glanced at the players who spoke, he immediately turned to Wang Chuangui and said, "Kill that middle-aged man and beat up the remaining ones. I have another reward." Before those people could react after hearing Yihan's words, they heard a few gunshots and the soldiers in the main row had already opened fire. The middle-aged man who had been so aggressive just now was lying dead on the spot, with an incredible expression on his face, as if he couldn't understand that Yihan would actually shoot. As for the players who supported him, their hands had been pierced by bullets and they were lying on the ground holding their hands and wailing. When the other players saw Yihan opening fire, they immediately became chaotic, shouting that Yi Shun had killed people and that Yihan was ungrateful. Some of them even wanted to raise their guns and shoot, but they were shot dead by the soldiers as soon as they raised their guns. Immediately, the main car group and the army soldiers surrounded the players. Yihan stood in the middle and looked around coldly before saying, "I hope you can understand that I, Yihan, can't just take advantage of you whenever I want. If you try to blackmail me, you should be prepared to be reincarnated." After hearing Yihan's words, the players all reacted. They put their guns on the ground tremblingly, and then squatted down with their hands on their heads. Seeing this, Yihan smiled with satisfaction, then walked up to the players whose hands were broken and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" "God Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed you. I'll give you all my supplies. Please don't kill me. I beg you. I really know I was wrong. It was that kid who misled people just now. I really know I was wrong now. Don't kill me. Yi Shun, I beg you." Hearing their words, Yihan had no sympathy in his eyes. "You did nothing wrong. Not only will I not kill you, I will reward you instead." Those people didn't understand what Yihan meant, and they kowtowed to thank Yihan. Yihan immediately looked up at Wang Chuangui and Lu Tu and said, "Tell the soldiers to dismantle these people's vehicles. Take what should be taken and throw away what should not be taken. Also, Brother Lu, I remember there seems to be a treasure in your tricycle that has never been used. Please bring it here." When Lu Tu heard Yihan's words, he immediately understood and hurried to get his great treasure. The people kneeling on the ground were filled with disbelief when they heard Yihan say this. "God Yi, you said you wouldn't kill us, but you dismantled our car. What are we going to do in the next world?" "I'm not planning on killing you. We're about to arrive in a new world, and you should greet it with a brand new attitude." After Yihan finished speaking, Lu Tu came over carrying 4 wheelbarrows with a slight smile on his face. He loved watching this show the most. Chapter 64 New World. Lu Tu put 4 unicycles on the ground. Those people immediately remembered the legend about the unicycle boy on the road and immediately had sad faces. "It seems that you don't like my reward. I was thoughtful and considered that your hands are injured and you can't drive. Riding this thing is just right for you." Yihan said coldly, "Master Yi, please let us go. We really don't dare to do it again." Those people all cried and begged Yihan. Asking them to ride unicycles to the next world is no different from asking them to die, and it might even be less painful than just dying. Yihan felt a little bored when he saw them, so he turned to Lu Tu and said, "Brother Lu, they don't seem to be good at this. You can teach them a lesson. I'll go back to the car first." "No problem," Lu Tu said with a big laugh. Yihan immediately led the main force back to the command vehicle. After being delayed by the players, it was already 5 o'clock. It was almost time to go to the next world, and Yihan had to prepare. Not long after, Lu Tu sent a message to Yihan. "Brother Yi, the players have handed in the food as agreed. The total is 54 tons. Please check it." After seeing Lu Tu's message, Yihan thought about it and returned the 14 tons of food to Lu Tuesday. Most of the PPSH submachine guns were equipped to the main vehicle regiment. He had also promised to give the main vehicle regiment a preferential price. 14 tons is about half the price of a PPSH submachine gun. "Brother Lu, you my inch group can keep these 14 tons. I, Yihan, will not treat my friends unfairly, and there is a shortage of food in the next world." After replying this sentence, Yihan turned around to check his own material reserves. Together with the 40 tons obtained from selling guns and the 70 tons obtained by the soldiers on the battlefield, a total of 110 tons of mutant beast meat was obtained. Yihan used the production page of the world system to make all the animal meat into jerky and ham. In this way, 110 tons of animal meat became 50 tons of jerky and ham with a longer shelf life. Together with the 40 tons of food he had previously saved, his reserves had reached 90 tons. After doing all this, Yihan went to the space at the rear of the command vehicle. The Eye of the Desert, rewarded by the system, had been installed there. It was a stone door with a very ancient atmosphere. Stepping through the stone door, he arrived at the Eye of the Desert. Yihan took a quick look and found that it was exactly the same oasis that Hamba had taken him to. The oasis, which was about 1 square kilometer in radius, was covered with green trees, and in the woods was a lake of moderate size. Yihan looked up at the sky and found that there was sunlight here, which was basically the same as the outside world, except that he could not get out once he reached the edge of the oasis. It's quite nice here. We can come here for vacation whenever we have nothing to do. Yihan nodded with satisfaction. Wang Hu was immediately asked to bring in the cows and hens that had been unpacked earlier. These guys had been kept in the storage room before. Although they had enough food and water, they had been kept in the dark and their growth was not good. With this thing, the breeding industry could be developed well. After doing all this, Yihan returned to the command room and waited quietly for the announcement from the world system. Before, in the Gobi world, every day and night was filled with intrigue, and he had basically no time to think about other things. But now he was about to see his sister, and even though he had already seen what the next world was like, Yihan was still worried. I feel more timid when I am near home, and I dare not ask the people who come. Yihan recited the poem unconsciously, and finally understood the feeling at this moment. Time passed quickly, and finally it was 6 o'clock in the morning. The voice of the world system suddenly rang out in the Chishui Valley. The Gobi world ends. There are 542 players left in area 300261. Transmission starts now. As soon as the voice fell, Yihan felt the command vehicle tremble suddenly, and then a strange feeling came over him, a feeling as if time and space were wrong. This feeling only lasted for a few seconds, and when Yihan opened his eyes again, he saw a completely different world. The command vehicle was still parked on a straight road, but the appearance of both sides of the road had changed drastically. There is no Gobi Desert, no raging sand, and no endless desolation that can be seen from the horizon. Instead, there are farmlands, mountains, and small towns that Yihan is very familiar with. Of course, there are also vehicles crashing into each other, devastated buildings, and zombies lying or standing. Yihan had already known about this world before. Due to the conspiracy of Apocalyptic Corporation of Sakura Country, the whole world was infected by the virus, and a large number of people and animals became zombies. This was very similar to the Resident Evil movie that Yihan had seen in high school. But the difference is that Resident Evil is a movie, but what I see now is reality. Just as Yihan lowered his head in thought, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Elder brother. Yihan quickly looked back and saw his sister Yiruashua standing behind him. She was sitting in a wheelchair with her arms tremblingly stretched out, her eyes full of mist. Yihan couldn't think anymore and rushed to Yiruashua and hugged her in his arms. I simply cannot imagine how the sick Yiruashua managed to survive without me, but fortunately this damn system is very trustworthy and brought my sister here on time, and I am now able to take care of her. After the brother and sister exchanged greetings, Yihan briefly introduced Yiruashua to their current situation. After experiencing Yihan's disappearance and her sudden appearance here, Yiruashua quickly accepted the reality. Yihan immediately called Wang Long over. Before, Wang Long and Wang Hu had always been called Brother Dragon and Brother Tiger by Yihan. Wang Hu had already become a high-ranking official under Yihan, so naturally, Wang Long could not be left behind. Wang Long, from now on you and your guard squad will be my sister's bodyguard squad. You can also think of it as a nanny squad. I will find some more women to join you later. You just need to take good care of her daily life and assist her in handling the team's logistical matters. Yihan ordered Wang Long. Yes. Wang Long saluted. Commander, if you need females, you can specify the gender of the soldiers through the system. Xiao AI was very happy to see the brother and sister reunited. Yihan's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he said, recruit 4 soldiers from the 141 Lancer Special Service Regiment. Comprehensive type, specified gender female. Yes. Deduct 3,200 points. As Xiao AI finished her voice, 4 heroic female Lancer soldiers walked out from the shadows inside the car. These 4 female soldiers were different from Han Shuang and the others before. The gas masks on their faces were only hung on their chests, and under their helmets they all had extremely heroic faces. Commander, soldiers of the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment, Hyacinthus, Azalea, Dachira, and Poppy, report to you. Looking at the 4 heroic-looking female soldiers, Yihan nodded with satisfaction. The strength of these soldiers was naturally beyond doubt. Just looking at their names, Hyacinth and the other 3 flowers were both beautiful and poisonous. You will join the guard squad under the command of Wang Long and be responsible for your sister's daily life and safety. The 4 female soldiers frowned after hearing this. The prettiest one, Hyacinth, spoke first. Commander, I want to be the squad leader. After saying this, Hyacinthus gave Wang Long a provocative look. Yihan was also in a dilemma. Wang Long was just an ordinary guard soldier. Although his rank was higher, his potential was not as good as Hyacinthus. He wanted to promote him, but it was difficult to convince the people. Seeing this, Yi Ruoxue burst out laughing and said, "Why don't you just group the four sisters into a separate bestie class for me?" Yihan was somewhat speechless. Wasn't the girlfriend class just a joke? How could the military be a joke? After a brief thought, Yihan made a decision. You four will serve as my sister's personal guards and be responsible for her safety and life. Wang Long, your guard squad will also obey my sister's command and assist her in handling the logistics of the troops. After this decision, everyone had no objection, and Hyacinthus immediately pushed Yi Ruoxue to the rear of the car to learn about the current situation of Yihan's troops. Yihan was naturally relieved about handing the logistics to Yi Ruoxue. First of all, Yi Ruoxue was his relative. Although Yi Ruoxue was physically disabled, she was very smart. She majored in management in college and was also half a military fan. With some study, handling logistics would not be a big problem. As soon as Hyacinthus and his group left, Yihan received a notification from the world system on his phone. Chapter 65 Faction Selection. Congratulations to all players for having survived the test of the Gobi world. Those who can reach here safely are the best among humans. I hope that all players in this world can continue to survive and complete the tasks assigned by the system. The current world is Biochemical Doomsday. In this world, the area that players can explore is limited. The system will open the next stage area after the player completes the stage task. World background. The current world is a parallel world. The Apocalypse Company of Sakura Country uses nuclear wastewater to discharge biological weapons, causing global biological mutations. In this world, there are infected people, survivors of the original world, and many other forces. Players need to survive in this world and complete various tasks. The remaining players around the world have been teleported to various regions of the world, and all players will eventually meet up. Player Yihan, you are currently in Longhua, Jianghan Province, Chongqing City. There are 100,000 players in the current area. The regional map has been sent to the players. During this stage, you cannot leave Chongqing City until you complete the stage mission. Players must choose one of the three initial camps in this world. The first camp, Apocalypse. Help Apocalypse Company eliminate the survivors and saviors of Dragon Country in order to achieve the goal of controlling Dragon Country cities. Joining this camp will receive exclusive tasks for Apocalypse, and you can get support and rewards from Apocalypse Company. Second camp, Wanderers. Survive in the cracks of the biochemical world. You can choose to accept the Apocalypse or Savior missions. After completing the Apocalypse mission 3 times, you will gain the favor of the Apocalypse Company. If you do not accept the mission many times, your player status will be cancelled. The third camp, Saviors. Eliminate zombies, shelter the survivors of Dragon Country, fight against Apocalypse Corporation, and build a new home for mankind. Joining this camp will receive exclusive tasks for Saviors. Yihan took a look at the information sent by the world system. This was much more complicated than the first world. The original 7-day cycle was replaced by a phased task, which meant that he would probably have to stay in this world for a long time. Moreover, not only were there more players in this place, but their forces also seemed extremely complicated. The most important thing is the camp selection. Isn't this Apocalypse a traitor, to put it bluntly? Although this is a parallel world, Yihan, as a dragon countryman, has hated Sakura Country since he was a child, and it is the same here. Even if the Apocalypse can get all kinds of support and rewards, Yihan will never become a traitor, let alone work for Sakura Country. As for this wanderer, he is a bit like a fence-sitter. Of course, there will be many players who are unwilling to be dogs, but have no ability to resist and choose this. It is a compromise option. The only one that sounds a bit high-sounding is the Savior, but it only has a high-sounding name. The information in it is full of negative buffs, a lot of responsibilities, and no rewards. Whoever chooses it will have a great start. The vast majority of players will definitely not touch this thing. Once they choose it, they will become enemies with the whole world. Yihan was in a dilemma. He would definitely not touch the Apocalypse himself. After all, he had the Xiaoi system here. There was no need for him to be a dog for others. Besides, Yihan was a man of integrity. But the Savior has too many negative buffs, and might even become a saint. How about choosing the Wanderer? Yihan muttered as he opened the communication hall, wanting to see what other players would choose. The communication hall at this time was much more lively than the previous world, and the number above had also become 100,000 people. Brothers, what did you choose? I chose the Apocalypse, and right after I chose the Apocalypse, The company rewarded me with an August assault rifle with 10 magazines. Ha ha, brother, I'm also an Apocalypse. The reward Apocalypse company gave me was the blueprint for a second-level vehicle-mounted machine gun, the stuff I drooled over in the last world. Thanks to Apocalypse company, this time, I must get back everything I lost. No, are you so spineless? If you are the enlightened one, aren't you just a dog for the Sakura country? How can you do such a thing? If you have such a backbone, go choose the savior. Ha ha, only fools would choose the savior. Yihan felt a little uncomfortable as he looked at the communication hall. He asked Xiao AI to make a simple estimate of the camp choices of the players in the communication hall. Nearly 60 of the players chose Apocalypse, and the remaining 40 chose Wanderers. As for saviors, there was none. But if you think about it, it's understandable. After all, it's just a parallel dimension. Even if everything is the same, it's not the original world after all. How could so many people be willing to risk their lives to do something unrealistic? But the idea of the guy in the communication hall who said, "I want to take back everything I originally had," was very familiar to Yihan. It turned out to be Huang Shan from the previous desert team. However, that guy had his hand chopped off by Zhang Ziqiang in the previous world and then disappeared. It should be the same name and surname. Yihan didn't think much about it and sent a message to ask Lu Tu. "Brother Lu, are you also in Chongqing City?" Lu Tu quickly replied, "Yes, Brother Yi, not only me, but also the people from the main car group are here. It seems that the world system has divided us all into one area. Huh. Then which camp did you choose?" Yihan asked. "I chose the Rangers, and the main team is basically the same. Some of those who chose Apocalypse have been expelled from the team. Although we don't have the ability to save the world, we can't be dogs. What did you choose, Brother Yi?" Looking at Lu Tu's question, Yihan didn't know how to reply for a moment. If he said that he hadn't thought about it for a while, in this situation, others might think that he was hesitating between the Apocalypse and the Wanderer. "Commander, you must choose the savior." Just as Yihan was hesitating, Xiao AI suddenly spoke seriously. "Why?" Yihan glanced at Xiao AI in confusion. "Because only by choosing the savior can the strongest commander system continue to operate. Otherwise, Xiao AI will have to find another host." Xiao AI's expression was full of seriousness. "Commander, you don't have to be affected by the many restrictions of the savior. The strongest commander system is your greatest confidence. Xiao AI once said that the commander's journey is the sea of stars. What does a small Apocalypse company count for?" Hearing Xiao AI's words, Yihan smiled in relief. He was actually obsessed with it. However, he thought about it and asked Xiao AI again. "But the savior's rule restricts that we must take in survivors. Isn't this forcing me to be a saint? Doomsday requires killing the saint first." Xiao AI just smiled slyly and gave a look that said, "You know what I mean. Hey, Commander, only those who obey are the survivors. Besides, isn't it up to you to decide whether someone is a survivor?" Yihan couldn't help but smile when he saw Xiao AI's look. Xiao AI's system was very cunning and even took advantage of the loopholes in the world system. Without any hesitation, Yihan directly chose the savior camp, and he was also the only savior in the Chongqing City area. After doing all this, Yihan continued to play dirty tricks with Xiao AI to see if he could play some word games with the world system when the voice of the world system rang out. Player Yihan's current camp is the savior, and the first phase of the savior's main quest is now released. Chapter 66, heading to Looming Town. Saviors, please immediately establish a survivor shelter within Chongqing City and accommodate the survivors. You will get 10 points for each survivor you take in. You cannot take in the same survivor repeatedly. Points can be exchanged for treasure chests of different levels every 3 days. After hearing the mission sent by the world system, Yihan lowered his head and began to think. He had the eye of the desert in his car, which could be used to build a shelter for survivors, but this would reduce the confidentiality of the command vehicle and the Xiaoai system. Besides, we can't just take in the survivors and keep them there for nothing, right? It seems that this shelter still needs to be built in the outside world. If this is the case, site selection will become extremely important. Yihan only has a company-level combat unit under his command at this time, so there is no way he can go to Chongqing City, let alone a county town. A county usually has a population ranging from hundreds of thousands to several million, which means a similar number of zombies. It would be best to establish it in a town, and then use the method of surrounding the city from the countryside to expand one's own power, and then slowly plan for Chongqing City and even the entire Jianghan province. Thinking of this, Yihan unfolded the map of Chongqing City sent by the system. Jianghan province was the birthplace of the Dragon Kingdom in history. It has a vast territory and complex terrain. Chongqing City has inherited this. The region not only has vast plains, but also a large number of mountains. Yihan looked down at the map and frowned in thought. There were quite a few towns, but most of them did not meet Yihan's site selection criteria. They were either too close to the city, too far from the city, or lacked geographical resources. It was not until Yihan set his eyes on a place called Looming Town on the map that his brows relaxed. Looming Town is a small town under the jurisdiction of Shillong County, Chongqing City. It is located in the River Valley area. There are not only reservoirs, but also large plains in the territory. The most important thing is that Looming Town is surrounded by mountains. There is only one national highway to enter the town. It is very appropriate to describe it as easy to defend and difficult to attack. A town has about tens of thousands of people, which means tens of thousands of zombies. If we can eliminate all the zombies in Looming Town, I can be promoted to major and have battalion-level command authority. Even further promotion to regiment level will not be a difficult task. Yihan couldn't help but mutter. After all, the larger the army, the faster you accumulate points. Xiao AI, how far is this place from Looming Town? Report to the commander. You are currently in the Tushan County area, 128 kilometers away from Looming Town, Shillong County. Xiao AI replied immediately. Okay, let's set off immediately and go to the Looming Town Central Primary School. If we encounter small groups of zombies on the way, we can kill them. Yihan gave the order immediately. Looming Town Central Primary School is located on the edge of Looming Town. He can use it as a temporary base and then gradually swallow up the entire Looming Town. At this time, Yihan still has 5,800 points. If he kills some more zombies, he can fill up the 3 rows of main forces again. The command vehicle and 4 Bobcat all-terrain vehicles drove quickly towards Looming Town. Because the city had lost order at this time, Xiao AI did not have to worry about the speed limit along the way. He almost always drove at full speed. If he encountered a lone zombie, he would directly let the soldiers use the vehicle-mounted machine guns to deal with it. Before 8 o'clock, Yihan and his group had already entered the Shillong County area. At this time, Yihan's points had reached 6,000. Without too much consideration, Yihan directly used all 6,000 points. In this way, the main third row led by Wang Chuanin was fully staffed. At this time, under Yihan's command, the 3 main platoons of Wang Chuangui, Wang Chuanzong, and Wang Chuanin had reached full strength. These 3 main forces alone had 90 people, and they were all elite combat platoons composed of army soldiers assisted by machine guns and rocket launchers. After arriving in Shillong County, Lu Tu sent another message to Yihan. Brother Yi, you chose the savior? Lu Tu seemed a little surprised. Yes. Yihan did not explain further. That's awesome. Only you can choose this faction. We chose the Wanderers. Now we can accept 2 missions. One is to help the Apocalypse to clear the survivors' camps in the county town where they are located, and the other is to help the saviors to shelter the survivors. Do you have any plans? We in the main group will definitely stand on your side. Seeing this, Yihan briefly told Lu Tu about his next plan. I plan to go to Shillong County and build a survivor camp there. Shillong County? We are right there, but we are in Changshu Town on the edge of Shillong County. If you need help, we can support you right now. Seeing Lu Tu's active request for help, Yihan thought about it and immediately rejected him. No need for now, Brother Lu. The second world has just begun. You should familiarize yourself with the environment first. We don't know the situation of the apocalypse now. The scale of the zombies in the area is also very large. It may not be a good choice to rashly form a group. As a group of players who have always stood firmly on Yihan's side in the first world, the Mainshe group has now acquired a certain level of combat effectiveness. There were a total of 200 people in the convoy, and these 200 people were basically all in second-level vehicles. There were more than a dozen vehicle-mounted machine guns and 110 PPSH submachine guns. The rest were also equipped with Mosin Nagant rifles or M1 Garand rifles. In terms of size, Captain Lu Tu has more troops under his command than Yihan, but how can scattered soldiers compare with Yihan's regular army? Not to mention others. Wang Long's guard squad can easily beat 20 to 30 members of the main, not to mention the main platoon. However, in terms of combat effectiveness alone, although the Mainshe group cannot compare with the hundreds of thousands of zombies in Shillong County, at least there is no big problem in self-preservation. With their support, Yihan will naturally have a better chance of taking over Looming Town. But the scoring rule of the Xiaoai system is that only Yihan's troops can get points for killing zombies, and people like the Mainshe group are not counted. Seeing that Yihan rejected his proposal, Lu Tu could only say, Okay, Brother Yi, if you have anything to say, just tell us. We will definitely support you without hesitation. Yihan was about to end the conversation when he suddenly remembered something, and then asked Lu Tu, Speaking of help, I really need your help. Can you help me trade a batch of gunpowder and copper ingots? These are the materials for making bullets. Now I have the ammunition manufacturing tutorial, and I can also build an arsenal later. There is no need to use points to redeem ammunition. Moreover, in order to capture Looming Town, the ammunition problem is of paramount importance. It can even be said that if the ammunition problem is solved, Looming Town can be captured. Lu Tu seemed a little embarrassed. We have already made all the gunpowder and copper ingots into bullets. We do have a large amount of steel ingots. If you want them, we can provide them for free. The bullet tutorials opened through the world system basically require copper ingots, and steel bullets cannot be made using the bullet tutorials. Chapter 67 Gunpowder Factory. Yihan was a little confused, but after thinking about it, he said, "Then give me the steel ingots, and I will exchange them for food." Although Lu Tu said it was free of charge, Yihan was not a person who would take advantage. It was not easy for the main Che group to accumulate some supplies. In the end, Yihan exchanged 5 tons of food for 15 tons of steel ingots. "Brother Yi, if you want gunpowder, I know a place." One of our members was assigned to the suburbs of Shillong County. He said there is a small fireworks factory there. There must be gunpowder there. But he said there are also a large number of zombies there, probably nearly 1,000. So the players in Shillong County don't dare to go there yet. Yihan was overjoyed when he heard Lu Tu's words. He could easily deal with more than 1,000 zombies with his own strength. Not only could he get gunpowder, but he could also get tens of thousands of points for free. This will also help him get promoted to major. "Send me the location of the fireworks factory, and I'll go there right away." Yihan replied quickly. "Okay." After Lu Tu sent the location of the fireworks factory to Yihan, Yihan immediately asked Xiao AI to drive to the fireworks factory. Yihan and his group headed out from a small path in Shillong County. The entire county was dead silent at this time, without a single sign of life. While passing by, Yihan also asked Han Shuang to use a reconnaissance drone to take a look at the situation in the county. There were tens of thousands of zombies roaming on just one street in the county town. Yihan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling when he saw this. If such an overwhelming swarm of zombies rushed towards him, he would probably have no choice but to run away. With just the few soldiers under his command, they could not kill faster than the others could charge. After taking over the fireworks factory, he had to quickly upgrade his military rank. Otherwise, let alone the tens of millions of zombies in Chongqing City, he would not be able to handle the hundreds of thousands in Shillong County alone. Soon Yihan arrived near the fireworks factory that Lu Tu mentioned. Because the fireworks factory processed flammable and explosive materials, it was located some distance away from the county town. The area around the factory was also very empty, basically just wasteland, and there were not many zombies. Yihan asked Xiao AI to park the command vehicle 200 meters away from the fireworks factory, and then asked Han Shuang to use a drone to conduct internal reconnaissance. The drone quickly took off and hovered over the fireworks factory, taking a clear view of the situation inside the fireworks factory. These 4 factory buildings should be the warehouses for storing gunpowder. If we want to transport the gunpowder out safely, we must clear out the zombies inside. Yihan pointed at the screen while calling Wang Hu and other company and platoon leaders to his side. If we were fighting inside a fireworks factory, we probably wouldn't be able to use explosive weapons like grenades and rocket launchers, Wang Hu said after watching. Yihan looked at Wang Hu with some surprise. With the promotion of his military rank, Wang Hu's thinking ability was also gradually increasing. He was no longer able to simply execute Yihan's orders like when he was first summoned, but had his own thoughts. However, this did not prevent him from resolutely maintaining and executing Yihan's orders. There are about 1,000 zombies here, and the fireworks factory is about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the edge of Shillong County. Although the distance is far enough, for safety reasons, we still have to fight quickly to avoid disturbing the large number of zombies in the county. We don't need to fight inside the fireworks factory. The gate is quite far from the factory building. We can just blow it open with grenades, and then lure the zombies out and destroy them outside. Heavy weapons are not allowed to be used inside the fireworks factory, but you can use them freely outside. Yihan simply issued a combat order, with the Frost Squad opening the gate of the fireworks factory first and then luring out the zombies. The 3 main platoons, led by their platoon leaders, were on standby. The soldiers who received the order acted quickly. As the Frost Squad opened the door, gunshots rang out, and thousands of zombies wearing fireworks factory uniforms suddenly rushed out of the fireworks factory. Yihan sat in the command room and kept a close eye on the situation outside until the zombie group entered the designated location. Then Yihan immediately gave orders. "Attention, all units. Open fire immediately. The 1st and 2nd platoons will be the main force to clear the zombies in front, and the 3rd platoon will assist on the flanks. All vehicle-mounted machine guns will open fire." As soon as Yihan finished speaking, dense gunfire rang out. As the three combat platoons fought, the zombies rushed up and fell down in a row. Although the army soldiers' shooting skills are not very accurate, they are at least much better than the guards or players. They cannot hit the target with every shot, but they can still hit the target with 4 or 5 shots. Moreover, there are vehicle-mounted machine guns and cannons, as well as grenades and other firepower support. Even if you miss the vital points, smashing the zombies into pieces will have the same effect. However, when the battle was halfway through, something unexpected happened. 4 or 5 fat zombies suddenly rushed out from the zombie group. They seemed to have evolved under the transformation of the virus. As soon as they opened their mouths, a stream of bloody pus gushed out. Wherever the pus touched, a faint black smoke immediately rose. Needless to say, Yihan could tell that this thing was definitely poisonous. In addition to these special zombies, there are several other zombies in the zombie group with extremely fast speeds. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the 3 rows of soldiers, those zombies would probably have rushed to the front of the position. Second level Overlord Zombie, Sprayer. The skin has been hardened by virus transformation and can spray corrosive mucus containing the virus. Level 1 Overlord Zombie, Madman. Specialized in speed after virus transformation. Yihan was not alarmed when he saw this. Whether it was the Lord-level zombies or the ordinary zombies in this world, they were far inferior to the mutant beasts in the Gobi world. Their victory was only due to their large scale. This may not be good news for other players. After all, they have limited manpower and poor weapons. It will be more difficult to eliminate them as their scale increases. But it is good news for Yihan. Ghost, this is your home court. Go ahead. Yihan turned his head and looked at the ghost beside him and spoke lightly. Okay. Ghost had been itching to sit in the command vehicle for a long time. Now that he could finally go out into the battlefield, how could he not be happy? As soon as Ghost entered the battlefield, he was like a cat falling into a rat's nest. With a crazy smile on his face and a foul camo rifle in hand, he rushed directly into the group of zombies, which made Yihan frightened. This kid is really relying on his immunity to the virus to risk his life. The other soldiers were hiding behind their positions and shooting, not daring to let the zombies get close. But the ghost was different. He rushed into the zombie group while shooting, while drawing his 2 swords to take down several second-level lords. Because it is a specialized weapon, the foul camo rifle used by Ghost can use biochemical bullets. These bullets can cause serious damage to the zombies, even if they are only shot at the torso. Basically, 2 biochemical bullets hitting the body can kill the zombies. Ordinary bullets either have to hit the head or smash the zombie to pieces to kill it. As for the double knives used by Ghost, they were even more exaggerated. With just 1 casual knife, he chopped off a zombie's head. After being stabbed 4 or 5 times by Ghost, the jet zombie fell to the ground and could only struggle. It would be great if Ghost's guns and biochemical bullets could be equipped to the army on a large scale. Wouldn't I be invincible in the biochemical world? Yihan was also very itchy when he saw this. Chapter 68 M2 Infantry Fighting Vehicle. The battle lasted from 9 in the morning until 11 o'clock, a full 2 hours. Yihan used Frost's reconnaissance drone to take a look at the situation around the fireworks factory. The continuous sound of gunfire had attracted some idle zombies in the surrounding area. But the number is not too large, only about 100. Wang Chuanen, lead 3 rows of soldiers to guard around the fireworks factory. If any zombies approach the fireworks factory, kill them immediately. Yihan gave the order immediately. At this time, the zombies inside the fireworks factory had been almost all killed, and the entrance was filled with zombie corpses, emitting an extremely unpleasant smell. Yihan asked Xiao AI to drive the car directly to the warehouse of the fireworks factory, and then ordered the soldiers to count the storage situation in the warehouse. 10 minutes later, Wang Hu returned to the command vehicle and reported to Yihan. Report to the commander. The fireworks factory has harvested a total of 14 tons of black powder. After hearing this, Yihan nodded and immediately asked Wang Hu to take the soldiers to load all the gunpowder onto the car. The storage room could no longer hold so many things, so all the steel ingots and black gunpowder that had been traded were stored in the oasis space inside the car. In fact, what the fireworks factory stores are basically low-quality black gunpowder, which can only be used to make firecrackers and fireworks. It is really a bit difficult to use it to make bullets. It's not that it cannot be manufactured, but the stability and lethality of the bullets produced are difficult to guarantee. However, the system stipulates that the material for making bullets is gunpowder, but it does not specify what kind of gunpowder it is. This can be regarded as a textual loophole in the system. Yihan sat in the command vehicle and thought to himself that with 15 tons of steel ingots and 14 tons of black powder, he probably wouldn't have to worry about the ammunition problem in the short term. After all, The weight of a bullet is only a few grams to more than 10 grams. With the materials on hand, I can make tens of millions of bullets, but I can make millions. It didn't take long for the interior of the fireworks factory to be almost cleaned out. To Yihan's surprise, the soldiers actually found a steel treasure chest in the fireworks factory, and Yihan also took out the photovoltaic panel manufacturing drawings from it. But Yihan cannot use this thing for the time being. The command vehicle still consumes diesel as its energy source. Before obtaining the power modification drawings, the vehicle cannot run on electricity. Fortunately, Yihan had retained a large number of vehicle energy packs in the first world, which allowed the command vehicle to run until now. Now that we've almost finished packing, let the soldiers get on the car and continue to head towards Looming Town, Yihan said. On the way, Xiao AI also sent the battle report to Yihan. The soldiers killed a total of 1,020 first-level zombies, for first-level Lord Zombies, and 3 second-level Lord Zombies, earning a total of 12,100 points. With so many points in hand, Yihan naturally would not leave them idle. He turned around and led a row of soldiers to the oasis space inside the car. Yihan had thought about it a long time ago. The Desert Eye Oasis covers an area of 1 square kilometer, which is mainly composed of a large amount of forest land. The terrain is quite flat and there is water source, which is very suitable for building a factory. Moreover, the system's factory is built here to meet the need for confidentiality. After arriving at the oasis space, Yihan immediately ordered the soldiers to cut down all the trees on an area of about 20 acres at the edge of the oasis. This open space would be the location for the construction of various factories in the future. After the soldiers finished their work, Yihan immediately said, Xiao AI, immediately exchange for the first-level arsenal, the first-level tank factory, and the magnetic power plant, and place them in the open space of the oasis space. Yes, Commander. 9,000 credits have been consumed. The factory has been placed. As Xiao AI's voice fell, 3 small factories suddenly appeared on the open space in front of Yihan. The appearance of the factories was very similar to the buildings in the Red Alert game that Yihan played when he was a child. The entire structure is made of unknown metal materials, and there is a small screen in front of each factory, on which you can select the factory's processing direction and level. Commander, the factories released by the system are all fully automated. The production and processing process does not require human operation. All the commander needs to do is arrange the processing tasks on the screen. The tanks manufactured by the tank factory will be distributed to the area near the command vehicle. After hearing this, Yihan nodded with satisfaction. The Xiaoai system was very thoughtful. Otherwise, it would be a problem how the manufactured tanks could be driven out of the oasis space. Yihan immediately asked the soldiers to move all the bullet materials to the front of the arsenal, and then he also gave orders to the arsenal, with 3 production lines respectively manufacturing various types of bullets, grenades, and rockets needed by the soldiers. The first-level arsenal can only produce ammunition for the time being, but after upgrading it can produce guns, clothing, and other items. Yihan had known about the tank factory before. It could manufacture Mengsher 917 off-road vehicles, Bobcat all-terrain vehicles, and M2 infantry fighting vehicles. The tank factory required points for production. The Bobcat all-terrain vehicle costs 400 points. The Mengsher 917 off-road vehicle also costs 400 points, and the M2 infantry fighting vehicle requires a full 1,000 points. There are 4 Bobcat all-terrain vehicles, which have been distributed to 4 platoons. The only advantage of this vehicle is its speed. Its defense and combat capabilities are average. It is usually good for patrolling and small-scale battles, but it is still a bit weak when encountering a large scene. The same problem exists with the Mengsher 917 off-road vehicle. But the M2 infantry fighting vehicle is different. It not only has a fully welded hybrid armor structure, but is also equipped with an M242 Buzzard 25mm chain gun and an M240C 7.62mm machine gun. There is also a liftable M27 double-barreled TOW anti-tank missile launcher on the left side of the turret. The maximum crew is 9 people. This thing can not only cooperate with tanks on the battlefield, but also fight independently, which shows its powerful performance. In terms of combat effectiveness and defense capabilities, it is several levels ahead of his own command vehicle. His current command vehicle is just steel armor, and the caliber of its machine guns and machine cannons is not as good as this thing. Yihan couldn't help but feel itchy when he saw it, but after building the factory, he only had 3,100 points left. Yihan gritted his teeth and issued a production order. 3,000 points were spent immediately, and 3 brand new M2 infantry fighting vehicles appeared outside the command vehicle. Yihan immediately returned to the command room and called all the platoon leaders over. These three M2 infantry fighting vehicles are new weapons for our troops. Each of your three main platoons will be assigned one. I will continue to replenish vehicles later to ensure that the entire platoon is mechanized. The platoon leaders of the three main platoons were all excited after hearing this. Now each of their platoons had only one Bobcat, which could only accommodate 7 people at most, and the rest had to walk. With this thing, their combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. In particular, the platoon leader Wang Chuangdui, when he saw the M2 infantry fighting vehicle, he immediately got off the vehicle and got into it, touching this and that, his face full of wrinkles from smiling. But one of the platoon leaders was unhappy. Wang Long had a sad face and looked at Yi Han with grievance written all over his face. He gritted his teeth, but said nothing. Chapter 69. The situation in Looming Town. Yi Han also noticed Wang Long's expression and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I have always prided myself on being fair and just, and I believe in treating everyone equally. So the three main platoons have the same equipment and personnel configuration, but Wang Long, a soldier who has been with him from the beginning until now, has been left out. Thinking back to the days when they were like Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers, but now Tiger Brother has become the #1 person under Yi Han. Not only is he Yi Han's personal guard and confidant, he also serves as the company commander of the entire company. It can be said that he has both power and fame. On the other hand, I was just a small platoon leader, usually doing patrols and odd jobs. I finally got an important job, but it turned out to be a nanny for my younger sister. Besides, not only was Wang Hu superior to him, but even latecomers like Wang Chuangui and Wang Chuanzong were able to surpass him. Other people's platoons were real platoons, fully staffed and equipped with M2 infantry fighting vehicles. Wang Long's guard platoon consists of 7 people and dogs. Recently, even Xiaodian has been privately making a fuss about wanting to switch to the main platoon to be a dog. How could he not feel disappointed and aggrieved? But Yi Han had no other choice. His points were really limited, and every time he had a little bit of points, he would use them all on the blade. It was really difficult to take care of Wang Long, the handle of the knife. Yi Han thought for a while, and then comforted Wang Long, saying, Wang Long, don't be discouraged. You now know the situation of our company. I promise you that when Looming Town is taken, you will have what others have. At the same time, the position of deputy company commander of our company is still vacant, and you will take it in the future. Anyway, no matter how big the army grows, Yi Han is the commander-in-chief and the #1 figure in the army. Wang Hu is the company commander at this time, so Wang Long can also serve as the deputy company commander and leader of the guard platoon. Hearing Yi Han say this, Wang Long instantly smiled, and then saluted Yi Han solemnly. Not long after that, Yi Han's troops finally arrived at Looming Town. Because of the virus, Looming Town was now lifeless, and countless zombies were wandering on the 2 streets of the town. Because the situation in Looming Town was not clear for the time being, Yi Han ordered the troops not to act rashly, but to go to Looming Town Central Primary School first. The primary school is located at the end of Looming Town. It consists of a 4-story teaching building and 3 3-story dormitory buildings, as well as a playground and a cafeteria. At this time, the school gate was full of sandbags, blocking the road firmly. As soon as Yi Han's convoy entered the school, the radar showed that there were more than 20 neutral targets inside the elementary school. Could there be survivors inside? Yi Han muttered to himself. As if in response to Yi Han's words, a surprised voice suddenly came from the security booth at the school gate. It's the army. It's the army coming to save us. Yi Han roughly understood that these were probably the survivors of Looming Town. Primary schools usually have high walls, and the cafeterias also store a considerable amount of rice, flour, and oil, making them a good place to take refuge in the event of such a crisis. Wang Hu, take a few soldiers with me and go down to check the situation. Soon, Yi Han brought 4 or 5 soldiers from the command vehicle to the school gate. At this time, there were already several strange men at the gate discussing something with Yi Han's command vehicle. They should be military personnel, right? But why haven't I seen this kind of uniform before? Didn't they say that the army was wiped out at the beginning due to the spread of the virus within? Could it be that they were stray soldiers? So what if they are just vagrant soldiers? When would our dragon country's army bully its own people? Didn't you see that they even have tanks? They must be regular troops. What tank? It's obviously an infantry fighting vehicle, but judging by the model, it doesn't seem to be from our dragon country. Yi Han ignored their discussion, just coughed, and said, Are you residents of Looming Town? What's going on here? One of the gentlemen wearing glasses came forward and shook Yi Han's hand tightly. Comrade soldier, you are finally here. We have been looking forward to seeing you for a long time. I'm Lu Dong, a Chinese teacher at Looming Town Primary School. After the disaster, all the zombies in the school ran away, so I returned here with some teachers and the surviving students. We've almost run out of food these days. If you don't come, we'll really starve to death. Yihan nodded and said, in that case, you should remove the roadblocks. We are going to move into this elementary school now. After hearing this, Lu Dong hurriedly and diligently asked the teachers to come over to help move the sandbags. In order to speed up the process, Yihan also asked a row of soldiers to join in and help. But at this moment, two middle-aged men also arrived at the school gate. Both of them were wearing suits. One was bald and fat, and the other was quite thin. Chief, these are the troops that have arrived. We are safe now. The thin middle-aged man said attentively as he followed the bald man. The bald man nodded, and then said to Yihan in a condescending manner, Hey, which department are you from? What are you doing here? Yihan glanced coldly at the bald man and roughly guessed his identity. He was probably a small local leader in Shillong County who was used to being bossy and didn't understand the current situation. Who are they? Yihan asked Wang Dong with a frown. Wang Dong touched his nose and whispered to Yihan, the bald man is the director of the Education Bureau of Shillong County. He has a sister who is said to be the wife of a military commander. He happened to come down to inspect when the disaster happened, so he stayed here. The skinny one is the principal of our school. No wonder he looks so arrogant. Yihan didn't say anything after hearing this. The bald man seemed a little angry when he saw Yihan ignored him. Are you deaf or dumb? Didn't you hear me asking you a question? Wang Hu, go and slap his mother. Yihan said directly to Wang Hu. Before the bald man could react, Wang Hu walked up to him and slapped him in the face. Wang Hu had been promoted to sergeant major at this time, and the bald man was knocked to the ground with his face visibly swollen. How dare you hit me? I'm the director of the Education Bureau of Shillong County. My brother-in-law is the regiment commander. You're just a mere captain, and you dare to let the soldiers hit me. You're useless. The bald man shouted at Yihan in disbelief, covering his face. Yihan just looked at him coldly. If you say one more word, I will kill you, believe it or not. As Yihan spoke, several soldiers behind him pointed their guns at the man on the ground. The bald man was just used to being arrogant, and when he met someone more arrogant than himself, he immediately wilted. However, the principal at the side hurriedly and attentively helped him up. Yihan also found it a little funny. These two people probably haven't gotten rid of their previous identities yet. Are they really hoping that the rights and peacetime can help them? Although the other teachers around didn't say anything when they saw the director being beaten, they were all laughing secretly, with understanding written in their eyes. It was obvious that this guy had a very bad reputation here. Chapter 70 Combat Deployment. After the roadblocks at the gate were cleared, Yihan ordered all the soldiers to move into the primary school, while the main force remained at the school gate to defend. Yihan took a look at the situation inside the school and was quite satisfied. There were a total of 4 buildings with more than 3 floors, which could fully meet the needs of accommodating survivors, and the defensive capabilities were also good. The most important thing was that there was a large piece of farmland behind the school, and the reservoir was not far away. Yihan immediately called Wang Dong to ask about the situation here. There are currently 22 survivors in the primary school, including 7 adults and 15 elementary school students. It has been detected that the player has found a place that meets the shelter conditions. Do you want to set up a shelter? The voice of the world system suddenly came, and Yihan nodded and chose yes. However, nothing else changed after the selection, except that a points bar appeared on the phone, showing 220 points. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yihan asked the kitchen staff to prepare meals and asked the survivors to gather in the cafeteria. The students and teachers who had been hungry for several days suddenly saw so much meat. Their faces turned pale and their eyes widened. Some greedy children were already drooling. Yihan stood in front of them and said, Before we eat, let me tell you a few things. Our army will be stationed here for a long time until the surrounding area is safe. During this period, all survivors must obey our command. Yi Ruoxue will be the person in charge of the survivor base in the future. She will arrange your food, clothing, housing, transportation, and production work. The survivors below were all happy when they heard Yihan's words. The long-term presence of the army meant that they would be guaranteed safety in the long run. When Yihan wanted to say something, Feng Xinzi also pushed Yi Ruoxue in. Yi Ruoxue smiled and pulled Yihan. Okay, brother, let them eat first. Look, those students are drooling. I will make proper arrangements for them later. Yihan didn't say much after hearing this. With Yi Ruoxue around, he didn't need to worry too much about the internal affairs of the base. However, he still whispered to Yi Ruoxue, Pay attention to those adults. If there are any abnormal behaviors, let Feng Xinzi and the others handle them. Under control, the law must be strictly enforced. After arranging the base here, Yihan asked the Frost Squad to scout the situation in Looming Town and gain a certain understanding of the distribution of zombies in the current area. The entire town of Luming is located inside the river valley, with only one road leading to Shillong County. After clearing the zombies in the valley, they can set up checkpoints at the entrance of the valley and then develop safely. At this time, the zombies in Luming Town were basically concentrated on the main streets of Luming Town. There were about 40,000 zombies, including many second-level Lord zombies. He currently has over 100 soldiers and 3 M2 infantry fighting vehicles. The ammunition reserves are also sufficient. Although it will take some time to capture these zombies, it is not a big problem. Soon Yihan and a group of company and platoon leaders formulated a battle plan. Wang Long's guard platoon stayed at the base to guard it. Although the Frost Squad was powerful, their number was too small, so they simply stayed with Yihan to be responsible for the guard work. The 3 main platoons and the ghosts were all dispatched. 3 Bobcat all-terrain vehicles were dispatched first, making noises throughout the town to attract all the zombies towards the valley entrance. After the zombies were attracted away from the base by the Bobcat vehicles, other soldiers in the main platoon coordinated to annihilate the zombie group around the infantry fighting vehicles. After the combat order was issued, Wang Hu immediately led the soldiers out of the base to carry out the combat mission. According to Yihan's estimation, they cannot be completely eliminated in the short term. If he wants to kill all 40,000 zombies, it will probably take until tomorrow noon at the latest. The deployment of the 3 main platoons also attracted students and teachers in the base. "Teacher Wang, what are the soldiers doing outside? Don't they care about us anymore?" a little girl asked Wang Dong worriedly. Wang Dong took a look and understood what was going on. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, they are out on a mission. There are no zombies in Luming Town. You see, their commander is still at the base." However, despite saying this, Wang Dong still had some doubts in his heart. How did Yihan dare to take Luming Town with such a small army? Their leader doesn't look very old. Wang Hu is already the company commander, but they still call him commander. I guess he holds a very high position. A female teacher also asked Wang Dong. Wang Dong shook his head. Who knows? Maybe he is the commander of a special forces unit. Look at the soldiers following him. They are all dressed like special forces soldiers. Anyway, no matter what, our safety will be guaranteed. I just don't know if they can take over Luming Town. After all, Luming Town has a population of tens of thousands. While the teachers were chattering away, Yi Ruoxue also drew up the management measures for the base and showed them to Yihan. According to Yi Ruoxue's idea, Yihan's survivor base will cover the entire Luming Town Valley after it is completed. There are a large number of farmlands inside the valley, and even a small mine. These survivors in the base definitely cannot eat for free. It's okay for a dozen people, but if the scale gets bigger in the future, Yihan won't be able to support them. All adult survivors must engage in farming and breeding operations under the management of soldiers every day, with 70 of the output handed over to the troops and 30 retained by the base. Survivors who complete their daily tasks can receive food, and those with physical disabilities can be properly cared for. As for the students, they just need to clean the base and do what they can. The security management of the base is temporarily under the charge of Wang Long's guard platoon. Although the guard soldiers are inferior to Yihan's main force, their combat effectiveness is actually not weak. Compared with the players, they are already elite. Asking them to manage public security is actually a bit of a waste of their talents. Later, we will select talents in various professions from among the survivors, set up hospitals, restore schools, and even resume commercial activities. After all, the world is in crisis at this time, and large-scale cities have lost their use. All the survivors in the entire Chongqing city will be accommodated in the Luming Valley, so that the construction of human resources can be better utilized. Yihan had no objection to the base management regulations formulated by Yi Ruoxue. The only problem was maintaining order in the base. It is impossible for his soldiers to stay in Luming Town for a long time. Once more people come behind him, he will have to allocate troops to maintain the order of the base, which is undoubtedly a waste of his resources. However, if the survivors are allowed to govern themselves, there will be instability. The best way is to form a security team with people he can trust to maintain order among the survivors, and he only needs to send troops to manage the security team. But where can you find such a group that you can trust, and that is of a certain size? Chapter 71, Rebellion. It would be best to assign this kind of task to the Mainche group. On the one hand, the Mainche group already has some combat capability and is fully capable of maintaining public security. Moreover, Yihan trusts Lu Tuesday. Even if the Mainche group dares to rebel, the soldiers under his command are fully capable of suppressing it. It seems that after Luming Town is settled, we can recruit the Mainche group. Later, Yihan briefly learned about the battle situation on the front line. The Bobcat all-terrain vehicle had already attracted the large-scale zombie group in the looming town area towards the valley entrance in accordance with the combat deployment. Behind the zombie horde, 3 main platoon companies and infantry fighting vehicles have launched cleanup missions. The M2 infantry fighting vehicle is undoubtedly a powerful weapon for the zombie horde. It has high defensive performance and extremely strong firepower. When dealing with ordinary first-level zombies, you don't even need to aim at the vital points. A few machine gun bullets will smash the zombies to pieces. In just 2 hours, the front line had gained a full 14,000 points, which meant that a full 1,400 zombies had died at the hands of the soldiers. Yihan thought about it and immediately exchanged 3 M2 infantry fighting vehicles and 6 Mengsher 917 off-road vehicles from the tank factory. 1 M2 infantry fighting vehicle was used to reinforce each main platoon, and 2 Mengsher 917s were allocated to each main platoon after being equipped with 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine guns. In this way, the 3 main platoons can achieve fully mechanized combat. The chariot exchange consumed 5,400 points, and Yihan did not plan to keep the remaining 8,600 points. Since he had already promised to recruit more personnel to Wang Long's guard platoon, he naturally could not go back on his word. Besides, in order to be promoted to the rank of major later, the platoon must be fully staffed. However, Yihan did not plan to add army soldiers to Wang Long, but continued to exchange 100 good brothers. On the one hand, it was because the price of the National Guard was only half of that of the army soldiers. On the other hand, he was temporarily free from firepower anxiety. Wang Long's guard platoon had no combat needs and only needed to serve as the guard of the base. At this point, the guard soldiers can already meet the demand. After all, external combat only requires the main platoon. Once the main platoon can't hold on, adding a guard platoon is actually not of much use. Wang Long's guard platoon only needs to maintain the internal security of the base, and he will also be able to upgrade their equipment through the arsenal later. This may also be due to Yihan's obsessive-compulsive disorder. The whole family must be neat and tidy. If they are a guard platoon, they must all be guard soldiers. Thinking of this, Yihan immediately spent another 4,100 points to exchange for 22 guard soldiers and a German shepherd dog. At the same time, he equipped the guard platoon with 3 Lynx all-terrain vehicles and a Mengsher 917 off-road vehicle, all of which were equipped with vehicle-mounted machine guns. Although Wang Long's guard platoon is not as powerful as the main platoon, their responsibilities and powers are the same. The main platoon is responsible for external operations, while the guard platoon is responsible for internal order. After doing all this, the 14,000 points I just earned turned into 4,500 in the blink of an eye, but there was basically no expenditure afterwards. Now Yihan's troops have reached the full staffing requirement. He only needs to wait for the 4,500 points to accumulate to 100,000 before he can be promoted to major and unlock the 4th level mall permissions. At the same time, points for the 141 Lancer Special Service Regiment must also be accumulated, as this unit will be deployed as Yihan's elite force in the future. Time slowly came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Fierce fighting was still going on at the front line, and it was likely that it would not stop for a while. Yihan arranged for the newly summoned guards to deliver supplies to the front line, while asking Yiruashue to arrange meals inside the base. There are still 85 tons of food in the storage room, and fresh fruits and vegetables are produced in the planting and cultivation room every day. There is nothing to worry about in life for the time being. Yihan looked at the dinner. The staple food was rice provided by the cultivation room. The side dishes included braised pork ribs, fried eggplant with minced meat, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Fresh oranges and apples were also provided, and each student was given a glass of milk as an extra meal. This menu is not bad compared to before the disaster. For a moment, the survivors in the base even had the illusion that the disaster was over. While the survivors were sighing, Yihan asked Xiao AI to exchange for another magnetic power plant and set it up on the open space behind the school. When Looming Town was in darkness at night, the school also had electricity. Yihan originally thought that since it was just his first day and there were students here, he planned to show everyone a movie or something to entertain them and to dispel the gloom brought by the disaster. Unfortunately, he had no movie resources, and the only thing he could use was a computer he had picked up in the city before, which contained hundreds of GB of adult movies from Sakura country. Showing this was a bit like a merchant woman knows not the sorrow of losing her country, and it was also not suitable for children, so the idea of showing the movie was dropped. However, when he was about to turn off the lights and rest at night, someone caused some trouble for Yihan. When Yihan walked out of the cafeteria and was about to go back to the command car to rest, he happened to meet the bald man and the school principal. The two of them didn't know that Yi Han had come over and was saying something to Wang Long, who was checking the duty at the door. Yi Han was curious. What were these two old guys doing here? Didn't he just teach them a lesson during the day? Yi Han walked lightly and approached them before he could understand what they were saying. Platoon Leader Wang, who is your commander? He doesn't look very old, so why is he superior to you? The bald man said as he handed Wang Long a cigarette. Wang Long had a serious expression and did not reach out to take the cigarette. No comment. The bald man was not embarrassed after hearing this. I know even without you telling me that he has the rank of captain, and he must be a student officer who just graduated from the military academy not long ago. It seems that your qualifications are much greater than his. Now is a time of chaos. Are you willing to follow him? While Yi Han was eavesdropping on the bald man's words, a hint of murderous intent was already revealed in his eyes. After all this trouble, he came here to poach our talents. If he had stayed in the base, I could have given him a chance to survive. I didn't expect that this old guy would just ask for trouble. Wang Long listened to his words without answering. Not to mention that it is a soldier's duty to obey orders. It is extremely difficult to incite soldiers to rebel. Moreover, Wang Long was summoned by Yi Han through the system. Apart from Yi Han, he would not obey anyone else. Seeing Wang Long didn't say anything, the bald man thought that Wang Long was a little moved, so he continued. My brother-in-law is the head of the regiment, and he has some strength in Chongqing City. Now that Yi Han's troops have all been dispatched, this is a good time. A good time. Wang Long looked down at the man who was a head shorter than him and asked calmly, with an imperceptible murderous intent in his eyes. Yes, what the director means is that you might as well take your soldiers and run away now. What future do you have staying here with these peasants? The principal also stepped forward to persuade Wang Long to rebel. Chapter 72, Establishing Authority. As long as you send me to my brother-in-law, with his status in the army, it would be easy for him to be a company commander. No, even a battalion commander. Now is the time to recruit people. With platoon leader Wang's talent, it would be a waste of his talent to stay in Yi Han's place. Yi Han doesn't know how to use people. Those platoon leaders are big and strong and look brainless. They are called Wang Chuangui, Wang Chuanzong or something like that, right? The three idiots of the Wang family. But the equipment under their command is better than yours, and they are also the ones who get to take on combat missions. On the other hand, platoon leader Wang, you have a lot of ambitions that cannot be realized. You can only stay here to look after Yi Han. I really feel sorry for you. These two people are talking back and forth. It's fine if you try to incite Wang Long to rebel, and it's fine if you curse Yi Han inside and out. But why do you curse Wang Chuangui and the others for no reason? Is there anyone who praises one person and then demotes another? No matter how much Wang Long envied Wang Chuangui and the others, it was just envy at best. After all, they were brothers who had been through thick and thin together. How could there be any jealousy in him? Besides, Yi Han had just steamed the pancake for Wang Long, and the deputy company commander was in charge of the full guard platoon, so in terms of rank, he was the superior of Wang Chuangui and the others. They chose neither the right person nor the right time to incite rebellion. No one knows how they managed to survive to this point and how they became leaders. The key point is that these two people look very complacent, as if they think their rebellion was very successful. Little did they know that Yi Han on the other end was already angry and laughing at the same time, and Wang Long on this side could no longer hold back his gun. Okay, is this how you play? Yi Han said okay 3 times in a row, and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. Although the actions of these two people were ridiculous, instigation and betrayal had already touched Yi Han's reverse scale. Seeing Yi Han suddenly appear, the bald man and the principal were stunned at first, and then they noticed that Yi Han was alone. The bald man looked at Wang Long with a fierce look. Platoon leader Wang, we're exposed. He's the only one left. Let's just kill him and run away. Wang Long, however, looked at him like a clown and said, if you are exposed, then you are exposed. Don't fucking drag me into this. The bald man immediately looked at Wang Long with a look of disappointment. We have already agreed on this. On the other side, the principal was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. When did I tell you? From the moment you had the idea of rebellion, you are a dead man. Wang Long just sneered. Yi Han frowned. Wang Long, why are you talking so much nonsense to him? You think you have a mutual understanding with him, right? Tell someone to tie them up and bring them to the playground, and call all the adults among the survivors. They have yet to establish their authority here, and since these two have run into Yi Han's trap, it's a good opportunity for them to make use of their remaining power. Seeing that Yi Han really wanted to kill him, the bald man struggled in the soldier's hands while looking at Yi Han in disbelief. You really dare to kill me? My brother-in-law is the head of the regiment. Yi Han glanced at him. Oh? Is your brother-in-law the leader of the girl group? The bald man was stunned after hearing this, and his mind seemed to be confused. No, you are not the leader of the girl group. Why are you talking nonsense to me? Wang Long, take off your boy's socks and stuff them in his mouth. Upon hearing Yihan's order, Wang Long hurriedly took off his military boots. Inside were a pair of socks that he hadn't changed for a whole week. The moment he took them off, an indescribable stench filled the air. You know, from the first day Wang Long was summoned, he never took off his shoes, let alone washed his socks. At this moment, the pair of smelly socks was like a can of herrings that had just been opened. It was a worthy death for the bald man to have such a delicious meal before his death. The principal standing by saw this scene, and immediately turbid yellow urine flowed out of his pants. He begged with snot and tears, "Commander Yi, it was all his fault. It's none of my business. I've worked diligently in school all these years, and I've never done anything that's against the law." Judging from the way the students and teachers looked at him, this kid is not innocent, especially now he has done something so suicidal. Yihan was almost annoyed when he heard the principal's pleading. He turned around and scolded Wang Long. "You kid, how can you move a step after a kick? Where's that sock? Put it in too." Wang Long chuckled after hearing this and turned to look at the principal. "You are looking forward to it too, right?" Immediately, in front of the principal's horrified eyes, another sock smelling like canned herring was stuffed into the principal's mouth. The two rebellion experts quickly rushed to the playground surrounded by a group of soldiers. All the teachers among the survivors were also called over. When they saw the two leaders with socks stuffed in their mouths and faces covered with snot and tears, they could guess what was going on. I must have offended the commander again. Since the two old guys came to the school, they have been acting arrogantly and condescendingly. They have always looked down on these township teachers and do not even treat them as human beings. Now they have met a tough guy. Yi Ruoxiue, the person in charge of the base, was also confused at this time and didn't know what was going on. When she heard that Yihan had forced the two survivors to the playground with a gun, she quickly asked Hyacinthus to push her to the playground. "Brother, what's going on?" Yi Ruoxiue was a little surprised. These two old guys are having a lot of fun. They are planning to secretly promote Wang Long to battalion commander while I'm not paying attention, Yihan said, gritting his teeth. Wang Long on the other side touched his head awkwardly. Yi Ruoxiue understood what was going on as soon as she heard it. She had always supported her brother's decisions, so she didn't say anything more. The two people who had originally hoped that Yi Ruoxiue would come and plead for them were now completely in despair. These two guys violated the rules and regulations of the base and attempted to incite soldiers to escape. Now it's wartime, and this is the first time such a thing has happened. I hope it will be the last time. Yihan looked at the survivors with cold eyes. How could the survivors not understand the hidden meaning behind Yihan's words? They all nodded in support. Since there are many children in the base and it's late now, there's no need to use guns. Have the soldiers break his neck and throw him out from the back wall. Yihan gave the order. Two sturdy soldiers immediately stepped out of the team, and then, enduring the smell of Wang Long's stinky socks, they broke the necks of the two men with their bare hands. Looking at this brutal scene, the survivors shuddered. Yi Ruoxiue also spoke at this time. "Don't worry, our commander's army is a regular army, and they are here to protect you. But the premise is that you must abide by the rules and regulations of the base. This is not only for the good of the base, but also for everyone's safety. As long as everyone abides by the base regulations, we will build food, safety, and even entertainment and living facilities and strive to restore Looming Town to its pre-disaster state. But if you don't follow the rules, even I will find it difficult to plead for you. Everyone, go away. It's getting late. Go and get some rest." After saying this, Yi Ruoxiue gave Yihan a wink and then asked Feng Xinzi to push her back to rest. Yi Ruoxiue's words not only served as a warning to others, but also eased everyone's fear. Yihan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his sister in his heart, saying that she was worthy of being his right-hand man. Chapter 73, Promotion to Major, Battalion-Level Authority. After finishing his work here, Yihan went back to his office to sleep. Although there were many empty rooms in the base for rest, Yihan was still more particular about his bed, and he felt more at ease sleeping in the command vehicle. After all, several members of the Frost team were sleeping on the floor in the command room to rest, also to protect Yihan's safety. The night passed quickly, and early the next morning, Yi Ruoxiue and Hyacinthus came first to report the situation in the base. At this time, because the production and living facilities in the base were not complete, Yi Ruoxiue only asked the teachers to reclaim an acre of vegetable field on the wasteland next to the playground. The production volume was not important. The main purpose was to improve their farming level. Also, I think that although this is a period of disaster, students cannot give up their studies. Yi Ruoshua looked at Yi Han very seriously and said, "You mean let them continue with the class?" Yi Han was a little surprised. At this time, the teacher might not be able to teach and the students might not be able to listen. Yes, but it can't be the traditional courses. I have asked the engineers, cooks, and medical soldiers in the logistics class to teach the students some basic courses. Usually, after the teachers in the school finish teaching Chinese and math, the soldiers will also teach the students basic science and engineering knowledge, basic medical knowledge, and cooking knowledge, and the students' response is quite good. Yi Han was very satisfied when he heard Yi Ruoshua's arrangements. His sister's arrangements were always thoughtful. Although the students cannot do physical work, learning these practical knowledge will not only help the base, but will also be helpful to the logistics of their own troops in the future. Seeing her brother's satisfaction, Yi Ruoshua continued with a smile. Also, the consumption on the front line is quite high. I plan to use the food to exchange for some materials for making first-level therapeutic agents and make some in advance. In terms of food reserves, preservation has always been a big problem. Later, when the production efficiency of the base is improved, cold storage is a must. Yi Han listened to Yi Ruoshua's arrangements quietly and patted her head. You can arrange these things yourself. I feel relieved to leave the base and logistics in your hands. After Yi Ruoshua left, Wang Hu on the front line also reported the situation to Yi Han through Xiao AI. At this time, the battle on the front line was nearing its end, and the zombies inside the looming town area had basically been dealt with. All that remained was to lead the troops to clear out the remaining zombies in the town's buildings. The most crucial thing is that because each platoon is fully mechanized, after this battle, the soldiers were quite tired but no one was injured. The only injured one was Ghost, who rushed too hard on the battlefield and fell, but it was not serious. After hearing Wang Hu's report, Yi Han glanced at the points. Only one night had passed, but the points column had already risen to 430,000, and the battle was not over yet. This was the first time that Yi Han had so many points in his hands, and for a moment he didn't know how to spend them. It costs 100,000 to be promoted to major, but there is still more than 300,000 left. It seems that we are not far from becoming the team leader. Yi Han was very excited. By the time lunch was ready at noon, Wang Hu led 3 main platoons back to the base, and Yi Han's points reached a full 460,000. Yi Han first used the 15,200 points on hand to fully staff the 141 Lancer Special Service Regiment. Excluding the 4 female Lancer soldiers sent to protect Yi Ruoshua, the Frost Squad has grown to 26 people. A command-type Lancer soldier was added to serve as Frost Deputy to help manage and command. In addition, in order to facilitate the operations of the Frost Squad, Yi Han spent another 2,800 points to purchase 2 Mengshi 917 off-road vehicles and 2 M2 infantry fighting vehicles for them. At this time, he still had about 440,000 points on hand. Yi Han didn't think much about it and spoke directly to Xiao AI. Xiao AI, promoted to Major. Okay, Commander. After deducting 100,000 points, you have been promoted to the rank of Major and have gained battalion-level command authority. The standard command quota is 4 combat companies, with a maximum of 120 commanders per company, for a total of 480. At the same time, the logistics support quota is increased to 40, and the 141 Lancer Special Service Troops quota remains unchanged. After being promoted to Major, the positions of Wang Hu, Wang Chuangue, and others naturally rose. Wang Hu became the battalion commander, while Wang Chuangue and others became company commanders. As for the platoon leaders under them, they were selected by themselves. The Level 4 mall has been opened. We are also distributing a major promotion package, which includes a set of major uniforms, a whole 120-man engineer company, 6 armed engineering vehicles, and 6 armed transport vehicles. Commander, please take note and receive them. As Xiao AI finished speaking, Yi Han's military uniform had changed into that of a major. In addition, a convoy of vehicles drove in outside the command vehicle. The first ones were 6 armored engineering vehicles similar to Raptor pickup trucks, with 12.7mm machine guns installed on the roofs and the trunks filled with various engineering machinery. Behind them were 6 flathead diesel transport trucks. As the convoy stopped in front of Yi Han, a short, dark-skinned soldier got off the engineering vehicle. He saluted Yi Han and said, reporting to the commander, the engineering company Commander Wang, she led a total of 120 people from the engineering company to report to you. Yi Han glanced at the soldiers of the engineering company. Their equipment was similar to that of the army soldiers, except that they did not have grenade launchers, and they had more engineering equipment corresponding to the engineers. Very good. You and the engineering company will be stationed on the playground first. Yi Han nodded with satisfaction. This engineering company arrived at the right time. After the liberation of Looming Town, it was necessary to build a number of buildings such as walls, which all required the participation of engineers. In addition, there were 6 trucks, which could also meet the transportation needs of the battlefield. These engineers also have a certain combat effectiveness. Including the engineering company, the largest command staff of Yihan's battalion can reach a total of 670 people. These include 3 combat companies with 360 people, a guard company with 120 people, an engineering company with 120 people, a logistics support platoon with 40 people, and a 141st Lancer Special Service team with 30 people. Of course, the prerequisite is that it is fully staffed. However, for Yihan, who still had more than 300,000 points on hand, a full staff was not a big deal. Apart from these promotion rewards, there are no major changes in the items in the level 4 mall. In terms of military units, there are only engineers and artillerymen, while the Special Forces still only have soldiers from the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment, and the maximum number of summons is still 30. Fortunately, the upgrade permission for the 2nd level tank factory has been opened, and there are many more buildings on the building page. These include walls, machine gun fortresses, automated defense cannons, and an additional building for a science and technology research center. Chapter 74 Valley Mouth Defense. Level 2 Tank Factory Upgrade, 5,000 points. After completion, it can produce flathead diesel transport trucks, each worth 600 points, 2 S-41 Gorse self-propelled artillery, each worth 1,500 points. Wall, 10 points per meter. You can build a defensive wall that is 10 meters high and 4 meters thick. Soldiers and small vehicles can pass above the wall. You can use the material processing plant to produce the corresponding materials to offset the points. Machine gun fortress. Construction requires 1,000 points. After completion, there will be a heavy machine gun squad inside, with a total of 7 people and 2 12.7mm caliber heavy machine guns. The squad soldiers are not counted as part of the host's command quota, and the soldiers are not allowed to leave the 1-kilometer radius around the machine gun fortress. Automated defensive machine gun. Construction requires 2,000 points. It can be used in conjunction with the wall. A 20mm caliber automated machine gun is installed above the wall. It is equipped with 500 rounds of ammunition. The corresponding ammunition can be produced from the arsenal. No soldiers are required to operate it. Science and Technology Research Center. Construction requires 10,000 points. After completion, it will have 4 research laboratories, equipped with corresponding operating equipment and scientific research personnel. Yihan took a quick look at the introduction of each building and pondered in his mind. The Plantagenet self-propelled artillery is a good thing. It can meet the needs of attacking tough targets. It is equipped with an 82mm caliber howitzer. In terms of the caliber of the shells, this thing is the largest except for the tanks. And the key is that this thing can shoot far. Maybe I can use this thing to build an artillery platoon or an armored platoon for fun. If there is a larger caliber or better equipment later, just replace it. Just when Yihan was thinking about the arrangement of the troops, Wang Hu walked into the command room and reported, "Commander, we have cleared the valley in Looming Town. In order to prevent outsiders from entering, we have arranged for the main force to be stationed at the entrance of the valley. In addition, during the cleanup, we found 10 steel treasure chests and 1 gold treasure chest. We also found 20 survivors, including 17 adults, 2 children, and 1 baby. Commander, please review them." Yihan nodded after hearing this. "Just let my sister take care of the survivors' affairs. Bring the treasure chest over." In addition to some materials, the 10 steel treasure chests also revealed many weapon tutorials, but they were basically semi-automatic weapons from the World War II era. These things would be left for the Mainz regiment when the time comes. The golden treasure chest opens up a level 3 vehicle space upgrade package, which can provide 300 square meters of independent space in the car after the upgrade. However, this thing can only be used in a level 3 vehicle. At this time, Yihan was only a 2nd-level armed command vehicle. In addition to this thing, there is also a tutorial for making a 50mm caliber mortar. Although it is also an old equipment from the World War II period, Yihan can use it. After reviewing the harvest, Yihan asked Xiao AI to drive the command vehicle to the valley entrance area of Looming Town. Along the way, we passed the center of Looming Town. At this time, the ground was full of zombie corpses, emitting a strong stench. Most of the buildings were destroyed in the battle and were basically uninhabitable. It seems that post-disaster reconstruction work is also a big problem. It is probably impossible to handle so many corpses and survivors. Even the system soldiers will need several days to complete the processing. Yihan had a headache. While waiting for the valley entrance, Yihan looked at the surrounding terrain. There were towering mountains on both sides, and a straight asphalt road led from outside the valley into the valley. Yihan made a simple estimate of the length of the valley entrance, which was about 1,000 meters. If it was completely blocked by a wall, Looming Town would be safely protected inside. Those who wanted to enter would have to cross mountains and ridges, making it difficult for large-scale invaders to enter. But if you do this, you will consume a lot of points. A 1-kilometer-long wall means 10,000 points. Although Yihan still has a lot of points, he is not a fool. He knows where to save and where to spend. Xiao AI, the construction material processing plant, is located behind the valley entrance. Have the processing plant's dock trucks and all the engineers in the engineering company demolish the damaged buildings inside Looming Town and use the construction materials to build the wall. Build a wall to block the entire valley entrance and open a 20-meter wide gate in the center of the valley entrance. Yihan thought for a moment and gave the order. Okay, Commander. The material processing plant has been built, consuming 2,000 points. The wall does not use points to build. It will take about 7 days to complete at the speed of the engineering company. Xiao AI calculated and replied to Yihan. 7 days? Yihan frowned. This was a bit too long. If the commander thinks it's too slow, he can also use points to exchange for the main part of the wall. The remaining postwork will be completed by the engineering company. This will require 5,000 points, but it will only take about a day. Xiao AI suggested to Yihan. 5,000 is fine. Yihan nodded. Then a towering city wall, 10 meters high and 4 meters wide, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the valley, firmly blocking the entire Looming Town inside. However, after a closer look, it can be found that these city walls are basically not completed. On the other side, the dock trucks of the material processing plant have begun to transport construction materials to the valley entrance, and the soldiers of the engineering company have quickly started working on the construction of the city wall. Set up 2 machine gun bunkers inside and outside the city wall and gate, and install an automated defense machine gun every 200 meters above the city wall. Yihan continued to tell Xiao AI. As points were consumed like water, the construction of the city wall of Looming Base was basically completed. Yihan also consumed 21,000 points, and now had 320,000 points left. The wall has been almost built at this time, and then it is time to arrange the garrison personnel. The main row, which can also be called the main company at this time, they definitely cannot stay here. As Yihan's main force, they naturally had to focus on conquering the world, and the task of defending the city wall naturally fell on Wang Long. Xiao AI, according to the current configuration of the guard platoon, expand the guard platoon into a guard company. Yihan continued to say to Xiao AI, Wang Long's guard platoon currently consists of 30 people, including 27 guard soldiers and 3 military dogs, as well as 4 Bobcat all-terrain vehicles and 1 Mingshi 917 off-road vehicle. It has 3 guard squads under its jurisdiction, each with 9 soldiers and a military dog, and is equipped with a lynx. The 917 off-road vehicle is Wang Long's own vehicle, and the extra lynx is the guard platoon's logistical support vehicle. After Yihan was promoted to major, he had battalion-level authority, and Wang Long's 30-man guard platoon was upgraded to a 120-man guard company, which could be under the command of 4 guard platoons. Although the cost of each guard platoon is much cheaper than that of the main platoon, it is only relatively speaking and still consumes 6,600 points. The total cost of replenishing the guard company reached 19,800 points. Yihan couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw this. Fortunately, he could barely be considered a wealthy landlord now. Otherwise, he would not dare to spend like this. Wang Long on the other side was overjoyed at this time. Last night, the rebellion expert bribed him with the position of company commander. He didn't expect that Yihan really made him the company commander in the blink of an eye. The most important thing is that I can finally keep my face proud. Previously, I gave all the points I had to Wang Chuangue and others first. This time, it is finally my turn to be proud. Chapter 75, Logistics Support Department established. Wang Long, you now have 4 guard platoons under your command, and they are all equipped with transportation. Although their equipment is not as good as that of the main platoon, the burden is no lighter than that of the main platoon. You must pay more attention in the future. Yihan also warned Wang Long at this time. Wang Long's expression was solemn after hearing this. He raised his hand and saluted. Commander, rest assured, I, Wang Long, will never slack off even if I have to carry a shotgun. Seeing this, Yihan patted his shoulder and said, You asked 2 of your guard platoons to be stationed at the walled area for guarding. Leave 1 guard platoon at the base command center, which is the school, and then the remaining guard platoon will patrol the entire valley. With 4 guard platoons, the security of the base will naturally not be a problem. There are 2 aspects to pay attention to in security work. One is the invasion of zombies. The other, and the most important, is to prevent sabotage by hostile elements, including but not limited to survivors. Do you understand? Yi Han asked Wang Long. Although Wang Long looked big and strong, his mind was quick and he understood Yi Han's meaning instantly. The defense against zombies is actually quite simple. After all, they don't have much brains, and they only do things openly. But it's a different story when someone does something bad. In this period, people's hearts have changed and the thoughts of the survivors are difficult to guess. Moreover, Yi Han chose the camp of saviors, which will definitely lead to hostility from Apocalypse Company and the Apocalypses. After arranging the work for the Guard Company, Yi Han turned around and began to arrange the main combat company. The Guard Company and the 141st Lancer Special Service Team are already fully staffed, and the only ones left with platoon-level personnel are the main combat company, and of course, there is also a class-level logistics squad. At this time, there were still over 300,000 points left. Although these points were still some distance away from the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, they were more than enough to fully staff the main combat company and the logistics platoon. Yi Han first adjusted the configuration of the logistics team and decided not to form a logistics unit in the form of a simple squad, company, or platoon, but to directly transform the logistics squad into a logistics support department. The cooking team, medical team, engineers, and the newly joined engineering company were all incorporated into the logistics support department. Yi Ruoxue serves as the director of the logistics support department, and Wang Shi, the company commander of the engineering company, serves as the deputy director. The logistics support department is directly under the management of Yi Han's general command, which means that it only obeys Yi Han's orders. In fact, the position of the minister of the logistics support department is equivalent to Wang Hu's battalion commander of the entire army. Even if Wang Hu needs to mobilize supplies for combat, he will either request the dispatch from Yi Ruoxue or ask Yi Han, the commander-in-chief. Yi Han did this not because he didn't trust Wang Hu, but mainly because the burden on him was too heavy. There were too many things to deal with every day, which made him very confused. Since my sister can manage the logistics in an orderly manner, it would be better for her to be a hands-off manager in the logistics field. On the one hand, it will hone her, and on the other hand, it will make the best use of her talents. Yi Ruoxue and Wang Shi were naturally happy, especially Wang Shi. He was just a company commander before, but in the blink of an eye he was at the same level as Wang Long's deputy battalion commander. However, when some people are happy, others are worried. Wang Long on the other side was very upset at this time. Damn it, you just promoted me to deputy battalion commander and you sidelined me, right? The main combat company is commanded by Wang Hu, and there is another Wang Shi who is at the same level as me in logistics. As a deputy battalion commander, I can only command my own guard company, and some of the guard companies are military dogs. Yi Han naturally had no idea of Wang Long's inner complaints. Originally, Wang Long's position as deputy battalion commander was just a nominal one, and his main tasks were still base security and patrol. Otherwise, why would he have so many dogs under his command? After the establishment of the logistics support department, the next task is to add personnel and equipment. Originally, there were only 7 people in total including cooks, medical soldiers, and engineers. When Yi Han was only in a platoon-level unit, they could still barely provide support, but when he reached the company-level unit, they were already stretched to the limit. And now that he has reached the battalion level, with a total of 600 or 700 people in the entire army, it is definitely not possible to operate with only 6 or 7 people. Just cooking is a problem. Even if the cooks use themselves as firewood, it is still not enough to heat up half a pot of rice for the entire army. Now the maximum number of logistics team members has been increased to 40, but this number is still a little insufficient. But it is acceptable. Yi Han frowned and thought. Shall AI increase the number of the cooking team to 15 and the number of the medical team to 25? Then exchange them for 4 flathead diesel transport trucks and 4 Mingshire 917 off-road vehicles. Exchange them directly to the school area and let my sister assign them tasks. Transport vehicles and off-road vehicles are naturally used by the logistics support department to transport the wounded and food. A corps of 15 cooks can prepare meals for thousands of people, and a medical team of 25 is enough in peacetime. But once a fierce battle breaks out, they will be a bit overwhelmed. But then again, if a war really breaks out and there are wounded everywhere, even if there is a medic for each person, it may not be enough. Okay, Commander, the total points consumed are 11,600. After hearing this, Yi Han sighed. It is easier to spend money than to earn money. 1 cook requires the points of 2 guards, and the cost of 40 people is comparable to half a guard company. At school, Yi Ruoxue also learned about Yi Han's arrangements from Feng Xinzi, and immediately a hint of joy appeared between her brows. This was certainly not because Yi Han promoted her, but mainly because she was happy about the growing strength of Yi Han's subordinates. At this time, the logistics soldiers and vehicles exchanged by Yi Han were also distributed to the school gate, and they all suddenly drove out from an invisible intersection. Cook Wang Chu and 14 soldiers from the kitchen team report to the minister. Medical soldier Wang Jing and 24 medical team members report to the minister. The newly summoned logistics soldiers have come to Yi Ruoxue with the original members. They are all wearing army uniforms and brand new combat boots. Although they are only logistics soldiers, their temperament and demeanor are not inferior to those of the combat company. Yi Ruoxue was surprised to see so many soldiers saluting her. She smiled shyly and said to them, "Don't be so formal. We are just colleagues. Brother is our commander-in-chief." Yi Ruoxue's attitude was understandable. After all, she had little contact with society due to her physical condition and was not used to the strict discipline in the workplace or even in the military. Although the soldiers heard Yi Ruoxue say this, they still saluted solemnly and shouted in unison, "Yes, Minister." Seeing this, Yi Ruoxue smiled awkwardly and then gave an order. "Chef Wang, you will be in charge of the cooking. Take the cooks and prepare meals for everyone. Wang Jing, you and the comrades from the engineering company should go to the Looming Town Hospital and try to rebuild the hospital. Then, set up the Looming Base military hospital there and get the medical work of the base up and running." Chapter 76 Battalion Level Full Strength. After arranging the work for Wang Chu and Wang Jing, Yi Ruoxue seemed to have thought of something and turned to the female soldier of the 141 Lancers who followed her to protect her and said, "Sister Du Wan, go to the other side of the wall and find some comrades from the engineering company to go with you to the gas station and food reserve station in the town to check the situation. Give me a report on the oil and food reserves. These are important strategic materials and must be properly managed. Also, have the soldiers from the engineering company take some time to search the buildings in the town and collect anything that can be used and bring it to the school." It has to be said that Yi Ruoxue is indeed a good hand at managing the base. Yi Han's mind has been full of promotion and fighting these days. He has hardly paid attention to food and car oil, and even forgot about the gas station and grain station. On the other side, Yi Han was still unaware of Yi Ruoxue's arrangements in the rear. He was still busy adding main companies and formulating subsequent combat plans. According to Yi Han's idea, the main company can no longer be simply copied and pasted like the guard company. Each platoon must have its own independent combat direction and purpose. Then the configuration of personnel and equipment will naturally be very different. A main company will be composed of 2 infantry platoons, 1 artillery platoon, and 1 tank platoon. However, Yi Han has no tanks at the moment, so he can only use the infantry platoon as a temporary substitute. The infantry platoon will still be added according to the current configuration. That is, each platoon consists of 6 machine gun soldiers, 6 rocket soldiers, and 18 army soldiers, and the vehicles are 2 M2 infantry fighting vehicles, 2 Mengsher 917 off-road vehicles, and 1 Bobcat all-terrain vehicle. The cost is as high as 11,600, not counting the existing infantry platoon, and 2 more must be exchanged, which is 23,200. The artillery platoon is composed of the same personnel, but with the addition of 3 2S41 Gorse self-propelled mortars, 1 for each squad, and 4 Mengsher 917 off-road vehicles. At the same time, 10 of the 50mm caliber mortars that Yi Han had developed earlier were also manufactured and equipped to the artillery platoon. Excluding the materials consumed in manufacturing mortars, the personnel and vehicle points are 13,200. Yi Han felt a little dizzy. By this calculation, 1 main company consumed 36,400 points, and 3 of them would consume 109,200 points, which was more than what he would get if he was promoted to major. Of course, although the points consumed are huge, the improvement is also huge. After exchanging the personnel and equipment of the 3 main companies, Yi Han exchanged some biochemical bullets and biochemical grenades for Ghost through the system. After all, although the first-level arsenal can produce ammunition, the ammunition required by Ghost is of a special type and cannot be manufactured for the time being. After a huge amount of expenditure, Yi Han's points, which were originally close to the 500,000 mark, were now only 180,000. Yi Han looked up at the sky, took out a cigarette he had bought from a store in Looming Town on the way, and took a puff. Alas, being a shopkeeper is really troublesome. Shall I? Let's go back to the school camp. Let the guard company and the engineering company do the rest of the work here. There was unexpectedly a lot of melancholy mixed in his voice. The afternoon breeze blew in from the half-open window of the command vehicle, and Yi Han took a half puff of the cigarette between his fingers. Xiao Ai was a little puzzled. He had just been promoted to major and had a strong army under his command. Why did the commander suddenly look melancholy? How could she understand Yi Han's thoughts? Yi Han, who just had nearly 500,000 points, was full of confidence and ready to make a direct attack to become the lieutenant colonel commander. However, after all the efforts, he was further away from the commander. How could he not feel melancholy? When passing by the urban area of Looming Town on the road, Yi Han suddenly thought of something and turned to the Frost Squad and said, "You guys go check out the food depot and gas station in Looming Town later. The troops are now equipped with so many vehicles, and the energy behind them is a big problem. In addition, the troops have also been reinforced. It is not a long-term solution to rely only on the less than 100 tons of food on hand." As soon as Yi Han finished speaking, before Han Shuang had time to reply, Xiao Ai said, "Commander, my sister has just asked Du Wan and the soldiers of the engineering company to find out the situation. Because there are many people gathered in Looming Town, the supporting gas station is a second-level gas station. It currently stores 60 cubic meters of gasoline and 50 cubic meters of diesel. The grain station is still counting, but it is estimated that there should be nearly 100 tons of rice and flour." When Yi Han heard Xiao Ai's report, he first sighed about the advantages of having a younger sister. As expected, she took care of everything for him. Then he felt satisfied with his vision in choosing Looming Town. The reserves of food and oil are both abundant, so there is no need to worry about these supplies in the short term. Yi Han quickly rushed back to school. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The cafeteria was bustling with activity, and the aroma of food wafted in the air. Under the protection of Hyacinthus and others, Yi Ruoxue held a social gathering for the survivors in the playground. Under the setting sun in the evening, everyone on the playground was laughing and talking happily, not at all like they were in a doomsday disaster world. Yi Ruoxue organized this social gathering on the one hand to provide some entertainment activities for the survivors and to dispel everyone's negative emotions, and on the other hand to summarize today's work situation. After all, it is the first day after the base construction, so this summary is still necessary. Yi Han did not step forward to interrupt everyone, but just walked aside quietly to listen to Yi Ruoxue's speech. Today is the first day since the construction of the base. While we are having fun, let's also listen to the summary of today's work from me, the person in charge of the base. Yi Ruoxue sat on the lawn, not acting like a person in charge of the base at all. However, Yi Ruoxue's friendliness does not mean that the survivors will look down on her. After all, not to mention that Yi Ruoxue is Yi Han's sister, and Yi Han had just executed 2 survivors last night. Besides, the 4 female soldiers with guns behind Yi Ruoxue are not vegetarians. Although Hyacinthus and the others are pretty, they have an overbearing heroic air. Except for the gentle look in their eyes and tone when they look at Yi Ruoxue, they have a completely cold face when treating other people. After hearing Yi Ruoxue's words, the survivors who were laughing and playing nearby immediately sat down quietly and pricked up their ears to listen to Yi Ruoxue's speech. Today, the teachers did a good job in teaching, and the students were also very enthusiastic about learning new courses. This needs to be maintained. Learning these skills can also help the development of myself and the base. However, the teachers still lack experience in farming, and their physical strength is not good enough. After getting up in the morning, they can run exercises with the soldiers to improve their physical fitness. Another thing is that the number of people in the base will increase in the future. For the convenience of management, I decided to divide them into households. The teachers of our school will be classified as one household with the students. Before they find their relatives, the teachers must assume the responsibility of guardians. In the future, they will not only be the teachers of the students, but also their parents. Chapter 77 Base Development Plan. Yi Han, who was standing by, couldn't help but nod in praise after listening to Yi Ruoxue's words. This management method was indeed very suitable for the base. It was divided into households, and each household was then organized into a group. This could greatly improve the management efficiency of the base, and it could also take care of the negative emotions of the survivors who had lost their family members, allowing them to integrate into the new order as soon as possible. As for Yi Ruoxue's subsequent speech, Yi Han did not listen anymore, and Yi Han had no plans to show up. Now these survivors were obviously closer to Yi Ruoxue and were more afraid of Yi Han. But it's a good thing this way. If someone plays the good guy, someone else has to play the bad guy. It's better to be afraid of him than to ignore him. Han Shuang, go tell Wang Hu and the others to have a meeting in the command vehicle after dinner and work out the next battle plan. Yi Han turned and said to Han Shuang. At this time, Wang Hu and Wang Chuangui were reviewing the newly arrived soldiers and equipment, and they were all smiling from ear to ear. It wasn't long before dinner time arrived. When Wang Hu and his friends heard that a meeting was about to begin, they quickly finished their meals and rushed to the command vehicle. Before coming, everyone thoughtfully brought a meal for Yi Han. Wang Hu and his men were a little too self-indulgent in this regard. Yi Han was the commander-in-chief after all, so how could he not have a special kitchen? He had already asked the cook to prepare a meal for him and brought it to the command vehicle. Yi Han looked at the soldiers who came over with lunch boxes in their hands and scolded them with a smile. "You guys, pay more attention to the management of the troops." Wang Hu and the others touched their heads in embarrassment upon seeing this. "Okay, now that we're here, let's sit down and have the meeting. Wang Hu, tell us about the military first," Yi Han said while chewing his food. Reporting to the commander, the newly arrived soldiers have been inspected, and each unit has selected their own squad leaders. "The only problem now is accommodation," Wang Hu reported. Yi Han paused while chewing his food. The soldiers' accommodation did need to be arranged. After all, the old troops had been fighting all night and needed to rest. However, the current command vehicle certainly could not accommodate so many people. The 2 dormitories in his second-level command vehicle could accommodate a maximum of 80 people. Yi Han thought for a moment and said, "Isn't there a residential area next to the school? You can have the soldiers of the main company stationed there and leave the school's dormitory building to the logistics support department and the guard company." Of course, this is only a stopgap measure. After all, Yi Han's troops will be marching to other cities later, so the upgrade of the 3rd-level command vehicle has to be put on the agenda. After all, he can't let a large number of troops follow him and live in poverty. Also, let the veteran troops who participated in the battle last night rest first. Today, the newly summoned soldiers will work overtime to clean up the battlefield in the center of Looming Town. Use transport vehicles to move the corpses of the zombies on the battlefield to the back of the valley and find an open space to bury them properly. Erect another monument with the inscription, "In memory of the compatriots who died in the biochemical incident at the Apocalypse Company in Sakura Country, and I will share my robes with you even if I have no clothes." Yi Han had thought about this matter during the day. Although it was a parallel world, these zombies were all dragon people and his compatriots. Regardless of humanitarian considerations or national sentiments, he couldn't bear to let them be exposed in the wilderness. "Even if I have no clothes, I will share my clothes with you," not only commemorates their deaths, but also contains Yi Han's plan to take revenge on Apocalypse Company and Sakura Country. "It would be a different matter if I didn't have the ability, but now that I have the ability, I must make them pay with blood." "Yes, Commander. I will give orders to the platoon leaders now." Wang Hu nodded and said, "You can do this later. The most important thing now is to finalize the subsequent battle plan." Yi Han lit a cigarette for himself, then took out the map of Chongqing City and began to study it. At this time, the zombies in the Looming Town base have been completely eliminated. If Yi Han wants to gain points again, he must expand outward. Moreover, it is already the 2nd day in the biochemical world, and there are still a large number of players wandering around. I'm afraid they will also be thinking about the abundant supplies in the city at this time, so Yi Han naturally has to make plans as soon as possible. Southwest of Looming Town is Shilong County, about 70 kilometers away. The situation there is complicated. Although he has a force of nearly 1,000 people, the county will still focus on reconnaissance until he is completely sure. There are 3 towns of the same size to the west and south of Looming Town, which are also very close to Looming Town. This naturally becomes Yi Han's current primary combat direction. Wang Chuangue, your main force will leave for Huanghua Town west of the base tomorrow morning. Your company is required to wipe out all the zombies in Huanghua Town within 3 days. At the same time, a platoon of engineers will accompany you in transport vehicles. After arriving, first occupy the gas station and grain station, and get some tankers to bring the oil and grain back to the base. Wang Chuanzong, your second company will go to Shiko Town in the south tomorrow morning. The mission is the same as the first company. The second platoon of engineers and ghosts will accompany you. Wang Chuanan, your main force, the third company, is also heading south to Lianxia Township. The mission is the same, and the third platoon of engineers will accompany you. Wang Hu, you will be the commander-in-chief of this battle. You will be responsible for the deployment and coordination of the battle. Please report to me if there is any situation. The fourth platoon of engineers will stay at the base to help the logistics support department and provide ammunition, food, and other supplies to the frontline battlefield. Yi Han issued combat orders to the soldiers in the command room one by one, and Wang Hu and others immediately took action and rushed to the troops to issue corresponding tasks. Before they left, Yi Han added, "By the way, if you encounter any survivors on the battlefield, have the engineering platoon bring them back. If you encounter lone players, kill them on the spot if they show hostile behavior. Report any special circumstances to me immediately." At this time, The number of survivors in the base is still too small, only 40 at most, while the maximum capacity of Looming Town is over 10,000. If the number of survivors can be increased as soon as possible, the operation of the base can be started as soon as possible. After arranging the troops' combat tasks, Yihan looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he took the Frost Squad for a walk around the base. At this time, the survivors had also returned to the dormitory and were preparing to rest. But when Yihan walked downstairs to the dormitory building, he heard two men arguing upstairs. Yihan listened, and it seemed that they were arguing about dormitory allocation. Both of them seemed to have violent tempers, and the quarrel was getting more and more intense, with the tendency to escalate into a fight. Yihan shook his head speechlessly. Yi Ruoxue went to bed early every day, and if the two continued to quarrel, it might disturb Yi Ruoxue. It was dim at night, and it would not be convenient for Yi Ruoxue to come and mediate. There are only so few people in the base now, and they are already quarreling. What will happen if there are more people behind? Moreover, the soldiers of the guard company would not care about such trivial matters as fighting between survivors. As long as they did not fire their guns and did not pose a threat to Yihan and others, the guard soldiers would not frown even if they killed each other. It seems that the matter of the security team has to be put on the agenda. Yihan muttered to himself. Chapter 78 Drones. With this in mind, Yihan planned to let Lu Tu and the main vehicle group move into the base in a few days when the base had more people. Then he asked Han Shuang to go upstairs to ask what was going on. 141 Lancers Special Service Regiment. Open the door. 7 soldiers from the Frost Squad armed with live ammunition rushed upstairs and kicked the door hard. After all, these soldiers are not like security personnel. They will not insist on civilized law enforcement. If you dare to resist, you will be shot. The 2 people in the building were stunned. Before they could open the door, it was kicked down by Han Shuang. Then 7 rifles were pointed at the 2 of them. In order to save face, Liuxing didn't care whether the stinger could be used in the room or not, and pointed it directly at the 2 of them. A man with tattoos on his arms was so frightened when he saw this scene that he quickly raised his arms and then slowly lay on the ground. Another burly man with a scar on his forehead raised his hand and said tremblingly, "Brother, are we breaking the law? We don't have to quarrel like this, right? Isn't the rocket launcher a bit too much?" Han Shuang snorted coldly and said, "This is just a warning. If you keep making noise in the middle of the night, I will drag all of you to the front line." After saying that, the 7 soldiers went downstairs one after another. As the soldiers left, the 2 men who were about to fight looked at each other with a hint of tenderness in their eyes. At this point, the survivors of the base, whether they had grudges or conflicts, all lived in peace. But this is only for adults. If children start fighting, it would be difficult for Yihan to intervene. After doing all this, Yihan and the soldiers returned to the command vehicle to rest, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The meal was prepared in the cafeteria before daybreak, and the soldiers from the 3 main companies set out one after another after finishing their meal. When a total of 360 people and various vehicles marched out of the camp, the students and teachers who were doing exercises on the playground also saw them. Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with surprise. "I didn't expect there would be so many troops here. I thought it was just a company, but it looks like it must be at least a battalion, right?" Yi Ruoxue on the other side smiled when she heard Wang Dong's words. "More troops will come here in the future. This is just our advance team." All the teachers looked surprised after hearing this, but soon they became happy. When they received the news before, they thought that the Dragon Country army had been destroyed, but the appearance of Yihan's troops undoubtedly restored their confidence. On the other side, Yihan was not idle either. After breakfast, he immediately asked Xiao AI to drive the command vehicle to the other side of the wall. After a night's work, the zombie corpses in the urban area of Looming Town had basically been dealt with. The only thing that needed to be done was to clean the streets and clear away the blood and filth. The damaged buildings had also basically been demolished, leaving only a few intact community buildings. The walled area has now been completed under the work of the engineering company. The majestic 10-meter-high wall looks extremely safe. If survivors come here, they will definitely think it is a miracle. Yihan asked Xiao AI to drive the command vehicle to the top of the city wall, and then sat there, waiting for the battle report from the front line. When he was bored, he looked at the communication hall. Original number of 100,000 in the communication hall had become 96,782 after 2 days, and approximately 3,000 players had died. However, Yihan also knew that the mortality rate would continue to decrease. When the world first started, the mortality rate was the highest. Those players who could not accept the changes in the world and had weak survival abilities would be eliminated first, and those who remained would be players with strong adaptability. In the Huichun County area, We found a camp with a large number of survivors. They have many weapons. Are there any vehicles from the Apocalypse camp that are interested? Capture the survivors and split the profits 50 to 50. Are you still a human being? These are our compatriots after all. You Apocalypse ones are still dogs. This kid is a wanderer. How dare you mess with our Apocalypse camp? Are you tired of living? The Dimension Car Group is recruiting players. As long as they are from the Wanderer camp, we will not participate in the Apocalypse and Savior missions. We just want to survive in this world. If you don't complete the main quest, you will be stripped of your player status. Why don't you quickly find a few survivors to kill? The survivors are hiding so well now. Who can find them? There are still so many zombies wandering around the city, and it's lucky that we can protect ourselves with these broken weapons. Who told you not to join the Apocalypse camp? The better players in the Apocalypse camp now have AK-47s. Yihan looked at the contents in the communication hall and made some judgments about the current situation. Apocalypse players are now the only dominant force in the world. Although there are also many wanderers, they are all developing conservatively. But the good thing is that it has only been 2 days since the game started, and the Apocalypse players have not yet formed a group. They are basically scattered into various teams. Although they belong to the same Apocalypse camp, there will inevitably be internal friction. Moreover, their forces are basically wandering around various towns and villages, and they have not yet had the ability to get involved in the county town and Chongqing City. He must be promoted to the regimental level quickly and then take over Shillong County. On the one hand, there must be a large number of survivors in the county. If he does not rescue them, they will be killed by the Apocalypse. On the other hand, he must defeat the Apocalypse's convoys one by one before they can unite into a rope. Although the strength of the Apocalypse is not enough in front of Yihan, it will be difficult to deal with them if their numbers are too large. After all, players are not zombies without intelligence. This is a bit difficult. We need to ask Wang Hu and the others to speed up the process. Yihan frowned. The original time set for each main company was 3 days, but now it seems a bit long. Xiao AI, give orders to Wang Hu and ask all the main companies to speed up the progress. Yihan said to Xiao AI. Xiao AI on the screen nodded, and then suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said to Yihan, Commander, there seems to be an unknown target invading the sky above the base, and the radar shows it as a hostile unit. Yihan frowned after hearing this. Who would be so blind as to dare to invade him at this time? Looking outside the command vehicle, there was no target outside the wall, but the soldiers of the guard company stationed on the wall were staring at the sky seriously. At this time, above the wall, 3 drones were flying quickly towards the looming base. However, the drones were too high to be hit by ordinary rifles, so they could only watch. Xiao AI, let the vehicle-mounted machine gun shoot them down. Yihan ordered. Since it is a hostile target, let's take it down first. Under Xiao AI's control, the vehicle-mounted machine gun quickly aimed at the drones flying in the sky. As the machine gun spewed flames, 2 drones exploded in the air. However, one of them realized the danger, climbed quickly, and then continued to fly into the looming base. Chapter 79 Dragon Country Soldiers. Yihan did not let Xiao AI drive the command vehicle to chase it. It was just a drone and could not pose any threat to the base. I just don't know who is controlling this drone. It can't be a wanderer. Those people don't even want to provoke a group of zombies, let alone provoke me for no reason. It can only be the players of Apocalypse. Could it be that these people have begun to have evil intentions towards me? But think about it. Looming Town has changed a lot in the past 2 days. First, there was the sound of artillery fire for a whole night, and then a towering wall was erected, and 3 main companies of troops marched out of the valley. It's impossible not to attract attention. Yihan frowned, and then contacted the troops fighting on the front line through Xiao AI. At this time, the 3 main companies of Wang Chuangue, Wang Chuanzong, and Wang Chuanan had arrived at the designated location and had begun to clear the zombies inside the town from the outskirts. However, Wang Chuanzong had new information to report to him. Commander, we found a survivor camp in Huanghua Town. There are more than 300 people. In addition to the survivors from Huanghua Town, there are also many who fled here from Looming Town. Yihan's eyes lit up. No wonder there were only 40 survivors in Looming Town. He was wondering why so few people had all fled to the next town. What's the current situation at the survivor camp in Huanghua Town? Have you had any contact with them? Wang Chuangue immediately reported. We have made contact. These people do not seem to trust our army. There are 20 armed forces in the camp. In addition to police equipment, they also have military standard weapons. After hearing Wang Chuangue's words, Yihan fell into deep thought. It was normal for police equipment to appear in the hands of survivors, but it was strange that there were military equipment. Could it be that the Dragon Country army in this world has not been completely destroyed? After thinking it over, Yihan decided to go there himself to check out the situation. There was a guard company stationed at the base, and the main force company of Huangwu Town was also there, so safety was not a problem. After thinking for a moment, Yihan went back to the school and pulled up Wang Dong, who was teaching. Since there were townspeople from Luming Town and Huangwu Town, Wang Dong should be able to be of use. It was the first time for Wang Dong to enter Yihan's command room. Besides being nervous, his eyes were full of curiosity and excitement. Yihan looked at Wang Dong strangely. Teacher Wang seems to know a lot about the military? Wang Dong smiled shyly when he heard Yihan's words and explained, I always wanted to join the army when I was a kid, but my family didn't agree, so I went to a normal university. So I can be considered a half-military fan. After hearing Wang Dong's words, Yihan seemed to understand and did not ask any further questions. He then asked Wang Dong other questions. Wang Dong had been in Luming Town for 6 or 7 years and knew most of the indigenous people in the town. He also had a good relationship with them. The group soon arrived at Huangwu Town. The company commander Wang Chuangui was waiting for Yihan at the town entrance, while the 3 main platoons under his command were clearing zombies everywhere in Huangwu Town, leaving only 1 main platoon for mobile support. At this time, there were continuous gunshots in Huangwu Town and intermittent sounds of artillery shells exploding. Where is the survivors' camp? Yihan asked Wang Chuangui directly when they met. The camp is at the Huangwu Town grain station. They built a wall and set up checkpoints there. Because most of the soldiers in the company went to fight, they did not send troops to control the place. Wang Chuangui replied. Yihan nodded and said, then asked the soldiers from the mobile platoon to follow me. The combat platoon that Wang Chuangui kept as a mobile force was a newly exchanged infantry platoon. It not only had 30 soldiers, but also 2 M2 infantry fighting vehicles. All the soldiers were fully equipped, wearing brand new uniforms. Their appearance was neat and dignified, just like a regular main force. Soon, Wang Chuangui's infantry platoon escorted Yihan's command vehicle to the vicinity of the Huangwu Town grain station. The grain station in Huangwu Town is the same as the one in Luming Town, both of which look like a small factory. However, these survivors not only strengthened the height of the wall, but also set up a sentry post at the intersection leading to the grain station. The intersection was blocked with sandbags, and behind the sandbags were 5 men holding rifles. 3 of them were in casual clothes, and the other 2 were wearing the uniforms of the Dragon Country Guard. Yihan could tell at a glance that the 2 men in military uniforms were definitely not pretending to be soldiers. The sergeant rank on their shoulders and their upright military posture must have been from the regular troops of Dragon Country. When the 5 sentries at the grain station saw Yihan and his group coming, they all looked alert, except for the 2 soldiers who showed joy in their eyes. Yihan stopped the command vehicle aside, and then he led the Frost squad forward. The 2 soldiers' eyes lit up when they saw the rank of major on Yihan's shoulder, and then they raised their hands and saluted. Hello, comrade battalion commander. Yihan was a little speechless. These 2 people were definitely the official troops of the Dragon Kingdom. Which department are you 2 from? Why are you here? Yihan asked. A young-looking Dragon Country soldier who looked no more than 19 years old quickly replied, Comrade battalion commander, we are soldiers from the 3rd platoon of the Shilin County Guard. After the disaster, an infectious incident occurred within the unit, so our squad leader had no choice but to lead us to retreat to Huangwu Town. Yihan's mind moved. Where are the other members of the Shilin County Guard? And who among you is the squad leader? The soldier looked a little lonely. Most of the guards were infected. Only 7 of us escaped. After arriving in Huangwu Town, in order to gather and protect the townspeople, our squad leader and 4 comrades were bitten by zombies and committed suicide. We are the only 2 alive. Yihan sighed. The soldiers of Dragon Country were indeed determined to protect the people until their death. Even if their command failed and their troops were separated, they would spontaneously make the right choice instead of becoming wandering soldiers. However, since the official troops have lost their command ability, he will have less trouble in coming into contact with the official troops. After all, Yihan's troops look like regular troops, but in fact they do not belong to any country. It would be a bit troublesome if they really came into contact with them. This situation is a bit more convenient now. In that case, you open the checkpoint. I'll go in and take a look at the camp situation and then take over from you. Yihan said immediately. The 2 soldiers naturally had no objection. After saying yes, they wanted to ask people to move the sandbags blocking the intersection. But the remaining 3 armed men were unwilling to do so. No, we can't let them in. We have to wait for the camp leader to come. Both soldiers were a little angry. Move away. What camp leader? The army will take over this place soon. How can you continue to do whatever you want? Yihan looked at the 5 noisy people with some surprise. What was going on? Wasn't their camp managed by the Guard Corps? Taking a look at the Dragon Country's standard rifles in the hands of the three men, Yi Han made a guess in his mind. He estimated that after the soldiers of the guard unit died, the guns in their hands fell into the hands of these people. There were only 2 soldiers left. Although their fighting skills were better than those of ordinary people, they could not fight against a large number of enemies alone. Naturally, the ability to control the camp fell into the hands of others. Chapter 80 Camp. No, we have to wait for the person in charge to come. Even if they are from the military, it won't work. Besides, look at their uniforms. They don't look like the dragon army at all. A tattooed man put one hand on the sandbag to prevent the soldiers from touching it, and held the gun tightly in the other hand. Hearing the man say this, the 2 guard soldiers looked surprised, but still insisted that they move the sandbags away. Although the uniforms worn by Yi Han's troops are very similar to those worn by the Long Country troops, they are still different. However, all members of the troops have Long Country faces, and Long Country is also a well-known power in the world. Which country can send troops here? Besides, the world is in such chaos now, and other countries are busy taking care of their own things. Who would come here? We are the special forces of Long Country. Please let us in quickly. Yi Han frowned, already a little impatient. I originally wanted to have a good communication with these survivors, but are they planning to refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment? Wang Chuangue on the other side, after Yi Han winked, immediately turned around and said to the soldiers of the infantry platoon he brought with him, "Go up and move the sandbags. Anyone who dares to block the troops' advance will be shot immediately according to the wartime management regulations." As soon as Wang Chuangue finished speaking, 4 fully armed army soldiers walked to the sandbags with cold faces. Seeing this, the men tried to stop them without knowing the consequences. In an instant, dozens of guns were pointed at them. Just as Yi Han was about to order the soldiers to shoot, a man's voice rang out. "Let them go quickly. Who told you to stop the army?" A bald, middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a suit came over, cursing loudly at the men as he walked. "Are you guys blind? Do you dare to stop the army?" Although he was cursing, Yi Han could clearly see approval in the man's eyes. Needless to say, this man is probably the person in charge of this camp. The old guy seemed extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of blocking the troops, but in fact, he had known about the troops coming here a long time ago, and the order to block them must have been issued by him. Yi Han looked at the man coldly and said nothing. Instead, the man smiled and stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and said, "Hello, Chief. I am Zhang Jinghui, the person in charge of the base." Yi Han glanced at the man's tattooed hand, but showed no intention of shaking it. "Take me in to see your camp and tell me about the situation there." The man withdrew his hand angrily and immediately asked several of his men to move the sandbags away. Then Yi Han led the Frost squad into the grain station. At this time, many skinny survivors lying on the ground in the grain station were looking at the approaching troops with horror in their eyes. "That's right, Chief. There are 315 people in our base. In addition to the residents of Huanghua Town, there are many who came here from Looming Town. I used to open a car repair shop in the town, and I have some brothers under me. After the disaster, we hid in the grain station and took in so many survivors." Zhang Jinghui said with a flattering smile. "Accept." Yi Han looked at Zhang Jinghui with cold eyes. "If you accepted them, why are so many survivors so hungry? Your food depot is empty." Zhang Jinghui waved his hands after hearing this. "Oh, there is not much food left in the grain station. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. We can't do anything about it." Yi Han naturally didn't believe what Zhang Jinghui said. If the grain station really had no food, then why would he and his men be so fat and bloated? "You don't need to say so much. We have established a survivor shelter in Looming Town, and all of you must move there." Yi Han interrupted Zhang Jinghui and said, "There's no need to move everyone. My brothers and I were born and raised in Huanghua Town. We still want to stay here. Besides, we would only cause trouble for the leader if we moved there." Zhang Jinghui said carefully to Yi Han. Yi Han narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Jinghui. His eyes were full of coldness, which made Zhang Jinghui feel creepy. "Wang Chuangue, take your men to take over the grain station. Those armed men who dare to resist will be shot on the spot." Yi Han suddenly said loudly to Wang Chuangue. Before Zhang Jinghui could react, he saw dozens of army soldiers rushing into the base. The man with the gun was so scared when he heard what Yi Han said that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly threw his gun on the ground. Another man who didn't know whether to live or die was killed by the soldiers. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. The hungry survivors lowered their heads and lay on the ground, not daring to move, when they heard the gunshots. Zhang Jinghui looked at Yi Han in panic. "Chief, what are you doing? How can you kill people indiscriminately? We are all ordinary people. You are taking human lives lightly." Yi Han smiled coldly. This kid has been playing Tai Chi with him since he entered the base. It would be strange if he didn't have something up his mind. The two soldiers of the Dragon Guard saw this and ran over and said, "Comrade Battalion Commander, what are you doing?" Yihan looked at the Dragon Country soldier and asked, "Where's the food at the granary?" The guard shook his head after hearing this. "There wasn't much food when we got here. It's really not Zhang Jinghui's fault that these people are starving." "Okay, Wang Chuangui, take people to search the grain station. I don't believe that such a large grain station can be out of food." Yihan gave the order immediately. Several soldiers immediately began searching the grain station. It's a grain station in a town, and an agricultural town at that. So it's understandable that the food stored there is not enough to feed tens of thousands of people. But how could it not be enough to feed a few hundred people? More than 10 minutes later, Wang Chuangui and his soldiers rushed to Yihan and reported, "Commander, we searched everything except the attic on the top floor and only found a few hundred kilograms of rice." Zhang Jinghui on the side looked at Yihan calmly and said, "Commander, there is really no food here. There is no need for you to take our rations away, right?" Yihan looked at the top floor of the grain station, which was a small attic of no more than 20 square meters. "Why don't you search the top floor?" Wang Chuangui replied, "The attic is locked. We can't get in." "If it's locked, break it open." Just as Wang Chuangui was about to go up, Zhang Jinghui suddenly panicked. "Commander, the attic is only about 20 square meters. How much food can it hold if it is filled with food? It's full of miscellaneous items. There's no need to look at it, right? There's really no food here. It may have been taken away by others a long time ago." The more panicked Zhang Jinghui became, the more suspicious Yihan felt. "Go and smash it open." A few minutes later, Wang Chuangui's voice came from upstairs. "Commander, no food was found, but I suggest you come up and take a look." Yihan glanced at Zhang Jinghui. The boy's face was pale, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. "Then come with me and take a look. I'm afraid you have prepared a lot of surprises for me." Yihan smiled coldly and let Han Shuang grab Zhang Jinghui and go up to the attic. Seeing this, the two Dragon Country guards were also curious and followed. Chapter 81 on the self-cultivation of animals. As soon as he entered the attic, Yihan was shocked by the scene inside. He saw several girls around 17 or 18 years old being tied up in the attic. They were stripped naked and their fair skin was covered with purple marks. At this point, they had either fainted or had their mouths blocked with tape. They seemed unaware of the soldiers who suddenly broke in, and their eyes were filled with gloom. And everywhere on the ground were balls of paper that had been used to wipe something unknown, some of which were even stained with dried blood. What saddened Yihan the most was that among them there was a girl who looked like a student. She seemed a little mentally retarded and didn't feel shy when she saw the person coming. She just spread her legs woodenly. "Wang Chuangui, tell the soldiers to take off their military jackets and cover them with them, then send them all down safely. Ask the engineering company to send people to take them all back to the base." Yihan turned his head away, unable to bear to look at the scene in front of him. The soldiers who received the order took off their coats one after another, then stepped forward to untie the girls, put clothes on them, and carried them downstairs one by one. "Is that Xiaoxi? Didn't the person in charge say that you died of illness? Why are you here?" "It's Xiaohan. It's Xiaohan. The child's mother. Xiaohan is back. For God's sake, say something." As the girls were carried downstairs by the soldiers, the survivors in the camp were in an uproar. A chorus of noisy voices was heard, and it was obvious that they had found their relatives among these murdered girls. "You're such a fucking beast." Before Yihan could attack, the two guards from Long Kingdom could no longer hold back. They rushed towards Zhang Jinghui with gritted teeth and knocked him to the ground with one punch. For them, it is no longer a shame that such a thing could happen right under their noses, and they were completely unaware of it. Yihan looked coldly at Zhang Jinghui, who was beaten beyond recognition by the soldiers, and turned to ask the two guards, "This kind of thing happened in the camp. Don't you two care?" After hearing what was said, the guards were all ashamed and angry, and they didn't answer for a long time. After a long time, the young soldier with an innocent face said, "I'm sorry, Comrade Battalion Commander. We haven't checked the attic since we came here." Zhang Jinghui said that there were only sundries piled up in it, so we didn't think much about it. "It's our fault." Yihan shook his head without saying anything, and then looked at Zhang Jinghui, who had been beaten and was stunned. "Wang Chuangui, take this kid away. I have a good show later. It would be too easy for him to kill him." And the men under his command, "Tie them up and wait for their punishment." When Zhang Jinghui heard what Yihan said, his face was immediately filled with fear. This was a chaotic world, and it was easy to die, but the most frightening thing was that someone would not let him die. He struggled to crawl to Yihan's feet, and said to Yihan with a bruised face, "Chief, I'll tell you where the food is. Can you please let me live?" Yihan kicked Zhang Jinghui's face and said with disgust, Let you live? You will beg me to let you die later. Immediately, Wang Chuangui took Zhang Jinghui downstairs. According to Zhang Jinghui, the grain in the granary was actually still there, but he had hidden it away. However, Yihan no longer wanted to say another word to this beast. When Yihan was wondering where the food was hidden, Wang Dong came over with a little boy. Gooden, tell the commander what you heard that night. Wang Dong pushed the little boy. It was obvious that they knew each other. The boy named Gooden was full of admiration when he saw Yihan. He immediately saluted awkwardly and said, Commander, when I was peeing that night, I heard those bad guys talking about getting some meat in the alley after work. Yihan squatted down and touched Gooden's head. Very good, leave the rest to us. When Gooden heard Yihan's words, his hungry, pale little face was filled with pride. Seeing this, Yihan smiled and then gave orders one by one. Wang Dong, gather the survivors in the camp. I will have the soldiers take you back to Looming Town later. Wang Chuangui, ask someone to go to the alley behind the grain station and check the buildings over there. Soon the soldiers came back and said, Commander, a large amount of food was found in a warehouse in the back alley, estimated to be around 40 to 50 tons. Yihan nodded. Let the engineering company take it away when the time comes. It is estimated that Zhang Jinghui took his men to the grain station at the beginning of the disaster, took advantage of the chaos to move all the grain to the back and hid it, and then used the grain to control the place. After the guards of Longwa were infected and he had guns, he became more lawless. No wonder he didn't want to leave. He had food and guns. If Yihan hadn't suddenly come, this kid would probably have been able to build his own force. After arranging the affairs of the camp, Yihan returned to the command vehicle with a cold face. Now it's time to punish these beasts. Han Huang, tie Zhang Jinghui and his dogs to the back of the command vehicle with ropes and let them run naked. Xiaoi, keep the command vehicle at 44 kilometers per hour. I want to see if these dogs can break the world record of Usain Bolt. Yihan said with a cold smile. Since it's a beast, it should run pretty fast. As the command vehicle started moving, Zhang Jinghui and several others had their hands tied to the back of the vehicle and could only run following the command vehicle. At first, they could still stagger a few steps, but soon they could not keep up and all fell to the ground and were dragged by the command vehicle. At such a fast speed, even if people were wearing clothes, their skin would be rubbed and torn, not to mention that Yihan didn't allow them to wear clothes. Yihan kept staring at the back. As the men were dragged, long bloodstains were worn out on the asphalt road. The men wailed and begged Yihan to kill them quickly. Seeing that several people were about to collapse, Yihan asked Xiao Ai to stop the car. While lighting a cigarette for himself, he said to Han Shuang, Go down and give each of them a dose of healing agent. We'll set off again when their wounds are almost healed. Zhang Jinghui and his companions were trapped behind the car in a state of neither being able to live nor die. There was not a single piece of healthy skin on their bodies, especially their knee joints, which had been rubbed to the point where the bones were visible. But they still had to keep running. If they didn't run, the pain would be even greater. When they saw the command vehicle stop, they all thought that Yihan had finished torturing them, and they all cried and thanked God. Then they saw Han Shuang holding a treatment drug and giving each of them an injection. Although the first-level therapeutic agent may not heal their broken bones, it can stop the bleeding. After the injection, Yihan ordered to continue the journey. They went back and forth 3 or 4 times. They had to get off the car and get an injection almost every 10 meters. When the first-level treatment agent couldn't stop the bleeding, Yihan simply ignored it. Let Xiao Ai drive the car at full speed and drag a few people directly back to Looming Base. When Yihan arrived at the wall, the soldiers of the station guard company could only see a few ropes tied behind the command vehicle, but Zhang Jinghui and the others had disappeared. Chapter 82, Ministry of Public Security. After arriving at the wall, Yihan stayed on the wall for a long time. After the engineering company brought the survivors of Huanghua Town back to the base, Yihan returned to the school command center to discuss the resettlement of the survivors with Yi Ruoxue. The dozen or so girls who had been tortured were now heartbroken and no longer wanted to live. Yi Ruoxue didn't know what to do, so she could only ask a few female teachers to go and persuade them. Perhaps when life at the base got better, they would be able to forget their tragic past. At this time, the Looming Town base, with the original 40 people, has nearly 400 people, and the remaining 2 main companies are also continuously transporting survivors. According to Yihan's estimation, after completely taking over several towns around Looming Town, the number of survivors in the base might be close to 1,000. These 1,000 people naturally cannot just sit there idle. Most of them are from rural areas and are very familiar with farming. Farming is now the basic work of the base. There is a vast farmland area behind the Looming Valley, and there is also a large reservoir next to the farmland. Under Yi Ruoshua's arrangement, the survivors who arrived at the base were assigned relevant tasks after replenishing their energy. According to the previous idea, every 10 people formed a production group, and every 3 production groups formed a production team. All the existing agricultural machinery in Looming Town was put into operation to reclaim land at the back of the valley. In addition to a large number of agricultural talents, there are also some doctors and power station staff among these survivors. Yihan naturally would not let them farm. The township doctors were temporarily placed in the Looming Town Military Hospital to work, while the power station staff were assigned to the reservoir to restore the power supply of the Looming Town hydropower station. As for accommodation, due to the previous battle in Looming Town, most of the buildings were destroyed, leaving only a few small buildings. Yi Ruoshua could only let the survivors build shacks first, and then let the engineering company repair the residential buildings in the city. While the survivors in other cities were still struggling to survive, the survivors in the Looming Town base had not only resumed their normal work, but also did not have to worry about food and drink in the short term. Most importantly, medical services could also be provided here. This is no different from before the disaster. The only thing that worries Yihan is the public security issue. With the increase in population, it has become difficult for the guard company to manage all aspects, and conflicts have also arisen. After all, in addition to the lucky ones, those who survived the disaster also included many gangsters, bullies, and the like. It was a mixed crowd. Although they were under the control of the guard company, these people would still bully other survivors in private. By the next day, the battles of the 3 main companies were about to come to an end, and the number of survivors in the entire Looming Town base had reached 850. Wang Long's guard company has only 4 platoons. 2 are responsible for guarding the city wall, and 1 is responsible for guarding the school command center. There is only 1 guard platoon that can actually manage these more than 800 people. In addition, the survivors' production teams were scattered. So many conflicts were handled privately by the survivors themselves, and it was nothing more than whoever had the bigger fist was right. Listening to Yi Ruoshua's report, Yihan frowned. It seemed that he had to call Lu Tu over. Thinking of this, Yihan sent a message to Lu Tu. Brother Lu, where is your main car group now? Are you interested in joining my Looming Town base? Lu Tu quickly replied. Brother Yi, you have built the base? I heard that a town in Shilin County suddenly built a wall. It turned out that you built it. Yihan did not comment, and then told Lu Tu about the situation in his base and his plans. Lu Tu was naturally happy. He was eager to cling to Yihan's thighs, and the cooperation between the two had always been very pleasant. However, Lu Tu's main car group did not have as many people as Yihan had imagined. In the Gobi world, the main car group had a size of more than 200 people, but here, because the system caused the camps to be divided, many members of the main car group withdrew from the team. At this time, Lu Tu only had 150 people, but they were well equipped, with 110 PPSH submachine guns and 40 Springfield rifles. These people were definitely enough to manage the security of the base. After the 2 of them had almost discussed it, Yihan sent the location of the base and asked Lu Tu to rush to Looming Town. After doing all this, Yihan waited for Lu Tu to arrive at the wall. 4 or 5 hours later, when the sun was about to set, Lu Tu's main car group finally arrived at Looming Town. The yellow tricycle at the head naturally belonged to Lu Tu, and behind him were more than 100 family cars of various types. The members of the main car group were amazed when they saw the tall walls of the base and the machine gun fortress at the gate. Is this Yishin's base? Why does it look like a military base? What do you mean by like? This is a military base, okay? Look, there are machine guns on it. Master Yi is really awesome. We are still surviving in the cracks while others have already built a base. When Yihan saw Lu Tu coming, he didn't exchange pleasantries. On the one hand, he asked Yi Ruoshua to arrange accommodation for the team members, and on the other hand, he talked to Lu Tu about his arrangements for the main team. There are 3 main areas in the base. One is the walled area where we are now. This area is controlled by my own troops. The middle part of the base, including the school's headquarters, is a residential area and administrative area. This is where the most people are. Except for the guard platoon stationed at the headquarters, there is basically no personnel control in the residential area. The security problem at night is complicated, so we need to arrange for some team members to be stationed there. The last part is the production area, which includes reservoirs, mines, and large tracts of farmland. This area is the largest and requires mobile management by the team members. Yihan briefly introduced the situation of the base to Lu Tu, and Lu Tu looked as if he understood. Brother Yi, don't worry about this. The members who can still stay in the main car group are basically of good character and ability, and there will be no problem in managing public security. Lu Tu's words were also what Yihan was thinking. The The character of Lu Tu and the main Che group was the most important. As for their abilities, they were actually not that bad. After all, Yihan could upgrade the arsenal later and completely improve their equipment. Afterwards, Yi Ruoxue and Lu Tu also discussed the security management of the base. All members of the main car group were assigned to the newly established public security department of the base, which was commanded by Yi Ruoxue and Yihan. Lu Tu was the minister of the department, and Wang Long was the deputy minister. Lu Tu had no objection to this arrangement, and the members of the main car group were also very happy. After all, they had always wanted Yihan to join the main car group. Although Yihan did not join at this time, their joining could be considered another kind of accomplishment for Yihan. Chapter 83 Dark clouds cover the city and destroy it. In addition to the security department, 3 security stations were set up in residential areas and work areas, each with 25 main members. The guard platoon that previously managed public security was transferred to the public security department to support and manage the 6 public security stations under its jurisdiction. In this way, there will be no problem with the base's security. After all, every member of the main group has a gun, so it is naturally easy to manage these unarmed survivors. As for the hidden danger of the main group's rebellion, Yihan naturally also took it into consideration. First of all, Lu Tu's character has been tested, so there won't be any problems. Even if there are problems, Wang Long's guard company will not be pushovers. As for the 2 soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom Guard Force who were found in Huanghua Town before, Yihan did not let them sit idle. He directly assigned them to be the directors of the security station in the residential area. After all, they are regular troops with decent conduct, and they are just right for managing and training main members. With all the work at the base arranged, Yihan can finally enjoy his long-awaited rest time. After being brought to this world by the system, I have basically had no rest. As the army grows, there are more and more things to manage. Now Yi Ruoxue helps manage the base, and Wang Hu is in command of the army. Yihan finally relaxed. When he was about to ask Han Shuang to find a fishing rod to go fishing with him, Lu Tu suddenly rushed up to Yihan with a panicked look on his face. What's going on? Yihan looked at Lu Tu, who was sweating profusely, in surprise. Brother Yi, no, Commander Yi, there seems to be some movement from Tianqi, and they are heading for the base, Lu Tu said, wiping his sweat. Yihan frowned and looked at the message on Lu Tu's phone. The above are the tasks issued to wanderers. Mission to help the Apocalypse camp. 1. Help all the Apocalypse people in Shilin County and surrounding areas to attack the survivor base of the savior Yihan within 2 days. Help the Apocalypse camp mission. 2. Help the Yihan troops besieging Huanghua Town, Shiko Town, and Liansha Township. Help the savior camp mission. Assist the saviors in guarding the survivor base. Lu Tu had no choice but to help Yihan at this time. However, such a large number of Apocalypse players are targeting Yihan, and Lu Tu is also worried about the safety of Yihan and the base. Yihan frowned as he read the message. After a long while, he said to Lu Tu, Brother Lu, tell the members of the public security department not to panic, manage the public security inside the base, and be ready to receive orders at any time. There are enemies coming from outside at this time, so we must not let a fire start in the backyard. After settling Lu Tu, Yihan quickly returned to the command vehicle. He sighed first. This damn system never lets him idle for a moment. Xiao AI, contact the 3 main companies immediately and ask them to come back quickly. After hearing Yihan's order, Xiao AI quickly began to contact the main company troops fighting outside, but it didn't take long before Xiao AI said in panic. Report to the commander. Due to signal interference, the 1st and 2nd main companies have lost contact. The only one that can be contacted now is the 3rd main company, and it is only a one-way connection. Yihan frowned after hearing this. One-sided contact. Xiao AI sighed, and then transmitted the signal from the front line. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Where's the gorse from the artillery platoon? Tell the artillery platoon leader to come over here. The artillery platoon is on 3rd Street. Communications are down. Someone has been sent to call for help. The 3rd platoon is on the way to provide support. But there are too many zombies in front of the infantry fighting vehicle, and we are clearing them out. These were the voices of the 3rd company of the main force. It was obvious that they were in a fierce battle, but Yihan could only hear the voices of the 3rd company at this time, and his own orders could not be transmitted. Not long after, with a crackling sound of electricity, the sound of the 3rd company was interrupted. Yihan suddenly had a bad premonition. It was obvious that someone was interfering with the signal. The only company capable of doing this here, apart from the world system, could only be Apocalypse Company. When Yihan thought of this, he immediately thought of the drone that was conducting reconnaissance over the base that day. I'm afraid that since then, Apocalypse Company has been targeting me. They just chose to attack me when the main force and troops were out. The Apocalypse players that Wang Chuangui and Wang Chuanzong encountered were just trying to delay them. At this time, the main company had no idea about the crisis the base was facing. They only knew that they suddenly could not contact the command center. However, Yihan had previously ordered them to carry out annihilation operations if they encountered hostile players. Where is Wang Hu now? Yihan asked with a frown. Wang Hu is commanding the battle in the third company right now. Xiao Ai replied. Yihan sighed and lit a cigarette for himself. We have to find a way to restore communications and get the main company back quickly. Having said this, he turned and looked at Frost. At this time, the Frost squad had expanded to 26 people. For them, this kind of mission of penetrating deep into the enemy's territory and carrying out special operations was naturally not a problem. Moreover, this signal interference device must be in the area near the base, most likely in Shilong County. But just when Yihan was about to send Han Shuang out, Wang Long, who was on guard at the wall, suddenly sent a report. Commander, a large number of zombies appeared in front of the base. After hearing Wang Long's report, Yihan hurriedly asked Xiao Ai to rush to the top of the wall. Just one glance, and Yihan's heart sank. A dense swarm of zombies was moving towards the base like a dark cloud, and it was so large that Yihan could not see the end. The ones that appeared 10 minutes ago are estimated to be around 100,000 in number, and there are a large number of high-level Lord zombies among them. Wang Long said solemnly. After hearing this, Yihan cursed. Damn it! Didn't you say to let the players of Apocalypse attack? Why are there still zombies? In the tide of corpses on the other side, Huang Shan was staring at the wall of the base with a ferocious face. Before, when Yihan was in the Chishui Valley, he used ice to lure the members of the desert caravan, which resulted in one of his arms being chopped off. He survived all this time and finally came to this world, just to take revenge on Yihan, but with a broken arm, his hope of revenge was slim. However, there is always a way out. After Huang Shan chose to join the Apocalypse camp, he received support from the camp. It was a biochemical virus transformation potion, which could greatly improve physical fitness after use, and even regenerate broken arms. However, the side effect was that one would be transformed into a zombie. Although one could retain intelligence and the ability to control the tide of corpses, one would no longer be a human being and would lose one's identity as a player. But Huang Shan still used it without hesitation. Only in this way could he be able to fight against Yihan. And the 100,000 scale tide of zombies in front of him were the undertakers he had prepared for Yihan. Of course, Yihan would not notice Huang Shan in the tide of corpses, and he never thought that the tide of corpses was caused by Huang Shan. At this moment, he frowned and asked Xiang Xiaoai, how many troops are there in the base now? Reporting to the commander, if you don't count the main regiment, there are only Wang Long's guard company, the Frost squad, and 40 logistics soldiers from the logistics support department in the base, a total of 186 people. Yihan was surprised to hear Xiao Ai's report. Where's the engineering company? Isn't there still more than 100 people in the engineering company? The engineering company has been sent to the front to deliver oil and food, and we can't contact them at this time. Yihan couldn't hold it in any longer at this point and punched the stone of the wall. This was the first time he couldn't control his emotions. Less than 200 people are fighting against 100,000 zombies. Plus, there are a large number of players equipped with fully automatic weapons. How can they even play this game? Chapter 84. The battle to defend the city begins. Wang Long, let all the guards and soldiers come to the city wall. Yihan turned around and yelled at Wang Long without thinking too much. Wang Long was stunned. Then there won't be any personnel stationed at the school headquarters? What's the point of stationing there? Let my sister and the others retreat to my command vehicle. All guard companies, including the cooks and medical soldiers, go to the city walls to guard. At this critical moment, Yi Ruoxue naturally could not put herself in danger anymore. She left all the work inside the base to the main vehicle group. Even when necessary, the main vehicle group and even the survivors had to come up to defend. Not long after, the school command had completely evacuated, and a total of 160 soldiers were in place on the city wall. But for a 1,000-meter-long city wall, this amount of manpower is far from enough. At this time, Yihan still had more than 700,000 points in his hand. In addition to the points left in Looming Town, the three main companies had also reaped rich rewards in the past few days. However, because the enemy had not been completely wiped out, the points in Yihan's hand still did not exceed 1 million. This also means that Yihan cannot be promoted to lieutenant colonel and regiment commander for the time being. With the battalion level fully occupied, more than 700,000 points are difficult to turn into actual combat power. Yihan looked at the dark tide of zombies and suddenly felt the pressure in his heart doubled. His only hope at this time was to accumulate 1 million points before the zombie tide broke through the city wall and activated the group-level quota. But with less than 200 soldiers facing such a huge tide of zombies, Yihan had no idea whether he could hold out. Xiao AI. Exchange for 22s 41 gold broom, self-propelled artillery. Yihan said to Xiao AI after thinking for a while. Soldiers cannot be summoned at this time. The only vehicles that can be summoned are vehicles manufactured by the tank factory. Okay, Commander. 30,000 points have been consumed, and the gorse has been placed behind the wall. Following Xiao AI's voice, 20 brand new Plantagenet self-propelled artillery also appeared at the designated location. Wang Long, find 20 soldiers above the rank of sergeant to operate the artillery. I don't require you to be able to start this thing. You just need to fire the self-propelled artillery on the spot. The accuracy doesn't matter. Aim at the zombie group and fire indiscriminately. Yihan said coldly. We have to defend ourselves now. In the worst case, we can use the tank factory to build 100 or 80 M2 infantry fighting vehicles and then rush out with them. But in this case, such a large number of tanks will definitely be redundant. At least they cannot be digested before they reach the brigade level. After all, soldiers are the core, and weapons and equipment must be operated by people. This is the method Yihan would choose when he is at his wit's end. Before he can hold on, the safest option is to use the zombie tide to advance to the group level. After all, in crisis, there are opportunities. As 20 broom guns suddenly opened fire, within just a few seconds, countless shells flew towards the center of the zombie tide. In just a moment, the densely populated area of the corpse tide was attacked indiscriminately by artillery, and countless broken limbs and arms exploded amidst the flying mud on the ground. In this round of artillery attack alone, hundreds of zombies were blown to pieces, which also brought Yihan thousands of points. However, the number of zombies was still too large. The vacancies created by the hundreds of zombies were quickly filled by their successors, and dense swarms of zombies had already rushed to the front of the wall. On top of the wall, Wang Long fired at the zombies underground with his rifle while yelling at his soldiers to attack quickly. These zombies with little intelligence suddenly seemed to become enlightened under Huang Shan's command and no longer attacked randomly like headless flies as before. Not only did they know to focus on attacking the city gate area, they also knew to send some zombies to attack the distant city wall. Thousands of zombies stopped when they reached the wall, but soon countless zombies came up behind and rushed towards the wall, directly trampling the leading zombies under their feet and rushing to the top of the wall like a human ladder. At this time in the city gate area, four machine gun fortresses were spraying bullets frantically. Under the 12.7mm caliber machine gun, it only took a few bullets for a zombie to be shot into pieces. In addition, there was also an auxiliary attack from an automatic machine gun above the city gate. In just 10 minutes, no less than 5,000 or 6,000 zombies launched several attacks on the city gate, but it was ultimately held by the guards in the walled area. But it won't work for long, as the heat dissipation of machine guns and machine cannons is always a problem. If you keep shooting like this endlessly, the machine gun will catch fire due to overheating. As a last resort, Wang Long had to order the 4 machine gun forts to attack in stages. When 2 machine guns overheated, the ones behind them would take over. But in this case, the firepower is not as strong as before. Some zombies have broken through the firepower and rushed into the city gate. Although they were quickly eliminated by the soldiers, this is a very bad signal. At the other 2 ends of the city wall, there were no machine gun bunkers, only soldiers stationed there. The zombies had already rushed to the top of the city wall through human ladders. Although they were quickly destroyed by the Bobcat all-terrain vehicles that drove to the top of the city wall, they could not withstand the large number of zombies. No, we can't hold out like this for long. I'm afraid we'll be breached before we accumulate 1 million points. Yihan frowned and looked at the tide of zombies swarming under the city wall. What worried him most was the Apocalypse players who had not appeared yet, and the Lord zombies behind the battlefield. They are clearly using ordinary zombies to break open the city gates. Once the city wall is lost, Yihan will face an even more ferocious attack. We can only hold out here for 2 or 3 hours at most. We must restore communications and ask the main force for support. Yihan made the decision secretly. Then he turned to Xiao AI and asked, "Can you find the source of the signal interference?" Xiao AI lowered her head and seemed to think about it. After a while, she replied, reporting to the commander, "The source of the signal interference has been found. It is at the Shilin County TV tower. It is 40 kilometers away from here and covers an area of about 100 kilometers, which just covers all our troops." Yihan nodded after hearing this. It was good that he could find out. All that was left was for the Frost squad to attack. Frost. Immediately drive your warriors out of the base and rush to the Shillong County TV tower to blow up the signal jammers and restore communications for the entire army. You will not be able to contact the headquarters after leaving the base. All command and on-the-spot combat will be decided by you in Metal. You must complete the mission. Metal is a commanding soldier newly added by Yi Han to the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment and is also Frost's deputy. Hearing Yi Han's order, Han Shuang and the other 25 soldiers of the 141 Lancer Special Service Regiment saluted. Yes, Commander. We will complete the mission. Immediately, 5 warriors with 26 Lancer soldiers drove out of the city gate quickly. All wall guards and broom artillery immediately cover the Frost Squad's movement. Wang Long shouted on the city wall. Under the cover of firepower, the warrior off-road vehicles knocked away the oncoming tide of zombies while quickly disengaging from the battlefield and heading towards Shillong County. Huang Shan, who was in the tide of zombies, looked coldly at the 5 warriors rushing out without any reaction. He just sneered and looked up at Yi Han on the top of the wall. Even your soldiers are leaving you. Yi Han, it looks like you are really finished this time. Chapter 85 Behind Enemy Lines. Mission Codename, Behind Enemy Lines. Time, August 24th, 19 hours 37 minutes and 42 seconds. Mission Commander, Sergeant Frost, Chief of the 141st Lancers Special Forces Regiment. Combat Team, 1st Battalion of the 141st Lancers Special Service Regiment. Location, Shillong County. Have you gotten rid of the zombies behind us? Frost asked Metal with a frown. At this time, there were still hundreds of thousands of zombies in the county, wandering around the streets of the county. As soon as the Frost Squad entered Shillong County, they were surrounded by the tide of zombies. Xiaohan Zhuang had no choice but to send out 2 of his tanks to fire to divert the tide of zombies, and then he took the other 3 tanks and continued to move towards the TV tower. We should have gotten away from them. The TV tower area is about 1 kilometer away, Metal replied. Han Shuang nodded after hearing this, and then gave the order, stop the car 500 meters away from the TV tower. The drone cannot be used due to signal interference. We don't know the situation in the TV tower area. In order not to alert the enemy, we must sneak in on foot. After hearing this, Metal agreed. Since there are jammers there must be Apocalypse's men guarding there. Sneaking in is the safest. The commander can't hold on for too long, so we have to resolve the battle quickly. 3 Mengshire off-road vehicles quickly arrived near the TV tower. Han Shuang had the soldiers hide the vehicles and then entered a 5-story building next to the TV tower. At this time, a signal jammer about 10 meters high had been erected above the TV tower, and below the TV tower, a dozen soldiers in black uniforms were patrolling and guarding, with cherry blossom patterns painted on their chests. Apparently Apocalypse's own soldiers. There are about 60 of them, equipped with fully automatic firearms. Metal said as he looked at the TV tower through a telescope. Frost nodded and looked at the 18 soldiers around him, while the others all went to attract the zombies. We will divide into 2 teams. Metal, you lead your men to feint an attack on the TV tower, and the rest of you will sneak into the TV tower with me. It is now 1945. We will act at the same time in 5 minutes. Check the watches now. Frost gave the order immediately. 5 minutes later, both teams had arrived at the designated location. The Metal side opened fire first, and the soldiers in the TV tower quickly rushed towards the Frost team after hearing the gunshots. Han Shuang on the other side glanced at Lu Xing, Di Chong and others behind him and nodded and said, the silencer is installed. Let's start. The 9 soldiers immediately entered the TV tower building. At this time, there were dozens of Apocalypse soldiers patrolling inside. They did not notice the Frost Squad, who were moving quickly and wearing camouflage. 2 at 9 o'clock, 3 at 12 o'clock, quickly resolved them. Han Shuang gestured while crouching down and approaching the guards. After a few light gunshots, the patrolling soldiers fell to the ground. At this time, the Apocalypse soldiers who were attracted out were unaware of the situation inside the building and were still fighting with the Metal. Keep going and reach the top floor quickly. Frost gestured and rushed towards the stairs. The elevator definitely cannot be used at this time. If you are discovered by the guards, taking the elevator will be like being trapped in a jar. It took the Frost team 10 minutes to reach the top floor, which contained 18 floors, and they also took care of several guards. By the time they got here, all the guards in the TV tower had been basically wiped out. The remaining 20 or so guards were still downstairs and had no idea that the Frost team had reached the roof. Meteor, go load the jammer with plastic explosives. It will explode in 5 seconds. Han Shuang said hurriedly. Yes. Meteor took out the explosives on his body and approached the jammer. With a loud bang, countless electric sparks suddenly came out of the jammer, followed by a squeaking sound, and the jammer slowly fell from the TV tower. Frost did not stop when he saw this, but hurriedly said, "Go downstairs. Meet up with Metal and the others." Although the mission objective has been achieved, the most dangerous moment has just begun. With the noise coming from the TV tower, Apocalypse Company will inevitably take action, and the zombies from Shilon County will also flock here. The question is how they can retreat. At this time, on Yihan's side, as the jammer was blown up, the communication in Xiao AI's car was instantly restored, and countless voices from the front line came. Command, command. This is the first company. We are being blocked by Apocalypse players. Should we engage them? Report to the headquarters. I'm Wang Hu. Wang Chuangwei, what's the situation over there? At 8 o'clock, have the artillery platoon fire and blow them up. Hearing the movement in the car, Yihan's brows were raised with joy, and he rushed into the car and shouted loudly, "Wang Hu, let the main force come back to rescue me. The condition of the wall is very bad now. The tide of zombies has basically broken through the city gate, and a large number of zombies have poured in." Fortunately, Wang Long immediately ordered the soldiers to drive brooms to block the city gate. Yihan exchanged for 10 M2 infantry fighting vehicles and barely held on. But while the situation here was not going well, bad news came from the rear. Hundreds of Apocalypse players abandoned their vehicles and sneaked in from the mountains behind Looming Town. At this time, Lu Tu had already led the members of the main vehicle group to stop the enemy. Moreover, without the management of the main Che group, the survivors began to lose order. Many people shouted that the base was about to be lost and started to snatch food. Some survivors even clamored for Yihan to give them guns. However, 2 soldiers from the Dragon Country Guard force stood up and shot dead 2 survivors who wanted to seize guns. This temporarily calmed the situation, but how could they manage thousands of survivors alone? Yihan stared at the numbers on the points column. He now had 960,000 points. With another 40,000 or 4,000 zombies, he could be promoted to the regiment level. At that time, not only can you summon soldiers by fighting to support them, but most importantly, there will be promotion packages at the regiment level. Based on my previous experience, the regiment level packages will definitely not be bad. I had previously gotten a Bobcat all-terrain vehicle, 141 Lancers, and an entire engineering company from the gift pack. Wang Long, we must hold on. The main force will come to support us in another 20 minutes. Yihan shouted loudly to Wang Long. Commander Yi, we need support in the rear. There are too many Apocalypse players. We can't stop them anymore. They are about to enter the residential area. Lu Tu also sent a message to Yihan at this time. But Yihan was too busy to handle everything at the moment. He couldn't even defend the wall in front of him. So how could he take care of the rear? Commander, those Lord zombies are moving. Wang Long suddenly reported at this time. Yihan hurriedly climbed up the city wall and looked forward. 5 mutant zombies, each over 3 meters tall, were slowly walking towards the city wall. They looked human-like, but their physiques were 3 or 4 times larger than normal people. The most important thing was that they had weapons mounted on their shoulders and waists. Information about these lords came on the mobile phone. Level 4 Overlord Zombie, Avenger. The body has been specially modified by Apocalypse Corporation, and its speed, endurance, and defense have all been specialized. It is equipped with a Gatling machine gun and a dual-shot shoulder-fired rocket launcher, as well as electronic identification and assisted aiming functions. Yihan felt discouraged at the first sight. These 5 guys had just joined the battle at a time when the guards of the wall were having the most difficulty holding on. This was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Report to the commander. You have 1 million points. Do you want to be promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel? After you unlock the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, you will be given the promotion privilege to the regiment commander. It includes a battalion-level unit selection package. You can choose between a General Synthetic Battalion, a General Aviation Battalion, and a General Tank Battalion. Chapter 86, Group-Level Promotion Package. Xiao AI suddenly spoke from the command vehicle, with a hint of urgency in her voice. After hearing Xiao AI's words, Yihan hurriedly looked at the points column on the screen. There were exactly 1 million points on it. At this time, Yihan had no time to find out the source of the sudden extra 40,000 points. The most important thing is to solve the current difficulties. Promote to Lieutenant Colonel and Regiment Commander. Yihan hurriedly said to Xiao AI. Yes, Commander. 1 million points have been deducted, and the current remaining points are 0. I have been promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, and the regimental quota has been opened. The regimental configuration can be divided into 5 combat battalions, and each combat battalion has a maximum of 520 personnel. The full strength of the regiment can reach 2,600 people. The logistics department, engineering troops, and special arms do not occupy the regimental quota. Level 5 store is now open and regimental commander level gift packs are being distributed. Commander, please choose one from the Combined Infantry Battalion, General Tank Battalion, and General Aviation Battalion. Xiao AI promoted Yihan to the position of team leader while talking a lot, and Yihan quickly found the key information from it. One is that after Yihan reaches the level of regiment commander, the full staff can be close to 3,000, and even more than 3,000 if the arms that do not occupy the staff are included. The most important thing is that he can choose one of the 3 combat battalions. Yihan was in a dilemma at this time. He wanted the tank battalion, the infantry battalion, and the aviation battalion. Xiao AI, please introduce these 3 combat camps. Yihan said hurriedly. There was no time to think about it now. He had to understand the situation quickly and make a decision immediately. Okay, Commander. First, the Armored Combined Infantry Battalion, which includes 4 combat companies and a reinforced support platoon, totaling 520 people, including 2 mechanized infantry companies, each with 12 9-type Dragon infantry fighting vehicles, a tank company, including 4 96-type Dragon medium main battle tanks and 8 15-type Leopard light main battle tanks, an artillery company, including 10 PLZ Dragon 155mm self-propelled artillery. The reinforced support platoon has 40 professional and technical soldiers and 6 support vehicles of various models. Yihan was secretly shocked after hearing this. This combined infantry battalion alone had surpassed his existing troops in terms of equipment. Not counting the logistics vehicles, there were already 46 combat armored vehicles, and judging from the models, they all seemed to be the main combat equipment of the rabbit family. However, Xiao AI ignored Yihan's stunned expression and continued to introduce the remaining 2 combat camps. The General Tank Battalion includes 3 tank companies, 1 armored air defense company, and 1 support and guarantee platoon, with a total of 520 people. 1 tank company includes 6 Type 99A Dragon heavy main battle tanks, for Type 15 Leopard light tanks, and 2 Type 96 Dragon medium main battle tanks. The Armored Air Defense Company includes 10 Longqi 17A air defense missile vehicles. The support and guarantee platoon includes 2 Type 09 Dragon infantry fighting vehicles and 6 support vehicles of various models. The General Aviation Battalion includes 4 aviation combat companies and 1 ground support platoon, totaling 520 people, 2 aviation assault companies, including 8 Longqi, 10 armed helicopters, and 4 Longqi, 20 tactical general helicopters, 1 attack reconnaissance company, including 12 Longqi, 20 tactical general helicopters, 1 support transport company, including 10 Longqi, 8 L transport helicopters, and 2 Longqi, 20 tactical general helicopters. The ground support platoon is 40 ground crew soldiers and various types of support vehicles, and 6 hunting Eagle rotorcraft. After listening to Xiao AI's introduction, Yihan, who was excited, became conflicted. These 3 were really better than the other, which made it difficult for Yihan to choose. Any one of these 3 could easily solve the current dilemma, but after hesitating for only a few seconds, Yihan decided to choose the 3rd Aviation Combat Battalion. There is no other reason. On the one hand, there are still a large number of Apocalypse players in the looming town base, and this place is not suitable for large-scale armored forces to participate in the war. If it were a helicopter, it would be much easier to solve. On the other hand, the Frost Squad is still stranded in Shillong County, and the helicopter can pick them up very well. Moreover, this aviation battalion can also make up for the lack of firepower in the air of Yihan's troops. Xiao AI, choose the General Aviation Battalion for the Team Leader Promotion gift package. Yihan said to Xiao AI immediately after making the decision. Okay, Commander. The Aviation Battalion has been redeemed and is expected to arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Following Xiao AI's voice, a huge roar of helicopter engines suddenly came from the sky, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Yihan hurriedly looked up at the sky and saw 48 military helicopters of various models suddenly flying behind the mountains not far away, and behind the helicopters were 6 hunting Eagle rotorcraft. Yihan had also heard of this hunting Eagle. This thing was also known as an aerial 3-wheeler. It could carry 2 or 3 people, and the soldiers could use machine guns or even rocket launchers on it to provide support to the ground. However, carrying 2 or 3 passengers is only enough for the rabbit family. If it were placed in India, this 3-wheeled vehicle could at least seat a reinforced circus platoon. As the aviation battalion arrived at the battlefield, the tide of zombies in the walled area continued to attack frantically, but Huang Shan inside changed his expression. It's the official army of Dragon Country. Weren't they destroyed? Those bastards from Apocalypse Company actually lied to me. Those helicopters were very easy to identify, and they were from the rabbit family at a glance, so how could Huang Shan not recognize them? However, he probably couldn't figure out that the helicopters didn't belong to the Dragon Army, but to Yi Han. Just as Huang Shan was frantically commanding the zombies to rush and kill Yi Han, a long Z-20 in the helicopter formation also flew over Yi Han and slowly landed. A young officer in military uniform came down and immediately walked up to Yi Han and saluted. Report to the commander. Aviation Battalion Commander Wang Sheng and 520 Aviation Battalion soldiers report to the commander. Yi Han stepped forward with great joy, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Very good. You immediately arrange for the assault company to intervene in the battlefield and help the ground troops clear the zombies in the field. The reconnaissance company and the transport company will fly to the valley to clear the rear battlefield, and the transport company will send a Longji 8L and a Longji 20 to Shilin County to pick up the Frost Squad." After receiving the order, Wang Sheng quickly led his soldiers into the battlefield. The situation in the walled area quickly turned around with the intervention of the Aviation Battalion. These helicopters are the latest equipment of Long Country. Needless to say, their combat effectiveness. With the attack of ground-to-ground missiles and machine guns, the tide of zombies quickly retreated. From an air-to-ground perspective, facing these zombies that have no air defense means is no different from a massacre. The only thing that can pose a threat to the helicopters is the shoulder-fired rocket launcher of the Lord Zombie Avenger. But this thing is already a huge generation gap compared to these latest helicopters, like the World War II equipment against the modern army. The rocket was shot down by the Long Z-10 almost as soon as it was launched, and the Avengers were reduced to ashes under the baptism of fire. On the other side, Wang Hu also led 3 combat companies to the battlefield. Originally, the zombie tide was attacking the base, but now the zombie tide was surrounded, unable to attack or retreat. Huang Shan's heart was filled with endless hatred at this moment, but he had no way out and could only roar helplessly on the battlefield. Chapter 87 Aviation Battalion. Looking back to the back of the base, the Apocalypse players were already killing like crazy. After they joined Apocalypse Corporation, they basically got modern fully automatic weapons, and some of the luckier ones even got things like rocket launchers. Although they could not drive their vehicles into the base, their individual combat effectiveness far surpassed that of the Wanderers from the main vehicle regiment. After all, the Mainz regiment was still using the PPSH submachine gun at that time. Although this gun is a world-famous gun, it is ultimately behind the times. "Minister, we can't retreat anymore. If we retreat further, we will have to reach the school command center. Although there are no important people in there right now, if it is occupied, it will be difficult to explain to the commander-in-chief," a main member said to Lu Tu while hiding behind the wall. At this time, they didn't dare to show their heads and could only fight and retreat. "It would be easy to solve the problem if we report it to the commander-in-chief, but I'm afraid that if these players rush in, the survivors will be in trouble. Besides, we don't know what the situation is at the front, and it doesn't look good." Alas, Lu Tu sighed. "How about we turn against them?" A main member suddenly spoke with his eyes rolling. They were just trying to make a living, but now that the tree has fallen, the monkeys have scattered. Joining Apocalypse seems to be the only option. After all, human power cannot handle the situation. Lu Tu looked at the member who said he wanted to turn against the team. His eyes were full of complexities, and then he sighed and said, "Brother, I don't blame you for having this idea, and you shouldn't blame me either. Soldiers are supposed to obey orders, and they should never have such ideas." After saying that, Lu Tu took out his pistol and decisively shot the man dead. For Lu Tu, since he had made the choice, he could not regret it. The other main members were stunned when they saw this, but didn't say anything and continued to fight with the Apocalypse player in front of them. After all, they had followed Lu Tu for a long time and had deep respect for Yi Han. Who would be willing to turn against someone unless it's absolutely necessary? Ha ha ha. Brothers, they all have deserters. We just killed one of our own. I am dying of laughter. Why kill your own people? Wouldn't it be nice to join us for drinking and eating? Don't protect that Yi Han so much. What's the use of him? If he really has the ability, he should come to save you now. Charge. Kill Yi Han. Take away the food, the guns, and the women. The Apocalypse players also saw what was happening on Lu Tu's side, and they all laughed. But just as they were laughing, the roar of helicopters suddenly came from the sky, and more than a dozen helicopters quickly flew over the residential area. Peregrine Falcon reporting to Golden Eagle. Peregrine Falcon reporting to Golden Eagle. On the 4th Street, 11 Apocalypse targets were spotted at the 11 o'clock direction, requesting to open fire. A Dragon Z-20 had approached the Apocalypse players. At this time, The Apocalypse players had not yet figured out the situation and thought that these planes were support from the Apocalypse Company. Many people even stood up and waved to the pilots. The commander of the Aviation Reconnaissance Company, codenamed Golden Eagle, quickly responded to the report from the Longji. 20 in front. Approved to open fire. Destroy them quickly. As soon as the reply sounded, the ground-to-ground missiles on the Longji 20 suddenly burst into flames and shot towards the ground. The Apocalypse players who were still laughing became body parts on the ground before they could even react. After eliminating the target, the Peregrine Falcon immediately flew to other areas to continue reconnaissance. At this time, reports from other troops also came from the Golden Eagle side. Gray Falcon has discovered 6 hostile targets, located at 8 o'clock on the 3rd Street. War Eagle has discovered a large number of survivors, requesting ground troops to rush to protect them. Short-eared Owl has eliminated the target. The 3rd Platoon has arrived at the area and is searching for the target in the field. After the Aviation Battalion intervened, the Apocalypse players seemed to have no time to react and suffered heavy losses, while the members of the main car group finally launched a long-awaited counterattack. Lu Tu looked at the helicopters flying in the sky with tears in his eyes. He realized that he had not trusted the wrong person. Brothers, it's Yishin's troops. Charge. Counterattack. Following Lu Tu's roar, the members of Maine also rushed out of the building with guns in hand and fired wildly at the Apocalypse players who had been beaten and were running away in panic. When counterattacks were launched on both battlefields, the Frost Squad far away in Shillong County was not having an easy time. After blowing up the jammer, the Frost Squad was surrounded by the Apocalypse Army who had arrived in a 3-story residential building. These Apocalypse Army soldiers seemed to have used some special means to conceal their breath, and the zombies in Shillong County seemed unable to see them. Under the siege of zombies and the army, 2 soldiers of the Frost Squad have been sacrificed. 9 o'clock direction. Metal. Take people to guard that entrance. Don't let the zombies rush in. Han Shuang's arm had been shot, so he could only hold the pistol in one hand and shoot while giving commands. Captain, we can't hold on. There are too many of them. Who still has a magazine? Who still has a magazine? Back off, back off. The explosives have been set. There were already hundreds of dead bodies of soldiers outside the small building, and the number of zombies that were killed was too numerous to count. Many soldiers of the 141st Special Service Regiment had run out of ammunition and could only pick up weapons from the Apocalypse Army to continue fighting. Han Shuang looked at the situation on the field. His eyes revealed a trace of determination, and then he said loudly in an extremely calm voice, "Brothers, you are all exchanged by the commander with 800 points. Now it is time to sacrifice for the commander. I don't want you to commit suicide. Even if you die, you have to take a few people with you. Help the commander for the last time." Hearing Han Shuang's voice, the soldiers of the 141st Special Service Regiment looked determined and responded loudly, "Yes. I have no regrets even if I die." Following the soldiers' roars, many Special Forces soldiers had already taken out their melee weapons and were ready for physical combat. But at this moment, Frost Radio suddenly made a sound. "Calling Frost Squad. Calling Frost Squad. This is the Aviation Battalion Transport Company's Longji 8L, codenamed Hanyan. We have been ordered to come and welcome your retreat." Hearing the voice on the radio, Han Shuang, who had already prepared to die, suddenly saw a ray of hope. He immediately looked out the window. Amid the zombies' roars, the roar of helicopters was getting closer and closer. Soon, 2 helicopters had arrived over the residential building. "Brothers, our brothers are here to support us. Everyone, retreat to the rooftop. Those at the back, please provide cover." Frost's eyes lit up and he shouted loudly, and the remaining soldiers also covered their teammates and retreated to the roof. At this time, the Long Z-8L was already hovering in the air with its hatch opened, while the Long Z-20's machine gun was also crazily firing at the zombies chasing after them. Come up, retreat quickly." Han Shuang grabbed the cabin door with one hand and waved his injured arm, shouting loudly. Soon, 24 soldiers from the 141st Special Service Regiment boarded the helicopter and quickly evacuated Shillong County, leaving behind only zombies roaring helplessly. The Apocalypse soldiers also retreated in a hurry when they saw the helicopter. At this time, in a building in Shillong County, a man in a suit and leather shoes looked coldly at the helicopter that took away the Frost Squad and murmured in a low voice, "It's a helicopter from Dragon Country. It seems that those military guys are still unwilling to give up." Of course, Yihan couldn't hear what he said. Yihan, who was commanding the battle at the front line, only heard the report from Hanyan. "Report to the headquarters. Hanyan has picked up the Frost Squad and is returning. Chapter 88 Tank Battalion. As two helicopters brought back the Frost Squad, the predicament Yihan was facing at this time was reversed. The huge zombie horde was trapped and was doomed to be slaughtered. Yihan ordered Wang Long to have the guard soldiers launch the 10 newly summoned M2 infantry fighting vehicles and drive out from the wall. Under the crushing force of the infantry fighting vehicles, the battlefield was now full of broken flesh and blood. The corpses of the zombies were crushed into meat paste by the incoming vehicles as soon as they fell to the ground. Yihan's points column also soared during the battle. He had just spent 1 million points, and in the blink of an eye, the points column rose to more than 200,000. Seeing that the battle situation was stable, Yihan handed over the command authority to Wang Hu and Wang Long. The sound of gunfire did not subside until the next morning. When Yihan got out of the command vehicle to inspect in the morning, the walled area was already littered with corpses. The engineering company was using trucks to transport the zombie bodies to a plane far away from the base for burial. Wang Hu also ran over, sweating profusely, to report the battle situation to Yihan. Report to the commander. The zombie tide has been completely eliminated. 20 soldiers were bitten by zombies this time. After treatment failed, they were euthanized. There were also 4 infantry fighting vehicles that broke down. The logistics support department has sent people to repair them. Yihan nodded after hearing this. The soldiers who died in the battle were all treated according to the rituals of martyrs. A martyr's cemetery was set up in the looming base to bury them properly. What about the situation in the rear? Wang Hu continued. The situation in the rear is now stable. Minister Yi has been with Lu Tu to rebuild the rear. 31 survivors died this time, all of whom were killed by the Apocalypse players who sneaked in. There were also about 50 survivors who rebelled, but they have all been captured and are now in the detention center in Looming Town. Yihan was very angry when he heard that some survivors chose to rebel at this critical juncture. These guys did not choose the time to rebel. What's the difference between this and joining the National Army in 1949? Isn't there a mine that's about to collapse in the looming base? Drag all these rebellious survivors in and make them mine. Anyone who dares to resist will be executed on the spot, Yihan said, gritting his teeth. Yes. Wang Hu, who received the order, quickly went down to carry out the order. Yihan turned his head and looked at his points column. With the complete end of the battle, Yihan's points had reached more than 600,000. These points were obviously some distance away from being able to move up to the rank of brigade commander, colonel. After all, it would take a full 10 million to become a colonel. Such a huge number might not be enough to just take over Shillong County. All the counties and towns surrounding Shillong County must be cleared out. However, the current military strength is sufficient with the expansion of 700,000 points. After being promoted to regimental commander, his regular troop strength can reach 2,600 people, not including other special arms and logistics arms. Yihan opened the level 5 mall and took a look. In addition to the old brothers, such as guard soldiers and army soldiers, there were many other types of soldiers. Army aviation requires 500 points. The equipment is the same as that of army soldiers, but with the added ability to fly helicopters. The army medical team requires 3,000 points to redeem. It can provide a 30-person medical team, including 5 special-grade military doctors and 25 medical soldiers. It does not occupy the regular quota. In addition to these 2 arms, the maximum strength of the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment was expanded to 120 people, reaching the company-level combat unit. Now that he had so many points on hand, Yihan naturally would not sit idle and wait for promotion to colonel. He first spent 5,600 points to fill the vacancies of the soldiers who died this time, and then spent another 3,000 points to exchange for the Army Medical Team. The newly arrived Army Medical Team naturally belonged to the Logistics Support Department and was assigned to the Looming Town Military Hospital. The war had just ended at this time, and there was a great demand for medical care. The arrival of the military medical team solved the problem of insufficient medical services. Then Yihan opened the building interface. The Level 3 tank factory had been unlocked and required 5,000 points to upgrade. Yihan directly chose to upgrade, and the upgraded Level 3 tank factory also had many new vehicles. Long 09 infantry fighting vehicle, with synthetic armor, maximum passenger capacity of 7 people, equipped with a 30mm cannon, a 7.62mm machine gun, dual-shot Dragon Arrow 73C anti-tank missiles, and 12 smoke grenade launchers. Redemption points 1,500. 15 Leopard light main battle tank, total weight 35 tons, maximum crew 3 people, equipped with modern fire control system and information equipment, equipped with reactive armor. Main weapon is 105mm rifled tank gun. Secondary weapons are 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, 88 Type 12.7mm vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun. For Type 35mm automatic grenade launcher, redemption points 2000. Long 99, a heavy main battle tank. Total weight 52 tons. Maximum crew 3 people. External restrained composite modular armor. Modern fire control system and active protection system. Main weapon is 125mm smoothbore gun. Secondary weapon is 7.62mm coaxial machine gun and 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Exchange points 3000. Type 96 Dragon medium main battle tank. Total weight 48 tons. Maximum crew 3 people. External medium tank armor. Modern optoelectronic system fire control system. Main weapon is 125mm caliber smoothbore gun. Secondary weapon is 7.62mm coaxial machine gun and 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Exchange points 2,500. 3 of these 4 vehicles are tanks, ranging from light to heavy. Yihan was itching to get them. The synthetic tank battalion that Xiao AI had asked him to choose before had these things, and now he could make them himself. Moreover, these were the main battle tanks of Dragon Country. In terms of performance, they were definitely at the forefront of the world, and even leading in some aspects. How could Yihan not be excited? His tank battalion was finally settled. However, what disappointed Yihan was that the Longqi 17A air defense missile vehicles and PLZ long self-propelled artillery in the previous combined infantry battalion and tank battalion were not in the 3rd level tank factory. It seemed that only a 5th level tank factory could build these things. After thinking about it, Yihan decided to build his own troops according to the general tank battalion that Xiao AI had asked him to choose before. He now had 5 battalions under his command, namely Wang Long's Guard Battalion, the 3 main combat battalions of Wang Chuangui, Wang Chuanzong, and Wang Chuanan, and Wang Sheng's Aviation Battalion. The Guard Battalion was still responsible for the protection of the base, while Wang Chuangui's main battalion was changed to his own tank battalion. The tank battalion has a full strength of 520 people, divided into 3 tank companies, a fire support company, and a logistics platoon. Each tank company consists of 6 Long 99A tanks, for 15 Leopard tanks, and 2 Long 96 tanks. The fire support company is directly composed of Wang Chuangui's existing infantry company, while the logistics platoon is composed of newly exchanged army soldiers and 6 Mengshi off-road vehicles and flathead diesel trucks, mainly providing support and logistics services for the tank battalion. Chapter 89 Military Parade. By this calculation, Wang Chuangui's tank battalion will have to spend nearly 200,000 points, and the original 700,000 points will instantly become more than 400,000. This time, the upgrade for Wang Chuangui costs more than 90,000 points for the vehicle alone and more than 90,000 points for the personnel. Wang Chuangui's previous infantry company only had 6 M2 infantry fighting vehicles. In order to strengthen its combat effectiveness, Yihan exchanged for 6 Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicles to supplement it, spending 9,000 points. Although the points cost a lot, the intensity of the improvement is self-evident. At this time, from the distance of the base, the sound of rumbling engines was heard, and the ground began to tremble. Nearly 40 huge tanks and newly exchanged soldiers were rushing over. Yihan stood on the top of the wall and watched Wang Chuangui standing on the M2 infantry fighting vehicle and saluting him. He suddenly felt like he was at a military parade. "Hello, Commander." The soldiers of the tank battalion looked up and saluted Yihan while shouting in unison. There are more than 500 people here, and they are all hot-blooded soldiers. Their shouting made Yihan, who was far away on the wall, excited. When Yihan heard the greetings, he didn't know how to respond. He originally wanted to say hello, comrades, but for some reason his brain got hot-headed, and he actually yelled as soon as he opened his mouth. "Hurrah!" Upon hearing Yihan's response, Wang Chuangui and a group of tank battalion soldiers were stunned for a moment, and then the thunderous shouts of "Yura" resounded throughout the entire base. After upgrading the tank battalion, Yihan turned to look at Wang Chuanzong and Wang Chuanan. One tank battalion was enough, so Wang Chuanzong would serve as the battalion commander of the infantry battalion, and Wang Chuanan would serve as the battalion commander of the artillery battalion. The infantry battalion is composed of 4 infantry companies and a logistics support platoon. The 10 M2 infantry fighting vehicles that Yihan obtained while defending the city were also distributed to Wang Chuanzong. As for exchanging for another infantry fighting vehicle, it must be the Type 09. Since the Xiao AI system has issued him the Type 09 infantry fighting vehicle, it must be used to replace the M2. After all, the tank battalion is fully equipped with Rabbit's equipment, and using the big, beautiful infantry fighting vehicles will definitely not be as good as using their own weapons. An infantry company needs 12 infantry fighting vehicles, and 4 of them would make 48. Wang Chuanzong currently has 16 minutes and 2 seconds under his command, so 32 more will be needed. In terms of personnel, 400 army soldiers of various types and vehicles used by the logistics platoon will also be needed. After all the operations, Wang Chuanzong's infantry battalion spent more than 150,000 points, and only 250,000 points were left. Yihan was terrified when he saw the numbers dropping sharply on the points column. This was much scarier than when it was at a fully staffed battalion level. Although it would cost a lot then, he would also have more points on hand. But now, the 700,000 yuan has only fully staffed 2 battalions, and 2/3 of it has been spent. Wang Chuannan's artillery battalion and Wang Long's guard battalion have not been moved yet. While Yihan was daydreaming, Wang Chuanzong also led the infantry battalion in from under the wall. Behind the brand new Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicles were a dozen bloodstained M2 infantry fighting vehicles. Led by Wang Chuanzong, the newly summoned soldiers shouted "Yura" in unison. Yihan also responded, and then started to work on the placement of Wang Chuannan's artillery battalion. At this time, the only self-propelled artillery he could exchange was the Gold Broom. During the Guard War, 20 new ones were summoned, plus the existing 9, so the pressure on points was not as great as the first 2. According to Yihan's idea, an artillery battalion is composed of 3 Plantagenet self-propelled artillery companies, a fire support company, and a logistics platoon. Each artillery company has 12 self-propelled artillery pieces, so he only needs to add another 7. The fire support company is composed of Wang Chuannan's previous infantry company, and needs to be supplemented with 6 Long 09 infantry fighting vehicles. In total, it cost 124,700 points, which is much less than the consumption of the tank battalion and the infantry battalion, but the combat effectiveness is not bad. After the exchange, a total of 36 Briars and 12 infantry fighting vehicles also drove towards the base. Amid the shouts of "Yura," Wang Long stared at Yihan with anticipation. The 3 Wang Chuanzong brothers are now all official battalion commanders, and their equipment has been upgraded to modern levels. Don't they have to build up their guard company as well? Moreover, the guard company played a great role in this battle to defend the city. In times of crisis, the 3 main companies were unable to return home, and it was the 120 soldiers under his command and the logistics support department who held off 100,000 zombies for several hours. Yihan naturally also saw Wang Long's expectant look, but he only had 130,000 points left. Wouldn't he become a pauper if he destroyed Wang Long's guard company? But then again, this battle to defend the city did expose many problems, the first of which was that the guard company's heavy firepower was clearly insufficient. Even though there are 100,000 zombies attacking the city, if other main combat companies were to defend it, it would probably not be much better than the guard company. After all, the number of people is there. However, Wang Long's guard company is still too poor in mechanization. All of their vehicles are warriors or bobcats. These things are easy to use in battles against players, but they are very weak in battles against zombies. Although the guard company is a guard force, it is ultimately a force and not a police force. You can't really build it into a public security department, right? Therefore, it is necessary to upgrade the guard company's vehicles and heavy firepower. Another problem exposed in the battle to defend the city was the lack of guarding force on the city wall. 2 guard platoons were obviously not enough. The machine gun fortresses were obviously powerful in this battle to defend the city. If it were not for the 4 machine gun fortresses, the city gate would have been breached long ago. After thinking about it, Yihan decided to increase the number of machine gun fortresses. There are 7 soldiers in each machine gun bunker. Although these soldiers cannot go more than 1 kilometer away from the perimeter of the bunker, they are definitely enough to guard the walls. They can also patrol the walls when they are free, thus freeing up the strength of the guard battalion. After all, this thing doesn't take up any of your regimental quota, so why not get more? 1 machine gun bunker was added for every 100 meters of the city wall, plus the 4 at the city gate, for a total of 14 machine gun bunkers. The number of soldiers inside reached 98 people, and Yihan incorporated them all into the guard battalion. That is to say, when the guard battalion is fully staffed, the number of soldiers including the machine gun fortresses on the wall can reach 618. The guard battalion is divided into 5 guard companies and a logistics support platoon. The machine gun fortress soldiers form a separate wall guard company, responsible for daily patrols of the wall. The remaining 4 companies are divided into a heavy firepower guard company, 2 infantry guard companies, and a mobile guard company. Yihan built the heavy firepower guard company directly according to the blueprint of the tank company. Naturally, the Dragon 99A could not be used. This thing is a heavy main battle tank. It would be a waste to use it for public security. Moreover, The broken roads in the town would probably collapse after a few times of driving on them. However, he could get some Leopard 15 light tanks, which were cheap. Therefore, the heavy fire support company consisted of 12 Leopard 15 light tanks. The two infantry guard companies are composed of a total of 24 Long 09 infantry fighting vehicles as their main combat equipment. As for the mobile guard company, it is still composed of the old equipment of Wang Long's previous guard company, namely Mengsher off-road vehicles and Link's all-terrain vehicles. These things are faster than infantry fighting vehicles and are very suitable for mobile support inside and outside the base. The logistics platoon has the same configuration as other battalions, with 40 guard soldiers and 6 Mengsher and Pingtucha vehicles. In terms of personnel, 100 guards are still exchanged, and the guard company soldiers who have been promoted to sergeants are assigned to each company to drive vehicles. In total, the cost of Wang Long's guard battalion reached 117,600. Considering that it had an additional wall guard company compared to the tank battalion, the cost was quite low, but the combat effectiveness was not bad at all. Not only are there a large number of Leopard 15 tanks and 24 infantry fighting vehicles, but there are also 98 additional wall guards. Wang Long's guard battalion can be said to be doing a lot with a little money. Chapter 90 Scouting Shillong. However, even with the extremely low cost of the guard camp, the remaining 130,000 points in Yihan's hand were sharply reduced to 13,000 points. If it were in the Gobi Desert, this number would not be considered small, but for Yihan, who has reached the regiment level, this amount of points is really not enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. As it reached the lieutenant colonel regiment level, a first-level aviation weapons factory, a second-level arsenal, and an army officer training center appeared in the building column. Level 2 arsenal. Upgrading costs 3,000 points. After manufacturing, it can manufacture various types of guns and ammunition, and manufacture Type 95 automatic rifles, 60 points, MP7 submachine guns, 40 points, and Beretta pistols, 30 points. Army Officer Training Center. The construction costs 10,000 points. After completion, you can train existing soldiers, or use the points to directly redeem command-type Army officers. Training and redemption require 2,000 points, and advanced training requires 5,000 points. This thing is too expensive. After all, Wang Hu and Wang Chuangwei are just ordinary soldiers, and it is already a bit difficult for them to command a battalion-level unit. Although Yihan's army lacks command talents, he has too little money on hand, and can only give up for the time being. Level 1 Aviation Weapon Factory. Construction costs 5,000 points. After completion, points can be used to manufacture aviation vehicles and weapons. Level 1 Factory can manufacture Hunting Eagle rotorcraft, 600 points. Longji 5 multi-purpose helicopter, 1,200 points. Yihan looked at what could be produced in the first-level aviation weapons factory, and there was no Long Z-10 and Long Z-20. Since he already had an aviation battalion, there was no rush to manufacture these things. It would not be too late to manufacture them after he had more points. The 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment now has a staff of 120 people. To fill it up, it will require more than 70,000 points. The points I have now are not enough, so I simply don't change. The few points he had at the moment seemed a bit useless, neither high nor low. Yihan could only think of the technology research center that he could have built when he was a battalion commander. This thing required 10,000 points to build. Before, he had been busy improving his combat power and had not built it. I can pick a time later to take it out and have a look, Yihan muttered to himself. However, the most important thing at the moment is the subsequent strategic deployment. Yihan currently has 5 fully staffed battalions under his command, as well as many other troops. These include Wang Long's Guard Battalion, totaling 617 people, equipped with Leopard 15 light tanks and Long 09 infantry fighting vehicles, and mainly responsible for the defense of the base. The main forces include Wang Chuangwei's Tank Battalion, with a total of 520 people, equipped with 36 tanks of various models and 12 infantry fighting vehicles. Wang Chuanzhang's Combined Infantry Battalion, with a total of 520 people, equipped with a large number of modern infantry fighting vehicles, more than half of which are the latest Dragon 09, and Wang Chuannan's Artillery Battalion, in addition to 520 soldiers, also has 36 Goldbroom self-propelled artillery and 12 infantry fighting vehicles. Finally, there is Wang Shang's General Aviation Battalion, with a total of 48 helicopters of various models. The main force has been stationed in the base under Wang Hu's arrangement. In addition to these, there are soldiers from the Logistics Support Department, including a 120-man engineering company and 70 medical and cooking soldiers. Adding the 30 soldiers from the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment and Ghosts, Yihan's regimental level force now has a total of 2,918 people. Moreover, it is a synthetic army regiment with complete modern vehicles and integrated air-ground capabilities, and can definitely be considered strong in both men and horses. Since there is no need to worry about the safety of the base, the next step is to expand the results of the battle. Yihan thought about it and called Wang Chuanzong to him. Wang Chuanzong, now order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies of your infantry battalion to enter Huanghua Town, Shikou Town, and Liansha Township respectively. Eliminate the remaining zombies in the town, shelter the remaining survivors, and stay there on standby after the mission is completed. At the same time, the 4th Company of the Infantry Battalion set out for Shillong County and stationed outside the county town, conducting reconnaissance missions in conjunction with the aviation force. Before the war, the clearing mission of these 3 towns had been basically completed, but due to the rush to support the base, there was no time to expand the results. Now is the time to incorporate these 3 areas into the base's territory. After arranging the tasks for the infantry battalion, Yihan turned around and called Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, send the attack reconnaissance company of the aviation battalion to fly the Longji 20 over Shillong County for reconnaissance, and cooperate with the ground forces of the 4th Company of the infantry battalion to find out the internal situation of Shillong County. The tactical counterpart of the Longji 20 is the Black Hawk helicopter of the United States. As a general-purpose helicopter, it is equipped in large quantities within the Army. Although its firepower cannot compare with the Longji 10 and the Apache attack helicopter of the United States, its versatility is stronger than them. It can not only undertake assault missions, but is also indispensable in many aspects such as reconnaissance of enemy situations, low-altitude patrols, attacking tank formations, and tactical support. What's more, the performance of the Longji 20 is better than that of the Black Hawk. Conducting reconnaissance on a small Shillong County is simply an overkill. However, considering the complicated situation, Yihan still ordered the ground troops to follow up. After arranging the tasks for Wang Chuanzong and Wang Sheng, Wang Hu walked up to Yihan and asked, "Commander, what about the tasks for the artillery battalion and the tank battalion?" Yihan smiled. There was currently a guard battalion of 618 people stationed in the base. The defense work was already done. The tank battalion and artillery battalion would naturally be stationed at the front. Let the tank battalion and artillery battalion be stationed in 2 villages near Shillong County, ready to take Shillong County in one fell swoop. After this battle, Yihan roughly guessed the situation in Shillong County. Apocalyptic Company did not have a large-scale armed force in Shillong County, otherwise it would have sent them out to fight Yihan long ago. All they can command are less than 1,000 Apocalypse players and a group of zombies. Now they are just waiting for the reconnaissance team to confirm the situation. Once the situation in Shillong County is clear, the ground troops will follow up immediately. Hundreds of thousands of zombies mean millions of points. If Yihan takes over Shillong County and then the counties and towns surrounding it, he will be able to move into brigade-level command authority. By then, Chongqing City, a big city with a population of over 1 million, will be in Yihan's pocket. When the 12 Longji 20 fighters of the Assault Reconnaissance Company arrived over Shillong County, the Shillong County Tianchi branch located in the center of Shillong County was already in chaos. The person in charge of Tianchi in Shillong County was frowning and talking on the phone, his voice full of tension. The Dragon Army at Looming Base has sent helicopters to scout Shillong County. At the same time, the front line reported that 2 armored battalions have entered a village 20 kilometers away from Shillong County, and they seem to be eyeing Shillong County covetously. The other end of the phone was silent for a long time before he said, "Have you figured out which side of Dragon Country this unit belongs to? Is there any connection with the Chinese unit in Chongqing City?" "No, this army seems to have appeared out of nowhere, but it is certain that they have no contact with Chongqing City for the time being. Is Chongqing City going to send troops to assist in the defense? We are definitely not able to hold on with such a small number of people." Chapter 91 Research Center. The person on the other end of the phone chuckled. Right now the company in Chongqing City is busy swallowing up the Chinese army inside. Now is the critical moment. There is no need to worry about a regiment-level force. Since they want to help eliminate the zombies in Shillong County, just give it to them. We just need to wait until we are done with Chongqing City. Then we can turn around and reap the benefits of this army. You should retreat immediately and let them play with the zombies. After saying this, the call was hung up. The Shillong County official looked at the helicopter hovering outside the window with an uncertain expression. After a long time, he sighed and said to his followers, "The higher-ups want us to retreat and not confront Looming head-on." The followers behind him couldn't believe it after hearing this. It's just a small regiment-level force. Why didn't Chongqing Company send troops to support it? Hearing the attendant's words, the person in charge frowned. The superiors have made arrangements. Do you need to worry about it? Have you forgotten how the company handles people who talk too much? As soon as he finished speaking, the follower who had talked back shuddered suddenly. He didn't know much else, but he knew very well how the company dealt with its own people. Many of those Avengers were reformed from the dragon, people who had made mistakes in the company. Drugs are forcibly implanted into the body to transform the flesh into a war machine, and only 20 to 30 of people can survive the process and become Avengers. Seeing his followers being frightened, the person in charge smiled with satisfaction and then said, "Don't worry. As long as you work hard for our Apocalypse company, there will naturally be rewards. Now let the personnel retreat and release all the modified zombies in Shillong County. Since they want Shillong County, give it to them." After hearing the instructions from the person in charge, the Apocalypse players in Shillong County rushed to the warehouses of the Apocalypse company in Shillong County. As the iron gates slowly opened, the Lord zombies that could no longer be seen in human form stepped out one after another. Yi-Han, who was still at the looming base at this time, was of course unaware of the little commotion in Shillong County. The work in the walled area had been arranged, but the situation behind the base could only be described as a mess. The looming town, which had experienced a war, was already unrecognizable. It was then attacked by the Apocalypse players and the Aviation Battalion. At this time, the looming base was almost in ruins. Only the school command center and the few remaining residential areas remained intact. Under Yi Ruoshua's arrangement, the engineering company has begun repair work inside the base, and Lu Tu also brought the post-war situation in the base. Commander-in-Chief Yi, this is Minister Ye's summary of the base's situation. Please take a look. Lu Tu handed a stack of papers to Yi-Han. Yi-Han took a look and found that Yi Ruoshua's report on the situation was very detailed. First of all, the situation of material reserves. Thanks to the timely intervention of the Aviation Battalion, the fuel and food did not suffer too much loss, and the engineering company continued to deliver supplies from outside the base. Various types of oil have reached 400 cubic meters, and grain is close to 700 tons. However, considering the expansion of the troops, the 400 cubic meters of oil reserves are still too small. Yi Ruoshua also considerately added that Yi-Han must quickly take over Shillong County. According to estimates, the oil reserves in Shillong County are at least over 1,000 cubic meters. In addition to the supply situation, there is also the casualties. After absorbing survivors from the surrounding areas, the base has reached 1,200 people. However, more than 50 survivors died in the battle to defend the city, 100 survivors rebelled, and many were injured. There are currently 1,000 legitimate survivors in the base, all of whom have been assigned various jobs, either engaged in agricultural planting or rebuilding the base. Those who rebelled are now mining in a small mine, and 2 of them were crushed to death in a mine collapse this morning. And 5 or 6 survivors of the mutiny staged a small protest because they were dissatisfied with their work. Yi-Han also issued instructions on this. If he doesn't work hard, let him sleep well. If he doesn't work, there are plenty of power to do it. In addition to these, there are the casualties of the main vehicle group, or the Ministry of Public Security. The Mainz Regiment performed well in this battle, which was of course inseparable from Lu Tu's command. Out of the original more than 100 people, only 90 were left. In order to provide relief to the main motor vehicle regiment, Yi-Han ordered the troops to distribute all the remaining Bobcat vehicles and Mengsher off-road vehicles to the main motor vehicle regiment. These vehicles were much better than the main motor vehicle regiment's own vehicles, and they were all equipped with mounted machine guns. As for the main members who died in the battle, Yi-Han treated them directly as martyrs and buried them in the martyrs' cemetery. Moreover, the spoils after the death of the Apocalypse player will be distributed internally by the main car group itself. Lu Tu was very happy to hear the news and said frankly that he did not follow the wrong person. In fact, Yi-Han wanted to increase their combat power, but he didn't have enough points. Otherwise, he would build a second-level arsenal and give them some fully automatic rifles. After arranging the rear-end work, Yi-Han focused his attention on the Science and Technology Research Center. After it is manufactured, it can provide 4 scientific research laboratories and be equipped with corresponding researchers. However, the points consumption is also quite high, requiring a full 10,000 points. Yi-Han didn't think much about it and directly built the Scientific Research Center in the Desert Eye Oasis. This kind of military facility would definitely be safer if placed in a command vehicle. 10,000 points were quickly consumed, and Yi-Han only had a few thousand points left. In the blink of an eye, he became a pauper leader. The research center consists of 3 small buildings with a height of 10 meters, all of which have glass curtain walls. A small artificial garden is also built in the center of the base. In terms of environment, it is considered to be the best in the system of buildings. At this time, 20 researchers were already standing at the entrance of the research center waiting for Yihan. When they saw Yihan, they all saluted and said, "Hello, Commander." Yihan didn't greet them. He just nodded and asked, "Who is the person in charge?" Among the researchers, an old man who looked to be in his 60s stood up and said, "Commander, I am Chun Zheng, and I am also the general manager of the research center." The old man named Chun Zheng has white hair and a youthful face. He looks very kind and much calmer than the soldiers like Wang Long and Wang Hu. Please introduce the situation of the Scientific Research Center. After listening, Chun Zheng introduced it to Yihan. The research center contains 4 laboratories with a total of 20 researchers. Each laboratory is led by a professor-level researcher. It can provide medical experiments, energy optimization, facility improvement, and other experimental work. Each laboratory needs to spend 1,000 points to carry out research. Yihan frowned as he found out that points were required to conduct scientific research. If it was before the expansion of the army, he would have not even blinked an eye, but now he is short of money. Can the medical experiment you mentioned produce an anti-zombie virus drug, like Ghost? Yihan asked. Chun Zheng frowned after hearing this. This experiment is more complicated and has a certain risk of failure. I suggest that the commander conduct it only when he has enough points. We can also develop medicines to improve the physical fitness of soldiers, but these all require huge points to support them. Yihan was a little disappointed when he heard Chun Zheng's words, but it only lasted for a moment. After taking over Shillong County, he would have at least several million points, which would definitely be enough to carry out experiments. The most important thing right now is energy. The aviation battalion needs special aviation gasoline, and the armored forces also need various types of diesel. However, most of the supplies stored at the base are now gasoline. Well, let's do this. You guys start with a research project on energy improvement. The research and development is to develop universal gasoline, or the ability to freely convert various types of fuels. Based on ordinary gasoline, it can meet the energy needs of aviation helicopters, tanks, and other vehicles. Chapter 92, 15 Treasure Chests. After receiving Yihan's order, Chun Zheng immediately led the researchers to carry out research on energy improvement. At this time, the frontline battlefield cleaning was basically completed. Wang Hu came to report to Yihan. Report to the commander, the frontline battlefield cleaning is completed. A total of 5 gold treasure chests were obtained. Please take a look. At the mention of the treasure chest, Yihan's eyes lit up. He had been focusing on improving the troops these days, and his own command vehicle was only level 2 at this moment. The blueprint of the quadruple vehicle-mounted rocket launcher he had obtained before had never been put to use. After getting the treasure chest, Yihan was not in a hurry to open it. His luck in opening boxes has always been bad. Since Lu Tu is also in the base now, he might as well let him help him open it. Thinking of this, Yihan called Lu Tu over from behind. When Lu Tu arrived, Yihan opened the point mall of the world system and took a look. The world system had previously told Yihan that a savior could earn 10 points for each survivor he took in, and the points could be exchanged for various treasure chests within the world system. There are currently 1,000 survivors in the base, which translates to 10,000 points. Open the point mall page of the world system, and you will see a wide variety of treasure chests that can be exchanged. First, there are wooden treasure chests, which can be exchanged for 1 point, iron treasure chests that require 10 points, and steel treasure chests that require 100 points. The gold treasure chest that can open the 3rd-level vehicle upgrade blueprint requires a full 1,000 points. In other words, the value of a golden treasure chest is equal to 100 survivors, which is quite expensive. Above the gold treasure chest is the platinum treasure chest, which costs 10,000 points. There must be good stuff in there, without a doubt, at least some blueprints of level 4 or above. However, Yihan couldn't use this thing for the time being, so he just gave up for the time being. So Yihan exchanged 10 gold treasure chests through the world system, and with the treasure chests swept from the battlefield, the number reached 15. When Lu Tu arrived, he was dazzled by the 15 golden treasure chests in front of him. Commander Yi, did you rob the world system? Our main group worked so hard to complete the mission of helping the savior, but we only got 1 golden treasure chest. Those who made less contribution even got only a steel treasure chest. Yihan smiled noncommittally. Are you kidding? Is it so easy to get a golden treasure chest? Yihan contributed a whole regiment of troops to get these. It was already very good for the few people under Lu Tu to get a golden treasure chest. Okay, Brother Lu, these golden treasure chests are up to you. Please help me open them. Yihan handed Lu Tu a cigarette and said while standing aside. Lu Tu moved his wrist and signaled to Yihan to rest assured, then began the unpacking process. 15 golden treasure chests were quickly opened under Lu Tu's operation, and a lot of good stuff exploded on the ground in an instant. Yihan couldn't help smacking his lips when seeing this. It turned out that he paid off to win over Lu Tuesday. His luck was really too good. There were 5 level 3-room expansion upgrade packs. You know, this thing can provide 300 square meters of vehicle space. 5 packs would be 1,500 square meters, which is equivalent to the size of a small factory. But this thing is actually not bad for Yihan. After all, he has the Desert Eye Oasis, so he is not short of space. The remaining 10 items are quite high-end. The first is the Vehicle Power Energy Improvement Package and the Vehicle Photovoltaic Power Generation System. The combination of these two things can transform a gasoline car into an electric car. It is also a self-powered tram. Of course, photovoltaic power generation alone is difficult to power the command vehicle, but Yihan has a magnetic power plant. In addition to these two items, Lu Tu also came up with a vehicle-mounted electronic fire control system improvement package and a 105 caliber rifled gun blueprint, plus 2 third-level vehicle upgrade blueprints. As for the rest, there is nothing new, just a 75 caliber individual mortar manufacturing tutorial, 2 AK-47 rifle tutorials, and a single-shot vehicle-mounted rocket launcher blueprint. Yihan didn't need these 4 things, so he gave them to Lu Tu as a favor. As for the extra third-level vehicle upgrade blueprint, Yihan didn't plan to give it to him. This kid was so lucky that he would probably be able to make it himself in a few days. It would be better to put these third-level vehicle upgrade drawings on the trading market to take advantage of other players. After taking advantage of Lu Tu, Yihan exchanged some pleasantries with him and hurriedly got into the command vehicle, ready to begin his own level 3 vehicle upgrade. It had been almost 2 weeks since the last vehicle upgrade, so how could Yihan not be excited? It is detected that the player Yihan already has the third-level vehicle upgrade blueprint. Do you want to upgrade the second-level vehicle, the armed command vehicle? With excitement, Yihan clicked yes, and then the interface for selecting the upgrade direction appeared in front of him. Upgrade Direction 1. Self-propelled tactical fortress. Requires level 3 vehicle-mounted composite armor blueprints, large-caliber rifled gun blueprints, and vehicle-mounted machine gun modification blueprints. Upgrade Direction 2. Tactical armed command vehicle. Requires vehicle-mounted radar modification drawings, and the third-level vehicle space is expanded by more than 3 times. Upgrade Direction 3. Tactical armed base vehicle. Requires electronic fire control system modification drawings, and the third-level vehicle space is expanded by more than 5 copies. This upgrade did not have the 4th upgrade direction as in the first upgrade, but Yihan did not take it too seriously. After all, the 3 upgrade directions in front of him were enough for him to choose from. The first is the self-propelled tactical fortress, which requires not only advanced armored blueprints, but also large-caliber rifled guns and machine guns. It is obviously an integrated offensive and defensive combat vehicle, and the fortress also means rushing to the front line. In the eyes of other players, they will definitely choose this thing. After all, once a self-propelled tactical fortress is built, it may be enough to dominate the entire biochemical world. The premise is that there are no missiles or airstrikes. Yihan just took a look and ruled out the self-propelled tactical fortress. The reason was simple. He didn't need to rush to the front line. With an entire armored combined regiment, the frontline ground forces have Dragon 99A tanks, and the air has Dragon Z-10 and Dragon Z-20. Why would they want to build a tactical fortress of their own? Although it is necessary to improve the defensive performance of one's own vehicle, turning it into a fortress is a bit unreasonable. Then Yihan turned his attention to the remaining 2 options. One was a tactical command vehicle, and the other was a tactical base vehicle. These 2 were a bit difficult to choose. If it is a command vehicle, then its function should not be much different from the current one. That is, it will serve as a battlefield command center and act as the brain of the entire army. But the base vehicle is different. It means the core of the entire army. It means logistical supply and the rear of the entire army. Chapter 93 Tactical Armed Base Vehicle. After comprehensive consideration, Yihan chose the tactical base vehicle. There are 2 reasons. On the one hand, with Xiao AI's ability to control the entire army, even if he chooses a base vehicle, he can still command the entire army. On the other hand, Looming Base is only a temporary place after all, and he is just a passerby. It is impossible for him to stay in Looming Base forever, so it is necessary to build a base vehicle. Choose Upgrade Direction 3, Level 3 Tactical Base Vehicle. Yihan no longer hesitated and directly pressed the upgrade option. A white light flashed suddenly, and the voice of the world system resounded in Yihan's mind. Upgrading, please wait. This upgrade took much longer than the first time. It took a full 10 minutes to complete. When Yihan opened his eyes, he could no longer recognize where he was. Although his original command room was not small, it was not very big either. It was just like a normal meeting room, with a 10-seat conference table in the middle and his command chair behind it. There was not much remaining space. But at this moment, the command room in front of us can no longer be called a command room. It should be called a command center. The area alone is as large as 300 square meters, comparable to a small square. The front of the command center is filled with various electronic instruments, and the walls are also covered with various screens, which not only display the various safety data and driving conditions of the base vehicles, but also the storage status of materials and the stationing status of each company and platoon. In addition, there are 5 rows of seats in the command center equipped with computers, which appears to be able to accommodate 30 people. In the future, we can station some battlefield command talents here and turn it into a general staff. Yihan looked at the command center and nodded. There is an aisle coming out of the command center, and on both sides of the aisle are 2 doors. One door is written with Commander's Lounge, and the other is the meeting room. Yihan simply went in and took a look at the 2 rooms. The layout of his own lounge had not changed much, except that there was a separate toilet and shower room. The furniture had also changed from ordinary wooden furniture to modern soft beds and pearwood desks, and was also equipped with a bookcase. Although I don't have much time to read books normally, at least I pretend to do so. As for the conference room, it is a bit like a school auditorium, with seats that can accommodate hundreds of people below, and 2 tables and a microphone on the stage. At the end of the corridor is the second corridor, which has 8 doors on both sides and a flight of stairs leading to the upper floors. The first 4 doors all have soldiers' quarters written on them, but 2 of them cannot be opened. I guess it's because I don't have enough space for the expansion pack, so they are just preset doors. The remaining 2 soldiers' dormitories each have an area of 300 square meters. Each space is divided into 10 small rooms, all of which are designed with bunk beds. In total, the 2 dormitories can accommodate the entire battalion of people. As for the remaining doors, 2 are storage rooms, one is the kitchen, and the other is the public bathroom. As for the second floor, Yihan also went up to take a look. The front half was the weapon control area of the base vehicle, where various weapons could be directly operated on the base vehicle to launch attacks and defenses. The back half led to the interior of the Desert Eye Oasis, where, in addition to buildings such as tank factories, arsenals, and scientific research centers, there were large tracts of woodland. After visiting the base vehicle, Yihan hurriedly got out of the base vehicle and looked outside. Just one glance shocked Yihan. Compared to the second-level command vehicle, the base vehicle is too large. Its height alone is close to 3 stories high, and its length is like 2 train cars. The original 4-wheel drive front and 8-wheel drive rear tires have been replaced with a half-track design. In other words, the base vehicle can adapt to various complex road sections. Of course, the premise is that the repair and maintenance work is done well. After all, tracks are prone to malfunction, but for Yihan, who has an engineering company and engineers, this is not a problem. According to Yihan's estimation, when the base vehicle drove onto the highway, it occupied both lanes. There was no question of whether it crossed the line or not. This thing directly crossed the line. It won't get any bigger later, will it? If it gets any bigger, it will collapse the road. Yihan murmured. Afterwards, Yihan installed all the other drawings and quadruple rocket launchers he had obtained this time on the base vehicle. At this time, the weapon area on the base vehicle not only had a 105 caliber rifled gun, but also a quadruple rocket launcher, anti-aircraft machine guns, and vehicle-mounted machine guns. In terms of firepower alone, it far surpasses the infantry fighting vehicles and tanks exchanged by the system. Moreover, the base vehicle at this time has been modernized. It not only has an electronic fire control system and a first-level vehicle-mounted radar, but also an electric energy system and photovoltaic power generation equipment, and can basically get rid of fossil energy. The only flaw is the defensive performance. After all, it is still using level 2 steel armor and level 2 bulletproof glass, but these are all minor matters. First of all, no one can run across an armored regiment to come to him unless he drives the base vehicle out. Besides, Yihan can also exchange what he needs through the trading market. Looking at the huge base vehicle, Yihan suddenly had an idea. Machine gun forts can be built on the wall, so if we further develop our base vehicles, can we also build the automatic defense machine guns and machine gun forts in the Xiao AI system? If that thing can be put on a base vehicle, that would be quite cool. Although it is called a base vehicle, it is probably no different from a self-propelled tactical fortress. When Yihan was fantasizing about the future, Lu Tu turned back to see the effect of Yihan's upgrade. After just one look, Lu Tu was stunned. Commander Yi, this thing of yours is too exaggerated, isn't it? Although other people's level 3 vehicles are also big, they are not as big as this. It looks more like a level 4 vehicle. Lu Tu said, smacking his lips. Hearing Lu Tu's words, Yihan looked at him strangely. Other people's level 3 vehicles? Has anyone upgraded to level 3? I have only managed to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle today. This progress is considered fast. How is it possible that someone can get ahead of me? Of course there are. Not everyone has such dirty hands as you. Lu Tu joked with a grin. Yihan was somewhat speechless. Could it be that he is from your My-Inch group? That's not the case. The system rewards of the main car group are too small. I just got the 3rd level vehicle blueprint this time, and I haven't had time to upgrade it yet. It's that group of Apocalypse people. In Shillong County alone, there are 2 team captains from the Apocalypse camp whose vehicles have been upgraded to level 3, and 1 from the Wanderer camp has also been upgraded to level 3. Lu Tu said as he lit a cigarette for himself. After taking over Looming Town, tobacco and alcohol were brought under the management of the Logistics Support Department. As the Minister of Public Security, it was naturally a small matter for Lu Tu to get some cigarettes. So many. Yihan couldn't believe it. I just asked around. The Apocalypse camp can get 100 points for killing a survivor. It will be much easier for them to redeem the gold treasure chest. Yihan frowned after hearing this and couldn't help cursing the world system. He really couldn't figure out which side this damn system was on. It even treated people differently. He only got 10 points for rescuing one person, but he got 100 points for killing someone else. However, what Yihan didn't know was that when he was cursing the world system in his heart, the world system was also very depressed. He didn't know where this dog Yihan got so many troops from. If he continued like this, the game would be unbalanced. He had no choice but to add patches like crazy and give more benefits to Apocalypse. Chapter 94, Trap. After seeing Lu Tu off, Yihan frowned and looked at the situation in the communication hall. According to his own analysis, there are about 800 or 900 players in Shillong County at this time, most of whom are from Apocalypse. I heard that the Tianchi branch in Shillong County is going to withdraw. Should we withdraw as well? Withdraw a few cents. The 2 captains of the Apocalypse team in Shillong County are both level 3 vehicles, and they are also equipped with 25mm caliber guns. They are called Shillong small tanks. Do we still need to be afraid of Yihan attacking the county? The kid upstairs, you've probably never died before. A 25mm caliber is just a small toothpick at best. Yihan not only has helicopters, but also tanks with 125 caliber guns. When you 2 meet, you'll understand what it means to be like a grandson meeting a grandfather. Now Shillong's Apocalypse people are going to have a hard time. Anyway, we are wanderers, so we don't want to offend either side. Yishin will not kill us when he enters the city. Yishin looked at the situation inside, and it seemed that the Apocalypse from Shillong County was about to retreat. How could this be possible? It seemed that he had exposed too much. Now that the rabbits were scared, what should he do if he didn't fall for it? Now the Apocalypse people in Shillong County are basically like frightened birds. They have no intention of confronting Yihan at all, and just want to run away quickly. However, there are some pro-war factions among them, but they are not popular because their equipment is far behind Yihan. 900 Apocalypses are basically level 2 players, which means 90,000 points and 900 takeouts. How could Yihan give up so easily? Even if I suffer a little loss, I have to let these guys from Apocalypse stay in Shillong to fight with me. With this idea in mind, Yihan called Lu Tu over and said, "Brother Lu, my name is too famous, so it's not convenient for me to do things in person. You can find some new faces in the main car group and let them do business in the trading hall." Doing business? Lu Tu didn't understand what Yihan was up to. Yihan told Lu Tu his idea with a wicked smile, which was to let the wanderers of the main car group build up momentum so that Apocalypse would believe that Yihan was just strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and at the same time, let the main car group secretly sell some high-level arms to the Apocalypse. Anyway, ordinary arms can't threaten Yihan at all, and he can also take the opportunity to reap some benefits from Apocalypse. However, these 2 points alone are certainly not enough to lead the Apocalypse people of Shillong County to join the fight against Yihan. So Yihan also asked Lu Tu to cooperate with him in acting out a play. Let the main car regiment and the 4th company of the Guard Battalion go to fight a battle outside Shillong County. The louder the noise, the better, and it would be best if all the Apocalypse players in Shillong County could hear it. The fight will naturally be a fake one, and the main car regiment must win gloriously. Yihan and Lu Tu quickly made a plan. The 4th Company of the Guard Battalion and the main vehicle regiment also rushed to the designated locations to prepare for the performance, and Yihan, the big director, naturally sat in the base to command. As for the security of the base, it is temporarily under the control of the Guard Battalion. When it was around 8 or 9 in the evening, with Yihan's order, the main vehicle regiment and the 4th Guard Company quickly started fighting. All the men raised their guns 1 centimeter higher and fired at the sky. The crackling sound lasted the entire night. Early the next morning, Yihan immediately ordered the 4th Guard Company to withdraw to the base, and then the main vehicle regiment started clamoring in the communication hall. Yihan attempted to attack our camp in Shillong County last night. We fought all night and finally beat him back. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. The soldiers under Yihan are too bad. They can't even hold their guns steadily, yet they pretend to be regular soldiers. The main reason is that our team has acquired some new weapons. We have quite a few vehicle-mounted machine guns and mortars. Why should we be afraid of Yihan? In one word, we will fight. As the main Che group clamored in the group, the apocalypses also showed up one after another. What the hell are you so awesome? Yihan's tank was driven away by your few crappy guns? Are you kidding? Someone questioned. What tanks? Yihan fought so many zombies while defending the city before. Now those tanks are just fancy stuff and they have no shells left, said a member of the main vehicle group. Aren't you and the main car group in the same group as Yihan? What's going on? Are you trying to split up? There were also players who followed from the Gobi world and recognized the people from the main Che group at a glance. As for this, Lu Tu had already thought of it and quickly asked someone to explain. We are all wanderers, and we don't belong to any camp. When Yihan was still so powerful, we naturally sided with him. Now that he is running low on ammunition, we will follow him and wait for death. Is Yihan really out of ammunition? If so, we have a chance to do something. I think it's 70 true. There were 100,000 zombies attacking the city at that time. With Yihan's method, all the ammunition was used up. I guess he is just a paper tiger now, good looking but useless. Otherwise, how could he have been driven away by the main Che group last night? But he still has a helicopter. What a big deal. We have artillery here in Shillong County. We can just shoot them down. As long as the ground troops can defeat them, what can a dozen helicopters do? At this time, the Apocalypse players were already clamoring and seemed to be getting more and more confident as they spoke. On the other side, in the Apocalypse player camp in Shillong County, 2 Apocalypse camp convoys also held a meeting. Boss, are we going to retreat or not? There were gunshots all night last night, and Yihan retreated the next day. We might actually have a fight. Yes, we have 800 or 900 Apocalypse players in Shillong County. We can fight against such a small group of people like the main Che group. If we defeat Yihan, all his tanks and armored vehicles will be ours. If we don't take action now and give up Shillong County, it will be difficult to deal with Yihan once he resupplies the ammunition. Hearing the discussion of his younger brothers, Chen Sihu was also very tempted. Although he had a 3rd-level vehicle, the equipment of his younger brothers was too poor. If it was true as said in the communication hall that Yihan had no shells on hand, then if it was just a conventional firepower confrontation, he would really have a chance to fight. As long as he wins, he will have dozens of armored vehicles and tanks and so on. He feels that it will be enough for him to dominate Shillong County. No, he can even become the overlord in Chongqing City. But why do I always feel like something is not right? Just when Chen Sihu was hesitating whether to confront Yihan, his subordinate suddenly said nervously, Boss, the 2 Apocalypse convoys in Tushan County next door have also heard about what happened here and have sent people here. Chen Sihu frowned. Why did they send people here? The younger brother paused and then said, I guess they also want to get a piece of the pie. Yihan has so many armored vehicles and tanks. Although they have no ammunition, they are serious killing weapons. No one would not be tempted. Boss, make a decision quickly. Chapter 95, Attacking Shillong County. After hearing his younger brother's guess, Chen Siu pondered for a long time, slowly lit a cigarette, and then looked at his younger brothers fiercely. Brothers, we must defend the camp. As long as Yihan dares to break in, we will not let him leave. Also, whoever dares to snatch equipment from us, no matter which faction he belongs to, will be killed without mercy. Hearing Chen Sihu's words, his younger brothers also cheered. To them, the originally powerful and terrifying Yihan now looked more like an alluring beauty, but they didn't know that there was a huge trap behind it. On the other side, Yihan also received reconnaissance reports from the aviation battalion and ground forces. There are approximately 350,000 zombies in Shillong County, scattered throughout the streets and buildings in the county. Apart from the zombies, Apocalypse Company has retreated, and the remaining forces are only 2 Apocalypse convoys with a total size of about 900 people and a wanderer camp of 200 people. The 3 convoys occupied Shillong County's grain storage depot, public security bureau, and hospital respectively. According to the report from the aviation battalion, the 3 convoys, especially those from the Apocalypse camp, were eager to retreat yesterday. However, after the military exercise by Lu Tu and the 4th Guard Company last night, the 3 convoys no longer had any plans to retreat, and instead were ready to attack the pigs and sheep. Yihan was naturally happy about this. It seemed that his strategy had taken effect. At this time, Lu Tu also received a trading order from the Apocalypse players in Shillong County. At Yihan's suggestion, Lu Tu sold them a large number of fully automatic weapons and wooden-handled grenades. In addition, he also sold 30 75mm mortars. These things will undoubtedly boost the confidence of the Apocalypse convoy. Of course, Yihan is not that stupid. Wooden-handled grenades and fully automatic weapons basically pose no threat to his troops, but mortars are different. So Yihan still did some work on them. There was nothing wrong with the mortar itself, but the shells. Under Yihan's command, Xiao AI has changed the manufacturing materials for this batch of mortar shells in the arsenal. According to Xiao AI's estimation, 9 out of 10 shells fired are duds, which means they can be fired but cannot explode. As for the one that is not a dud, it will explode. Yihan's conspiracy combination is definitely intended to kill all the Apocalypse players in Shillong County. The Apocalypse players on the other side were overjoyed when they received the new equipment, and they treated them like heirlooms, hoping that these things would earn them Yihan's tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. But in fact, these dozens of artillerymen of Chen Sihu were like time bombs that would explode while firing. Near noon, Yihan issued a combat order for Shillong County at the command center of the base vehicle. In this battle, except for the guard battalion and the main vehicle regiment guarding the base, all other troops will attack. The 1st and 2nd companies of the infantry battalion and the 1st and 2nd companies of the tank battalion entered from the south of Shillong County and launched a frontal battle against the zombie swarm in Shillong County. The 3rd and 4th companies of the infantry battalion drove to the grain storage and hospital where the 2 Apocalypse convoys were stationed, ready to collect their bodies. As for the Apocalypse players in the public security station, they will be handed over to the artillery battalion. The area of the public security station must be bombarded for 10 minutes. As long as you hear no sound of bombardment for 10 seconds, Wang Chuanan, I will punish you. Yihan warned Wang Chuanan that the granary and the hospital contained important materials and could not be bombarded directly, but he could execute players at will in the public security office. The 3rd and 4th companies of the artillery battalion will aim their guns at the massive zombie horde in the city and await orders to fire at any time. The 3rd and 4th companies of the tank battalion will serve as reserve support forces and await the next step of command. The main mission of the aviation battalion is to assist the ground forces and keep a close eye on the Apocalypse players to prevent any of them from escaping. After the combat order was issued, 4 battalions of armed forces came out in full force, and the largest infantry and tank units were to fight the zombie horde head-on. 2 infantry companies plus 2 tank companies, with a total of 520 personnel and 48 armored vehicles. Facing tens of thousands of zombies, Wang Hu, who was in charge of the battle, simply ordered the tank company to lead the way in front. The main gun did not need to be moved at all, and the machine gun just swept casually, and then the tanks were let to run over, and that was it. After all, the lightest Leopard 15 light tank weighs more than 30 tons. No matter how large the zombie group is, it is impossible to stop this thing, not to mention that there is a heavier 99A behind it. However, the main force's combat method of not firing its main guns did attract the attention of the Apocalypse players in the county. Originally, Wang Hu just thought it was unnecessary, but the Apocalypse players who came for reconnaissance insisted that Yihan must have run out of shells. As soon as the news reached Chen Xiu's ears, the boy burst into laughter with joy, and then when he learned that 2 infantry companies were rushing towards the grain storage depot where he was, he slapped his thigh excitedly. Brothers, Yihan is here to deliver food to us. Get your stuff ready. Let's go get the food. Under Chen Sihu's command, Wu Yangyang's 400 to 500 men, holding AK-47s and driving various modified vehicles, rushed to the vicinity of the 3rd and 4th companies of the infantry battalion. Chen Sihu's eyes widened when he saw the Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicles driven by the army soldiers. Wang Chuanzong, who was in charge of the 2 infantry companies, saw this and his expression turned cold. He then shouted loudly, "We are the looming base front army. We are here to carry out the mission of exterminating the zombies. The player convoy in front of us should disperse immediately. If it affects the execution of our mission, we will definitely take countermeasures." Wang Chuanzong's words were no different from fart to Chen Sihu's ears. In Chen Sihu's eyes, if he had these infantry fighting vehicles and sufficient ammunition, he would never waste his breath on talking to others. After all, if you can speak with the muzzle of a gun, you must speak with the muzzle of a gun. Countermeasures. Do you still have any artillery shells? You only have those few broken guns that can emit smoke, right? Chen Sihu smiled disdainfully. Wang Chuanzong suddenly smiled maliciously when he heard what Chen Xiu said. Are you sure? When Chen Xiu was about to make a few more sarcastic remarks, a short, whoosh sound suddenly came from the sky, and then countless things with swaying tails of flames like meteors flew straight towards the security bureau area in the distance. What's going on? Why is there a meteor shower in broad daylight? Should we make a wish? Are you stupid? This is a war. You are just playing house and making wishes. Before the Apocalypse players could finish their words, they heard a huge explosion suddenly coming from the security bureau. Chen Xiu was startled by the sudden explosion, and then a younger brother suddenly staggered over to report to Chen Xiu. Boss, the police station was bombed. Before I could finish my words, countless shells flew towards the security bureau. Chen Xiu's head buzzed, and then he looked at Wang Chuanzong, who was smiling evilly, and immediately understood something. Retreat quickly. Retreat to the camp. Counterattack quickly. Yihan has a backup plan. Chapter 96. Overwhelming. Hearing Chen Xiu's angry roar and the explosions in the distance, 400 or 500 Apocalypse players began to look for cover and slowly retreated towards their own camps. However, how could Wang Chuanzong miss the opportunity to give a down dog a beating? Almost at the same time as they were planning to retreat, the machine guns on 24 infantry fighting vehicles opened fire, and the soldiers of the two companies quickly got off the vehicles and surrounded the Apocalypse convoy. In order to protect the supplies in the grain storage warehouse, Wang Chuanzong did not let the infantry company use heavy firepower weapons, but only attacked with firearms. Logically speaking, Apocalypse has at least 400 or 500 people, and the weapons they are equipped with are all fully automatic. Their firepower should not be worse than that of the infantry company. However, the combat skills of these Apocalypse players were too low. The explosions from the security bureau had already scared them out of their wits. Facing the soldiers' attack, few dared to show their heads and fight back. They all hid behind bunkers and vehicles, and then stretched out their guns and fired randomly. However, the consequence of this way of fighting was that the soldiers were getting closer and closer. At this time, Chen Xiu had already retreated back to the base. Looking at the one-sided situation, he was so angry that veins on his face were bulging. Damn it! What nonsense are those bastards from the main Che group talking about? Yihan clearly still has shells. A younger brother rolled his eyes when he heard what Chen Xiu said and stepped forward and said, Boss, even if they have some, I don't think they have many. Look, those infantry fighting vehicles also have small caliber machine guns, but haven't they been using them? We still have 30 mortars. After hearing his younger brother's reminder, Chen Xiu came to his senses and shouted, Get those 30 artillerymen ready. Damn it. We were planning to harvest the armored vehicles, but it looks like we can only harvest a bunch of blown-up ones. Outside the Apocalypse camp, a group of Apocalypse players were struggling to resist the soldiers' attacks, while inside the camp, Chen Xiu had already walked to the mortar camp and was ready to give the order to fire. Chen Xiu spat and cursed. Damn it. Blow these bastards to death for me. Fire. The mortar camp was quickly ready. After a series of bang 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 sounds, 30 solid dud bullets were fired directly at the infantry fighting vehicle position. One round of volleys created several dents on the infantry fighting vehicle. There was a sudden burst of laughter from Wang Chuanzong's side. Chen Xiu walked up to the mortar and looked at it carefully as if he couldn't believe it, and then slapped an artilleryman on the head. Do you know how to use it? Why doesn't it explode? I spent so much money on this thing just to buy a brick launcher, right? The artilleryman said aggrievedly that it was none of his business, while he was operating the missile and trying to fire another one. However, this time he was not as lucky as before. The shell exploded directly in the mortar bore, instantly blowing Chen Xiu away. Chen Xiu's head was dizzy and he suddenly understood what was going on as if he had suddenly been enlightened. He spit out blood and screamed loudly. Yihan, I'll fuck you. However, before he could finish his words, Chen Xiu choked to death on the blood in his mouth. With the death of Chen Xiu, the Assault Reconnaissance Company of the Aviation Battalion also rushed to the battlefield. The heavy machine guns mounted on the long Z-20 spewed bullets. The players huddled in their respective vehicles were all shot through in a moment, and the two infantry companies on the ground also attacked the grain storage depot. What followed was a massacre-like action. After just a few minutes, almost all the Apocalypse players on the field were killed, and the infantry company also took control of the Shilan County grain storage depot. At the same time, the two-player camps at the Shilan County Security Bureau and the hospital were also completely wiped out. The wanderers at the hospital were basically the lackeys of the Apocalypse. Many of the players who had previously blocked the main force from reaching the rescue base were them, so they deserved to die. Report to the commander. This is the 4th Company of the Infantry Battalion. The grain storage depot has been captured. Report to the commander. The hospital has been taken over by the 2nd Platoon of the 3rd Company of the Infantry Battalion, requesting the next action order. Hearing the battle report from the front line coming from the command center, Yihan quickly stepped forward and said, "You stay where you are and protect the supplies." When the player battlefield in Shillong County was declared over, the tank battalion and the infantry battalion's actions against the zombies entered a white-hot stage. Under the pressure of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, the zombie tide was simply unstoppable. Only the occasional Lord-level zombies that popped up could slightly resist the pace of the troops' advance. To be honest, the twin-mounted individual rocket launchers installed on the Avenger zombies can still pose a certain threat to the troops, but only a little. The tank battalion has the Dragon 99A, which has an astonishing 1,100 mm thickness of composite armor on the front. The ordinary rockets on the Avenger can't threaten it at all, but the 125 mm caliber smoothbore gun of the Dragon 99A is no joke. With just a random cannonball fired, the Avenger turned into a wisp of smoke and his soul returned to heaven. Moreover, not far from Shillong County, an entire artillery battalion was in operation. The 48 Goldbroom self-propelled artillery pieces could be used to fire wherever they were needed. At this time, some areas of Shillong County were bombed to the point where they were almost indistinguishable from ruins. While the front battlefield was slowly advancing, Yihan did not forget to ask the engineering company and the aviation transport company to follow up on the subsequent work. That is to rescue the survivors in Shillong County and control important materials. After all, Shillong County is a city with a population of hundreds of thousands, and there are thousands of survivors. After being massacred by the Apocalypse players, they all became smarter and hid in the city's underground pipes or basements of residential buildings. The living conditions were naturally extremely poor, but we managed to survive. The battle lasted until the afternoon of the next day, and the engineering company not only transported a large amount of supplies from the county, but also a group of 2,500 survivors. After arriving at the Looming base, these people will undergo a simple physical examination at the Looming military hospital. If the examination is clear, they will be assigned to their respective residences and jobs. As for the zombies and players captured on the front line, they provided Yihan with a full 4 million points. This number far exceeded Yihan's own estimate. The total of 350,000 zombies also included a large number of Lord-level zombies, so Yihan was provided with 3.8 million points, while the Apocalypse players in Shillong County and the players who came from Tushan County provided Yihan with 200,000 points. Although players are not as good as zombies in terms of points, players can still explode gold coins. The resources of more than 1,000 players were enough for Yihan to digest for a while, not to mention that they were a group of wealthy Apocalypse players. The equipment they had were basically fully automatic weapons, and the ratio of vehicle-mounted machine guns was also very high. What surprised Yihan the most was that many of the players even had rocket launchers. Although it is only a disposable weapon like the Iron Fist rocket launcher, it is a real killer compared to other Wanderers. Chapter 97: Inspecting the Base. After getting 4 million points, Yihan couldn't help but make some plans for his next move. Judging from the current situation, he is not far from being promoted to Colonel Brigade Commander, and all that is left is to capture the 2 counties and towns surrounding Shillong County. One is Tushan County, where he was when he came to this world, and the other is Jialing County, northwest of Shillong County. The 2 county towns have a population of over hundreds of thousands each. If we take over these 2 counties, we will be able to reach the brigade level. The most important thing is that Chongqing City has 4 urban districts and 10 counties. As long as he could take over Tushan and Jialing, nearly 1/3 of Chongqing City's territory would fall into his hands. Moreover, these 3 counties were all located in the southwest of Chongqing City. With thousands of miles of fertile land, they were the agricultural and animal husbandry rear base of Chongqing City. Wang Hu, pass on my order. Let Wang Chuanzong's infantry battalion be stationed in Shillong County, and the tank battalion and artillery battalion be stationed outside Shillong County. Be ready to receive further instructions at any time. Yihan turned to Wang Hu and said, Shillong County is located right opposite the Looming base. Taking over Shillong County and stationing troops, there is actually an expansion of the base's defense space. After arranging the defense situation in Shillong County, Yihan planned to go to the base for inspection. After all, another big battle was about to break out, and he had to ensure stability in the rear. However, an embarrassing situation arose as they entered the residential area. The size of the base vehicle after the upgrade was too exaggerated. In addition, the roads in Looming Town were poorly maintained. If they forced their way in, not only the roads, but even the buildings on both sides might be damaged. There was no other way. so Yihan could only ask Wang Long to dispatch 2 Mingxia off-road vehicles from the mobile guard company to take him into the base to take a look. Along the way, Yihan immediately noticed the earth-shaking changes in the looming base. The buildings that were previously damaged by the war had basically been repaired by the engineering company and were all painted with a uniform rose-red wall paint. The most important thing is that the layout of the looming base is quite exquisite. Yihan can tell at a glance that it must have been the work of Yi Ruoxue. The buildings in the residential area are now basically less than 6 stories high. Every 4 buildings form a community, which is surrounded by high walls. Members of the main car group will be guarding the entrance to the community, and only people confirmed to be from the community can enter. One major advantage of this design is that once a virus infection occurs inside the base, the source of infection can be quickly controlled through separate communities. This will also facilitate management. After all, the previous looming base was extremely scattered, with residential buildings here and there, and the public security department had to run back and forth to manage it. Leaving the residential area, the administrative area is where the base command center, material storage, and military hospital are located. The defense here is much stronger than that of the residential area. There are nearly 200 soldiers in the logistics support department alone. At this time, the engineering company is still driving out in flat-headed trucks, obviously going out to Shilan County to transport supplies. In addition, the Wang Long Guard Battalion is stationed here. Dozens of various types of infantry fighting vehicles and off-road vehicles are parked in the parking lot outside the school, all of which are brand new from the factory. There were also 2 guard platoons that seemed to be on a training march, with 60 neatly aligned soldiers jogging with backpacks that were a head taller than themselves. Seeing this, Yihan couldn't help but nod. Although the guard battalion had not participated in the frontline battles, Wang Long had never slacked off in the necessary training. Checkpoints were set up at every intersection leading to the school command center, manned by soldiers from the guard battalion. When they saw that the person coming was Yihan, the soldiers raised their hands and saluted. Then Yihan took a look at the situation in the rear work area. At this time, the open land behind the valley had been transformed into agricultural land, and thousands of people were working hard in the fields. In addition to agriculture, the base's breeding industry has also not been left behind. In the mountains behind the valley, there are survivors grazing the dairy cows that Yihan has opened, and the few chickens from before are even about to grow into a flock. Wang Long also added beside Yihan at this time. Commander, the management of the rear work area has always been the responsibility of the main vehicle regiment. The 4th Mobile Company of the Guard Battalion will come to patrol from time to time. In addition, based on the previous lesson, in order to prevent anyone from sneaking in from behind the mountain again, I have dispatched squads and platoons to station at the commanding heights of the mountain, and the main regiment will also have personnel patrolling the rear. After hearing Wang Long's supplement, Yihan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the base had basically stabilized now, and its defense was impregnable. The periphery of the base was guarded by 3 armored battalions stationed in Shilan County, and there was a guard company stationed inside the base. Moreover, there are currently more than 5,000 survivors, and normal production work has begun step by step. After understanding the situation of the base, Yihan returned to the base vehicle, looked at the 4 million points he had on hand, and decided to spend part of it first to improve his strength. At this time, the only unit in the entire army that was not fully staffed was the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment. Including the 4 female soldiers who had been sent to protect the younger sister, the 141st unit had a total of 30 people. After upgrading the regiment-level personnel, the maximum number of people summoned by the 141st also increased to 120. After thinking about it, Yihan decided to turn the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment into a special operations company under his command. The 141st Lancers are fully capable of meeting the needs of special operations. Yihan first spent 72,000 points to fully staff the 141 Lancer Special Service Regiment, and then immediately planned to build the buildings that he had not built with enough points. The first one was a first-level aviation weapons factory, which cost 5,000 points. After it was completed, Yihan manufactured 6 Long Z, 5 multi-purpose helicopters, and 10 Hunting Eagle rotorcraft. This thing is not for Yihan's own troops to use. If the 141 Lancers need to fly for combat, the aviation battalions Longji 10 and Longji 20 can fully meet the needs. The reason why Yihan got these 6 outdated Long Z5s was mainly to allocate them to the main vehicle regiment. With the help of these things, their base maintenance, patrol, and care would be greatly improved. As for those who don't know how to drive, they can be taught by the pilots of the aviation battalion. Afterwards, Yihan built a second-level arsenal and placed it in the Desert Eye Oasis. The problem exposed in the previous siege was that the combat effectiveness of the Mainkar regiment under Lu Tu was too poor. Although the morale of the main group members is not weaker than that of the Apocalypse players, their equipment is too inferior. Currently, most Apocalypse players are using fully automatic equipment, including August, AK-47, M16, and even more powerful rocket launchers. Chapter 98 Army Officer Training Center. Because of the various benefits of the Apocalypse camp, Apocalypse has left Lu Tu and his group of wanderers far behind in terms of equipment. When the siege broke out, the main regiment was using PPSH submachine guns and semi-automatic weapons from World War II to fight against the Apocalypse players. If the aviation battalion had not intervened, the main regiment would probably have been wiped out. After the second-level arsenal was manufactured, Yihan asked Lu Tu to quickly count the current number of members of the main car group and decided to use the points he had on hand to exchange for a batch of equipment for them. A Type 95 rifle only costs 60 points. Even if all members of the main Shay group were given a replacement, the points spent would be just a drop in the bucket for Yihan at this moment. I spent 200,000 credits on just one camp. This little money is really no different from just scratching an itch. Lu Tu quickly reported the statistics. Previously, the main group had less than 100 people, but after taking over Shillong County, many vagrants also joined the main group. The current size of the entire group has reached a full 300 people. Yihan didn't think much about it and directly ordered the production line of the second-level arsenal to start producing 300 Type 95 and 300 Beretta pistols. The total points spent were only 27,000. The improvement of Yihan's combat power from these equipments is almost negligible, but their significance to Lu Tu and the others is completely different. At this time, the 300 members of the main car group all received their assigned weapons, and each of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. After busying himself with improving the combat capability of the Wanin Vehicle Regiment, Yihan immediately turned his attention to the last building to be built, the Army Officer Training Center. Although his current troops also have command personnel, Wang Hu and Wang Chuanzong are only soldiers after all. Even though their military ranks are as high as Sergeant Major, their command capabilities seem to have reached a bottleneck. Especially Wang Hu, who was barely able to command a battalion before, but when it came to an entire regiment, Wang Hu could no longer command it. Commander, should we build an Army Officer Training Center? Xiao Ai's voice rang out. Yes, place it in the oasis space inside the car. Yihan nodded, and immediately 10,000 points were deducted from the points column. As the points were deducted, a school-like building suddenly appeared in the oasis space on the second floor of the base vehicle, and at the entrance of the building were several large characters. Army Officer Training Center. Commander, you can use the points you have to redeem corresponding officer talents directly in the training center, or you can use the points to train current soldiers to become officers. Xiao Ai said on the side. Yihan walked to the control panel of the building door and observed it carefully. 2,000 points could be used for basic training or exchange, while advanced training would cost 5,000 points, which could be exchanged for 3 types of officers. The first type is the battlefield command type, the second type is the battlefield staff type, and the third type is the logistics management type. Yihan thought about it and decided to let Wang Long go in first to try the poison. It would be convenient for him since he was right next to him. With 2,000 points deducted, Wang Long walked into the Army Officer Training Center with a sad face. About an hour later, Wang Long walked out. At this time, Wang Long had changed into a military uniform, and his expression became a little more severe. The rank of sergeant on his shoulder had been changed to major. Seeing this, Yihan's eyes lit up and asked, Wang Long, tell me what you got after you went in. Wang Long saluted solemnly and replied, report to the commander. After the training, I have been promoted to the rank of major. The basic command quota is a battalion, and the maximum command quota is a regiment-level unit. I have also learned battalion-level tactical command skills. When I command a battle, the soldiers' morale increases by 10. Yihan blinked when he heard Wang Long's words. Morale? To put it simply, it is combat effectiveness. When I am in command, I can better leverage the strengths of each soldier and increase their combat capability and efficiency by 10-inch Wang Long explained. Yihan grinned after hearing this. It seems that the money spent on the Officer Training Center is well worth it. In other words, 2,000 points can increase the combat effectiveness of a battalion-level unit by 10. It's already quite worth it. Afterwards, Yihan followed the same method and asked several battalion commanders stationed in Shillong County and Wang Hu to rush back. After spending 8,000 points, the 3 battalion commanders, including Wang Chuanzong, also reached the rank of major, and Wang Hu is also a major. It seems that this basic level training can only result in the rank of major at best. After promoting the officers under his command, Yihan did not intend to stop, but instead set about building his own general staff. Xiao AI, spend 5,000 points to exchange for a high-level battlefield staff officer. As Yihan's voice fell, a handsome, bespectacled, and gentle officer suddenly walked out of the Army Officer Training Center. He looked like a staff officer rather than a frontline commander. Yihan also noticed the colonel rank on his shoulder, and his eyebrows twitched involuntarily. Wow, his rank is higher than mine. Report to the commander. Staff Officer Yi Jingyu reports to you. The newly summoned staff officer saluted Yihan and said. After Yihan returned the gift, he asked directly, "Tell me what abilities you have." Wang Long, that kid, was only able to increase the combat effectiveness of a battalion by 10 by becoming a major. It would be unreasonable for him, a colonel, not to come up with something. Yi Jingyu nodded and said to Yihan, "I can provide combat deployment and tactical arrangements for a division-level unit, mainly responsible for the intellectual support of the entire army. Under my command, a division-level unit can increase its combat effectiveness by 10, a brigade-level unit by 15, and a regiment-level unit by 20. Hearing Yi Jingyu's words, Yihan couldn't help but smack his lips. It turned out that everything in the Xiaoai system was very valuable. Immediately, Yihan exchanged 8 major staff officers, 1 colonel logistics officer, and 6 major logistics officers through the Army Officer Training Center. The major staff officers worked directly with Yi Jingyu to set up a staff department stationed in the command center of the base vehicle to provide strategic support for the operations of the entire army, while all logistics officers were assigned to the logistics management department to help coordinate logistics support for the entire army. After this series of operations, Yihan's troops could finally be called a complete regular army. After all, Yihan's troops only had soldiers and equipment before, and they could only rely on Sergeant Major level Wang Hu and others for command, while the logistics were completely managed by outsiders. But now it is different. The frontline commander is a major officer who has been through many battles. He is also equipped with an entire staff department. There are also special logistics officers to support the logistics. It has finally become a proper regimental level unit. Chapter 99 D-Class Human Transformation Potion. After doing all this, there was almost no change in Yihan's points. After all, this operation only gave him tens of thousands of points, while Yihan had 4 million points on hand. At this time, Yihan's troops were finally fully staffed, and all the soldiers including officers added up to almost 3,000 people. Now all I have to do is accumulate enough points and wait for promotion to brigade commander. However, just as Yihan's combat power was further strengthened, a meeting of county-level leaders was held in the Apocalypse branch far away in Chongqing City. The Chinese troops from Luming have already captured Shilin County. According to reconnaissance results, this unit has at least 50 armored vehicles, all of which are the latest models from Manhwa. Its combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. The person in charge of Shilin County said with a gloomy face, "What do you mean we should not underestimate them? They are just a regiment. Now a division of Longwa in Chongqing City is restricted by us. How much trouble can a regiment cause?" The person in charge of Zhoushan County said with disdain. For him, it didn't matter whether Yihan was strong or not. His Zhoushan County was far away from the Luming base anyway, so no matter what happened, it would not be his fault. Don't underestimate this regiment. It's a fully armored combined regiment. They took over Shilin County without spending a single soldier. And according to our frontline intelligence, this unit seems to have plans to test the 2 towns next to Shilin County. After hearing the words of the person in charge of Shilin County, the 2 persons in charge of Tushan County and Jialing County both looked nervous. If Yihan really wanted to attack Tushan and Jialing, they might not be able to defend them with the few troops under their command. At that time, he will become a stray dog just like the person in charge of Shilin County. As if sensing the depressing atmosphere at the table, a skinny old man sitting in the middle suddenly asked, "How many revelators are there in Tushan and Jialing?" The 2 counties together have less than 3,000 people, but the combat skills of these apocalypse people are very poor, no different from bandits and vagrant soldiers. The person in charge of Tushan County frowned and replied. The skinny old man smiled after hearing this and seemed not to care. These bandits who don't follow the rules and methods can sometimes be of great use. If Luming hides in Shilin, it's fine, but if they push their luck, then now send all the company's equipment to the apocalypses below to help them upgrade their vehicles and improve their combat effectiveness. I hope that when I see them again, they will be an iron army. After receiving the old man's order, the 2 leaders of Tushan County and Jialing County quickly stood up and bowed, repeatedly promising to complete the task. Yihan, who was far away in the Luming base, was of course unaware of what had just happened. At this moment, he was busy setting up the looming base radio station. Yi Roashue just gave Yihan a suggestion, which is to set up a radio station at the looming base and attract survivors and wanderers to join the looming base through broadcasts, radio, and even promotional films. After all, the battle in Shilan County only made Yihan's troops famous, but the looming base did not become famous because of it. Moreover, as Yihan gained control of more and more land, he naturally could not send soldiers to search for survivors door to door as he did before. It would be better to set up a radio station and let the survivors come to him themselves. Yi Roashue had asked the engineering company to collect materials and then built a TV signal tower in the center of the base, with coverage covering the entire Jianghan province. Yi Roashue, the host of the TV and radio stations, has also been selected. The host of the radio station is a 17-year-old girl with a very sweet voice. She is the perfect person to be in charge of the broadcast. But the person in charge of the TV station made Yihan speechless. The woman was none other than Lu Miao. However, she seemed to get along well with Yi Roashue, and Lu Miao was indeed very suitable to be the host in terms of appearance. Yihan didn't say anything more. After finishing the radio publicity, Yihan went to the base vehicle to check the situation. The fresh vegetables provided in the planting and cultivation room every day were already Yihan's exclusive supply. After all, the area was only 100 square meters, and this output was obviously not enough to supply the entire base. Good news came from the Science and Technology Research Center. First, the energy conversion problem that Yihan had asked them to study before has been solved. The energy conversion machine manufactured by the research center can produce universal petroleum energy. At least their armored forces will not worry about the lack of diesel. Afterwards, Yihan took out a full 10,000 points and asked the 4 research laboratories to start research, and the research direction was human body strengthening agents. Previously, Chen Zheng, the head of the research center, told Yihan that this kind of strengthening potion experiment was relatively complicated and had the risk of failure, but Yihan had enough points at this time, so he could get the potion out even if he had to smash it. The fact was just as Yihan had expected. After spending a total of 10,000 points and failing 9 times, he finally developed what he wanted on the 10th time. The cost of developing the potion 10 times is not only 10,000 points, but also the ghost whose body is covered with needle holes. That's right, this human body strengthening potion was developed based on Ghost's physique. As a heroic figure, Ghost is not only immune to biological viruses, but also has extremely strong individual combat capabilities, all of which stem from his modified physique. Commander, this is a D-level human transformation potion developed based on Ghost. Our experiments have shown that this potion can make the human body immune to biochemical viruses and strengthen the physique after injection. However, because it is based on a C-class hero, the quality of the potion can only reach D-class, and it cannot give the injector the same combat power as Ghost. Yihan's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Zheng's words. The effect of immunity to biochemical viruses alone was enough, and this thing could also improve physical fitness. Yihan couldn't imagine how big a wave this thing would cause if it was put on the trading market. How many doses of this potion did you make? Yihan turned and asked Chen Zheng. Reporting to the commander, there are only 3 copies at the moment. The main reason is that the blood of a C-rank hero is required to make this potion. Hearing Chen Zheng's words, Yihan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ghost. If this potion could be equipped to the entire army, Turtle, I dare not even think about it. I'm afraid that this regiment will be invincible in the biochemical world. But the problem is, with 3,000 people in a regiment, I'm afraid this will drain all the ghosts. Ghost felt frightened when Yihan looked at him. He had just been given more than 10 injections and felt like he was forced to donate blood. Although he had a strong physique, it would take time to produce blood. Commander, stop smoking, I don't have a drop left, said the ghost pitifully. Seeing Ghost's expression, Yihan felt a little embarrassed. After a while, Yihan came up with a plan. Wang Hu asked the kitchen department to give Ghost extra meals every day. There must be enough fish, shrimp, cattle, and sheep. We must do our best to meet Ghost's various requirements. Chapter 100, Heavenly Movement. After hearing Yihan's words, Wang Hu had already guessed what was going on, and the emotions on his face were extremely complicated. It could be said that he felt envy and a little sympathy. It could be said that he felt sympathy, but also a little envy. Ghost was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Is this my last meal? Commander, are you going to kill me and make potions? Then I'm really going to die. Yihan was naturally not that cruel, and he had no idea of the ghost's thoughts. He then called the people from the research center to continue talking. Given Ghost's physical condition, how much blood can be drawn every month without affecting his health? After hearing this, Chun Zheng discussed with the researchers behind him and came to a conclusion. A normal person can only donate 400 milliliters of blood every 6 months, but considering that the ghost's physique has been transformed, his hematopoietic and healing abilities are extremely strong, and if he is served with delicious food, he can donate 100 milliliters every month. Yihan frowned after hearing this. Will smoking 100 every month affect his health? No, I may just be a little weak that day, but I will recover soon. Chun Zheng replied. Yihan was relieved to hear Chun Zheng's answer. In this case, Ghost would have to sacrifice himself. Then let's take 400 milliliters today. It's more for the first time, and 100 every month afterwards. After hearing this, the Ghost was in tears and could only allow the researchers to extract 400 milliliters of his blood to make medicine. Yihan patted Ghost on the shoulder and consoled him. Don't worry about these things. Eat more good food when you have time. Wang Hu, go. Asked the logistics department to prepare a roasted whole lamb for Ghost. When the Ghost, who was originally feeling aggrieved, heard that Yihan wanted to give him a whole roasted lamb, he instantly became excited. 400 milliliters of hero blood can be used to make a total of 400 doses of D-level human transformation potions. Each member of the 141st Lancer Special Forces will definitely need one shot, which means 120 doses, but the rest will be difficult to distribute. After thinking about it, Yihan decided to distribute this potion only to Frost's Lancer Special Company first, and as for other troops, he would distribute it after it was produced later. In order to test the effect of the medicine, Yihan called Han Shuang and then asked the researchers to inject the medicine into Han Shuang's body. During this process, Han Shuang seemed to feel nothing. Only after 10 minutes did Han Shuang suddenly say to Yihan with excitement, "Report to the commander. After injecting the medicine, I can clearly feel that my physical condition has improved." After hearing Han Shuang's words, Yihan was also convinced of the effectiveness of the medicine. In addition to an antivirus, it can also slightly improve human physical fitness. And each member of the 120-man 141 Lancer Special Company can receive one of these things, so this unit will undoubtedly become Yihan's trump card. After distributing it to the Special Forces Company, Yihan decided to give himself and his sister an injection each. After all, this stuff didn't have any side effects, so it would be a waste not to get it. As the medicine was injected into his muscles, Yihan felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Soon, he felt that his vision and hearing were much better than before. The most important thing was that he could feel that his physical strength had been greatly enhanced. Yihan had an idea and asked for Wang Hu's pistol to try firing a few shots. He aimed the crosshairs at a mineral water bottle 100 meters away and fired 3 shots. However, because Yihan did not know how to use a gun, all 3 bullets hit not far from the mineral water bottle and missed the target. Yihan was a little disappointed when he saw this, but Wang Hu beside him didn't think so. It was good enough for a normal person to hold the gun steadily the first time he fired. Not to mention that Yihan not only fired 3 shots in a row, but each shot almost hit the target. This shows that under the transformation of the potion, Yihan not only has extremely strong wrists, but his insight and concentration have also been greatly improved. Commander, the main reason you failed to hit the target is your lack of shooting experience. You are already a genius to have achieved this for the first time. Wang Hu said sincerely. Lack of experience. Yihan murmured and looked into the distance. It seemed that he had to go out hunting occasionally. There was no point in staying in the base all the time. On the other hand, Yi Ruoshua's improvement after the injection of the medicine was more obvious. The original leg injury was actually healed. Although she was not used to not walking for a long time, this meant that she could abandon the wheelchair and move freely in the near future. Just when Yihan was feeling happy for his sister, Lu Tu suddenly sent a report. Commander Yi, go check the communication hall. There seems to be some movement over at Tianqi. Yihan frowned when he saw Lu Tu's words, and then opened the communication hall, which was now full of news from Apocalypse players. Fuck, what's going on at headquarters? Why are they suddenly sending out so many goodies? I got a 15mm alloy armor for my vehicle, and my vehicle has been upgraded to level 3. It's no different from an armored vehicle now. An armored vehicle is nothing. Look at mine. What Tianqi sent me is the blueprint of an 85mm rifled gun. I'm going to turn myself into a tank. No, Tianqi Company is suddenly so generous. I feel something is wrong. Are they asking us to fill in the line? Didn't you notice that the people who received the equipment were mostly Apocalypse players from Tushan County and Jialing County? I suspect that these 2 counties might be going to war, so Apocalypse Company is anxious to arm us. What's there to be afraid of? There are more than 3,000 players in the 2 counties, and almost everyone has an armored vehicle. Even the worst off have a vehicle-mounted machine gun. Whoever dares to mess with us is courting death. Yihan's face suddenly darkened as he looked at what was said in the communication hall. It was obvious that Apocalypse Company had already guessed his next plan and was anxious to arm all these players to deal with him. The key point is that if the equipment of the 3,000 players is upgraded, they will not only pose a threat to Yihan, but will at least bring great resistance to Yihan. And these are just the Apocalypse players, not including Apocalypse Corporation's own soldiers and transformed Lord Zombies. At most, I only have 3,000 people. In terms of the number of troops, Apocalypse already has the advantage. Although I still have the advantage in equipment, the gap is slowly narrowing. Yihan frowned tightly. He had to take over Tushan County and Jialing County. He couldn't just give up just because there were Apocalypse players stationed there. After all, that place meant his promotion to brigade commander. Wang Hu, call all officers above the rank of major to come to the general staff for a meeting. Yihan said coldly. Since Tianqi has already started preparations, we should fight quickly and decisively. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more unfavorable the situation will be for us. Chapter 101. Speculations of the General Staff. In the huge command center of the base vehicle, the only sounds that could be heard at this time were the beeping sounds of various types of electronic equipment and the loud voices of the soldiers communicating. This is Looming Base. This is Looming Base. Shilan County Infantry Battalion 4th Company 3rd Platoon, please report patrol situation. Have you spotted any enemies? Report to the person in charge. A squad from the 2nd Platoon of the 3rd Company of the Infantry Battalion discovered enemy reconnaissance during patrol. The target seems to be from Jialing County. The 2nd Platoon of the 3rd Company of the Infantry Battalion has engaged the enemy. The target is approximately 7 people. The 4th Squad of the Aviation Battalion's Reconnaissance Assault Company has sent a report. A large number of Apocalypse players have been spotted moving in the southwest of Shilan County. They seem to be setting up defenses in Jialing County. Dozens of soldiers are anxiously contacting the squads and platoons stationed on the front line and summarizing the information they have collected. Next to the command center is the conference room. At this time, a total of 22 officers with the rank of major and above are sitting upright waiting for Yihan's instructions. Among these officers, in addition to the 5 battalion commanders of the combat troops and the regiment commander Wang Hu, the rest are 9 staff officers of the general staff and 7 logistics officers of the logistics support department. The highest-ranking officers are Colonel Yi Jingyu, a staff officer, and the newly appointed Colonel Quartermaster Lu Sangjia. Yihan's face looked very bad at this time. The movement of Tianqi was much faster than he expected. At the time when the Scientific Research Center was fiercely attacking the Ghost, Jialing County and Tushan County had already set up checkpoints at the entrances to the city, and both had large Apocalypse convoys stationed there. The reconnaissance troops of the Aviation Battalion have already taken photos of their garrison situation. The photos show that the roads leading to Tushan and Jialing counties have been blown up, and at the other end of the road are 2-meter-high fortifications made of sandbags. There are as many as 300 Apocalypse players stationed on this road alone, and the vehicles of these 300 people are all equipped with 7.62mm vehicle-mounted machine guns, and many vehicles are equipped with small-caliber artillery and anti-aircraft machine guns. According to the information in the photos, most of their artillery pieces are around 35mm, and the largest is only 85mm, which is unlikely to pose a threat to our troops. However, there are more than 25mm anti-aircraft machine guns in this position alone, which may pose a certain threat to our aviation battalion. Colonel Staff Officer Yi Jingyu expressed his opinion while looking at the photo. In addition, our reconnaissance troops have detected that the enemy seems to be laying minefields. We don't know what kind of mines they are laying. If they are anti-tank mines, our armored forces may be restricted in their movements. Wang Chuanzong also spoke. Yihan heard the officer's discussion and slowly lit a cigarette for himself while asking, Staff Officer Yi, what do you think of their actions? Yi Jingyu and the 8 newly appointed major staff officers all graduated from the Army Officer Training Center. When it comes to tactical command and strategic prediction, those are their specialties. Yihan maintains this staff department just for times like this. Yi Jingyu took out his notebook after hearing this. Report to the commander. Our staff department had an internal discussion on this matter before the meeting. We believe that the actions of the Apocalypse players must have been supported by the Apocalypse Company, especially the Apocalypse branch in Chongqing City. Otherwise, the Apocalypse players from Tushan and Jialing counties would not have gathered and acted in unison in such a short time, and the source of their equipment is also very suspicious. Moreover, Tianqi Company should have realized the strength of our army after the liberation of Shilan County, so they hastily organized a defense. We also have some guesses about Shilan County's previous non-resistance. Hearing Yi Jingyu's words, Yi Han's brows flashed with a trace of solemnity. Isn't Shilin County's non-resistance because they know they can't win? We are just guessing that Shilin County did not resist because they underestimated the enemy, and their superiors may not be able to spare time to come to support them, including Tushan and Jiaolin. Under such pressure from our army, the only resistance they can offer is to organize players to fight against us, rather than directly sending people to support us. Yi Han couldn't help but think carefully about these words. Yes, the Frost Squad encountered the army of Apocalypse Company when they went to Shilin County to carry out the mission, but when they actually attacked Shilin County, there was no trace of the army. Although the current defenses of Tushan and Jiaolin are much stronger than Shilin, it can be seen from the support that Apocalypse Company provides to the players that they really do not want these two counties to be lost. But why didn't Chongqing City send troops to support them? Apocalypse's army is definitely stronger than the players, right? The current situation could only be caused by the fact that Chongqing Tianqi Company was too busy to deal with the situation. Or, they wanted to reap the benefits. Although the Apocalypse players belong to the Apocalypse camp, they are after all auxiliary troops and not their own people. How can the Apocalypse Company sit back and watch them grow? To put it in an analogy, the Apocalypse players are like the guard dogs raised by the company. Usually, they are fed half full to guard the gate, but once they are fed too strong, too full, and treated too well, there is a risk that they will bite their master. It seems that the biggest risk in this battle is not the 3,000 Apocalypse players, nor the nearly 1 million zombies in the city, but the Apocalypse Company hiding in the dark in Chongqing City. Yi Han muttered to himself. Yi Jingyu and his staff all said in unison when they heard Yi Han's words, "Commander, that's a good idea. We think so too." As for the rest, Wang Hu and Wang Chuanzong were all sweating profusely after hearing what they heard. Before, they just thought that our army could easily take down the mere 3,000 stray soldiers. But after hearing the analysis of the staff officer and Yi Han, they felt nervous. They are just command officers. When it comes to on-the-spot command, tactical deployment, and troop management, they are naturally better than these staff officers. But once it rises to the strategic level, they can't take care of it. Then what should we do? Should we not fight and just wait? Wang Hu asked with a frown. Before Yi Jingyu could speak, Yi Han startled everyone in the room with his words. Fight. No matter how difficult it is, we must fight. And the sooner the better. It's just 2 counties now. If we don't fight, we can only stay in Shilin County and be swallowed up sooner or later. Even if we return to Looming Base and rely on the terrain, how long can we hold out? Strike 1 open blow to prevent 100 blows from coming. Yi Han's words were powerful, and everyone in the room nodded in agreement. But even though Yi Han said this, he still felt nervous in his heart. If the General Staff's guess is correct, then the operation of Apocalypse Company can truly be described as an open conspiracy with no solution. If they fight, Yi Han will have to consume military strength with Apocalypse players and material resources with zombies. At that time, Apocalypse Company will have to face Yi Han's tired army. If they don't fight, Yi Han's troops will not be able to grow stronger, and Apocalypse Company can then erode Yi Han's army bit by bit. Thinking in this way, whether Yi Han could take Shilin County or not was of no concern to Apocalypse Company. No wonder their leader lost Shilin County so decisively. Chapter 102. Breaking the situation. The key question now is how to fight. Does your staff have any plans or suggestions in this regard? Yi Han turned and asked Yi Jingyu. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Yi Jingyu quickly nodded and said, "We have considered that a direct attack on Tushan and Jiaolin is the worst option. Although we can use the artillery battalion's Goldbroom self-propelled artillery to strike their positions from a distance, the 2 highway positions we have discovered so far only have a total of 600 people, while the number of Apocalypse players in these 2 counties is definitely over 3,000. This means that at least 2,400 people are still hiding in the city. Once they engage in street fighting with us, it will greatly delay our offensive. In addition, there are also a huge number of zombies in the city." This analysis not only won Yi Han's approval, but even Wang Hu, Wang Long, and others couldn't help but nod in agreement. Obviously, the Apocalypse players in Tushan and Jiaolin are different from the vagrant soldiers in Shilin County. In Shilin County, they had no organization and fought on their own, so Yi Han could easily eliminate them. But now with Apocalypse Company commanding from behind, street fighting is a tactic they must use. Wang Hu and Wang Chuanzong both came from regular army backgrounds, so they naturally knew what street fighting meant to them. Their air superiority and armored advantages might be lost by half, and the soldiers would have to leave their armor and take the risk of fighting on foot. After all, Yi Han couldn't blow up all the buildings in the city. Even if he did, it would be more difficult for armored tanks to move on the ruins, allowing Apocalypse players to launch sneak attacks based on the ruins. Then how should we fight? Wang Hu asked anxiously. Maybe we can use zombies. Yihan suddenly said. There are only 3 forces at present. One is naturally Yihan, and the other 2 are Apocalypse players and zombies. Since Apocalypse Company can use zombies to attack itself, why can't Yihan lead the zombies to attack the Apocalypse players' positions? How to lure them? All the officers were stunned. Currently, only Apocalypse Company could make use of zombies, and other players were trying to avoid them as much as possible. But Yihan has the Scientific Research Center in his hands. For those researchers, antiviral drugs can be obtained from ghosts, so it should not be difficult to develop a gadget that can attract zombies. Yihan briefly explained his plan. Yi Jingyu's eyes lit up after listening. He immediately turned around and had a brief discussion with the members of the staff department and came up with a plan. Report to the commander. I suggest using this method to attack Tushan County first, and then attack Jiaolin after Tushan County is captured. We will use the Goldfinch to bombard the intersection positions to provide cover for the aviation forces, and then use helicopters to transport the Lancer Special Company to the city, and let them attract the zombies to attack the player positions. We only need to harvest the zombies afterwards. Although this will reduce the points the commander gets, we estimate that it should not be much. After all, the combat power of the players cannot be compared with that of our army. After listening to Yi Jingyu's plan, Yihan patted his thigh and said, Okay, your plan is good, but I think we still have to fight on 2 fronts, fighting Tushan and Jiaolin at the same time. Yi Jingyu was stunned after hearing this, and for a moment he couldn't react to why Yihan suddenly became so radical. Yihan smiled slightly. If we only attack one county, then the next county will definitely be on guard. Moreover, if Tianqi wants to support us, the 2-front battlefield will also divide their reinforcements. The most important thing is that we must harvest points as quickly as possible. With only 600,000 zombies, I can reach the brigade level. All problems will be solved. The strategic direction had been decided, and Yihan then assigned the troop deployment matters. The 2 intersection positions of the Apocalypse players are both 20 kilometers away from the county towns. They are neither far nor near. Without knowing the enemy's troop strength, Yihan can only distribute the troops evenly. The general staff also has a consensus on this point. The player's combat power is far inferior to Yihan's troops, and relying on the aviation battalion's mobility, it is fully capable of providing support on both battlefields. The infantry battalion, tank battalion, and self-propelled artillery battalion are each deployed in 2 company-level units outside the 2 counties. The aviation battalion's transport company is equipped with a special Lancer company ready to be dispatched at any time, and the remaining helicopters are responsible for battlefield support. In addition, just in case, Wang Long's heavy firepower guard company and an infantry guard company also participated in the battle and were stationed in Shilin County to provide support at any time. After all, the looming base had been temporarily stabilized at this time, and the mobile guard company and infantry guard company left behind by Wang Long were able to fully manage the survivors with the help of Lu Tu. Besides, Wang Long's 2 troops are really strong. The heavy firepower company has 12 Leopard 15 light tanks, and the infantry guard company also has 12 Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicles. It's just called a guard company, but in terms of equipment, it is a main combat unit, just like Guan Eri holding a kitchen knife, pretending to be a cook. However, after the troops were deployed, when Yihan was about to go to the Scientific Research Center to get some technology, the new Colonel Quartermaster Lu Tsungja suddenly stopped Yihan. Report to the commander. If we deploy the troops like this, our logistics must move forward. Currently, fuel, food, and medical services are basically stored in the rear. If we are fighting in Shilin, it will be fine. Once the front line moves forward to other counties, the logistics efficiency may slow down. After listening to Lu Tsungja's words, Yihan nodded. He naturally knew that food and fodder must be sent ahead before troops arrive. I have a plan for this matter. There is no need to move the warehouse to Shilin County. Since we have a base vehicle now, this work will naturally be done by the base vehicle. I will ask the logistics support department to store some supplies in the vehicle, and we will drive directly to the front line. Everyone was shocked after Yihan finished speaking, and Wang Hu's words were even more shocking. What? Your Majesty is going to lead the army in person? Yihan was furious when he heard this. I have to go to the front line to command. Did you learn this habit of talking nonsense from Wang Long? I'll steam you. There is naturally no problem in driving the base vehicle to the battlefield. With an entire regiment protecting Yihan's safety, it is not a big problem. Moreover, Yihan's physical condition has also improved, and the base vehicle is not inferior to the Dragon 99A in terms of firepower. Previously, Yihan had installed a 105 caliber rifled cannon, a quadruple rocket launcher, an anti-aircraft machine gun, and a vehicle-mounted machine gun on the base vehicle. Moreover, all of these are electronically fire-controlled by the Xiaoai system. The only drawback is the backward defensive armor, but this is not a big problem. If the enemy can push to the base vehicle, it means that Yihan's troops are basically finished. There is no point in hiding in your turtle shell. You might as well install a rocket launcher on the base vehicle and fly directly to the moon to wait for a comeback. Chapter 103 The War Begins. Afterwards, under the command of Wang Hu and the battalion commanders, each unit was stationed outside Tushan and Jialing counties, about 40 to 50 kilometers away from the player's position. The same applies to the 1st and 2nd companies of the infantry battalion, the artillery battalion, and the tank battalion in charge of Tushan County. The remaining troops are stationed outside Jialing County. Yihan went to the research center immediately after the meeting and used his 4,000 points to carry out 4 scientific research experiments simultaneously. He would use the results of whichever experiment produced the best results. To Yihan's great disappointment, the research took a full 8 hours and was not completed until 6 o'clock the next day. The most important thing was that only the laboratory in charge of Chunzheng was successful in the research. While Chunzheng had someone place the medicine in front of Yihan, he carefully woke up Yihan, who had slept all night in the command chair. "Commander, this is the result of our overnight preparation. It is a zombie attractant. The agent is designed as a smoke bomb. Once opened, the agent will directly atomize. In windless conditions, the spread radius can reach 3 kilometers. The zombies affected by the agent will follow the agent and enter a frenzy, frantically attacking all living targets." Yihan sat up straight after hearing what Chunzheng said. "How much of this atomized zombie inducer have you made?" Chunzheng smiled and said, "We made it based on the battlefield situation and the needs of the operation. We made a total of 50 bottles, which is definitely enough." After hearing this, Yihan's tiredness was swept away, and he stood up with excitement on his face and patted Chunzheng on the shoulder. Then he called several soldiers from the Lancer Special Company and asked them to deliver the atomized zombie inducer to various units on the front line. In just half an hour, at 6:30 in the morning, the entire army was ready for battle. Even the military dog at Looming Base showed a solemn look on his face after hearing the soldiers talk about the fighting on the front line. In the valley where the temperature is quite high, their big mouths that often drooled were all tightly closed. The only one who has it easy is the ghost. This kid has a more important task now, so Yihan did not let him participate in this battle. While the whole army was on the alert, Ghost was eating to his heart's content in the kitchen. Obviously, the identity of the mobile blood pack is greater than that of the ghost hunter. Wang Chuanen. Open fire immediately at 6:40. Attack the Tianchi positions in the 2 counties to buy time for the aviation transport company to fly. After hearing Yihan's order, Wang Chuanen stared at his watch. When the time reached 6:40, Wang Chuanen immediately ordered, "All units, fire." The 4 companies of Gorse roared in unison, and countless shells flew towards the Apocalypse position. The Apocalypse position on the other side had naturally noticed the movements of Yihan's troops a long time ago. They had been strengthening their fortifications all night yesterday and hid their vehicles in the city. When the Plantagenet self-propelled artillery sounded, everyone rushed into the underground fortifications. However, Yihan didn't expect the artillery fire to kill many people. As long as they didn't dare to show their heads to operate the anti-aircraft guns, it would be fine. The aviation transport company's Long Z-8L, loaded with soldiers from the Lancer Special Equipment Company and mounted with the Bobcat all-terrain vehicle, quickly took off and immediately flew to Tushan and Jialing counties under the escort of the Long Z-20. The artillery fire had just stopped at this time, and the Apocalypse players in the underground fortifications heard the roar above their heads and poked their heads out. "Are those planes going to the county? Shouldn't we stop them?" "Stop it. Go operate the anti-aircraft gun. See if the gun will blow you up." The order we received was to fight against the enemy's armed helicopters. "That thing is obviously a transport plane. What does it have to do with us?" "That's right. How many soldiers can a few planes carry? Even if we let them in, they will be eaten up by our troops in the city. What's there to be afraid of?" Hearing that no one else was planning to intercept, several people who originally wanted to run out to operate the 25mm anti-aircraft machine gun also withdrew their actions. At this time, Yihan watched from afar as the Longji 8L flew safely over the position and then entered the airspace of the 2 counties, and his heart finally settled down. These Apocalypse players were just as Yihan had guessed. It is said that if one soldier is incompetent, the whole group of generals will be incompetent. But if all the soldiers are incompetent, will the effect be different? Apocalypse Company equipped them with vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft machine guns for air defense, so that they could maneuver outside the county and block Yihan's aviation battalion. However, as soon as the artillery exploded, these guys hid their vehicles, and the people huddled in their nests, not daring to move. Their anti-aircraft gun positions are a joke. On the other side, the Longji 8LS quickly flew to their respective designated areas. The 116-man Lancer Special Company was divided into 2 teams, with 58 people in each team. Frost was responsible for Tushan County, and Metal was responsible for Jialing County. The 58-member team is further divided into 9 small teams, with a command-type Lancer soldier as the team leader, who leads the members to use atomized zombie inducers to attract zombies throughout the city and attack Apocalypse players. The Apocalypse players hiding in the buildings in the city soon saw a strange scene. Teams of Special Forces soldiers wearing gas masks were driving and running through the city with things like smoke bombs in their hands. "Boss, what are they doing?" An Apocalypse player was puzzled and asked his captain carefully. "I don't know." The captain thought hard while looking at the scene outside the building. After thinking for a while, he figured out something from the soldiers' gas masks and the smoke bombs emitting strange smoke in their hands. Fuck. Chemical warfare. Damn it. Yihan is not abiding by the chemical weapons convention. This must be poisonous. Tell the brothers to urinate on their clothes and cover their mouths and noses. After hearing the captain's words, all the Apocalypse players in the entire building were so scared that they peed their pants. They quickly took off their clothes and started peeing. Some were so nervous that they couldn't pee and had to ask others to borrow urine. "No, does peeing really work? Can't I use water? I've been feeling a little irritated lately, and this smell is too strong." Listen to the captain. Yihan used chemical weapons. Can water block it? Don't you have some folk remedies? Don't you know that urine is also a Chinese medicine? Brother, this is boy's urine. It can ward off evil spirits. Come on, let me sprinkle some on you too. Vomit. This Yihan kid is so anti-human. I must report him to the system. As word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, the Apocalypse players in the city used diapers to defend themselves. When the atomized zombie inducer floated in front of them, these guys were all complacent, especially the captain. Am I right? You're still questioning me. Is this diaper the most useful? At this time, even on the frontline Apocalypse positions, it became popular to use diapers to cover the mouth and nose. On the other side, Yihan, who was in the base vehicle, also heard the news from the frontline scouts that the players on the Apocalypse position were making diapers, and after making them, they used the diapers as decorations for themselves. Yihan was completely confused by this. Does this aerosol have hallucinogenic effects? We need to contact Han Shuang right away. As a special operations company, we must not do things that damage our military image like these random soldiers. Chapter 104, Tide of Corpses. Han Shuang, who was in front, was also puzzled after receiving Yihan's order. It is forbidden to put the diaper on the mouth. What does this mean, Commander? Frost muttered to himself. Did the message get sent to the wrong person? Hawkeye asked casually while looking around warily. No. Han Shuang shook his head and denied it directly. Who is the commander? How could he make such a low-level mistake? Issue the order to each team member. Tell all members of the Lancer Special Operations Company not to put diapers on their mouths. As Frost issued the order, the Lancer members scattered in various areas of the county all received the order. On the other side, the Apocalypse players had also taken protective measures, all tracking the Frost team in the thick mist. At this time, they still didn't know what the gray-white smoke would bring them. When the Apocalypse leaders of the 2 counties heard that Mo Jinlai's Special Operations Company had only 100 people, they did not take it too seriously. Let the front line be alert. The Apocalypse in the city will attack immediately and annihilate the enemy squad that sneaked in. After the order from the Apocalypse leader was issued, the Apocalypse players hiding in the buildings in the county town rushed out one after another, driving their respective vehicles to search the city for the Special Operations Company soldiers. Thick fog was rolling in the city at this time. The zombies wandering around the city also smelled the scent of the inducer, and then they all ran out, and gradually gathered into a huge tide of zombies, chasing towards the location of the Special Operations Company. The zombies affected by the inducer were like sharks that smelled blood. Not only did their eyes turn red, but their speed also increased a lot. Obviously, the virus in the body has been stimulated and activated, and instinct drives them to pursue the source of the inducer. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, the soldiers of the Special Operations Company drove their Bobcat vehicles towards the rear of the Apocalypse players' position. At this time, the first people chasing them were the Apocalypse players in the city, and behind them followed a tide of zombies numbering hundreds of thousands. When they were in almost the same position, the soldiers abandoned their Bobcat vehicles, opened all the inducers they brought and threw them on the road, and waves of even more intense fog spread again. The Apocalypse position, which had heard the movement behind it, was about to turn around and annihilate the Special Operations Company, but it saw that the Special Operations Company did not seem to have any intention of fighting. He just dropped some smoke bomb-like things and ran towards the surrounding buildings, leaving even his car behind. Boss, what do they mean? This cigarette doesn't seem to be poisonous. Why did they throw so much? Who knows? Forget it. There are only 100 of them, and the troops inside the city are already chasing us. We just need to hold our position well and leave the rest to other apocalypses. After hearing what the person in charge of the position said, the other Apocalypse players no longer paid attention to the Special Operations Company in the rear and focused all their attention on guarding the front line. However, the scene they expected of Apocalypse players in the rear wiping out the Special Operations Company did not occur. The Apocalypse players who were originally clamoring to kill the Special Operations Company also noticed the tide of zombies chasing them from behind, and they were all scared pale. Damn it! Were the zombies not attracted to the South District? Why are they chasing us now? Is the engine too loud? Bullshit. We are driving a car, not a rocket. How can we possibly attract a horde of zombies from kilometers away? The players hadn't reacted yet and thought that the zombies chasing them were just a small group of zombies that they encountered by coincidence. However, the brave ones looked and saw that the zombies behind them were so dark that there was no end in sight. There were so many zombies that a stampede had already occurred. The zombies in the front who ran a little slower were trampled under the feet of the zombies behind. In this way, the tide of zombies pushed the tide in front and finally formed a flood-like situation in the narrow streets. It directly formed a rolling tide of zombies that was several meters high and had no end in sight, and it was overwhelming the Apocalypse players. Damn it, I get it. The smoke released by those soldiers just now was to attract zombies. We fell into a trap. A smart player reacted immediately and cursed with regret on his face. After all, if they hadn't chased them out just now and everyone had stayed in the building, then at most the players in the front position and patrolling the streets would have been in trouble. But now that they have escaped, how could they possibly retreat? The Apocalypse players who reacted immediately howled like ghosts, running for their lives while being chased by the tide of zombies behind them, wailing or cursing. Didn't they say biological warfare? How did it become biological warfare again? Who the hell came up with the idea of covering my mouth with a diaper? This damn cigarette isn't poisonous at all. Hurry up, you guys in front. There are already zombies chasing the back of my car. The idiot in front of you, stop waiting for the traffic light. What's wrong with you? You're still obeying traffic rules at this hour. Originally, the convoy sent out by Apocalypse was quite orderly, but they were immediately thrown into disarray when they were chased by zombies. Some players rear-ended their cars without paying attention, which then caused the cars behind to crash into them. The densely packed vehicles were stuck together and unable to move. Seeing this, the captains among the Apocalypse players had no choice but to stop and order all the players to stop their cars to fight against the tide of zombies. If the road was wider, such as the area at the entrance of the looming base valley, then 1,000 or 2,000 cars would still be able to run. But now it is in the city, surrounded by buildings. Even if the cars are scattered on various streets, there will still be dozens of cars on each street. Once something goes wrong, there will inevitably be a traffic jam immediately. The vehicles that managed to escape were forced to stop and attack the zombie tide after hearing the captain's order. After all, there were more than 1,000 players in each county, and they all had machine guns on hand. Even though the zombie tide is extremely huge, it is not impossible to defend against it. Sure enough, as the players stopped their cars to fight, the vehicle-mounted machine guns and the rifles in the players' hands spewed flames, and the sound of gunfire and artillery fire was endless in the city. The firepower of these players supported by Apocalypse Company has been greatly improved, and their scale and equipment are no less than that of a reinforced battalion or even a regiment. The rolling tide of zombies suddenly slowed down under the gunfire. Although their momentum was still strong, the momentum that threatened to overwhelm everything had been curbed. As long as they have enough ammunition, it is not impossible for these players to hold on. However, they do not have Yihan's own arsenal, and some of them ran out of bullets after not long. In less than half an hour, many players had run out of bullets in their automatic weapons and could only use their eliminated World War II veterans. Yihan, who was 50 kilometers away from the county town, naturally also noticed the situation in the city. The reconnaissance helicopter of the aviation battalion had been reporting to him. When Yihan heard that the Apocalypse players were already fighting the zombie tide, his heart was broken. One zombie is worth 10 points. If it wasn't for the sake of safety, Yihan wouldn't want to lose any points. Chapter 105. masts and sails reduced to ashes. All right, that's enough. If these bastards keep hitting me, I'll be in trouble. Yihan spoke impatiently, glancing at the dozens of technical soldiers and staff officers who were on high alert in the command center while giving orders. Send the order to the commander of the artillery battalion and have all 4 artillery companies open fire. Focus on bombing the 2 county towns, where the players and the zombies are fighting. 4 rounds of artillery fire. After that, the tank battalion and infantry battalion will move in. The aviation battalion will seize the airspace. Following Yihan's order, the 4 self-propelled artillery companies under Wang Chuannan's command, a total of 48 2S-41 Gorse self-propelled artillery suddenly opened fire. The rumbling sound of cannons shook the heavens and the earth, and countless shells flew towards the heads of the players in the county. The Apocalypse players outside the city quickly retreated to the underground fortifications when they heard the sound of artillery fire. However, where were the players inside the city's underground fortifications? I didn't know what to do when I heard the sound of shells flying overhead. I could only continue carrying the gun to fight against the tide of zombies. As for the shells, I could only leave it to fate. After a round of bombardment, not only did the Apocalypse players suffer heavy casualties, but even the vanguard troops of the zombie tide were blown to pieces. Some unwilling Apocalypse players had taken advantage of the chaos to flee to the front line, stealing the cars of the players stationed outside the county town. However, they did not drive far before they were blown to pieces in a minefield. The players on the battlefield were naturally furious, but Yihan's troops who came from outside the county town were happy to see it, as it could be considered as clearing a minefield for them. After 5 rounds of bombardment, the county town was littered with ruins, and most of the players were killed or injured. The only ones still alive and kicking were the zombies that arrived later. The ones who were suffering the most at this time were not the players in the county. It would have been fine if they were directly killed in the explosion, but the players stationed outside the county were unable to retreat or advance. As for surrendering to Yihan, even a fool knows that this is no different from seeking death. The Apocalypse camp and the Savior camp are hostile. It's either you or me. At this time, the progress of the 2 counties was almost the same. Yihan looked down at his points. After the bombardment by the self-propelled artillery battalion, his points had soared from less than 4 million to nearly 4.1 million. This means that just those 5 rounds of artillery fire, totaling 240 rounds of artillery fire, took away nearly 10,000 zombies. On the one hand, it shows the power of the 2S-41 Gorse self-propelled artillery, but more importantly, it is foreseeable that the number of zombies in the city is huge and their density is concentrated. After the shelling ended, the tank company, in coordination with the infantry company, slowly drove towards the county town. In front of Tushan County, 24 neatly lined infantry fighting vehicles and 24 tanks drove in from the road in a convoy. The Apocalypse players stationed at the intersection to block the road were disheartened upon seeing this. The enemy was already well equipped, but now there's a fire in their backyard, so this battle can no longer be fought. Several Apocalypse players who were afraid of being tortured had already committed suicide, and most of the rest could only use the equipment at hand to put up a dying resistance. Damn it, you have a tank, but I don't. In fear, an Apocalypse player drove his 3rd-level vehicle equipped with an 85mm rifled gun to the battlefield. With a loud bang, the 85mm rifled gun suddenly fired, and the shell directly hit the front armor of a Dragon 99A. Is it hailing? The driver of Dragon 99A scratched his head when he heard the noise outside the car. No, it seems like the enemy fired a cannon and hit us. The observer replied calmly. Let's fire one too. The gunner was extremely excited when he heard the other side firing. The Apocalypse player on the other side saw that his 85mm gun was just like tickling the opposing tank, and his mentality immediately exploded. The frontal armor defense performance of Long 99A is above 1,000mm. Its 85mm caliber gun does not fire armor-piercing shells, but it is quite good to be able to achieve this effect. In response to the opposite side's artillery firing, the tank battalion's 10 tanks quickly responded, with 10 neatly aligned 125mm caliber rifled tank guns aimed at the Apocalypse position. With the command fire, a huge ball of fire erupted from the muzzle, and then the tank and the road beneath it seemed to be shaking. The fortifications that the Apocalypse players had spent more than 10 hours building were blown through like paper in just a moment, and the players hiding behind the fortifications disappeared without a trace. Then the armored troops drove directly into the enemy position. When facing this big guy, the Apocalypse players had to use World War II tactics and smash the tanks with Molotov cocktails, grenades, and other things. However, Most of the players were shot to pieces by machine guns on tanks and infantry fighting vehicles before they could even take out their stuff. A few people with clear heads still knew to look for rocket launchers, but the rockets they fired either failed to penetrate the armor or were reborn as soon as they raised their hands. The soldiers of the tank battalion and the infantry battalion actually felt a dull atmosphere during this battle. It did not feel like a war, but more like suppressing bandits. The person in charge of Tushan County of Apocalypse Company, who was in the city, was also furious when he heard about the battle situation on the front line. He originally planned to use the positions outside the city to obstruct the advance of the armored forces, and then use urban street fighting and the tide of zombies to consume Yihan's strength. But he never expected that Yihan would actually use zombies to let players play a dog-eat-dog game with zombies. The most important thing is that he didn't expect these Apocalypse players to be so useless. Their superiors gave them so many equipments and even gave them special tactical commands, but they could still fight like bandits. In fact, the idea of the person in charge does make it difficult for the players. After all, no one can perform their duties faithfully in the front while a group of zombies are chasing after them. In just over 10 minutes, Yihan's tanks and infantry fighting vehicles crossed the front line and started fighting head-on with the tide of zombies in the city. As the battle in the front officially started, Yihan's points also soared. When the zombies in the two counties were almost wiped out, it would be the time for Yihan to become a brigade colonel. Chapter 106 Attack. Boss, what should we do now? They have already reached the city, asked the younger brother next to the person in charge of Tushan County. The situation is now extremely unfavorable for them, and it seems that the only option left is retreat. Damn it. Release all those Lord zombies we have accumulated. The person in charge of Tushan County said this almost gritting his teeth. Originally, I was planning to keep it in my back pocket and release it after the Apocalypse players had almost exhausted Yihan. But looking at the current situation, if I don't release it now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to release it later. As soon as the person in charge gave the order, an underground laboratory in Tushan County was activated. In the pitch-black enclosed space, pairs of scarlet eyes lit up. Target: foreign armed forces in and outside Tushan County. Firepower level: highest level. These modified Lord Zombies all have their own command interface and fire control system, which clearly displays the instructions conveyed by the person in charge. The door of the laboratory slowly opened, and hundreds of Lord Zombies, all above level 4, rushed out of the laboratory door and headed towards the location of Yihan's troops. At this time, Yihan was busy directing the logistics platoons of various units to transport ammunition from the base vehicles, and was not aware of the changes on the front line. In just a short period of time, hundreds of artillery shells were transported out, said Wang Shi, the company commander of the engineering company, wiping his sweat. Yihan nodded. The biggest consumption in fighting zombies was ammunition, but there were no wounded yet. The medical soldiers who came with them were all aboard in the base vehicle. How's the battle going on ahead? Yihan asked Xiao Ai. Reporting to the commander, the armored unit has arrived at the designated location and is currently engaging the zombies. It is expected that the battle will be over by tomorrow morning. In addition, the transport company's supply delivery may be a bit slow. The Apocalypse players have damaged the road. Tanks and infantry fighting vehicles can barely drive through, but trucks transporting supplies can only pass after the engineering company repairs the road. Xiao Ai said, blinking her big eyes. Yihan shook his head speechlessly. These Apocalypse players were just like cockroaches. They were completely impossible to defeat, but could be disgusting. Then let the engineering company work harder and repair the road as soon as possible. Yihan ordered. By the way, what is the current situation of the Special Operations Company? The Aviation Battalion has sent a transport unit to pick them up, and they may be back soon. Xiao Ai replied. Yihan didn't say anything after hearing this. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, he said to Xiao Ai, contact Han Shuang and Wang Sheng immediately. Ask the Special Warfare Company and the Aviation Battalion's Reconnaissance Company to go deep into the rear of the county. Find the Tianchi Company in the county and arrest the heads of each county for me. This mission must be accomplished, no matter the cost. Previously, the person in charge of Shilan County slipped away quickly and Yihan failed to keep him. But now the persons in charge of Tushan and Jialing counties must still be in the city commanding the battle. How could Yihan miss this opportunity? As the old saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first catch the leader. By arresting the Apocalypse leaders of the two counties, we can learn more about Chongqing City and even the Apocalypse Company from them. Upon receiving the order, the Special Operations Company and the Aviation Battalion Reconnaissance Company immediately took action. 6 Long Z, 8 L transport helicopters, with the cooperation of 12 Long Z-20s, first flew to the various buildings where the Special Operations Company was stationed to pick them up, and then flew directly to the center of the county with the Special Operations team members. At this time, the entire county was engulfed in the artillery fire and gunfire of the tank battalion and the infantry battalion. Almost no Apocalypse player noticed the helicopter in the sky. Even if they did, what could they do? The Apocalypse players had already suffered heavy losses and were only thinking about how to escape. It is estimated that we will arrive at the location in 5 minutes. We will get off the plane 100 meters to the side of the building. Han Shuang was sitting on a Longji 20 and looking at the Apocalypse Company building in the center of the county. Got it. The driver was about to respond to Han Shuang's words, but the radar suddenly beeped and warned. Everyone in the cabin was attracted by the sudden sound and saw several small red dots suddenly appear on the radar, approaching the plane quickly. The driver reacted immediately and quickly looked up at the distant sky. Suddenly, several missiles with swaying tail flames flew towards the helicopter. A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the Long Z-20 pilot. Immediately, the passive defense system of the Long Z-20 was activated and the infrared jamming equipment was immediately started. Several missiles suddenly lost their targets due to the operation of the jamming equipment and immediately fell to the ground, and the remaining few were also destroyed by interceptor missiles launched by the Long Z-20. Seeing that the threat was lifted, the pilot smiled disdainfully, but Han Shuang in the cabin always felt something was wrong. He looked around carefully and suddenly saw some strange things. Dozens of unidentified creatures with leather wings, bodies similar to humans, but faces close to zombies were flying towards the helicopters at a rapid speed. The most important thing is that these strange things are equipped with things like rocket launchers. At Frost's signal, the driver also noticed these monsters, and his pupils suddenly shrank at one glance. Damn it! Iron Eagle calling Red Falcon. Iron Eagle calling Red Falcon. Evade quickly. Please evade quickly. The driver saw an unidentified creature attacking his Dragon Z-20 codenamed Red Falcon not far away, and hurriedly shouted into the communication equipment. But the Red Falcon's pilot was still a step slow to react, and the monster pounced directly onto the cabin of the Long Z-20 from behind. This thing was only slightly larger than an adult man, but its strength was surprisingly great. The two claws were frantically tearing at the outer armor of the Long Z-20. The crackling sound and sparks continued to ring out. The entire plane was out of control under the monster's attack and gradually deviated from the scheduled route. The other helicopters also reacted at this time, quickly moving away and constantly dodging the monster's attacks. Red Falcon, please report. Red Falcon, please report. Can you escape the attack? Can you escape the attack? The pilot of the Longji 20 where Han Shuang was kept yelling at the contact. Chapter 107, Barrier. The Red Falcon can't get away. The Red Falcon can't get away. A loud roar from the Red Falcon pilot was heard from the communication equipment, and the Longji 20 codenamed Red Falcon that was tightly grasped by the monster was sirening loudly, and the red warning light was flashing violently. Oh shit. The pilot of the Golden Eagle cursed angrily and immediately maneuvered the Long Z-20 to fly over the Red Falcon, and then used the machine gun mounted under the cabin to carefully fire at the monster on the side of the Red Falcon. This operation is extremely dangerous. If a mistake is made, the machine gun will hit the Red Falcon, which will not only fail to shoot down the monster, but will even make the situation of the already shaky Red Falcon worse. But there is no other way now. The monster's claws are extremely sharp, and once they grab into the helicopter's armor, it is difficult to get rid of them. The machine gun spewed ammunition towards the monster. The 30mm machine gun ammunition exploded the moment it hit the monster's back, and the monster screamed in pain. Seeing that the time had come, the pilot of the Red Falcon immediately pulled up the joystick and lifted the fuselage violently. At this moment, the monster clinging to the Long Z-20 was thrown off into the air. At the moment the monster was thrown off, the Red Falcon immediately withdrew from the battle, and an anti-aircraft missile suddenly fired out from under the cabin of the Golden Eagle on the other side. The monster exploded into pieces before it could even let out a scream when it was hit by the missile. At this time, other helicopters on the other side also launched a counterattack, and the sound of machine guns and missiles was endless. However, the number of these monsters was too large, and their speed was extremely fast. If it were not for the excellent performance of the Long Z-20, they would have been wiped out long ago. But even so, the situation on the field was still not optimistic. Report the situation here to the headquarters immediately. Send the data to the commander-in-chief. The captain of the team looked solemn. On the other side, Yihan was joking with Xiao AI, but Xiao AI, with a blushing face, suddenly looked stern and spoke to Yihan in a very serious voice. "Commander, the aviation transport company carrying out transportation missions in the county was attacked by unknown creatures." Yihan, who originally thought that the battle situation was stable, was also stunned when he heard this and immediately asked, "What's going on ahead?" "This is the monster encountered by the aviation transport company. They have already started an air battle. However, the situation is not optimistic, and the Special Forces Company of Tianchi Company that was originally going to go deep into the county was also stranded on the plane." After hearing Xiao AI's words, Yihan hurriedly looked at the photo on the screen, which was the monster that Red Falcon and Golden Eagle encountered. The Pursuer, Level 4 Lord Level Zombie. After special transformation by Apocalyptic Company, it has certain flying ability and is equipped with a longbow rocket launcher. Its claws are sharp and its body has certain resistance to attacks. Another Level 4 Lord Zombie. Yihan frowned. This was obviously something released by Apocalyptic Company. It was probably the backup plan of Apocalyptic Company. Yihan had encountered zombies of this level before during the battle to defend the city, but the 4th level lord named Avenger did not have the ability to fly and was basically slaughtered by the aviation battalion. Ask the rest of the aviation battalion to provide quick support. The aviation transport company should quickly deliver the Special Forces Company and then retreat if possible. If they can't, they should make arrangements first. Yihan thought for a moment and gave the order. Yihan currently does not have the authority to manufacture helicopters, and every helicopter lost will be difficult to rebuild, so the aviation battalion transport company must be saved. Moreover, it seems that the number of those monsters is only 40 or 50. Once the Dragon Straight 10 of the aviation battalion arrives, the situation will be completely reversed. Just as the aviation battalion led by Wang Sheng was rushing to the front, the tank battalion and infantry battalion on the front line were also attacked by a large number of Lord Zombies. There are still more than 200,000 zombies in Tushan County alone, and the fighting forces here are only 2 tank companies and 2 infantry companies. Originally, they could have wiped out the zombies sooner or later with the help of armor, but the zombies were too large in scale, and the troops had no time to deal with the group of Lord Zombies that suddenly rushed out. Yihan looked at the photos that Xiao AI sent him again and started thinking. At this moment, the ground forces in the 2 counties were in the midst of a fierce battle. The corpses that fell in front of the tanks and infantry fighting vehicles were as thick as 1 meter, and the movement of the armored vehicles had been affected to a certain extent. Among these Lord Zombies that rushed out, there were not only a large number of Avengers, but also a new 4th level Lord called the Barrier 1. The Rampart is humanoid like the Avenger, and is obviously modified from humans, but it no longer has a rocket launcher or Gatling gun, but instead has a half-meter thick alloy shield similar to a door. That thing is obviously used as a meat shield. Even with all the muscles of the barriers, it is difficult to lift it. Apocalyptic Company even gave them exoskeletons to assist in movement. The machine guns and cannons of the Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicle are almost helpless against this large alloy shield. Only the tank troops can still pose a threat, but the dense swarms of ordinary zombies keep interfering with the tank's movements. This resulted in hundreds of Avengers attacking the armored forces from a distance, but the armored forces were deeply trapped in the tide of zombies and could not extricate themselves for a while. Although the Avengers' rockets can hardly penetrate the armor of the Dragon 99A, it is not a good idea to let him keep attacking like this. The situation seemed to have reached a stalemate again. Xiao AI, contact Wang Long immediately and ask him to send the Heavy Firepower Guard Company and Infantry Guard Company to the 2 counties immediately. Yihan said with a frown. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. The addition of 12 Leopard 15 light tanks and 12 Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicles, although not enough to sweep the opposite side, could at least stabilize the situation. Yihan scratched his head, feeling a little upset. Attacking 2 counties at a time was a bit difficult. The root cause was that his troops were not enough. If it was a heavily armored combined brigade, they would have almost reached Chongqing City by now. Chapter 108 Promotion to Brigade Level. The artillery battalion was also not idle at this time. The booming artillery fire continued to attack the tide of zombies that continued to pour in from the rear of the battlefield, which also relieved the pressure on the armored forces on the front line. However, there were too many zombies. They came like a tide, and it seemed as if they would never be killed. Originally, the soldiers only needed to hide in the armored vehicles and attack, but in the current situation, the soldiers had to risk getting off the vehicles and help the armored forces clear the zombies in front of them, while also finding ways to attack the Avengers behind them. Every zombie exuded a disgusting stench and let out low roars from their mouths from time to time. The battlefield at this moment was more like hell. The rotten flesh was crushed by the armor. The strong smell of gunpowder and stench mixed together, comparable to that of poison gas bombs. This stench was beyond the limit that the soldiers could bear. They fought while vomiting. On the other side, the Apocalypse players hiding in the buildings also seized the opportunity and fired cold shots from time to time. Although these players suffered heavy losses after the previous artillery bombardment and zombie attacks, there were still 100 or so players left huddled in the buildings around the battlefield. Amid the hail of bullets, soldiers were inevitably injured and killed, and the medical troops that had been idle also began to intervene in the battle. At this time, Yihan could only use his points with a cold face to make up for the shortage on the front line. In just 1 hour, the engineering platoon transported the bodies of more than 60 soldiers from the front line. This is equivalent to half a company being wiped out. Although this casualty rate is normal in conventional wars, it is the first time for Yihan to suffer such heavy losses. Even though the soldiers who died in battle can be replaced immediately by the system, these soldiers are not just simple points to Yihan, but living people. In the words of the CEO of a certain dong, they are brothers. In the words of a certain audio anchor, they are family. To put it in the words of version T0, that's Jime. How could Yihan not be angry when seeing half of his company's family, brothers, and Jime killed in battle? However, the benefits of fighting on two fronts were also highlighted at this time. The original 4.5 million points had soared to 8 million points with the fighting on the front line, and he was only 2 million points away from being promoted to Colonel Brigade Commander. Among the 1.5 million points that surged, nearly 1 million were provided by Apocalypse players. At this time, those Apocalypse players had basically upgraded to level 3 vehicles, and the points provided by level 3 players were 500. Commander, don't worry. According to the current speed, it will only take another 2 hours to accumulate enough points. Xiao AI was also comforting Yihan. Yihan nodded without saying much, but just lit a cigarette for himself silently, his eyes full of murderous intent. 2 hours passed quickly, and Yihan's points finally broke through the 10 million mark. Commander, can I be promoted to Colonel? Xiao AI asked Yihan with blinking eyes. Yihan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, promotion. With Yihan's confirmation, the 10 million on the points column instantly turned into 0, followed by Xiao AI's reminder. Congratulations, Commander, on your successful promotion to Colonel Brigade Commander. 10 million points required for promotion have been deducted. Now activate the Brigade Commander level command authority. The Brigade level configuration can have 5 fully staffed combat regiments, each with a maximum strength of 2,600 personnel, and the Brigade level full strength can reach more than 13,000 personnel. The maximum number of logistics soldiers summoned has been increased to battalion level, totaling 520. Logistics troops, engineering troops, and special arms do not occupy brigade level quotas. The level 6 store is now open and a brigade commander level gift pack is being distributed. The brigade commander level gift pack includes a set of brigade commander military uniforms, a brigade commander level custom-made M1911A1 pistol, a magnetic infantry company of 120 people, an army rocket flight company of 120 people, and the number of random hero level character draws X1. As soon as Xiao AI finished speaking, Yihan suddenly changed into a new set of military uniform. If the previous regimental commander's uniform could be described as handsome, then the brigade commander's uniform could be described as majestic. In addition to the military uniform jacket and trousers, Yihan actually had a thick military green cloak behind him and a pair of sunglasses in his jacket pocket. As for the customized M1911A1, Yihan loved it even more. The handle was made of fine Wangwali wood, and there were tiny letters engraved in an inconspicuous place, Yihan. This thing is obviously more for collection than for practical use. However, Yihan was more concerned about the other two things Xiao AI rewarded him at this time, the Magnetic Infantry Company and the Army Rocket Flying Company. The soldiers that were exchanged through the system before were all quite normal, but this time the rewards sound a bit sci-fi just by the name. A few minutes later, an entire Magnetic Infantry Company arrived in front of Yihan. The Magnetic Infantry Company consisted of 120 magnetic infantrymen. Each magnetic infantryman was wearing something like a heavy space suit, very similar to the magnetic soldiers in the Red Alert that Yihan played. Report to the commander. Zhang Tai, the captain of the Magnetic Infantry Company, reports to you. A soldier wrapped in magnetic energy equipment stepped forward and suddenly yelled, "Tell me about your equipment and abilities." Yihan nodded and asked. Reporting to the commander. Each magnetic infantryman is wearing a 30-kilogram multifunctional uniform with exoskeleton-assisted combat, bulletproof, insulating, energy storage, and external power release functions. Soldiers can release a controllable current of 100,000 volts through their equipment, with a maximum attack distance of 200 meters. Oh shit, Pikachu? Yihan was shocked. Isn't this the same as Pokemon? And he also has 120 Pikachus. Pikachu Company. No, Magnetic Infantry Company. Your two platoons should form a unit and quickly rush to the support of Tushan and Jialing counties. Yihan said hurriedly. These soldiers who can discharge electricity will definitely pose a deadly threat to zombies, even Lord-level zombies, when they arrive at the front line. Chapter 109 Level 3 Factory. When the Magnetic Infantry Company was dispatched to the front battlefield, Yihan only heard a strange, rustling sound in the air, and then the 120-man Army Rocket Flying Company also rushed to Yihan. The so-called Army Rocket Flight Company is actually similar to the rocket flight soldiers in Red Alert. The soldiers carry individual rocket launchers and can maneuver at low altitude and high speed. However, unlike the Red Alert rocket pilots, the rocket launchers of the soldiers in front of Yihan are also equipped with individual exoskeletons, which can carry rocket launchers and heavy machine guns. It is somewhat similar to the Hunting Eagle rotorcraft in the Aviation Battalion, but it is smaller and more flexible than that thing. Liu Kong, the commander of the Army Rocket Flight Company, reports to the commander. The rocket pilots slowly landed on the ground. One of the officers, wearing a lieutenant's uniform, came forward and saluted Yihan and said. Yihan nodded. These rocket pilots were incredibly fast. Although they could not fly too high, they were flexible and carried a lot of heavy firepower. They were fully capable of inflicting devastating damage to ground targets. You will be like the Magnetic Infantry Company, with one unit in every 2 rows supporting the frontline battlefield. After issuing the combat order, Yihan returned to the command vehicle and waited for news from the front line. With the Magnetic Infantry Company, Rocket Flight Company, and Wang Long's 2 guard companies joining the battle, the situation on the front line will definitely be stabilized. Magnetic infantry and rocket soldiers are the nemesis of zombies. While waiting for news from the front line, Yihan opened the communication hall to take a look at the situation inside. What's going on over at Jialing and Tushan? There's been a lot of noise all day long. The fighting has begun. Yishun's looming army is attacking the county town, and they are attacking 2 counties at a time. Fuck, this is too much. Our team is still in the town, but Yishun has already conquered 3 counties. TSK, does he think he can definitely win if he dares to fight? There are more than 3,000 Apocalypse players and hundreds of thousands of zombies in Tushan and Jialing. In my opinion, Yihan is a little overestimating his own abilities. I am the Apocalypse player from Tushan. My car has been crushed into scrap by a tank. Can anyone come and save me? Yihan is cheating. There are so many Pikachus. Should I hit you? What Pikachu? The world system has switched to the Pokemon world. There was mostly nonsense in the communication hall at this time. As for the Apocalypse players in Tushan and Jialing, they were all busy fighting at this time, and few of them came to the communication hall to speak. Seeing that it was not interesting, Yihan opened Xiao AI's system mall again and took a look. There were many more military types in it. The first one is the Magnetic Infantry, which costs 1,200 points to produce. It is 400 points more expensive than the soldiers of the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment, and is almost as expensive as an M2 infantry fighting vehicle. This thing belongs to a special type of troops. It does not occupy one's own brigade commander level quota. The maximum number of people summoned is 120. Because there is already a Magnetic Infantry Company, one can only wait until the number of people is reduced before exchanging it. However, according to Yihan's opinion, it would not be appropriate to make too many of these things. This thing is very powerful in specific situations, but its versatility is too low and the cost is a bit expensive. It is best to treat them as special forces. The cost of building a rocket soldier is also 1,200 points. It is also a special type of soldier, and the maximum number of people summoned is 120. In addition, the maximum number of soldiers in the 141st Lancer Special Service Regiment has reached 520, equivalent to a battalion-level unit, and the maximum number of logistic soldiers has also been increased to the battalion level. This actually also means that Yihan's brigade not only has 5 regiments under its jurisdiction, but also has 2 or 3 directly affiliated battalions, with a total number of almost 15,000. Most standard divisions only have 10,000 people, and his own brigade has 15,000. Yihan no longer dares to imagine how many troops he will have under his command when he becomes the division commander. However, to be promoted to the rank of colonel and division commander, one needs a full 100 million points. This number of points is no joke. One would have to kill a fucking 10 million zombies alone. I'm afraid one would have to liberate the entire Chongqing city to achieve this goal. Yihan got a headache when he thought about the points required for promotion to division commander. Then he stopped thinking about it and started to consider the configuration of his brigade. Yihan has no intention of touching the current group. In the past, promotions were done by expanding the squad into a platoon, the platoon into a company, and the company into a battalion. But now, for the regiment in hand, Yihan wants to retain the old organization and personnel. It will be the elite force of its own brigade, and will also be the seed for building a heavy armored combined brigade when it reaches the division-level unit in the future. As for the other 4 vacant groups, Yihan planned to build them up in a building tall buildings on flat ground manner when he had enough points later. In addition to the types of troops, the buildings are also much richer than before. First of all, the 3rd-level arsenal can be built. 3,000 upgrade points are required. After the upgrade, individual grenade launchers, RPG rocket launchers, and various types of light and heavy machine guns can be manufactured. The most important thing is that the 3rd-level arsenal has a new function, which is to replace points with material forging. In the future, as long as Yihan provides sufficient materials, he can exchange firearms without using points. At the same time, by opening the customization of firearms, the arsenal can create various types of customized weapons according to Yihan's needs. To put it simply, it means that skins can be produced. It seems that this 3rd-level arsenal is intended to push Yihan towards the direction of an arms dealer. The tank factory can also be upgraded to level 3, which requires 10,000 points. After the upgrade, it can be exchanged for the Longqi 17A air defense missile vehicle, which requires 2,500 points, and the PLC-05 self-propelled howitzer, which requires 2,500 points. These 2 tanks also mean that Yihan's air defense force has been supplemented, and the artillery equipment can also be as advanced as the tank battalion and infantry battalion. Next to the 3rd-level tank factory page, there is an additional small building called a tank transformation factory. It only costs 1,000 points to build this thing. Yihan felt a little curious, so he clicked in to take a look, but just one glance made him drool. Chapter 1, 10 The New Life of the Cat Car. This so-called tank modification factory can actually produce corresponding modified tanks in conjunction with the weapons produced in the arsenal. Level 1 Tank Modification Factory. Construction points 1,000. Level 1 Tank Modification Factory can produce modified versions of Bobcat all-terrain vehicles as needed. The styles are as follows. 6x6 Lynx all-terrain vehicle with 107mm rocket launcher. 2 people, equipped with 107mm rocket launcher. 8x8 Lynx all-terrain assault vehicle. Maximum capacity 6 people, equipped with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. 4x4 Lynx all-terrain vehicle equipped with Dragon Arrow-8 anti-tank missiles. Maximum capacity 2 people, equipped with anti-tank missile launchers. 6x6 Lynx all-terrain vehicle with 120mm mortar howitzer. Maximum capacity 2 people, with 120mm mortar howitzer installed. 6x6 Lynx all-terrain vehicle with 82mm rapid-fire mortar. Maximum capacity 2 people, equipped with 82mm rapid-fire mortar. 6x6 Lynx all-terrain vehicle with AKS, 2 air defense missiles. Maximum capacity 2 people, equipped with AKS, 2 missiles. In addition to the above-mentioned styles, the tank modification factory can also modify the 6x6 Lynx all-terrain medical transport vehicle for transporting the wounded and the 6x6 Lynx all-terrain protected transport vehicle for transporting ammunition and supplies. Yihan was dumbfounded. This Bobcat could be used in many different ways. Not only could it be used to handle logistics, it could also be used for anti-tank, anti-aircraft, and anti-infantry purposes. At this time, Yi Jingyu, who was not far away, also noticed the scene in front of Yihan. After coming over to take a look, his eyes lit up. Commander, although the Lynx has almost no protective armor, it is cheap and has good terrain passing capabilities. Now that there are so many modifications, I think we can use it to build a mechanized light infantry unit. Yihan was stunned when he heard Yi Jingyu's words. Light infantry? Wouldn't it be better if we turn them all into armored units? Yi Jingyu smiled and said, I have seen the topographic maps of Jianghan province and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. In some terrains, light infantry can perform tasks more conveniently than armored units. Moreover, light infantry does not have too much baggage, so they can move freely on the battlefield and attack the enemy's flanks and rear. They are very practical. The key is that this cat-shaped vehicle now gives light infantry an even greater advantage, as it not only has the firepower of armored forces, but also the mobility and flexibility of light infantry. Yihan immediately understood what Yi Jingyu meant. In previous wars, the biggest problem for light infantry was the lack of heavy weapons support, and their firepower and protection were extremely weak. However, the advantages of light infantry are undeniable. Their high mobility and tactical flexibility are difficult to match by armored forces. They are not restricted by the road network and can appear and disappear in various complex terrains such as mountains, jungles, and swamps. They can infiltrate and encircle the enemy, disrupt their deployment, cut off their supplies, and cause tactical chaos to the enemy. At this moment, these cat cars in front of Yihan not only run fast and have good passability, but the key is that they are equipped with heavy machine guns, mortars, and even missiles. Although the protection performance of light infantry is not improved much with this thing, their firepower is no worse than that of armored forces. Yihan became excited when he thought about this. The entire Mau Mau light infantry regiment must come out later. The armored units will fight on the front battlefield, while the Mau Mau infantry regiment will sneak into the rear to launch a sneak attack. Moreover, there seems to be a Hunting Eagle rotorcraft in its own first-level aviation weapons factory. That thing can be described as a cat car in the sky. We can also build some for the Cat Light Infantry Regiment to make up for the air firepower. When the time comes, the ground and air will coordinate and appear and disappear mysteriously. Anyone who encounters it will have a headache. Originally, the Bobcat all-terrain vehicle was about to be eliminated by Yihan and relegated to the second-line troops, but now after this modification, it has been given a new life. Yihan continued to look down and saw that the first-level aviation weapons factory could now be upgraded to the second level. Second-level aviation weapon factory. Upgrading requires 5,000 points. After upgrading, it can manufacture Longji 8L transport helicopters, 2,800 points. Longji 20 general tactical helicopters, 3,200 points. Longji 10 armed helicopters, 3,500 points. The upgrade of this thing is also pretty good. Needless to say, the Long Z-20 general-purpose helicopter is in great demand, and the Long Z-8L can transport the Lynx all-terrain vehicle, so some can be allocated to the Lynx Light Infantry Regiment at that time. In addition to the upgrades of various buildings, a new building called the Intelligence Talent Training Center has appeared on the building page. Yihan clicked on the introduction page of the Intelligence Talent Training Center with some curiosity. Intelligence Talent Training Center. Construction requires 20,000 points. After completion, this building can be used to train intelligence talents. Intelligence talents can infiltrate the enemy's interior to collect intelligence and report. Each intelligence talent training requires 2,000 points. Isn't this a spy training center? Yihan was overjoyed. At this time, he knew nothing about the internal situation of Apocalypse. With the infiltration of intelligence personnel, he could grasp the other party's dynamics, which would help him take the initiative in subsequent actions. It seems that this thing can be manufactured first later, but the price of this thing is really not low. The construction alone costs 20,000, and training personnel requires another 2,000. But it makes sense. A spy needs to master many more abilities than an ordinary soldier. First of all, he must have excellent physical fitness and combat capability that is no less than that of a special forces soldier. On top of that, he also needs to be absolutely calm, have a very high IQ, be good at disguise, be scheming, and have a wide range of specialties. The most important thing is to be willing to sacrifice your life and be absolutely loyal. From this perspective, using 20,000 points to build a spy training center is actually worth the money. Chapter 111 Heroic Character, Hibiscus. However, Yihan had less than 8,000 points at this time. These were just completed on the front line. It seems that the construction of various buildings will have to be put on hold for now. Moreover, he is now a brigade-level unit, but he only has one regiment, and the exchange of soldiers and equipment will consume a lot of points. There are 2,600 people in a regiment, and I need to fill in 4 regiments. The 10,400 people in these 4 regiments alone will consume more than 2 million points, or even more. However, once Tushan County and Jialing County are completely taken over, it is estimated that a lot of points will be gained. After all, there are many towns and villages under these 2 counties, with a total of hundreds of thousands, or even more than 200,000 zombies. Just when Yihan's mind was full of points, Xiao AI suddenly spoke up and interrupted Yihan's thoughts. Commander, you still have one chance to draw a heroic character that you haven't used yet. Xiao AI reminded. Yihan was stunned. He had just inspected the magnetic infantry and rocket-flying troops, and then was busy looking at the upgraded buildings. He almost forgot that there was a chance to draw a hero-level character in the Brigade Commander's promotion package. The last time this thing appeared was probably the Company Commander Promotion Gift Pack, from which I drew the C-level hero Ghost Hunter. I don't know what I will draw this time. Yihan was a little hesitant to play the lottery roulette. There was no other reason, but mainly because he was a little unlucky when it came to lotteries. After hesitating for a long time, Yihan gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. I can't even get an S rank with 10 years of my life. While cursing Yihan, he pressed the lottery button. The roulette wheel spun again, and finally slowly stopped on the image of a girl who looked about 18 or 19 years old and had a very beautiful appearance. Yihan was a little disappointed. The girl in the picture looked so weak and fragile. Although she was pretty, she would probably cry all day if she was punched. What was the point of him having a vase? Alas, it seems that even if I lose my life, I can't change my bad luck. S rank is not something that can be easily drawn. However, before Yihan could finish his words, Xiao Ai's voice rang out. Congratulations, Commander, for drawing the S-class hero, Hibiscus. She has been summoned outside the office. As Xiao Ai spoke, there was actually a hint of sympathy in her eyes. This was something the commander had exchanged for 10 years of his life. When Yihan heard Xiao Ai's words and then saw Xiao Ai's expression, he immediately understood, and the expression on his face suddenly became extremely complicated. Hello, Commander. At this time, the office door was also pushed open, and the newly summoned Hibiscus was poking her little head out of the door and looking into the room, her pretty little face full of curiosity. However, when Yi Hansi saw her, he was like seeing a ghost. He rushed forward, grabbed Mu Jin's head, and pushed it out with all his might. Commander, what are you doing? Hibiscus was startled by the sudden scene. Damn it. I want a refund. Xiao Ai and I, return her to me. I don't want to exchange her for 10 years of my life. Xiao Ai on the screen beside him felt helpless when she saw this, and immediately tried to comfort Yihan. Commander, once summoned, you cannot return it, and we should be more scientific. The strongest commander has not deducted your lifespan. It's all just a psychological effect. Just think of it as your big guarantee. Yihan felt like crying, but had no tears at this moment. He could only smile bitterly. This was the only way to comfort himself. Then Yihan gave up his plan to return Mu Jin. Mu Jin also understood the situation at this time, and immediately said to Xiao Ai angrily, Xiao Ai, the commander doesn't welcome me. Since he wants to return me, just satisfy him. Just return me. Seeing this, Xiao Ai was speechless and didn't know what to say. She took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to curse. It was all a misunderstanding just now. You'd better work hard. When Mu Jin heard this, she pursed her lips, her face still full of grievance and unwillingness to accept. Yihan also reacted at this time. Instead of worrying about the 10 years of his life that he could not get back, he might as well serve the person in front of him. She is an S-class hero, which is 3 levels higher than Ghost. It would be a waste of time to offend her. Yihan rubbed his hands, and then smiled awkwardly. Mu Jin, right? I was just too excited to see you just now. This is actually a misunderstanding. Mu Jin rolled her eyes after hearing this and said perfunctorily, I understand, Commander. It was clear from her expression that she was still angry, but think about it. She was an S level after all. She didn't ask Yihan to be nice to her, but at least he had to show her some basic respect, right? Mu Jin greeted Yihan with a smile at first, but who knew that Yihan wanted to return the goods as soon as they met. This was too insulting. Yihan sighed inwardly, thinking it would be better to just tell her directly. How about this? To make up for what happened just now, you can just tell me something or pick something, and that will be my compensation to you. Yihan said helplessly. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Mu Jin's beautiful eyes. She then raised her little face and looked around the office. Her gaze scanned the entire room until she saw Yihan's waist and stopped. When Yihan saw Mu Jin's expression, he knew that this guy had picked the right thing. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why is she staring at my crotch? Could it be? Commander, I want this. Mu Jin said to Yihan while blinking her starry eyes, and raised her slender fingers to point at Yihan's waist. Before Yihan could reply, Xiao Ai beside him could no longer bear to watch. Hey, what do you mean? I'm still here. Can you avoid me if you want to flirt with the commander? Yihan was a little embarrassed. It's not easy to give you this thing now, right? How about waiting until tonight? Chapter 112 The Legacy of Apocalypse Players. Mu Jin couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard what Yihan and Xiao Ai said. You guys think too much. I want the commander's gun. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Ai started to curse. You slut. I'm returning you now. Mu Jin was speechless. It's the pistol with a Wang Wali handle on the commander's waist. Yihan now understood what Mu Jin wanted. He immediately took out his brigade commander-level custom-made pistol from its holster and handed it to Mu Jin. Mu Jin quickly took it and played with it for a while, then nodded and said, M1911A1 pistol. The handle is made of old Wang Wali wood with landscape patterns. Although the practicality of the gun is greatly reduced, it is very beautiful and is not bad for collection. Yihan's heart skipped a beat as he watched Mu Jin appreciating an antique. Could her S-level skill be treasure appraisal? Xiao AI, who was standing by, also understood what was happening and stopped getting angry. She whispered to Yihan, "Commander, you just activated the hero-level character favorability system. You can increase the hero-level character's favorability toward you by giving them gifts or chatting with them. When the favorability drops to the lowest level, the hero-level character will still be loyal to you, but will most likely fall into depression or even commit suicide. When the favorability reaches the top level, you can capture the hero-level character." When he heard that he could capture a heroic character, the first thing Yihan thought of was Ghost. He quickly opened the favorability panel and took a look. At this time, the Ghost's favorability towards him was displayed as 50. Serving the king is like serving a tiger. It's okay. If the Ghost's kindness reached the maximum level, it would be a bit troublesome. Yihan patted his chest. If Ghost's favorability level rose to 100, and he did something like love deeply and without regrets, Yihan really wouldn't be able to bear it. Fortunately, he asked the research department to study Ghost intensively. Thinking of this, Yihan looked at Mu Jin's favorability again. Her favorability was only slightly higher than Ghost's, showing as 60, a chance encounter. Xiao AI, can you introduce this S-level hero? I hope he's a treasure appraiser. Yihan said to Xiao AI. Reporting to the commander, the hero is S-level. Her name is Mu Jin. She is female, 19 years old, lively, has the ability to command a martial-level army, and has top strategic judgment. Her special ability is foresight, which allows her to periodically foresee the direction of future developments. However, Mu Jin lacks individual combat capabilities and is only equivalent to a B-class combat hero. Also, Commander, you have just unlocked some hidden information about Mu Jin. She likes to collect all kinds of firearms. Giving her collectible firearms can improve her favorability. Yihan was overjoyed to hear Xiao AI's introduction. What was he lacking now? Wasn't it a commanding talent? When the army reached the brigade level, although Wang Hu was a major, he could no longer command. Although Yi Jingyu was a colonel, he was only a staff officer and lacked the ability to command on the spot. The addition of Mu Jin not only makes up for the lack of top-level command personnel, but her abilities in all aspects are also perfect for commanding the army. Even her weaknesses are still stronger than Ghost's, which shows how powerful S-class characters are. Mu Jin, from now on you will serve as the Chief of Staff and Deputy Brigade Commander of the entire brigade, responsible for all military affairs. At the same time, Yi Jingyu will be the Deputy Chief of Staff to assist you in handling all military matters. Yihan turned to Mu Jin and said. Mu Jin took Yihan's pistol and put the unpleasantness behind her. When she heard Yihan's order, her face was full of seriousness. Yes, Commander. Don't worry, leave the army to me. Now that Mu Jin is the Deputy Brigade Commander, I will temporarily take over the position of Brigade Commander. If a more suitable candidate comes along, or if Mu Jin gains more experience, I will step down and continue to serve as the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army. As for Wang Hu, he could no longer be the brigade commander. As a major, he could only be in charge of regimental affairs at most, which was a bit difficult. After all, according to the introduction of the Army Officer Training Center, a major was actually more suitable to command a battalion-level unit. I guess I will either have to train some more officers or raise Wang Hu's military rank. Just when Mu Jin went to the general staff to arrange various matters, Xiao AI also reported to Yihan. Commander, the Special Forces Company has begun to carry out its mission. At the same time, the Aviation Battalion has destroyed the enemy's air targets and is now returning. The ground forces in Tushan County have annihilated the enemy's Lord-level zombies with the help of magnetic infantry and rocket pilots, and are now clearing the zombie tide. There are not many Lord zombies left in Jialing County, and they are expected to be annihilated soon. After hearing Xiao AI's report, Yihan nodded. This result was no different from what he expected. The magnetic infantry and rocket pilots are simply the nemesis of zombies. No matter how strong the defense capability of the barrier warriors is or how large the zombie tide is, the electric current of the magnetic infantry is unreasonable. Moreover, aerial units like rocket pilots also pose a great threat to the zombie tide. In this case, let's all work harder and ask the cooks to deliver lunch to the battlefield. Yihan instructed. Yes. In addition, there is another situation on the front line. After the Apocalypse players were eliminated, many relatives were left in the county. At this time, the engineering company has put them all under control. What should we do now? When Yihan heard this, he began to think in his heart. The world system had sent all the players' relatives in before. Now that he had eliminated the Apocalypse, their relatives would have no one to rely on, and they would not have the right to participate in the game like the players. In terms of identity, they are more like survivors of this world, but they cannot be treated the same way as survivors. After all, Yi-Han is their enemy. Yi-Han suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. There were probably several thousand of these people. It would be easier to kill them all indiscriminately, but the problem was that it was too brutal. Population was productivity, so it would be better to use them than to kill them. And if he killed them all, once the news got to the ears of other players, Yi-Han would become the target of public criticism. One's own army must be an army of justice, so that there is reason to uphold justice. Once one does something like massacring civilians, it means that one is morally untenable and will inevitably lose the right to speak. A certain squid country is a vivid example. Chapter 113, 2 million points. Thinking of this, Yi-Han contacted Yi Ruoxue, who was at the base, through Xiao AI. This kind of issue regarding the accommodation and management of survivors is exactly Yi Ruoxue's strong point, so it is most appropriate for her to formulate a plan. At this time, Yi Ruoxue was busy managing the production work of the survivors at the base. When she heard Hyacinthus say that the commander was looking for her, she hurriedly answered the phone. Yi-Han lit a cigarette and asked Yi Ruoxue on the other end of the phone, "Little sister, we have about 4,000 relatives of Apocalypse players here. How do you think we can best accommodate them?" Yi Ruoxue naturally knew what Yi-Han meant and said it without thinking. "Divide and conquer." Yi-Han took a deep breath. "Tell me more about it." "These 4,000 people are more or less hostile to you, and even to the entire base. Once they are placed in one place, they are likely to form a rebellious force. So I suggest that we disperse them among other survivors to dilute their power. Over time, their hatred will fade and they will live their lives in peace." The agricultural and animal husbandry development in Looming Base has reached saturation, and there is still a lot of idle land outside Looming Base. I suggest that they be resettled in various villages in Shillong County along with other survivors. Lu Tu's public security department will send people to set up public security stations. Brother can also set up walls at the entrances of these villages and build machine gun fortresses to maintain public security. Yi Ruoxue told Yi-Han all her plans, and Yi-Han nodded after listening. "Okay, then you can do as you say. I will ask the engineering company to send the people back." Afterwards, Yi-Han arranged the following matters. The battle situation was now stable, so Yi-Han didn't think much about it. According to the current progress, it is only a matter of time to take over the two counties. The battle lasted until 7 o'clock the next morning, lasting a whole day and night. When Yi-Han got up from the office early in the morning, Mu Jin was already waiting to report to him with a glass of milk. Mu Jin's figure and appearance are quite pleasing to the eye. At this moment, she was wearing a tight white t-shirt on her upper body and loose military trousers on her lower body, which set off her slender figure, thin shoulders and waist, and a pair of jade arms like autumn lotus roots. Although her chest was not fleshy, it was very upright. On the fair face, a pair of big, slightly childish eyes stared at the ceiling boredly. Yi-Han felt a little strange when looking at her. This girl looked like a vase. How could she be related to a military commander? Mu Jin naturally had no idea what Yi-Han was thinking. When she saw him wake up, she handed him the milk and then reported. Reporting to the commander, the battle ended at 5 o'clock last night, and all hostile targets in the city were eliminated. You currently have more than 2.3 million points remaining. At the same time, the troops have also found a total of 700 survivors in the county. At present, I have sent the 4th Company of the Infantry Battalion to garrison in Tushan and Jialing counties respectively. After resting, the Tank Battalion will immediately go to the various towns under the jurisdiction of the 2 counties to carry out recovery work. In addition, the Special Forces Company has captured the Tianqi leaders in Tushan and Jialing counties. They are currently being held outside the base vehicle awaiting orders. After listening to Mu Jin's report, Yi-Han was a little surprised. There are only 700 survivors in the 2 counties. Mu Jin nodded. Yes, these 700 people were found by the Special Forces Company using thermal imaging cameras in the sewers. I guess they are related to the Apocalypse Company in the city. After hearing Mu Jin's words, Yi-Han started to think. There were thousands of survivors in Shillong County at that time. Why were the populations of these 2 counties combined smaller than that of Shillong County? It could only be that Apocalypse Company was behind this. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll go ask the 2 Apocalypse Company executives later. Yi-Han said nothing more and sent Mu Jin away. The most important thing now is to use the points at hand to quickly recruit more soldiers. His brigade currently consists of only 1 regiment, and this regiment is a tired army that has just fought a fierce battle. As the territory expands, if something happens at this time, my limited number of troops will be unable to cope with it. Yi-Han looked at the 2.3 million points in the points column and thought carefully. This amount of points was actually not a lot, and it was still not enough to fully staff the entire brigade. In this case, there has to be a priority. I had planned to build a cat light infantry regiment before. On the one hand, this thing is very practical, and on the other hand, it is cheap. This was also Yi Jingyu's suggestion. Thinking of this, Yihan used his points to upgrade the tank factory and arsenal, and at the same time built a tank transformation factory in the Oasis world. After doing all this, you can start to build the cat light infantry regiment. According to Yihan's staffing, an infantry regiment has 2,600 people, divided into 5 battalions, with 520 people in each battalion. Yihan felt a headache as he calculated. Once the army expanded, his knowledge reserves would not be enough. As a last resort, Yihan called back Mu Jin, who had just been sent away, and asked her to discuss with him how to deploy the light infantry regiment. Mu Jin thought for a moment and said, "Since there is such a thing as a cat-in-cat vehicle, let's allocate the 5 battalions of the light infantry regiment in this way. A penetration assault battalion, consisting of 68 by 8 Lynx all-terrain assault vehicles, 20 basic Lynx all-terrain vehicles, 20 Lynx all-terrain anti-tank vehicles, 20 Lynx air defense all-terrain vehicles, and 20 Lynx support vehicles of various models. A total of 140 Lynx vehicles, 480 combat personnel, and 40 logistics personnel. An artillery assault battalion, consisting of 46 by 6 Lynx vehicle-mounted 120mm mortars, 46 by 6 Lynx vehicle-mounted 82mm rapid-fire mortars, 46 by 6 Lynx vehicle-mounted 107mm rocket launchers, and 20 Lynx transport support vehicles. Chapter 114 Cat Light Infantry Regiment. An air defense assault battalion consists of 60 Lynx all-terrain vehicles equipped with AKS, 2 air defense missiles, 40 Lynx vehicles equipped with 25mm machine guns, 20 Lynx all-terrain troop assault vehicles, and 20 Lynx transport support vehicles. A fire support battalion, mainly composed of anti-tank Lynx vehicles, troop assault Lynx vehicles, transport Lynx vehicles, and medical support Lynx vehicles, provides battlefield support. Finally, we should set up an aviation transport battalion. The Longji 8L is perfect for transporting things like the Lynx. The Longji 8L can also transport light infantry. Add some Hunting Eagle rotorcraft to provide air fire support for the light infantry. The aviation transport battalion will consist of 60 Dragon Z, 8 LS, and 30 Hunting Eagles. Then each battalion will be assigned a platoon of flat-top diesel trucks to be responsible for the transportation of supplies. Mu Jin's words were very logical, and she arranged an entire light infantry regiment for Yihan in just a few minutes. After hearing what Mu Jin said, Yihan nodded. "Okay, I'll do as you say." "But you still have to consider the commander of the light infantry regiment," Mu Jin reminded. "The light infantry regiment has more dangerous missions and often has to go deep behind enemy lines, so the commanders must be of high quality, and there must be a deputy commander, and a quartermaster must also be arranged." Yihan closed his eyes. All those points were pouring in. "Xiao Ai, do as Mu Jin says." As soon as Yihan finished speaking, Xiao Ai said, "Okay, Commander, now let's start exchanging the required equipment and personnel." The 5 battalions need 560 Bobcat vehicles alone, of which only 20 are the basic models worth 600 points, and the rest all need to be modified, and the points required are 100 to 300 more expensive. But the price is not expensive. The most expensive anti-aircraft Lynx vehicle is only 900 points. All in all, the Bobcat car would cost about 400,000 points. Then there are the 60 Dragon Z, 8 LS, and 30 Hunting Eagles of the Aviation Transport Battalion, which cost a total of 186,000 points. One aviation battalion has as many points as 2 light infantry battalions. This is just a helicopter, not a fixed-wing aircraft. Then there are the personnel, a total of 2,600 people, and the exchange is still based on the configuration of 6 ordinary army soldiers, 2 machine gun soldiers, and 2 rocket soldiers per class, with the final cost being 676,000. Add 50 flathead diesel transport trucks, which cost 30,000 credits. This Cat Light Infantry Regiment ultimately cost almost 1.3 million points. The 2.3 million points Yihan had just obtained were cut in half. This was the cheapest group, and it only cost more than 1 million points. What else would happen next? Xiao Ai exchanged 10 major-level command officers, 10 major quartermasters, 2 colonel-level command officers, and 2 colonel-level quartermasters from the officer training center. Yihan waved his hand weakly and continued. "Anyway, I have already spent 1 million, so I might as well not save these points as an officer." "Okay, Commander. 60,000 points have been deducted, and all officers have been sent out of the office." Xiao Ai said. "Let them in." Yihan nodded. Following Yihan's voice, the sound of neat military boots was heard outside the office, and then a team of young officers, all over 1.8 meters tall, wearing brand new military uniforms and with handsome faces, stepped into the office. As soon as they saw Yihan and Mujin, they raised their hands and saluted and said in unison, "Hello, Commander-in-Chief." "Hello, Brigade Commander." The brigade commander was naturally talking about Mujin. Although she was the deputy brigade commander, they were both officers after all. How could she not understand the ways of the world? Yihan nodded, then looked at a commanding officer with the rank of colonel and said, "What's your name?" Reporting to the commander-in-chief, "My name is Gao Sheng." The colonel named Gao Sheng answered loudly, "Okay, then you will be the commander of the light infantry regiment under our brigade. The colonel commander will be the deputy commander, and the remaining majors will be assigned to serve in the various battalions. The quartermaster arranges the supply work in the light infantry regiment according to his rank." Hearing Yihan's words, all the officers raised their hands and saluted and answered loudly, "Yes." Immediately, 24 officers left the office to arrange the work of the Mau Mau light infantry regiment. Yihan was a little curious, so he took Mujin out to take a look. At this time, on the plain outside the base vehicle, a large number of Lynx vehicles had parked there at some point, and these Lynx vehicles were either equipped with large-caliber heavy machine guns or mortars and rockets. Yihan's heart trembled when he saw this. Wow, if this modification method is further developed, I guess even nuclear weapons can be installed on the Lynx. In addition, there were 50 Longji 8L aircraft parked in an open area. For a moment, Yihan felt like he was in an arsenal. On the other side, Gao Sheng was arranging the placement of 2,600 soldiers in their respective platoons and companies, and assigning 20 major officers to each battalion. Seeing this, Mujin said suddenly, "Commander, why don't we send the light infantry regiment to the towns to carry out the cleanup mission? Now that the two counties have been liberated and there are no large-scale zombies, it would be better for the tank battalion and artillery battalion to stay at the county border. On the one hand, we can prevent Apocalypse from launching a surprise attack, and on the other hand, we can also shock them." Yihan nodded and said, "Okay. The road conditions in the towns are not good either. They are more suitable for light infantry regiments. You can ask Gao Sheng to set up the regiment headquarters in Shilin County. Send out the remaining troops and make sure to wipe out the 3 counties of Shilin, Tushan, and Jialing." After saying this, Yihan added, "After clearing the area, have the light infantry regiment leave a few companies to set up sentry posts at the border to prevent the enemy from sneaking in." Hearing Yihan's words, Mujin shook her head. "Commander, I don't think this is necessary." Chapter 115, Revelation Leader. Yihan looked at her strangely. "Since we have already controlled the territory of 3 counties, shouldn't we set up sentries for protection?" Mujin shook her head. "What's the point of having territory? Isn't the main purpose of attacking Tushan and Jialing to gain points and suppress Tianqi Company? If we keep the land but lose the people, we will lose both the land and the people. The population of Tushan and Jialing counties have all been transferred to Luming Base and Shilin County. The land we are protecting is completely wasteland, and it will waste our manpower on meaningless things." Mujin's words woke Yihan up. After thinking for a while, Yihan asked, "What if the Apocalypse Company sneaks in? We only need to garrison in Tushan County and Jialing County. The focus of defense is still on Shilin County and Luming Base. If Tianqi Company sneaks into Shilin County, it will be no different from walking into a trap. Not only will they have to face the troops from Shilin County, but they will also be surrounded by the troops from Tushan and Jialing. And with our current population, the land resources in Tushan and Jialing are difficult to utilize. There's no need to care about it. We can just transport the resources from the counties and towns. As for the land, let them take it if they want. I don't think they would be so stupid as to not destroy our troops. Why would they occupy so much land for reclamation? In the end, it would be a bargain for us." Mujin shook her head as she spoke, looking like she was in control of the situation, which was quite cute. Seeing that Mujin seemed confident and what she said made sense, Yihan didn't say anything more. After building the Mau Mau light infantry regiment and adding the synthetic regiment he already had, he now had a total of more than 5,000 troops, which was not a small number. As for the creation of other groups, they can only be put on hold for now. The Mau Mau group alone has used up more than 1 million points, and the remaining 1 million cannot be created unless it is still the Mau Mau group. Then you go and get busy. Also, ask Han Shuang to bring the 2 leaders of Tianqi to me." Yihan thought for a while and said to Mujin. Not long after Mujin left, Han Shuang came to Yihan with 2 men. These 2 people are the Apocalypse leaders of Tushan County and Jialing County. Yihan took a look and saw that one of them was a skinny old man, and the other was a fat middle-aged man. However, the same thing was that both of them had the so-called small-time hygiene mustache, a typical look of militaristic Japanese pirates. As soon as the skinny old man saw Yihan, he grinned and shouted angrily in his broken Chinese, "Boy, prepare to die. How dare you go against our great Sakura country? I advise you to let me go now, then kneel down and beg for mercy. That was your sister just now, right? If you give her to me now, I can still forgive your mistake. Otherwise, when someone from Chongqing City comes, I will torture her in front of you, and then transform you into a zombie." Yihan looked at him speechlessly, not knowing what to say for a moment. The soldiers in Sakura country seem to all have this problem. They always fail to understand the situation and will not be willing to be dogs unless they are beaten up by others. Otherwise, they will always be disgusting. Mujin had originally walked away, but when she heard the old man yelling at the top of his voice and clamoring for Yihan to dedicate himself to him, she turned back. Mujin was holding a lollipop that she had gotten from somewhere in her mouth, and she looked at the old man on the ground with an extremely indifferent look. "I am not the commander's sister. I am his subordinate and the deputy commander of the entire brigade." The old man smiled disdainfully after hearing this. "Brigade? You Chinese women are full of lies. You are just a regiment. Where is the brigade? Our influence in Chongqing City is much greater than you think. If you submit to me now, I can consider letting you be my bitch." After saying that, the old man looked at Mujin from top to bottom with an extremely disgusting and obscene look. Seeing this, Yihan narrowed his eyes and was about to pull out his gun to shoot the old man, but Mujin just smiled indifferently. "Commander, leave him to me. I have a way to cure his stubbornness." After hearing this, Yihan put away his gun and nodded. "Okay, there's no need to put yourself in a difficult position. If we can't communicate, just kill him." After hearing this, Mujin said, and immediately asked the soldiers to drag the old man's legs towards the camp. On the way, she contacted Wang Long and asked him to transfer 2 military dogs from the guard camp. Not long after, the barking of a military dog was heard from the other side, followed by the sound of tearing and the old man's plea for mercy. 10 minutes later, Mujin ordered the soldiers to drag the old man back. At this time, the old man from Sakura country was covered in blood, especially his lower body. His pants had been torn into pieces by the military dogs. There was not much meat on his buttocks to begin with, and now the buttocks were bitten so deeply that the bones were visible. The most important thing was that the dog also confiscated his criminal tools. "Come on, didn't you say you were willing to talk properly?" Mujin poked his face with a toilet plunger that she got from somewhere, but the old man opened his mouth, turned around, and hung up. "Oh." Mujin was speechless. "He died so soon?" "Forget it, there's another one here." Yihan turned his gaze to the other person in charge. At this time, the middle-aged man was already scared silly. Seeing Yihan looking at him, he quickly fell to the ground and begged, "Brother, please don't do this. I am also a dragon countryman. I am willing to confess everything." This kid actually spoke fluent Chinese. Yihan kicked him in surprise. "What's going on? You're not from Sakura country." The middle-aged man raised his head and smiled flatteringly. No. We are all real dragon people. We are all compatriots." Yihan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "What's the situation with your mustache?" "Well, I have no choice. Working for Apocalypse Company, I have to follow their customs and habits and dress as close to them as possible," the middle-aged man said as he brushed off the hygiene nonsense under his nose. It's really stuck on it. However, Yihan naturally would not be lenient towards him because of his action. To some extent, Urguzi deserved to die more than the real owner. Chapter 116 Information. Yihan looked at the middle-aged person in charge who looked like a decent man and suddenly felt nauseous. Just like there are camps such as Apocalypse and Savior in the player community, there are also many traitors even among the survivors. But groups like the middle-aged person in charge in front of us are much more disgusting than the Apocalypse. After all, the Apocalypse can still say, "Oh, it's a parallel world. It doesn't matter. It's not the original world. At least the lights were off." These guys were just acting out in the open, in front of the other survivors. Bah. Thinking of this, Yihan had already sentenced the servile Urguzi in his heart to death. However, the person in charge of Tushan County had no idea what Yihan was thinking. He looked at Yihan with a flattering smile on his face and knelt on the ground unconsciously. "Dad, I am your biological son. I share the same Dragon Kingdom blood as you." Seeing that he was about to hug his thigh again, Yihan quickly took 2 steps back. This kid probably said the same thing to the people in Sakura country. "First, tell me what you know about Apocalypse Company. If your answer is good, I may consider not killing you." Yihan tried his best to put on a kind smile and said to him, As soon as Yihan finished speaking, Mujin added, "That's right. As long as you speak nicely, our commander-in-chief will not only not kill you, but may even reward you. But don't think about talking nonsense and getting away with it. Our army has its own intelligence channels. Once it is found that you are lying, your fate will be even worse than the one next to you." After hearing Mujin's warning, the person in charge of Tushan looked back at the old man Sakura who was bitten to pieces behind him and suddenly shuddered. But Mujin would never joke with him. "I say." The person in charge of Tushan looked at Yihan with a determined expression, and his sharp eyes made Yihan think that he was a loyal and righteous man. Tianchi Company has set up a county-level person in charge in each county-level unit in Longhua. These are mainly selected from the retirees of Sakura Country and the good citizens of Longhua. Each county has a company of Apocalypse soldiers. At the same time, with the permission of the superior Apocalypse Company, they can issue orders to the Apocalypse players in their area. The Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City probably has tens of thousands of Lord Zombies under its command. It is said that there is an entire Dragon Country army surrounded by them in the city. Yihan was stunned when he heard this. Even he did not expect that the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City would have such a large number of Lord Zombies under its command. With this scale plus ordinary zombies and Apocalypse players, there would be no way for me to play. Yihan asked doubtfully, "Where did those Lord Zombies of yours come from? Are they all from Apocalypse Company?" After hearing this, the person in charge of Tushan replied, "Part of it was provided to us by the Tianchi Company in Chongqing City, and the other part was made by us ourselves." "Did you do it yourself?" Yihan frowned, and suddenly a possibility occurred to his mind. Could it be that all the survivors who disappeared in Tushan County and Jialing County were captured by them for experiments? The person in charge of Tushan seemed to see Yihan's doubts, and there was an uneasy look on his face. "Dad, I'm telling you, don't be angry. Before you prepared to attack Tushan County, I received an order to lock up all the survivors in the county in the laboratory and transform as many of them as possible into Lord Zombies. But these are all orders from above. I can't do anything about it, right? They are all dragon people. How can I do this to them? It's basically my subordinates who did it. It has nothing to do with me." Yihan waved his hand to interrupt him. "I know all this. Just tell me where the laboratory is." The person in charge of Tushan County hesitated for a moment, and only felt relieved when he saw that Yihan and Mujin's expressions did not change. "The laboratory is in the basement of the company building. I guess the one in Jialing County is also there. The password to enter is..." "Okay, shut up." Yihan interrupted him. "Frost, tell the special forces to take position and go to the place he mentioned. If the door cannot be opened, just blow it open." Han Shuang on the other side saluted after hearing Yihan's words and responded, "Got it." "As for you..." Yihan turned his head to look at the head of Tushan County, who was kneeling on the ground, stroking the stubble on his chin with one hand and thinking carefully. The head of Tushan County didn't know what Yihan was thinking. He thought he had done a great job and smiled proudly at Yihan. "Dad, don't worry. Just assign me a captain to manage 100 or so soldiers." Mujin, who was standing by, was almost speechless because of this kid. "You don't have much ability, but you have a lot of ideas." The person in charge of Tushan County did not understand Mujin's hidden meaning and just looked at Yihan with a confused look. "Ask for more information about Chongqing City. If you don't want to tell me, let Xiaodian handle it." Yihan didn't even bother to look at him and spoke directly to Mujin. Mujin was naturally not surprised at all. She directly asked the soldiers beside her to drag the head of Tushan County's legs towards the doghouse, while the head of Tushan County made the sound of slaughtering a pig. "Ah, Daddy, I'm your son. What do you mean?" Yihan just gave a light glance, and the accompanying soldier understood instantly. Then the soldier took off his military boots, took out his smelly socks that had been pickled for half a month, and stuffed them into the mouth of the person in charge of Tushan County. Under the double pressure of death and smelly socks, the head of Tushan County couldn't catch his breath, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yihan ignored him and turned to go into the command room. There was no need to show any sympathy to this idiot. Not long after, amid the huge roar of the Longji 8L loaded with Special Forces soldiers, the head of Tushan County also let out a shrill howl amid the barking of dogs. Chapter 117 Mujin's Plan. The sky gradually darkened, and dusk enveloped Tushan and Jialing counties. On the vast and dark land, everything was silent except for the brightly lit open space where Yihan's base car was parked. At this time, within a radius of 50 kilometers from the base vehicle, there were Longji, 20 armed helicopters conducting periodic air alert patrols. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, ground troops patrolled closely, with a team of soldiers passing by on every road almost every few minutes. In less than half an hour, Two cat cars equipped with 12.7mm heavy machine guns drove by. In the sky, the roar of helicopter engines was almost constant, and even the movements of a wild dog on the ground were clearly known by the soldiers. As for the security within 1 kilometer of the base vehicle, it is even more exaggerated, with a booth every 100 meters and a sentry post every 10 meters. A 99A would rumble by at any time, and the footsteps of patrolling soldiers and the buzzing sound of helicopters starting up never stopped. As the country shut down and blacked out, the area where the base vehicle was located was brightly lit, with the level of light pollution comparable to that of Shanghai CBD, as if everyone was illuminated by the lights. Under this level of martial law, not to mention a dog, even a fly flying overhead would be hit by 2 guns. And all this was arranged by Hibiscus. In her words, Yihan's current troops can be described as without father or mother, without sons or daughters, which in ancient times would be considered as vagrant soldiers and bandits. They are not like regular troops who have the mission of protecting cities and people, nor do they rely on government finances, nor are they like mountain bandits who have poor equipment, mixed soldiers, and insufficient supplies. It is neither bound by a mission nor threatened by natural enemies, but it is extremely powerful and has unlimited potential. There is no way to catch them, and there is no way to eliminate them. There is no heaven and no earth, no roots and nothing. It can be said to be out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. The only weak point of this army is Yihan. In Mu Jin's opinion, Yihan's army will only grow stronger with time, and the only way to destroy them, the most practical way, is to use all means to kill Yihan. This is why Mu Jin would spare no effort to protect Yihan. It didn't matter if Han Shuang, Wang Chuanzong, Wang Long, Wang Hu, or even her Mu Jin were killed, but only Yihan's death was irreplaceable. Aren't you exaggerating a bit? Yihan was speechless as he looked at the entire company of soldiers armed with live ammunition around him. There was no expression on Mu Jin's pretty face. She just shook her head and said, "That's not an exaggeration at all. If you didn't disagree, I would even build an underground nuclear prison to lock you up. Then please lock you up with me. I promise that within a year, we will be able to build a large army." Yihan rolled his eyes and teased Mu Jin. After a day of getting along, Yihan had a rough idea of Mu Jin's personality. This girl looks pure and cute, but in fact, she is as dull as a robot when it comes to love between men and women, and her whole mind is focused on the army. Mu Jin didn't seem to be angry at all when she heard Yihan's frivolous words. She said calmly, "I still have to command the army, but if you really agree to this plan, I can find some pretty female soldiers to be locked up with you." Although there was no change on her face, Yihan clearly saw that Mu Jin's favorability towards him had decreased by 2 points. "Come on, am I the commander-in-chief, or are you? Why are you, the deputy brigade commander, always thinking about locking me up? It's a bit rude." Yihan rolled his eyes and said, "I'm just considering the safety of the troops." Mu Jin answered seriously. Yihan ignored Mu Jin's words, lit a cigarette, and asked, "Didn't you say you had some plans to discuss with me? Tell me." This is also the reason why Mu Jin kept Yihan in the office. Originally, Yihan was preparing to go back to his room to sleep, but when he went to the toilet, he saw that the base vehicle was surrounded by tight security by the troops, and then Mu Jin said she wanted to discuss something with him. "Chongqing City will soon know what's happening here, and we must make plans for the future." Mu Jin's eyes revealed a rare look of vigilance. Yihan also became serious after listening to this. He also had some concerns in his heart about this matter. After all, the person in charge of Tushan County said during the day that there were more than 10,000 Lord-level zombies under the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City. With this kind of combat power, one cannot help but be serious. Even if his brigade is fully staffed, more than 10,000 Lord zombies alone are still a formidable enemy. I think that after the troops take over Tushan and Jialing counties, Chongqing City's Tianchi Company will definitely be regarded as our top enemy, and we will no longer have the opportunity to survive and develop. Mu Jin said while shaking her head. Seeing this, Yihan lit a cigarette and asked, "Do you think we shouldn't attack Tushan and Jialing County?" "Yes." Mu Jin shook her head as she spoke, as if she strongly disapproved of Yihan's risky move to attack 2 counties. But after hearing Mu Jin's words, Yihan almost vomited blood. "I think attacking 2 is too few. We should attack the 5 counties in the southern part of Chongqing City together," said Mu Jin. Cough, cough, cough. Yihan was choked by Mu Jin's words, and the smell of cigarettes rushed straight into his nose, and he almost couldn't breathe. "Auntie, are you kidding me? I only had 1 regiment under my command at that time. Do you think I'm the army commander or Li Yunlong?" Chapter 118. The storm is coming. In fact, with the strength of your troops at that time, You could have won the battle by attacking 5 regiments at the same time. There was no trace of emotion on Mu Jin's pretty face. She just continued speaking coldly. You care too much about the lives of soldiers. With the system in place, every soldier's death means new soldiers will replace them. Attacking 5 counties at the same time may result in the annihilation of the entire army, but it is nothing more than a matter of points. When you took over Shilin County, the Tianqi Company in Chongqing City might not have noticed you yet, but after Tushan and Jialing fell, your full strength will be completely exposed to them. The most important thing is that you are now in a bottleneck period. It will be difficult to break through to the division level in a short period of time. It will be difficult to replicate the breakthrough before the battle. Once the Chongqing City Tianqi Company makes any move, we will be in a passive position. But if we take over 5 counties at the same time, on the one hand, we can accumulate a lot of points to improve the combat effectiveness of the troops, and on the other hand, we can also deter the Chongqing City Tianqi Company and make them dare not act rashly in the short term. Moreover, even if Chongqing City attacks us later, we can rely on the territories of the 5 counties to fight a war of attrition, exchanging space for time, and drag you down to the division level. But now, Mu Jin's expression changed slightly, and she stopped talking. After listening to Mu Jin's analysis, Yihan also felt that the situation was not good. The paper strength of Chongqing City is far superior to his own. There are 10,000 Lord Zombies, 1 million ordinary zombies, and tens of thousands of Apocalypse players. If they want to target him, what should he do? This may be the difference between the strategic level and the tactical level. Yihan, Yi Jingyu and others could only see the gains and losses of a war, but Mu Jin had insight into the future direction of the situation. However, this does not mean that Mu Jin is stronger than Yihan. Judging from Mu Jin's fighting style at all costs, she will be a figure like Little Mustache or Stalin, but will never become the sun that illuminates the East. Yihan did not regret his previous fighting methods. To him, these soldiers summoned by the system were also flesh and blood people. During the time he spent with the soldiers, Yihan increasingly felt that although loyalty to him was their top priority, these soldiers also had their own feelings. Although sacrifice is inevitable, he will not let his soldiers act as human bombs as a whole until there is another solution. That is a method that is only used when there is no other way out. Then what do you think about the development of the subsequent battle? Yihan took a deep puff of cigarette and asked Mu Jin. Mu Jin thought for a long time before saying, I think they will make a move tonight, and it will be against you. We just finished a big battle, and they are very likely to send someone to assassinate you. As if responding to Mu Jin's words, Xiao AI suddenly reported, Commander, the aviation battalion discovered a small group of enemy troops 3 kilometers away from the base vehicle. They have now been eliminated. Mu Jin ignored Xiao AI's words, as if everything was natural. Chongqing City will have continuous tentative actions within 3 days, and the actions will be more radical after 3 days. They may even counterattack us, and the probability is very high. They will not give us any chance to develop, and I predict that once they start, they will come out in full force. By then, we will face an extremely great threat. Yihan remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Facing a force that was 10 times stronger than his own, would he be able to hold on even if he retreated to the looming base? However, the advantages of his own troops are also obvious. In addition to the ability to continuously replenish soldiers, there is another point that Apocalypse can never achieve. There seems to be room for maneuver here. As Yihan thought about it, he raised his head and looked at Mu Jin. When their eyes met, they unexpectedly felt a tacit understanding, and then they both smiled knowingly. Early the next morning, Yihan issued a new round of reform orders. This order not only involves the reform of the troops, but also the reform of the looming base. First of all, in terms of troop arrangements, Wang Long's Guard Battalion's Heavy Firepower Guard Company will move with the 4th Company of the Infantry Battalion along with the base vehicle to protect the safety of the base vehicle. Also protecting the base vehicles were 10 Longji, 20 aircraft from the Aviation Battalion. The Tank Battalion and Infantry Battalion under the Independent Regiment will set up their headquarters in Tushan County and will also build large-scale defensive fortifications outside Tushan County. The Artillery Battalion and the Guard Battalion were transferred to Jialing County. Originally, the Guard Battalion was to protect the looming base, but now is an extraordinary period. After discussion, Mu Jin and Yihan decided that the base's security work would be temporarily under the full responsibility of the Mainche Regiment. The Aviation Battalion and base vehicles will withdraw to Shilin County. The Special Company, Magnetic Storm Infantry Company, and Rocket Flight Company will be temporarily stationed in Shilin County to wait and see what happens. In addition, the outskirts of Tushan, Jiaolin, and Shilin counties were all built with city walls using points, and 20 machine gun forts and no less than 10 automated artillery pieces were built around each county. The points for this item cost up to hundreds of thousands. In addition, the 4 battalions of the Manhwa Light Infantry Regiment will completely clear all the towns and villages under the jurisdiction of Tushan and Jialing counties within 3 days and try to accumulate as many points as Yihan needs for a fully staffed regiment. After completing the mission, the Manhwa Light Infantry Regiment will break up into small units, shut down communications, and retreat to the mountains next to Tushan County. At that time, the Manhwa Light Infantry Regiment will lose contact with the headquarters and can only rely on manpower communication. But this is part of the plan. At the same time, the engineering company troops began to carry out the collection of copper, steel, and gunpowder in the 3 counties, and the arsenal was fully operational. Mu Jin also set up a special forces training headquarters in the base vehicle and held selections from all levels of the army to select soldiers to enter the special forces training headquarters for training. However, the biggest change was still in Lu Tu's Mainshe group. Chapter 119 Armored Tank Regiment. Before Yihan attacked Tushan and Jialing County, the Mainshe Regiment had only about 100 or 200 people. This is the result of absorbing the remaining vagrants from Shilin County. And when Tushan and Jialing were taken, the vagrants in the 2 counties suddenly turned to Yihan. Yihan naturally disdained to recruit these vagrant soldiers and brave warriors, so they were all left to Lu Tu. In just one day, the number of members of the main car group soared to 800. Lu Tu almost laughed his mouth off, but this number did not last long, because news soon came from the communication hall. Do you know? The Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City seems to be taking action against Yihan. Is this true? Hasn't Yishan already occupied the 3 counties of Shilin, Tushan, and Jialing? Can Tianqi defeat him? Can we win or not? How many troops does Yihan have? The Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City has crushed an entire division of the Dragon Country. Who does Yihan think he is? Brother, don't lie to me. I just joined the main car group yesterday. Believe it or not, the logistics director of Tianqi Company in Chongqing City is a cherry blossom woman. I took her down a few days ago. This is the news she revealed to me in bed. Women will not lie in bed. Shit, it's over. I have to find a way to run away quickly. When the exchange hall was overwhelmingly in favor of Chongqing City Tianqi Company, Lu Tu's original 800 model soldiers were suddenly reduced to 300 people. But the good thing is that Yihan suddenly equipped Lu Tu's main vehicle group with a lot of weapons. Not only are each person equipped with a standard rifle and a grenade launcher, but they are also given several basic amounts of ammunition. As for vehicles, it goes without saying that everyone has vehicle-mounted machine guns and vehicle-mounted cannons. There are also mini rocket launchers and 85mm rifled cannons. Anyone in the main group could see that a big battle was about to begin. Lu Tu also suddenly felt a lot of pressure, but Yihan also gave Lu Tu a message. The mission of the main car group is to properly manage the public security of the looming base. Team Frost pulled out more than 5,000 people from the laboratories in Tushan County and Jialing County. At this time, the number of survivors in looming base was over 10,000, and this part had to rely on the Mainshe group for the time being. In fact, Lu Tu really wanted to go to the front line and fight alongside Yihan, but Yihan gave this task to him, and Lu Tu was not a person who did not know the importance of the matter, so he just wanted to help Yihan look after the rear. And in the past 2 days, just as Mu Jin guessed, Apocalypse Company has been making small moves continuously. Almost every few hours, small groups of troops would launch tentative attacks on Tushan County and Jialing County. As for the troops that sneaked in, there were countless of them. Basically, they were either Apocalypse Company's own army or the Avengers who were sent in. Fortunately, the Manhwa Light Infantry Regiment finally cleared all the towns and villages under the jurisdiction of Tushan County and Jialing County in the past 2 days, and the accumulated points are enough for Yihan to build another regiment. Without hesitating for a moment, Yihan and Mu Jin had a brief discussion and came up with a basic framework for building this group. A fierce battle would inevitably break out on the ground later. The 2 regiments in his hands were completely unable to maneuver, and an armored force was urgently needed to join. In building this regiment, Yihan decided to move closer to the Armored Tank Regiment. An Armored Tank Regiment has a total of 2,600 people and is composed of 5 battalions, including a heavy tank battalion, 2 mixed tank battalions, an assault tank battalion, and a mechanized infantry support battalion. The heavy tank battalion's vehicles are all Dragon 99A. The only drawback of this thing is its high cost. Apart from that, as long as the terrain is suitable, it can be said to be a magical weapon. A heavy tank battalion has a total of 48 long 99A tanks, in addition to 6 flathead diesel tanks and 5 Mengshur off-road vehicles. The flathead diesel tanks are used to transport supplies, while the Mengshur off-road vehicles are mainly used for communication needs between company headquarters. The mixed tank battalion is mainly composed of 30 long 96 medium tanks, supplemented by 9 long 99A heavy tanks and 9 Leopard 15 light tanks. 2 such mixed tank battalions were built and will serve as the main force of the tank regiment. The assault tank battalion focuses on mobility and cost-effectiveness. All of its vehicles are Leopard 15 light tanks. Although its armor and firepower are not as good as those of Dragon 99A and Dragon 96, this is actually only relative. If compared with Apocalypse players or zombies, this thing's combat power is actually not low at all. As for the last Mechanized Infantry Support Battalion, it is composed of 3 Mechanized Infantry Support Companies and 1 Air Defense Missile Company. The Mechanized Infantry Support Company is equipped with 12 Long 09 infantry fighting vehicles, while the Air Defense Missile Company is equipped with 12 Longchi 17A air defense missile vehicles. The Long 09A infantry fighting vehicle is mainly used to cooperate with tank units in combat, while the Longchi 17A air defense missile vehicle provides air defense needs for tank units. After all, tanks are quite afraid of aerial attacks, and Air Lord-level zombies have appeared in the battles in Tushan and Jialing counties, so we must make some preparations for this. In the end, the total equipment of Yihan's armored tank regiment is as follows. 66 long 99A heavy tanks, 198,000 points, 60 long 96 medium tanks, 150,000 points, 66 Leopard 15 light tanks, 132,000 points, 36 long 09 infantry fighting vehicles, 54,000 points, and 12 Longchi 17A air defense missile vehicles, 30,000 points. In addition, there are several flathead diesels and Mengshur off-road vehicles. The consumption points reached 1.264 million points, of which 664,000 were spent on soldiers and 36,000 on logistic support vehicles. Similarly, Yihan also supplemented the armored tank regiment with 4 colonels and 20 majors, and the commander of this unit was named Li Qingwang. Chapter 1, 20 Intelligence Personnel Training Center. As a result, the troops under Yihan now had 3 full regiments. In order to facilitate distinction, Yihan also ordered the general staff to assign numbers to each unit. The first was his old team, the heavy armored regiment led by Wang Hu, numbered 111th Regiment, which had 5 battalions under its jurisdiction. Because Wang Long's Guard Battalion includes an entire base wall guard company, it has the largest number of people, with a total of 2,698 people in the entire regiment. This unit is also the elite among Yihan's elite, with artillery battalions and aviation battalions, and a relatively complete range of arms. Then there is the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment led by Gao Sheng, numbered the 112th Regiment, which is 5 battalions and 2,600 people. The equipment mainly consists of various models of modified Bobcat all-terrain vehicles, and there is an entire aviation transport battalion to assist. Although its frontal combat capability is not as strong as that of the armored regiment, this unit excels in mobility and flexibility and plays an irreplaceable role on the battlefield. Finally, there is the newly formed Armored Tank Regiment, headed by Colonel Li Qingwang, numbered the 113th Regiment, which is 5 battalions under its jurisdiction, all of which are tank units, with a total of 2,600 people. They are mainly equipped with various types of modern tanks and will be the main force on the subsequent frontal battlefield. In addition, Yihan also has the engineering company, cooking department, and medical troops of the logistics support department, totaling less than 200 people. The 3 special forces under his direct management, the Lancer Special Company, the Magnetic Infantry Company, and the Army Rocket Flight Company, have a total of 360 people. Including the 420 soldiers in the machine gun fortress built in the past few days, Yihan now has nearly 9,000 men under his command. Under Mu Jin's arrangement, the 3 main regiments have all been sent to designated locations. After doing all this, Yihan had less than 100,000 points left. After thinking about it, he decided not to keep any more. After being upgraded to brigade level, the Intelligence Personnel Training Center in the building has not yet been built. Although that thing is expensive, the spies trained in it are very useful. Perhaps placing spies inside Apocalypse Company can better help the situation on the front battlefield. Thinking of this, Yihan said to Xiao AI, build an Intelligence Personnel Training Center and place it in the Oasis space. Okay, Commander. 20,000 points will be deducted. The Intelligence Personnel Training Center has been completed. After hearing Xiao AI's voice, Yihan rushed out of the office, stepped onto the stairs in the car, and headed to the oasis space on the second floor. At this time, the oasis space is full of vitality. The cows and chickens that were previously left here have grown and become stronger. Without the threat of natural enemies, these completely free-range creatures have grown to a considerable size. However, Yihan didn't have time to care about those things at this time and rushed to the construction area. Behind the tall arsenal and scientific research center, a prison-like building stood there. The jet-black iron gate is 2 meters high and is surrounded by concrete walls, so you can't see what's inside at all. There is only a huge plaque announcing the function of this building, a training center for intelligence personnel. Just looking at the appearance of this training center, you can tell how cruel the training is, but only such cruel training can cultivate excellent intelligence personnel. Yihan did not hesitate and directly took out the 20,000 points he had on hand to train 10 intelligence personnel. It's no use having just 1 or 2 spies infiltrated into Chongqing City. If you want to deal with it, you should get more. Yihan even had the idea of replacing all the people in Apocalypse Company with his own spies. By then, everyone in the world will be happy. Wouldn't it be possible for me to take over Apocalypse Company without any bloodshed? However, Yihan was just fantasizing. Not to mention whether the intelligence personnel who came out of the training center had such great abilities. Even if they did, he did not have that many points. Just 10 minutes later, the large black iron door of the intelligence training center suddenly creaked open, and soon a team of people in military uniforms walked out. There are both men and women in the team, and the common point is that they are all young and good-looking, and their military ranks are captain and major. Commander, Intelligence Officer Yuriko reports to you. Amid the greetings from the intelligence personnel, a light female voice caught Yihan's attention. Yihan looked at the intelligence officer, named Yuriko. She looked to be only 18 years old, with a sweet face, fair skin, and a very slim figure. Although the neat military uniform looked good on her, it always felt out of place, as if the uniform was inappropriate on her and the school uniform was more suitable for her. Yuriko seemed to see the confusion in Yihan's eyes and spoke a long string of Sakura Mandarin. Yihan couldn't understand what she said, but the intelligence officer next to him explained to Yihan that Yuriko meant that she was not a pretty face, but a poisonous rose. Yihan nodded and asked Yuriko, "Tell me, what other specialties do you have?" Reporting to the commander, "I am proficient in many languages, including Sakura Mandarin, and I am familiar with the customs of Sakura Mandarin. I also have a deep analysis and understanding of the psychological state of the Sakura Mandarin. In addition, I also master the use of various firearms, tactical combat and fighting, disguise, and the ability to drive a variety of vehicles including helicopters. Master the cooking of the 5 traditional cuisines of Dragon Country, the preparation of traditional food of Sakura Country, Java, sea language, excavator driving, drone operation, piano level 8, violin level 8. That's enough, that's enough." Yihan was afraid that if he didn't interrupt her, Yuriko would talk all day long. It seems that these 2,000 points are well spent. After all, the training points for a major officer are also 2,000. Although intelligence personnel are not grassroots command officers, they're like octopuses in terms of specialties and know a little bit of everything. And someone who knows everything will find it easier to sneak into the enemy camp. Chapter 1:21 The War Begins. Yihan thought briefly and then said, "Yuriko, you will be the leader of the intelligence team in the future. Now I have a difficult task for you. Sneak into the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City and send all their combat plans and subsequent deployments to the headquarters." After hearing Yihan's order, Yuriko and the other intelligence officers raised their hands and saluted without hesitation. "We will complete the mission." After wiping out the Apocalypse lairs in Tushan County and Jialing County, Yihan obtained a lot of Apocalypse soldiers' clothes, which were just right for Yuriko and the others to use as cover. As for how to get into the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City later, that is a problem that Yuriko and the others have to worry about. A day passed quickly, and Apocalypse Company's actions became increasingly larger, just as Mujin and Yihan had expected. Previously, Apocalypse Company had only sent some small forces from the counties and towns bordering Tushan County and Jialing County to conduct a test, but according to the report from the frontline troops, as many as 10,000 Apocalypse players gathered near Tushan County alone yesterday night. There are even people who are leading hundreds of thousands of zombies towards Tushan County. As for Jialing County on the other side, the situation was even more urgent. In the early hours of last night, the machine gun fortresses on the walls of Jialing County were put into operation, and a huge tide of zombies was violently attacking Jialing County. The 113th Regiment guarding Jialing County had already intervened in the battle at this time. It was no exaggeration to say that the battlefield was littered with corpses. The flesh and blood of the zombies killed by the explosion almost flattened the land outside the city. But that's not all. With the attack of the zombie tide, the Apocalypse players also organized a huge army to attack Jialing County. When the 113th Regiment focused its firepower on the zombie tide, facing the player army that was several times larger than its own, the commander of the 113th Regiment, Li Chengwang, was already overwhelmed. Yi Han was sitting in the command center with an extremely grim expression on his face. The battle on the front line was not optimistic. Tushan County and Jialing County are located on the two wings of Shilong County and can be regarded as the natural barriers of Shilong County. Once the two counties are lost, Shilong County will fall into crisis. Soon after, Luming Base will be in danger. Now the 113th Regiment is guarding Jialing County, and the 111th Regiment is guarding Tushan County. Both regiments are facing enemies that are several times larger than themselves, but Yi Han has no other troops except 3 special companies. Even though the Lancer Special Company, the Tesla Infantry Company, and the Rocket Soldier Company are powerful, how much of an impact can they have when facing units above the brigade level? Commander, Yuriko has infiltrated the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City. The frontline troops have estimated the enemy's distribution based on the intelligence she sent. Xiao AI's voice suddenly sounded, and Yi Han's eyes lit up. Post the enemy's distribution on the big screen. As Yi Han spoke, a huge map unfolded on the big screen of the command center, which clearly marked that the scale of the zombie tide in the outskirts of Tushan County alone was more than 300,000. In addition to the zombie tide, there is also a mixed division of Apocalypse players and Apocalypse troops with a size of more than 12,000 people. Jialing County, on the other side, is facing the same situation. My estimate is correct. There are a total of 1 million zombies and more than 30,000 Apocalypse troops. This should be at least half of Chongqing City's military strength. Mu Jin spoke calmly, as if she had anticipated everything that was happening before her eyes. How is the opponent's equipment? Yi Han ignored Mu Jin's words and asked Xiang Xiaoai. Reports from the front line show that the zombies are currently just ordinary zombies. The majority of the Apocalypse army are Apocalypse players with level 3 vehicles. They have a certain amount of 60mm caliber artillery, but nothing else. However, the number of enemy targets is too large. Although the troops have not suffered much loss, the defense pressure is quite high. After hearing Xiao AI's words, Yi Han lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, "Connect me to Regiment 111 and Regiment 113. Yes. With a few beeps, the command center quickly received images from the 111th and 113th regiments. At this time in Tushan County, Wang Hu was shouting at the top of his voice, asking the logistics soldiers to pull up the ammunition as soon as possible. On the other side, Wang Long also raised his gun and shot with a grim face. The sounds of gunfire, roars, and explosions on the battlefield almost never stopped. Every soldier's face was covered in sweat and mud. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell who was who. Wang Chuangguei originally wanted to lead the tank battalion and rush directly into the tide of zombies, but then he had to give up when faced with hundreds of thousands of zombies. No matter how strong the tank's defense is, such a large number of zombies can bury a tank battalion even if they are buried. The battlefield they faced was like a hell on earth, and the open plain of hundreds of meters looked more like a swamp. The shattered zombie corpses merged into the ground under the trampling of those who came later. The incessant artillery bombardment crushed the flesh and blood earth more thoroughly like a meat grinder, and then the layers piled up and turned into a dark red flesh and blood swamp. There are only 2 colors in the picture, gray dust and smoke, and dark red blood and mud. But that's not all. Behind the tide of zombies, countless Apocalypse players were constantly shooting at Yi Han's soldiers in their modified vehicles. As soon as the aviation battalion's helicopter took off, countless rockets and machine gun ammunition were fired at it. The soldiers could only hide behind the fortifications and carefully deal with the zombies that were attacking them. Facing the Apocalypse players attacking from behind, only the tank troops could occasionally free up their hands to fire a few shots. However, the disparity in military strength was too great, and Yi Han's troops could only passively and with difficulty defend Tushan County. Jialing County, on the other side, is facing the same situation. Yi Han looked at the picture on the screen with a frown on his face, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. Chapter 1, 22 New Faction Mission. Judging from the current situation, it is only a matter of time before Tushan County and Jialing County fall. With such a massive offensive, even if Yi Han added 2 or 3 more regiments, it would be of no avail. Mu Jin's prediction really came true. From the moment they attacked Tushan County and Jialing County, the Apocalypse forces in the entire Chongqing City would no longer give Yi Han any chance to develop. However, although Mu Jin and Yihan knew that the situation was serious at this time, there was not much emotion on their faces. He who has a thunderous chest and a calm face can be appointed as a general. On the one hand, Yihan is the reassurance and backbone of the entire army. Anyone can panic and get confused, but he cannot. On the other hand, Yihan had already prepared a plan to deal with it. At this time, a message came on Yihan's mobile phone. Yihan picked it up and saw that it was a task reminder from the world system. Mission of the Savior Camp. The Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City has discovered the threat of the Savior forces. The Apocalypse forces in Chongqing City and the four surrounding counties have launched a crackdown on the forces of the Savior Yihan. Please repel the Apocalypse forces and wait for the next mission. Task time limit: 1 week. Failure penalty: the Savior Yihan will be completely wiped out by the system. The entire Chongqing City will fall. Task reward: none. Fuck you. Yihan was immediately furious when he saw the reminder from the world system. He had maintained a calm mind in the face of the severe battlefield situation, but he was completely overwhelmed when he saw the information from this dog system. This is too disgusting. The punishment is to erase yourself, and the reward is fucking nothing. However, Yihan changed his mind and realized there was nothing to worry about. Once he could really repel this round of attacks, the 5 counties under the jurisdiction of Apocalypse that launched the attack would definitely fall into his hands. Even Chongqing City itself can encounter it. These are naturally considered rewards. At the same time, all wanderers in Chongqing City also receive task reminders. Help the Apocalypse Camp mission. Help the Apocalypse forces attack the Savior forces in Tushan, Jiaolin, and Shilong counties. After the mission is successful, you will receive the favor of the Apocalypse Company and equipment rewards. Help the Savior Camp mission. Help the Savior Yihan defend the county and resist the attack of the Apocalypse Legion. After the mission is successful, you will be honored to join the main car group and be favored and rewarded by the Savior Yihan. At this time, the noise in the communication hall was no less than that on the front line of Tushan County. What the hell? Is Yi Shun going to go to war with Tianqi Company head-on? This is too awesome. It's so funny. How could Yihan have the ability to fight against Apocalypse Company head-on? He has been beaten by us Apocalypse people and is hiding in Shilong County and dare not move. We, the Apocalypse, received a mission the day before yesterday to organize a large army to attack Yihan. Now everyone has modified artillery with a caliber of 25 millimeters or above, and you are still foolishly acting as wanderers. It makes me laugh to death. That's right. Do you know how many troops we have formed this time? The Apocalypse players in the 5 counties in Chongqing City and the Apocalypse Company's army combined have 80,000. Yihan will be beaten to death. After hearing the confident words of the Apocalypsers in the communication hall, the wanderers who had been wavering at first also began to speak up. What's the point of Yihan playing that? I've chosen to help the Apocalypse camp, so brothers, you better learn from this. No good. Plus, you guys in the main car group are really good at talking. When the Apocalypse reaches your base, I'm sure you'll all be scared to death. At this time, almost all the wanderers chose to help the Apocalypse camp. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, the paper data between the 2 camps was too different. The few wanderers who wanted to help Yihan were powerless and could only trade the supplies on hand to Yihan through the trading hall. Yihan was too lazy to care about what the wanderers were thinking at this moment. After all, if you have too many lice, you won't be itchy. Besides, these guys are fence-sitters. They say they are helping the Apocalypse, but they are only helping the winners. When we gain the upper hand, they will naturally turn to us. No longer paying attention to the situation in the communication hall, Yihan turned around and gave orders to the command center. Orderly Cheng Wang and Wang Hu to hold the position for at least 2 more hours. After 2 hours, lead the regiments to slowly retreat and lure the enemy into the county town. After the enemy entered the county town, the armored forces quickly evacuated to the second line of defense to prepare for defense, and the infantry entered the city buildings in batches to engage in street fighting. Retreat as squads and platoons while blocking the enemy. Artillery continues to bombard the enemy's densely populated areas. Under the arrangement of the command center, orders were quickly transmitted to various units on the front line, and the 2 main regiments of Tushan County and Jialing County also began the last 2 hours of defending the city. This was the first step of Yihan and Mu Jin's plan, to lure the Apocalypse's zombies and players into the county town, slow down the enemy's offensive pace through urban street fighting, and buy time for the implementation of subsequent plans. The street fighting method was originally intended by the Apocalypse leaders in Tushan County and Jialing County to deal with Yihan, but unfortunately, it was resolved by Yihan. However, now the same trick will be used on Apocalypse himself. These short 2 hours were also extremely torturous. The liaison soldiers in the command center did not dare to relax for a moment, and intelligence from the front line was passed on one after another. The zombie tide's attack speed was getting faster and faster. Many times, it was about to break through the defense line, but was pushed back by the soldiers. Yihan's heart was gripped again and again. In the strategy of defeating the enemy with fewer troops, not a single step can be wrong. Although they were in Shilon County and the war was not imminent, the troops left behind at the base vehicle were not idle. Except for the Special Forces Company, all other troops were involved in the battle on the front line. Chapter 123 Second Step Plan. As early as a few days ago, Yihan had asked the soldiers to collect all the copper ingots, steel, and gunpowder in the 3 counties. Trucks from the engineering company were transporting ammunition to the front line one after another, and the arsenal in the Oasis space was also producing nonstop. As for the Magnetic Storm Infantry Company and the Rocket Flying Company, they also went to Tushan County and Jialing County respectively. These 2 special forces will play a huge role in street fighting. The long 2 hours passed quickly. Seeing that the time had come, Yihan quickly gave orders to the command center. Order the 111th and 113th regiments to follow the plan and begin retreating. Following Yihan's order, Wang Hu and Li Chengwang also passed down the order to each company and platoon step by step. The 1st and 2nd battalions will retreat first. Drive all armored vehicles to the second line of defense outside Shilon County, and soldiers will enter the buildings in the city to prepare for blocking. The 1st and 2nd battalions will serve as the first batch of blocking troops, and the 3rd and 4th battalions will serve as the second batch of blocking troops. Under the command of Li Chengwang, commander of the 113th Regiment, and Wang Hu, commander of the 111th Regiment, the soldiers in the fortifications of the 2 counties began to retreat in batches. Seeing this, the attacking zombies and Apocalypse players outside the city went crazy and wanted to pounce on them. Brothers, charge! They are retreating. Ha ha ha! I thought that they were so awesome. Now that's not possible. The soldiers under Yihan are only capable of this. TSK. It turned out to be Xiao Biashan. You need to rely on power to survive in the underworld, don't you understand? How dare such a small group of people fight with us? At this time, there was a lot of ridicule in both the communication hall and the Apocalypse army. Yihan looked at the sarcasm in the communication hall and smiled without comment. As the saying goes, a proud army will be defeated. The more fierce the attack becomes, the more the army will lose the ability to think. As the 111th and 113th regiments retreated, countless Apocalypse players followed the zombie tide and rushed into Tushan County and Jialing County. Commander Yi, what's the situation on the front line? Can you still hold on? Lu Tu suddenly sent a message to Yihan, and the words were full of worry. The main team in the base naturally saw the situation in the communication hall at this time. Almost everyone was pessimistic about Yihan. Only the main members were still speaking for Yihan. But even though they help, how could they not think too much? When Yihan saw Lu Tu's message, he replied directly, Brother Lu, don't worry, just do your job well. Since you are on my big ship, I will not lead you into the gutter. Brother Yi, that's not what I meant. No matter what the situation is, I, Lu Tu, will never abandon you. Yihan felt a little warm in his heart when he heard Lu Tu's words. Ever since the main car regiment joined Yihan, Lu Tu had always called him Commander Yi. Now that the situation was critical, Lu Tu called him Brother Yi. Obviously, he really regarded Yihan as a brother who was loyal to him. There was no point in saying anything extra at this point, and there was no need for Yihan and Lu Tu to exchange excessive politeness. Yihan asked directly, Brother Lu, have you finished what I asked you to do? Don't worry, many temporary survival sites have been opened up in the mountains behind Looming Base, and food has been moved in. Seeing Lu Tu's words, Yihan felt relieved. He simply replied, Thank you for your hard work, and then focused his attention on the battlefield on the front line. As the zombies and Apocalypse players poured into the city, Yihan began the second step of his plan. Orders were transmitted to the front line through the command center. Troops in the county, use the buildings to block the enemy. Slowly retreat in batches. No matter what the cost, you must hold on to the county for 6 hours. 6 hours later, the troops will withdraw from the city in batches and head to the second line of defense outside Shilon County. The 111th and 113th regiments on the front line also followed Yihan's orders. All troops were broken up into squads and platoons and scattered in buildings at key points in the city, using individual weapons to block the tide of zombies. In addition, infantry fighting vehicles and tanks were fighting and retreating on the road, while helicopters from the aviation battalion provided fire support in the air. The zombie tide that had been attacking fiercely as the troops retreated suddenly slowed down after entering the county town. The high-spirited Apocalypse players were also forced to engage in street fighting with the two regiments after entering the city. Street fighting has been a typical tactic of using the few against the many since its inception, and it is most appropriate to use it here. The zombie tide only knows how to rush forward and doesn't care about the soldiers hiding in the buildings for sneak attacks. Although a large number of Apocalypse players are determined to clear out the soldiers in the buildings, their offensive pace will inevitably be delayed. In this way, Yihan's goal was achieved. However, this tactic resulted in the loss of a large number of soldiers, and entire squads, or even platoons, were wiped out. Yihan felt a little pain in his heart as he watched the news of soldiers' sacrifices on the big screen in the command center. But this was unavoidable. As the war intensified, his own troops were also growing larger, and the casualties would inevitably increase. Shao AI, fill the slack in soldiers, and have the newly summoned soldiers go directly to the front line. Yihan said expressionlessly, but anyone could feel his anger. Yes. Following Shao AI's voice, soldiers appeared from the shadows around the base vehicle. Before they had time to meet Yihan, they all hurried towards the battlefield. Yihan, who was in the base vehicle, felt an indescribable feeling in his heart as he watched their backs running towards the front line. He knew that many of these soldiers, whom he had never met before, would see him forever. Yihan lit a cigarette for himself and said nothing for a long time. He turned his head and stared at the rising numbers on the score column. As the fierce fighting on the two fronts continued for several hours, the numbers on the score column also soared to 1.5 million. This number means that 150,000 zombies have fallen on the battlefield, countless soldiers have sacrificed their lives on the front line, and it also means that Yihan's 4th Regiment will come into being. The latest news. The Tianchi army has already broken through Yihan's garrison in Tushan County and Jialing County. At this time, Yihan's troops have retreated into the county town. Ha ha ha. Just as I expected, it's only a matter of time before we take over Tushan County and Jialing County. It seems like Yihan is really finished. As expected, flowers don't stay in bloom forever, and people don't stay good forever. Yihan has been awesome from the Gobi world to now, but this time he probably won't be able to turn things around. Is there really no hope for Yishan? If he dies, what will happen to us wanderers and the survivors in the future? Hey, brother, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you may not have any idea of the huge disparity in strength between the two sides. As far as I know, Yihan only has 1 regiment under his command. Even if some brainless wanderers join him, he can only have 2 regiments at most. And the army of players on the Apocalypse side alone has nearly 80,000 people. Do you know what 80,000 people means? That's the equivalent of nearly 30 regiments. And this is just the force on the player's side. No matter how strong Yihan's troops are, or how good their equipment is, 2 or 3 regiments cannot stand up to 26 regiments. Even if they are 26 regiments of pigs, it will take Yihan 10 days or half a month to catch them. And that's not even counting the hundreds of thousands of zombies and the follow-up troops from Apocalypse Company. The brother above made a good analysis. Yihan is definitely doomed. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to make some money? Take me one. Yihan didn't pay attention to what was said in the communication hall, but he had already discussed this issue with Mujin. Does a brigade have a chance of winning against 30 regiments? The answer is no. But what if the soldiers of this brigade have the world's best equipment, the most fearless spirit, endless supplies, and top strategic command? It is not certain who will win, and it is still unknown who will win. Chapter 124, Hayashi Yaikairo. Yihan's troops have no shortage of supplies, equipment, or morale. The only thing they lack is time. Isn't it a solution to use space to buy time? As Tushan and Jialing counties fell into the quagmire of street fighting, this lost space finally brought Yihan due rewards. Shaoai exchanged the 4th Regiment according to the armored tank configuration of the 113th Regiment. Number, 114th Regiment. Yihan's voice sounded in the command center. Yes, Commander. 1,264,000 points have been deducted, leaving 240,000 points. The 114th Regiment has been summoned to the base vehicle. At the same time, the officers of the regiment have also been assigned, and the commander has been selected as the senior colonel commanding officer Li Qinjing. As Shao AI's voice fell, an entire armored tank regiment suddenly appeared in the vast open space outside the base vehicle. This unit, numbered 114th Regiment, has the same configuration as the 113th Regiment, with a total of 2,600 people, including a heavy tank battalion, 2 conventional tank battalions, an assault tank battalion, and a mechanized infantry support battalion. In total, It has 66 long 99A heavy tanks, 60 long 96 tanks, 66 Leopard 15 light tanks, 36 long 09 infantry fighting vehicles, and 12 Longshi 17A air defense missile vehicles. Faced with this new army with brand new equipment and high morale, Yi Han issued an unexpected order. Li Qinjing, lead the 114th Regiment to bypass the suburbs of Tushan County and station in the valley in the far suburbs. Remember, withdraw slowly in company and platoon units, shut down all communications, and never alert any enemy units. I will send the next order to you through the messenger later. After saluting, the commander of the 114th Regiment, Li Qinjing, led his troops to carry out Yi Han's order. However, the colonel staff officer Yi Jingyu standing beside him looked puzzled. Commander-in-Chief, the situation on the front line is very tense right now. Isn't the 114th Regiment going to the front to provide support? Yi Han shook his head. Tushan County and Jialing County are not important, and Shilong County is not important either. After saying this, Yi Han lit a cigarette and fell silent. Mu Jin on the other side glanced at Yi Jingyu, who was still puzzled, and smiled. Our commander has far-reaching plans and big goals. We just need to worry about how to fight the battle on the front line. Although Yi Jingyu was puzzled after hearing Mu Jin's words, he did not think any more about it. For him, faithfully executing orders was the top priority. He immediately turned around and continued to plan the specific tactics ahead with a group of staff. At this time, the battle in Tushan and Jialing counties was in full swing. Although the advance of the Zombie Tide and Apocalypse players was resisted by Yi Han's troops, there were too many of them. After a few hours, half of the county fell into the hands of Apocalypse. However, at this time, the Magnetic Storm Infantry Company and the Rocket Flying Company also joined the battle. Every key thoroughfare in Tushan County was defended by at least one row of Magnetic Storm Infantry. With fierce flashes of lightning, dozens of zombies turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the Apocalypse players behind did not dare to move forward. But this situation did not last long. Although the Magnetic Storm Infantry had great lethality, energy consumption was a big problem. After a few rounds of electric shocks, they had to retreat for supplies, which gave the Apocalypse army an opportunity to take advantage. Although the rocket pilots on the other side relied on their mobility to provide fire support for the ground forces, they only had one company after all, and had to retreat in the face of the huge tide of zombies. Report to the commander. Tushan County and Jialing County are about to be lost. Captain Wang and Captain Li request further instructions. In the command center, Yi Jingyu looked at Yi Han with a worried look on his face, holding the frontline report. Mu Jin glanced at the time, her face calm. They have been on guard for nearly 6 hours, which is considered to be exceeding the mission. Yi Han nodded after hearing this, and immediately said to Yi Jingyu, "Let the 111th and 113th Regiments retreat, and the Magnetic Storm Infantry Company and the Rocket Flight Company retreat to the second line of defense to fight. Each regiment on this line of defense will only keep half of its armored vehicles. The remaining armored vehicles will all be withdrawn to the suburbs of Shilong County to await orders. At the same time, once the troops withdraw from the county, the artillery battalion in the rear will immediately bombard the county. As long as there are people who can move inside, the artillery fire will not stop." Following Yi Han's instructions, teams of soldiers began to withdraw from Tushan and Jialing counties in batches, and the Apocalypse army finally occupied the two counties. The Apocalypse players in the communication hall also cheered. To them, taking over two counties did not mean much. In their view, the greatest significance of this battle was that Yi Han was not an invincible myth. In front of the huge Apocalypse company, even Yi Han had to suffer defeat. On the other side of Tushan County, in Sisan County, 200 kilometers away from the battlefield, a towering building was closely guarded by a group of Apocalypse soldiers. All of these Apocalypse soldiers came from Chongqing City, and the one they were guarding was the commander-in-chief and person in charge of this battle, the deputy director of Chongqing City Apocalypse Company, Lin Yaikairo. Hayashi Yaikairo is over 50 years old. Not only is he quite prestigious in Sakura country, he is also the second in command in the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City. It is for this reason that he is qualified to command this large-scale battle. For him, this battle is not only about whether he can help Apocalypse Company completely eliminate the hostile forces in Chongqing City. He also wants to use this battle achievement to climb to the position of the general manager of Chongqing City. Minister Hayashi Yaikairo, Tushan County and Jialing County have been taken, and Yi Han's army has retreated to the outskirts of Shilong County. A beautiful woman stood in front of Hayashi Yaikairo and reported in Sakura language. The woman was wearing a hip skirt, which made her already slim and hot figure even more attractive. As she spoke, she twisted her body from time to time, exposing her curves to Lin Yaikairo. Chapter 125, Retreat to Shillong. Although Hayashi Yaikairo is over 50 years old, he has maintained a very good figure and looks like he is in his early 40s. In addition, he came from a military background and had excellent physical fitness. As he got older, his desire in that area did not diminish in the slightest. As soon as he saw the graceful figure of the girl exposed in front of him and heard the good news from the front line, his desire was immediately aroused. He didn't care at all that there were several Apocalypse soldiers around him. He just hugged the female secretary in his arms and started playing with her all over. The Chinese army is nothing but this. In a few days they will be pinned down by me just like you, Lin Yaikairo said with a lewd smile on his face while kneading the girl in his arms. Minister Lin, be gentle, you're hurting me. The female secretary screamed in pain and leaned her slender neck against Lin Yaikairo's face, and then a girl's body fragrance wafted out. The female secretary, with a sweet scent on her mouth, lay on Lin Yaikairo's shoulder and kept humming softly, which seemed to be of pain and pleasure. Rather than complaining that Lin Yaikairo was trying too hard, the voice sounded more like a disguised encouragement. Ahem, Minister Lin, the situation on the front line is not clear. We have lost nearly 200,000 zombies in the zombie tide we led over. In addition, the Apocalypse also suffered certain losses. One of Lin Yaikairo's subordinates coughed twice when he saw this scene and reminded him. They are just some zombies and Chinese players. As long as there are losses, just make up for them. What we in Sakura country lack the least is dogs working for us. Lin Yaikairo was extremely dissatisfied when his actions were interrupted by his subordinates. I'm really angry right now. Lin Yaikairo put one hand under the female secretary's buttocks and lifted her up and reached his other hand into her shirt and squeezed her hard. The victory is already decided. You guys can handle it from now on. I'm going to cool down now, don't bother me. After saying this, Lin Yaikairo turned around and walked into the office with the female secretary in his arms. As the office door closed, a woman's scream and a man's heavy breathing were suddenly heard from inside. Seeing this, the subordinates outside shook their heads helplessly. On the other side, in Shillong County, a huge base vehicle was parked in the center of the huge square in the center of the county. Around the base vehicle, 116 soldiers of the Frost Squad were guarding the base vehicle, waiting for Yi Han's next instructions. I still have nearly 400,000 points in my hand, which can be exchanged for almost a tank battalion. Yi Han muttered to himself as he looked at the numbers on the points column. Instead of exchanging for a tank battalion, it would be better to fully staff the Lancer Special Forces. Mu Jin on the side suddenly said. At this time, Mu Jin had changed into a white nightgown and was sitting leisurely at the tea table sipping tea, seemingly not caring about the battle ahead at all. This tea table and tea leaves were looted by Mu Jin, who took Yiroashiwe and several female soldiers to the shopping mall in the county town while the fighting was intense on the front line. In addition to these two items, Mu Jin and Yiroashiwe also bought themselves a lot of beautiful clothes, which could be considered a purchase made at 0 yuan during the doomsday. Yi Han shook his head as he looked at the leisurely Mu Jin. At this moment, everyone in the command center inside the base vehicle was nervous, all concerned about the progress on the front line. Only Mu Jin could remain calm. Perhaps to her, the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. Although she said she didn't care, it actually seemed more like she had the overall situation under control. Xiao AI, fully staff the 141 Lancer Special Forces, upgrade the Lancer Special Company to a battalion-level unit, and all command officers in the unit will be promoted to the rank of colonel by the Officer Training Center. Yi Han turned to Xiao AI and said. Mu Jin's words woke Yi Han up. A tank battalion or a mechanized infantry battalion was insignificant to the plan. At this point in the battle, only the intervention of an entire regiment-level unit could affect the battle situation. Instead of exchanging for a regular troop, it is better to sharpen the Lancer Special Forces knife. Yes, Commander. We spent 320,000 points to fully staff the 141 Lancer Special Forces, which has a maximum strength of 520 people. We spent 40,000 points to promote 8 command-type 141 Lancer soldiers to the rank of colonel. As Xiao AI's voice fell, a fully armed 141 Lancer Special Forces unit suddenly appeared outside the base vehicle. Yi Han glanced at the number of only tens of thousands left in the points column and didn't care. At this time, the battle was still going on outside Shillong County, and the replenishment of zombies from Apocalypse Company was also on the way. It wouldn't be long before he would have another 1,000,000 points. How's the battle situation on the front line? Yi Han turned and asked Yi Jingyu. Reporting to the commander, The 111th Regiment is still holding the southeastern defense line of Shillong County, but it is estimated that it can only hold out for another hour. The commander of the 113th Regiment has called and requested to retreat. Their defense line has begun to be breached. Yi Jingyu replied. Yi Han found it a little unbelievable to hear this. The combat capability of the 113th Regiment was not weak. Even if half of the armored forces retreated to carry out another combat plan, they should not have been broken through so quickly. Let the aviation battalion transmit the images from the front line, Yi Han said with a frown. Yes. Following Yi Jingyu's voice, the scene from the front line was suddenly projected onto the big screen of the command center. It was already midnight, and artillery fire was raging on the vast plains outside Shillong County. From time to time, a ball of fire would light up on the dark plain. It was the Leopard 15 light tanks left behind at the defense line firing. In addition, 3 battalions of troops from the 113th Regiment remained at the defense line to organize resistance. On the other side, under the illumination of the helicopter lights, an endless tide of zombies, like a dense swarm of ants, were desperately rushing towards the front line. Several zombies have climbed onto a Leopard 15 light tank. The second-level Lord sprayers in the zombie swarm are constantly spraying sticky liquid to attack the soldiers. From time to time, some fourth-level Lord Avengers raise Gatling guns and fire at the front line. Chapter 126, Preparing to Close the Net. The helicopter wanted to continue taking more pictures, but a burst of machine gun fire was heard, and sparks suddenly burst out from the fuselage of the Z-20. The Apocalypse player behind the zombie tide opened fire. Seeing this, Yi Han said, "Let the Z-20s withdraw." The 113th Regiment will now withdraw to Shillong County in batches. 10 minutes later, the 111th Regiment will also withdraw to Shillong County. Then the 111th Regiment and the 113th Regiment will meet up. All infantry will stay in the county town, and the armored units will retreat to the far suburbs. After Shillong County meets the enemy, the armored units will go and meet up with the 114th Regiment. Hearing Yi Han's order, Mu Jin, who was standing beside him, leisurely came to the big screen with a cup of tea, took a look at the picture on it, and chuckled and spoke. It looks like Hayashi Yaikairo has already made up for the remaining zombies. Tell your little bird to work harder. I think we can start our final move now. Yi Han glanced at Mu Jin, who seemed to be on vacation, and said speechlessly, "Nonsense. Hans Huang, arrange for all the Special Forces battalion members to board the base vehicle. Xiao Ai, once everyone is on board, drive the base vehicle out of Shillong County and head to the valley outside of Tushan County to join the 114th Regiment." After receiving Yi Han's order, the base vehicle suddenly made a loud roar, and more than 500 alert Special Forces soldiers began to get on the vehicle quickly. As Wang Hu's 111th Regiment and Li Chengwang's 113th Regiment retreated to Shillong County, on the road behind Shillong County, the base vehicle drove out of Shillong County under the cover of dusk. Far away on the other side, inside the Apocalypse Operations Command Center in Sison County, Lin Yaikairo's subordinates rushed to Lin Yaikairo's office excitedly. They had no time to care about the lewd music inside and shouted excitedly, "Minister Lin, good news from the front. Yi Han's 2 regiments have been defeated by our army and have retreated to Shillong County. Moreover, according to our army's information, both of Yi Han's regiments have suffered heavy losses, and it is estimated that there is less than 1 regiment of active strength left." Hearing the good news from his subordinates, Hayashi Yaikairo, who was originally angry about being disturbed, was cheered up. However, before he could say anything, the female secretary under him made a tingling sound. "Minister Lin, keep going." Hearing the beautiful woman's voice, Lin Yaikairo's blood suddenly boiled. He picked up a pill and threw it into his mouth, then continued to fight. The subordinates outside the door were all frowning when they heard the strange noise coming from inside again. One of the subordinates gritted his teeth and stepped forward to ask, "Minister Lin, what should we do next? Should we intensify the offensive?" "Nonsense. Did you hear what the secretary said? Keep attacking." Lin Yaikairo shouted loudly, then slapped something, and then there was even more intense applause. "What does Minister Lin mean?" The subordinates outside the door discussed in a low voice. "What do you mean? Step up your offensive. It would be rude to ask again. But we only have 2 brigades at our combat command, which are all Lord-level zombies, and our own army. We can't move unless it's absolutely necessary. Let's send a brigade to the front line first. Take down Looming Base as soon as possible so that we can report to our superiors." "That's fine too. Yi Han's troops are almost all dead anyway, so it's no problem to leave a brigade behind for defense." Following the discussion among Lin Yaikairo and his subordinates, a brigade-sized army of Lord Zombies was sent to the front line of Shillong County. A brigade-level force was quickly captured by Yihan's scout troops stationed outside Sisan County. A look of joy appeared on Yihan's face when he learned that Sisan County had sent another support force. Mujin, who was standing by, smiled calmly and said, "Looks like we can start closing the net now." Yihan nodded. "It's time to prepare to close the net. Yi Jingyu, send someone to notify the 112th and 114th regiments to turn off their radios. After we get in touch, we will create a group for mid-level and above personnel through the headquarters system and discuss the follow-up combat plan in the group." The 112th Regiment is also known as the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment. Before the war began, the regiment commander Gao Sheng received Yihan's order to split the entire regiment into small units and secretly go into the mountains near Chongqing City under radio silence. The 114th Regiment is the latest armored tank regiment summoned by Yihan. When Tushan and Jialing counties fell, Yihan secretly dispatched them in batches of companies and platoons to station them in the valleys outside Sisan County. These two secret deployments not only required the two regiments to be carried out under radio silence, but also required the two regiments to break up their organization and divide the entire regiment into dozens of squads and platoons so that they could fight in small groups. If it were the army of other countries, the difficulty would be obvious, but the loyalty and order of Yihan's troops were far beyond that of ordinary armies. The seemingly difficult battle plan is actually nothing to them. Long Zi, 20 quickly passed Yihan's order to the 112th and 114th regiments, and the two regiments that had lost contact for a long time finally contacted the command center. Not long after they got in touch, the middle and high-level command group created by Yi Jingyu started arguing like crazy. The head of the 111th Regiment, Wang Hu. "Commander, what's going on? Is there any support? Our 111th and 113th regiments are really going to collapse." Li Cheng Wang, head of the 113th Regiment. "Brothers, we are sweating profusely. There are hundreds of thousands of zombies on the opposite side, accelerating by 30 brigades. We really can't hold on any longer. Commander-in-Chief Yihan, stop arguing, both of you. Hold on for another half an hour and then retreat. The armored forces will go to Sisan County in batches, and the infantry will retreat to Looming Base to continue defense. Also, are the people from the research center here? The newly recruited Lancer Special Forces are in need of a batch of D-level enhancers. You can draw some more blood from Ghost." Fresh brother expression. Ghost Hunter. Shocked expression. Chen Zheng, director of the research center. "Okay, Commander. Ghost brother, our needles are very big. You have to be patient." The head of the kitchen department. Commander, do you want to give Ghost some extra food tonight?" Ghost Hunter. "Commander, let me test your code." Commander-in-Chief Yihan. "Yi Jingyu, didn't I mean the middle level and above cadres? Why did you bring Ghost in? What's his position?" Ghost Hunter has been kicked out of the group chat by Administrator Yi Jingyu. Chapter 127 Target, Chongqing City. Not long after, the research center came to Yihan with a new batch of D-level strengthening potions. Looking at the whole box of medicines, Yihan actually began to worry about the Ghost Kid. There are 300 D-level strengthening potions in front of you, which means 300 milliliters of Ghost blood. Normally, it would be fine, but Ghost had just been drained a few days ago, and now he had to take another shot. Although there wouldn't be any major problems physically, the psychological trauma would probably be significant. "Is everything okay with Ghost?" Yihan asked Chen Zheng. Chen Zheng smiled awkwardly after hearing this. "Ha, it's nothing. It's an honor to contribute to everyone." Although Chen Zheng said so, Yihan also knew that Ghost probably had a lot of resentment towards him, so he opened the Xiaoai System's hero-level character favorability page and took a look. At this time, Ghost's favorability towards Yihan has changed from the last time. 50, accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger, to 30, the old thief bullied me too much. Seeing this, Yihan sighed and immediately called the engineer company commander Wang Shi over. "Take your engineering company and pick an enemy area with nice scenery in the oasis space. Build a sanatorium, and let Ghost recuperate in the sanatorium for a while." After all, Ghost is his subordinate and is loyal to him. Yihan feels a little embarrassed to keep tormenting him like this. It would be no fun if he made this kid depressed. Military hospitals can at most treat internal and external injuries, but there are really no psychologists there. Maybe letting this kid go on vacation to Oasis Space will make him feel better. After pacifying the Ghost, Yihan asked Han Shuang to distribute all the newly manufactured D-level strengthening potions to the Special Forces Battalion. Together with the remaining 100 or so potions, almost all the Lancer soldiers of the Special Forces Battalion were strengthened to D-level physique. At this time, news came from Yi Jingyu's middle and high-level command group. Yihan took a look and saw that most of them were about the front line in Shillong County. The head of the 111th Regiment, Wang Hu, Commander, Shillong County may soon be lost. The reconnaissance unit of the Aviation Battalion reported that a brigade of Lord Zombies is rushing to the battlefield. Li Chengwang, the head of the 113th Regiment, the armored forces of our 2 regiments have all been withdrawn. We are expected to reunite with the 114th Regiment in 5 hours. Now there are only 2 infantry battalions left to defend Shillong County. Should we retreat? Seeing this, Yihan thought for a moment, and then asked Xiao Ai, "Where is the base vehicle currently?" Reporting to the commander, the base vehicle has now left the scope of Shillong County and is expected to arrive at the valley on the outskirts of Sison County and reunite with the 114th Regiment in 2 hours. Xiao Ai reported, "That's fine. Let Wang Hu and Li Chengwang retreat and transfer all the remaining infantry battalions to the looming base." While Yihan gave the order to retreat to the Shillong County defenders, he also contacted Lu Tu at the looming base. At this time, Lu Tu was leading 300 members of the main car group in the looming base to manage the base's security. The survivors of looming base now number 13,000 people, which is enough to form a town based on the number of people. The members of the main car group are not under too much pressure to manage these unarmed people. "Brother Lu, my troops will soon retreat to looming base. Please send some main members to take the survivors to the temporary base in the valley behind the base. The remaining main members will defend the city with my troops. I will send you the next plan later." After receiving Yihan's order, Lu Tu quickly responded, "Okay, Brother Yi." Yi Jingyu, who was standing by, was confused when he heard Yihan's deployment. "Commander, 2 infantry battalions plus the main vehicle regiment may not be able to stop the Apocalypse army, right?" Anyone would have the same doubts as Yi Jingyu. After all, 2 entire regiments failed to stop the enemy before. At this time, the Apocalypse army on the front line was still the size of 7 or 8 brigades, not to mention hundreds of thousands of zombies. Even if the looming base had towering walls and an entire wall guard battalion that other county towns did not have, it would still be impossible to defend. When Yihan heard Yi Jingyu's question, he just smiled faintly. "I didn't think about defending the looming base." Looming base is our base camp. Once it is lost, we will have nowhere to stand." Yi Jingyu was shocked. "If we have no place to stand, where would we stand now?" Mu Jin on the side said with a smile. Yi Jingyu was stunned when he heard Mu Jin's words. After a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was obvious that he understood Yihan and Mu Jin's plans. Looming base is just a base. After transporting the personnel away and loading the supplies into the base vehicles, it's just a wasteland. Our foundation is the base vehicles under our feet. Yihan said lightly. Since they want the looming base so much, just give it to them. Apocalypse Company has always believed that looming base is Yihan's base camp. But how could they have imagined that Yihan's Real Foundation is this base vehicle? By the time Apocalypse Company took over the looming base, Yihan had already withdrawn his entire army to other places. All they got was the land that the survivors had sown in the past few days. The grains have just sprouted. What can we get even if we capture them? Yihan didn't explain too much to Yi Jingyu, and turned around and sent a message in the group. "Wang Hu, Li Chengwang, after you 2 arrive at looming base, you can symbolically defend it. If you can't hold it, just retreat. The soldiers of the wall guard company can't leave the wall, so let them lay down their weapons and hide if they can. If they really can't run away, just surrender temporarily. I will rescue them later." After saying this, Yihan turned and looked at Yi Jingyu with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Seeing this, Mu Jin knew what Yihan was going to say, and said with a faint smile, "Start closing the net. Contact the 112th Regiment Commander Gao Sheng and have the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment prepare to attack. Target, Chongqing City." Chapter 128, Closing the Net. At this time, in the mountains far outside Chongqing City, there are countless small villages among the undulating valleys and khals. In these deserted villages, the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment was divided into several platoons and companies and stationed there. If someone came to these desolate villages for a stroll, they would definitely be shocked. In addition to tractors, there are also camouflaged bobcat vehicles parked in the rural yard. These Lynx vehicles are either equipped with 12.7mm caliber machine guns, or multiple rocket launchers, or even 125mm caliber howitzers. It's like a mini heavy-armored synthetic regiment. Ever since the Chongqing City Apocalypse Company took action against Yihan, they have been stationed here in batches. Because of the radio silence, and the fact that Chongqing City's Tianqi Company was preoccupied with wiping out Yihan's troops far away in Shillong County, they were completely unaware of the Bobcat Light Infantry Regiment hiding under their noses. On the one hand, it is because of the darkness under the lamp, and on the other hand, it is also Mu Jin's suggestion. The Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment almost all got to this place via mountain paths, and in the process they not only had to climb over mountains and cross ridges, but also cross ditches and ravines. If it were a regular armored battalion, it would naturally be difficult to do this. The rugged mountain roads and uneven terrain make it almost impossible for tanks and infantry fighting vehicles to move, but it is a different story if it is the Lynx all-terrain vehicle. As the name suggests, Bobcat ATVs are built to handle all kinds of terrain. In addition, the entire 112th Regiment is composed of light infantry, so detouring in the mountains is a piece of cake for them. They were designed to perform this mission from the day they were born. Gao Sheng, the commander of the 112th Regiment, had already received Yi Han's order at this time to attack Chongqing City. Several days of hibernation are just for this moment. Messenger, contact all companies and platoons immediately and prepare to launch an attack. Gao Sheng, who was hiding in a farmyard, said to the messenger with a stern face. The Artillery Assault Battalion is attacking the Chongqing City defenders while rapidly advancing into the city. The Aviation Transport Battalion, carrying the Bobcat vehicles of the Infiltrated Assault Battalion, is approaching the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City. All air defense assault battalions are dispatched to cover the advance of the Aviation Transport Battalion. The Fire Support Battalion will attract zombies in the city and make room for the main force to fight. After several orders were issued, the mountains surrounding Chongqing City seemed to suddenly wake up. The roar of engines suddenly sounded in the dark mountain villages, and then the entire Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment was dispatched. A total of 540 Lynx all-terrain vehicles of various types, together with 60 Longji 8L transport helicopters and 30 Hunting Eagles were quickly dispatched, aiming at the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City. On the other side, the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City had almost no precautions against the actions of the 112th Regiment. In order to wipe out Yi Han's forces in Shilin County, more than half of Chongqing City's troops were dispatched. At this time, the only garrison left in Chongqing City was a large number of zombies and only one division of Apocalypse players. Although zombies are huge in size, they have almost no brains and are not as fast as the Lynx vehicles. As long as the Lynx Light Infantry Regiment does not fight with them, they pose little threat. As for the remaining division, if it was a real Apocalypse Legion, Yi Han would naturally not let the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment take the risk. But the problem is that most of the players in this division are Apocalypse players. Without any prior organization, they are scattered throughout the various blocks of Chongqing City, making it difficult to organize effectively in the face of a sudden attack. The only truly organized ones are the Apocalypse Company Army and the Lord Zombies, which consists of only 3,000 to 4,000 people. When the Longji 8L suddenly flew over Chongqing City, all the Apocalypse players in Chongqing City were in an uproar. Those helicopters seem to belong to Yi Han, right? Aren't they surrounded at Looming Base? Why did they come here? Shit. Those helicopters seem to be equipped with Bobcats, and they seem to be heading for the Apocalypse Company building. There are enemy troops. Yi Han has arrived in Chongqing City. Contact the captain quickly. The captain went to get a health checkup with the people from Apocalypse Company last night, so we can't contact him right now. Damn it. Yi Han is so bold. He wants to rush in without even caring about his home, right? Although there were a considerable number of Apocalypse players remaining in Chongqing City, it was almost impossible for them to organize an effective defense in such a hurry, and they could only resist the incoming Bobcat Light Infantry Regiment sporadically. Moreover, the Lynx Light Infantry Regiment is no pushover. Any Lynx vehicle has a 12.7 mm caliber heavy machine gun, which can penetrate the player's broken vehicles with almost one shot, not to mention the Lynx vehicles equipped with 125 mm caliber howitzers. In terms of caliber, it has caught up with the Dragon 99A. It runs fast and has high damage. The Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment is like bandits entering the city, firing all the way and rushing forward. Many players were blown into corpses after only hearing the roar of the Mau Mau vehicles. In an underground base in Chongqing City, an old man in Dragon Country military uniform was looking at the girl in front of him with shock. Commander Chen, what are your thoughts? Yuriko said with a faint smile. When Shin Weihua heard Yuriko's words, he couldn't help but look directly at the seemingly weak girl in front of him. A day ago, the headquarters of the 56th Division of the Longwei Jianghan military region, which was hiding in the underground base of Chongqing City, suddenly welcomed an uninvited guest. And this uninvited guest was Yuriko. As the head of the intelligence department under Yi Han, She came here to persuade Chun Weigua's 56th Division to rise up in resistance and attack the Chongqing City Apocalypse Company together with the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment. Chapter 1, 29 Dragon Nation 56th Division. The first time Chun Weigua saw Yuriko, he was shocked and distrustful. The reason for distrust is naturally simple. Since the disaster, the Longhua army was almost wiped out. Chun Weigua had to work very hard to barely gather the remaining Longhua troops in Jianghan province here. They rescued survivors while looking for friendly forces. However, the power of Apocalypse Company was too great, and the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Army was out of order. As a result, only 4,000 to 5,000 people survived the original 8,000 to 9,000 troops. It is said to be a division, but in fact only one regiment is left. How could Chun Weigua dare to believe Yuriko easily when she suddenly appeared and said that she was a friendly force and asked them to assist in the attack? You know, they have been hunted down and eliminated by Apocalypse Company until now. In this situation, how could Chun Weigua dare to easily agree to a request for help from a weak woman who claimed to be a friendly force? But at this moment, the rumbling sound of artillery and the roar of helicopters outside all proved that what Yuriko said was true. You actually dare to attack Chongqing City? Which department are you from? Chun Weigua frowned and looked at Yuriko. Yuriko smiled calmly. Commander Chun, I have already told you that the military force our commander-in-chief has is far beyond your imagination. As for which part we are in, I cannot tell you. The only thing I can tell you is that we have the same goal, the same blood, and the same enemy. Now, you, the 56th Division, are going to continue to watch like rats as the Japanese pirates occupy your hometown and massacre your compatriots. Or pick up your guns and fight with us? Yuriko's words were like a sword piercing Chun Weigua's chest. The nearly 60-year-old Major General of the Dragon Kingdom faced Yuriko, who was the same age as his granddaughter. He listened to her passionate words and looked at the determination in her eyes. His heart, which had originally despaired of restoring the country, suddenly began to beat violently. Guards, give orders to all regiments and battalions. Fight your way out of all underground strongholds. Chun Weigua lit a cigarette for himself, then gave the order with a firm look in his eyes. He no longer cared about the identity of the girl in front of him. Just as Yuriko said, they had a common goal, a common enemy, and a common blood. That is enough. Moreover, facing the slaughter by the Japanese pirates, Longhua has nothing to lose. Following Chun Weigua's order, a large number of Dragon Country soldiers suddenly rushed out from countless underground facilities in Chongqing City. Because the Sakura country's attack was too sudden, this temporarily organized army had almost no heavy weapons. All he had was a military uniform, a gun, and a brave and fearless chest as a man of honor. The news that Yuriko had persuaded Chun Weigua soon reached Yihan's base vehicle. Yihan was not surprised when he heard that the Dragon Army, which had been suppressed in Chongqing City, had already launched an attack. In his opinion, the Dragon Army was not afraid of death. All they lacked was an opportunity. Yuriko, tell Commander Chun to get all the survivors on his side into the car and don't leave anyone behind. Wait for my next instructions. Yihan ordered Yuriko. Yes. At this time, the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City was in chaos. The head of the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City, Yamamoto Iki, was trembling with white beard, and it was unclear whether he was frightened by the sound of artillery outside or by Yihan's anger. I guess it's both. Baka, you're useless. You're all useless. You didn't even know the Chinese army was approaching. What's the point of keeping you around? Yamamoto Iki cursed and knocked the middle-aged man in front of him to the ground with his crutch. The middle-aged man was not hurt, but Yamamoto Iki almost died. Minister Yamamoto, be careful. The middle-aged man hurried forward to support Yamamoto Iki. This troop is so strange. They are all lightly equipped and use small vehicles. We don't know where they came from. It is indeed my fault. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Iki continued to curse while panting. The Chinese are too cunning. I must catch this Yihan and peel off his skin. The middle-aged man echoed. Yes. And there's Chun Weigua. His 56th Division has been suppressed by us before, hiding in a rat hole and not daring to resist. Now he has finally shown his head. We must make him pay the price after this war. As he spoke, he used his hand to help Yamamoto Iki, who was breathing heavily, to calm down. Should we call Lin Yaikairo back for support? The Apocalypse players in the city are too useless. It will take a while for them to be organized. If this continues. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Yamamoto Iki raised his head and sighed. Alas. Tell all the section chiefs to immediately contact the Apocalypse players in the city to organize a resistance, and also send a telegram to Hayashi Yaikairo, asking him to bring troops back for rescue immediately. Once Chongqing City is lost, even if we can escape, we will have no choice but to commit seppuku and apologize to the headquarters. Chapter 130 Return to Help. At this time, the 112th Regiment's Infiltration Assault Battalion had already attacked the block where the Apocalypse Company building was located. 68 by 8 Lynx all-terrain assault vehicles were rampaging through the streets as if they had entered an uninhabited area. The 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun installed on it was spitting bullets violently, and from time to time the Lynx all-terrain anti-tank vehicle suddenly opened fire. Fortunately, Apocalypse Company still had 2 battalions of troops stationed here. Otherwise, the building would have been breached long ago with the mobility of the Bobcat vehicles. Damn it! Where are those Apocalypse players? Why haven't they come to support us yet? The Apocalypse officer in charge of the company's defense cursed. They said. The adjutant on the side hesitated and couldn't say anything. What are they talking about? The Apocalypse officer asked impatiently. They said they wanted the headquarters to equip them with weapons, at least rifled guns with a caliber of 100mm or more, or quadruple rocket launchers. And they also wanted to equip each of their convoys with a Sakura woman. The adjutant had no choice but to relay everything the Apocalypse player had said to the officer. Who do these dogs think they are? Tell them that if they don't come, they won't be able to escape when the headquarters blames them. The officer was almost fainted from anger. He slapped the adjutant in the face and cursed. It is not surprising that Apocalypse players have such thoughts. After all, they have a cooperative relationship with Apocalypse Company. At this time, they will definitely raise the price before they are willing to work hard. After all, the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City is gone, and they can still go to the Apocalypse Companies in other cities and counties. At this time, the Apocalypse players in Chongqing City were indeed not very willing to put in effort to resist the Cat Infantry Regiment. This group of people would strike hard when the situation was favorable, but once the situation turned unfavorable, they would have to think carefully, right? Captain, aren't we asking for too little? I heard that the Sakura country has hardly suffered any major disasters, so there should be a lot of people. Isn't one Sakura woman enough? That's right. They are all roasting them over the fire right now. I think they would agree if we were given one each. Little chef, you are quite imaginative. Why don't you ask Sakura to make a movie with you as one of them? It's better for us to contribute a little. After all, without Chongqing City, our living space will be squeezed, and it will be difficult for us to report to the superiors of Tianchi Company if they blame us. The Apocalypse players discussed for a long time before reaching a consensus that they should help those who need help. But while they were discussing, the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment and the 56th Division of the Dragon Country had already surrounded the block where the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City was located. The organized army of Apocalypse Company was beaten so badly that they could hardly raise their heads. The cat and mouse truck is really suitable for street fighting. The road that could only accommodate one Dragon 99A was now crowded with 3 cat and mouse trucks equipped with 125mm howitzers. Although the defensive performance of this thing is not as good as that of a tank, it is cheap and available in large quantities. If a Dragon 99A is destroyed, it would be a huge loss, but the cat-type tanks are almost replaced by new ones as soon as they are blown up, so there is no need to feel sorry at all. While the fighting was going on in Chongqing City, the Combat Command Center of Sisan County, 300 kilometers away from Chongqing City, also received the news. Originally, Hayashi Yaikairo was still being affectionate with his female secretary and was considering whether to spice things up a bit to continue showing off his prowess, but the door of his office was knocked open by his subordinates. Minister Lin, something bad has happened. Yihan attacked Chongqing City. The company is in danger. Minister Yamamoto requires you to come back and help immediately. The subordinate's words immediately made Hayashi Yaikairo crest down. Originally, this old guy had been relying on drugs to get by, and he probably has psychological trauma after all this. Damn it, aren't Yihan's troops almost wiped out? Why did they suddenly run to Chongqing City? The subordinate just shook his head. I don't know. Now the remaining troops in Chongqing City can't stop Yihan at all. The 56th Division of Longhua has also joined the battle. Isn't there another division of Apocalypse players in the city? What are they doing? Lin Yaikairo sat up straight on the bed, staring at his subordinates with wide eyes in shock. Alas, Minister Lin, let's hurry back to defend. The news that Chongqing City has been attacked has spread. The wanderers who had been neutral before have also begun to approach Chongqing City tentatively. If this continues, Chongqing City will definitely be lost. The subordinate kept sighing. After hearing this, Lin Yaikairo was so angry that he slapped the secretary in the face. Damn it. This bitch has been seducing me. Get out of here. The female secretary covered her slapped face and stepped aside aggrievedly, but she sneered in her heart. Old man, you are sweating all over now, right? Lin Yaikairo paced in the room for a long time, smoking a cigarette with a frown on his face. The expression on his face was frighteningly gloomy, and the atmosphere in the office became heavy and depressing. But after thinking for a while, the boy's brows suddenly relaxed, and then he laughed out loud. I know. Yihan is desperate. He must have only these few troops at his disposal. He thinks he can take Chongqing City by surprise attack, but we still have our strength. In this case, why not take advantage of their tactics? This time we can not only wipe out their manpower in one fell swoop, but also eliminate the 56th Division that has been hiding once and for all. After saying this, Hayashi Yaikairo couldn't help but feel complacent about his own intelligence. After hearing this, his subordinates also had an expression of understanding and then flattered Hayashi Yaikairo. That's right, Minister Lin. We didn't expect that. You are so smart. Ha ha. We can definitely eliminate Yihan and Chun Weigui together when we come back for support this time. By then, the headquarters will definitely promote Minister Lin. Chapter 131. Chain Schemes. Hayashi Yaikairo was already a little complacent when he heard his subordinates flattering him, and now he almost raised his butt to the sky. Only the female secretary beside her couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This old guy might be suffering from kidney deficiency. He's already having hallucinations after just a few times. Where has the main force advanced to now? Lin Yaikairo asked with a sneer. We have now advanced to the looming base. The tide of zombies has already entered the city. The army expects to occupy the base in half an hour. The subordinate responded. Send the army back to support Chongqing City. Leave looming base to the zombie tide. Lin Yaikairo said confidently. As for the brigade left behind in Sisan County, send it to Chongqing City as well. There's an old saying in Dragon Country. A lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. This time we must wipe out all the resistance forces in Chongqing City at once. When the subordinate heard Lin Yaikairo's order, he immediately bowed and said, Yes, Minister Lin. Looking at the backs of his subordinates who were busy preparing for battle, Lin Yaikairo smiled disdainfully. At this time, there were still 7 brigades of the Apocalypse army dispatched to the looming base, plus 1 brigade sent by himself. That's 8 in total. If such a large net is laid out, Yihan's troops will surely be completely wiped out. Thinking of this, Lin Yaikairo seemed to have seen the scene of Yihan being killed and himself being promoted. Suddenly, a fire of evil rose in his lower abdomen. He turned his head and looked at the female secretary with lustful eyes. Minister Lin, don't want that? The female secretary said, pretending to be weak. Lin Yaikairo didn't care about that and directly threw the female secretary to the ground with a lewd smile on his face. Outside Sisan County, in a secret roadside factory, Yihan's base vehicle has been parked steadily here. The brigade in Sisan County has already withdrawn, but Lin Yaikairo seems to still be in Sisan County. Mujin said. Above the highway, the Special Forces Battalion's reconnaissance drone flew high in the sky, taking clear pictures of the entire troop on the highway. The remaining troops in Sisan County are withdrawing from the city. Most of them are Apocalypse's own troops, and their weapons are completely different from those of Apocalypse players. After all, they are direct troops, and they have no shortage of large-caliber artillery and tanks. In terms of equipment, they are comparable to Wang Long's Heavy Guard Battalion. In addition to Apocalypse's direct army, half of them are 4th-level Lord-level zombies, mainly Avengers and Barrier Men. This is also the reason why Yihan went to great lengths to transfer this troop away. Even with the 3 regiments in his hands, it would take some effort to take over this brigade. Now that Lin Yaikairo has transferred this force to Chongqing City, 5 counties including Sisan County will become deserted cities. The land is secondary, as the zombies in the city are worth tens of millions of points. That old Teddy must be very busy right now. I'll fire 2 shots at him later and see if he still gets crazy. Yihan sneered. How's the situation at Looming Base? Report to the commander. I just received news that the Apocalypse army at the Looming Base has retreated towards Chongqing City. Now there are only about 400,000 zombies left there. Yi Jingyu reported. After hearing Yi Jingyu's words, Yihan lowered his head to think for a while and then posted a message in the group. Commander-in-Chief Yihan, Li Chengwang, in half an hour you will lead the entire 113th Regiment back to support Looming Base, and together with Lu Tu's Maincar Regiment, surround the zombies from the inside and outside and eliminate the zombie horde as soon as possible. Li Chengwang, head of the 113th Regiment, received. Maincar Group, Lu Tu, received. Commander-in-Chief Yihan, Gaosheng, the reinforcements from Chongqing City are now rushing towards you. You and the 56th Division are preparing to retreat. The Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment will continue to feint an attack on the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City while breaking up into smaller units. When reinforcements are about to arrive, immediately retreat to the mountains and wait for orders. Have the 56th Division retreat in the direction of Looming Base and take all the survivors with them. The leader of the 112th Regiment, Gao Sheng, received. After sending the message in the group, Yihan calmly drank a sip of tea and looked at Wang Hu and Li Qinjing. 4 hours later, Wang Hu's 111th Regiment will attack Sisan County and the neighboring Dushan County, and Li Qinjing's 114th Regiment will attack the other 3 counties. Wang Hu and Li Qinjing were both shocked when they heard this, and then raised their hands to salute. Chongqing City is just a cover. Yihan's real target is actually the 5 county towns adjacent to Tushan County and Jialing County. If these places are taken, Chongqing City will be completely reduced to an isolated city, and at the same time the crisis at Looming Base can be resolved. The most important thing is that these 5 counties have a total of 2.5 million zombies, plus the zombies that ran to the Looming Base. There are nearly 3 million zombies in total, which converts into 30 million points. He was almost halfway to being promoted to division commander. As for taking over Chongqing City directly, Yihan had the intention but not the strength. After all, there are nearly 100,000 Apocalypse players and direct troops under the Apocalypse Company in Chongqing City. Even if the 112th Regiment, also known as the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment, can take Chongqing City, it will not be able to defend it. Before the war began, Yihan had already discussed with Mu Jin that Tushan, Jialing, Shilan, and even Looming Base were to be abandoned. Letting Wang Hu and Li Qingwang guard the place was, on the one hand, to cover up the danger, and on the other hand, also to accumulate some points. The attack on Chongqing City was to besiege Wei to save Zhao, and to attack Wei would surely save Zhao. For this strategy, Yihan used all the 36 strategies of war. He first used the tactic of playing hard to get, throwing a brick to attract Jade, then used the strategy of escaping from the shell, secretly marching through Chinsong, and finally made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, luring the tiger away from the mountain. During this period, he even used the beauty trap. After a series of linked schemes, a brigade was used to make an army in Chongqing City run around in circles. Chapter 132. Sorry, I'm a spy. For hours passed quickly, and the fighting in Chongqing City was still going on. If the Apocalypse players in the city had not started to turn around and resist, the Cat Light Infantry Regiment would probably have driven Yamamoto Ikki out of the building. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yihan immediately ordered the 111th and 114th Regiments to attack the 5 counties. Wang Hu's strength had always been hidden by Yihan, and now he finally had the chance to show off his skills, and he was as happy as if he was getting married. Wang Chuangdui, let your tank battalion charge. Wang Chuangzong's infantry battalion will attack in coordination. Wang Long will stay behind the commander. As for Wang Chuanan, I have only one request for your artillery battalion. That is, the artillery cannot stop. If I don't hear the sound of artillery for even 1 second, I will punish you. The only tactic in this battle is to charge. Anyone who is a step slower will be put in solitary confinement. Under the command of Wang Hu and Li Qinjing, the 2 heavy armored regiments turned into a rolling steel torrent and swept towards the 5 county towns. You know, Li Qinjing's 114th Regiment alone is a fully staffed armored tank regiment, with 66 Dragon 99A heavy tanks alone, and more than 100 tanks including other types. As for Wang Hu's combined regiment, it includes an aviation battalion, an artillery battalion, a tank battalion, and an infantry battalion, all of which are equipped with modern armored vehicles, and its overall combat power is still above that of the 114th Regiment. In order not to alert the enemy, Yihan had always asked them to move here slowly in company and platoon units. Now that the counterattack has begun, they don't care whether they are discovered or not. Hundreds of armored vehicles moved together, and the rumbling sound shook the earth and sky. Compared with them, the zombies attracted were like a group of ants, and their attack was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wherever the armored regiment passed, there was no grass left, only mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The fierce flames and the sound of artillery fire were endless, which also attracted the players scattered around. What's going on? Is this going to end? Previously, it was Shilan County fighting. Just now it was Chongqing City fighting. And now it's also fighting in Sisan County. Is this going to be a big brawl? No. Aren't you wondering which unit is fighting? Wasn't Yixin driven back to Looming Base? Who else can launch such a large-scale offensive now? You are from Mars, right? Yihan has already gone to Chongqing City to attack Tianqi Company. That's not right. Who is this side of Sisan County? Is it a dog-eat-dog situation? Brother, as far as I know, the troops that attacked Sisan County were also Yixin's troops. Your dog-eat-dog statement really offends both sides. While Wang Hu and Li Chunjing were wiping out the zombies in 5 counties, Yi Han turned around and gave orders to Han Shuang and Wang Sheng, the commander of the 111th Regiment's Aviation Battalion. Wang Sheng, immediately have the Aviation Battalion and the Special Forces Battalion fly to Sichuan County. We must capture that old Teddy Lin Yayalong. Han Shuang and Wang Sheng saluted and laughed. This must have scared old Teddy to death. At this time, Lin Yaikairo, who was hiding in Sichuan County, was really frightened. He didn't expect that just after his troops left, he heard the rumbling sound of tanks approaching. At first, Hayashi Yaikairo thought that the troops had encountered some accident and retreated. When he was about to find someone to ask what happened, his subordinates rushed in with a panicked look on their faces. Minister, Yi Han is calling. After Lin Yaikairo understood the situation, he was already shaking with fear. Damn it, are you guys telling the truth? Why is he in Luming Base, then in Chongqing City, and now here again? Hearing Lin Yaikairo's question, the subordinates all shook their heads. Damn it, retreat. Lin Yaikairo gritted his teeth and was about to pack up and run away when he heard the roar of a helicopter outside the window. He glanced out the window and saw dozens of helicopters flying into Sichuan County. Soldiers from the Special Forces Battalion had already gotten off the helicopters and were approaching him quickly. Minister Lin, Yi Han's troops are coming. Let's escape through the tunnel. The subordinates were all trembling with fear and hurriedly suggested. Run, run. You guys stay behind to cover us. I'll go first. Lin Yaikairo swallowed and quickly pulled up his pants to get into the tunnel. The female secretary at the side saw this and said with resentment, Minister Lin, what should I do? Lin Yaikairo had no time to pay attention to her at this time. What should I do? It is your honor to sacrifice for the great Sakura country. You're the one who pulled this bastard's hair. You're so fucking stupid that you don't recognize me, right? The female secretary sneered, and then spoke in Longwood dialect with a northeastern accent. When Lin Yaikairo heard this, he turned around and looked at the female secretary in shock. He naturally didn't understand what she said, but he could tell that it was the Dragon Country dialect. Nandeska? What is she talking about? Lin Yaikairo widened his eyes, pointed at the female secretary, and asked the subordinates beside him. How would I know that? The subordinate spoke in the Sichuan dialect of Longwa. You, Baka. Lin Yaikairo had already realized something was wrong and hurriedly wanted to pull out his gun. But can old Teddy's reaction be faster than that of the people trained by the intelligence center? The female secretary stepped forward, grabbed the gun, and pointed it at Lin Yaikairo's head. I'm sorry, I'm a spy. Sorry, me too. The subordinate next to him touched his head with a smile and then took out his gun. Seeing this, several other subordinates of Lin Yaikairo wanted to pull out their guns to resist, but they were shot dead on the spot as soon as they stretched out their hands. The bodyguards outside the house rushed in when they heard the gunshots, but at this time the Frost Squad also arrived. The result is of course predictable. Chapter 133 Chongqing Dynamics. In front of the 141 Lancer Special Forces, these bodyguards who seemed to have undergone rigorous training were as vulnerable as chickens and dogs. In just one encounter, the Apocalypse bodyguards fell to the ground before they could react, with a bloody hole between their eyebrows. The Lancers at this time were no longer comparable to before. After being strengthened with D-level strengthening potions, these elite soldiers, who were already top-notch, were strengthened beyond ordinary people. Both endurance and reaction have been further upgraded, and this is naturally inseparable from the contribution of Ghost. As a C-class hero and a biochemically specialized Ghost, he can fight on equal terms with the 4th-level Lord Zombies in terms of individual strength. Although these Lancers who have been treated with D-level enhancers are not as strong as Ghosts individually, as a complete combat team, even a level 4 Lord Avenger would have to avoid their edge. The threat has been eliminated. A soldier from the Special Forces Battalion reported to the walkie-talkie while raising his gun and standing on guard. Then, behind a group of Special Forces soldiers, Frost came forward with a rifle in hand, glanced at the female secretary, and raised his hand to salute. Major Frost, commander of the Lancer Special Forces Battalion. Faced with the Frost, the female secretary and Lin Yaikairo's subordinate also breathed a sigh of relief and handed Lin Yaikairo over to the Frost team. Secret Intelligence Department, Lu Shui. The female secretary raised her hand and saluted with a firm look in her eyes. Secret Intelligence Department, Lu Feng. The subordinate who was placed next to Lin Yaikairo also smiled indifferently. Since the construction of the Intelligence Personnel Training Center, Yi Han has trained 10 secret intelligence personnel, including Yuriko, Lu Feng, and Lu Shui. Lu Feng and Lu Shui are mainly responsible for the espionage work on Lin Yaikairo's side, while Yuriko takes 2 intelligence personnel to Chongqing City to work for the 56th Division. As for the remaining 5, that is something that Yamamoto Iki, who is far away in Chongqing City, has to worry about. At this time, Yamamoto Iki, who was far away in Chongqing City, had felt much better because he had just received the news. The 8 brigades brought by Lin Yaikairo have now returned to support Chongqing City. It is estimated that they will arrive soon, and the crisis in Chongqing City will inevitably be resolved. Tell the frontline troops to hold on for another 2 hours. The reinforcements will be here soon. At this time, there were constant sounds of gunfire outside the Apocalypse building in Chongqing City, but Yamamoto Iki was no longer as panicked as before and put on a dignified old face again. Minister Yamamoto, the firepower of the Chinese army in the city has begun to weaken. They must be running out of ammunition. Once the reinforcements arrive, we will definitely be able to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yamaki Iki's subordinates said with a smile. Yihan, that kid is still going to fail after going through so much trouble. Yamamoto Iki said disdainfully. What they didn't know was that the reason the 112th Regiment's firepower weakened was not because of a lack of ammunition, but because they had already begun to prepare to withdraw from Chongqing City in batches in accordance with Yihan's orders. At this time, they were facing only a faint attack by the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment. Just when Yamamoto Iki had calmed down, a subordinate suddenly rushed into the office, his face full of panic and his voice trembling slightly. Minister Yamamoto. Sisan County was attacked. Minister Lin Yaikairo has lost contact. Yamamoto Iki, who had just calmed down after hearing his subordinate's words, trembled all over, and then stood up quickly as if he was pricked by a needle, staring at him in disbelief. What did you say? How could Sisan County be attacked? Who would have the guts to attack Sisan County? Yes, it's Yihan. Not only Sisan County, but also the 4 counties surrounding Sisan County have been attacked by large-scale armored forces. It seems that they are Yihan's elite troops. There are hundreds of Dragon Country's latest Dragon 99A tanks alone, and a large number of helicopters. It seems that Minister Hayashi Yaikairo has been killed. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, Yamamoto Iki spat out a mouthful of blood, and the people in front of him were shocked. Doctor, call a doctor. Yamamoto Kazuki slumped on the sofa, his face full of disbelief. After a long while he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yihan, why are there so many troops? Which part were they defending in Shilan County before? It seems that Yihan has transferred the garrison troops of Shilan County to Sisan County. Yamamoto Iki could no longer hold back, and regardless of his injuries, he yelled, "Kill all those people in the reconnaissance department. You didn't even know anything about the enemy's large-scale troop movements. Nazin, all of you, commit seppuku. Hayashi Yaikairo is such a good-for-nothing. What on earth did his dog brain command? His brains also shot outright." Seeing this, Yamamoto Iki's other subordinates hurried to comfort Yamamoto Iki, while they also discussed countermeasures. So do we still need to rescue Sisan County now? Is Minister Lin Yaikairo dead? We can't even protect ourselves now. How can we save them? I suggest just forget it. Even if Hayashi Yaikairo is still alive, his inability to command is enough for him to commit suicide. Minister Yamamoto, what do you think? Yamamoto Iki sighed, his old face suddenly filled with despair. How can we not save them? Sisan County is our logistics base. Once the troops return and stabilize the situation in Chongqing City, we will immediately send troops to retake Sisan County. In addition, we must reform these Apocalypse players. How can they work for our Apocalypse company when they are so disorganized and unorganized? Those who only take benefits but don't do anything will be killed without mercy. Yamamoto Iki's face was ferocious and his eyes were flashing with ferocity. Every word that came out of his mouth was filled with endless murderous intent and anger, not only towards the Apocalypse players in Chongqing City, but more importantly, towards Yihan. Chapter 134 Army Aviation Group. While Yamamoto Iki was furious and angry, in sharp contrast to him was Yihan, who looked very happy. At this time, Yihan had already driven the base vehicle into Sisan County. Under the crushing momentum of Wang Hu's heavy-armored synthetic regiment, the hundreds of thousands of zombies in the city were completely points packages, just waiting for Yihan to come and claim it. And with the cooperation of the Magnetic Storm Infantry Company and the Rocket Flight Company, nearly 100,000 zombies fell in Sisan County alone in just 2 hours. At this rate, it might take less than half a day to clean up Sisan County. On the other side, Li Qingwang's 113th Regiment has also arrived at the looming base. This is the advantage of a fully mechanized force, which is extremely high mobility. As long as the road is open, the mobilization speed is also quite fast. At this time, The 113th Regiment had already begun cooperating with Lu Tu's Mainche Regiment to clear out the zombies. Yi Han had been the suppressed party for several days in a row, and almost everyone thought that it was only a matter of time before Yi Han's troops were wiped out. But who could have thought that Yi Han's counterattack would be so unexpected and swift? Yi Han glanced at the number on the points column. After the hard work of the 4 combat regiments in front, Yi Han's points had reached 4 million. In addition to the gains from Wang Hu and Li Qingjing's battles in the 4 counties around Sisan, there were also many from Li Qingwang's battlefield at Luming Base and the battlefield in Chongkong City, where the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment was located. At this time, Yi Han only had 1 regiment-level unit vacancy left to reach full brigade strength, and this last regiment had to be carefully considered. The Armored Tank Regiment already has its own 113th and 114th Regiments, which are under the jurisdiction of Li Qingwang and Li Qingjing respectively. The Heavy Armored Combined Regiment has Wang Hu's 111th Regiment, which is also the seed regiment for building a Heavy Armored Combined Brigade in the future. These 3 regiments are mainly composed of heavy machinery, the so-called Steel Torrent, especially Wang Hu's 111th Regiment, which not only has armored tank units, but also mechanized infantry units, artillery units, guard units, and aviation units. The 112th Regiment is the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment led by Gao Shang. It is good at infiltration operations. Although its frontal combat capability cannot be compared with the other 3 regiments, its firepower is not weak, and its mobility is far superior to the other 3 regiments. Thinking of this, Yi Han hesitated. His troops didn't seem to have any major shortcomings at the moment. 112th Regiment of the Cat Light Infantry Regiment would be enough. Should we continue to replenish the armored regiment? Perhaps you can add an aviation regiment. The aviation battalion of the 111th Regiment alone can hardly meet the needs of the troops. What's more, aviation forces are very restrained against ground units. Mu Jin suddenly said. The air defense capability of Tianqi is not very good. With the cooperation of the ground forces, the Army Aviation Group will become a powerful weapon. Yi Han glanced at Mu Jin, then thought for a moment. It was Mu Jin who requested the creation of the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment, and it really came in handy in the subsequent battles. To be honest, Mu Jin has a very unique vision. Okay then, let's build an aviation regiment. Yi Han nodded. At this time, his own aviation weapons factory can already build various types of helicopters, including the Longji, 20 general-purpose tactical helicopter, the Longji, 10 armed helicopter, the Longji, 8L transport helicopter, the Longji, 5 multi-purpose helicopter, and the Hunting Eagle rotorcraft. Such a variety of models can already meet the needs of building an Army Aviation Regiment. The Aviation Regiment has 5 battalions under its command. I suggest that the 1st and 2nd battalions be built into attack aviation battalions, consisting of 3 attack companies, a reconnaissance company, and a ground support platoon. The attack company is equipped with 16 Long Z, 10 armed helicopters. The reconnaissance company is equipped with 12 Long Z, 20 tactical helicopters, and the ground support platoon is equipped with various types of support vehicles. Mu Jin said. So by this calculation, an attack aviation battalion would have 48 Long Z-10s and 12 Long Z-20s. Yi Han nodded after hearing this. Yes, as the main force of the Army Aviation Regiment, the attack battalion will be responsible for fire strikes and air assaults. Mu Jin said. Then the 3rd battalion will be built into an assault reconnaissance battalion, all equipped with Longji, 20, a total of 60 aircraft, and will be responsible for ground support, armed patrol, and reconnaissance assault missions. The 4th battalion is built as a transport aviation battalion, mainly equipped with Longji, 8L, a total of 60 aircraft, responsible for transport support. The 5th battalion is a ground support battalion, equipped with 24 Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicles, 30 Lynx vehicles of various models, 30 flathead diesel transport trucks, and a number of Hunting Eagle rotorcraft. Mu Jin explained the structure of the entire aviation camp, then took a sip of tea, raised her chin, and looked at Yi Han with a smile. Yi Han had no objection to Mu Jin's arrangement, so he turned to Xiao AI and said, Follow Mu Jin's instructions and exchange for the Army Aviation Group. Yes, Commander. Start exchanging the Army Aviation Regiment. The entire Army Aviation Regiment is equipped with 96 Long Z, 10 armed helicopters, 84 Long Z, 20 tactical general-purpose helicopters, and 60 Long Z, 8L transport helicopters. As for the Long Z, 5, none of them were exchanged. The few that Yi Han had exchanged before were all given to the main vehicle regiment for use in the security work of the Luming base. This product is already obsolete. A Longji, 10 costs 3,500 points, a Longji, 20 costs 3,200 points, and a Longji, 8L costs 2,800 points. These things are much more expensive than the equipment of the ground forces. After all, a Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicle only costs 1,500 points. In the end, the cost of the helicopter alone reached 772,800 points, which was close to the 1 million mark. In addition to the helicopters, there are a total of 70 support vehicles, 30 Lynx vehicles, and 24 Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicles, with a total cost of 100,000. Plus the points needed to exchange for a regiment, a total of 2,600 soldiers totaling over 670,000 points. The cost of an Army Aviation Regiment reached 1.54 million points, plus the 60,000 points needed to exchange for regimental and battalion-level command officers. A total of 1.6 million points were ultimately spent. It is 300,000 more expensive than the previous tank battalion. Chapter 135. All Trouble. However, Yihan did not feel sad. Compared with the 100 million points required to be promoted to a division commander, 1 or 2 million points were nothing. With the exchange of the Army Aviation Group, Yihan's 4 million points suddenly turned into 2.4 million. Mu Jin stepped forward and patted Yihan on the shoulder. Now the brigade is fully staffed. All we have to do is accumulate points to be promoted to division commander. At this moment, the rumbling sound of a helicopter was heard outside the base vehicle. Yihan was delighted and hurried out to greet his new troops. But when Yihan went out and took a look, he was dumbfounded. The dark flock of helicopters that originally filled the sky were not seen. Now there were only a dozen long Z-20s flying in the dark blue sky. There was no sight of any other long Z-10 or long Z-8L. What's going on? Where's my helicopter? Yihan's eyes widened. Mu Jin rolled her eyes at Yihan and said, "The Army Aviation Corps has nearly 300 aircraft in total. Do you think there is enough space in Sisan County to park them?" Yihan was stunned when he heard Mu Jin's words, and then looked around. At this time, the base vehicle was parked in the central square of Sisan County. Although there was a large open space around it, it could only accommodate more than 20 helicopters at most. It was a bit difficult to park a regiment. Yihan touched his head awkwardly. Ever since Mu Jin came, he had been directly asking many questions to Mu Jin, and his brain was obviously working much less than before. If this continues, Hibiscus will soon become my external brain. Just as Yihan was daydreaming, a long Z-20 stopped not far from the base vehicle, and an officer with the rank of colonel got off the plane. "Report to the commander. Yi Tianyu, the head of the Army Aviation Regiment, is here to report." Yi Tianyu looked to be less than 40 years old, with a handsome face and an upright posture. He exuded the unique temperament of a mature man, which reminded Yihan of the saying, "Men are in their prime at 41. "Where are the other troops of the Army Aviation Regiment?" Yihan asked. "Report to the commander. Because there is no suitable helipad, the other troops of the Army Aviation Regiment have already flown to the suburbs and are stationed in various open spaces in batches." Yihan frowned when he heard Yi Tianyu's words. How could this be possible? Shao AI, fill the engineering company with battalion-level personnel, and Wang Shi will serve as the commander of the engineering battalion. Yihan said, "Yes, commander. We will need 400 engineers and 80 engineering support vehicles of various types, costing a total of 128,000 credits." As the engineering battalion was replenished, Yihan turned around and gave an order to the battalion commander Wang Shi. "Wang Shi, you and the brothers of the engineering battalion will find a suitable open space in the suburbs of Sisan County to build a garrison camp for the Army Aviation Regiment. The camp must be able to accommodate hundreds of helicopters. A series of facilities such as hangars, dormitories, and canteens must be available." After hearing Yihan's order, Wang Shi hurriedly took his soldiers to build the Army Aviation Regiment camp. Building the Army Aviation Regiment's camp in Sisan County was not something Yihan did casually. Sisan County was located right in the middle of Chongqing City and Looming Base. The Army Aviation Regiment is stationed here, which can not only take care of the Looming Base, but also threaten Chongqing City. After arranging the Army Aviation Regiment, Yihan and Mu Jin returned to the car. Although the threat from Chongqing City had been eliminated, Yihan had more work to do. The first thing to consider is of course the war situation on various battlefields. Looming Base and 8 counties including Shilong County and Sisan County are still in the midst of war. The Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment is also still fighting with Chongqing City. In addition, he also has to worry about the post-war reconstruction work. Although he has Yi Ruoshue's help, Yihan also has to keep an eye on the base. Then there is the issue of the 56th Division. How should the official Dragon State army deal with them? Yi Han was in a state of confusion at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he called Yi Jingyu and asked, "How is the war on the front line?" Report to the commander. The 111th and 114th regiments are clearing out the zombies in Sison County and the surrounding counties. Sison County has been liberated, and what remains is the cleanup of the surrounding towns. This part of the task will probably take another 12 hours to complete. The 113th Regiment in the direction of Looming Base is currently fighting against the remaining zombies. They will probably be able to complete the mission in 5 hours. The 112th Regiment has already withdrawn from Chongqing City. The 8 brigades from Chongqing City have just returned to Chongqing City. Yamamoto Iki seems to be organizing a new round of offensive, but it is expected to take another 2 or 3 days. After hearing Yi Jingyu's report, Yi Han frowned and asked, "Where is Chun Weigua's 56th Division?" The 56th Division is currently helping the 113th Regiment to eliminate the zombies at Looming Base. According to previous orders, they will move into Looming Base after the elimination is complete. Yi Han frowned and thought. The 56th Division has a total of nearly 5,000 troops, and they are all well-trained regular troops of the Dragon Country. It would be a trouble if they had a conflict with him. It seems that I have to go back to Looming Base after some time. On the one hand, I have to take Yi Ruoshua back to deal with the reconstruction of the base, and on the other hand, I have to communicate face-to-face with Chun Weigua. Although Yi Han was confident that the 56th Division was no match for him, on the one hand, they were Dragon Country troops after all and had deep roots with him. If he really wanted to suppress them by force, he would find it hard to do so. However, his identity was too embarrassing and had no official recognition. Once Chun Weigua got serious, his troops would be regarded as bandits. Report to the commander. Lin Yailong, the deputy director of the Apocalyptic Company in Chongqing City, has been successfully captured. At this moment, Han Shuang's report suddenly sounded in the car. Chapter 136, I can't tell you anything. Yi Han's eyes lit up when he heard Han Shuang's report. Lin Yaikaro was the second in command of the Apocalyptic Company in Chongqing City. Capturing him would not be as simple as boosting morale. The intelligence from his mouth alone is as valuable as that of a regiment or even a brigade. Bring him in, Yi Han said, rubbing his hands. Let's bring Xiaodian in as well, Mu Jin said to the soldiers with a smile. Following Yi Han's voice, Lu Shui and Han Shuang walked in first, and behind them was Lin Yaikaro who was tied up tightly. Report to the commander. Lu Shui completed the mission successfully. Lu Shui stepped forward and said. Yi Han nodded upon seeing this. He also knew what was happening on the front line of spy warfare. Not only did Lu Shui disregard the danger and go deep into the enemy's headquarters, he also sacrificed himself to keep the old dog Lin Yaikaro firmly tied up. In this battle, Lu Shui's contribution, sacrifice, risk and righteousness were no less than those of Wang Hu and others on the front line. Lu Shui, you have worked hard on this trip. I will hold a commendation meeting later and your reward will be issued soon. Yi Han said, It is my duty to serve the commander. Lu Shui stood at attention and saluted solemnly. Seeing this, Lin Yaikaro was so angry that his old teeth were almost broken. Yi Han glanced at Lin Yaikaro who was lying on the ground and sneered. Lu Shui, help me translate and ask this old dog if he is willing to cooperate with us. After hearing this, Lu Shui looked at Lin Yaikaro on the ground with a smile on her face and repeated Yi Han's words to him. After hearing this, Hayashi Yaikaro immediately started cursing. Baka, you want me to cooperate with you? Dream on. We in the great Sakura country will skin you alive and feed you to the dogs sooner or later. After hearing this, Lu Shui pretended to be very surprised and said, Oh my god, Commander. Lin Yaikaro said he would skin you alive and feed you to the dogs. It's really scary. Yi Han smiled coldly after hearing this. If that's the case, let Mu Jin and Han Shuang teach him a lesson first. Why is he always dreaming when he's this old? Fortunately, Lu Tu is not here, otherwise you will suffer the consequences. Hearing this, Mu Jin covered her mouth and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Xiaotian again. As he was about to ask Xiaotian to teach Lin Yailong a lesson, Han Shuang suddenly said, Commander, I have an idea. If I keep asking Xiaotian to do this kind of thing, I'm afraid he'll get sick. These old Sakura guys drink nuclear waste water every day, which has damaged their brains. Don't let them radiate Xiaotian later. After hearing this, Yi Han pondered for a moment. What Han Shuang said made sense. After all, Xiaotian was one of his old teammates, so it was not worth it to let it take the risk. Then tell me how to deal with it. Frost chuckled and said, Just find someone from the Magnetic Stormtroopers Company. Electric shock therapy is quite effective. After hearing this, Yi Han called him a devil in his heart. Han Shuang is always a big talker, but it turns out he is full of bad intentions. and his black belly is as black as Mujin. After listening to Han Shuang's suggestion, Yihan quickly called Zhang Tai, the company commander of the Magnetic Storm Infantry Company, over. Not long after, Zhang Tai came to the base vehicle wearing an insulating suit. Help this old teddy to sit on the chair. Zhang Tai, control the current well, don't let him get electrocuted to death. Yihan advised. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Commander. I was a senior electrician before joining the army, and I'm very good at working with electricity. Zhang Tai smiled as he helped Lin Yaikairo to the chair. At this time, Hayashi Yaikairo didn't know what he was about to face, and he kept saying Baga and Nishin in his mouth. Even when Lin Yaikairo saw the current jumping from the discharger in Zhang Tai's hand, he was still very disdainful. The old fellow sneered and glanced at Yihan and said, "It's impossible for me to tell you anything Before Lin Yaikairo could finish his words, Zhang Tai had already pointed the discharger at him, and a strong electric current suddenly hit Lin Yaikairo. Lin Yaikairo, who had been stubborn just now, suddenly twitched like a ghost under the electric current. His mouth was so wide open that a light bulb could be stuffed in it, and he kept rolling his eyes. Yihan also smelled the smell of burnt pig hair in the air. Damn it! If I had known it was so smelly, I should have taken it out for electrocution. Zhang Tai stopped when he saw that the electric shock was almost over, and Lu Shui asked Lin Yailong, "Are you willing to cooperate?" Baga, fuck you. Aawaya. As Lin Yaikairo screamed, an even stronger smell of burning spread throughout the command center. Yihan covered his face and felt his eyes burning. Go, go, go. Take him out and electrocute him. This guy is so irritating. Following Yihan's words, Zhang Tai and Han Shuang quickly lifted the chair and carried Lin Yaikairo, who was foaming at the mouth from the electric shock, out of the car. 10 minutes later, Lu Shui walked into the command center with a smile on her face and said to Yihan, Lin Yaikairo is willing to cooperate. Yihan was not surprised to hear this. How could this old guy be compared with Hao Jing? He would not be able to go crazy after being shocked a few times. When Yihan came out of the car, in addition to the strong smell of burning, there was also a stench of feces and urine in the air. At this time, it was difficult to associate Hayashi Yaikairo sitting on the chair with the high-spirited minister from before. Under Zhang Tai's electric shock therapy, Lin Yaikairo not only removed his hair, but also changed his skin color. Isn't this big and solid? Where's the hair? Yihan asked in surprise. It's no wonder Yihan asked this question. Lin Yaikairo had been electrocuted until he was as black as a ball of charcoal, and the few remaining hairs on his head had become curly. I'm willing to cooperate. I'm really willing to cooperate. Stop the electric shock, please. Lin Yaikairo spoke in Dragon Country dialect as soon as he opened his mouth. Fuck, did you open both the run and do meridians with electricity? Yihan was even more surprised when he heard this. At this moment, Hayashi Yaikairo wanted to die. After being electrocuted like this, Lin Yaikairo would have to say something even if Yihan spoke an alien language, let alone the Dragon Country language. Chapter 137, The Ambition of the Sakura Country, Dragon Boat Festival Extra. Then tell me about the distribution of power in your Apocalypse company. Yihan asked as he lit a cigarette for himself. This. Lin Yaikairo stammered for a long time and couldn't say the whole thing after hearing this. What's the matter? Did you lose your memory? How about asking your brother Tai to help you think about it? Lu Shui said with a sneer. On the other side, Zhang Tai had already raised the discharger. No, the topic you asked is too broad. I don't know where to start for the time being. Lin Yaikairo was electrocuted and turned black. Yihan couldn't even see his expression. But just by listening to the sound, you can tell that the old guy is in tears. After those rounds of electric shocks, not to mention his tear glands, even his urinary bladder is trembling. Let's start with your headquarters. What is the distribution of major forces in Apocalypse Company? Mujin asked. Hearing Mujin's words, Lin Yaikairo quickly said obediently. The company's headquarters is located in Sakura Country, and it has branches in major countries around the world. As far as I know, the Apocalypse branch in Longhua not only manages Longhua's affairs, but also governs more than a dozen surrounding countries including Bangzi, Feifei, etc. The Dragon Country headquarters has set up provincial departments, municipal departments, and county departments in each province of Dragon Country. Our Changkong Municipal Department is managed by the Jianghan Provincial Department. Yihan was a little surprised when he heard this. It seemed that the Apocalypse Company was indeed quite capable. Its business had expanded to such a large scale that not only Long Country but other countries as well had suffered. It seems that players from other countries are also struggling on their own land at this time. What is your purpose in doing this? Just to kill all human beings? Yihan asked with a frown. This anti-human act is already an old script of the Sakura Country's military. When these people become perverted, they will not let go of anyone, not to mention other countries, even their own people. No. Lin Yaikairo shook his head. I don't know the details, but it is said that they want to gain more territory, cultivate war weapons through mutant zombies, and then rule the remaining survivors, making them work for us and provide for our Sakura country. Oh, you mean you didn't massacre the survivors? Yihan asked in surprise. The Apocalypse's mission is to gain points by killing survivors. We didn't kill them at the beginning. We basically captured them all and sent them to mine and farm. However, there were too many people from Dragon Country. The headquarters said that Sakura Country was too small and they wanted to relocate the country to Dragon Country, so they started killing the survivors later. Lin Yaikairo said everything. What about the survivors you captured? Yihan continued to ask. I only know that some are being held in laboratories for transformation. As for those who are mining and farming, I'm not sure where they are. There seem to be Chinese farms in other cities in Jianghan province. They may be there. Upon hearing this, Yihan lowered his head and thought for a moment. It seemed that he had to rescue all these people later. Otherwise, given the character of the Sakura country, they would kill them all after using them. How many troops do you have in Jianghan province? Mujin asked. I'm not too sure. I only know that Chongqing City has about 10,000 regular troops and 80,000 Apocalypse players. In addition, there are 10,000 Lord Zombie troops, mainly level 4 lords. Lin Yaikairo said. Yihan had known this information for a long time. With 10,000 regular troops, 80,000 miscellaneous troops, and 10,000 Lord Zombies, Chongqing City still had 100,000 troops at this time, which was roughly the size of an army. At this time, this army was hiding in Chongqing City. After Yihan's brigade was fully staffed, he had 5 regiments. If the logistics and special forces were included, there were almost 15,000 people. It seems that there is a huge gap in strength, but Yihan's troops are elite after all, otherwise they would not have been played like that before. Are there any more advanced Lord Zombies in Chongqing City? Yihan asked after thinking for a while. I really don't know about this. I'm just a deputy minister and don't have that much authority. Only the minister has the authority to know the information of higher-level lords. Seeing that Lin Yaikairo seemed unable to come up with any more useful information, Yihan asked casually. I'll give you a chance now. Think about whether you have any useful information. If you can tell me what's in my heart, I can save your life. After Lin Yaikairo finished speaking, he didn't react, but Han Shuang rolled his eyes. Most likely, Yihan saved his life by leaving it to fate. The bodies of those unicycle guys from the previous world are still warm. Lin Yaikairo thought for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I actually know one. I know where the logistics base of Chongqing City is. As soon as these words came out, not only Yihan, but even Mu Jin showed interested looks. Very good, very good. Tell me, and I promise to leave you a way out. Yihan smiled and clapped his hands. There are so many people in Tianqi's Chongqing City department, and they are now an isolated city. Once the logistics point is taken down, Yamamoto Iki's army will have no choice but to wait for death. Unless the provincial department sends people to rescue. But with Tianqi's character, even if he had to poop, he would poop in his pants. If their superiors knew how they had fought the war, they would commit suicide in no time. There are 2 logistics points in Chongqing City. Food and other supplies are stored there. One logistics point is in Sisan County, and the other is in Chongqing City. Hearing Lin Yaikairo's words, Yihan's pupils couldn't help but tremble, and he hurriedly asked Lin Yaikairo about the specific location of the logistics point. The one in Sisan County is in the underground storage area under the company building. The location in Chongqing City is the same. Hanswang, take people to search under the Tianqi building in Sisan County. Yihan gave the order hurriedly. Mu Jin, who was standing by, frowned slightly when she heard the news, as if she was thinking about something. Chapter 138 New Strategy, Dragon Boat Festival Extra. At this time, Yihan also noticed Mu Jin, who had her brows slightly furrowed on the other side. What's wrong? Yihan was a little surprised. Mu Jin opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but then she shook her head and said, let's talk about it later. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. After hearing this, Yihan did not ask any more questions, but turned his attention to Lin Yaikairo. At this moment, Lin Yaikairo looked like a pug, except that his skin was black and his head had a few sparse hairs that were electrocuted, which made him look very funny. How about this? This information can save my life, right? Yihan couldn't help laughing when he looked at Lin Yaikairo. Of course, Lu Shui. Take him away, and let the troops returning to Looming Base take him away along the way. Let him kneel in the Martyrs' Cemetery for half a year. If he behaves well, he will be the guardian of the Martyrs' Cemetery. It would be too easy for this guy to be killed directly. He must repent for the rest of his life. Lu Xuan nodded, and then took Lin Yaikairo, who was as black as charcoal, downstairs. When Lin Yaikairo returned to Looming Base, Lu too was dumbfounded. He thought Yihan had already reached the African continent. Later, after asking, I found out that the old guy in front of me was from the Sakura country, and naturally, the survivors beat him up. During the days of guarding the martyrs' cemetery, Lin Yaikairo had a small fight every 2 days and a big fight every 3 days. Of course, this is a story for later. After returning to Sisan County, Han Shuang quickly took people to count the logistics point of Tianchi Chongkong City in Sisan County. The supplies inside were indeed abundant, which surprised Yihan. There are hundreds of thousands of tons of various types of fuel alone, and as for food and ammunition, there are so many that they cannot be counted in a short time. According to estimates, the estimated scale of grain alone is 5 million tons. This is almost the annual output of a major grain-producing city. No wonder the Sakura country has always been coveting the land of the Dragon country. After counting the food, Yihan was about to ask Xiao AI to drive the base vehicle back to Looming Base to check the situation, but Mu Jin stopped Yihan. I suggest that we hold a meeting first to formulate the future strategy, Mu Jin said with a serious face. Yihan looked at Mu Jin in shock for a moment and then nodded. That's fine. Let's hold the meeting in the conference room. At this time, the commanders of each regiment were still fighting on the front line. The only ones who could attend the meeting were the commander of the aviation regiment Yi Tianyu, staff officer Yi Jingyu, as well as Han Shuang, Mu Jin, and others. Mu Jin spread the map of Chongkong City on the conference table, and then took out a red pen to circle the 3 points of Looming Base, Sisan County, and Chongkong City. Previous battles were actually fought around these 3 points. We used tactics of penetration and detour to capture all the county towns except Chongkong City. But now the problem has come. Although the enemy only has 1 stronghold left in Chongkong City, the main force is still there, and the number of our troops is far greater than ours. So we must not take it lightly now, but must be on high alert. Hearing Mu Jin's words, Yihan nodded in agreement. What do you think of the subsequent battle situation? I think that Chongkong City may soon have a new round of actions, and the target is Sisan County. Mu Jin said firmly. After hearing this, Yihan thought for a moment and nodded. According to Lin Yaikairo, Sisan County is one of the logistics supply points of Chongkong City, and Chongkong City will definitely send troops to retake it. What should we do? Should we take the supplies and retreat to Looming Base? Anyway, the zombies in Sisan have been completely eliminated, so there is no point for us to stay here. Yi Jingyu said. This is a solution, but it doesn't seem to be the best one. Mu Jin shook her head. Oh, do you have a better idea? Yihan took a sip of tea and looked at Mu Jin. Yihan still trusts Mu Jin's strategic vision. After all, she is an S-level hero and has the special ability of strategic prediction. She is far superior to Colonel Staff Yi Jingyu in strategic deployment. I want to use the 15,000 people in my hands to defeat the 100,000 people in Chongkong City. There was a hint of coldness in Mu Jin's eyes. If other people said this, Yihan would just treat it as a joke, but it was different when Mu Jin said it. After all, she had used less than 10,000 people to make Apocalypse's army run around in circles. Apocalypse fought hard to the end, and Yihan not only suffered no losses, but also gained 5 counties of territory. Tell me in detail. Yihan raised his head and looked at Mu Jin. The troops are now fully staffed at the brigade level. Even if we take down all the zombies in the 8 existing counties, we will only get more than 30 million points. We are still far from being promoted to the division level. Spoke loudly while tapping the table with her slender fingers. If Sisan County wasn't their logistics base, I might not be so sure of taking them down. But now, I'm at least 70 sure. A 70 chance of success, this probability is not low. But what if we fail? Yi Jingyu asked. As the head of the general staff, he also had to consider the worst-case scenario. Before Mu Jin could speak, Yihan said, we can't lose. If we retreat to Looming Base, we will be truly defeated. Even in the worst-case scenario, if we can't defeat the enemy head-on, we can still follow the previous strategy and use space to consume the enemy's forces, moving around in the 8 counties. If their army wants to encircle us, they have to cast a big net. If we were just a big fish, we would not be able to escape. But we are a rampaging wild boar. If they use a net to catch us, the net will only be torn to pieces. Yihan was right. His brigade was equipped with the most elite weapons and equipment of the Dragon country, and the soldiers' combat proficiency was far superior to that of the enemy. If Tianchi came to encircle Yihan, it would only replicate Lin Yaikairo's failure, because Yihan's troops were too elite. That's right. We have almost no trial and error costs now, but the Apocalypse Company in Chongkong City is different. Cases of winning with fewer troops are not uncommon in history. For example, Mu Jin said with a calm smile. For example, the Battle of Guandu. Yihan looked up and met Mu Jin's eyes. Chapter 139 Frontier Command. We now know the locations of the enemy's 2 logistics bases. In particular, the logistics base in Sisan County is still in our hands. Once the logistics base in Chongqing City also encounters problems. Mu Jin's tone was calm, but it was difficult to conceal the murderous intent in it. Then they will be defeated without a fight. Yi Jingyu's eyes lit up. That's right. My opinion is that after the entire brigade completes its mission, we should immediately take the initiative to attack and set up defenses on the main transportation routes from Chongqing City to various counties, especially around Sisan County, which must be heavily guarded. In addition, the 112th Regiment's light infantry is still stationed in the mountainous area of Chongqing City according to the established plan. This regiment will become a thorn in the side of the Chongqing City troops. Hearing Mu Jin's arrangement, Yihan nodded and said, Okay, let's do as you say. We will set up a forward command post in Sisan County. Mu Jin, you will be the commander-in-chief. All the troops in the army will be under the command of the forward command post, including the Magnetic Storm Infantry Company and the Rocket Flying Company. Mu Jin was stunned when she heard Yihan hand over the command to her. I'm in charge of the troops, so what are you going to do? I'm going back to Luming Base. Wang Long's Guard Battalion and Han Shuang's Special Forces Battalion will go with me. The 56th Division and Luming Base have a lot of things to do, so I have to go back, Yihan said. After hearing this, Mu Jin said no more and just nodded. Indeed, Yihan really needs to go back now. The Luming Base has suffered such a severe impact, and with the arrival of the 56th Division, the situation in the rear is no less severe than that at the front. Yihan quickly asked Mu Jin to set up a forward command post in Sisan County, and Yi Jingyu and other staff officers also stayed to assist Mu Jin. Yihan felt relieved to leave this matter to Mu Jin. The people summoned by the system were 100 loyal to him. Even the ghost was pricked with so many needles. Although his favorability towards Yihan dropped to freezing point, he did not have any idea of rebelling. After making the arrangements, Yihan asked Xiao AI to drive the base vehicle towards the Luming Base. Sisan County is a full 800 kilometers away from the Luming Base, and the base vehicle took 7 or 8 hours to arrive. The roads along the way were littered with zombie corpses on both sides, and Yihan's troops would pass by from time to time to clean up the battlefield. It was already the next morning when Yihan arrived at the Luming Base. He received Mu Jin's report as soon as he got up. Chongqing City sent out about a battalion of troops for a test last night. As soon as they showed their heads, they were beaten back by the Cat Infantry Regiment ambushed all around. But judging from what Yamamoto Iki said, the general offensive should not take too long. Mu Jin sent a message. How is the military deployment going? Yihan asked. Now all 5 regiments are in place. The 111th and 113th regiments are guarding the important roads in Sisan County, while the 112th regiment is setting up defenses in batches along the Chongqing City line. In addition, I have transferred the 114th regiment to Dushan County, which is the closest to Chongqing City. If they dare to send troops to attack Sisan County, then the 112th and 114th regiments will take a bite out of Chongqing City. Mu Jin responded. After hearing this, Yihan nodded in satisfaction. Mu Jin's arrangement really made Yamamoto Iki feel a little overwhelmed. At this time, the main forces have been stationed at various strongholds, which also means that the previous cleaning tasks have basically been completed. At this time, all the zombies in the 8 counties controlled by Yihan had been wiped out by the armored forces, and Yihan's points had soared to 40 million. This was much more than he had expected, mainly because as time went on, the ordinary level 1 zombies had evolved to level 2, or even level 3, and the points gained from killing them were more. The evolution of zombies is certainly not a good thing for ordinary players, but for Yihan it is 100 benefits with no harm. There is no difference between level 1 zombies and level 2 zombies for Dragon 99A. If level 1 zombies are ants, then level 2 zombies are full ants. It seems that as long as we take over Chongqing City, the points will definitely be enough to be promoted to the division level. Yihan felt a little expectant. Once reaching the division level, one's own heavy armored combined brigade will be settled. These are the elite among the elite. A heavy armored combined brigade placed in a small country is like a divine army descending from the sky. It is no exaggeration to say that if Yihan had one more army under his command now, he would dare to attack Chongqing City. Facing the heavily armored combined brigade, the so-called army in Chongqing City was no different from a local militia. However, Yihan could only fantasize about it for the time being. After all, he still needed 60 million points to be promoted to the division level, and the points needed to build a heavy armored combined brigade were also a considerable expense. Commander, we have arrived at Looming Base. Xiao Ai's timid voice came, and she seemed to be worried about the appearance of Looming Base. Yihan glanced at the wall of Looming Base and frowned. At this moment, the originally indestructible walls of the Looming Base had been bombarded beyond recognition and shattered by various types of artillery shells, and the machine gun fortresses that once stood majestically were also covered in bloodstains. When the soldiers in the machine gun fort saw Yihan's base vehicle arriving, they all walked out of the fort, stood up straight, and saluted Yihan solemnly. After defending the city, most of the soldiers of the Wall Guard Company were injured. Many soldiers had thick gauze wrapped around their heads, with scarlet spots showing through the white bandages, which was shocking to see. As for the military uniforms on their bodies, they had already been stained with blood, and some places had even solidified into dark red blood spots. However, these soldiers stood fearlessly, like indestructible mountains. Wang Long, what's the current situation of the wall? Yihan turned around and called Wang Long over. The wall and the Wall Guard Company are under the jurisdiction of Wang Long's Guard Battalion, and he knows the situation in this area best. Chapter 140. Qingshan is fortunate to bury loyal bones. Wang Long was silent for a while, and then said, 80% of the wall was damaged. 68 of the 98 soldiers in the machine gun fortress died, and the remaining 30 were injured to varying degrees. After hearing this, Yihan fell silent. The soldiers in the machine gun fortress were different from ordinary army soldiers. They could only move within 1 kilometer of the machine gun fortress. Once they suffered a devastating blow, they could not escape. I had issued orders to the Looming Base before, allowing the soldiers in the machine gun fortress to surrender if they were defeated by the enemy and wait for rescue. But at this moment, these soldiers would rather die bravely on the battlefield than become prisoners of war and humiliation. Have the soldiers who died in the battle been buried? Yihan asked. They have all been buried in the Looming Martyrs Cemetery, Wang Long replied. After hearing Wang Long's answer, Yihan nodded heavily, and then said to Xiao Ai, use the points to repair the wall of Looming Base, and at the same time replenish the vacant soldiers in the Wall Guard Company. Okay, Commander. It will take 8,000 points to repair the wall and 13,600 points to fill the Guard Company. After deducting the points and rounding up the current points, there will be 41,320,000 points left. At this time, Yihan's family was wealthy and powerful, so even Xiao Ai was too lazy to report the tens of thousands of points, and just took the integer directly. After repairing the city walls and the Wall Guard Company, the perimeter of the Looming Base looked a little better. Xiao Ai, let's go to the Martyrs Cemetery first. Yihan felt a little heavy, although he had gained a lot after this battle, and with the continuous replenishment of Xiao Ai's system, the troops were basically still fully staffed. However, those soldiers who died in the previous battles were real sacrifices. Sister, you don't have to go. You and Hyacinthus and the others should go to the base command center first. There's a lot of work to be done now, and we must do a good job of resettling the survivors. Yihan turned around and added to Yi Ruoxue. Yeah. Yi Ruoxue nodded, then got out of the car with Hyacinthus and got on a warrior car from the Guard Battalion and rushed to the base command center. Now the logistics are managed by Yi Ruoxue, the frontline battles are assisted by Mu Jin, and the base security is also looked after by Lu Tu and Wang Long. Yihan, the commander-in-chief, can finally relax. On the one hand, his main task is to consider the future of the troops, and on the other hand, he is more responsible for the faith and heart of the entire army. While the base vehicle was on the way to the Martyrs Cemetery, Yihan also briefly inspected the situation inside the Looming Base. Fortunately, Li Qingwang's 113th Regiment provided timely support, and the buildings inside the base were not seriously damaged. However, there were many zombie corpses left on the road, and the Logistics Support Department has sent people to clean up. The Martyrs Cemetery of Looming Base is located at the foot of the valley at the back of the base. Yi Ruoxue chose a place with mountains and water. Behind the Martyrs Cemetery are lush mountains, and on the side is a small lake. You can see the entire picture of the Looming Base when you are in the Martyrs Cemetery. Yihan didn't understand feng shui, but feng shui was not important when it came to choosing a location for the Martyrs Cemetery. The Green Mountains are fortunate to bury the loyal bones. For this place, it is indeed an honor to be the resting place of so many martyrs. It can also be said that no matter where the Martyrs Cemetery is built, it will be an excellent feng shui site. Just think about it. If it weren't for these brave and fearless martyrs, the survivors of Looming Base would still be living in dire straits. It was these people's sacrifices that brought peace and tranquility to the base. For example, In the world where Yihan was before, if there was a mass grave around a community, then the housing prices in the community would inevitably fall. But if it was a martyr's cemetery, it would be different. There are not just any lonely ghosts in there, they are all loyal souls. It is an unattainable blessing to be their neighbors. Yihan asked Xiao AI to park the base vehicle in front of the gate of looming martyr's cemetery. Wang Long's guard battalion soldiers were also guarding outside. Then he got out of the car and walked into the martyr's cemetery accompanied by Wang Long and Han Shuang. As a result, as soon as he entered the door, Yihan saw Lin Yaikairo's old face. At this time, the boy had become like an old man in his 70s, with dark skin and a hunched back. The arrogant look he had before was completely gone. His eyes lit up when he saw Yihan coming, but when he saw Han Shuang there too, he couldn't help but shudder again. It was Han Shuang who came up with the idea of electrocuting him. "Hello, Commander Yi." Lin Yaikairo hobbled over and greeted with a flattering smile. Yihan glanced at him and said, "How is it? Isn't it a good job to guard the grave?" After hearing this, Lin Yaikairo cried and said, "Thank you, Commander Yi. Being able to guard the tombs of these martyrs is a blessing that I will never get in my lifetime. You've realized this, and it's no wonder I spared your life. You should repent for your sins here for the rest of your life." Yihan shook his head and ignored him. "How many people are buried in the martyrs' cemetery?" Yihan asked Wang Long. Wang Long thought for a moment and said, "A total of 1,468 soldiers died in this battle. Adding the previous casualties, it is exactly 1,600. In addition to our own soldiers, there are some survivors who resisted the invasion, as well as the dead of the Manche regiment. More than 1,700 people in total." After hearing this, Yihan sighed. More than 1,700 people were already the size of an ordinary group. Let all members of the guard battalion get ready to fire a farewell shot for these fallen martyrs, Yihan said to Wang Long. Immediately, hundreds of guns from the guard battalion were pointed at the sky. After 3 rounds of gunfire, Yihan led the soldiers to solemnly salute the tombstones all over the mountains. Wang Long also shouted with tears in his eyes, "Brothers, have a good rest, leave the rest to us." When Lin Yaikaro heard the gunshot, he knelt on the ground facing the tombstone, cowering and not daring to look up. Chapter 141, Yihan gives way to others. As soon as the gunshots ended, an old man in military uniform suddenly walked into the cemetery. "It is a blessing for a man to serve his country," Chun Weigua murmured and raised his hand to salute. Upon hearing this, Yihan turned around and looked at Chun Weigua. It was obvious that he had come here specially because he heard that Yihan had returned to the base. Commander Chen seems to be longing to die on the battlefield. Yihan glanced at him and said. To be honest, Yihan was very disgusted when he heard that the 56th Division had been huddled in Chongqing City. In his opinion, Longwa was facing such a serious crisis, and his 56th Division was an entire division. However, they only thought about hiding and did not think about how to run out and resist. In the final analysis, it was because he, Chun Weigua, was too careful about his reputation. If the 56th Division rushed out of Chongqing City regardless of sacrifice at the first possible moment, and then fought in a guerrilla manner, it would definitely pose a considerable threat to Tianqi's Chongqing City headquarters. It's really cheap for this old guy to come out and say something like, "It's a blessing for a man to serve his country." It turns out that it's a blessing if he doesn't die, right? How could Chun Weigua not hear the sarcasm in Yihan's words? But his face trembled, and he still did not refute. Instead, the guard next to him couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. "Commander Yi, there's no need to say that. Our commander has his own difficulties. Besides, the commander's 2 sons were killed in the battle with Tianqi. When they died, they couldn't even bury their bodies." "Xiao Su, why are you saying this?" Chun Weigua turned around and interrupted the guard. Yihan was silent for a while after hearing this, and then saluted Chun Weigua. "Sorry, Master Chun." Chun Weigua shook his head when he saw this. "Commander Yi, there is no need to apologize. Your troops have indeed suffered greater sacrifices than us, and have made greater contributions than us." Yihan didn't say much after hearing this, and directly said, "Commander Chen, you are not here just to see the martyrs off, right? Let's talk in the car." After hearing this, Chun Weigua nodded, and then followed Yihan to the conference room in the base vehicle. Chun Weigua was stunned as soon as he approached the base vehicle. This thing was obviously not created by Longhua. When he got into the car, he was even more surprised to see that there was a different world inside. This gave Chun Weigua even more guesses about Yihan's identity. In the meeting room, before Chun Weigua opened his mouth, Yihan said directly, "Commander Chen may have many questions about our unit and want to know which part of the Dragon Country Army we are. I can tell you now. We are a secret force affiliated with the Dragon Country headquarters. We have troops stationed in other places. They will come to support us in the future, and the size of the force will grow. After Yihan finished speaking, he looked at Chun Weiguo without blushing or beating his heart, and then drank a sip of tea calmly. I had thought of this statement on the way, and this was the best way to win Chun Weiguo's trust at the moment. Anyway, the commander-in-chief of the Longhua military had failed, and Chun Weiguo had no way to verify what I said. Chun Weiguo was shocked when he heard this. So it's the secret unit of the headquarters. No wonder they are so well equipped. Can you still contact the headquarters now? Yihan shook his head. No. You guys can't contact the headquarters, so I'd be in trouble if I could. Chun Weiguo sighed after hearing this. Sure enough, these Japanese pirates from Sakura country have long been planning to destroy us. I'm afraid the situation at the headquarters will not be good. The problem now is that since we have met, we must unite to fight against Tianqi. Commander Chun, you are older and higher than me in rank. I think you will command the entire army in the future. Mu Jin taught Yihan these words. Originally, Yihan disdained to say these words, but Mu Jin told Yihan to test Chun Weiguo with these words. After all, he was not one of their own, so they still had to test him. Besides, Yihan only has one brigade. No matter how powerful this brigade is, there will be more troops behind it. At present, Chun Weiguo has the rank of Major General, which is much higher than Yihan's rank. Chun Weiguo's eyes shone after hearing this. Commander Yi is so young and has such awareness. The country is lucky to have you. This is good. Then I will be the commander-in-chief in the future. Huh, do you really take it? Yihan was so upset. Why was it different from what was written in the script? This old man was ungrateful, wasn't he? Did you really take me seriously when I told you to? Wang Long on the other side had a cold look in his eyes and his hand was already on the gun. Are you kidding? He only recognized Yihan. No matter how high Chun Weiguo's military rank was, in his heart, he was definitely not higher than Yihan. Ha, I'm just teasing you. Chun Weiguo suddenly smiled playfully when he saw Yihan's nervous look, like a naughty boy. Why should I give orders at my age? You are still trying to play the beta sheng, entrusting your son to me. It's so funny. Yihan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but was also speechless. This Chun Weiguo is really amazing. He makes me want to draw my gun quickly. It's better to put it this way. Mu Jin is really something. Such a cunning little girl. Chun Weiguo, whose beard was shaking with laughter, said as Yihan rolled his eyes. Then Commander Chun will be under the jurisdiction of our division from now on. Please report the situation of your 56th division first. Chun Weiguo stopped smiling after hearing this, and then regained his serious expression and nodded. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, our 56th division was formed by taking in the scattered troops from various parts of Chongqing City. The current total size of the force is 5,600 people, with 2 regiments under its jurisdiction. The entire division is mainly lightly armed, with only 1 tank battalion for heavy equipment, a total of 20 long 96 tanks and 30 long 59 tanks, as well as about 60 baggage trucks. After hearing Chun Weiguo's report, Yihan couldn't help but sigh that the 56th division was really too poor. No wonder it had been suppressed by Tianqi's Chongqing City Department. After all, it is a temporary organized force, so it is good to have these weapons. The most advanced among them is only the Dragon 96, which is also used by Yihan's troops, but the 56th division only has 20 of them. As for the Type 59, it is already a veteran. The 56th division, using it really gave people the feeling of there are no great generals in Shu, so Liao Hua becomes the vanguard. Chapter 142, Resettlement of the Garrison Division. After Chun Weiguo finished speaking, he also saw what Yihan was thinking and explained awkwardly. When the disaster occurred, all the troops were in chaos. The remaining soldiers only had individual weapons. We only got these tanks by seizing an occupied tank battalion. Now this tank battalion is also the most elite unit of the 56th division. After hearing this, Yihan frowned and thought for a moment before asking, what else does the 56th division lack now? What we lack most is equipment and supplies. Ammunition is also a problem. Besides that, there is a lack of command personnel. When I organized them, they were basically ordinary soldiers, and there were very few officers with command capabilities. The 2 current regiment commanders are a bureau chief who has been assigned to work in the local area from the military, and an old battalion commander who has been retired for a long time. Hearing Chun Weiguo say this, Yihan also started to make some plans in his mind. It seems that the way to control the 56th division is very simple. Since he has his own officer training center, he can assign a group of commanders to the 56th division. In this way, even if the division commander is still Chun Weiguo, the officers under his command are all Yihan's own people. Okay, take me to the 56th division's camp first, Yihan said as he stood up. Chun Weiguo nodded, and then took Yihan and his party to the camp where the 56th Division was stationed. Although Luming Town is not very big, the Luming base includes the entire Luming Valley, and there is a lot of vacant space. The 56th Division is stationed in an abandoned factory building in the valley. At this time, sentries and guards had been set up at the entrance of the camp. As soon as they saw Chen Weiguo, they stood up straight and saluted. Although these soldiers were not summoned by the system, they looked extremely majestic at first glance. After all, they were the official troops of the Dragon Kingdom. In terms of combat proficiency and military appearance, they were far ahead of the Apocalypse troops. However, these soldiers were indeed organized temporarily, as Chen Weiguo said. Their uniforms had become worn out during the battles and were covered in blood and dirt. As for the guns in the soldiers' hands, although most of them are Type 95, there are also many people holding other miscellaneous guns. It is estimated that the gun is damaged or the bullets are used up, so other guns can only be used temporarily. However, although the logistical supplies were so poor, these soldiers had no complaints at all, and there was no discouragement on their faces. Yihan could even hear high-spirited military songs coming from the camp. Perseverance has always been a fine tradition of our army. Although the environment is not good now, the soldiers' fighting spirit is still very high, Chen Weiguo said with a smile. Yihan also nodded in agreement. The Dragon Country troops were originally guerrillas and had seen all kinds of storms. If other troops encountered such a situation, they would have died out long ago. Only they were still singing military songs at that moment. When we entered the 56th Division camp, we saw dilapidated tents everywhere. The only one that looked better was a row of wooden bungalows, which was also the headquarters of the 56th Division. Yihan inspected the camp and found that the situation was indeed as Chen Weiguo said, with a lack of logistics, command, and equipment. It was indeed not easy for the 56th Division to hold on until now under such circumstances. However, what surprised Yihan was that there were actually quite a few players from the Wanderer camp in the 56th Division. Before coming to this world, these people were either active duty soldiers or retired from the army. After coming to this world, it is naturally impossible for them to choose to collude with the Apocalypse camp. They all rescue survivors while contacting the military. After learning that Chen Weiguo's 56th Division was recruiting, they all joined them. After Yihan finished his inspection, he went back to the base car and said to Xiao AI, train 4 colonel commanders, 18 major commanders, and 12 major logistics officers from the officer training center. Okay, Commander. A total of 80,000 credits have been spent. The personnel have been assigned to the outside of the vehicle. As Xiao AI's voice fell, a whole team of officers were summoned outside the car. Immediately, Yihan brought the team of officers prepared for the 56th Division to Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo looked at the entire team of officers and nodded with satisfaction. For him, improving the combat effectiveness of the 56th Division was more important than anything else. As for whether to share power or not, he did not think much about it. At this moment, if we really care about these things, then the future of Longwo will be ruined. Commander Chen, these officers will be assigned to the 56th Division and serve as commanders of each regiment and battalion, and they will be under your unified command, said Yihan. Yeah, no problem. Chen Weiguo also nodded with satisfaction. After arranging the command personnel, Yihan asked Chen Weiguo to take people to calculate the equipment and supplies that the 56th Division lacked. Yihan would distribute these things to the 56th Division later. After all, the 56th Division is now his own unit. How could he possibly let them suffer like this? The equipment list was then handed to Yihan, who felt a little overwhelmed after taking a look at it. There were so many pieces of missing equipment that Yihan simply asked Xiao AI to make 10,000 sets of individual equipment from the arsenal. Then he asked Wang Long's guard battalion to deliver the equipment. These 10,000 sets of individual equipment include not only military uniforms and bedding, but also weapons such as rifles, pistols, and daggers. Of these, 5,600 sets are to replace the existing equipment of the 56th Division, and the rest are kept as reserves. After doing all this, Yihan sent another notice to Yi Ruoxue. Sister, please ask the Logistics Support Department to handle the logistics issues of the 56th Division. From now on, their logistical supplies will be included in the budget of the entire army. We need to provide them with food and medical care, and have the engineering battalion send people to build shelter for them. Upon receiving the news, Yi Ruoxue quickly had the necessary supplies delivered, and the engineering battalion also sent a company to build barracks for the 56th Division. Chen Weiguo was filled with tears when he saw trucks transporting goods one after another. Finally, we have found the main force. These soldiers don't have to suffer anymore. Yihan smiled and said, Captain Chen, now the basic equipment has been replenished. I will also look for the heavy weapons that you need later. Now I want to discuss with you the combat mission of the 56th Division. Hearing Yihan talking about the combat mission, Chun Wei's expression froze, and he saluted. Commander-in-Chief, just give the order directly. Yihan nodded and said, the entire 56th Division will be reformed and changed to a garrison division. Its number will still be the 56th Division. The 1st Regiment of the Garrison Division to which it belongs is stationed at Luming Base, responsible for the defense of Luming Base and Shillong County. Its main task is to prevent the enemy from making a sneak attack from behind and ensure the safety of the base. The 2nd Regiment of the Garrison Division is stationed in Tushan County, and the battalions are stationed in various counties under my jurisdiction. On the one hand, we have to take on the responsibility of guarding and preparing for the disaster. On the other hand, and most importantly, we have to search for the survivors and resources scattered throughout the counties and towns. Happy birthday to my Third Reich brother. Chapter 143, Resettlement of Luming Town. Hearing Yihan's order, Chun Wei said nothing more, raised his hand, and saluted. Yes, Commander. To be honest, Chun Wei was old enough to be Yihan's father, but at this moment, when facing Yihan, he has no intention of taking advantage of his seniority. Instead, he is full of seriousness and respect. On the one hand, it is naturally because of Yihan's position as the commander-in-chief, but on the other hand, it is also because of Chun Wei's respect for Yihan as a person. Although he was in command of a large army at a young age, he did not use the troops for his own benefit or to establish his own regime for profit. Instead, he fought against foreign humiliation and saved the people. This alone was enough. Besides, Yihan is the benefactor of the 56th Division after all. Subsequently, the 56th Division, now the Garrison Division, quickly assigned the 2nd Regiment. After receiving supplies, the officers and soldiers of the 2nd Regiment of the Garrison Division set out for Shillong County under the leadership of the new regiment commander. According to the established orders, the entire regiment of 2,800 people will be stationed in battalions in the 8 counties under Yihan's control. At this time, the war in the front was in full swing, and the production of ammunition had to be accelerated. The indispensable materials for the arsenal to manufacture ammunition were steel ingots, copper ingots, and gunpowder. The 2nd Regiment of the Garrison Division will be responsible for searching for supplies. As for tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and the like, Yihan planned to distribute them to the 56th Division after Chongqing City was captured. After all, they were only second-line troops for now, and there was no rush to distribute those equipment. After finishing the resettlement work for the 56th Division, Yihan finally felt relieved. Originally, Yihan was afraid that Chun Wei would want to share power with him, but now it seems that he has a little petty mind. The Longhua army can clearly distinguish between national hatred, family feuds, and major issues of right and wrong. Afterwards, Yihan did not stop for a moment and asked Xiao AI to drive the base vehicle to the base command center. Although Yi Ruoxue and Lu Tu helped him take care of the logistical issues, Yihan couldn't just sit there and do nothing. The war has just ended, so I have to step forward and check things out. The command center of the Luming base was set up in the school where Yihan first came to Luming Town. At this time, the old teaching buildings were all repainted and plaques were hung on them. Luming base headquarters. A sentry post was set up at the gate, guarded by soldiers from Wang Long's Guard Battalion. This was also the base of Wang Long's Guard Battalion. Seeing Yihan rushing over, Yi Ruoxue frowned slightly and said, "The base is really in ruins now. After this battle, the number of survivors in the base is almost 30,000, and there are still many survivors rushing here." Yihan was also surprised after hearing this. The scale of 30,000 people was almost the limit of what Luming Town could accommodate. After all, there are only so many fields that can be reclaimed in Luming Valley. With these 30,000 people, they can probably plow 1 acre of land 4 or 5 times. Let's do this. The Luming base will only accommodate 10,000 people, and the remaining 20,000 people will be allocated to other towns and villages outside the base. Yihan said after thinking for a while. Yihan couldn't guarantee the safety of other places, but if it was limited to Shillong County, the safety of the survivors would not be a big problem. After all, they had their own 15,000-man army guarding the front line, and the 56th Division and Lu Tu's Mainshe Regiment guarding the rear. I thought so too. Yi Ruoxue nodded and handed over a list. This is the result I just discussed with the logistics department. The Luming base can only accommodate 10,000 people, and the rest will be assigned to various places in Shillong County. The logistics department will have an agriculture bureau, a mining bureau, and an industry bureau. The current plan is to employ 10,000 people in each of the 3 bureaus. For example, The looming farm that was established earlier has employed nearly 5,000 people. 4,000 of them are responsible for growing food, 500 are responsible for breeding, and the remaining 500 are responsible for food transportation, processing, and management. Yihan was also surprised to hear Yi Ruoshue's well-organized arrangements. It seemed that it was right to let his sister manage the logistics. How is the production now? Yihan asked. This is the issue that Yihan is most concerned about. As the size of the army continues to grow, the dependence on the base's production capacity for food alone is becoming increasingly stronger. After all, Yihan understood that he couldn't always rely on plundering and living off his savings. Rice and wheat have just been planted, and the harvest will have to wait until next year. The output is expected to be more than 500,000 tons, not including pigs, chickens, ducks, and fish. An output of 500,000 tons is not low. After all, 1/3 of the population in Looming Town is engaged in farming, and all operations are mechanized. Almost every agricultural survivor can feed 10 people, so the current agricultural population can feed about 100,000 troops. For Yihan, this is enough for the time being. But the problem now is that there is not enough food in the base. Yi Ruoshua had a headache. That's easy. Yihan smiled. We found a logistics point of Tianqi in Sisan County. There are millions of tons of food in it. You can calculate it later and then ask the engineering company to bring it back. Hearing Yihan's words, Yi Ruoshua finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. In addition, several mines have produced dozens of tons during this period, so your ammunition problem should be solved later. Yihan was also happy after hearing this. It seemed that the prospects of the base were still very good. After that, Yihan chatted with Yi Ruoshua for a while and then prepared to go to Lu Tu's public security department to take a look. Before leaving, Yihan suddenly remembered something. That is what Yi Ruoshua said before. Lu Miao has also joined the looming base and is now the head of the base's publicity department. How is the propaganda department doing now? Yihan asked. I know Lu Miao a little bit. Although she is not a bad person, she has a bad temper. I don't know what the effect will be if I let her be in charge of publicity. Sister Miao is quite capable. She organized some reporters and announcers in the base. Not only did she shoot a promotional video for the base, she also set up a radio station. Now the radio stations in Chongqing City can receive the broadcasts from our looming base. Yi Ruoshua said with a smile. Oh, how's the effect? Yihan was a little curious. The effect is quite good. Many survivors who were hiding contacted us after receiving the broadcast. I calculated earlier that there are probably hundreds of people who came to looming base after hearing the broadcast. After hearing this, Yihan nodded and said to Yi Ruoshua, that's good too. You can also give more support to the propaganda department in the future. After all, it would be better for the survivors to come to looming base on their own, so that Yihan wouldn't have to send troops to find them. Not to mention the waste of resources, the abducted survivors would not have a good first impression of the base. It would be best if this kind of thing could go both ways. Chapter 144 Zhangzhen. In addition to the issue of resettling the survivors, Yihan also exchanged another arsenal from the Xiaoai system. Previously, ammunition had always been manufactured in the arsenal within the Oasis space, but now that the military strength has increased greatly, the demand for ammunition has also increased accordingly. It is difficult to meet the needs of Yihan's troops with just one arsenal, and it is really inconvenient to transport raw materials back and forth from the mine to the base vehicle. Yihan simply set up another one in the looming base, and the raw materials collected from various mines were transported to the arsenal in the looming base for manufacturing. After finishing his work with Yi Ruoshua, Yihan turned around and planned to go to Lu Tu's public security department. Lu Tu's public security department headquarters was located in the original police station in Looming Town, not far from Yi Ruoshua's school command center. So Yihan asked the soldiers of the Guard Battalion and the Special Forces Battalion to return to the camp first, while he, Wang Long, and Han Shuang walked over. After all, the base vehicle is too huge, and it is inconvenient to move back and forth. There is really no need to drive there for a round trip of only 200 meters. There was also a barrier at the entrance of the public security department, and the gate was blocked by sandbags. A young man who looked to be in his early 20s was sitting in the sentry booth nearby. Yihan had seen almost all the old members of the main car group, but this man looked unfamiliar, as if he had just joined the main car group. Seeing this, Yihan didn't think too much and prepared to go straight in with Wang Long and Han Shuang. Seeing that Yihan ignored him and wanted to go in, the young man looked up at him and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "What do? Can you just go into the public security department whenever you want?" Yihan didn't take it seriously, so he said, "Oh, I'm here to see Lu Tuesday." "Lu Tu? Do you think you can shout out our minister's name?" The man's tone was stern. Yihan felt a little surprised after hearing this. This kid might be crazy. Even though he had never seen his face, he, Wang Long and Han Shuang were all wearing officer uniforms. It's normal for you not to recognize people, but you don't recognize clothes either? Stop talking nonsense, kid. Let us in quickly. Do you know who you are stopping? Wang Long's anger soared after hearing this, and he took a step forward and prepared to force his way in. However, when the man saw Wang Long approaching, he pulled out his gun and pointed it at him. Get out of here. Damn it. How dare you break into my post? Don't think you're great just because you're in the military. Do you know who I am? Yihan was also a little curious after hearing this. This kid dared to be so arrogant here, and even when facing Wang Long in military uniform, he refused to give in. He must have someone to rely on. Yihan pulled Wang Long back and asked kindly, "We have been fighting outside for many years, and we really don't know who the little brother is? How about you introduce him to us?" Seeing this, the man put away his gun and said disdainfully, "You should know Yihan, the commander-in-chief of the base, right?" Yihan said calmly, "I know, of course I know. Commander-in-Chief Yi and our public security minister Lu Tu are sworn brothers, and I am Lu Tu's younger brother." The man said arrogantly, "Don't think you're great just because you're in the military. Let me tell you, even the commander of a regiment in the army is only at the same level as my brother. It would be fine if you told me in a nice way that you wanted to go in, but now, you can do whatever you want." When Yihan heard this, he was already furious. He had anticipated that as the number of people in the base increased, this kind of nepotism would occur, but he never expected it to happen to Lu Tu. Moreover, this person was probably Lu Tu's adopted brother from somewhere. He had never heard that Lu Tu had a brother. Wang Long, who was standing by, was so angry that he laughed when he heard this. He was about to tell the man Yihan's identity, but was stopped by Yihan. "We just got back and don't understand the rules here. What do you mean by letting us figure it out?" Yihan asked coldly. "Well, since this is your first time, I won't make things difficult for you. Just forget about getting me a cigarette, and get Huazi." The man thought he had scared Yihan, and turned around and crossed his legs in the sentry post. "That's easy." Yihan smiled, and sent a message to Lu Tu while asking Wang Long to go back to the car to get a pack of noodles. When the man saw that Wang Long had taken out a box of cigarettes, he got angry again. "No. Who are you and who am I? Don't you know that smoking this box of cigarettes will choke your throat?" Yihan frowned after hearing this. "What's the matter? Don't you want Huazi? Soft. Soft." The man sighed, and looked at Yihan with an expression of disappointment. He kept muttering in his heart, "Have these soldiers become stupid from being a soldier? They still can't do it even after I've hinted to this extent. You are the only one who is still soft. Go eat shit." Wang Long couldn't bear it anymore and cursed. Hearing Wang Long's curse, the man's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells, and then he said directly, "Okay, very good. You guys will never get in your life. Even if Jesus came, it would be of no use." As the boy spoke, he took the hard drink into his arms. At this moment, Lu Tu also rushed over. He only heard that Yihan was going to inspect the Ministry of Public Security, but he didn't know what was happening at the door. When he saw the angry Wang Long and Yihan standing beside him, he felt a bad feeling in his heart. "Zhang Zhun, what's going on?" Lu Tu, who came rushing over, asked Zhang Zhun. "Brother, you're here at the right time," Zhang Zhun said sternly. "These soldiers tried to storm the sentry post, but I stopped them. They were even trying to use their guns just now." After hearing Zhang Zhun's words, Lu Tu wanted to kill him. This kid was the child of Lu Tu's neighbor in the original world. Since Lu Tu's family conditions were poor since he was a child, his neighbors helped him a lot, so he always treated Zhang Zhun as his younger brother. I had just contacted him some time ago, so I called him over. It turned out that this guy always relied on Lu Tu's name to stir up trouble, and Lu Tu couldn't do anything about him because of their old relationship. After much thought, they finally assigned him to the guard post to guard the gate, but unexpectedly, this kid got himself into trouble on the first day of taking office. Chapter 145, Justice and Justice. "Fuck you." Lu Tu grabbed Zhang Zhun by the collar and pulled him out of the guard booth, then threw him directly in front of Yihan. Zhang Zhun was confused at this time. "What's going on, brother? They were the ones who stormed the sentry post. Do you fucking know who they are?" Lu Tu was furious and kicked Zhang Zhun in the stomach. Zhang Zhun covered his stomach and said pitifully, "No, none of them is bigger than you. Aren't you sworn brothers with the commander-in-chief?" "I worship your mother. When did I say that I was sworn brothers with the commander-in-chief?" Lu Tu's old face turned red and he started to curse. Yihan on the other side also spoke calmly at this time. "Well, I am Yihan, the commander-in-chief you mentioned." Zhang Zhun was stunned after hearing this. He looked up at Yihan, then at Lu Tu, and murmured, "No way? Is it such a coincidence?" "What a coincidence. Lu Tu kicked again. This kid is really driving Lu Tu crazy. He didn't even think of apologizing at this critical moment. He was shaking his head on the ground like an idiot. If it weren't for the fact that his parents had taken care of him for so many years, Lu Tu would have wanted to pull out a gun. Seeing this, Yihan stepped forward to stop Lu Tu, who was about to kick him, and said, "Forget it, Brother Lu. He didn't do anything to embarrass me. He just cursed at us a few times and pointed a gun at us. Besides, he also told me that he wanted me to give him soft cigarettes, saying that hard ones would choke his throat." Zhang Zhun, who was standing by, thought that Yihan had come out to mediate the fight, and he felt somewhat grateful in his heart. But when he heard Yihan's next words, he almost fainted from anger. On the other side, Lu Tu's face was distorted with anger when he heard Yihan's words. Good. It's so hard that it chokes my throat. Very good." As Lu Tu spoke, he turned around and said to the main member beside him, Go get some toilet paper out of the pit, dry it, and give it to him to smoke. That thing is soft." Not to mention Zhang Zhun. Even the main member looked embarrassed. What the hell is this captain doing? If you want to punish him, then punish him. Aren't you punishing me too? But no matter what he thought, Lu Tu was so angry at the moment that he dared not say anything else. He turned around and went to find toilet paper. Yihan no longer wanted to watch the farce that followed. He came here to do serious business, so he said to Lu Tu, "Let's go to the office first. I have other things to deal with after I finish your business." "Okay, let's go first." Lu Tu, with a red face, took Yihan and walked into the public security department. After walking a few steps, Lu Tu turned around and glared at Zhang Zhun on the ground, saying, "Just wait for me. You'll be in trouble later." Zhang Zhun collapsed on the ground. When he thought about having to draw toilet paper, he felt nauseous and vomited immediately. When they arrived at the office of the Ministry of Public Security, Lu Tu diligently arranged for Yihan and the other two to sit down, and hurriedly made tea and handed them cigarettes, as if he was afraid that Yihan would get furious. In fact, Yihan was not really angry in his heart. He had been mentally prepared for such incidents. After all, the more people there are in the base, the larger the management team will be. It is only a matter of time before this situation occurs. The important thing is how to deal with it and how to avoid it when it occurs. This shouldn't be the first time a situation like this has occurred, right? Yihan asked Lu Tu after taking a sip of tea. Lu Tu was stunned for a moment, and after a long while he sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I failed to live up to your trust. I really failed to control my men." After Zhang Zhun arrived at the base, he first injured a member of the main team, and then molested a female survivor in the base. I originally thought that if I gave him something to do, he would behave himself, but I didn't expect. Hearing what Lu Tu said, Yihan became alert. Injuring people and molesting the survivors? What happened? Tell me in detail. Lu Tu smiled bitterly and said, "The main member who was injured was a newcomer. He only had a minor injury on his arm. We talked about it and reconciled later. As for the female survivor who was molested." Having said this, Lu Tu did not continue speaking, but Yihan could guess that it was probably not as simple as teasing. Yihan's expression was already cold. Lu Tu had indeed disappointed him. Although from Lu Tu's perspective, this matter is indeed difficult to handle. Lu Tu is a sentimental person. He has always treated the man as his own brother, but he did this to him. It is difficult for him to have the courage to sacrifice his own brother for the sake of justice. But Yihan arranged Lu Tu to this position so that he could handle things impartially. If Zhang Zhun did this, Lu Tu would just cover up for him, and Yihan would not care. Then what is the difference between me and the warlords in the old society? How did you deal with the aftermath of the female survivor? Yihan asked, taking a deep puff of his cigarette. We gave her some food in the end and arranged some easy work for her, and then we got her forgiveness? Lu Tu said with a guilty conscience. Forgiveness. Yihan rolled his eyes. If you think about it, you will know that if she doesn't forgive, what will happen? Zhang Zhun relies on his brother being the butcher, so what can a survivor with no relatives do? The atmosphere in the office suddenly became depressing. It took Lu Tu a long time before he suddenly stood up and bent down. Brother Yi, I did do something wrong in this matter. I am no longer qualified to be the Minister of Public Security. Yihan was silent for a long time after hearing this. To be honest, the backbones of the Public Security Department were all members of the main group, and the main group was founded by Lu Tuesday. It was unrealistic to kick him out at this time. But now we cannot simply tolerate Lu Tu's shielding of Zhang Zhun. Lu Tu also saw Yihan's embarrassment and disappointment. He was not only more angry with Zhang Zhun, but most importantly, he hated himself for not being able to stick to his principles. First, go and count whether there have been any other crimes in the base during this period of time, not only survivors, but also main members, soldiers, and senior officials. Yihan sighed and said to Lu Tu, I'll do it right away, and the results will be out within 2 days. Lu Tu nodded and said. After hearing this, Yihan stood up and prepared to return to the base car. As for the matter of the Ministry of Public Security, he put it aside for the time being and deal with it later. Before leaving, Yihan turned around and said to Lu Tu, Brother Lu, we were all ordinary people before we came to this world. Now that we have some power, we should be able to understand the difficulties of ordinary people. I promoted you to this position not only because I saw the strength of your team, but also because I recognized you as a person, because you value feelings and are clear about right and wrong. But you have to make a choice between the greater good and the lesser righteousness. What I want is someone who can work for the greater good, uphold the greater righteousness, seek the greater self, and achieve great things. If you only care about small gains and small righteousness, how can you achieve greater self? After saying this, Yihan ignored Lu Tu and left the public security department with Wang Long and Han Shuang. On the way back to the base, Wang Long asked Yihan in surprise, Commander-in-Chief, what do you mean by the great justice you just mentioned? I am a rough man and I don't quite understand. After hearing this, Yihan was silent for a long time. He actually didn't know either. After all, he was just a passerby in this world. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the world system would take him to some other place. He doesn't need to be too serious about this issue. But if I don't get too serious about it, I always feel uncomfortable, as if something is stuck. After a long while, Yihan said, what it means is, let things be the way they should be. Wang Long still didn't quite understand. He just smiled awkwardly and touched his head. Yihan asked Wang Long with an idea in his mind. If Wang Hu does something against my orders, what will you do? I don't have to deal with it. He will solve it himself. Wang Long said with a laugh. Yihan also smiled after hearing this. Perhaps only these soldiers of his could truly and loyally carry out his orders. After returning to the base vehicle, Yihan called Yi Ruoxue and Chen Weigua. It would be difficult for Lu Tu alone to sort out the relationships involved in this kind of reform at the base. Chen Weigua was new to the base and had no reason to keep anything to himself. As for Yi Ruoxue, she only had herself as a relative and had no reason to keep anything to herself either. Afterwards, Yihan asked Yi Ruoxue, Chen Weigua, Wang Long, Han Shuang, and Feng Xinzi to form a reform team and work with Lu Tu to sort out the crimes and dereliction of duty within the base. This does not mean that I do not trust Lu Tu, but sometimes, even if he does not hide anything, he cannot control the people under him. Chen Weigua and Wang Long Han Shuang both come from military backgrounds and have no vested interests, so they can help Lu Tu. Chapter 146 Crime List. Over the next 2 days, while the reform team and Lu Tu were working, Yihan was also busy. Mu Jin also reported the battle situation on the front line to Yihan. The old guy Yamamoto Iki was indeed not idle. He had organized 2 divisions of troops to march towards Sisan County. But their 2 divisions together have only more than 20,000 people, and even these 20,000 people are just ragtag troops with poor combat skills. In terms of equipment, they are not as good as Yihan's garrison troops, and in terms of numbers, the difference is not much either. The 2 divisions fought for a whole day outside Chongqing City. But not only did they gain nothing, they also lost more than 5,000 people. Seeing this, Yamamoto Iki wanted to withdraw his troops, but it was easier to get out than to get in. The Old Six, led by Gao Sheng, the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment, acted decisively and launched a sneak attack on this part of the Apocalypse forces when they were about to retreat. A large number of Bobcat vehicles rushed up from both sides of the road and started bombarding indiscriminately. After the bombing, they ran away. The Apocalypse troops could not catch up and could only suffer in silence. But not long after they left, this group of old men came back for another attack. Just like before, they retreated after destroying a certain number of enemies. The Apocalypse troops didn't even see the number of people in the Cat Light Infantry Regiment before they had already launched 2 surprise attacks. Mu Jin asked Gao Sheng to strictly implement the 16-character formula, which is, when the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy stays, I harass. When the enemy is tired, I attack. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. This kind of guerrilla warfare caused great trouble to the Sakura country in the past when Xiaomi and rifles were added. At this time, the equipment of the Cat Light Infantry Group is better than that of the opponent, but they still use this style of warfare. Everyone from the top to the bottom of the Apocalypse side was disgusted by the 112th Regiment. Some Apocalypse players couldn't even sleep well, as they felt like a mountain cat car would come out of their beds as soon as they lifted up their quilts. The Apocalypse army had already returned in defeat, and after being defeated by the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment, the losses were even more severe. At this time, Yamamoto Iki was almost going crazy. It's bad enough that we have never been able to penetrate Sisan County. The key is that this Cat Light Infantry Regiment is so disgusting. In addition to launching a surprise attack on the escaped troops, Gaoxing also did not slack off in his harassment of Chongqing City. Now Gaoxing's 112th Regiment is completing its daily tasks just like every day. Every morning Yamamoto Ikki is awakened by the charge of the 112th Regiment, and then a group of Bobcat all-terrain vehicles rush out from all directions. After a round of burning and killing artillery attacks, they showed no desire to fight and turned around and ran away again. In the morning, they bombed the west side of Chongqing City, and in the evening, they bombed the east side of Chongqing City. Yamamoto Ikki couldn't chase or fight them, and he was almost getting a nervous breakdown. Yi Han was relieved to see that the situation on the front line commanded by Mu Jin was also good. As long as there is no trouble on the front line, then things in the rear can be handled with peace of mind. 2 days later, Lu Tu and the reform team submitted a list of criminal records to Yi Han for review. Yi Han only took a glance, and his originally happy heart because of the front line was suppressed again. There was no other reason. The situation inside the looming base was much more serious than Yi Han had imagined. The list of criminals alone takes up 7 or 8 pages, and the case introduction is as thick as a book. After our investigation, we found that a total of more than 800 people in Looming Base violated the base's management regulations to varying degrees. There were also many who violated public security regulations, but they were not counted because the circumstances were minor. Hyacinthus reported. The remaining 800-odd people are those with more serious circumstances. After hearing this, Yi Han asked, "Have you counted the identities of these 800 people?" "We counted them," Yi Ruoshua said. 500 of them are survivors in the base. Most of them bullied and oppressed other survivors in the base. 20 of them committed murder. Murder? Do you mean someone was killed? Yi Han frowned and looked at Lu Tu. Lu Tu hurried forward to explain. These 20 people are all on the run. Our Mayinch group is also tracking them, but they were caught this time. Yi Han didn't say much after hearing this and continued to ask, "What are the identities of the remaining 300 people?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ruoshua glanced at Lu Tu and opened her mouth, but still said nothing. Lu Tu naturally understood Yi Ruoshua's dilemma, because these 300 people were all members of the Mainche group. When the Mainkar regiment first arrived at the base, there were only 200 people. There were no major problems with the veteran backbone of these 200 people, but the bad things happened because of the wanderers who were recruited later. The main motorcade had already expanded to 1,000 people at this time, and there was almost no threshold for joining the additional 800 people. Basically, as long as they signed their names, they could join the motorcade. After joining, they would be assigned to various security stations under the Ministry of Public Security to serve as security personnel. As a result, good and bad people are mixed together, and some people with bad intentions turn into law enforcers. The survivors of the base naturally suffered. "Brother Yi, these 300 people are new members of the Mainkar group." Lu Tu stepped forward and said. Yi Ruoshua was unwilling to say it out of consideration for his face, but he couldn't be tactful. 200 of them were only guilty of accepting bribes, while the remaining 100, including Zhang Jun, committed serious crimes such as abducting women, beating survivors, and even killing people over verbal disputes. Lu Tu's voice became softer and softer, and by the end of his speech, it was so soft that only he could hear it. Yi Han sighed. The fact that so many people committed crimes was not because Lu Tu had poor management skills. On the contrary, before the expansion of the Mainkar group, Lu Tu's management was in perfect order. This can only be said that Lu Tu was too anxious to expand the size of the Mainkar group. Once the review threshold is lowered, the quality of main members will also vary. Have these people been arrested? Yi Han asked Yi Ruoshua. It's no use blaming Lu Tu so much at this point. Let's deal with the aftermath first. They were all arrested and are now being held in an abandoned residential building. Yi Ruoshua replied. Yi Han nodded and said, "Okay, have the engineering battalion build a prison at Looming Base and lock up those who need to be locked up. You can sentence them according to the laws of Longhua, but they are not locked up for retirement. Any dirty and tiring work in the base will be assigned to these people. If they complete the task, they will get food. If they fail to complete the task, they will go hungry. As for the guards, Commander Chun, you pick a group of soldiers from the 56th Division, and Commander Lu, you also pick a group of trustworthy people from the Mainche Regiment. These two groups will work together to manage the troops." Hearing Yi Han's words, Chun Weigua and Lu Tu both nodded. After this lesson, Lu Tu will naturally be more rigorous in selecting people. Besides, if there are any problems again, there will be soldiers from the 56th Division to keep an eye on them. As for Chun Weigua, there was naturally no problem. There were already some soldiers in the 56th Division who were of retirement age, and letting them become prison guards was a good choice for them. Chapter 147 Judgment Meeting. After arranging the prison affairs, Yi Han did not stop. This internal cleanup naturally could not be done in such a hasty manner. According to Yi Han's idea, extraordinary times naturally call for extraordinary measures. A group of them must be imprisoned and a group of them must be killed. Sister, take a look at the list and see which ones have serious consequences and bad influence. You have to be ruthless when necessary. Arrest them all and take them to the wasteland behind Looming Town. There was a hint of murderous intent in Yi Han's eyes. After you take them over, you organize the survivors of the right age and Looming Base and have each production team send someone over. On the one hand, this will warn those with bad intentions, and on the other hand, it will give the survivors some peace of mind. We must let them know that our base is under the control of someone. Yi Ruoshua nodded after hearing this. Okay, I'll go down and organize a trial meeting right away. 5 hours later, the trial meeting organized by Yi Ruoshua was held as scheduled, and Yi Han also drew more than 100 soldiers from Wang Long's guard camp to maintain order. The meeting was held in the agricultural area of Looming Town. There was not even a straw platform. More than 100 criminals had been tied up and were kneeling on the ground. The survivors who arrived also recognized the identities of these people. Some are local bosses among the survivors, and some are small bureaucrats in the main car group. Before Yi Han could say anything, the survivors were already in an uproar. That seems to be Boss Lu, right? How did he get arrested? I remember him saying that he had already taken care of the police station, and no one could control him. What kind of police station? Look, the chief of the police station in the 3rd residential area is tied up there. It looks like the higher-ups at the base have taken action. I told you, sooner or later something bad will happen to these people. The commander-in-chief is truly an upright and wise man. I thought I would let these people abuse their power forever, but retribution has come so quickly. Kill. He should be killed. Pay for my son's life. Sister, you should be relieved now. That bastard Lao He can't get away now. While the survivors were clamoring, one more person appeared on the execution ground. This person was none other than Lu Tuesday. He tied himself up and ran to the execution ground and knelt down. Yi Han was a little speechless. Lu Tu was really a bad guy. He only played the game of asking for forgiveness in private. This was the execution ground. He was not joking this time he came up here. Stop it. Everyone here will be shot. Get down quickly. Your crime is not serious enough to warrant death. Yi Han said to Lu Tu speechlessly. While Yi Han was trying to persuade them, some sharp-eyed survivors below also recognized Lu Tu. Oh my God, is that Minister Lu? Why is he also kidnapped? Minister Lu? Which Minister Lu? The head of the Public Security Department. I think Minister Lu is a pretty good person. He was in charge of the public security of the base before. Hey, if his subordinates make mistakes, how can he, as the boss, get away with it? But then again, isn't execution too harsh a punishment? Minister Lu doesn't have other cases, right? Yi Han tried to persuade Lu Tu for a long time, but the boy had no intention of going down. Yi Han was speechless and could only ask the soldiers to bypass Lu Tu when they dealt with the situation later. After that, the trial meeting began. Yi Ruoshua had always played a gentle role in the base, so it would not be appropriate for her to show up at this time. So Yi Han asked Hyacinthus to speak on her behalf. Everyone, I believe you must know these people. We captured them this time to give justice to the base. Hyacinthus cleared his throat and said coldly. The survivors also knew Hyacinthus and knew that she was a member of the army. They all pricked up their ears and listened carefully to her solemn speech. All of these people have committed major crimes, important crimes, and murders. After discussion, our base command has decided to execute all of them immediately. As for the others who have committed crimes, they have been imprisoned by the newly established prison management office in the base. The names will be made public later. Now, let's make public the list of people sentenced to death. Afterwards, Hyacinth read out the names of the 100 or so people, and the soldiers from the guard battalion identified them and pointed their guns at them. Seeing that this trial seemed to be serious, the survivors held their breath and stopped making any more noise. As for those sentenced to death, they were trembling with fear. Some of the timid ones were already crying for their mothers, especially Zhang Zhan, who was crying loudly and begging Lu Tu to find a way to save him. Lu Tu was so upset when he heard this. Damn it, I'm already tied up here. How can I use my head to save you? The list was quickly read out, and with Hyacinthus's shout of execute, a burst of gunfire rang out in the field. The death row inmates fell to the ground, and the air was filled with smoke and the smell of blood. The survivors shuddered when they saw this scene. Yi Han took a look and felt that his goal had been achieved, so he let the Hyacinth organization end it. These death row inmates naturally did not receive the treatment of martyrs, and it was impossible to give them a proper burial. They were all cremated. Those with family members would have their ashes collected by their family members, and those without family members would simply find a place to bury their ashes. After the incident was resolved, Lu Tu was the only one left on the field. Yihan saw that he had no choice but to show up, so he said to the survivors in the audience. During this internal cleanup, the Minister of Public Security, Lu Tu, was found to have covered up for his subordinates and failed to supervise them. In response to this, the base has decided that Lu Tu will step down as the head of the Public Security Department and be transferred to the Public Security Department's 3rd Residential District Public Security Station as the director to see how it works. Of course, Yihan couldn't really kill Lu Tuesday. After all, he hadn't committed such a big mistake. As for transferring him to the Public Security Bureau as the director, it was to appease people's hearts on the one hand, and to make Lu Tu reflect on himself on the other. Although Lu Tu is no longer the minister, he is still in charge of the main vehicle group. If they perform well in the future, he will be transferred back sooner or later. The survivors below had no objection to Yihan's decision. Many people even called Yihan Master Qingtang, which made Yihan feel embarrassed. After the trial meeting ended, Yihan hurriedly started to set up a supervisory agency within the base. In the future, the scale of the base will become larger and larger, and people other than its own troops will inevitably be involved in management affairs. In order to prevent official crimes, a supervisory agency is necessary. However, Yihan couldn't find a suitable person for the position of Minister of the Supervisory Department. There is no need to think about Wang Long, Wang Hu, and other officers, as they are all busy fighting. Moreover, these people are good at fighting, but if they are really asked to take care of these things, they may not be able to figure them out. Yi Ruoxue was busy managing the base and her own logistics, and had no time to take care of these things. Lu Tu had just made a mistake, and it was not appropriate. Mu Jin had to command the front-line battle, and Ghost was unreliable. Yihan thought for a long time, and felt that Chun Weiguo was the only candidate left. After the 56th Division was reorganized into a garrison division, officers of various levels were assigned to it. In addition, there were fewer combat missions, so there were not so many military affairs, and Chun Weiguo was able to handle it. Moreover, Chun Weiguo's age and experience are there, and he has no relatives or friends. He is also highly respected in the military. He can lead an army to resist the Sakura country at this time, and his character is trustworthy. As for his ability, he is a major general after all. How can he not handle such a small matter? I just don't know whether he agrees or not. Chapter 148 Base Cleanup. With this idea in mind, Yihan could no longer sit still. He turned around and brought Han Shuang and Wang Long to the headquarters of the garrison division. After hearing Yihan's proposal, Chun Weiguo frowned. Commander-in-Chief, you are not the one to abandon me after I've done my job. Not only did you remove me from the 56th Division, but now you're kicking me out right away. I'm a good division commander. Why do I want to be the head of the supervisory department? How many troops and guns do I have? Besides, it's obvious that this position means offending people all the time. When Yihan heard Chun Weiguo's words, he knew that he had misunderstood what he meant, and he immediately explained it. I want you to concurrently serve as the head of the supervisory department. You will still be in charge of the 56th Division. The base is indeed too short of manpower right now, and many people have to take on multiple roles. Chun Weiguo's frown relaxed after hearing this. Of course, I can do that. I'm not familiar with the people in the base anyway, so I'm not afraid of offending anyone. Seeing that Chun Weiguo agreed, Yihan turned around and asked Chun Weiguo and Yi Ruoxue to look for a site for the supervisory department. According to the division of the base, the front of the entire looming valley, including the walled area, is a military management area, and the troops are basically stationed here. Behind the military control zone is the residential area, which is mainly based on the original town of Looming Town. Its main purpose is to provide survivors with accommodation, medical care, entertainment, and other daily necessities. Further back is the administrative area, where the base command, logistics support department, and public security department are all located. The location of the supervisory department was finally decided in this area. In order to facilitate work, Chun Weiguo asked the soldiers to move the headquarters of the 56th Division to the compound of the supervisory department. After the establishment of the supervisory department, the next step was to select key personnel. Yihan had already thought about this part, so Yihan asked Yi Ruoxue to organize a selection within the base. The selection scope includes not only various departments within the base, but also survivors, troops, and main members. In the end, the supervisory department was composed of a total of 50 staff members and 5 cadres. In addition to Chun Weiguo serving as the minister, Yi Ruoxue also served as the secretary of the supervisory department. Yi Ruoxue is not only the director of the logistics support department, but also the commander-in-chief of the base command, and serves as the secretary of the supervision department. The work pressure is very great. Although she had accumulated a lot of work experience before, she seemed overwhelmed at this moment. But Yihan had no other choice as he had too few people he could use. Yihan got a headache when he thought of this. Things at the base were much more complicated than those at the front line. Just as a fat orange man from the Aizenjoro clan said, "It is easy to plan for success, but difficult to succeed. It is easy to succeed, but difficult to maintain it. It is easy to maintain it, but difficult to achieve success to the end." While Yihan was having a headache, Mu Jin on the front line also heard about Yihan's predicament and offered suggestions. Why don't you set up a cadre training school at the base, search for suitable candidates throughout the base, enroll the best candidates, and send them to various units after training? During the recruitment stage, knowledge is only one aspect. We also focus on background checks and ideological investigations. After all, you will leave this world sooner or later, and many things still depend on these survivors. You have done everything for them now, but what will happen when you leave later? Mu Jin's words reminded Yihan. Indeed, if he only relied on Yihan's own people to manage the base, how many talents would be needed? Besides, Yihan is not afraid of decentralization. The troops are always in his hands. No matter how much power is decentralized within the base, it will not affect him. But who will be the instructor of this cadre training school? We can't let Han Shuang, Zhang Tai, and other warriors come, right? How can we let them do electrotherapy or let dogs bite every other day? Why don't you be an instructor at this cadre training school? Yihan asked Mu Jin. Mu Jin, who was originally at the Frontier Command Center in Sisan County, rolled her eyes when she saw Yihan's message and then replied, "Okay, but you have to do me a favor too?" "What help?" Yihan asked. "Well, you go to Chongqing City and persuade Yamamoto Ikki to withdraw from Chongqing City. Then you go to Sakura Country and persuade the top executives of Apocalypse Company not to attack us. It would be best if you could convince all the zombies in the country to line up and wait for the soldiers to clean them up. This way I can come back and teach with peace of mind." Yihan was so angry at Mu Jin's words that his chest ached. Isn't this just arguing with others? But what Mu Jin said is true. At this critical moment, the front line cannot do without Mu Jin. After going around in circles, why are we back to this question again? Yihan sighed. In the end, Yihan still failed to come up with any reliable plan, so the matter had to be shelved temporarily. Fortunately, the current base was not too large, and the problem of lack of management personnel was not too exposed. However, this problem must be solved sooner or later. Otherwise, once there are more people behind, no matter how well the front line fights, the rear will be in chaos. Afterwards, Yihan invited the retired commander of the 56th Division. Chen Weihua had mentioned before that there was a commander in the 56th Division who had transferred to a local area to work as a police chief. At this time, the position of Minister of Public Security was vacant, so Yihan asked him to fill it. After finishing these things, Yihan did not stop for a moment and turned around to worry about the affairs of the main car group. The size of the main car group has now reached 1,000 people, many of whom are wanderers who came to join after Yihan won the war on the front line. Basically, these people have ulterior motives, and they must be quite capable to have survived in this world. Directly employing them will inevitably cause problems. The previous cleanup of the base had already exposed this. The crime rate among main members was extremely high. Yihan thought for a while and called Lu Tuesday. After all, he was still the captain of the main vehicle group, and he still had to step in to deal with some matters. After what happened before, Lu Tu also reflected deeply and gave Yihan a reform plan as soon as he entered the door. The old backbones and newcomers of the previous main car group were divided into two groups. The old backbones continued to serve as the police station's officers, but all the newcomers were classified as interns. Through the method of old members guiding new members, these trainee members are given a 1-year observation period, and after passing the observation period, they will be transferred to regular team members. At the same time, all new main members must undergo background checks and inquiries, and only after passing the checks can they join the group. But I'm afraid this method will affect the confidence of the wanderers to join us, Lu Tu said with some concern. Lu Tu's concerns are not without reason. Once this plan is introduced, many vagrants with complicated identities will certainly not dare to join. Yihan thought about it and said to Lu Tu, "It doesn't matter. We would rather have nothing than something bad. Just go ahead and do it." Chapter 149, Ice and Plum. Although it is necessary to unite all the forces that can be united during this period, what Yihan lacks is talent, not cattle and horses. If we allow everyone in without screening, Who knows what kind of trouble might happen if these fence-sitting vagrants come in? Besides, the main car group is responsible for maintaining public security. If there is a real shortage of manpower later on, Yihan can also pick people from the survivors or from the Dragon Country troops. At worst, he could pick people from his own troops. Although Wang Long's guard battalion was rigid in its management, it could absolutely guarantee that the survivors would not cause trouble. It doesn't have to be a wanderer. After 3 days of preparation, things at the base were finally almost settled. Yihan sorted out the current situation of the base. In addition to the 10,000 survivors in Luming Town, there are also 20,000 survivors in other towns and villages in Shillong County. And the establishment of the management department has also become barely complete. First is the base command center managed by Yi Ruoxue, which is equivalent to Yihan's rear-end brain and handles all base affairs. The logistics support department is also managed by Yi Ruoxue, who is not only responsible for the logistics of the base, but also for the logistics of her own troops. At the same time, the logistics support department also has many other departments, such as the Industrial Bureau, Agricultural Bureau, Mining Bureau, Material Management Bureau, Engineering Bureau, Medical Bureau, Construction Bureau, Food Supply Bureau, and other departments. The managers of each department were all selected by Yi Ruoxue at the base. They included not only survivors, but also Yihan's own people. For example, the director of the Medical Bureau is the captain of the military medical team that he had exchanged before, and he is also the dean of Luming Military Hospital. The director of the Construction Bureau is Wang Shi, the battalion commander of the Engineering Battalion. However, the Engineering Bureau is temporarily short of the position of director. There are many places to be built in the base, and the Engineering Bureau has a lot of things to do, but Yi Ruoxue has not been able to find a suitable person. When Yi Ruoxue said this, Yihan suddenly thought of someone. This person is the only engineer that he exchanged for in the First World. That guy still doesn't have a name, and is still called Engineering 1. Since the construction of the base, Engineering 1 has been drinking wine, fishing, and listening to music, except for teaching students at school every day. The years of being exploited by Yihan are finally gone. Engineer 1, who was fishing in the base, suddenly sneezed. Why do I feel something is wrong? Could it be that the commander-in-chief is thinking of me again? Thinking of this, Engineer 1 couldn't help but shudder. He didn't want to recall those days. Back then, Yihan asked him to draw the blueprints and then to repair the toilet. I work day and night, just as the saying goes. Work hard during the day, work secretly at night, continue to work when it rains lightly, and work hard when it rains hard. This guy's hair was almost falling out because of what he did. It was only after this period of time that some hair finally grew back. Shall I contact Engineering 1 and have him report to the Engineering Bureau? By the way, change his name to Wang Niu. I hope he will be very successful in the future and work hard for the base. Yihan said to Xiao Ai. On the other side, in Project 1, an engineer named Wang Niu suddenly felt dizzy and fainted when he heard Yihan's call. After arranging the base, Yihan said goodbye to Yi Ruoxue and the others, and then took Wang Long and Han Shuang to Sishan County. Naturally, Frost's Special Forces Battalion would follow him. As for the entire guard battalion brought by Wang Long, Yihan asked Wang Long to leave a mobile guard company in the base. This mobile guard company is mainly responsible for the security of the base command center. To put it bluntly, they are Yi Ruoxue's personal soldiers. After all, there are too many people and too many eyes at the base now. The 56th Division is responsible for guarding the base, and the Public Security Department is responsible for public security, and they are unable to spare any manpower. Guang Fengzhenzi and the other three can only protect Yi Ruoxue. As for the other administrative departments of the base, some special guards will also have to be left behind. On the way to Sishan County, Yihan kept in touch with Mu Jin. Yihan thought for a moment and asked Mu Jin, "Do you have any books to recommend? I'd like to read them." "What's wrong? You want to take the college entrance examination at your age?" Mu Jin replied. Yihan was speechless. Ever since he offended Mu Jin when they first met, she had been talking to him in a sarcastic way. "What's the point of the college entrance examination? I just want to learn about warfare and management." Yihan replied with a roll of his eyes. "Oh, that's easy. You can start with on protracted war, the analysis of the various social classes in Longhua, and the investigation report on the Jianghan peasant movement," Mu Jin replied. Yihan was familiar with the names of these articles. "Isn't this a collection of great men's writings? And this one on protracted war. Do you mean that our war will take a long time? Of course our battle won't last long. The situation at the time of the article is completely different from what it is now. It's mainly about learning methods and ways of thinking. Things are constantly evolving, and nothing will stay the same. After reading a book, you still need to investigate and research. Mechanically copying a book won't solve the problem. Jin rarely spoke seriously to Yihan for a long time. You can also read his collection of poems. The long road ahead is as hard as iron, but now we start over again. Only with determination can we achieve success, and only with ambition can we have the courage to achieve success. The road ahead is still long, but not far. Yihan did not reply to Jin's words. Instead, he turned around and asked Xiao AI to retrieve the ebook for him through the system, and then began to read it carefully. It was already evening when they arrived at Sisan County. The sun was slowly setting from the top of the western mountain. Yihan came back to his senses from his book. Facing the blood-red setting sun, he did not feel a trace of melancholy in his heart. Just as he said, when the ice still covered the North Sea, I saw the plum blossoms in full bloom. Yihan also made a certain decision in his heart. At this time, Jin was not at the frontier command post in Sisan County. According to Yi Jingyu, she went to the front to observe the garrison situation of various troops. Although Jin's attitude towards Yihan was not very good since she joined his army, she was also hardworking and conscientious. After thinking about it, Yihan decided to ease the relationship with her. Apart from anything else, this girl always scolds me every other day. Thinking of this, Yihan entered the oasis space and came to the arsenal. The arsenal at this time already had the function of customizing weapons, and according to Xiao AI, Jin seemed to like collecting all kinds of firearms. Although her behavior was totally unlike that of a girl, it was definitely right to cater to her preferences. Yihan thought about it and customized a CZ-75B pistol from the arsenal. The handle was decorated with cherry wood, and a hibiscus flower was carved on the gun body. Consider this a gift from me to her. However, what Yihan didn't know was that when he was standing in front of the arsenal making a gift for Jin, the ghost who was on vacation in the oasis space also saw this scene. All I can say is that comparing yourself with others is really frustrating, and the ghost couldn't help but shed tears. Chapter 150 Suicide Drone. It's not that Yihan had never thought about giving Ghost a gift, but he just didn't know what he liked. So this matter can only be left alone for the time being. After preparing a gift for Jin, Yihan went to the frontier command post in Sisan County and listened to Yi Jingyu's battle report on the front line. After several days of fighting, the Chongqing City army not only failed to make any progress, but also lost more than 10,000 people in several large-scale battles. This is all thanks to Jin's command and the soldiers' heroic fighting. However, Jin's ambition obviously goes beyond this. She wants to take over Chongqing City, so she inspected various units and issued further combat orders. Just as Yihan was listening to Yi Jingyu's report, a rumbling sound suddenly came from outside the command center. Yihan frowned, thinking that Tianchi had made some moves, but Yi Jingyu explained calmly. It's the aviation group carrying out their daily mission. Brigade Commander Mu will arrange for the aviation regiment to cooperate with the 112th Regiment. Once the 112th Regiment has finished its harassment, Tianchi will send people to clean up the mess. At this time, the aviation regiment will send out troops to launch another attack. After hearing Yi Jingyu's words, Yihan went out to take a look, and sure enough, he saw more than a dozen Longji 20s flying rapidly towards Chongqing City in the sky. Yihan couldn't help but smile. Jin was too sinister. People say flies are annoying, but Jin was clearly holding a tiger in his hand, but he still played this trick on Yamamoto Ikki. I guess Yamamoto Ikki over there is almost mad with anger. The facts were indeed as Yihan had thought. In the next few days, Yamamoto Ikki had given up the idea of taking back Sisan County, and instead stayed in Chongqing City and refused to come out. No matter how much the 112th Regiment and the Army Aviation Regiment harassed them, this old guy was like a tin turtle and didn't make a sound even after being bombed. How long will it take for Jin to come back? Yihan turned and asked Yi Jingyu. It will probably take another 5 or 6 hours. Yi Jingyu replied. Hearing that it would take another 5 or 6 hours to return, Yihan simply decided not to wait any longer and got into the base vehicle to do other things. According to the tasks of the world system, you can get 10 points for each survivor you take in, and the points can be exchanged for treasure chests in the world system. The last time Yihan exchanged, he only had 1,000 survivors, which converted to 10,000 points. At this time, the looming base already had 30,000 people, which means 300,000 points. Yihan opened the treasure chest exchange page of the world system and took a look. Just like last time, a wooden treasure chest was worth 1 point, an iron treasure chest was worth 10 points, and a steel treasure chest and a gold treasure chest were worth 100 points and 1,000 points respectively. As for the gold treasure chest, above it is the platinum treasure chest, which costs 10,000 points each, and the emerald treasure chest, which costs 100,000 points each. His base vehicle was now a level 3 vehicle, a tactical armed base vehicle, and the golden treasure chest obviously could no longer satisfy Yihan's appetite. Yihan thought about it and decided that the platinum treasure chest must be exchanged. After all, the next step is the 4th level vehicle, and the 4th level upgrade blueprint can only be obtained from the platinum treasure chest. At this time, all players have reached level 3 vehicles, but there is not a single level 4 vehicle. Perhaps I can get the first chance this time. Afterwards, Yihan directly used 200,000 points to exchange for a total of 20 platinum treasure chests. As for the remaining 100,000 points, Yihan exchanged them for an emerald treasure chest. After all, for today's players, a platinum treasure chest is already awesome enough. As for an emerald box, they dare not even think about it. If good things come out of it, it will definitely be a dimensionality reduction attack. Yihan looked at the 21 boxes in front of him and felt expectant but hesitant at the same time. Great! I should have brought Lu the Butcher here earlier. Yihan was a little annoyed. He was a little afraid to drive without the mascot around. Why don't we call Lu 2 over now? Xiao AI suggested to Yihan. Yihan thought about it, but still said, forget it, it will be too late when he arrives from Looming Base. I won't ask for help from others. I will drive by myself. Since I have to drive it myself anyway, I might as well start with the biggest one. Walking up to the jade treasure chest, Yihan opened it without hesitation. Players open the emerald treasure chest and obtain a suicide drone blueprint. Suicide drone blueprint. You can make a suicide drone using the materials. The drone can carry 500 grams of TNT explosives. Seeing this, Yihan's face immediately lit up with joy. He was really lucky this time. This thing was amazing. It seems that old guy Yamamoto Iki won't be able to sleep again. However, what Yihan didn't know was that this suicide drone actually comes in 2 types, blueprints and tutorials. Blueprints are used once and are gone, but tutorials can be mass-produced. This really can't be considered good luck, but it doesn't matter. With the copy and learn function of the Xiaoai system, for Yihan, the nature of the drawings and tutorials are actually the same. Yihan did not continue to open other treasure chests. Instead, he turned around and ran to the storage room to collect the materials needed for the suicide drone. The materials needed to make suicide drones can basically be disassembled from other electrical appliances. In this world, the thing that is least lacking is all kinds of materials. As for TNT explosives, the arsenal can fully meet Yihan's needs. Before long, Yihan had copied the Xiao AI system and produced a total of 50 suicide drones. This suicide drone is a rotor type and is similar in size to an ordinary photography drone. However, it is military equipment after all, and its horsepower and load capacity are much stronger than ordinary drones. Yi Jingyu, find someone to deliver this batch of drones to the 112th Regiment, and I will continue to work on it later. Yihan rubbed his hands excitedly. The attack frequency of the 112th Regiment and the Aviation Regiment was already high enough before, but now with these drones, I'm afraid Chongqing City won't be able to rest for a moment. After delivering this batch of drones, Yihan turned around and asked Wang Long to take people to major shopping malls in Sisan County to collect electrical appliances, while he continued to manually assemble the drones. Seeing Yihan busy and diligently, Xiao AI reminded him, Commander, you can actually give the blueprints to the arsenal. It can also learn from the blueprints and produce directly. Xiao, why didn't you say so earlier? Yihan wiped his sweat speechlessly, turned around, and handed the drawings to the arsenal. The arsenal also began to produce suicide drones in a steady stream. After a batch was produced, the transport troops would immediately deliver them to the front line. After finishing this, Yihan turned his attention to the remaining 20 platinum treasure chests. However, this time Yihan didn't dare to say anything about exchanging his life for good things. The last time Yihan said he would exchange 10 years of his life for an S-level item, the next moment Hibiscus came out. Chapter 151 Platinum Treasure Chest. Yihan first opened all 10 platinum treasure chests, and the reminder sounds of the world system on his mobile phone continued to sound. Players opened the platinum treasure chest and obtained the 4th level blueprint, Composite Modular Armor Modification Blueprint. Players open the platinum treasure chest and get an M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle. Players open the platinum treasure chest and get a set of explosion-proof armor. Players open the platinum treasure chest and obtain the 4th level blueprint, Katyusha Rocket Launcher Installation Blueprint. After opening all 10 treasure chests, 2 level 4 blueprints, a composite modular armor blueprint, and a Katyusha Rocket Launcher blueprint appeared. As for the rest, they were all individual weapons. Even with the arsenal, the weapons were of no use to Yihan. As for the Katyusha Rocket Launcher, he had the Goldbroom self-propelled artillery and the 125 caliber howitzer modified from the Cat car, which Yihan could not use. The only useful thing is the composite modular armor. Yihan looked at the drawing and found that the defensive performance of this thing is comparable to that of the Dragon 99A armor. It does make up for the current insufficient defensive performance of the base vehicle. Yihan estimated that if the current base vehicle was equipped with this thing, there would be no problem even if the base vehicle was hit head-on by an ordinary tank. As for other small-caliber artillery, it is like tickling the base vehicle. Then Yihan opened the remaining 10 platinum treasure chests. Players open the platinum treasure chest and obtain the 4th-level blueprint, Honeycomb Rocket Launch Dock Blueprint. Players open the platinum treasure chest and get the tutorial on how to make a Stinger missile. The player opens the platinum treasure chest and obtains a piece of soft Huazi. Players open the platinum treasure chest and get a box of Lilianjai. Yihan's face darkened as he heard the prompt from the world system. Damn it, this is getting more and more outrageous, isn't it? Just now at least he was given a gun, but now he is asked to carry cigarettes and alcohol with him? But then the broadcast from the world system made Yihan stunned, and then his face was full of surprise. Players open the platinum treasure chest and obtain the 4th-level blueprint, Vehicle-Mounted Reconnaissance Radar Blueprint. Players open the platinum treasure chest and obtain the 4th-level Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Players open the platinum treasure chest and obtain the secondary Individual Exoskeleton System Manufacturing Tutorial. Players open the platinum treasure chest and get the tutorial on how to make a rapid growth agent. Players open the platinum treasure chest and obtain the tutorial on how to make human body strengthening potion. The next 5 copies were tutorials and drawings. It was the first time that Yihan had such good luck. Is there a guaranteed reward for the treasure chest? Yihan couldn't help but feel delighted and turned to study these 5 things. First is the drawing of the Vehicle-Mounted Reconnaissance Radar, which is different from the radar on Yihan's existing base vehicle. Yihan's current radar reconnaissance range is only 1 square kilometer, which is a bit useless for a base vehicle, while the reconnaissance range of a level 4 reconnaissance radar reaches a full 1,000 square kilometers. After the installation, Yihan can grasp the information of the entire Sisan County without leaving home. As for the secondary individual exoskeleton system, it can be equipped to soldiers to enhance their combat capabilities. After wearing it, the maximum load-bearing capacity of the soldiers can be increased to 60 kilograms, which is a significant improvement. Rapid growth agents can be used on crops to shorten the original growth cycle to 1 month. This is beyond Yihan's and even Longwa's technological level. However, the negative effect is that the amount of fertilizer required for crop growth has greatly increased, and the nutritional content of crops has been reduced by half. But compared to the growth cycle shortened to 1 month, this side effect is simply insignificant. At this time, being able to eat enough is a luxury for many survivors. However, Yihan was a little confused about the human body strengthening potion, so he handed it to Chunzheng from the Scientific Research Center to take a look. After discussion with the researchers, Chunzheng also came to the conclusion that the effect of this thing is similar to the D-level human enhancer that Yihan can make, but the effect is 20 smaller. Yihan frowned when he heard Chunzheng's words. If he could get this thing from the platinum treasure chest, it meant that other players could also get it. The combat capabilities of these players will inevitably be greatly improved. Even if they are improved, they are definitely no match for Yihan's troops. After all, war does not only depend on the ability of individual soldiers, but more on the overall combat quality of the troops. The faith possessed by Yihan's troops is far beyond what players or Apocalypse troops can match. But this thing can replace the ghost. Yihan nodded. After all, drawing his blood all the time is not a solution. Although the effect of this thing is reduced by 20 compared to the D-level enhancer, it is actually enough for soldiers. The ghost on the other side burst into tears when he learned that he was freed from his identity as a blood slave. He felt as if the clouds had cleared and the sky was shining. He was especially moved when he learned that Yihan allowed him to continue recuperating in the oasis space. The ghost's favorability towards Yihan finally improved a little, from 30, the old thief has gone too far, to 50, serving the king is like serving a tiger. Then Yihan turned his attention to the highlight of this unboxing, the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Yihan rubbed his hands, opened the vehicle upgrade page, and used the blueprint. However, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Lack of vehicle upgrade, core, ×1. Yihan frowned. He didn't need this thing when he upgraded before. Why did it appear now? However, this thing can obviously be opened from a platinum treasure chest. At worst, I can get some more boxes later and ask Lu Tu to help me open them. Thinking of this, Yihan put away the blueprint with some disappointment. Before he had the vehicle core, he could only take a look at the blueprints that were open this time. Then Yihan handed the rapid growth agent and human body enhancer to Xinjiang. Your research center should speed up the production of these two things. The growth agent should be delivered directly to the base, and the human enhancer should be distributed directly to the troops after production. Let the soldiers collect whatever is missing. Yihan instructed. Xinjiang nodded. I guarantee to complete the task. Yihan rested for a while, and when it was dawn, Xiao AI woke Yihan up. Commander, Mu Jin has returned to Sisan County and is currently at the forward command post. Hearing Xiao AI's words, Yihan hurriedly got up from the bed, washed up simply, and rushed to the frontline command post with the gifts he had prepared. Wang Long and Han Shuang also followed behind Yihan. When he arrived at the frontline command center, Yihan saw Mu Jin sitting in the command chair at a glance. Mu Jin was obviously very tired during the past few days. She fell asleep as soon as she sat there at the command center. Yi Jingyu and the others wisely did not disturb her. Instead, they considerately covered Mu Jin with a blanket and lowered their voices tacitly. Chapter 152, The Eve of the General Attack. However, as soon as Yihan entered the room, Mu Jin woke up slowly and came over. Mu Jin's originally fair face now looked a little pale, with faint dark circles under her eyelids. Seeing Mu Jin wake up, Yihan half-jokingly said, "It seems that Brigade Commander Mu is not only stunningly beautiful, but also has a sickly body." Mu Jin rolled her eyes and said angrily, "You're still worried about your troops. If it weren't for the system's influence, I wouldn't bother with so much." Yihan looked at Mu Jin's haggard face. Although he had a smile on his face, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed in his heart. Mu Jin has been busy all this time, and has indeed been very busy. I'm giving this to you. Consider it your reward for these days. Yihan took out the custom-made pistol engraved with hibiscus flowers that he had prepared in his arms, and then handed it to Hibiscus. When Mu Jin saw that Yihan had actually prepared a gift for her, a rare hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "You are so generous. My contributions these days are only worth a gun." Mu Jin curled her lips in disdain. Although Mu Jin said so, after taking the pistol, she clearly noticed the hibiscus flower pattern on it. However, because Yihan was in front of her, she did not look at it carefully, but carefully put it in her arms. "You should focus less on pleasing me and more on real business," Mu Jin said expressionlessly, but her tone was clearly softer. Yihan naturally knew that Mu Jin was pretending to be nice to him. She didn't seem to care much about his gift, but the Xiao AI system would not lie. Mu Jin's favorability has now increased from 60, a casual acquaintance, to 65, an acquaintance. This only increases the level by 5 points. It seems that Hibiscus is much more difficult to defeat than Ghost. I just stopped Ghost from donating blood, and that guy's favorability increased by 20 points. Yihan looked at Mu Jin's serious face and couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is quite good at pretending. Mu Jin looked at Yihan, who suddenly revealed a vulgar smile, and frowned slightly. "Are you crazy? What are you laughing at? Did you come to me just to give me a gift?" Yihan noticed his own gaffe, and quickly adjusted his expression and said, "Of course not. I'm the Commander-in-Chief, and I came to the front line to see how you're doing. Captain Mu, give me your report." Mu Jin rolled her eyes at Yihan and said, "The situation is not bad. Yamamoto Iki has lost more than 10,000 people in the past few days. According to the information from the intelligence department, Yamamoto Iki still has about 80,000 men under his command. His direct troops suffered little loss, and most of the dead were Apocalypse players. But now Yamamoto Iki has learned his lesson and rarely leaves Chongqing City." After hearing this, Yihan thought for a while and asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Although the situation is favorable to us, I think it is better to take Chongqing City sooner rather than later. I suggest that in 2 days, we use the 112th Regiment to feint in front of Chongqing City, and then mobilize a large-scale armored force to attack Chongqing City from the side." Yihan frowned. At this time, there were still more than 80,000 troops in Chongqing City, and they were fighting in the city. As the military book said, if there are 10 of them, surround it. Although our own troops are stronger than the enemy, if we attack head-on like this, the losses will probably not be small. Mu Jin also saw Yihan's worries, and then said, "This is the fastest way to take over Chongqing City. If it is delayed any longer, even if Yamamoto Iki wants to suppress the situation in Chongqing City, Tianxi Zhonghan province will also notice something is wrong. At that time, our army will be in a passive position. It is precisely because our army has fewer people than the enemy that we must take the initiative and seize the initiative on the battlefield." Yihan thought for a moment and asked, "Is there any other way? Try to reduce the casualties as much as possible. I don't want the suburbs of Chongqing City to be filled with martyr cemeteries after a war. I thought about raiding the opponent's logistics base in Chongqing City, But according to information from the intelligence department, the logistics base in Chongqing City is heavily guarded, and small forces cannot infiltrate at all. Mu Jin said. It seemed that there was no other way. Yi Han sighed imperceptibly. Yi Han immediately told Mu Jin about how he had taken out the suicide drone from the jade treasure chest. Mu Jin showed joy upon hearing this. If this thing had been developed earlier, Yamamoto Iki would have suffered a lot of losses. Mu Jin picked up a drone and observed it carefully. It's not too late now. I have asked someone to send the drone to the front line. Yi Han said. Mu Jin nodded and said, that's it. For the next 2 days, the aviation regiment, the 112th regiment, and the suicide drones will attack Chongqing City day and night. Let Yamamoto Iki relax his vigilance after multiple rounds of attacks. Once the enemy is tired, launch a general attack. The next 2 days were the most torturous period in Yamamoto Iki's life. Chongqing City was attacked all day and night. Even though he had an army of more than 80,000 people, he could not withstand such attacks. The key is that they have to endure the attack. Once they can't bear it anymore and send troops out to chase, they will be greeted by a fierce attack from 3 full armored regiments. The players were also busy, and someone took the initiative to set up a news column in the communication hall. Not only did they report the attacks of Yi Han's troops every day, they also went to Apocalyptic Company to interview Yamamoto Iki. Yamamoto Iki wanted to kill these people, but these people were still players of Apocalypse, and they were still his own people in the final analysis. They told Yamamoto Iki that this was to promote Apocalyptic Company so that more wanderers would join them. Yamamoto Iki had to suppress his desire to kill everyone. As soon as Chongqing City was bombed these few days ago, a large number of players came to ask about Apocalyptic Company. What can Apocalyptic Company say? Everyone knows that family disgrace should not be made public, and the same goes for Tianqi. The only answer is, Apocalypse suffered no casualties in this attack. At first glance, this statement seems to be reasonable, but any wanderer who uses his brain will understand the meaning of it. It's just that, we were indeed hit, but the opponent didn't hit us. Not to mention whether this is a lie, even if there are really no casualties. But you say, the other side did hit me, but, alas, it doesn't hurt. It just doesn't hurt. No matter whether it is a 125 caliber howitzer, an air-to-ground missile, or a large number of drones, if you dare to hit me, I will take it. Not only did I take it, but I also said it didn't hurt. This in itself is already a sign of cowardice. The wanderers were not fools. After hearing what Tianqi said, most of them ran to contact Lu Tu and wanted to join the main car group. Even those who did not take sides no longer made sarcastic remarks about Yi Han. Obviously, he is also leaving a way out for himself. Chapter 153 Peace Talks. 2 days passed quickly, and just when Mu Jin was preparing to launch a surprise attack, Yamamoto Iki took the initiative to contact Yi Han. Yamamoto Iki sent a little bastard to try to make peace with Yi Han. That is to negotiate a ceasefire. According to what Yamamoto Iki meant, he wanted to find a place to negotiate with Yi Han and then stop fighting. Before Yi Han could reply, the news that Yamamoto Iki wanted to negotiate had already spread throughout the player exchange hall. Why is someone initiating surrender? Then I'll click on it. I ordered it too. What did Director Yamamoto say? It was Minister Yamamoto who initiated the surrender. Super. You cowardly old bastard. Drag him out and behead him. How can it be beheading? This would require committing seppuku to apologize. What are you talking about? Minister Yamamoto just wants to negotiate with Yi Han, who said he wants to surrender. Only you believe this. That old bastard has been bombing everything these days without making a sound. Chongqing City is almost becoming Yi Han's shooting range. If that old bastard comes out to negotiate now, isn't that surrendering? I don't agree to peace talks. I am willing to fight for Apocalypse, Sakura, and Minister Yamamoto until the last moment. Is that the immortal Ergu upstairs? Oh my god, we chose Tianqi just for the benefit. Is there really someone who is so dedicated? After the war, you will definitely be in the Jinghua God's toilet. At this time, the communication hall was filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Almost no one took Apocalypse Company seriously. Even the Apocalypse players started making fun of Yamamoto Iki. The Apocalypse players are most aware of the situation in Chongqing City these days. Those who are more far-sighted are either preparing to surrender to Yi Han or prepare to run away after Chongqing City is destroyed. Yi Han looked at the letter sent by Xiao Baga and frowned and asked Mu Jin, "What does this old bastard mean by this?" Mu Jin thought for a while and said, "It seems that they really can't hold on any longer. I still overestimated Tianqi's backbone. The intelligence department has already found out about Yamamoto Iki's reconciliation plan." After hearing this, Yi Han asked, "What's the plan?" Mu Jin replied, Yamamoto Iki's intention is that we stop attacking Chongqing City in the future, and they will recognize our legitimacy in all places except the urban area of Chongqing City, and set up an autonomous region for our looming base. From now on, the two families will not interfere with each other. Yihan laughed out loud after hearing this. This old bastard has a really good idea. The 8 counties outside Chongqing City originally belonged to me, but this guy actually used them as a compensation plan. Besides, let alone these 8 counties, the entire Dragon Country belongs to us. What does it have to do with their Apocalypse company? After hearing this, Mujin said, I think you can talk to him and be more sincere. What are you doing? Yihan frowned. Of course Yihan didn't believe that Mujin would believe Yamamoto Iki's words. Mujin has always been bad at fighting, and he was afraid that she was setting a trap for Yamamoto Iki again. Go and negotiate with him, and have a good talk. Mujin said seriously. I'm going to negotiate. What are you going to do? Yihan asked. Of course I'm going to steal the house. Mujin said righteously. Yihan glanced at Mujin. At this moment, Mujin spoke openly about the despicable trick of stealing the house with a smug smile on her face, which was quite cute. Okay, that's settled then. I'll go negotiate with him, and you take the troops to steal the house. Yihan nodded. But this time I will take the Special Forces Battalion with me, and leave your protection to Wang Long's Guard Battalion. I will discuss the negotiation location with them, and will definitely protect your safety. Mujin said. Yihan nodded. Naturally, he had no problem with this. Not to mention that the Guard Battalion was also using human enhancers at this time, and each individual soldier's ability was comparable to that of Special Forces. His own physical fitness alone had reached the level of a D-level hero. Just when Mujin was about to talk to Yamamoto Iki about the negotiation location, Yihan suddenly remembered something and said to Mujin, By the way, tell Yamamoto Iki that in order to show our sincerity, we are willing to hand Hayashi Yaikairo back to them. Hearing Yihan's words, Mujin was stunned for a moment, and then smiled evilly. That's great. This way Yamamoto Iki will be less alert. It didn't matter to Yihan at all to offer Lin Yaikairo away. After taking over Chongqing City, this old guy would have to kneel in the martyrs' cemetery anyway. As Mujin went to discuss with Yamamoto Iki, Yihan also asked Yi Tianyu's aviation regiment to send a Longji 20 to Looming Base to pick up Lin Yaikairo. Lin Yaikairo, who didn't understand what was going on, was so scared when he saw the soldiers coming to pick him up that he thought Yihan was going to chop him to death. Unexpectedly, the pilot of the Longji 20 told him, Don't be afraid, Lao Ba Jie. We are taking you home to visit your relatives this time. Hearing the driver say this, Hayashi Yaikairo looked incredulous. Later, he really sat in a helicopter and flew towards Chongqing City. Lin Yaikairo was in tears and couldn't stop expressing his gratitude to Commander Yi for his great kindness. But he didn't hear the second half of the driver's sentence. Please come back after visiting your relatives. On the way to send Lin Yaikairo off, the soldiers of Longji 20 felt uncomfortable when they saw Lin Yaikairo, who was covered in black and had no hair on his head. This kid looks just like Lao to hope nothing goes wrong later. The pilot was also alert when he heard it. Indeed, it is unlucky for him to sit in the helicopter. Find a rope to hang him under the helicopter. Okay. Then the people at the Looming Base saw a strange scene. A Longji 20 was flying rapidly towards Chongqing City in the sky, and a dark human-shaped object was hanging under the plane. On the other side, Mujin and Yamamoto Iki quickly agreed on the negotiation location. They were very happy to hear that you were going to send Lin Yaikairo back. The negotiation location was chosen to be in a town 50 kilometers away from Chongqing City. Both sides can only bring 1 battalion of soldiers as guards. The time is tentatively set at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Mujin said, So when do you decide to steal the house? Yihan asked. Of course we have to break into a house at night. When you get there, practice Tai Chi with him to delay time. We'll probably start the action at 1 in the morning. Mujin said with a smile. Whenever Mujin was doing something bad, she would have this smug look on her face. Yihan was used to it and didn't say much. And it is just as Mujin said, stealing a house really has to be done at night. Among Yihan's troops, whether it is the Long Z-10 or Long Z-20, including the ground tank troops, they all have all-weather combat capabilities. However, Apocalypse players will be restricted at night. As a result, the chances of winning are indeed higher at night. Chapter 154 3 Visits to the Toilet. Time had come to the morning of the next day. Yihan asked Xiao AI to prepare a little, and then planned to drive to the designated negotiation location. Yihan was not worried that the old guy Yamamoto Iki would set an ambush for him. Although the vehicle-mounted radar has not yet been updated to level 4, the level 1 alone is enough to detect the situation nearby. Besides, most of the troops outside Chongqing City are their own. For example, The closest one is garrisoned by Li Chengwang's 113th Regiment, and the 112th Mau Light Infantry Regiment is even more familiar with this area. They know exactly where to set up artillery and where to dig pits. In addition, the Aviation Regiment also sent reconnaissance helicopters to conduct reconnaissance activities in the negotiation area, so there was almost no possibility that Yamamoto Ikki would set an ambush. If there is any worry about an ambush, that should be Yamamoto Ikki's concern. On the other side, Mu Jin was commanding the main force to slowly approach Chongqing City. The Mau Light Infantry Regiment was also constantly making feints, preparing for the attack in the early morning. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yihan also drove slowly towards the negotiation site under the protection of the Guard Battalion. In addition to the Wall Guard Company and the Mobile Guard Company that remained at the looming base, Wang Long's Guard Battalion still had 2 Infantry Guard Companies and 1 Heavy Firepower Guard Company. The 3 Guard Companies have a total of 360 people, 24 Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicles, and 12 Leopard 15 light tanks. Such equipment would definitely make them elite troops in the Apocalypse Army. Together with the 12 Longji, 20 fighter jets accompanying the protection in the sky, it looks like a formal guard force. But Yamamoto Ikki would never have imagined that such equipment would only be at the bottom of Yihan's army. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yihan also arrived at the negotiation site. The negotiation site was located in Huffing Town outside Chongqing City, and the negotiation conference hall was located in the Huffing Town office building. After Yihan arrived, there was not a single zombie in the entire town. It was obvious that Yamamoto Ikki had already sent troops out to clear the area. At this time, Yamamoto Ikki's negotiation team had already arrived. After seeing Yihan and his group coming over, the soldiers of Apocalypse were surprised at the equipment on Yihan's side. In the eyes of these Sakura people, the Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicle and the Leopard 15 light tank are definitely good equipment. Yihan glanced at Yamamoto Ikki's troops. They all wore black uniforms embroidered with cherry blossom patterns. It seemed that since Yamamoto Ikki came to negotiate, he would naturally bring his own troops. In terms of the amount of equipment, Yamamoto Ikki's Guard Battalion is not much different from Wang Long's Guard Battalion. There are also more than a dozen infantry fighting vehicles and tanks, but the Sakura country has been suppressed by the United States before. The actual combat capabilities of these tanks and infantry fighting vehicles are naturally not comparable to those of the Rabbit country's equipment. Seeing Yihan arriving, Yamamoto Ikki quickly sent a receptionist. A short man with a mustache quickly came to Yihan's base car and said respectfully, "Hello, Commander Yi. I am Jiro Fujiwara, the secretary of Minister Yamamoto. Minister Yamamoto has prepared a lot of delicious food, and I am here to invite you to taste it." Yihan had no intention of getting off the car. He just said through the radio of the base car, "There is no need to eat. Where is your Minister Yamamoto? When are you going to start the negotiations?" Fujiwara Jiro was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Yihan's attitude to be so blunt, but he quickly came to his senses and replied, "The negotiation time is still set at 5 o'clock. Our minister will be waiting for you in the office lobby of Huffing Town at that time." After hearing this, Yihan turned around and asked Xiao Ai to lead the troops to an open space in Huffing Town, and then let the Guard Battalion be stationed there. Looking at the time, it was only half an hour until 5 o'clock, but Yihan had no intention of going to the negotiations on time. "Xiao Ai, I'm going to take a nap first. Call me at 6:30. If Yamamoto Ikki sends someone to call me, just say something casually." Yihan stretched and then lay down on the command chair and prepared to sleep. Mu Jin's action is at 1 o'clock in the morning, so I must find a way to delay it. Anyway, it was Yamamoto Ikki who proposed the negotiations, so he is the one who should be anxious. When Xiao Ai heard Yihan's words, she covered her mouth and smiled, then said, "Okay, Commander." The time soon came to 5 o'clock, and Yamamoto Ikki was sitting in the negotiation hall with a frown on his face. "What's going on? Didn't Yihan already come to Huffing Town? Where is he?" Yamamoto Ikki asked his secretary Fujiwara Jiro. Fujiwara Jiro looked out the window, but there was no sign of Yihan outside. "I have already told him that it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He was just stationed in Huffing Town. How about I go and urge him?" Fujiwara Jiro said awkwardly. "For such an important meeting, Yihan couldn't even come on time and asked us to urge him. It's obvious that he doesn't take our great Sakura country seriously," a subordinate said angrily through gritting his teeth. Yamamoto Ikki's face was gloomy, but he sighed immediately. "We were the ones who proposed the negotiation, and we were at a disadvantage from the beginning. Yihan is now playing psychological warfare with us, hoping to gain greater benefits at the negotiation table. The provincial and ministerial departments should send people to kill all these Chinese pigs. The subordinates were still very unhappy. If the ministry sends someone to kill us first, we will be the first ones to be killed. Yamamoto Iki glanced at his subordinates, then looked at Fujiwara Jiro and said, "Go and urge Ihan, and speak softly." Fujiwara Jiro nodded, and then hurriedly led his men to Yihan's base vehicle. In front of the base vehicle, Fujiwara Jiro smiled flatteringly and said, "Commander Yi, have you forgotten?" Just as Fujiwara Jiro was urging him, Yihan was sleeping soundly in the command chair, and Xiao Ai, beside him, responded at this time. "You go back first. Commander Yi is a little constipated. He will be fine after going to the toilet." Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Jiro wiped his sweat and said, Okay, then I won't disturb Commander Yi from going to the toilet." Immediately, Fujiwara Jiro repeated Xiao Ai's words to Yamamoto Iki in the negotiation hall. When Yamamoto Iki heard that Yihan was taking a shit, he was so angry that he fumed. Why did he do it at this time, instead of earlier or later? This is not going to the toilet, this is clearly shitting on his face. But if you don't say that Yamamoto Iki is an old bastard, the old guy would be angry for a moment, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. Okay, then we'll wait for him for another 10 minutes. However, after waiting for half an hour, Yihan still showed no intention of sending anyone. As a last resort, Yamamoto Iki had to send Fujiwara Jiro to urge him. This time, Xiao Ai changed her tone. Our Commander Yi has hemorrhoids. He is still trying hard. Please wait a moment. He will be fine after he has finished defecating. After hearing Xiao Ai's words, Fujiwara Jiro couldn't let Yihan cut it off immediately and then go to participate in the negotiations, right? So Fujiwara Jiro had no choice but to report back to Yamamoto Iki. Hemorrhoids? Good. Hemorrhoids. Yamamoto Iki was so angry that his teeth itched. In that case, then wait for him for another half an hour. If he doesn't come, you go and stuff his hemorrhoids back in place. Have the soldiers carry him over to me. After hearing this, Fujiwara Jiro shuddered. Don't be angry, Minister Yamamoto. I think we should be patient at this time and never act on impulse. Otherwise, Chapter 155 Yihan goes to the toilet. When Yamamoto Iki heard what Fujiwara Jiro said, he obviously recalled the scene in Chongqing City before. After the cat car rushed over here, the helicopter came to bomb over there. After the helicopter bombed, a series of drones suddenly appeared. Yamamoto Iki has had enough of days like this. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Iki could only feel disappointed. He looked at the time, and it was already 5:30. Yihan's action was undoubtedly to throw Yamamoto Iki's old face to the ground. But what could he do? Yamamoto Iki sighed. Everyone, please be patient. Since he is here, he must want to talk to us, and he also said that he will return Hayashi Yaikairo. The atmosphere in the negotiation hall was extremely depressing, and all the Sakura people had a look of shame and anger on their faces. Another half an hour passed, and Yihan still showed no intention of coming. Fujiwara Jiro also came to the base vehicle for the third time, and he actually felt like he was being visited 3 times by someone else. Indeed, at this moment, Fujiwara kept urging Yihan, who was constipated and had hemorrhoids, and it was really like going to the toilet 3 times. This time, Xiao Ai felt too embarrassed to use the excuse of taking a shit to get rid of Fujiwara Jiro. Who would take an hour to poop? Forget hemorrhoids. If you poop like this, your intestines will probably come out. Almost there. Commander Yi has already started wiping his butt. 10 minutes. 10 minutes of butt. Fujiwara Jiro was so upset. He took an hour to poop, and it took him 10 minutes to wipe his butt. Is Yihan a human or Godzilla? But it's already good to get the news that it will come in 10 minutes. It's better than having to go to the toilet all the time, right? Fujiwara Jiro quickly brought this good news back to the negotiation hall, and under Yamamoto Iki's self-PUA, it was soon announced in the hall. Everyone, Yihan will finish wiping his butt in 10 minutes. Let's sort out our etiquette. Don't be disrespectful in front of him. We must show the demeanor of our great Sakura country. However, it took another half an hour for Yamamoto Iki to unbutton his clothes, then button them up, unbutton them again, and button them up again. The other Apocalypse officers were so bored that they started to straighten out the wrinkles on their clothes. Some of them had even taken off their shoes and were pulling out the lint from their socks. Bagayalu, Fujiwara-gun, go call the anorectal and gastroenterology doctors in the clinic. Go and see what Yihan is up to. Liu Bei invited Zhuge Liang to come to his thatched cottage 3 times. Does Yihan want us to visit him 4 times? Just when Yamamoto Iki couldn't control himself and started cursing, Yihan finally stepped into the negotiation hall. Thank you for your kindness, Minister Yamamoto, but I have my own military doctor, so you don't have to worry about it. Yihan also heard Yamamoto Iki's words with the help of Lu Shui's translation. Immediately, he walked into the door with Wang Long and several soldiers, speaking with a smile. Seeing this, Yamamoto Ikki suppressed his anger and said with gritted teeth, "Commander, he has a really good ass. How can such a lawful leg not be soft?" These words were quickly translated to Yi Han through the translator, but the translator was sure to embellish the words. So when these originally sarcastic words reached Yi Han's ears, Yi Han heard them as Yamamoto Ikki praising his good legs. Yi Han was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Minister Yamamoto, but I am sorry that you have come to my house 3 times. I feel a little embarrassed." When they heard Yi Han talking about the 3 visits to the thatched cottage, Yamamoto Ikki and the others all turned pale and were so angry that their teeth were itching. Seeing that they all looked unhappy, Yi Han clapped his hands and said, "In order to show our sincerity, we brought Lin Yai along with us. I hope this will help our negotiations." Yamamoto Ikki immediately put away his anger and looked outside the door curiously. 2 soldiers immediately escorted in Hayashi Yaikairo, who was as black as charcoal. As soon as Lin Yaikairo saw Yamamoto Ikki, all his grievances turned into tears. "Yamamoto-kun, I'm finally back." Yamamoto Ikki obviously couldn't recognize the charcoal at this time, and frowned and said, "Commander Yi, we are not blind. Even if you want to fool me, you have to get an East Asian, right? Even if it's an Eskimo, at least he's a yellow person. What's the point of bringing an African here?" Yi Han was too lazy to explain and gave Lin Yaikairo a wink. Hayashi Yaikairo also hurried forward and said a lot of things to Yamamoto Ikki. Yamamoto Ikki's eyes gradually changed from suspicion to surprise, and then to anger. He thought that Lin Yaikairo would have a hard time with Yi Han, but he didn't expect that Yi Han would even change Lin Yaikairo's race. But Yamamoto Ikki's anger only lasted for a few seconds, and then he whispered to his followers, "Take Hayashi Yaikairo away." Yi Han did not stop him, but smiled and pulled out a chair to sit across from the negotiation table. "Then let's start talking." Yamamoto Ikki nodded and said, "What we mean is that your troops withdraw from the 5 eastern counties, including Sison County. After that, Shillong County, Tushan County, and Jialing County will all belong to you, Looming. We will cease fire here, and I will also issue a statement recognizing your legal status and helping you establish an autonomous region. This is different from the mediation plans sent by the Intelligence Department. Obviously, this is not Yamamoto Ikki's bottom line. This is understandable. During a negotiation, it is impossible to give everything right away." Yi Han didn't care. He was just here to delay time, so he said casually, "Our negotiation plan is very simple. Your Tianchi company must withdraw from the Dragon Country's land immediately. Then open Sakura Country's Osaka, Tudu, Mingyu, Lutsu, and Kyushu Island as trading ports to Dragon Country. And you have to compensate Longwa for 2 trillion yuan in military expenses, and you have to pay for the funeral expenses of all Longwa citizens." Logically speaking, this plan is really too cheap for Apocalypse Company. Based on what Apocalypse Company and Sakura Country have done, they can be charged with crimes against humanity and directly expelled from the solar system. However, when Yamamoto Ikki heard these words, he could only say one sentence among thousands of words. "You negotiate with me, and I argue with you." Yamamoto Ikki was only the minister of Chongqing City. How could he have the power to order the Apocalypse headquarters to withdraw its troops? Not to mention the opening of 5 ports for trade and compensation. "Commander Yi, please be serious. We are negotiating, not playing house." Yamamoto Ikki slammed the table heavily and then glared at Yi Han. Yi Han lit a cigarette for himself and asked Yamamoto Ikki with narrowed eyes, "Who started the argument first? I worked so hard to conquer the 5 eastern counties, and you guys actually want to take them back just by talking? Is that possible? I even offered my own prison to show my sincerity. What sincerity have you given me?" Chapter 156, Chongqing vs. Yamamoto Ikki frowned upon hearing this and said, "Our greatest sincerity is to hold this negotiation conference. Besides, we invited you 3 times and waited here for almost 2 hours before you came. Isn't this sincerity?" At this point, all the Apocalypse officers, including Yamamoto Ikki, had angry expressions on their faces and were obviously furious. Only Fujiwara Jiro looked at Yi Han with some concern when he saw this. Yamamoto Ikki was a military man and had a bad temper. After being provoked by Yi Han, he could no longer suppress his emotions. But Fujiwara Jiro was a secretary by profession, so he would consider things more. If the negotiations break down, it will definitely not be a good thing for the Tianchi Chongqing Municipal Department. Yi Han saw that Yamamoto Ikki was angry, but he looked calm. "In that case, I guess there's no need for us to talk anymore. Return Lin Yaikairo to me, and reimburse me for the gas money for this trip, and we'll go our separate ways." Yamamoto Iki was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, and the other officers couldn't help but put their hands on their guns when they heard it. But Wang Long and other guards were not there to do nothing. Seeing this, they all prepared to draw their guns, and Wang Long even stepped forward to protect Yihan behind him. The atmosphere in the negotiation hall suddenly became subtle, and a strong sense of tension spread. Fujiwara Jiro was the first to react. He hurriedly stepped forward and whispered something in Yamamoto Iki's ear, and then said with an apologetic look on his face, "Commander Yi, don't be angry. This negotiation is for both sides. Let's talk it over. Is there anything that cannot be discussed?" Hearing that Fujiwara Jiro had come forward to ease the situation, Yihan looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock in the afternoon, so he still had to find a way to delay it. There was really no need to fight over it now. Thinking of this, Yihan smiled and said, "Well, Mr. Schwanda is quite reasonable. I also want to have a good talk with you. Then I will take a step back and forget about the argument just now. Let's talk again." When Fujiwara Jiro heard Yihan call him Schwanda-kun, his face darkened. How could he not understand what Yihan meant? It was nothing more than a satire on the fact that he had just visited Yihan 3 times to ask him to come out of retirement. Seeing Yihan relax, Yamamoto Iki's expression eased a little, and he said, "In that case, Commander Yi, please tell us your negotiation conditions first." Yihan rolled his eyes. It was only 7 o'clock. If he wanted to delay with them, it seemed that he could only brag. Thinking of this, Yihan suppressed his evil smile, pretended to be serious, and said, "Actually, my idea is to cooperate with you Tianchi and work together for a great cause." When Yamamoto Iki heard this, he was surprised at first, but then he became suspicious. "We are working together for a great cause. I wonder what Commander Yi means exactly. Come and see." Yihan took out the map of Dragon Country and pointed at Chongqing City. Ever since Tianchi took sole control of the Dragon Nation, heroes from all over the country have risen up in arms, wanderers have established their own regimes, and resistance has been rising one after another in the Dragon Nation. For example, I started out in Looming Town, which led to the current situation in your Chongqing City. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Iki sat upright in his seat, and the other Apocalypse officers also looked solemn. "Yes, not bad. I'd like to hear Commander Ye's detailed talk." Yihan smiled slightly and continued to brag. "I think Yamamoto-kun would never be willing to live in a corner of Chongqing City, right? Although I am not talented, after these few days of fighting, I have realized one thing." Yamamoto Iki frowned slightly. "What's the matter? May I ask, Mr. Yamamoto, who in the world today can be called a hero?" Yamamoto Iki thought for a moment and said, "Our Jianghan province minister, Kitahara Kurosuk, is only 50 years old, but he has already held the position of minister. He has hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command, with abundant food and grass, and strong troops. Can he be called a hero?" When the translator heard Yihan using classical Chinese, he couldn't help but translate Yamamoto's words into classical Chinese. Yihan was stunned. He was drinking wine and discussing heroes with a bunch of old idiots, and the translator was still here talking nonsense. Why did it feel weird? But Yihan quickly reacted and said, "The Jianghan province has not paid any attention to the situation in Chongqing City. It can be seen that Kitahara Sangjia has no strategy to control his subordinates and failed to monitor the enemy. I have also heard of this person. He looks fierce but is timid, likes to make plans but lacks decision-making, is willing to do great things but cherishes his body, and forgets his life when he sees little profit. He is not a hero." Hearing Yihan slandering his boss in this way, Yamamoto Iki actually nodded in agreement, and there was a little more appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Yihan. There was actually a sense of mutual appreciation. There is a man full of vigor and vitality, the leader of China's Jianghan province, Lu Jingyu. Since the fall of Longhua, he has led tens of thousands of underground troops to revolt everywhere. Kitahara Sangjia has been unable to defeat the enemy so far. Even the entire Longhua Tianchi Western General Administration is quite troubled. Can he be called a hero? Yihan smiled slightly and said, "Who cares? Just blow it." Although Lu Jingyu defeated the strong with the weak, and tried to set the vast land ablaze with the power of a spark, he had few soldiers and generals, and had no strategy. His ambition was like trying to catch the moon in the water or looking at flowers in the mirror. He was definitely not a hero. Yamamoto Iki continued to ask, "Then can Chongqing Chunweigua be considered a hero?" Yihan frowned. No one mentioned this old guy, right? Why did they even bring up Chunweigua? Although Chunweigua is a major general of the Dragon Kingdom, he is too old to be a hero. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Iki said, "How about Hayashi Yaikairo, Sasuke Yakoji, Hanjiyo, Lu Tu, and others?" Yihan clapped his hands and laughed. "Such a mediocre person is not worth mentioning." Seeing that Yihan was scolded every time he mentioned him, Yamamoto Iki frowned and said, "Besides this, I don't know anything else." Yihan smiled calmly. A hero has great ambitions and good strategies in his mind. He has the ability to contain the universe and swallow up the world. Yamamoto Iki was shocked. Who can do it? When Yihan said this, he almost couldn't hold it back. The corners of his mouth were as hard to suppress as AK, but he still forced himself to hold back his smile, pointed at Yamamoto Iki, then pointed at himself and said, "The only heroes in the world today are you and Han Air." When Yamamoto Iki heard this, he was shocked and the dentures in his mouth fell onto the negotiating table without him noticing. The old guy didn't expect that Yihan had such a high opinion of him, and he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Seeing this, Yihan hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and continued to brag. Zhanghan Province has been the birthplace of the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times, and Chongqing City is a key location. We can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. Mr. Yamamoto controls the power of Apocalypse as the Apocalypse, and I control the power of Dragon Country as the Savior. If you and I join forces, we can win the hearts and minds of the world, gather heroes, and recruit soldiers. First, seize the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom, then make peace with the Great Bear, support the southeast, make good use of the cherry blossoms outside, and improve the government inside. If there is any change in the world, then the entire army will attack and seize Wanfang in one fell swoop. If the city is like this, then hegemony can be achieved and Tianqi can flourish. Chapter 157 Drinking and Talking. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Iki burst into tears, his heart filled with the feeling of, "I wish we had met earlier." He could no longer suppress his excitement, and left his seat and walked over to Yihan, tightly grasping his hand and saying, "Yi Sang, our meeting is truly in line with the old saying in manhwa." Yihan suppressed his nausea and said with a hypocritical smile, "I wonder what Yamamoto-kun said. I was born before you were born, and you were born when I was old. I hate that you were born late, and you hate that I was born early." Yamamoto Iki was already crying when he said this, and it was obvious that he was really moved, with tears streaming down his face. The officers in the hall were also moved by the scene and started sobbing. Only Yihan felt embarrassed and disgusted. Damn it, how come these old bastards are easier to fool than innocent girls? Yihan had no idea that although Yamamoto Iki was old, he still had great ambitions. According to his seniority, he should have been a provincial or ministerial minister, but now he could only be inferior to others. It turned out that Yihan was the only one who could understand his ambitions. For a moment, he regarded Yihan as his confidant. The negotiation hall was filled with low sobbing voices. Yihan dealt with it awkwardly while looking at the time. He had been bragging for a long time, and it was only 8 o'clock. How could he go on like this? Later on, this old guy will get excited and ask me to burn yellow paper and become sworn brothers with him. That would be a big deal. "Mr. Yamamoto, my stomach is not feeling well, and I feel like I need to poop again. How about we talk after I finish?" Yihan pulled his hand out awkwardly and said with a smile. Yamamoto Iki was no longer angry when he heard this. Instead, he said to his subordinates very seriously, "Come here. Help Yi Sang to go to the toilet immediately." Yihan was a little speechless. This old bastard kept calling him Yi Sang, making him look like a fool. He quickly said, "No need, no need. Yamamoto-kun, just call me by my name. No need to be so polite. I'm more familiar with toilets. I'll go back to the base car to take a dump. We can continue our conversation later." Yamamoto Iki's eyes were full of reluctance to leave. "Okay, Yihan-jun, then you go quickly and come back soon. We will wait for you here. We must have a good time drinking tonight." As he spoke, Yamamoto Iki hurriedly asked people to serve wine and food. Yihan was completely confused. It turned out that one should not discuss ideals with a man. He was speechless in his heart, but he could only keep a calm face. He quickly took Wang Long out of the negotiation hall and ran to the base car. As soon as he returned to the command center, Yihan quickly contacted Mu Jin. "What's the situation over there? Are you in position?" Mu Jin also responded quickly. "All the groups are in place, waiting to start the operation at 1 a.m. No, can you guys take action sooner? If you keep talking like this, I'm almost going to become sworn brothers with Yamamoto Iki." Mu Jin was actually a little surprised when she heard this. "I didn't realize you were so good at chatting. You're quite good at turning enemies into friends. Why don't you talk to him and see if you can get him to be your godson?" Yihan was speechless about Mu Jin's bullying. "Forget it, just act normally. I'll talk to him for a while." After saying this, Yihan quickly asked Xiao AI to get him a lot of books and quickly made up for his bragging skills. "I have just played both the Longzhong strategy and discussing heroes over wine. I don't know what to say when I go back and talk about it later." When Yi Han was cramming for lessons, he suddenly remembered something. Since I've already played so big, I might as well play bigger. Directly teach the red thought to Yamamoto Iki. The old fellow is now dizzy with his own praise. If he uses a blood-boiling combination of sickle and hammer at this time, maybe he can directly develop Yamamoto Iki into a reserve party member? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Yi Han's face. Old boy Yamamoto, I will let you taste the power of our communism later. Yamamoto Iki waited for a whole hour but didn't see any sign of Yi Han, but the crowd no longer felt ashamed and angry as before. Instead, as time went by, Yamamoto Iki's expectations grew stronger. Yi Han-jun is truly an extraordinary person, Yamamoto Iki exclaimed. When he thought of what Yi Han had said with great enthusiasm just now, the only heroes in the world are you and me. Yamamoto Iki's blood couldn't stop boiling. He had to admit that Yi Han had great charisma. Just a few words from him made him want to work with him to create great things. Yi Han hesitated for more than an hour before returning to the negotiation hall. He said apologetically, "Sorry for the long wait." Yamamoto Iki said excitedly, "Soon? No matter how long it takes to discuss important plans with Yi Han-jun, it won't be too long." Yi Han smiled awkwardly upon seeing this. This old guy was really good at PUAing himself. As he sat down, Yi Han cleared his throat, looked around at everyone, and then spoke slowly. The first words he spoke were, "A specter. The specter of communism is haunting the European continent." Yamamoto Iki and the others were confused when they heard this, but seeing how serious Yi Han was speaking, they had no choice but to prick up their ears and listen carefully. The group ate, drank and chatted until almost 1 o'clock. Yamamoto Kazuki was also drunk and his face was red and his neck was thick. Everyone was drunk and in high spirits. They first sang a little song from the Sakura country, and then, at Yi Han's suggestion, sang the Internationale. Yamamoto Iki was drunk and was also arm in arm with Yi Han, as if they were almost close friends regardless of age. "Mr. Yi Han, there is something I have to tell you as your brother," Yamamoto Kazuki said to Yi Han in a low voice while drunk. "Brother Yamamoto, if you have something to say, just say it. There is nothing that cannot be discussed between us." Yi Han had been drinking secretly, and although he had a few drinks, he was only a little tipsy, but not dizzy. "I really like you. So I'm reminding you that your thoughts are a bit dangerous." Yamamoto Iki is not stupid, so he naturally knows what Yi Han said. But Yi Han was really to his liking, and for a moment he felt a little sorry for his talent. "Brother Yamamoto, you don't need to persuade me. Look at the world in the future. It must be a world of red flags," Yi Han said loudly. "We never bother to hide our opinions and intentions." Yamamoto Iki was also moved by Yi Han when he saw this, and his appreciation in his eyes became even stronger. "Well said. It's me, brother, who is too pretentious." Immediately, Yi Han burst into laughter and pulled Yamamoto Kazuki to continue drinking. As the two of them drank, Yi Han looked at the time and thought that Mujin was probably about to take action. Yamamoto Iki was still drinking heavily. He was already a little drunk and his words were starting to become confusing. At this moment, an apocalypse soldier suddenly rushed into the negotiation hall, his face full of panic, and a lot of Sakura language came out of his mouth. Lu Shui quickly translated for Yi Han. "Mujin has taken action. He came here to report the news." Yamamoto Iki was stunned when he heard the soldier's words, and then looked at Yi Han strangely. "Brother Yi Han, did you let someone attack Chongqing City?" Yi Han simply stopped pretending, and while signaling Wang Long to get ready, he smiled coldly and said, "Yeah, how about it?" Yamamoto Iki looked at Yi Han with a frown, and then said something shocking. "Brother Yi, you don't take me seriously, do you? If you want Chongqing City to tell my brother, then tell him. Why should we be so formal? You just don't treat me as a brother." Some sober apocalypse officers heard this and hurried over to say, "Minister, Chongqing City has been attacked. Yi Han is ambushing us. Get out. Don't fucking alienate us, brothers. Go. Tell the soldiers to withdraw from Chongqing City." Yamamoto Iki was drunk and his mind was out of control. He cursed at the officers with anger on his face. "No, Minister, you can't do that." The apocalypse officer looked at Yi Han warily while trying to persuade Yamamoto Iki. "What do you mean? My brother wants Chongqing City and you dare not give it to him? Believe it or not, I will kill you." Baka. Chapter 158, Defeat. At this time, Yamamoto Iki's face was as red as a monkey's butt. He shook his head drunkenly and cursed at the apocalypse officers around him. This really made Yi Han very confused. Yamamoto Iki also turned around and spoke to Yi Han. "Don't worry, brother Yi. Not to mention Chongqing City. I'll give you my wife even if you want her." Yi Han smiled awkwardly. "Brother Yamamoto, you should take a rest first." Yi Han said this, but in his heart he was only thinking, You are already in your 60s, and you send your wife to me and expect me to take care of her in her old age? Seeing this, Yamamoto Iki still said drunkenly, "The people of Long Country say that having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. What is Chongkong City?" As he was talking, Yamamoto leaned sideways, drooling from his mouth, and it was obvious that he had drunk too much. Some young Apocalypse officers no longer cared about anything else at this time, and hurriedly took out their guns and prepared to shoot. These people knew very well that Yamamoto Iki was just drunk and talking nonsense. When the old guy wakes up tomorrow and finds out that Chongkong City is gone, who knows what he will do to them? But how could these people's reactions be faster than those of the guards who had been injected with strengthening potions? Before several officers could react, they were shot dead on the spot by Wang Long and his men. Yihan also took out a pistol and shot the officer closest to him dead with one shot. Ever since taking the D-level strengthening potion, Yihan's shooting ability seemed to have awakened. Not to mention that the officer was close. Even if he ran 100 meters away, Yihan could kill him easily. The gunshots in the negotiation hall quickly alarmed the Apocalypse soldiers outside, and immediately a large number of soldiers rushed towards the negotiation hall. But the guard battalion had already been ready for action. Several Long 09 infantry fighting vehicles immediately drove towards the negotiation hall, and several Long Z-20s were on guard in the sky. Before Tianqi's tanks got close, the air-to-ground missiles mounted on the Long Z-20 directly destroyed them. On the other side, the Leopard 15 light tank of the Heavy Firepower Guard Company was also approaching quickly. Faced with such a huge monster, the Apocalypse soldiers had lost all thoughts of resistance and hurriedly retreated. Xiao Ai, drive the base vehicle over here immediately. Yihan quickly contacted Xiao Ai. Report to the commander. The base vehicle has stopped at the entrance of the negotiation hall. After hearing this, Yihan turned to Wang Long and said, "Take that old man Yamamoto Iki and return to the base car immediately." After walking 2 steps, Yihan realized something was wrong and asked hurriedly, "Where's Lauda? Remember to bring Lauda with you." I've got him. A guard soldier responded hurriedly, holding the desperate Lin Yaikairo in his other hand. After returning to the base car, Yihan finally felt relieved, and then found 2 soldiers to guard Lin Yaikairo and Yamamoto Iki. "Wang Long, what's the situation outside?" Yihan asked. At this time, the entire Huffing town was in chaos. The Apocalypse soldiers had just heard that Yamamoto Iki wanted to become sworn brothers with Yihan, but in the blink of an eye, Yamamoto Iki became a prisoner. By the time they reacted and picked up their guns to fight back, they were facing Yihan's mechanized troops. Report to the commander. The guard battalion led by Yamamoto Iki is still fighting with our army, but the enemy is already in a state of decline. Wang Long reported. They don't have any support troops, right? Yihan asked with a frown. This place is not too far from Chongkong City. If the Chongkong City department reacts and comes to support, my situation will not be good. Wang Long laughed when he heard this. Chongkong City department is busy defending the city right now, so how can they have time to support here? The fact is indeed, as Wang Long said, the level of chaos in Chongkong City is not much worse than that in Huffing Town. After the daily attacks in the past period of time, and with Yamamoto Iki leaving the camp, the defense of Chongkong City could not be looser. Mu Jin had been playing the crying wolf trick on them every day before. Even now, when the rumbling tank troops approached Chongkong City, many soldiers still thought that this was just another small-scale attack. But the 125mm caliber rifled gun of Dragon 99A soon made them realize the reality. As the ground troops moved in, an entire aviation regiment suddenly appeared over Chongkong City. It was early morning, and although the Apocalypse soldiers had night combat equipment, the Apocalypse players did not. However, both the Dragon 20 and the Dragon 10 are modern helicopters with all-weather combat capabilities. With the assistance of thermal imaging and optical equipment, there is almost no place for soldiers to hide in the entire urban area. Wang Hu's 111th Regiment, Gao Sheng's 112th Regiment, Li Qingwang's 113th Regiment, and Li Qingjing's 114th Regiment, a total of 4 mechanized units, with thousands of armored vehicles and artillery pieces of hundreds of millimeters. Such an elite force suddenly rushed into Chongkong City with an attitude of completely crushing the enemy with ease. On the other hand, on Tianqi's side, since Yamamoto Iki left, the command authority of the army has fallen into the hands of other deputy ministers. Needless to say, the Apocalypse players had already lost their will to fight in the previous battle. They only put up a symbolic resistance and then tried to escape. As for the Apocalypse army, although they fought desperately, their numbers were less than Yihan's, and their equipment was inferior, so they posed no threat. When Mu Jin led the troops into the city, They discovered that the strongest resistance in this battle turned out to be the millions of zombies in Chongqing City. We've got him. It looks like Tianxi doesn't have any means of resistance anymore, Yi Jingyu said excitedly while standing beside Mu Jin. There was no expression on Mu Jin's face. She just took out a telescope and looked at the situation in Chongqing City. After a long while, she finally said, "It's not important to take over Chongqing City. The most important thing now is to expand the results of the battle. The enemy has lost their will to fight. Tens of thousands of Apocalypse players are fleeing. We must intercept them first." Yi Jingyu was stunned when he heard this, and after thinking about it carefully, it was just as Mu Jin said. Now all the Apocalypse players have reached level 3, and each level 3 player can bring 500 points. If Yihan can defeat all of these nearly 60,000 Apocalypse players, he will gain 30 million points. Call the 112th Regiment immediately. Let Gao Sheng's Cat Light Infantry Regiment immediately intercept the Apocalypse players in the city. At the same time, the Aviation Regiment and the Rocket Flying Battalion also intervene in the interception work. Mu Jin said in a cold voice. "We must get these points." After hearing this, Yi Jingyu quickly asked the soldiers to contact the 112th Regiment, while Mu Jin then issued another order. Call the 141 Lancer Special Forces Battalion and have Dragon Strait 8L take them to the Tianxi Chongqing City Headquarters Building and the Chongqing City Logistics Point respectively. Mu Jin was standing on the rooftop at this time, looking at the lighted Apocalypse building from afar. The cold wind of midnight swept in, blowing her black hair apart, making her feel quite cool. Tell Frost, make sure to protect the logistics point. The Apocalypse headquarters must be completely wiped out. Not a single person can be spared. Mu Jin's cold voice was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 159 Level 5 Lord. At this time, Yihan was also paying close attention to the situation in Chongqing City. After wiping out the Apocalypse Guard Battalion in Huffing Town, Yihan immediately asked Xiao AI to drive to Chongqing City. However, even if Yihan arrived there as soon as possible, he was still a little late. By the time he arrived in Chongqing City, the mighty siege army had already entered the urban area. All he could see was a spectacular but messy decisive battle. The ones that were vigorous and spectacular naturally referred to Yihan's troops, while the ones that were in a mess were the Apocalypse troops. The 80,000-strong army is fleeing. The armored forces are busy clearing the zombies in the city, and only the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment and the Aviation Regiment go in pursuit. Yihan asked Xiao AI to park the base vehicle in front of the building where Mu Jin was, and then he went up to the rooftop. At this time, Mu Jin was the only one left on the rooftop. Yi Jingyu had already taken the other soldiers to convey the combat orders. Seeing Yihan rushing over, Mu Jin raised her eyebrows and said complacently, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. I did a good job stealing the house this time." Yihan had just drunk a lot of wine with that old guy Yamamoto, and when he saw Mu Jin's appearance, he suddenly felt strange. At least I should give her a reward. The custom-made gun was given to Mu Jin a long time ago. I have nothing now, so it would be a bit unreasonable to just boast about my achievements. Yihan thought so, and under the influence of alcohol, he walked up to Mu Jin as if possessed by a spirit, and then stared at Mu Jin. Mu Jin frowned at Yihan's expression and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Then Yihan just reached out and touched Mu Jin's head. It felt furry, like touching a kitten. "Thank you for your hard work, my little brigade commander." Yihan leaned over and whispered in Mu Jin's ear. Just as Yihan finished speaking, Mu Jin narrowed her eyes slightly, and then punched Yihan directly in the chest. With a bang, Yihan was knocked 2 meters away and fell to the ground. Although Mu Jin is not a combat hero, she has an S-level foundation. This punch was definitely of B-level. Fortunately, Mu Jin held back, otherwise Yihan would not have been so simple as flying away. After this punch, Yihan sobered up a lot. He covered his chest with one hand and yelled at Mu Jin, "Are you fucking crazy? How dare you attack the commander-in-chief? You can't be the brigade commander anymore. You will be demoted to deputy brigade commander." Mu Jin looked at Yihan lying on the ground and snorted coldly. She said, "Divine gold," and then turned her head away and ignored Yihan. But the moment she turned her head, a fire flashed outside the building. Yihan didn't know if it was an illusion or his eyes were blurry, but he seemed to see Mu Jin's pretty face slightly red for a moment. Yihan took a break, then stood up and walked to Mu Jin and asked, "My friend, did you blush just now?" Mu Jin turned around and glanced at Yihan indifferently. Her little face was calm and her eyes were as still as an ancient well. "What do you think, old friend?" Hearing her voice as light as mineral water, Yihan shook his head. Forget it. It seems that I really drank a little too much." Mu Jin laughed at what he said. It's really tight at the front and tight at the back. We are fighting for you here, but you are relaxed and having a good time drinking with your Sakura brothers, right? Yihan was already accustomed to Mu Jin's sharp tongue. If it were someone else, they would probably be choked by Mu Jin and embarrassed. But Yihan lit a cigarette for himself and said without blushing or beating his heart, "Learn from this. Your commander-in-chief went to the Hongmin banquet alone and captured the enemy general alive with his eloquence. How can a little girl like you understand this?" Hearing Yihan's words, Mu Jin snorted coldly and ignored him. Yihan took a puff of his cigarette and asked, "How's the battle going on the front line?" "Apocalypse has been defeated. I have sent people to pursue the enemy. The Special Forces Battalion has also launched a decapitation operation. I estimate that it won't be long before we have news," Mu Jin said lightly. Hearing Mu Jin say this, Yihan felt relieved and then turned around and took Mu Jin back to the base car. 3 hours passed quickly, and Yihan was nervously paying attention to the situation in Chongqing City. But at this moment, Yi Jingyu rushed over with a panicked look on his face. The Special Forces Battalion is in danger. A level 5 Lord Zombie appears in the Apocalypse building. Yihan was shocked. A level 5 Lord Zombie. He had only encountered 4th level lords before, such as Avengers and Barrier Masters, but now a 5th level lord appeared. Moreover, there were more than 200 Special Forces soldiers sent to the Apocalypse building, and even they encountered danger, which shows that this 5th level lord is by no means simple. "What's going on?" Yihan asked with a frown. Yi Jingyu hurriedly transferred the combat footage of Han Shuang and his men to the big screen in the command center. "The underground laboratory is ahead. Tell the soldiers to be careful. There may be Lord Zombies." Frost's voice was heard in the picture. As the picture moved, a gate made of alloy appeared in front of Yihan, with a red high-risk sign on it. "Can you unlock it?" Frost asked. "No." A Special Forces soldier stepped forward and tried. Here, 64-bit blocks are used to encrypt the data. The key length is estimated to be more than 58 bits. We can't decipher it without professionals. There was silence on the screen for a while, and Yihan's heart was hanging in the air. It's easy to guess that the things that can be locked up here are definitely not simple, but the Special Forces soldiers have no choice. They must clean up the Apocalypse building. This is their assigned mission. Moreover, Han Shuang could never have imagined that there would be Lord Zombies above level 4 in this building. "Demolition Man," Frost ordered in a low voice, "avoid the gate and blow up the wall next to it." There was a loud bang, and the wall was damaged a lot, but there was still no sign of explosion. "Keep blasting," Frost said coldly. Explosions continued to be heard. After several explosions, the wall finally collapsed, and the situation in the laboratory was exposed. Various medical experimental instruments were placed in the empty laboratory, but these medical instruments were surprisingly large and obviously not for human use. "Everyone, be on alert," Han Shuang whispered, and then led the soldiers to slowly move into the laboratory. Suddenly, in the dark corner of the laboratory, a low roar was heard, and the soldiers quickly pointed their guns at the source of the sound. The thing finally showed up. A huge humanoid creature slowly walked out. Yihan in the command center felt his breathing stop after just one look. It was several meters tall, with muscles all over its body. Its fist alone was as big as a car, and its body was covered with heavy armor. Level 5 Overlord Zombie, Titan, a masterpiece of Apocalypse Company's biochemical experiments, a mutant creature produced by multi-generational reproduction of viruses. It is extremely destructive, equipped with heavy armor and rocket launchers, and has self-healing capabilities. "Open fire. Heavy weapons support," Frost roared suddenly. Chapter 160, Change of Camp. Under Frost's command, the soldiers opened fire one after another, and the laboratory was filled with gunfire. A soldier from the Special Forces Battalion quickly stepped forward and aimed the Type 98 rocket launcher he brought at the Titan, who stood up. "Get out of the way. Rockets," Frost roared, and the soldiers hurriedly stepped back. Amid the gunfire, the rocket launcher suddenly made an explosive sound, and the rocket, with its tail flames swaying, hit the Titan directly. The soldiers stared at the hit Titan and did not dare to relax at all. Frost swallowed his saliva. The rocket just launched was used for anti-tank purposes. No matter how tough the Titan was, it would probably not feel good to take this hit, right? However, the facts were exactly the opposite of what Han Shuang thought. After the explosion, the smoke slowly dissipated, and it was revealed that Titan's flesh was indeed blown apart, but the injury was not serious. However, what surprised Yihan the most was that his body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Fire!" Frost roared. Countless bullets hit him, but even the armor-piercing bullets were just like tickling him. The Titan's defense is not like an iron wall, but more like some kind of rubber that heals very quickly. The bullets penetrate into it like a drop in the ocean, without any sound. No, we have to retreat. Han Shuang was stunned by this scene. He muttered to himself and waved his hand to let the soldiers retreat. However, the Titan was already enraged at this time. He roared, and his huge body moved at an incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of a special soldier. Just one punch, and only a pool of blood and mud was left on the ground. And deep in the laboratory, countless pairs of red eyes lit up, and the Avengers stepped out one by one. At this point in the scene, there was a sizzling sound, and then only snowflakes were left on the screen. Contact the Special Forces Battalion immediately to evacuate the Apocalypse building. Yihan stood up and made a prompt decision. Contact the 111th Regiment Tank Battalion and rush to the Apocalypse building. Have Dragon 99A blow the building down for me. Are you trying to play that on me? Since you can take rockets head on, I'll let you have a taste of tank guns. If I can't kill you with one shot, I can at least blow you into pieces, right? After receiving the order, Yi Jingyu quickly went down to convey the instructions. On the other side, in front of the Apocalypse building, the Special Forces soldiers had quickly withdrawn from the building, but several soldiers still died at the hands of Titan. At this time, the tank battalion under Wang Hu also arrived at the scene, and dozens of Dragon 99A tanks surrounded the Apocalypse building. Titan also rushed out of the Apocalypse building at this time, and was about to kill everyone, but he saw several 125mm tank guns aimed at him in front, and the other directions were also filled with Dragon 99A. He roared, and the rocket launcher on his back was ready to fire. But how could Long 99A give him this opportunity? With Wang Chuanzong's shout, "Fire!" The Dragon 99 as opened fire in unison, and the huge sound of the artillery shook Chongqing City. Even the ground was shaking. The Titan was completely shattered by the sound of the cannon. With so many tanks, no matter how strong his self-healing ability is, how can he recover after being blown to pieces? The news of Titan's destruction quickly spread to the base vehicle, but Yi Han didn't take it seriously. What surprised him was not the Titan itself, but the fact that since a level 5 lord had appeared in Chongqing City, there must be a higher level zombie lord in Jianghan province. I'm afraid I need to pay more attention to this potential hidden danger. Xiao AI, how many points do you have now? Yi Han asked. Report to the commander. Your current total points are 71.3 million, and you are only 20 million points away from being promoted to the division level. Xiao AI said excitedly. Yi Han was also delighted. He only had 40 million before the battle in Chongqing City, but he didn't expect that his money would almost double after just a short while. When do you expect to accumulate 100 million points? Yi Han asked. Before Xiao AI could reply, Mu Jin said calmly, "It's about morning. The zombies are now upgraded to level 2 or 3. They provide a lot more points than level 1 zombies. And Apocalypse players can also provide tens of millions of points. After this battle, your points will probably be 130 million. Seeing that Mu Jin had interrupted her, Xiao AI angrily said, "It's obvious to you? Do you want me to say it?" Mu Jin glanced at Xiao AI calmly and said, "You little AI are quite jealous. Then you should have a good chat with your commander." After saying that, Mu Jin turned around and stopped paying attention to Xiao AI, observing the situation on the battlefield. Yi Han ignored the verbal sparring between the two women and fell into deep thought. His current brigade has about 15,000 people. Once it is promoted to division level, its size may reach nearly 100,000. How can this be called a division? It is already equivalent to an army group. Moreover, after the promotion, there will probably be a lot of new equipment, such as the heavy armored combined brigade that he has been dreaming of, or even the Air Force. Thinking of this, Yi Han couldn't help but look forward to it. At present, he also has the ability to manufacture suicide drones, secondary individual exoskeleton systems, and enhanced drug production. Once this force is fully built, it probably won't take too long to take over the small Jianghan province. By then, I will own an entire province and directly challenge the Apocalypse forces in the entire Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, when Yi Han was imagining the future, the voice of the world system suddenly came from his mobile phone. It was detected that the Chongqing City Apocalypse Company has been destroyed, and the Chongqing City Apocalypse Camp mission has failed. Savior Yi Han has achieved the first phase of the mission objectives. The system rewards him with a drone production line, a city-level savior title, and a medal. Mission rewards will be issued later. After Chongqing City is completely liberated, the second phase of tasks and maps will be opened. After the liberation of Chongqing City, all Wanderer players in Chongqing City can reselect their camps. Hearing the message on the phone, Yi Han was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened the communication hall to check the situation inside. Yi Shin really took over Chongqing City. I said I would follow Yi Shun. Where's Apocalypse? Those who chose Apocalypse, get out here. It's so funny. The people from Tianxi have either been killed or are on the run. How can they have time to hang out in the communication hall? We can choose our faction again. Everyone should choose the savior this time, right? I don't choose. Wanderer is better. He can ride on the fence and lean on both sides. Who knows if Yi Han can still be so vigorous in the second stage? Indeed, it is still the most profitable to be a wanderer. If the Jianghan province department is powerful, we will continue to follow Tianxi. If Yi Han is powerful, we can also join the Manhwa group. If you like to sit on the fence, then sit on it well. When the Manhwa group conducts a political review of you, we'll see if you can still smile. At this time, most of the people speaking in the communication hall were Wanderer players. The Apocalypse players who were lucky enough not to be wiped out by the Cat Lightfoot group were hiding at this time and did not dare to show their heads at all. Chapter 161, 100 million, promoted to master level. Yi Han looked at the players in the communication hall who said they wanted to continue being wanderers, and a cold look emanated from his eyes. Shall I count those who said they want to continue to sit on the fence and send the list to Lu Tu and the various departments? If you see them, just treat them as Apocalypse players. Some vagrants think they are smart, but in fact, Yi Han hates speculation and betting on both sides the most. Also, send a message to Lu Tu, asking him to strengthen the entry threshold of the main car group in the future, and all members of the main car group must be saviors. When they first entered the second world, everyone was unfamiliar with the situation and chose to wait and see as wanderers. Yi Han did not blame them. But at this point, the conflict between the saviors and Apocalypse Company has been exposed. It would be unforgivable to just sit back and watch the fight. After receiving Yi Han's message, Lu Tu quickly called back, "Brother Yi, don't worry. After a round of reforms, our main team has improved its thinking, and the current team members have switched to the savior camp." Yi Han's brows relaxed when he received the news. Among the three camps, the Apocalypse camp and the savior camp cannot be changed once chosen. Only when they are tied to the same boat with Yi Han can he use them with confidence. Although the Apocalypse has various benefits, Yi Han currently has a lot of resources in his hands. As long as the saviors who follow him do a good job, he will not hesitate to give them some equipment. Take the main vehicle regiment, for example. With Yi Han's help, all members replaced their weapons with modern ones, and the third-level vehicles were also fully equipped. Although their firepower is not as strong as Yi Han's own troops, it is not much inferior to that of the Apocalypse players, and there is even a tendency for them to be superior. At this time, the battle in Chongqing City had come to an end, and all the troops were carrying out cleanup tasks. Yi Han felt relieved and returned to his room to rest. Yi Han woke up leisurely the next morning. Since Wang, who was sent to serve as the commander of the 111th Regiment, Wang Long, the commander of the Guard Battalion, had become his personal attendant. As soon as Yi Han walked out of the bedroom, Wang Long came up to him and said, "Commander, breakfast is ready. How about we send it to your office?" "No, I'll go to the cafeteria to eat." Yi Han shook his head and walked towards the cafeteria at the rear of the base vehicle. "By the way, how is the battle on the front line going?" Yi Han asked casually. "I don't know about that either." Wang Long touched his head and smiled awkwardly. He was leading a guard troop and had no chance to get involved in frontline affairs. After hearing this, Yi Han didn't say much, and then took Wang Long to the cafeteria. The cafeteria of the base vehicle was renovated when it was at the looming base. The windows are bright and clean, and the marble floor has been wiped clean. In a private room in the corner of the cafeteria, Mu Jin was also having a meal. While Yi Han asked Wang Long to get him some food, he sat down opposite Mu Jin. "What's wrong? Didn't you get enough rest last night?" Yi Han asked, looking at Mu Jin's haggard look. Mu Jin rolled her eyes and ignored Yi Han. Wang Long came over with the food and said with a smile, "Brigade Commander Mu did not sleep all night last night. He was keeping an eye on the situation at the front line." Yi Han frowned when he heard this and said, "Then go and have a rest after dinner. I'll keep an eye on the front line." Mu Jin nodded and said, "Your points are almost enough, and you can be promoted to the master level later." When it comes to points, Yi Han also feels a lot more relaxed. After being promoted to division level, his own military strength will be sufficient to stabilize the situation in the entire Chongqing City, and he can even send troops to test other cities in Jianghan Province. The pressure during this period was finally relieved. Feeling relaxed, Yi Han started chatting with Wang Long. Zhang Tai said he used to be a senior electrician. "Do you remember what you used to do?" Wang Long thought hard and shook his head. "I don't remember." Yi Han frowned. When Zhang Tai was summoned, he was already an officer, while Wang Hu, Wang Long and others were promoted from soldiers. Could it be that only characters summoned by the Xiao AI system at the officer or hero level can retain their memories? Thinking of this, Yihan turned to look at Mu Jin and asked, "Then do you know your life experience?" Hearing Yihan's words, Mu Jin's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then her eyebrows slightly frowned, but she quickly regained her composure. She shook her head and just said, "I don't know." After saying this, Mu Jin put down her chopsticks, turned around and left. Yihan was stunned. Looking at Mu Jin's expression, it seemed that she didn't forget it, but rather didn't want to recall it. However, Mu Jin was unwilling to say, so Yihan naturally would not ask more questions. After finishing his meal, he took Wang Long to the command center. There were only Yi Jingyu and other staff officers in the command center at this time. Yihan did not ask any questions and quickly called Xiao Ai out. "Xiao Ai, how many points do you have now?" Yihan asked. "Commander, your current total points are 103.24 million, which meets the requirements for promotion to colonel and division commander. Do you want to be promoted?" Yihan nodded. "Yes." After deducting 100 million points, the current remaining points are 3.24 million. I am promoted to colonel, division commander, and have the division commander level command authority unlocked. The division level configuration can have 5 fully staffed combat brigades, each with a maximum of 13,000 personnel, and the full strength of the division can reach more than 65,000 personnel. The maximum number of logistic soldiers summoned has been increased to regimental level, totaling 2,600. Logistics troops, engineering troops, and special arms do not occupy division-level quotas. The Level 7 mall is now open and a Division Commander gift pack is being distributed. The Division Commander gift pack includes a set of Division Commander uniforms, a fully reinforced heavy armored combined brigade, and the number of random hero-level character draws X1. As the gift packs were distributed, Yihan's military uniform and rank were changed to that of a Division Commander. According to Xiao Ai's introduction, this Division Commander's uniform is made of materials that far exceed the current technological level. Wearing it can not only improve the wearer's physical fitness, but more importantly, this uniform contains a disposable plasma polymerization protective shield. Its strength can withstand frontal attacks from large-caliber tank guns. Too bad this thing is disposable. However, the military uniform is secondary. The most important thing is this fully strengthened heavy armored combined brigade and the number of random hero-level character draws. After all, if he wanted to build a heavy armored combined brigade, he would need at least tens of millions of points. Now Xiao Ai was giving one to Yihan for free, which could only be described as really great. As for the random drawing of heroic characters, needless to say, Mu Jin has relieved a lot of pressure for herself during this period. Chapter 162 Heavy Synthetic Brigade. Yihan immediately gave Xiao Ai an order. Summon the Heavy Armored Combined Brigade. "Yes, Commander," Xiao Ai replied. The system's Heavy Armored Combined Brigade was built with reference to the Dragon State's Heavy Armored Combined Brigade, with additional personnel and equipment configurations added to the original one. It has a total of 13,000 people, divided into 5 regiments, each with 2,600 people. These include 3 Heavy Armored Combined Regiments, 1 Fire Support Regiment, and 1 Comprehensive Support Regiment. The Heavy Armored Combined Regiment has 4 Heavy Armored Combined Battalions and 1 Reconnaissance Battalion, equipped with 120 Long 99A tanks, 60 Long 09 infantry fighting vehicles, 60 PLC, 05 self-propelled mortars, and 20 various service support vehicles. The Reconnaissance Battalion consists of 2 mobile reconnaissance companies, 1 battlefield surveillance company, and 1 drone company. The Fire Support Regiment has 2 artillery battalions, 2 air defense battalions, and 1 combat support battalion. The artillery battalion is equipped with 60 self-propelled artillery pieces of various types, 30 PHC, 10 rocket launchers, and various service vehicles. The air defense battalion is equipped with 60 PG-07-33 mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 30 Hongjian 10 air defense missiles, 30 Hongjian 17 air defense missiles, and various service vehicles. The combat support battalion includes a communications company, an engineering company, a bridging company, an electronic warfare company, and a chemical defense company. The Comprehensive Support Regiment is composed of a heavy armored combined battalion, a service support battalion, a command battalion, a combat support unit, and a service support unit. The service support battalion includes the supply company, transportation company, maintenance company, patrol company, and medical company. The command battalion is responsible for maintaining the security of the regiment and brigade headquarters. Combat support units and service support units include reconnaissance units, artillery units, aviation units, special operations units, air defense units, electronic warfare units, medical units, maintenance units, and transport units. The total number of personnel in the brigade is 13,000, including 300 Long 99A tanks, 120 Long 09 infantry fighting vehicles, 180 self-propelled artillery pieces, 120 anti-aircraft missile vehicles, 60 rocket launchers, and other service vehicles are not counted for the time being. Xiao AI introduced herself for more than 10 minutes, and Yi Han, who was standing beside her, was stunned. This enhanced heavy armored combined brigade is not only large in scale and well-equipped, but also has a complete range of types, from infantry to tanks, from artillery to air defense, from cannon to missiles. As for various support forces, they are even more sufficient and complete, and even drone companies, electronic warfare companies, chemical defense forces, and aviation forces are all available. As far as the ground is concerned, it has no shortcomings, but its strengths are exceptionally long. There are nearly 1,000 combat vehicles of various types. Just take the Long 99A heavy tanks in this brigade as an example. What does 300 of them mean? Canada, the neighbor of the beautiful country, has only 82 cars in the whole country, and Europe's romantic country and sunset country have only more than 200 cars each. This is the case even for the old capital powers, not to mention other countries. With just this one heavily armed combined brigade, Yi Han is enough to sweep across most countries in the world. Of course, the comparison of data is only based on peacetime. The industrial production capacity of various countries will inevitably increase greatly during wartime. But even so, this heavy armored combined brigade is incredibly strong. If Yi Han had this army before attacking Chongqing City, then Yi Han's target would probably not just be Chongqing City. At the very least, he would have to defeat the Apocalyptic Company in Jianghan Province. Just as Yi Han was surprised, a tall and straight officer suddenly walked into the command center. Heavy Armored Combined Brigade Commander Wang Zhan is here to report. Yi Han looked at Wang Zhan with a fiery look in his eyes. Okay, Wang Zhan, your Heavy Armored Combined Brigade will be designated as Independent 1st Brigade. You will now lead your troops to station near Chongqing City and wait for my next order. Yes. Wang Zhan saluted and immediately left the base vehicle. This is the benefit of the troops given by the Xiao AI system. From combat to service, from company commander to brigade commander, Xiao AI has all the equipment, and Yi Han doesn't need to worry about anything at all. However, just a heavy armored combined brigade is far from enough for Yi Han. After Chongqing City is thoroughly cleaned up, there will be a lot of points left. Yi Han plans to use these points to upgrade the 111th Regiment led by Wang Hu to a heavy armored combined brigade. Then Yi Han opened the level 7 mall and took a look at the things inside. The maximum number of 141 Lancers, rocket troopers, and magnetic infantry has reached the regimental level. Xiao AI also reminded that these 3 special arms can only summon 1 regiment at most. But that's enough. In addition, the engineers, logistic soldiers, and medical soldiers in the soldier summoning column have also been upgraded to regimental level units. At the same time, there are many more special soldiers, such as maintenance soldiers and drone operators. As for the tank factory and arsenal, they have also been upgraded to the next level. All the equipment that has appeared in the heavy armored combined brigade before can be produced by the tank factory. The most important thing is that the arsenal can now produce biological bullets, the same kind of bullets used by ghosts, which can cause fatal blows to biological units. The Army Officer Training Center can also be upgraded to train Major General level commanders. There is also an additional Level 1 airport manufacturing in the building column. Level 1 airport. Construction costs 100,000 credits, can accommodate 30 fighters, 5 transport aircraft, and is equipped with relevant ground crew. When Yi Han saw this, his heart began to beat violently. If there was an airport, it meant that he could exchange for fighter jets. At this time, the aviation weapon manufacturing factory can indeed be upgraded. After the upgrade, it can be exchanged for Long J, 10 fighter jets, 10,000 points. Long Yun, 8 transport aircraft, 20,000 points. Although these 2 models are not the most advanced in Longwo at present, they are extremely reliable and cost-effective main models. For Yi Han at present, the addition of Long J, 10, and Long Yun, 8 can be regarded as adding wings to a tiger. After all, it is unrealistic to rely solely on the Army Aviation Force for air power. After expanding to Jianghan Province, the Sakura country will inevitably do its best to suppress us, and seizing air supremacy will become extremely important. Yi Han glanced at his points. The front line was still reaping the rewards, and he still had more than 5 million points. Without exchanging troops, Yi Han first used the points he had to upgrade all the buildings to the division level, and then asked Xiao AI to build a first-level military airport based on the civil airport in the suburbs of Chongqing City. In the end, It only cost more than 200,000 yuan. For Yihan, these points are not even considered points. Yihan felt quite relieved. After being poor for so long, he could finally be rich for once. The combat power and size of the troops behind him had also been improved, and points could be obtained faster than before. What we have to wait for now is the clearing of the frontline troops. After that, we can expand our troops and prepare for the next battle deployment. Chapter 162, Li Qingwei. Yihan was lying on the command chair in the command center, his ears filled with all kinds of information coming from the frontline troops. Liushang Street cleaning is complete. The 3rd Company of the 4th Battalion of the 112th Regiment requests further instructions. Lushang Town is being cleaned up, and the battle is expected to be over in an hour. A large number of zombies have appeared in a building in Chongqing City's high-tech zone. The 1st Company of the 2nd Battalion of the 113th Regiment is engaging the enemy, requesting support. The 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion of the Army Aviation Regiment is on the way to provide support. This is the 3rd Company. This is the 3rd Company. There are 2 Leopard 15s on 3rd Street whose tracks have been caught by zombies. Please send a maintenance team over. In the command center, Yi Jingyu and other staff officers listened to reports from various units while issuing various instructions. Yihan no longer needed to deal with these trivial matters at the moment, and he was happy to be free. He looked around bored at the busy people in the command center. At this moment, Yihan suddenly discovered a camp bed in the corner of the command center. Yihan frowned. Didn't he build a dormitory in the base vehicle? Why was there still someone sleeping here? He immediately stood up and took a look. He saw Mujin curled up on the simple camp bed and fell asleep. Her thin body was covered with a small blanket with a cinnamon dog pattern. How can you sleep in such a noisy command center? Yihan leaned over and took a closer look. Mujin's face was leaning against the wall, with a few strands of black hair scattered on her face, making her face look so pale that it was heartbreaking. Normally, Mujin is indifferent to everything, and only smiles when there is a war or something bad happens. Now he sleeps like a cute kitten. As Yihan was watching, Mujin suddenly frowned and her breathing became rapid, as if she had a nightmare, and she was mumbling something unclearly. Wang Long. Yihan turned around and called Wang Long over in a low voice. How did she sleep here? Didn't the engineering company prepare a place for her? Wang Long explained, the dormitories in the base vehicles are all large bunk beds, and they are all male soldiers' dormitories. The oasis is far from the command center, and Ghost is always running naked in it, so when Brigadier General Mu is in the car, he usually sleeps here in the command center. She said this was also to facilitate battlefield command, so she would be the first to know if anything happened. Hearing Wang Long's words, Yihan suddenly felt a little guilty that he had actually forgotten about this. The dormitory in the base vehicle was full of soldiers, so it was not convenient for Mujin to move in, but I didn't prepare a place for her. Go and tidy up the bed in my room and change the sheets and quilt covers. Yihan whispered to Wang Long. Let Mujin have a good rest now. We will have to prepare a separate room for her and other commanders later. After all, Hibiscus is different from ghosts. Ghosts can live in the oasis space and ignore what is happening outside, but Hibiscus cannot. After Wang Long had finished cleaning up, Yihan signaled Yi Jingyu and the others to keep their noise down, then reached out and picked up Mujin from the camp bed. Mujin was originally thin, and as Yihan had improved his physical fitness, her small body didn't even feel any weight when she was held in Yihan's chest. So light. Yihan was a little surprised, and then he carried Mujin to the bedroom. Mujin was sleeping soundly in his arms. She didn't wake up after being picked up by Yihan. She just frowned slightly, and then leaned her head on Yihan's chest and continued to sleep. A unique body fragrance of a young girl lingered in front of Yihan's nose. Looking at Mujin, who was like a kitten in his arms, Yihan did not dare to have any other thoughts and hurriedly suppressed the throbbing in his heart. I got punched by her not long ago. If I don't keep my hands to myself now and she wakes up, I'll never be able to wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. After putting Mujin on the bed, Yihan covered her with a quilt and left the bedroom lightly. Wang Long, go contact Lu Tu and ask him to collect a batch of level 3 room expansion packs from the Mainche group. Yihan said to Wang Long as he came out. Wang Long nodded and hurried to carry out Yihan's orders. I let Mujin sleep in the command center all day, so it's no wonder that Mujin's favorability can only be increased by 5 points. Yihan opened Xiao AI's hero character favorability panel and took a look. However, the favorability of Mujin was not the same as before. 65, acquaintance. But 70, congeniality. Wasn't it 65 before? How come it became 70? Yihan was a little surprised when he saw this. Could it be that Mujin wasn't asleep just now? This is impossible. With her temper, She would have kicked me away just now. Yihan suddenly remembered his frivolous behavior on the rooftop. He clearly saw Mu Jin blushing at that time, but Mu Jin denied it later. Could it be that it would be improved by 5 points? This is the only possibility. Yihan was speechless. It seemed that Mu Jin was still a proud and sharp-tongued person. Although she didn't admit it, the Xiao AI system would not lie to her. While thinking about Yihan, he returned to the command center. He still had one chance to summon a heroic character, and he had to use it quickly. Xiao AI, use the heroic character summon. Okay, Commander. Following Xiao AI's voice, a huge roulette wheel appeared on the holographic screen in front of him. Yihan learned his lesson this time and no longer dared to say anything about exchanging his life for S level. He immediately clicked the draw button. As the turntable turned, Yihan also stared closely at the changes on it. This lasted for more than 10 seconds, until the pointer of the turntable stopped steadily on the picture of a white-bearded old man. Yihan only took a look at the old man and felt that he had secured it this time. The old man looked to be in his 60s, with white hair and a youthful face. He was wearing a blue robe and holding a whisk in his hand. He looked like an immortal and otherworldly master. If this is an S level, then it must be A level, right? Yihan opened his eyes wide and grinned. Congratulations, Commander, we've drawn the D-rank hero Li Qingwei. Xiao AI reported as she blinked. Super. Ghost is already C level. How come this old guy is only D? D level is also the lowest level among heroic characters. Damn it. Congratulations for giving me a D level hero. Yihan was almost speechless. Before Xiao AI could reply, an old man with messy hair and beard walked into the command center. Yihan frowned and looked at the old man. Not only was his robe full of holes, it was also covered in grease, his face was covered in dust, and his white beard and hair were messy like a bird's nest. The most important thing is that when the old man saw Yihan, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he hurried over, threw the stinky chicken leg in his hand to the ground, and grabbed Yihan's hand. Commander, I see that your forehead is black, and you will have a bloody disaster in the near future. Our acquaintance is also fate. As long as you give me a full meal, I will definitely help you turn the disaster into a blessing. The old man stank all over and spoke the same words as a charlatan. For a moment, Yihan couldn't figure out whether he was a beggar or a swindler. No, who are you, Lao Deng? Yihan pulled his hand away and looked at the old man with a frown. Chapter 163, Counting with Fingers. Who I am. When the old man heard this, a thoughtful look suddenly appeared on his face. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he couldn't think of anything for a long time. Yihan was also puzzled. What was wrong with this old man? Was he losing his memory? He seemed to be very good at fooling people just now. Xiao AI, what's the situation with this old man? Yihan asked Xiao AI. Commander, he is Li Qingwei. Xiao AI said weakly. Please get me his information. Xiao AI nodded immediately and retrieved Li Qingwei's personal information and displayed it in front of Yihan. D-level hero, Li Qingwei. Age, 116. Introduction. Known as the finger calculation god, he is proficient in the 4 pillars and 8 characters, Ziwei Do Shu, and is familiar with Kaiyuan Zhan Jing and Gua Lao Xing Zhong. He is proficient in astrology and geomancy. He calculated all the strange people and strange things in the world, but he did not expect that his life was like dust. His wife and children were dead and separated. He was alone, a widower, and was destined to be mentally deficient. In the current state, I don't remember what happened before and after my death, and the accuracy rate of each divination is 1. Special reminder. There is a very low chance of triggering the complete form every day. In the complete form, you will become an S-level hero, the diviner Li Qingwei, and the accuracy of divination will be increased to 99. After reading Li Qingwei's message, Yihan suddenly didn't know how to comment. Obviously, this guy is not an ordinary D-level character. There is a very low possibility that he can become an S-level character, but the probability is already outrageously low. Moreover, the divination accuracy rate is only 1, which is no different from guessing. Even if you ask yourself to tell other people's fortunes, you can always guess a few correctly out of 100 people, right? In other words, this old fellow's current level of calculation is not even close to accurate. While Yihan was speechless, Li Qingwei on the other end asked Yi Jingyu who he was with a confused look on his face. How could Yi Jingyu know? He waved his hand and told him to go away quickly, as he was still busy. Come here. Yihan waved to Li Qingwei. What? Do you know who I am? Li Qingwei hurriedly ran to Yihan and looked at him expectantly. Do you know Li Qingwei? Yihan asked. Li Qingwei? I know him, he said with a grin. Huh. Did this old guy remember who he was? Who would have thought that the old man's next words would make Yihan angry to death? The head of Shushan. Taoist Qingwei. Yihan was speechless when he saw Li Qingwei laughing. This old man really had lost his memory. Forget it, forget it. Your name is Li Yuangue. Do you know that? Oh, so my name is Li Yuangue. I remembered it as soon as you reminded me. Li Qingwei touched his head and said with a smile. This old man really believes it. However, the fact that this old man could live to be over 100 years old does have some meaning of longevity. Anyway, turtles were also called Yuangue in ancient times. Before he remembered that he was Li Qingwei, it was indeed correct to call him this name. Wang Long. Take him downstairs to take a bath, let him have a meal later, and then bring him here. Yihan shook his head and said to Wang Long. While Wang Long was taking Li Yuangue to wash up and eat, Yihan wrote his own birthday on a piece of paper. After thinking about it, he felt that it was not enough, so he got the birthdays of Ghost and Hibiscus from Xiao AI. I will let Li Yuangue try his hand on these 3 birthdays later and see what this old guy can say. However, Yihan did not expect him to be able to calculate it accurately. After all, the probability of 1% was ridiculously low. If his luck was a little worse, he might not be able to guess it right from morning to night. After a while, Wang Long came back with Li Yuangue cleaned up. At this moment, he looked much more comfortable than before. He had changed into a clean suit and trousers, and had combed his hair and beard. Suddenly, standing there, I really felt like a hermit. But Li Yuangue lived up to Yihan's expectations and started picking his nose. His aura disappeared in an instant, and he looked a bit vulgar. Come, take a look at these 3 birthdays. Yihan handed the paper to Li Yuangue. Li Yuangue took it and looked at it, then said while picking his nose, No? Young man, are you eating delicious food? I don't need to pay for fortune-telling, right? Yihan smiled kindly upon hearing this. Either you settle the bill properly, or you won't be able to eat tonight. Li Yuangue shook his head when he saw this. Forget it, it's fate that we met, so I'll just do a fortune-telling for you reluctantly. After saying that, Li Yuangue picked up the paper and began to study it. The first one was the ghost's horoscope. Li Yuangue took a look and said, this is interesting. The overall situation is cold metal and cold water, and the noon fire is drained by water. In addition, the person was born in winter, and the taboo god is not controlled. The sunflower water enters the storehouse and encounters punishment, conflict, and destruction. Self-punishment brings killing, and the official killing is uncontrolled. Not good. Seeing that Li Yuangue was speaking seriously, Yihan also became curious. Why is it not good? If I'm not mistaken, the owner of this destiny must have menstrual disorders, and the amount of bleeding is extremely heavy each time. Li Yuangue said, stroking his beard. But it's not a big deal. I'm familiar with medicine and can immediately prescribe a prescription to replenish qi and blood and regulate menstruation, but it will cost extra. Yihan held his forehead and sighed. This horoscope indicates a man. Oh, Yuan-in is a different story. In the month of Hai, the water element is Kuei, and the wealth is in power. The water force is controlled by Wu, so the person will be rich and noble. There is also Binghua to adjust the climate. The metal is warm and the water is warm, and the wounded official is matched with the seal, so he will be even richer and nobler. What a good horoscope, Li Yuangue said confidently. Damn it, just now it was cold, and now it's warm again. Does it mean that whether one's life is good or bad is all up to you? You still call him rich and powerful? Ghost was almost drained dry a while ago, and now his only fun is running naked in the oasis space. You call this rich and powerful? Yihan shook his head. Forget it, just watch the next one first. Well, Li Yuangue stroked his beard with one hand and held the paper with the other hand to examine it carefully. Bing fire is born in the month of Z, with Kuei water revealed in the heavenly stems, and Qi Sha also revealed in the heavenly stems. This is a typical Qi Sha pattern, Li Yuangue said, nodding his head. 7 killings? What do you mean? Yihan also became serious, because this was his own horoscope. Where's the cigarette? How can I show you without a cigarette? Li Yuangue glanced at Yihan. Yihan quickly lit it for him, and the old man continued his analysis. First, let's look at the strength of your day element. Ding fire sits under Mao wood to generate fire, and the heavenly stems also have Jia wood to generate fire. It has no root energy, only yin energy, so it is weak. The positive yin energy is too strong, and the day element has no root. But the murderous aura in this situation is controlled, so it has a noble aura. The positive seal can neutralize the murderous aura. Now it is the Xinyo period, and the pressure is very high. Are you under a lot of pressure now? Chongkong City has just been taken, and a heavy armored combined brigade has just been commissioned. I am under a lot of pressure. While Yihan was thinking about it, Li Yuangue spoke again. But he must be ugly. Yihan frowned. Was he ugly? Xiao AI said he was handsome the first time she saw him. Why? No reason. It's just my intuition. Li Yuangue was still a little complacent. Chapter 164, end of the first stage. Come on. Yihan rolled his eyes. Look at the next one. Li Yuangue then began to study Mu Jin's horoscope, but his expression changed after just 2 glances. Hiss. These 8 characters. Li Yuangue frowned and looked at Yihan. Commander, there is no need for you to test me with the horoscope of a deceased person, right? I am not a vegetarian. Yihan wanted to slap him when he said this. This one probability was not an exaggeration. Not a single one of them matched. The master of the horoscope is Jiamu, and the whole situation is either metal or fire, which is all restraining and depleting. It is extremely weak and has nothing to support it. Logically, this situation should be followed, but Jiamu Day Master is the most difficult to follow the weak pattern. Jiao wood is a yang wood with tenacious vitality. Even if it is cut down by metal or burned by fire, it is difficult to kill it. From a weak character, it can become a noble character, but if it does not, it will be bad. The whole situation is full of officials and killers, and there is no control. Among the gods and evil spirits, there are empty flying blades, and there is also the boy evil spirit. I can conclude that the owner of this life will definitely die young. Li Yuangue wanted to continue talking, but Yihan quickly pulled him back and whispered, "Stop talking." I haven't finished yet. Not only did this person die young, but I feel that he looks just like the last one. Extremely ugly. Damn it. I told you to stop talking. You'd better wish me good luck. Yihan swallowed and quickly stood away from Li Yuangue. Mu Jin had arrived at the command center at some point and was standing behind Li Yuangue. Mu Jin had already seen the 8 characters on his hand, and as for Li Yuangue's words, Mu Jin heard them clearly. Who are you talking about who died young and was extremely ugly? Mu Jin asked unfriendly. Of course, I'm talking about the owner of this horoscope. Li Yuangue was still not aware of the seriousness of the situation. This 8 characters are mine. Hearing this, Li Yuangue turned around and looked at Mu Jin carefully, then smiled and said, "Little girl, don't tease me. Look, you are alive and well, aren't you?" The coldness on Mu Jin's face did not diminish at all. Li Yuangue finally realized that something was wrong, but his expression did not change, and he kept muttering. "And you are not ugly at all. Look at your appearance. You are as graceful as a startled swan and as elegant as a swimming dragon. You are as glorious as an autumn chrysanthemum and as luxuriant as a spring pine. You are like a light cloud covering the moon and fluttering like snowflakes blown by the wind." Li Yuangue stepped back as he spoke, and before he finished speaking, he quickly shouted, "Super." The old guy turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Mu Jin did not chase after him, but looked at Yihan coldly. "Where did you get this old liar? I just slept for a while and you're doing this stuff, right?" Yihan also felt wronged. "No, it was just now." "Stop it. Let me ask you again, why did I appear in your bed? What did you do to me?" Mu Jin was already a little embarrassed and annoyed when she said this. "This is really unfair. I saw that you were not comfortable sleeping in the command center, so I brought you to my bedroom. You don't have your own bedroom. Is there anything wrong with me doing this?" Yihan was speechless. After hearing this, Mu Jin snorted coldly. "Where's my blanket?" Seeing that his explanation was effective, Yihan quickly handed the cartoon blanket with the bay dog printed on it to Mu Jin. Mu Jin took the blanket with her face still red. She turned around and ignored Yihan. "Your blanket is very cute." Yihan smiled behind him. Hearing this, Mu Jin's face became even redder. She ignored Yihan and ran to the command desk, holding the blanket in her arms. Seeing this, Yihan said nothing more. He turned to Wang Long and said, "Take that old liar Li Yuangue to the oasis space and lock him up with the ghost. Ask the ghost to keep an eye on him to prevent him from cheating people." Wang Long nodded and hurried after Li Yuangue. After Wang Long left, Yihan walked up to Mu Jin. By this time, Mu Jin had recovered. Her little face was expressionless and cold. Yihan coughed and asked, "How is the cleanup of Chongqing City going?" "It's almost over," Mu Jin said. "The citywide cleanup has been completed, and only a few remote towns around Chongqing City are left." Hearing Mu Jin's words, Yihan quickly turned around and looked at his points column. There are already more than 20 million on it. These points are almost enough to expand my existing troops. "You just got an entire heavy armored combined brigade?" asked Mu Jin. "That's right." Mu Jin nodded. "Then we can put the matter of Chongqing City aside. With the existence of this force, the subsequent task of expanding to other cities can be handed over to them." "That's what I mean. Once I'm settled, I'll go back to Looming Base," Yihan said. Now the entire Chongqing City belongs to him, and with the Iron Army of the 1st Independent Brigade, all he has to do is stabilize the rear. After expanding the army, some troops were left to guard Chongqing City, and the rest were sent out to capture other cities, with the sword pointed directly at Jianghan province. Moreover, during this period of time, it is also necessary for me to hold a commendation meeting to commend those who have made military contributions. Apart from anything else, many people in the intelligence department made great contributions this time. By night, the world system's broadcast sounded again. All apocalypse targets in Chongqing City have been cleared, the first stage is over, and the Jianghan province map is open. Along with the voice of the world system, Yihan also had a map of the entire Jianghan province in his hand. Yihan put the map away, stood in front of the base vehicle, and looked up at the sky. Without human industrial pollution and lights, you can see the sky full of stars even in Chongqing City. When Yihan was sinking in the starry sky, he didn't know when Li Yuangue ran out from the oasis space. He only took a look at the sky and said to Yihan in a panic, "Not good, not good. Mars is guarding the heart, and the Emperor is blamed by the sky. Look at the division of the stars, it is right here. Commander, you have to be careful. I'm afraid you're in danger." Yihan turned around and kicked Li Yuangue to the ground. "Fuck you, Wang Long. Who told you to let him out?" Seeing this, Wang Long hurriedly pulled Li Yuangue away. After this, Yihan lost interest in watching the stars. He turned back to the base vehicle and asked Xiao AI to drive the base vehicle towards looming base. As for Mu Jin and Yi Jingyu, they naturally followed back as well. Chongqing City has been captured, and the frontline command center has naturally been cancelled. The heavy combined brigade will be temporarily stationed in Chongqing City, awaiting the next step of action. As for other troops, those with garrison missions will continue to garrison, and those without missions will follow Yihan back to looming base. Chapter 165. The close relationship between the military and the people. Yihan returned to looming base that same day. Since the great victory in Chongqing City, the various troops have not only searched for a large amount of supplies from Chongqing City and its surrounding areas, but the number of survivors has also increased again. When Yihan left last time, there were only 30,000 people in Looming Town, but now there are 50,000. Not only that, according to Yi Ruoshue's report, some female survivors in the base are pregnant. As the saying goes, when you are well fed and well clothed, you will think about sex. As the living conditions at the base improve, many couples begin to develop secret feelings for each other during their work and life. For this purpose, Yi Ruoshue also set up a civil affairs department, providing one-stop services from handling marriage procedures to the child's birth registration. In addition, a series of fertility services and policies have been issued. Yi Ruoshue made her decision based on Daxiong's birth policy during World War II. For families with many children, the base not only provides subsidies, but also issues certificates of honor. As for getting married, that is even simpler. The first thing the Civil Affairs Department did was to abolish the bride price, and to provide housing and jobs to men and women after marriage. Let the survivors of the base dare to get married, want to get married, dare to have children, and have more children. Anyway, there is a shortage of labor and a surplus of land resources now, so naturally people are not so competitive. So when Yihan returned to the base, he saw a completely prosperous scene. As soon as we entered Shillong County, the first thing we saw was teams of patrolling garrison soldiers, fully equipped and well-trained. The streets were filled with red flags and banners reading, "Dare to defend the base, be able to win battles, dare to protect the people, and contribute to rejuvenation," could be seen everywhere. Factories and farmlands across Shillong County resumed operations, and the high-spirited singing of production teams could be heard everywhere. Although the base is currently lacking in productivity, with the presence of rapid growth agents, the supply can still keep up. Hearing that Yihan was going back to the base, Yi Ruoshue came to Shillong County early to pick him up, and on the way she explained the current situation of the base to Yihan. The base has always adhered to the 8-hour work system, and those who have reached the required working years will be allocated housing. However, there are still too many people in the base, and it is a mixed bag. Some people's ideological awareness is still not enough. Yihan didn't think this was a big problem. It doesn't matter. If we open more lifelong schools in the future and pass it down from generation to generation, one day the residents' ideological awareness and cultural literacy will be improved. Yi Ruoshue nodded. There is also the issue of health. I found some military doctors from the military hospital and survivors with medical skills, and asked them to co-found a medical school and train a group of medical talents. It is expected that it will not be long before primary hospitals can be opened in various residential areas. There is also no shortage of medical equipment, so it is expected that these will be replenished in a short time. Hearing Yi Ruoshue's words, Yihan was relieved. He turned to look at Yi Ruoshue's haggard face and asked, "What about you? You've done so many things for the base. Don't you consider your own lifelong affairs?" Yi Ruoxue smiled awkwardly. Where is the time? Yihan also felt a little guilty for leaving such a large base to Yi Ruoxue. Although there were many other people to help, Yi Ruoxue had to step in for all the big things. A young girl had basically married herself to this base. You should also pay more attention to rest and take care of yourself. Now that the affairs of the base are stable, there is no need for you to ask about everything. Just delegate the things that should be delegated. Yihan said with some heartache. After all, this world still belongs to the survivors. Let them handle some things themselves and train them to become suitable successors. Hearing Yihan's words, Yi Ruoxue nodded thoughtfully. After returning to Looming Base, Yihan ordered a group of troops to be stationed in various places in the city. When the troops entered the city, they were naturally seen by the survivors in the base. Modern helicopters flew through the sky, and the rumbling sound of the Dragon 99A's engine continued to ring out. As for the soldiers, they were in neat uniforms. Oh my god, are there so many troops in our base? Of course not. These are all our Dragon country's troops. They all just came down from the front lines, having won a great victory. I heard that they've even taken Chongqing City. I'm afraid they all suffered a lot. Just look at how many people are buried at the Martyrs Cemetery, and you will know how cruel the front line was. As the survivors spoke, some of them had tears in their eyes, and many of the older ones even cried, holding portraits of great men in their hands. Baskets of eggs and bags of bread were delivered to the soldiers one after another by the survivors. Although the base is not short of supplies now, the survivors themselves are not rich. These seemingly cheap things are the best gifts they can give to reward the soldiers. The soldiers naturally couldn't accept it, but they couldn't refuse, and for a moment the team was in a stalemate. If foreign media had filmed this, they would certainly have said that the Longwood troops were robbing civilians, but in fact, this was the most genuine reflection of the close relationship between the military and the people. Wang, who also got out of the jeep at this time, waved to the survivors and said, "Fellow villagers, I appreciate your kindness, but the army has discipline and cannot take your things. It is the duty of a soldier to defend the country. I, Wang Hu, would like to thank the folks for their gifts, but you really can't take them." As soon as Wang Hu finished speaking, the survivors were stunned. Is that the chief? Of course. Stuff it on him. So, a large number of survivors rushed to the jeep and stuffed food and water into Wang Hu's jeep regardless of any obstruction. Yihan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw Wang Hu's embarrassed face. "Why don't you go out and say a few words?" Mu Jin said with a smile. Yihan rolled his eyes at Mu Jin, thinking that if he went out alone, he would probably not be able to reach the headquarters until dark. Instead of helping Wang Hu out of trouble, Yihan asked Xiao Ai to sneak away quickly. Xiao Ai, pass the order to all the troops. If they can't refuse, just accept things like eggs. Later, let the kitchen team provide extra meals for the people stationed in the area, but valuables are absolutely not allowed to be taken. Yihan said, Xiaoxue, have the logistics department distribute welfare benefits to all the survivors in the base. Victory on the front line is also inseparable from the stability and hard work of the rear. Yi Ruoxue and Xiao Ai both nodded. The base vehicle then hurried back to the base command center. However, the troops were in a bad situation. The aviation regiment was fine, but the ground troops encountered a ridiculous scene on their way. The survivors threw boxes of various gifts onto the army trucks, and the soldiers threw the boxes back. The stuff flew back and forth between the soldiers and survivors several times, and finally the troops took a portion of it. The survivors looked at the army fleeing in a panic, all with smiles on their faces. Perhaps only at this moment would Yihan's troops be so panicked. Chapter 166 Expansion. After returning to the base command center, Yihan immediately gave Yi Ruoxue, Mu Jin, and all the units a few days off. Now that Chongqing City has been taken, there won't be any fierce fighting in the short term. You've been busy these days, and it's time to take a break. Take 3 days off, but you must stay in touch. You can't lose contact. Yi Ruoxue and Mu Jin both nodded, and then went downstairs to rest. They were indeed exhausted during this period. However, they can rest, but Yihan cannot. Now that the second stage has just begun, Yihan took a look at the communication hall. The number of players displayed on it has reached more than 1 million, most of whom are Apocalypse players. In the short term, they may not have any ideas about Chongqing City, but over time, Apocalypse Company will naturally not let go of Yihan, the thorn in its side. Xiao Ai, please compile a list of the people who have made contributions in the base and the troops this time. Not only soldiers and officers, but also survivors and main members who have contributed to the base. Yihan turned his head and said, I had wanted to hold a commendation meeting before, and now is the time to start preparing for it. You give them all holidays, but you don't give me one. Xiao AI said somewhat aggrievely. Artificial intelligence also needs to rest. And I don't rest either. Tisk. Xiao AI pursed her lips and then began to collect information. While Xiao AI was collecting information, Yihan was thinking about the expansion of the army. The heavy armored combined brigade is too tempting. Of course, just one is not enough. Wang Hu's 111th Regiment must also be upgraded. Thinking of this, Yihan took out a pen and paper and started to do the math. The 1st Independent Brigade can be used as a template, and you can just copy it directly. The current 111th Regiment has a total of 2,600 people, while the 1st Independent Brigade has 13,000 people. The expansion of staff alone will cost more than 4 million. A heavy combined brigade has 300 long 99A vehicles, 120 long 09 infantry fighting vehicles, 180 self-propelled artillery, 120 air defense missile vehicles, and 60 rocket launchers. This does not include other logistical vehicles and supporting equipment. The total cost of equipment was more than 2 million. Minus the equipment already available in the 111th Regiment, the total cost was 2.2 million. The total cost of this heavy armored combined brigade came to nearly 7 million. After Yihan exchanged these equipment, he asked Wang Hu to take his subordinates, officers of all levels, to the training center. It cost 10,000 to upgrade Wang Hu to Major General, while Wang Chuanzong and his men were promoted to Colonel, and some junior officers were added. It cost tens of thousands of points again. Wang Hu, your 111th Regiment has been expanded and renamed the 2nd Independent Brigade. You will be stationed in Shilin County with your troops and await further orders. After all, the looming base can no longer accommodate so many troops. After doing all this, Yihan still had more than 10 million points, but Yihan did not continue to expand, but turned to the Scientific Research Center. I had previously opened the box and found the human enhancer and secondary individual exoskeleton system, and since then I had asked the research center to use the arsenal to produce them. I don't know how the production will go. Seeing Yihan coming, Chunjung quickly reported the production situation. A lot of human enhancers have been produced. Now the Special Battalion and the 111th Regiment have been equipped with them. As for the secondary individual exoskeleton, it requires a lot of materials to produce, and we have already produced more than 1,000 sets. Yihan frowned. The output is still too low. It must be enough to equip the entire army. If you need manpower, go to Yiruashua or Mu Jin for help. If you need materials, go to Wang Hu or Chunweigua for help. The ones produced later will be distributed to the 1st and 2nd Independent Brigade first. These two units will have tough battles to fight later, so they must be fully equipped. After hearing this, Chunjung nodded and immediately asked someone to contact the logistics department. In the Oasis space, Yihan also met Li Yuangui and the ghost. At this time, Li Yuangui was holding the ghost's hand and looking at it carefully, saying as he looked at it, "Look at your lifeline. It's so short. Oh, this is not good." The ghost listened with a serious face. "Master, do you have a way to crack it? I am in a dilemma too. Show me your horoscope." Fuck. The gold is cold and the water is cold, full of murderous aura. This is bleeding profusely. Yihan was speechless. He originally wanted the ghost to keep an eye on Li Yuangui, but now the father and son were studying him. However, he was too lazy to deal with these two funny guys at this moment. The first-level airport in Chongqing City had been completed, and he had to quickly equip the aircraft there. The maximum capacity of a first-level airport is 30 fighter jets and 5 transport planes. I have no shortage of points now, so of course I have to equip them fully. Moreover, Yihan can use the transport plane even more. There is a small military airport in the suburbs of Shilin County, which can just meet the material transportation needs between Looming Base and Chongqing City. Xiao AI equipped Chongqing City's first-level airport with 30 Long J-10 fighter jets. Yihan said to Xiao AI in the command center, "Okay, Commander, which model do you want?" Yihan frowned. "Model? Is there any more model? I really don't know much about fighter jets." The Dragon J-10 includes 3 models, namely Dragon J-10A, 10,000 points, Dragon J-10B, 15,000 points, and Dragon J-10C, 20,000 points. Xiao AI replied, Is there any difference? Is the more expensive one better?" Yihan was puzzled. Not really. It can only be said that the missions they perform are different. The biggest difference between the 3 models is the radar. The Long J-10A is the oldest model and is equipped with a flat panel slot radar. The Long J-10B is the most transitional model, equipped with a passive phased array radar. It is also the only fighter jet currently equipped with this radar in Longhua. As for the Long J-10C, it is an advanced active phased array radar. After Xiao AI explained, Yihan still didn't understand, but after thinking for a while, he said, "Then equip 5 Dragon J, 10A, 10 Dragon J, 10B, and 10 Dragon J, 10C. In addition, 5 Long Yun, 8 transport aircraft were also equipped, and 2 colonel commanders and 5 colonel staff and logistics officers were exchanged from the Air Force Officer Training Center. Establish an Air Force command at Chongqing City Airport. This aviation unit is tentatively designated as Air Force 001 Regiment." After receiving Yi Han's instructions, Xiao AI quickly handled them, and soon Yi Han received the message. "This is Su Sheng from the Air Force Command. Reporting to the commander, the Air Force Command has been established, waiting for instructions." The Air Force Command in Chongqing City called. "Okay, Su Sheng, you will temporarily take charge of the Air Force Command and can currently serve as the head of the Air Force 001 Regiment. During this period, you will have the Air Force perform patrol missions and monitor the situation in Zhanghan Province." Air Force Command received. Chapter 167, Organizational Structure. In the end, the supporting equipment and personnel for a first-level airport in Chongqing City alone cost more than 600,000 points, of which 500,000 were used to purchase fighter jets. The remaining 100,000 or so was used to purchase ground support vehicles and command personnel. After Yi Han finished his work at the Air Force Command, Xiao AI on the other end also compiled a list of commendations for this time. Yi Han looked at the list for a long time. It included not only those who had made contributions, but also the martyrs who had sacrificed their lives. Yi Han had no objection to this. After thinking about it, he sent the list to Yi Ruoxue and asked her to find a suitable person to organize the commendation meeting and determine the prizes. Yi Ruoxue had just had her vacation, but she had to run back to the base command to hold a meeting. There was no way, there was really a shortage of staff. Yi Ruoxue held an important position, so it was normal for her to be suddenly called back during the holidays. A few hours later, the base command meeting was concluded, the time of the commendation meeting was finally determined, and arrangements were made for the factory to produce the medals. The commendation ceremony is scheduled to be held the day after tomorrow. The factory will produce the medals today and tomorrow. Yi Ruoxue sent a message to Yi Han. Yi Han looked at it and asked, "Are you going to do it yourself?" "That's not the case. Sister Miao Miao has nothing to do these days. She said she has handled similar things before, so I left it to her." After seeing Yi Ruoxue's reply, Yi Han didn't say much. Yi Han didn't know Lu Miao Miao's workability, but since Yi Ruoxue trusted her, Yi Han naturally wouldn't say much. The task at hand was finally finished, and Yi Han could finally take a break. After these days of hard work, Yi Han no longer had the mood to go out and relax, so he turned around and went to the lake in the oasis space to go fishing. Ghost and Li Yuangue were acting sneakily, and no one knew what they were doing. When they saw Yi Han coming in, they quickly hid. These two people. Yi Han just smiled bitterly and shook his head when he saw them. Then he picked up a pen and paper and started to sketch out the structure of the current base while fishing. After all, there are more departments under my jurisdiction now, and it would be easy for me to forget things if I don't write them down on paper. First is the General Command Headquarters, which is the General Command Headquarters of the entire army established with the base vehicle as the support, and he himself is the Commander-in-Chief. It is mainly under the jurisdiction of the base command and the general staff of the entire army. The general staff of the entire army is composed of the Air Force Command, the Army Command, the Garrison Command, and the Intelligence Department. The base command is headed by Yi Ruoxue and is under the jurisdiction of a series of departments including the General Logistics Department, Industry Department, Medical Department, Public Security Department, Supervision Department, Transportation Department, and Civil Affairs Department. Under these departments are a series of sub-departments. Among them, Yi Ruoxue served concurrently as the Minister of Logistics, Secretary of the Public Security Department, and Secretary of the Supervision Department. The Minister of Public Security is the former commander of the 1st Regiment of the 56th Garrison Division. The Minister of Engineering is Wang Niu, and the Minister of Supervision is Chen Weigua. As for Lu Tu, he has been transferred to Luming Prison as the warden, and Lu Miao Miao is the Minister of Propaganda. Needless to say, the general staff of the entire army has Mu Jin as the chief of the general staff and also the commander of the entire division, and Yi Jingyu as the deputy chief of staff and head of the command center. The Air Force Command is headed by the newly appointed Su Sheng, who is also the commander of the Air Force 001 Regiment. The commander-in-chief of the Army Command is Mu Jin, and it has under its jurisdiction the 1st Independent Brigade, the 2nd Independent Brigade, the 112th Regiment, the 113th Regiment, the 114th Regiment, the 115th Aviation Regiment, and the Special Forces Battalion, the Magnetic Storm Infantry Battalion, and the Rocket Flying Battalion. Both the 1st Independent Brigade and the 2nd Independent Brigade are heavily armed combined brigades, with Wang Zhan and Wang Hu as brigade commanders respectively. The 112th Regiment is also known as the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment, with Gao Sheng as its leader. The 113th Regiment is led by Li Qingwang. The 114th Regiment is led by Li Qinjing, and the 115th Regiment is led by Yi Tianyu. The commander of the Special Forces Battalion is Han Shuang. The commander of the Magnetic Storm Infantry Battalion is Zhang Tai, and the commander of the Rocket Flying Battalion is Lu Kong. The chief of the Garrison Command is Chun Weiguo, who is also the commander of the Garrison Division. The head of the Intelligence Department is Yuriko. As for Wang Long's Guard Battalion, it has almost become his own exclusive security force. Yihan was almost done with his calculations when the fishing rod trembled slightly. Yihan quickly put down the paper and pen in his hand and lifted the rod suddenly. A palm-sized carp flew up with the rod, and its scales sparkled in the sunlight. How can a small fish like this come out to make a living? Yihan was speechless. He immediately took off the fishhook and threw the little carp into the lake. Go call your grandparents, Yihan said as he put down his fishing rod again. Not long after the fishing rod was cast, Wang Long suddenly ran to the lake. Commander, I have received the level 3 room expansion packs you asked me to collect. I have received 5 in total. Hearing Wang Long's words, Yihan was delighted and quickly put away his fishing rod. As for the bait he brought, he poured all the bait into the lake. This really makes the fish in the lake happy, especially the little carp that Yihan just released. They have to go back and write a story about Peach Blossom Spring Overnight, right? Looking at the 5 level 3 room expansion packs in Wang Long's hand, Yihan nodded and said, Okay, let's go back to the car now, and call Wang Shi from the engineering battalion over to me. I had planned to prepare a bedroom for Mu Jin and the others before. Now that the room expansion pack has arrived, this matter can finally be settled. Why don't we call Wang Niu from the engineering department? He is an engineer and has experience in building toilets and kitchens for base vehicles. Wang Long said after thinking for a while. Wang Niu, Wang Long, I'll fuck your fuck. Yihan naturally had no objection to this. After arriving at the base vehicle, Wang Shi and Wang Niu also quickly came over. After taking a closer look, Yihan decided to prepare a separate room for Mu Jin and Yi Ruoxue. After all, they were his right-hand men. One is responsible for the work of the entire base, and the other is responsible for the work of the entire army. The task is heavy, so it is necessary to get a good rest. Then a temporary rest room is prepared for all the officers in the army. They only live in the base vehicle occasionally, and in most cases they still have to sleep in their respective bases. The remaining 2 rooms were used as soldiers' dormitories. Frost's special battalion followed him most of the time, and the previous 2 rooms were already full by the guard battalion, so it was necessary to build 2 more rooms. After the plan was completed, Yihan asked Wang Niu to draw the design, while Wang Shi took the engineers to collect the decoration materials and undertake the construction. 2 soldier dormitories and officers' dormitories are built in the 2nd corridor on the 1st floor of the base vehicle. Mu Jin and Yi Ruoxue's are built in the 1st corridor. After installing the 3rd level room expansion pack, it can provide 300 square meters of expansion space, which is more than enough for 1 person to live in. First, it was Yi Ruoxue's room. Yihan directly arranged a study, an office, a living room, and a bedroom for her in the room according to Yi Ruoxue's preferences. The decoration is in accordance with Yi Ruoxue's favorite new Chinese style, using Chinese elements and modern materials in a clever layout and a large number of wooden furniture. The study is also filled with various management and political science books collected by Yihan, as well as some ancient Chinese novels that Yi Ruoxue liked to read when she was in junior high school. Chapter 168 Commendation Conference. On the wall of the reception room is a large-scale, meticulous painting collected from the Chongqing City Art Museum, 8,000 miles of rivers and mountains. However, this thing is naturally a replica, and it is only a part of the original picture. After all, the original is a long scroll painting, more than 10 meters long, stored in the capital of Dragon Kingdom. When Yi Ruoxue heard that Yihan was decorating her room, she hurried back to offer some suggestions. As for Mu Jin's room, Yihan had a headache. He really didn't know much about Mu Jin's preferences, but Yihan didn't plan to tell Mu Jin and was going to give her a surprise. After thinking for a long time, Yihan decided to prepare a collection room for Mu Jin's room to display Mu Jin's collections. I don't know what Mu Jin is thinking. How could a girl like to collect guns? Yihan shook his head. In addition to the collection room, Mu Jin's room also has a living room, an office, and a study. Yihan really didn't know how to decorate these 3 rooms. Yi Ruoxue, who was standing next to him, noticed Yihan's headache and came up to give him suggestions with a smile. Just decorate Mu Jin's study, living room, and office in the same style as mine. Yi Ruoxue often contacts Mu Jin and knows more about Mu Jin's preferences than Yi Han. After all, when girls get together, they chatter about everything. You mean the new Chinese style? Yi Han asked. That's right. Yi Ruoxue nodded with a smile, but then she showed a strange smile on her face. But not in the bedroom. Yi Han frowned after hearing this. What do you mean? Yi Ruoxue covered her mouth and laughed when she heard that. Then she looked around and whispered in Yi Han's ear. I'm telling you, don't tell Mu Jin that it was me who said that. You do this first, then that. Got it. After saying that, Yi Ruoxue patted Yi Han on the shoulder, showing an expression that said, I'm optimistic about you, and then ran to discuss her room with the engineer. Yi Han stood there in a daze, with an indescribable expression on his face. I didn't expect it. Mu Jin is usually cold and indifferent, but she actually likes this in private? It's true that he is not as good as he seems. But it doesn't matter. Teacher Mu has worked hard, and it's worth it for me to decorate her room carefully. Yi Han immediately called Wang Shi over. Take a few people to the major shopping malls in Shillong County and Chongqing City and look for some dolls, especially this one. Yi Han whispered a few words to Wang Shi, who forced himself to hold back his laughter and nodded, then set off with his soldiers. I'm afraid that this matter will spread through the soldiers' mouths, and Mu Jin will be embarrassed in front of the officers and soldiers in the future. But Yi Han was too lazy to care about so much, so he took Han Shuang and Wang Long and flew to Chongqing City on the aviation regiment's helicopter. According to Yi Ruoxue, there is another thing that Mu Jin likes, and she has to go to Chongqing City to find it. 2 days passed quickly, and the 5 rooms in the base vehicle were renovated. Yi Han looked at the room and gifts prepared for Mu Jin and nodded with satisfaction. Yi Ruoxue also sent a message from the other side. Brother, the commendation meeting will start at 3 p.m. You can come over after you pack up. After seeing the message, Yi Han replied, okay, to Yi Ruoxue, and then rushed to the venue with Wang Long and Han Shuang. The commendation meeting was held in the auditorium of Shillong County. After all, the looming base was just a town before. Although it is now considered the capital of the area under Yi Han's jurisdiction, its infrastructure is still a little lacking. The auditorium can accommodate nearly 500 people, and representatives from various units and troops in the base have been sent. The auditorium has been renovated, with festive red everywhere. The floor has been recovered with a red carpet. A red flag and the Dragon Country flag are erected on the podium, and a huge banner is hung above the podium. Looming Base's first base-wide summary and commendation conference. The commendation conference was broadcast live on the radio station set up by the propaganda department, so those who were unable to attend the conference could also listen to the content of the conference through the radio. When Yi Han arrived, the commendation meeting had just begun. Yi Ruoxue was holding a ceremony on the stage. He took Wang Long to look around, and saw Mu Jin sitting in the first row of the commendation meeting, holding a pen and paper in her hand, writing something. Yi Han immediately sat down next to Mu Jin and asked, Where has Master Mu been during these days of vacation? Mu Jin closed the book and said calmly, Of course I'm going to rest. Where can I go? Yi Han wanted to say something, but the commendation meeting had already begun, and Yi Ruoxue spoke at the podium. Next, let's read out the people who will be honored at this commendation ceremony. First, the list of people who will be honored by the military. Since the establishment of the base, we have experienced more than 10 battles of varying sizes. During this period, many of our comrades left us, and many comrades also fought bravely on the front line. According to the decision of the base headquarters, the 111th Regiment will be awarded the First-Class Collective Merit, the Medal of Patriotic Model, and the First-Class Red Flag of Hero. The 112th Regiment will be awarded the First-Class Collective Merit, the Medal of Patriotic Model. The Wall Guard Company of the Guard Battalion was awarded the First-Class Collective Merit, the Medal of Model for defending the country, and the First-Class Red Flag of Hero and Model. Among them, 66 martyrs who died were awarded the First-Class Medal of Hero and Model. The Intelligence Department was awarded the First-Class Collective Merit, and Lu Shui, Yuriko, were awarded the First-Class Individual Merit, and were awarded the Red Flag of Heroes. The following is a list of martyrs who died in this incident, as well as a list of individuals who were awarded medals. The list of martyrs and the list of individuals took more than 20 minutes to read out. Even the soldiers who died in the First World were mentioned. For example, the Guard 2 summoned by Yi Han at the beginning, whose name was Wang Yong, was also awarded the Martyr Medal and the title of Model Hero. No one in the audience felt sleepy at all. Yi Han knew or had met many of the people on this list. Now let's read out the list of people to be commended at the base. While the officers and soldiers were fighting on the front line, A large number of groups and personnel who made outstanding contributions to the base also emerged in the rear. According to the decision of the base headquarters, Looming Military Hospital is awarded the first-class collective merit, the Fuxing Medal, and the first-class model worker red flag. Shilin County Shiko Farm is awarded the first-class collective merit, the Fuxing Medal, and the second-class model worker red flag. The Looming Mine under the Ministry of Industry was awarded the second-class collective merit, the Renaissance Medal, and the second-class model worker red flag. The former members of the Ministry of Public Security were awarded the first-class collective merit, the Medal of Renaissance, the Medal of Model Patriotism, and the second-class red flag of hero. The list of those who died at the base and were recognized as martyrs is as follows. They will be awarded first-class merit and medals of honor. The following is a list of personnel who have been awarded individual honors at this base. The conference lasted for a long time, and many people went on stage to receive their medals. Some people who were unable to attend due to limited space in the venue also went on stage in batches to receive their awards under the guidance of the staff. Officers including Wang Hu, Wang Chuanzong, and Wang Long were also awarded first-class individual merit and the Medal of Defending the Country. Some soldier representatives even went on stage to give their acceptance speeches. Chapter 169, Hibiscus New Home. According to statistics from the base command, a total of about 20,000 people in the entire base, including officers and soldiers at all levels and in all units, have received commendation titles. The base command hereby calls on the entire society and the entire base to learn from them. Yi Ruoshue's voice was broadcast to all units in the base. After the commendation meeting, everyone left the venue. Basically, everyone had a big red flower on their chest, and some soldiers had their chests covered with medals. In addition to the Medal of Defense of the Country and the Medal of Heroism, the base command also awarded medals recording various battle events based on each soldier's participation in the combat. For example, the Shilin County Defense Medal, the Chongqing City Liberation Medal, the Looming Base Defense Medal, etc. Even Ghost received a Medal of Outstanding Contribution and the title of Model Blood Donor. Everyone had a beaming look on their faces. Although they were only given medals and commendations and not much in the way of tangible rewards, to them, these honors were in some ways far greater than material gains. A towering monument to heroes and models has also been erected at the Looming Base, on which all those who have made outstanding contributions to the base are recorded. All material rewards will disappear with time, but honor can be passed down through the ages. Even if the recipients turn to dust one day, their names on the monument will be indelible. Yihan had heard of a saying before, which was about what it means for a person to die. The destruction of the body is not true death. The true death is when the last person in the world forgets you. At that time, no one will remember your existence, and the so-called survival will become as unreal as a dream. There is a tradition in Yihan's hometown, which is to send lanterns during the Lantern Festival. When visiting the graves on the Lantern Festival, visitors will light a candle in front of the tomb, which means that the tomb owner is still being worshipped. At that time, the mountaintops were dotted with stars, candles swayed in the evening breeze, and worshippers knelt in front of the tombs and mourned in low voices, like a mysterious ceremony. But there are also many tombs covered with dead grass. Those tombs without candles are hidden in darkness, and the life, experience, name, and even whether the tomb owner existed have become a mystery in the dark. No one will care about these mysteries anymore, and no one will come to solve them. Being remembered is actually very important. Because there is someone in my heart, there is light in the darkness. That's about it. After the meeting ended, Mu Jin seemed to be busy with something. She said hello to Yihan and was about to leave. Yihan quickly called Mu Jin. Wait a minute, I have something to show you. Mu Jin was stunned for a moment, with some confusion in her eyes, but still followed Yihan to the base vehicle. Yihan opened the car door with a smile and brought Mu Jin to the door of the room. Comrade Mu Jin, welcome home. It was a beech door, which the engineers had specially brought back from the furniture factory in Shilin County. There was a mahogany doorplate on it, with Mu Jin's name engraved on it. Mu Jin was stunned for a moment. Then there was some surprise in her eyes. Although she tried to suppress it, she couldn't hide the smile between her eyebrows and in the corners of her eyes. Have you been busy preparing a room for me these days? Of course not. Let's go in and take a look. Yihan said this as he opened the door and walked into the room with Mu Jin. The entrance is the hallway, where the sunlight from the living room scatters through the floor and onto the hallway. On the cabinet in the hallway stands a small pot of hibiscus flowers. Mu Jin didn't say anything, but just followed Yihan, blinking her eyes and looking around. This is the reception room. The furniture and soft furnishings were all picked for you by Yi Ruoshua. She said you should like this style. Yihan said from the side. Mu Jin raised her head and looked at the small paintings hanging on the wall of the living room, then looked around the living room and nodded. This is your collection room. You can put your collections here later. Seeing that Mu Jin was satisfied, Yihan took her to visit other rooms. Yi Ruoxue also helped her choose the decoration of the collection room and study, which were decorated in the same style as the living room. There was a huge desk in the office and a map of Dragon Country hung on the wall, making it convenient for Mu Jin to handle official business here. After looking at a few rooms, Mu Jin smiled at Yihan, which was rare. Is this a reward for me? Yihan smiled awkwardly. Not entirely. I should have prepared these things a long time ago. I was too busy recently and only remembered them when I saw you sleeping in the command center. Before Mu Jin could answer, Yihan pulled her to the bedroom door again. Here is the surprise. Open it and take a look. Yihan said mysteriously. Could the bedroom be any different? Mu Jin opened the door with some surprise, and she was stunned at the first glance. The decoration style of the bedroom is completely different from that of other rooms. If the outside is more mature, the inside is like a princess room prepared for a little girl. As soon as you open the door, you can see a cream-style princess bed with white lace hanging on it and a teddy bear doll on the pink and white sheets. As for the rest of the room, everything was pink and white, and the carpet in front of the bed was piled with all kinds of dolls. Bay dog, Barcelo bear, bunny rabbit, tumble duck. The largest one among them is the fluffy Barcelo bear, which is more than 1 meter tall and takes up most of the carpet. Mu Jin looked at the room in front of her and suddenly stood there in a daze. It took her a long time to come to her senses. She turned around and stared at Yihan blankly, not saying a word for a long time. You can rest assured here, Yihan said with a smile. Yi Ruoxue had heard Mu Jin mention it once before, and Mu Jin's childhood didn't seem to be very happy. When I was very young, my parents quarreled all the time and I was never cared for. One time, the school held a parent-teacher meeting and all the children's parents came. Only Mu Jin was sitting alone at the desk, staring at the birds outside the window. She didn't hear clearly what the teacher said. That day was also her 8th birthday, and she was at the top of all her subjects. After the parent-teacher meeting, the teacher asked her why she didn't invite the parents, but Mu Jin stood there without saying a word. She didn't know how to explain it to the teacher because her parents went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce that morning. When Mu Jin returned home, she saw her parents packing their things. No one asked her about her grades or what reward she wanted. The first thing my parents said was, Xiao Jin, do you want to be with dad or mom? Mu Jin didn't want to answer such questions. All she wanted was a word of encouragement and the fluffy little bear in the toy store. Every day on her way to school, she would pass by that toy store. She had originally wanted to wait until her grades came out before asking her mother to buy her a toy. Don't be fooled by Mu Jin's cold and aloof appearance. She actually likes dolls very much in private, just like a little girl. She's just too embarrassed to say it. These are Yi Ruoxue's exact words that day. Yihan understood what Yi Ruoxue meant at that time. Perhaps it was because of her childhood experiences that made Mu Jin mature mentally at an early age, and she would pretend to be very powerful. But in fact, that was just self-protection. Behind the disguise, she was actually just a little girl who liked to do bad things, longed for care, and loved to collect dolls. No wonder Mu Jin likes the Laurel Dog cartoon blanket so much, and no wonder she has nightmares when she sleeps. This is probably what you can't get when you are young will haunt you for the rest of your life means. Chapter 170 The holiday is over. Although Yihan and Yi Ruoxue's parents disappeared when they were very young, at least they had a good childhood. After all, I can't remember anything about my parents, so I can't worry about anything. Especially when arguing with the kids at school, Yihan, a natural stone monkey, is invincible. When others greeted Yihan's parents, Yihan just said with a playful smile, I don't have a mother. Go call your parents over. I'll beat 3 of them. Call your grandparents too. I'll beat 5 of them. However, no matter how invincible he is, Yihan still sympathizes with Mu Jin's situation. Some things are better if they never existed in the first place than if they existed. However, Yihan still didn't understand why Mu Jin liked collecting guns so much. Could it be that she had a third personality? At this time, Mu Jin stood in front of Yihan with her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly. Yihan was stunned and asked, What's going on? Do you have a cold? Mu Jin raised her head. Her little face flushed, and her big eyes were full of water, as if she was about to cry at the next second. Seeing that Mu Jin looked like she was about to cry, Yihan panicked and asked helplessly, What's wrong, Tai Tai? Don't cry. If you don't like it, I can just buy you another set of decoration. Mu Jin turned her head away. It's okay, my stomach hurts a little. After saying that, he pushed Yihan out of the room and then closed the bedroom door. Yihan stood at the door in a daze and suddenly felt strange. Was Mu Jin angry or happy? I didn't seem to have offended her, did I? However, if Yihan could see what was happening in the bedroom, he would naturally understand. Hibiscus wiped her tears, then jumped around in the bedroom like a little girl, and finally threw herself into the arms of the huge Barcelo bear. The Barcelo bear was about 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than Hibiscus, and was covered in fur. Lying in its arms felt like being held by her mother when she was a child. It took a long time for Mujin to open the door, and there was no expression on her face. "Thank you, I like your gift very much," Mujin said calmly. Yihan scratched his head, and then took out another thing he had prepared. It was a skinny little black cat that looked only 2 or 3 months old. I ran for a long time before I found it. The city is almost in ruins now, and cats and dogs are rare. Even if I could find one, it wouldn't be dear to me. I got this from a girl in the base. The cat she raised gave birth to several kittens, and this is the smallest one, Yihan said as he handed the kitten to Mujin. When Mujin saw the little black cat, her eyes brightened slightly, and then she carefully took the kitten from Yihan and held it in her hands. "Does it have a name?" "No, you can pick one for it. It's your cat from now on anyway." "Well, then let's call him Xiaohei. What do you think, Xiaohei, do you like this name?" Mujin happily held the kitten in front of her eyes. Yihan scratched his head. "Isn't this name too common? It's better to be normal," my mom said. Mujin paused as soon as she finished speaking and said no more. She just held the kitten and looked at Yihan. The two looked at each other awkwardly for a while, and Mujin suddenly blinked and gently hugged Yihan, whispering, "Thank you, Yihan, I like the gift very much." However, after holding the cat for less than 2 seconds, Mujin quickly let go of her hand and fled into the room with the little black cat. Yihan shook his head on the spot. "Really, if you want to hug me, just hug me longer." It was over before I could react. Without staying too long, Yihan left the room and took Wang Long around the base. Ghost and Li Yuangue also came out of the oasis space at this time. According to Yihan's order, everyone in the base has been given 3 days off. The holiday will end tomorrow, so naturally these two funny guys have to come out for a walk. It was already evening, and those who were supposed to have a holiday at Looming Base had their day off, and those who had been working overtime had also gone home. The city was brightly lit, social gatherings were organized in every street. The central square was packed with people, everyone gathered together in a lively atmosphere, and there were people performing on the stage. At this time, popular music was no longer applicable, and everyone sang high-spirited revolutionary songs. The last time I saw this kind of scene seems to be a long time ago, Li Yuangue said thoughtfully, as if he remembered something. This old guy lived for 116 years, spanning 2 centuries, so he had naturally seen a lot. Seeing this, Yihan thought that Li Yuangue was about to awaken to his full form, and hurriedly asked, "When was a long time ago?" "It was a long time ago. I can even forget my name. So how can I remember these things?" Li Yuangue said while shaking his head. "But what is certain is that that time was very similar to now, with red flags flying and huge crowds of people. Speaking of which, Ghost, you have also experienced it, right?" As Li Yuangue was talking, he started chatting with the ghost again. Seeing this, Yihan lost interest and immediately planned to go home. At this moment, Yi Jingyu suddenly sent a message to Yihan. "Commander, please come to the command center." Seeing the news, Yihan frowned and hurriedly took Wang Long back to the command center. At this time, everyone from the general staff had arrived, even Mujin came. Yihan knew at a glance that something big might have happened. "What's going on?" Yihan asked. "Report to the commander. Half an hour ago, the reconnaissance formation of the Air Force 001 Regiment discovered that the Tianchi Jianghan province seemed to be making a big move." Before Yihan could reply, Mujin had already taken out a huge map of Jianghan province and spread it on the table. The closest city to Chongqing City is Songguan County in Xiangzhou City. The Air Command just reported that Tianjiang City, the capital of Jianghan province, has dispatched many troops to the vicinity of Chongqing City. Xiangzhou City has also mobilized a large number of troops to Songguan County. After hearing Mujin's words, Yihan also carefully looked at the map of Jianghan province. The terrain of Jianghan province spans a wide range, with mountains and hills dominating the north, while the plains in the south are filled with lakes and swamps. Chongqing City is located in the central border of Jianghan province. Bordering Chongqing City are Xiangzhou City in the north and Julin City in the south. Although Julin City borders Chongqing, it is blocked by the Tian Mountains. As for Xiangzhou City in the north, the first county bordering Chongqing is Songguan County. Songguan County is, as its name suggests, with mountains on both sides. To enter here from Chongqing City, one must first pass through the narrow river valley and then cross the Xiangjiang River. This place has been an important military location since ancient times, and was even called Iron Three Passes in ancient times. It seems that Tianqi's Jianghan province wants to defend this place and block us south of Songwan County, Yihan said, smacking his lips. That's right. If we want to expand outward, large-scale troops cannot cross the Tian Mountains. We can only capture Songwan County first. Mu Jin nodded. Yihan was silent for a long time, his eyes slightly cold. Send a message to the entire army. The holiday is over. All personnel on leave return to the team immediately. Chapter 171 Base Investigation Report. At this time, the command center was full of officers, and all cadres above the regimental level were in place. Songwan County is our target this time. Only after we capture Songwan County, we will be able to reach the entire Jianghan province, Yihan said, pointing to Songwan County on the map. This location is so important that it can be regarded as the throat of Chongqing City. If Tianqi holds on to this place and Yihan fails to capture it, then the area under the jurisdiction of Chongqing City will be completely blocked by the Tian Mountains and become an isolated area. Although Jiangdong province behind Chongqing City is not separated from here by terrain, due to the limitations of the world system, Yihan cannot get involved there before taking over Jianghan province. Commander, which unit will be responsible for this combat mission? Wang Hu stood up and asked. He had just expanded it into an entire heavy-armored combined brigade. After 3 days of vacation, Wang Hu, who was used to fighting, was itching to fight. When the other officers saw Wang Hu ask this question, they all turned their eyes to Yihan, their eyes full of excitement and anticipation. Seeing this, Yihan started to think. The 1st Independent Brigade and the 2nd Independent Brigade are 2 iron armies, and they are also worried about where to test their soldiers. This battle must be handed over to them, as they are the most suitable ones. Commander Mu, do you have any ideas? Yihan asked, glancing at Mu Jin. After hearing Yihan's words, Mu Jin thought for a moment and whispered, Songwan County is a long and narrow valley. 2 brigades can't deploy at all. The best plan is to have a heavily armed combined brigade take the lead in the attack, with the 112th Regiment providing support from the mountains and harassing the enemy's logistics. According to reconnaissance information, the garrison in Songwan County is approximately 100,000 men, which is almost the entire Xiangzhou City's entire military. Yihan nodded. It seems that Xiangzhou City has come out in full force. That's right. I suggest that Wang Hu's 2nd Independent Brigade take the lead in the attack. After all, the 111th Regiment is a veteran group and the soldiers are experienced in combat. The 1st Independent Brigade will be stationed near the front line. Once Songwan County is taken, the 1st Independent Brigade will immediately enter the jurisdiction of Xiangzhou City and occupy the entire territory of Xiangzhou. Mu Jin's idea was also recognized by Yihan. After all, once Songwan County was lost, the Jianghan Provincial Department would definitely send troops to support Xiangzhou City. At that time, the Independent 2nd Brigade had just fought a tough battle and urgently needed rest. The role of the 1st Independent Brigade can be seen at this time. After taking Songwan County, it will immediately expand the results of the battle, clear the zombies in Xiangzhou City, and destroy the reinforcements of Apocalypse. What Mu Jin said was actually the 3-3 tactics that Manhwa has long used, namely a main attack force, a flank covering force, and a battlefield support force. The 2nd Independent Brigade was the main attacking force, the 112th Regiment was the flank support, and the 1st Independent Brigade was the supporting force. Yihan did not hesitate and conveyed Mu Jin's arrangements to many officers. Wang Hu, Wang Zhan, and Gao Sheng were naturally happy, but the other officers looked disappointed. Those of you who are not responsible for this combat mission don't need to be discouraged. After Songwan County is captured, our army will be like a dragon entering the sea, without any constraints. Then there will be plenty of battles for you to fight, Yihan said with a smile. After hearing Yihan say this, the other officers nodded. Immediately, Wang Hu, Wang Zhan, and Gao Sheng went to their respective troops to prepare for battle. Mu Jin and Yihan did not leave, but continued to stay in the looming base. Now that Chongqing City has been completely taken, if there is any situation at the front line, he can rush to the scene at the first time. There is no need to follow the soldiers around and give them instructions. If there is any important military information that needs to be conveyed, Yi Jingyu can also make a special trip. After the combat mission was arranged, the meeting in the command center also ended, but Mu Jin did not leave. I think we can have the intelligence department go out first, bypass the small path in the Tian Mountains, and penetrate into the enemy's interior, especially the Jianghan Provincial Department. After hearing Mu Jin's words, Yihan thought for a while and decided that the intelligence department should indeed take action early. In order to seize the initiative in future wars, they must take the initiative in intelligence. The only problem is how to insert the intelligence department into it. As if seeing Yihan's worry, Mujin smiled and said, "Have you forgotten that Lin Yaikairo and Yamamoto Iki are still locked up in the base car? Hand them over to Yuriko. The intelligence department has plenty of ways to pry things out of their mouths, and the issue of disguised identities will naturally be solved." After hearing Mujin's words, Yihan remembered that Lao Da and his sworn brother were still in jail. "That's fine. Then you ask the intelligence department to take Hayashi Yaikairo and Yamamoto Iki away. You can do whatever you want to Yamamoto Iki, but remember to send Hayashi Yaikairo to the Martyrs Cemetery after you're done with him." Yihan nodded and said, "The head of the prison has a position in the cemetery." Yuriko quickly took several key members of the intelligence department to interrogate the two, along with Zhang Tai from the Magnetic Storm Infantry Battalion. Needless to say, Hayashi Yaikairo. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. The moment he saw Zhang Tai, the old man recited his family tree word for word. After the electrotherapy, Yamamoto Iki could only look up and sigh. It was a wrong payment after all. In the end, he told everyone everything he knew. After the explanation, Yihan also issued an order that Lin Yaikairo could continue to repent in the cemetery, and Yamamoto Iki would also be imprisoned in the cemetery. If nothing unexpected happens, the only thing these two people will have to do for the rest of their lives is kneeling down and admitting their mistakes. As for killing the two of them directly to appease Tianling, Yihan had considered it. The main reason is that this method is too kind to them. As the saying goes, there is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart, and the death of the body is second only to it. It would be more satisfying to let these two people see how he pushed their Apocalypse company to destruction step by step than to kill them directly. After the interrogation by the intelligence department was over, they quickly formulated an infiltration plan. Led by Lu Feng, a total of 12 intelligence personnel were dispatched, using disguised identities to infiltrate various Apocalypse agencies in Jianghan province. As for Yuriko and Lu Shui, they did not take any action this time, but stayed in the base to be responsible for the command of the intelligence department. While the intelligence department was busy arranging the infiltration work, Mujin handed a thick report to Yihan. Yihan was very familiar with the report. It was exactly what Mujin had been writing at the commendation meeting. Yihan took the report and took a look at it. On it was written in Mujin's beautiful handwriting, "Base Investigation Report. Didn't you rest during the holidays?" Yihan flipped through the report, frowning slightly. Mujin's report is more than 20 pages long and is entirely handwritten. It would probably take 3 days without a single break to finish it. "I wrote it when I was bored." Mujin said this lightly and turned away without explaining too much to Yihan. Yihan smiled bitterly as he flipped through the report. Every page of the report was filled with content. Not only did it contain statistics on the base's population, but it also contained a series of summaries on customs, population structure, industrial structure, and so on. Although it is not written in great detail, it covers almost every aspect of the base, and even a layman can understand the situation of the base through this report. How could this be written out of boredom? Chapter 172 Establishment. Yihan read Mujin's report until after 10 o'clock in the evening. This report was much more detailed than the one Yi Ruoshua gave him, so much so that Yihan couldn't help but become curious about Mujin's life experience. According to the Xiaoi system, Mujin is 19 years old. But is there really someone who is proficient in strategic command, social management, and research at the age of 19? Either Mujin lied about her age and was actually the Tian Shan Tong Lao in her 80s or 90s, or she was a gifted girl who was admitted to college right after junior high school. The former situation is impossible. After all, the Xiaoi system will not help Mujin conceal data. Then it could only be that Mujin is indeed that rare talented girl. After all, Manhwa had some programs for training leading talents before the disaster. If you have extremely outstanding talents and grades in junior high school, you do have the opportunity to be recommended to colleges for training. According to age calculation, there is a very small probability that a 19-year-old will make some achievements in academics. However, such people are probably only 1 in 10 million, or even 1 in 100 million. While thinking, Yihan also saw the last page of the investigation report, which contained Mujin's suggestions. Considering that the current organizational structure within the base has been preliminarily completed, it is necessary to establish a second Dragon Communist Party, and then establish grassroots Dragon Communist Party organizations at all levels based on the headquarters. Based on the previous ideological program of the Dragon Communist Party, we will examine the survivors, train party organization cadres, and rebuild the social structure of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, given the current situation, Dragon Country may follow in the footsteps of the old military government. Even if Apocalypse is wiped out and the imperialist forces in Dragon Country are eliminated, society will fall into chaos again. After that, Mujin also wrote advice on economic issues. Considering the previous economic structure of Manhwa, the country's land resources, mining resources, and military industry must be firmly controlled by the state-owned economy and collective economy. These are the lifeblood of the country. Once they are released, capital will pour in and the country will likely produce a large number of compradors. The profit-seeking nature of capital will make them abandon the country and society. The lifeblood of the country will flow freely in the hands of individuals like a child's play. Even foreign capital will take this opportunity to enter the game. By then, Manhwa will repeat the mistakes of history. But the private economy can also be properly nurtured. In terms of people's livelihood, the private economy will solve a large number of employment problems. At present, the number of survivors is small, and the employment situation is not severe. However, as the population increases in the future, the base enterprises may find it difficult to absorb them. It is also a way to hand over this part of the remaining employment to private enterprises and use market competition to select the best. The current productivity of the Dragon Kingdom cannot directly lead to an ideal society. It must first transition in a way that is dominated by state capital. The state's capital is not directly controlled by the people, but by the government that represents the people. When capital comes into contact with the leadership of the base, alienation will occur. One of the problems with this economic structure or social structure is that internal alienation is inevitable, so it must constantly undergo self-revolution. Capital will constantly alienate everything. It is not viviparous or oviparous, but more like metamorphosis. This kind of metamorphosis will occur inside the base in the future, so it is necessary to set up a relevant reform committee and supervisory committee inside the base and select suitable people to participate in it. But don't be disappointed. This is the best way of transition that I can think of. And for us now, these are all things that need to be considered early on. Yihan closed Mujin's report and suddenly felt that it was not wise to let Mujin command the battle on the front line. It would obviously be better to let her manage the base. Before resting, Yihan also called Yi Ruoxue, Qin Weigua, Lu Shui, and others. Yihan handed Mujin's report to everyone. This is Mujin's report, you guys take a look. Everyone looked at it for a long time, and Yi Ruoxue frowned and asked, "Are you planning to form a party?" Yihan nodded. Commander Qin should have had this experience. The base cannot always be the same base. We will have to rebuild the country from the ruins soon, and establishing a party is a must. I propose to establish the Second Longxia Communist Party, and after taking over Jianghan Province, establish the Jianghan Provincial Government. After the entire country is liberated, establish the Second Longxia Republic. Qin Weigua also agreed. The commander's consideration is also what I worried about before. If we don't have a suitable program to guide us, even if we can achieve success, we won't be able to maintain it. The future of Dragon Country must be left in the hands of the people of Dragon Country. Yi Ruoxue nodded and said, "Who will be the guide?" Yihan thought about it for a moment and decided that according to most people, he would do it. But Yihan really doesn't have this confidence. Although this world is just a parallel world, the people living here are real people. Yihan doesn't think he is a complete communist. There is neither relevant knowledge nor experience. But Yihan really wants to realize that ideal. The so-called Great Harmony Society is also the final ideal society in the ideological tradition of the Dragon people. When the Great Way is practiced, the world is shared by all. The virtuous and capable are selected, and trustworthiness and respect are upheld. The elderly are provided for, the strong are employed, and the young are raised. The widowed, the orphaned, the lonely, the disabled, and the sick are all provided for. Which citizen does not yearn for such a world? The history of human civilization is nearly 10,000 years. In such a long period of time, how many people have died for this ideal? Isn't it for this final step that humans have traveled so long? How dare Yihan treat this issue lightly? Yi Ruoxue is naturally not suitable either. Although Qin Weigua is suitable, he is too old after all. Let Mujin take charge, Yihan said after thinking for a long time. The plan was proposed by Mujin, and Mujin's vision has always been better than mine. Perhaps she is the best candidate at this stage. Since we have this idea, let's hold an internal referendum. Yihan raised his hand. Please raise your hands if you agree that Mujin should be the guide. Yi Ruoxue, Qin Weigua, and a group of people raised their hands. Well, I declare the establishment of the Second Dragon Communist Party. Comrade Mujin will serve as the first chairman of the party committee. Yi Ruoxue, Qin Weigua, Lu Shui and others will be included in the party committee's training list. Everyone must study the relevant ideological guidelines seriously and deeply. Now that the world has given us the ability to take this step, I hope we can cherish it. Yi Han's last sentence was not only spoken to everyone, but also a warning to himself. Chapter 173 Battle of Tyson Pass. The next day, two major events happened in Chongqing City. The first thing was that Mu Jin established the Second Dragon Communist Party in the base, issued relevant party guidelines, and planned the establishment of grassroots party organizations in various units of the base. According to Mu Jin, although the Second Dragon Communist Party temporarily implemented a state capitalist economic model within the base, it is still a socialist party in essence. Yi Han naturally raised an objection to this, that is, the economic base determines the superstructure. Mu Jin also gave an explanation for this. I once discussed this issue with my teacher. We must look beyond the simple binary opposition logic when looking at socialism and elevate it to the philosophical height of identity. There has never been anything like this in the world. We are all crossing the river by feeling the stones. So how can we be sure that capitalism and socialism are in opposition? It is in fact a manifestation of philosophical immaturity to simply oppose the two. The United States and the Red Bear country are taking advantage of this ideological confrontation to plunge the entire world into a Cold War mentality. The founding president of the Dragon Kingdom jumped out of this logic, and in the 1960s and 1970s, he transformed the United States and the Red Bear into the First World, and the Dragon Kingdom and other late developing countries into the Third World. In fact, socialism may be an ideal form of capitalism. It is the evolution of capitalist civilization. But the highest stage of most capitalism will become imperialism, whether it is apocalypse or Sakura country. Socialism is different. It will eventually develop into communism. This is determined by the nature of the Second Dragon Communist Party. Yi Han did not join this party. He preferred to be a behind-the-scenes person. The existence of the world system determines that he cannot stay here for long. At the same time as the party headquarters was established, Mu Jin also began to train talents. One learning center after another was built. According to Mu Jin, these learning centers will gradually develop into the Longgong Party School to train reserve cadres for the base. Fortunately, the survivors of the base had been influenced by socialism for a long time, and their learning was not about overthrowing and rebuilding, but about improving, which saved a lot of effort. The second major event that occurred in Chongqing City was the beginning of the Songguan County battle. In the early morning, Wang Hu's independent 2nd Brigade had already marched to the front of Songguan County, and two heavily armed combined regiments launched an attack on the Iron Songguan. Apocalypse has stationed more than 100,000 troops here, 20,000 of which are his own troops, and there are also a large number of high-level Lord Zombies. After a full 5 hours, the 2nd Independent Brigade barely advanced into the canyon of the Iron Third Pass, which meant they barely passed the first pass. This advancement speed is really too slow for a heavy combined brigade. But after all, this is not a battle on a plain. The narrow valleys and steep terrain are not suitable for the advancement of heavy troops, especially since Apocalypse seems to have given a death order. They are much more tenacious than the defenders of Chongqing City. Wang Hu, can we capture Songguan County before tonight? Yi Han asked in a telegram to the front line. Wang Hu looked at it and felt a little embarrassed. Even if there were 100,000 pigs, it would take me 3 days to catch them, right? But it's not Yi Han's fault that he is anxious. Mu Jin has specifically reminded Yi Han about the war on the front line. When it comes to fighting against Apocalypse, it's better to act quickly rather than late. After all, due to the limitation of Yi Han's small power, he has no clear idea of the current situation in the entire Dragon Kingdom or even the entire world. When you are at a disadvantage, you must seize the initiative first. Wang Hu on the other side gritted his teeth and said, "Commander, give us 2 days. If we can't defeat it in 2 days, hold me accountable." "Okay," Yi Han replied with only one word. In front of Songguan County, the rumbling sound of artillery could be heard continuously, and the armored units of the Heavy Combined Brigade were advancing slowly. In front of the Heavy Armored Combined Brigade, more than a dozen Level 5 Lord Titans were charging towards the artillery fire, and behind the Titans were densely packed Level 4 Lord Avengers that seemed to have no end. The Dragon 99A's artillery fire never stopped, and almost every shell would take the life of a Lord Zombie. But even so, Apocalypse's army still rushed forward as if they were risking their lives. On both sides of the valley, artillery fire was heard from time to time, all of which were aimed at stopping the advance of the 2nd Independent Brigade. The soldiers of the 112th Regiment had already sneaked into the mountains and eliminated these cold artillery points one by one. In the air above the battlefield, Countless flying Lord zombies were hovering in the air, intending to launch an air strike on the heavy armored combined brigade. However, the heavy combined brigade has an entire anti-aircraft artillery battalion, and the air defense rocket force is no pushover either. Before several pursuers could reach the troops, they were hit by several anti-aircraft rockets, and then turned into a pile of minced meat and fell on the battlefield. While the battle in Songwon County was in full swing, a special meeting was also held in Tianjiang City, the capital of Jianghan Province. This is the garrison point of the Tianchi Jianghan Province. Inside the Tianchi building, Kitahara Karaji is looking at the battlefield report in front of him with a gloomy expression. You mean, 100,000 troops can only hold out for 3 days at most? Kitahara Kurosuk asked coldly. The head of the Xiangzhou Municipal Department knelt on the ground and did not dare to look at Kitahara Kurosuk's face. Yes. According to the news from the front, Yihan's troops are very similar to the heavy armored combined brigade of Longwo before, and they are even better in terms of equipment and number. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kitahara Kurosuk threw the report in his hand on the table. The Dragon Nation troops were wiped out at the beginning of the plan. Our most contagious strains were first released inside them. How could they still have so many troops? Hearing Kitahara Kurosuk's furious voice, the person in charge of the Xiangzhou City Department didn't dare to raise his head. He shrank for a long time before asking, "Should we report this to headquarters? Can we withdraw from Xiangzhou City and use nuclear weapons to directly clean up this place?" Kitahara Kurosuk fell silent. He is different from Yamamoto Iki. His family has a very high status in the entire Sakura National Army. He is not afraid of being punished, but it is somewhat embarrassing to report to the headquarters when something happens. Suzuki-kun, have you got any results for your statistics on the number of Apocalypse players? Kitahara Kurosuk said after thinking for a while. According to statistics, there are still about 700,000 Apocalypse players in the entire Jianghan province. Okay, didn't the headquarters send out a batch of new equipment? Give them all to these players. If Songwon County cannot be defended, pull these people to fill in the gaps. Anyway, they are Chinese, so they are not important to us. Also, let the Air Force prepare. Since Yihan wants to attack Songwon County, then we will bomb his hometown. Yes, Minister Kitahara. Chapter 174, I am Li Qingwei. Yihan was not aware of the meeting of the Jianghan Provincial Department at this time. Yihan was busy with another matter at this time, which was the matter of world system points. When I exchanged the treasure chests before, there were only 30,000 survivors in the base, and now there are 50,000, which means I can get 200,000 points after exchanging them. A wooden treasure chest is worth 1 point, an iron treasure chest is worth 10 points, a steel treasure chest is worth 100 points, a gold treasure chest is worth 1,000 points, and a platinum treasure chest that you need to open a level 4 blueprint for is worth 10,000 points. Without hesitation, Yihan directly chose to exchange 20 platinum treasure chests. He then sent a message to his mascot Lu Tu to come over. With 20 platinum boxes and Lu Tu's support, I should be able to get the 4th level blueprint, right? Yihan lay on the sofa in Mu Jin's house, crossed his legs and thought. The party headquarters established by Mu Jin was temporarily set up in the reception room of her own home. If a meeting was needed, she would borrow the conference room of the nearby base vehicle. At this time, in addition to Mu Jin, Wang Long, Lu Shui, Chun Weigua, and others were also listening carefully to Mu Jin's instructions in the reception room. Yihan felt bored, so he stared at Mu Jin, who was speaking. If appearance is rated at 10, Mu Jin would get 9 points, which makes her a definite beauty. However, what is most attractive about Mu Jin is not her face, but her temperament. A unique temperament that can control everything in the world. But when Yihan thought of that day at the bedroom door, with Mu Jin's blushing face and watery eyes, he felt an extremely strong sense of contrast. Just as Yihan was staring in a daze, Mu Jin also noticed Yihan's gaze. Seeing Yihan's perverted look, Mu Jin frowned immediately. Hey, if you have nothing to do, go to the command center. Is there something on my face? Yihan smiled awkwardly. There are no flowers, but I just wonder why women have such a strong sense of contrast. When Mu Jin heard Yihan's words, she instantly knew what Yihan was talking about. Her face turned red and her heart was in turmoil. No one else understood what was going on, but seeing Mu Jin's sudden loss of composure, they could guess what was going on, especially Lu Shui, who was already covering her mouth and laughing. Go out. Tisk. Yihan curled his lips, picked up a cigarette, and prepared to leave the room. Take Wang Long away too, Mu Jin said after looking at Wang Long. What's wrong? Where's the meeting? Wang Long came to his senses quickly when he heard Mu Jin mention him. Just now, Wang Long kept stealing glances at Lu Shui and didn't hear a word Mu Jin said. Wang Long. Come out with me, Yihan said as he walked out. Wang Long nodded and reluctantly left the reception room. As soon as he walked out of the door, Yihan asked with a look of surprise, "Why did you keep staring at Lu Shui just now?" Wang Long touched his head and smiled. "Nothing. I didn't understand what Secretary Mu said, so I just read it casually because I was bored." "I'm afraid it's not as simple as boredom," Yihan said with a grin. "If you're bored, why don't you stare at Chinweigua? You'd spend a lot of time counting the wrinkles on that old man's face." Wang Long was embarrassed when Yihan saw through his little trick. "I just think Xiaoxue is pretty." Yihan was also shocked when he heard Wang Long's words. "Fuck, you're calling me Xiaoxue? I didn't realize you were such a time management expert. You follow me around all day and still have time to fall in love." "No, I haven't even said a few words to her." Seeing Wang Long falling in love, Yihan couldn't help but sigh. "Great. Really good." When Yihan was sighing, a vicissitudes of life voice came from behind him. Yihan frowned and looked back, and saw that Li Yuangue and Yuling had also run out at some point. The ghost was hiding at the end of the corridor, peeking around and not daring to come over, while Li Yuangue was standing behind Yihan. The old guy looked up at this moment with a look of reminiscence and said with emotion, "Revolutionary love is so romantic." "Who asked you? Why are you still sighing here?" Yihan said in a bad tone. This old guy would run out from the oasis space every now and then to tell fortunes for people, and even the ghost boy was bewitched by him. Now Ghost would sneak out of the base vehicle at any time and spend all day in the base touching the hands of young girls under the guise of palm reading. Yi Ruoxue had mentioned this matter to him before, but he had never had the time to deal with it. Now these two people bumped into him. "Hee hee, I was young once too, so I feel a little sad when I see young people," Li Yuangue said with a smile. Looking at this old god, Jin Yihan was speechless. "What are you running out for?" Seeing Yihan asking, Li Yuangue smiled and said, "Didn't you ask Mujin to set up a party? You see, I am a hero after all. Since Mujin can set up this and that, I want you to approve me to set up a metaphysics school, and I can be the principal for fun." After hearing what Li Yuangue said, Yihan resisted the urge to slap him. Okay. People are studying Marxism-Leninism here, but you are playing with feudal superstition over there, right?" When Li Yuangue heard Yihan say that he was feudal and superstitious, he suddenly became angry. "Commander, this is not feudal superstition. This is science. We study the laws of everything and interpret it based on these laws." Yihan sneered. "They can still say that even though they calculated accurately, your calculations are worse than guessing. What qualifications do you have to say such bullshit? Just play the fucking principle for fun." "Wang Long, didn't my sister say that she wanted to launch a campaign to change the customs and habits in the base? I think Li Yuangue and Ghost can serve as examples." Li Yuangue's face suddenly changed when he saw this. "Don't bother. I'm too old to do that, and I just forgot too many things. I'll definitely be able to calculate it correctly when I remember it. Those soldiers were so careless that they made me sick, but it's your loss." Seeing that Li Yuangue was scared, Yihan stopped threatening him. "Since you told me not to do that, you should just stay in the oasis space. Especially Ghost, if you act like a hooligan again, I will put you in jail." Seeing this, Li Yuangue could only sigh. "Your talent is so great that it has never been realized in your life. How deplorable. How hateful." The ghost on the other side also burst into tears when he heard his master's frustrated lamentations. He suddenly remembered the afternoon when Li Yuangue came to the oasis space. At that time, Li Yuangue was standing in front of the lake. The lake breeze blew slowly, causing ripples on the lake's surface. The ghost could only see a back figure from a distance. "Old man, who are you?" the ghost asked in confusion. It took Li Yuangue a long time before he turned around and looked at the ghost. Against the sunlight, the ghost couldn't see the man's appearance clearly and only heard a faint voice coming from the wind. "I am Li Qingwei." Chapter 175 Ghost, you are different from others. It is considered a half extra. Many years later, whenever Ghost returned to the oasis, he would still think of the afternoon when he met his master. Li Qingwei stood by the lake, looked up at the sky, and looked a little confused. "It's going to rain," he whispered. The ghost looked up at the sky. It was high and far away, dark blue, and without a single cloud. "Who are you?" The ghost followed Li Qingwei with a frown. Li Qingwei ignored him. He fetched an oilcloth umbrella from somewhere and opened it. The umbrella was riddled with holes caused by termites. He hesitated for a moment, but finally opened the umbrella. The ghost looked at this mentally ill old man, but didn't say anything for a long time. Li Qingwei's words were so strange and erratic, but he spoke with such certainty that even a ghost had to believe him. The heavy rain finally began. Raindrops as big as beans fell from the sky, making the tattered oilcloth umbrella even more unsightly. "Li Qingwei, however, held the umbrella and walked towards the cottage by the lake step by step. Surprisingly, not a single drop of rain fell on him. How do you know it's going to rain? The ghost was a little surprised. Li Qingwei glanced at him, his expression full of indifference. You want to learn? I'll teach you. The ghost pursed his lips, thinking it was just a coincidence. After Li Qingwei came to the wooden house, he casually placed the oil paper umbrella by the door. He glanced at the ghost and said, "You have been deficient in qi and blood for a long time. I will write a prescription for you, and you can get the medicine. You will be fine after taking it for a while." After that, he took out a pen and paper from his pocket, wrote a few words, and handed it to the ghost. When it comes to deficiency of qi and blood, Ghost had to believe it, and immediately took the prescription to the military hospital. Oddly enough, none of the doctors at the military hospital recognized the prescription, but after taking one dose, Ghost really felt that his body was much more unblocked, and even his complexion became a little rosier. He now truly believed that Li Qingwei had some ability, especially when he heard Yi Jingyu chatting with the people in the general staff department and mentioned that Li Qingwei was already 116 years old. He couldn't help but have other thoughts in his mind. In the evening, the ghost came to the oasis space and knelt in front of Li Qingwei's wooden house. "Grandmaster, I am here to learn the Tao. Grandmaster, I am here to learn the Tao." The wooden house suddenly opened wide, and Li Qingwei sat inside with a calm expression. "Who are you from? What's your name?" The disciple was summoned by the commander using the Xiaoai system, so he has no name or surname. The commander calls him Ghost. The ghost said hurriedly, "Oh, so you were born by the system. I see that you have no flesh on your cheeks and your qi and blood are deficient. You look like a monkey. So I will give you the last name Sun and the Buddhist name Ghost. What do you think?" As soon as Li Qingwei finished speaking, the ghost burst into tears of joy. "Master accepted me. I have a surname now. Ha ha." Li Qingwei just watched with a smile and did not stop him. Not long after, Li Qingwei began to explain Taoism in detail to the ghost. The ghost was fascinated by the words and danced with joy unconsciously. "Ghost, why are you dancing like crazy and not listening to me?" Disciple is overjoyed to hear such wonderful things. "I hope Master will forgive me." The ghost quickly restrained himself and said, "Let me ask you, how long have you been here?" "I don't know the exact year. I just remember Chun Zheng from the research center came 7 times, and I was also drawn 7 times. "Well, that's 7 times. Li Qingwei stroked his beard and smiled. Then he lowered his head to look at the ghost with a kind expression. "What kind of Taoism do you want to learn?" "As long as Master can teach me, I will learn it as long as it can replenish my blood and energy." "Well, I'll teach you how to seek divination, exorcise evil spirits, and avoid danger, okay?" Li Qingwei asked. "Master, can I achieve immortality like you?" Li Qingwei shook his head. No. The ghost was somewhat reluctant to hear this. It is better to make your own decision than to ask the gods for divination. "I won't learn. Then, I'll teach you to chant the Buddha's name and sutras and worship the true saint, okay? Can I achieve immortality? It's like catching the moon in the water. So, chanting the Buddha's name and reciting the sutras is not as good as having the ability. Don't learn it. How about I teach you to meditate, abstain from sex, and eat vegetarian food? Can I achieve immortality? It's like looking at flowers in a mirror, wanting to pick them but unable to. I don't want to learn it. It's better to practice boxing with a stick than to meditate. Master, can we try something else?" At this point, Li Qingwei was already a little angry, so he picked up a ruler and beat the ghost hard. He didn't stop until the ghost became dizzy. Then he pushed the ghost out of the house, but the door was wide open. The ghost just looked up once and then fainted. When he woke up and saw the door was open, and Li Qingwei was lying in the house with his back to him sleeping soundly, he understood what was going on. "Master knocked me unconscious but left the door open. This must mean that I will go see him after he wakes up." Thinking of this, the ghost felt a little excited and hurried into the house and knelt in front of the bed. Li Qingwei actually wanted to teach Ghost something that night, but the extremely low probability of awakening to the complete form also means a very high probability of returning to the original form. Unfortunately, he was unconscious for too long. When he entered the room, the Li Qingwei he saw was actually Li Yuangui. Before the ghost had the chance to learn the essence of Li Qingwei's Taoism, he was fooled by Li Yuangui again. When Li Yuangui woke up, he had completely forgotten his abilities, but he only remembered that he had accepted the ghost as his apprentice. "Since you are pious and eager to learn, I will teach you some Taoist magic. I have 2 kinds here," Li Yuangui said while sitting on the bed, pretending to be a master. "One is the 36 tricks of the heavenly gang, and the other is the 72 tricks of the earthly fiends. Which one would you like to learn?" Disciple is willing to learn more. disciple is willing to learn more. So in the following days, all the ghost learned every day, except how to cheat for food and drink and fool young girls. He didn't learn anything serious. Ghost believed it sincerely, thinking it was a test from his master. While studying, he did not forget about Yihan's affairs. Master, I study these all day long. What if the commander asks me to go to war? Ghost was a little worried. Li Yuangui spoke to him earnestly. Is this something you should worry about? Ghost, you are different from others. Don't waste your time fighting. I'll listen to you. From then on, the ghost no longer thought about it and focused on studying Li Yuangui's deception. After studying for a few days, the ghost felt that he had some skills on his body. Li Yuangui also wanted to take the opportunity to hone him, so he let him sneak out of the oasis space. Master, do you have anything to warn me about? Well, just one thing. If you get into trouble in the future, just don't tell Master about it. Disciple, remember this. The ghost knelt down and kowtowed, then reluctantly left the oasis space and went out to commit fraud. Add more. Chapter 176 Base Vehicle Upgrade. Yihan would never have thought that the day he drove Li Yuangui to the oasis space for the first time, the old guy awakened for a while. However, Yihan was not interested in whether he was awake or not at this moment. The 20 platinum treasure chests had already been placed in the command center, and Lu Tu also rushed over in a dusty state. Since Yihan transferred him from the Ministry of Public Security to Looming Prison, Lu Tu's work pressure has been relieved a lot. You can also free up some time to upgrade your vehicle. Your third-level car has a very unique shape. Yihan looked at the car driven by Lu Tu and didn't know how to comment for a moment. Lu Tu's earliest vehicle was a main bicycle, which was upgraded to a human-powered tricycle when it reached level 2. But what was parked in front of Yihan was a very armed-style, three-wheeled vehicle. The entire tricycle has been surrounded by reactive armor, and the driving area is more like the cockpit of a fighter jet. The vehicle is narrow in front and wide in the back, with 7.62mm automatic machine guns and small-caliber automatic cannons installed on both sides of the body. Above the armored tricycle is a tin rocket launcher. To be honest, apart from its somewhat strange shape, this armored tricycle is very technological in style and is much better than the previous simple human-powered tricycle. Lu Tu laughed when he heard this. Brother Yi, do you know how fast my tricycle can run at most? 200 miles per hour. That's more than 300 kilometers per hour. It's already as fast as a racing car. And this tricycle has all-terrain adaptability. Although it's not as good as your base vehicle in other areas, I'm confident in its speed and adaptability. Yihan was also surprised to hear Lu Tu's words. It seemed that what the world system said at the beginning was true. Every vehicle has its own advantages and disadvantages. For example, Lu Tu's tricycle, although it seems a little unattractive, actually has many advantages. After all, his base vehicle looked advanced, but in terms of speed, it might not even be able to outrun Lu Tu's exhaust gas. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the job of going to the front line to lure the enemy can be given to you, Yihan said jokingly. Lu Tu smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Forget about luring the enemy. Haha, Brother Lu, help me open these boxes. I'm going to upgrade my car to level 4. As he spoke, Yihan asked the soldiers to move out 20 platinum boxes. Lu Tu was also surprised to see so many boxes, but if he knew that Yihan had opened 20 boxes before and even had a higher level jade treasure chest, he wondered how he would feel. Lu Tu came to the boxes, stretched his muscles, and then opened the boxes one by one. Players open the platinum treasure chest and receive a level 4 room expansion pack X1. Players open the platinum treasure chest and obtain a level 4 vehicle amphibious system installation blueprint X1. Players open the platinum treasure chest and obtain the 4th level vehicle upgrade blueprint. Players open the platinum treasure chest and get a Stinger missile launch system X1. 10 in a row, but none of them produced the vehicle upgrade core that Yihan needed. This thing is also a must-have item for upgrading to a level 4 vehicle, in addition to the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. The drawings are out, Brother Yi, Lu Tu said to Yihan excitedly. Yihan smiled bitterly. I have the blueprints too, but I'm mainly lacking the vehicle upgrade core. I need this to upgrade the level 4 vehicle. When Lu Tu heard Yihan's words, he blinked and then took out a crystal clear light blue gem from his pocket. Isn't this what you're talking about? Looking at the thing in Lu Tu's hand, Yihan's eyes widened. Isn't this such a coincidence? Could it be that Lu Tu is really my lucky star? Yihan took the gem and looked at it. It had an icy texture and did not contain a single impurity. It did not look like something naturally produced, but more like something artificially synthesized. Vehicle upgrade core can be used to upgrade vehicles above level 4. It's true. Yihan stared at Lu Tu with eyes wide open. Where did you get this thing? Lu Tu chuckled and said, You conquered Chongqing City some time ago, and we wanderers who followed you also gained some benefits. I got 2 platinum treasure chests. One gave me a powertrain kit, and the other gave me this. I thought it was useless then. Yihan's mind was focused on the vehicle upgrade core in his hand at this time, and he didn't pay much attention to what Lu Tu said next. Brother Lu, how about I exchange these remaining 10 platinum boxes with you? Yihan asked with some anticipation. Lu Tu smiled and said, Why should we be polite? Just take it away if you want. After a tug of war between the two, Yihan finally gave Lu Tu 5 platinum boxes. As for the remaining 5, Lu Tu refused to take them. After Yihan sent Lu Tu away, he did not choose to open the remaining 5 boxes. Instead, he rushed into the car immediately and planned to start the 4th level vehicle upgrade. It is detected that the player already has the 4th level vehicle upgrade blueprint and vehicle upgrade core. Do you want to start the upgrade? Hearing the voice of the world system, Yihan nodded. Upgrade Direction 1. Strategic Armed Fortress. Requires Level 4 Vehicle-Mounted Composite Armor Blueprints, 2 or more Level 4 Weapon Blueprints, and Level 4 Room Expansion Pack. Upgrade Direction 2. Strategic Level Armed Command Vehicle. Requires a Level 4 Vehicle-Mounted Radar Modification Blueprint, at least 1 Level 4 Vehicle-Mounted Room Expansion Pack, and at least 1 Level 4 Weapon Blueprint. Upgrade Direction 3. Strategic Level Armed Base Vehicle. Requires Level 4 Vehicle Radar Modification Blueprint, more than 2 Level 4 Vehicle Room Expansions, and at least 1 Level 4 Weapon Blueprint. These 3 upgrade directions are basically the same as the last time, except that they have been upgraded from the tactical level to the strategic level. For Yihan, he would naturally choose to upgrade the base vehicle. There was no other reason than that he did not have much need for the armed fortress and the armed command vehicle. At most it's just icing on the cake. But the base vehicle is different. The lesson from the Siege of Looming Base has told him that the base vehicle is his home. The more perfect the base vehicle is, the more unshakable and flexible his foundation will be. Tianchi tried every means to eliminate his own forces, obstructing the troops' advance and secretly attacking the looming base. But in fact, his foundation is this base vehicle that can be started at any time and can transport large numbers of troops. Thinking of this, Yihan no longer thought about it, opened the remaining 5 platinum treasure chests, collected 2 level 4 vehicle room expansion packs, and immediately chose Upgrade Direction 3. The player has chosen Upgrade Direction 3, Strategic Level Armed Base Vehicle. The upgrade will take 30 minutes. Please wait patiently. Chapter 177 New Functions of Base Vehicle. Hearing that the upgrade would take 30 minutes, Yihan turned around and called Wang Shi from the engineering battalion and gave him another task. Now Mujin's office has always been located in the base vehicle. Although the base vehicle has the advantages of flexibility and safety, with such a large base, there will be more and more things to do in the future, and preparations for setting up an office building in Looming Base have to be made early. You take the brothers from the engineering battalion to choose a place in Looming Base to build an administrative building. The location is right where the current base command headquarters is. Yihan said to Wang Shi. After all, whether it is Mujin or Yi Ruoxue, they are both in charge of base affairs, and merging offices can greatly improve efficiency. After hearing Yihan's order, Wang Shi also quickly went to take care of the matters in the administrative building. On the other side, Yihan waited for a long time, and the upgrade of the base vehicle was finally completed. The appearance of the base vehicle has not changed much after this upgrade, except that the armor on the base vehicle has been uniformly replaced with level 4 modular reactive armor. Its defensive performance is comparable to that of the Dragon 99A, and ordinary artillery fire is basically difficult to destroy the base vehicle's defenses. In addition, there are several more weapons on the weapon platform above the base vehicle. Previously, the base vehicle only had onboard machine guns, onboard machine cannons, 105 caliber rifled guns, and quad-mounted rockets. But now there is also a Katyusha rocket launcher launch platform and a honeycomb rocket launcher. Although it is called an armed command vehicle, it is actually comparable to an armed fortress. After the upgrade was completed, Yihan also went to take a look inside the strategic level base vehicle. The previous room layout had not changed at all. Mujin and the others were also unaware of the upgrade of the base vehicle at this time and were still in a meeting. The only change was that there were 2 more rooms at the rear of the first floor of the base vehicle. Yihan went in and took a look. Each room had a space of 1,000 square meters. Commander, these 2 spaces are used by base vehicles to park armored troops. Taking the tank troops as an example, these 2 spaces can accommodate an entire tank battalion. Xiao AI explained on the side. To be honest, a tank battalion is not much for Yihan, but the information contained in this sentence is huge. That means it will be possible for your base vehicle to load a large number of troops in the future. Base vehicle, base vehicle. What is it called, a base vehicle, if even the base guard troops can't park in it? After hearing Xiao Ai's words, Yihan nodded with satisfaction. After all, he now had so many troops. If he had to go to the next world in the future, wouldn't it be a joke if the car couldn't accommodate so many troops? What other functions does the base vehicle have? It won't just be some more space and weapons, right? Yihan asked Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai showed a mischievous smile. Of course there are other functions. Commander, don't be too surprised. Xiao Ai will show you now. After saying that, Yihan felt that the base vehicle suddenly vibrated, and the sound of mechanical operation kept coming to his ears. This noise lasted for about a few minutes before it stopped. Yihan quickly looked around, but there was no change. What is this new feature? Just for fun. Yihan frowned. Hee, Commander, just go outside the base vehicle and take a look and you'll know. After hearing Xiao Ai's words, Yihan walked out of the base vehicle with a suspicious look on his face, and then he froze in place after just one look. The base vehicle in front of us is no longer a base vehicle, but has become an entire base. Commander, this is the new function of the base vehicle. After the transformation conditions are met, the base vehicle can be transformed into an entire military base on the spot. Xiao Ai explained. What Yihan saw in front of him was indeed an entire military base. The soldiers from the guard battalion were standing at the gate of the base with confused looks on their faces. The main body of the base is a 3-story building that covers a large area. The building is made of cold steel from top to bottom. There is a hall when you walk into the gate of the base. There are 2 corridors on both sides of the hall, one leading to the command center, conference room, and other office locations, and the other leading to the rooms of Yihan, Mu Jin, and others. The second floor of the building is a storage room and weapons operation platform. The third floor is an oasis space. Not bad, not bad. This function is quite suitable for now, Yihan said with a smile. The base vehicles were always driving around, making it seem as if all the military affairs of the base were handled in the vehicles, which seemed extremely irregular. With this military base, things have improved a lot. Moreover, after the base vehicle was transformed, many small buildings appeared next to the main building of the base, all of which could accommodate troops. Just when Yihan was happy, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the air. Commander! The Air Force Command called, and a large number of enemy troops suddenly crossed the border from the direction of Julin City. Yi Jingyu suddenly called. Upon hearing this, Yihan hurried back to the command center. At this time, Yi Jingyu and other staff officers were already busy. What's going on? Yihan asked hurriedly. It came from the Tian Mountains. The Chongqing City Air Force Command is a bit far from here, and we just discovered it through reconnaissance. Yi Jingyu said. Where are we? We are expected to enter the airspace of Luming Base within 10 minutes. The Air Force 001 Regiment is already rushing to support us, but the number of enemy aircraft is a bit large, probably more than 60. Hearing Yi Jingyu's words, Yihan frowned. This was obviously a new round of actions by Jianghan Province. It was probably because Songguan County was about to fall, so Kitahara Kurosuk tried to find a way to launch an airstrike on his Luming Base. Moreover, Tianchi probably took into consideration the Air Force of Chongqing City, so he did not choose to start from Xiangzhou City, but from Julin City behind the mountains where the Luming Base is located. In this case, the Air Force Command will definitely react a little slowly. How many air defense forces do we have now? Yihan asked with a frown. Both the 1st Independent Brigade and the 2nd Independent Brigade have dedicated air defense units, but now they have all been sent to the front line in Songguan County. The 113th and 114th Regiments are currently stationed near the Luming Base and are armed with 2 air defense battalions. Yi Jingyu said. Then why are you reporting this? Get the anti-aircraft battalions of the 113th and 114th Regiments ready immediately. At the same time, the 001 SD Air Force Regiment will stop the enemy immediately. It's already being arranged. Yi Jingyu nodded. On the other side, the sound above Luming Base was getting louder and louder, and the Air Force sent by Tianchi was approaching the airspace of Luming Base. However, the first to react were not Yihan's troops, but the base vehicle. Commander, we have detected an aerial target entering the range of the base vehicle. Should we attack it? Xiao Ai asked hurriedly. The base vehicle now has air defense capabilities? Yihan was a little surprised. I only remember that the base vehicle's anti-aircraft machine gun has air defense capabilities, but how useful can an anti-aircraft machine gun be? Chapter 178 Red Flag 9b. Xiao Ai shook her head and said, because the base is not equipped with guided weapons now, it is difficult to effectively strike aerial targets. However, after the base is transformed, The commander can add weapons available in the Xiaoai system mall to the base vehicle. For example, taking the Goldbroom self-propelled artillery as an example, after the commander exchanges the base installation model, the base vehicle can also have the ability to fire the Goldbroom artillery after it is deployed. However, this is Xiao AI's special reward for the commander's promotion, so this function can only be used after the base vehicle is deployed. Yihan felt relieved after hearing this. What was the thing he lacked the most right now? Points. With the battle on the front line of Songguan County, my current points have reached 70 million. Although there is still some distance to get promoted, it is more than enough to buy weapons. Since being promoted to division-level authority, there have been a lot more fun things in the tank factory. For example, the Red Arrow 10 and Red Arrow 17 air defense missiles in the Heavy Combined Brigade, as well as the PGZ self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. The most important thing is that there is a Hongqi 9B air defense missile system. The Hongjian 10 missile is mainly used to attack ground targets and uses fiber optic guidance. It does not require a large base vehicle, but the Hongjian 17 and Hongqi 9B are different. This thing is a true anti-aircraft missile, specifically designed to intercept aircraft, cruise missiles, air-to-ground missiles, and other aerial targets that enter the combat airspace. However, the cost is also quite expensive. Hongjian 10 requires 4,000 points, Hongjian 17 requires 7,000 points, Hongqi 9B requires 20,000 points, and the PGZ anti-aircraft gun requires 3,000 points. But for Yihan, anything that can be solved with points is not a problem. After all, he only had a company not long ago, and he would be happy for a long time if he could get an infantry fighting vehicle. Exchange 10 sets of Hongqi 9B and 5 sets of Hongjian 17 air defense missile systems, and 5 sets of PGZ anti-aircraft guns. Yihan ordered coldly. Soon, many weapon systems were seen on the 3-story building of the military base. This is different from the equipment exchanged for combat troops. It can only be used when the base vehicle is deployed to form a military base. There is no vehicle, only the weapon system. A total of 250,000 credits have been spent. Equipment has been installed at the military base. Our radar has locked onto the enemy aircraft. Should we take countermeasures? Yihan looked coldly at the fighter planes flying in the sky, with a scornful smile on his lips. Fight back immediately. Yes. Following Xiao AI's voice, the military base's 10 Hongqi 9B air defense missile systems immediately started to operate, and the huge missile launch nests were aimed at the air targets under the guidance of the radar. A set of Hongqi 9B uses a set of 4 launch boxes, with a total of 4 surface-to-air missiles. The base now has 10 sets, which means 40 air defense missiles. As for the Hongjian 17, it was not operational. Compared with the Hongqi 9, this thing is a short-range air defense missile and does not pose much threat to the F-15. At this time, above the looming base, Apocalypse's fighter planes were approaching. The Apocalypse fighter fleet that flew this time consisted of 61 aircraft, including 25 F-15JS, 30 F-15DJs, for C-130H transport aircraft performing bombing missions, and an E-767 early warning aircraft. The F-15 fighter group was mainly used to escort the bomber formation and attack Yihan's Air Force 001 regiment. The 4 C-130HS were used to bomb the looming base. Captain, is the looming base below? Why haven't we seen any Chinese fighter planes coming over here? Asked an F-15 fighter pilot from the Sakura country. We have mobilized all the air forces of Jianghan province this time. Yihan's broken planes must have been scared to death, said the captain with disdain. Ha ha ha. Looming doesn't even have anti-aircraft weapons. No matter how well the ground forces fight, without air superiority, won't they be beaten in vain by us? Let's carry out the mission sooner. I'm in a hurry to get to the comfort center. When the pilots of the Apocalypse fighter jets were chatting, they heard the fighter jet suddenly start to sound an alarm, and the radar warning system kept flashing red light. What's going on? It seems that looming base doesn't have any missiles. It should be the Chinese Air Force. Fire guided missiles to evade them. Something's wrong. I've been targeted too. Me too. A total of 40 Hongqi 9 missiles had been launched into the air at this time, flying rapidly towards their respective targets. The Apocalypse fleet also suddenly dispersed, and decoy bombs flew all over the sky. Maneuver to evade. Quickly get rid of the target. The captain of the Apocalypse fighter group hurriedly gave the order. However, after being locked by the fire control radar of the Hongqi 9B, how could it be so easy to escape? At this time, the fire control radar above the military base had been tracking the fighter plane in the sky with a high-energy beam. Suddenly, several loud explosions were heard in the sky. The survivors of looming base all looked up at the sky, with panic on their faces, but more of it was relief, because they knew that Yi Han had already taken action. On the other side, the anti-aircraft artillery of the military base and the 113th and 114th regiments also began to operate. Before Apocalypse's fighter jets began to carry out the strike mission, they were attacked by Yi Han's troops. In this round of attacks, more than 20 F-15s were destroyed, and the remaining ones had to try to disengage in the face of the attack. Under such powerful anti-aircraft firepower, continuing to carry out bombing missions would be tantamount to seeking death. However, Yi Han was not satisfied with this record. He only shot down about 20 planes with 40 missiles. Just as Yi Han was preparing for the second round of attack, Yi Jingyu also reported that the fighter jets of the Air Force 001 Regiment had entered the attack range. At this time, the Apocalypse fleet had just been attacked by missiles, and the remaining 30 or so planes were like frightened birds. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Yi Han didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the attack. Retreat. The intelligence is wrong. Looming base has anti-aircraft capabilities. This isn't an anti-aircraft capability. This is clearly a cheat. And it's an obvious one. No, why am I being locked up again? It's the enemy's Air Force. Retreat. 30 enemy planes are approaching from the southwest. The group of J-10 fighter jets on the other side had already flown over, but Tianchi could not see them with the naked eye and could only detect the target's position through radar. After all, both the J-10B and J-10C have the ability to fight beyond visual range. When the F-15's radar detected Yi Han's Air Force, they had actually become targets. After the last round of missile attacks, the Apocalypse fleet had lost the desire to fight. Before the captain even gave the order, all the pilots began to hurriedly prepare to slip away. Chapter 179, Division Level Full Staff. After all, the mission is from your superior, but your life is your own. After the Air Force arrived, Yi Han no longer had the heart to study things in the sky, but instead carefully thought about his own military base. Although the base vehicle was quite large before, Yi Han was still surprised to see it suddenly turn into an entire fully armed military base. At this point in time, this is no longer the level of Earth's technology. Fortunately, I did not choose the armed fortress when I chose the upgrade direction. With Xiao AI's plug-in, she can convert even an ordinary base vehicle into a fortress. The most exaggerated thing is that if something like the Hongqi 9B can be installed, I estimate that if they continue to develop it, even nuclear weapons launch silos can be installed in the base. At that time, why would it be called a base vehicle? It will just become a land-based nuclear weapons launch platform. It's not impossible, Xiao AI said secretly with her hands covering her mouth. Yi Han looked at Xiao AI's snickering expression and shook his head. But next time, tell me all the new features at once. It's a transformer and a missile fortress. It's so shocking. While Yi Han was chatting with Xiao AI, Yi Jingyu came running over with an excited look on his face to report. Commander, the Air Force 001 Regiment has completed its combat mission. There are a total of 61 enemy aircraft, 47 of which have been destroyed. The rest have fled to Julin City in a panic. In order to avoid losses, the Air Force Command has recalled all fighters. Yi Han nodded when he heard this. It was right not to continue chasing. If he only thought about expanding the results of the battle and ventured into the enemy's air defense area at this time, he would inevitably suffer losses. Moreover, more than 60 fighter planes are probably all the air defense forces of Jianghan Province. After this attack, the Air Force of Tianchi Jianghan Province is actually in name only. Of course, this is assuming that Apocalypse headquarters does not provide support. There is another thing about Songguan County. Yi Jingyu continued. Speaking of Songguan County, Yi Han also became serious. The advancement of ground forces is his top priority. After all, whether it is obtaining points or rebuilding the Dragon Kingdom, victory on the ground is the most critical. What happened to Songguan County? Was it taken down? Yi Han asked hurriedly. Yi Jingyu smiled and nodded. 20 minutes ago, Wang Hu's independent 1st Brigade had already breached Songguan County and killed more than 70,000 enemy troops. At this time, the remaining enemy troops have withdrawn to other counties in Xiangzhou City. Songguan County is now under the control of our army. Hearing this, Yi Han felt relieved. Good. Wang Hu did a good job. The 2nd Independent Brigade and the 112th Regiment deserve praise. Taking over Songguan County also means taking over the gateway to Jianghan Province, and its importance is self-evident. At this time, far away in the oasis space, Li Qingwei was sitting alone beside the lake, fishing with a green bamboo pole in one hand and stroking his white beard with the other hand, with an inexplicable smile on his face. The gates of the Yangtze and Han rivers have been opened, and the fate of Fusang has come to an end. The fish that leaps over the Dragon Gate is no longer something that can be kept in the pond. By this calculation, it is time for the sun to rise. Upon hearing this, the ghost rushed to Li Qingwei. Master, are you going to leave the mountain? Li Qingwei looked at the ghost kindly and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. Within a few breaths, his face was solemn at first, then became confused, and finally remained with a wretched look. Li Yuangui picked his nose and said, "A hairy mountain? Wouldn't it be nice for the two of us to just hide in the oasis space?" The ghost sighed when he saw this, but it was not because he was frustrated that his ambitions and talents could not be realized. He was really worried about Li Yuangui's mental state. This old man is in the current situation, and he will suffer from a split personality sooner or later. No, he already has a split personality now. The one with the vulgar style is Li Yuangui, and the one with the master style is Li Qingwei. It's okay if they are split, you can balance your time a little, but this old man only teaches me how to hide and cheat most of the time, and it's not good enough when he says something inexplicable when he is sober. In the command center, Mu Jin also heard the news that Songwan County had been captured and immediately rushed over. At this time, Mu Jin was wearing a white dress, with her black hair draped behind her. She looked refreshing and very much like the girl next door in the comics. Commander Xiaomu is here to inspect our work? Yihan teased when he saw this. Mu Jin rolled her eyes at Yihan and said, "Once Songwan County is taken, let the 2nd Independent Brigade advance immediately. The Jianghan Provincial Department will definitely react quickly. We must maximize our victory before they form a defensive formation. It has been sent out a long time ago. The 1st Independent Brigade is now advancing towards Xiangzhou. After all, it is a heavily armored combined brigade. It will only take 4 or 5 days to capture an entire city," Yihan said. In fact, if the war was just fought in normal years, the heavy armored combined brigade would advance much faster. But after all, they still have to eliminate the zombies, so it will take longer. Mu Jin nodded and said, "Since we have advanced, you should quickly fill up the remaining 4 regiments, and then quickly rely on Xiangzhou City as the front line to capture the entire Jianghan province." Mu Jin's words were also what Yihan had in mind. At this time, he still had 70 million points, and they must all be transformed into actual combat power. Since the 111th Regiment was expanded into the 2nd Independent Brigade, there have been no major changes to the 112th, 113th, 114th Regiment, and the Aviation Regiment, and the points on hand are enough to expand them. Thinking of this, Yihan no longer worried about it, and immediately expanded the 112th Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment into an entire infantry brigade, which was named Infantry Brigade 1. It has 2 infantry regiments, 2 mechanized infantry regiments, and 1 artillery regiment under its jurisdiction. After all, in the Battle of Chongqing City, the role played by the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment was very obvious. We must develop in a balanced way. When facing terrain that is difficult for mechanized troops to advance, the Mau Mau Light Infantry Regiment can stand up and perform some special tasks. The 113th Regiment was expanded into the 1st Tank Brigade, which was composed of 2 mixed tank regiments, 1 artillery regiment, 1 air defense regiment, and 1 support regiment. The 114th Regiment was expanded into the 2nd Tank Brigade, which was composed of 2 mixed tank regiments, 1 infantry regiment, 1 air defense regiment, and 1 support regiment. All infantry units are equipped with Long 09 infantry fighting vehicles, while the tank units are a mixture of Leopard 15 light tanks and Long 99A. The Air Defense Regiment is mainly equipped with Hongjian 17 and 2 air defense battalions equipped with Hongqi 9B. As for the Army Aviation Regiment, it was expanded into the Army Aviation Brigade, increasing the number of troops and various types of helicopter vehicles. After this expansion, Yihan's main force was finally fully staffed, and the points spent reached nearly 40 million. Looking at the remaining 30 million points, Yihan did not intend to keep them and wait for promotion to Major General. Chapter 180, All-Out Attack. Han Shuang's Special Forces Battalion, Wang Shi's Engineering Battalion, Zhang Tai's Magnetic Storm Infantry Battalion, Rocket Flight Battalion, and Logistics Battalion continued to be upgraded to regimental-level units. And it is not as simple as just expanding the staff of these special regiment-level units. The matching vehicles must also keep up. Just taking the Logistics Regiment as an example, it needs a lot of various transport vehicles and support vehicles. And although it is a logistics unit, it also needs to be equipped with certain firepower weapons. After expanding all these units, Yihan spent another 8 million points. At this time, there were more than 20 million points remaining, but Yihan's division-level unit was also fully staffed. At this time, Yihan had a total of more than 91,000 soldiers under his command, thousands of tanks, and nearly 2,000 other infantry fighting vehicles, transport trucks, and other vehicles. This does not include the helicopter carriers of the Army Aviation Brigade and the fighter formation of the Air Force 001 Regiment. With more than 90,000 fully mechanized troops, this is no longer a division, but is comparable to the entire armed forces of most countries in the world. The 1st Independent Brigade and the 2nd Independent Brigade will be the tip of the knife that helps us break through the enemy, while the 1st Infantry Brigade, the 1st and 2nd Tank Brigades, and the Aviation Brigade will be the blades. Mu Jin said with a smile when she saw Yi Han's full complement. Mu Jin was right. The 90,000-strong force had a clear division of labor. There were assault units, main force units, special operations units, and even logistics units. What is still lacking is the military type. The Air Force unit is still somewhat weak, there are no naval units, and there is also a shortage of strategic missile units. However, it is enough to develop in one province. As for the missing arms, they will surely be supplemented after being promoted to military-level units. Since the troops are already fully staffed, there is no need for the remaining 1st Infantry Brigade and 2 tank brigades to remain in the base. Yi Han nodded and said, if Apocalypse wants to attack here, he can either send in a small force or form an air force to attack. A small group of troops could not threaten the base at all. On the one hand, Chun Weigu's garrison division was still stationed here, with a total of more than 5,000 people, and he had also supplied them with equipment. In terms of combat effectiveness, it was no worse than his own infantry regiment. Moreover, with the expansion of the troops, Wang Long's guard battalion was upgraded to a guard regiment, and it was also guarded by Han Shuang's special operations regiment. As for Air Force strikes, Jianghan Province has previous experience. After the last round of strikes, it is estimated that it will be difficult for Tianqi to form an effective Air Force unit to threaten here in a short period of time. So Yi Han and Mu Jin also quickly determined the next strategy at the command center. After resting, Wang Zhan's independent heavy armored combined brigade 1 quickly set out from Xiangzhou City, bypassing the Taiyan Mountains and attacking Jilin City, cooperating with Gao Sheng's infantry brigade 1. Wang Hu's independent 2nd brigade marched from Xiangzhou City and cooperated with the 1st Tank Brigade to attack Dongshan City above Xiangzhou City. The 2nd Tank Brigade and the Aviation Brigade are stationed in Xiangzhou City as support forces. According to this plan, it is expected that within half a month at most, half of the prefecture-level cities in Jianghan Province will fall into Yi Han's hands. That is, Chongqing City, Xiangzhou City, Jilin City, and Dongshan City. The remaining parts of Jianghan Province are only Quanshan City, Malan City, Yizhou City, Songtian City in the hinterland, and the provincial capital Tianjiang City. Soon, the command center issued a combat order. Wang Long's Guard Regiment and Han Shuang's Special Operations Regiment stayed behind at the base, and the 2nd Tank Brigade also left an Air Defense Regiment behind at the base. In addition, all troops are dispatched. Yi Han stood on the top of the looming base and looked at the endless troops. In addition to the pride, some memories arose in his heart. Looming base is still the same looming base, but I am no longer the same person. When he first entered Looming Town, he only had one company, and the most elite weapon of the entire army was an M2 infantry fighting vehicle. Yet Wang Long still wanted to make trouble for him. But now, equipment like the M2 is no longer valued, and the new Dragon 99A is counted according to how many hundreds of vehicles this brigade has and how many hundreds of vehicles that brigade has. The gap between before and after is quite big. A few days later, news came from Xiangzhou City. Reporting to the commander, Xiangzhou City has been completely captured, all the zombies have been cleared, and all the gas stations and grain stations in the city are also under the control of our army. Yi Jingyu came to report. Yi Han sat in the oasis space, fishing and listening to the report. How are the survivors doing? Yi Jingyu heard this and said, the survivors have taken in about 40,000 people. A farm was found in Xiangzhou City. It should have been set up by Tianqi. Most of the survivors in Xiangzhou City are there. This aroused Yi Han's curiosity. Lauda had told him before that Tianqi had captured many survivors to farm. It seemed that this was really the case. Let the Army Aviation Regiment prepare a helicopter later, and I will go to Xiangzhou City to take a look. Yi Han nodded. As a commander, I can't just stay in the base and be the fountain commander. I still have to go to the front line to inspect. There is one more thing. Minister Yuriko of the Intelligence Department reported that the Jianghan Provincial Department has organized about 800,000 Apocalypse player troops to deploy defenses outside Xiangzhou City. It is estimated that there are 4 Apocalypse army groups. The Independent 1st Brigade and the Independent 2nd Brigade on the front line have already engaged the enemy's 1st Army Group head-on. Yi Han frowned when he heard this. An army group is about 200,000 people in size, while the 1st and 2nd Independent Brigades combined have less than 30,000 people. Kitahara Kurosuk seemed to be getting anxious as well, and he probably sent all the Apocalypse players in the province to the front line as fill-in players. How's the battle going? Yihan turned around and asked. Last night, we completely wiped out the 113th and 115th divisions of the enemy's First Army, but the Apocalypse players were also scared and have now attracted a large tide of zombies here, said Yi Jingyu. What are our military losses? The 1st Independent Brigade lost more than 600 people, and the 2nd Independent Brigade lost more than 400 people. The Xiaoai system has already replenished them with new soldiers. Yi Jingyu replied. Apocalypse has no chance of winning this battle. Although Yi Han has fewer people than the opponent, he has the Xiao AI system, so he can replenish as many people as he loses. Thinking of this, Yi Han did not stay in the base for too long. He turned around and called Lu Shui and Wang Long, asking them to go to Xiangzhou City with him. As for why it was them, it was very simple. Mu Jin is very busy now and has no time to go with me. Besides, since Wang Long is interested in Lu Shui, I will not hesitate to go with him and create some space for the two of them to get along. Soon the three of them boarded the Longji 8L helicopter sent by the Army Aviation Regiment. Yi Han was fine, as he kept looking down at the scenery of Longhua on the ground while sitting in the helicopter. Wang Long was a little embarrassed. The boy was sitting face to face with Lu Shui. When he saw Lu Shui, the rough guy Wang Long blushed and became angry, but if he didn't look at her, he would sneak a peek at her. Seeing this, Lu Shui also smiled secretly, obviously understanding Wang Long's intention. Can you do it, kid? If you want to talk, just talk to me. Why are you so timid? Where's the enthusiasm for asking me to become an official? Yi Han frowned. Chapter 181 Xiangzhou Farm. After hearing Yi Han's words, Wang Long mustered up his courage, looked at Lu Shui and said with an awkward smile, Comrade Lu Shui, your shoes are quite nice. Yi Han was completely speechless. This guy was really good at making awkward conversation. He looked big and strong, but when he met Lu Shui, he acted like a young cook who had never been in a relationship. Lu Shui's eyes lit up when she heard this. Captain Wang, do you think so too? These are the new shoes I just changed into. The sisters in the intelligence department all said they look good. Okay, it was an awkward chat, but it turned out to be a good thing. Seeing this, Yi Han was relieved and said, I'll go to the cockpit to take a look. You guys chat first. After saying that, he turned around and ran to the cockpit, giving the two of them some space alone. As soon as Yi Han left, the two of them were no longer reserved. Wang Long was more shy, but Lu Shui was more talkative. Where is Captain Wang from? Let me think. Tianshan. Yes, I am from Tianshan City, Fuqing County of Tianshan City. Haha, me too. We're from the same hometown. Oh my god, what a coincidence. Yi Han was hiding and eavesdropping in the cockpit, and was surprised to hear that Wang Long actually remembered his hometown. This kid usually knows nothing when I ask him, but he remembers everything when he meets a woman, right? Yi Han was so angry that his teeth itched, but he was happy for Wang Long in his heart. The two of them started talking and kept chatting, and later they even sat together and chatted. It was not until they were about to land in Xiangzhou City that they stopped, feeling unsatisfied. At this time, Wang Hu had already brought a company of soldiers to greet Yi Han on the ground. Seeing this, Yi Han said to Lu Shui and Wang Long, I'll assign a task to you two. Lu Shui, go and learn about the military situation in various parts of Xiangzhou City. Wang Long, you follow Lu Shui and protect her safety. In fact, Yi Han had arranged for the two of them on purpose. The military intelligence of Xiangzhou City had already been reported to the command center through Yi Jingyu. As for Lu Shui's safety, it was nonsense. Not to mention that Lu Shui has been trained and does not need Wang Long's protection at all. Moreover, there are nearly 100,000 troops stationed in Xiangzhou City. Who can threaten this place? Wang Long was delighted when he heard this, and quickly saluted Yi Han. I promise to complete the task. You kid, try your best, and don't let me down. Set an example for your brothers. After the Dragon Kingdom is revived, everyone will have a home. Yi Han patted Wang Long's shoulder and said in a low voice. Wang Long was so moved by Yi Han's words that his eyes were filled with tears. He nodded solemnly and followed Lu Shui. After Wang Long and Lu Shui left, Yi Han rushed to the gathering place of survivors in Xiangzhou City under the escort of Wang Hu. Since Tianxi occupied Xiangzhou City, he opened up a large farm in the suburbs of Xiangzhou City and imprisoned all the survivors there. After Yi Han arrived, what he saw were vast tracts of fruit orchards and melon fields. Why are there only fruits? Tianxi is building a fruit planting base here, right? Yi Han frowned. Over there, Wang Hu brought a handsome man to Yi Han. Commander, this is the representative of the survivors from Xiangzhou Farm, Zhang Qing. Wang Hu introduced to Yi Han. Yi Han looked at Zhang Qing. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with fair skin, wearing glasses, and looked gentle and scholarly. "Hello, Commander. I'm Zhang Qing, and I'm also the representative of the survivors here." Zhang Qing stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Yihan held his hand, and there was not a single callus on it. "What does Mr. Zhang do on the farm?" Yihan asked curiously. Normally, since they were imprisoned here, Tianqi would definitely exploit them to death, but this kid was as soft-hearted as a woman, and he must have not done any hard work. "I'm a doctoral student at Jianghan Agricultural University. After Tianqi captured me, I've been doing agricultural research and farm management here," Zhang Qing said, adjusting his glasses. "Then please tell me about the situation here." Yihan nodded and said, "Xiangzhou Farm holds a total of 40,000 Dragon Country survivors. After arriving here, in addition to planting, they also engage in mining, transportation, and help Tianqi manufacture weapons, etc. The farm has a 12-hour workday. Basically everyone works, sleeps, and eats. There is little time for rest and entertainment. Once you get sick, you will be captured by Tianqi for human research. In fact, there were more than 60,000 people here before, but in the end there are only this few left." Yihan frowned when he heard Zhang Qing's words. These situations were all within his expectations. Everyone knew what the style of the Sakura country was. They would not consider humanitarianism at all. Why do farms grow fruits? Yihan was a little curious. "It's mainly because fruits are relatively scarce in Sakura country," said Zhang Qing. "It's no wonder. The price of a watermelon in Sakura country is equivalent to 10 in Dragon country, and the product quality is not up to par. I guess Sakura country must be so greedy that it did this." Yihan then went to inspect the living conditions of the survivors, which were basically not ideal. All of them were very thin and skinny. When they saw Yihan coming with the soldiers, wearing the Dragon country military uniforms, they all burst into tears. Adults and the elderly alike cried like children, obviously having suffered a lot of injustice. Yihan sighed. When children cry, they look for their parents. When adults are bullied, they see their own army, just like a wanderer finally returning home. Wang Hu asked the medical team to come over and check everyone's physical condition, and asked the logistics team to come over and ensure everyone's food and drink. After a few days of rest, those who are willing to continue working on the farm can stay. All of them will work an 8-hour day and be allocated housing to ensure rest and quality of life. Those who don't want to stay will be taken back to Looming Base, where they will be assigned new jobs, said Yihan. Wang Hu nodded and immediately asked the soldiers to make arrangements. Zhang Qing was relieved when he heard this. After hesitating for a moment, he walked up to Yihan and asked, "Commander, can I go to work at Looming Base? My major is agricultural production, and I also want to do something for the country within my ability." Yihan nodded without thinking too much. Making the best use of people's talents has always been the talent management policy of the base. As long as they have the ability, they will be placed in the job they are supposed to be in. The base's agricultural department is in great need of professional talent. You can go there, and Yi Ruoxue will arrange a job for you, Yihan said. Zhang Qing smiled when he heard this, nodded and said, "Thank you, Commander." After inspecting the Xiangzhou farm, Yihan went to the headquarters of the Independent 2nd Brigade where Wang Hu was located. "Do you have any problems?" "Tianqi has dispatched 800,000 troops," Yihan asked. Wang Hu smiled and said, "Can they be called an army? They are just a bunch of vagrants. If they hadn't led the zombie tide here, I would have overturned the headquarters of their first army last night." Chapter 182, The Hidden One. Yihan also smiled when he heard Wang Hu's words, but he still gave a reminder. Don't underestimate the enemy. Although they are Apocalypse players, there are too many of them. If you are not careful, you will be hurt. After instructing Wang Hu, Yihan asked Wang Hu to call the commanders of other brigades to the headquarters. This is also another purpose of my coming to Xiangzhou City, which is to reformulate the battle plan. After everyone arrived, Yihan looked at the map. At this time, the entire Xiangzhou City was under Yihan's control, but with the encirclement of the Apocalypse troops, the advancement speed of Yihan's troops slowed down a lot. Of course, this won't work. According to Yihan's established plan, he must take over half of Jianghan province within half a month at most. The various regiment-level units can no longer fight on their own. They must put their best efforts together and tear a hole in Apocalypse's encirclement, Yihan said with a frown. Currently, the 5 brigades are fighting in a dispersed manner, confronting and advancing against Apocalypse in regiment units. Often, one regiment has to face several enemy brigades or even several divisions. Although the combat effectiveness of the Apocalypse players' troops is not good, this undoubtedly slows down the troops' advancement speed. "Commander, what do you mean?" Wang Hu asked curiously. Abandon the previous method of advancing in a single line. Use the heavy armored combined forces as the assault unit. Gather forces to attack one point and tear a hole in the enemy's defense circle. For example, Hongshan County, which is under the jurisdiction of Julin City, is less than 200 kilometers away from Julin City. The other troops of Tianqi will definitely come back to support, and then the remaining troops will surround the heavy armored combined brigade to block the enemy reinforcements. Yi Han was drawing on the map, and a group of officers were listening carefully. But at this moment, an explosion suddenly occurred outside the frontline command post. Report to the commander. A small group of enemy troops are launching a sneak attack. They are less than 500 meters away from the headquarters. A soldier suddenly rushed into the headquarters, saying in panic, "What's going on? Is the sentry in front a jerk? How did the enemy get in?" Before Yi Han could say anything, Wang Hu started cursing angrily. It would be fine if he sneaked in at any other time, but Yi Han is here now. If something happens to him, the entire army will collapse. I don't know. The enemy seems to have appeared out of nowhere, and they are not Apocalypse players and direct troops. It seems to be the Lord Zombie, said the soldier, swallowing. Tell the guard company to stop them immediately. Tell the garrison regiments to come to the rescue immediately. All the brigade commanders were panicked and hurriedly ordered the messengers to ask their troops to return for support. Yi Han didn't say anything, but frowned. The frontline troops were fighting fiercely, but a Lord Zombie army sneaked in. This was obviously unusual. Those who could come in out of nowhere must be Lord Zombies of unknown level, and they rushed straight here, obviously coming for me. But how did Tianqi know that he was here? There could only be a spy in the army. The troops would never betray him. So who could this person be? Commander, let's retreat first. It's too dangerous here. Wang Hu stepped forward and hurriedly pulled Yi Han away. Yi Han nodded, and when he was about to retreat with Wang Hu, the door suddenly exploded. Before Yi Han could react, he saw the air in front of him suddenly distorted. Something like a ball of mist suddenly rushed in front of him. When it was less than 5 meters away from Yi Han, the thing finally revealed its face. The humanoid zombie was actually transparent all over, and his facial features could not be seen clearly, but Yi Han recognized the thing in his hand. It's a bazooka. Not good. Protect the commander. Wang Hu, Gao Sheng and others glared with anger and rushed forward to protect Yi Han behind them. At this moment, the rocket launcher in that thing's hand suddenly fired out. Fuck, Yi Han cursed. The rocket suddenly exploded in the room, but at that moment, a blue light suddenly flashed from Yi Han's military uniform, and then a blue protective shield suddenly shot out, protecting Yi Han and all the officers in the room. After Yi Han was promoted to division commander, his military uniform gained an additional function, which is a self-triggered disposable protective shield that can withstand damage from artillery, sniper rifles, and other lethal weapons. After the smoke dissipated, Yi Han did not have any injuries on his body, but the things in the house were blown to pieces, along with a body on the ground. That was the Lord Zombie, who seemed like a transparent man just now. Information about the Lord Zombie came to Yi Han's mobile phone. Level 5 Overlord, Stealth. After being transformed by Apocalypse, it has the ability to sneak. The weapons and zombie bodies can be turned transparent and can only be discovered by close observation and special equipment. After the stealth agent who sneaked into the command center was killed, the support troops outside also rushed over, and after a battle, the crisis was finally resolved. Commander, a total of 12 hidden agents have been found, and they have all been eliminated. The captain of the guard company at the frontline command came to report. How were they discovered when they entered the defense zone? Yi Han asked with a frown. This group of stealth fighters were exchanging fire with the troops 500 meters away from the headquarters, and this one probably sneaked into the headquarters during the exchange of fire. A military dog discovered something unusual and kept howling at the air. The accompanying soldiers ran into them when they were conducting a careful inspection afterwards, said the captain of the guard company. It seems that the military dog's sense of smell can detect the traces of these stealth fighters. Commander, why don't we leave here first? I'm afraid something might go wrong later. Wang Hu stepped forward and said worriedly. This really scared him. If anything happened to Yi Han, Mu Jin and Yi Ruoxue would kill him. Yi Han ignored Wang Hu's words and turned to ask, has Xiangzhou City received any outsiders recently? Even if Apocalypse has something like the Stealer, how could it rush straight here if it didn't know Yi Han's exact location? Moreover, this happened to be the time when all the senior commanders of Yi Han's troops were here. Once they succeeded, the 100,000-strong army would be leaderless in an instant. Wang Hu thought for a moment and said, when we captured Xiangzhou City, we also accepted the surrender of some wanderers, a total of more than 5,000 people. We were originally planning to send them to Luming Base to be received by Lu Tu, But considering that there were no security personnel at Xiangzhou Farm, we decided to let them stay there first. Their leader is Zhang Shan. He knew about the convening of this meeting, but he probably didn't know you were here. Chapter 183 Nuclear Threat. Hearing Wang Hu's words, Yi Han sneered in his heart. This group of wanderers are really fence-sitters, leaning to both sides. On one side, they join me, and on the other side, they collude with Apocalypse Company in private. Contact the garrison near Xiangzhou Farm and ask them to check out what's going on and bring that bastard Zhang Shun to me. Yi Han said coldly. Not long after, the frontline command received a call from Xiangzhou Farm. Commander, the 3rd Battalion of the 213th Regiment just went over to check. Most of the vagrants were basically unaware of this, and Zhang Shun and more than a dozen other vagrants had committed suicide. After hearing the news of Zhang Shun's suicide, it can be basically confirmed that it was this person who leaked the news. Yi Han didn't say anything more. At this point, he was already dead and there was no evidence to prove his guilt. There would be basically nothing to be found out by investigating the matter further. You organize a battalion of troops and send the vagrants in Xiangzhou City back to Luming Base in batches for interrogation by Lu Tu's Mainche group. Yi Han immediately said to Wang Hu. As for the security work at Xiangzhou Farm, ask Lu Tu to send a group of reliable personnel over. According to Yi Han's estimation, most of the more than 5,000 vagrants are ordinary people, and there are few spies like Zhang Shun. But it is a little dangerous to place it in Xiangzhou City. After all, it is too close to the front line. Once something goes wrong, it will easily affect the battle situation on the front line. It's different at the Luming Base. There is plenty of space for these people to work in Chongqing City, and the Garrison Division and Guard Regiment are enough to guard these people. After arranging the vagrants in Xiangzhou City, Yi Han ordered Wang Hu and others' troops to execute the combat plan he had just deployed. Immediately, Yi Han ordered the helicopter of the Army Aviation Brigade to take him, Wang Long, Lu Shui, and others back to Luming Base. On the way, Yi Han also made some plans for the situation that might occur if the invisible person appeared this time. Military dogs can obviously defend against stealth agents, but the problem is that my own troops are already full, and military dogs also take up quotas, so it is impossible for me to exchange for military dogs through the Xiaoai system. However, the troops under his command only numbered about 100 in total, which might not be enough to defend against the enemy. Wang Long, when you go back, find some people who meet the political requirements and abilities, set up a military dog training base, and select suitable dogs from the base for training. These newly trained military dogs are deployed to various frontline sentries. As for our own military dogs, they will be assigned to various agencies and units for guard duty and to strengthen security work. When Wang Long heard Yi Han's words, he nodded seriously. 2 days passed, and the fighting on the front line was much faster than he had imagined. After redefining the battle plan, relying on 2 heavily armored combined brigades, the front line has torn open the defense circle of the Apocalypse forces. Wang Hu's independent 2nd Brigade had already arrived at the city of Jilin, and the independent 1st Brigade was expected to attack Dongshan City in a day. The only problem is the logistics supply. The disadvantage of this combat method is that the heavy armored combined brigade can easily become an isolated force. Once the infantry brigade and the tank brigade fail to successfully block the reinforcements of the Apocalypse player, the supply line of the heavy armored combined brigade will be cut off. Fortunately, he had an aviation brigade, which could provide air support when the situation on the ground was stalemate. With the progress on the front line, Yi Han's points have reached a huge amount of 180 million. It is estimated that after taking over Jianghan Province, he will be promoted to Major General and gain military-level command authority. The front line fought well, and Yi Han in the rear felt a little more relaxed. Now we just have to wait for Wang Hu and his men to advance. But just when Yi Han had not had a few days to spare, Yuriko from the intelligence department sent a report. Commander, the intelligence personnel on the front line have sent 2 pieces of news, 1 good news and 1 bad news. Yuriko said. Yi Han rolled his eyes. Tell me the good news first, don't spoil my fun. Yuriko nodded. According to the information from the intelligence department, Lu Jingyu's troops in Jianghan province have contacted our army. Yi Han had heard of Lu Jingyu. Yamamoto Ikki had mentioned him before when they were drinking wine and talking about heroes. He had hundreds of thousands of Dragon Country troops under his command and had been active in Jianghan province. Kitahara Kurisuk, the minister of the Tianqi Jianghan province, was also extremely troubled by this. What does Lu Jingyu mean? Yi Han asked curiously. Lu Jingyu's troops are willing to return to the commander, but their troops are all scattered in the mountainous areas of Jianghan province and have been resisting Tianqi by means of guerrilla warfare and small-scale operations. The logistics supply cannot keep up, and the frontal strength is also weak compared to Tianqi. After hearing Yuriko's words, Yihan nodded. This was indeed good news. The 100,000-strong army hiding in the mountains is similar to their own cat regiment. While they are fighting on the front line, they can launch sneak attacks in the rear. Telegram Lu Jingyu and designate Lu Jingyu's troops as the first field army to assist the main frontline forces in advancing. As for the issue of supplies, after Wang Hu and his men capture Jilin City, we will rebuild the supply line to support them. Yuriko nodded when she heard this. Then I'll tell you the bad news. You'd better be mentally prepared. Yihan frowned. What kind of bad news is this? Why should I prepare myself for it? According to intelligence personnel hidden in the Jianghan province, Kitahara Kurasuk seems to have contacted the Apocalypse headquarters, requesting nuclear support to launch a tactical nuclear strike on our looming base. Yuriko said solemnly. Hearing Yuriko's words, Yihan, who was originally sitting in the command chair, immediately stood up. Nuclear weapons? Yihan asked with a grim face. Yes, the Apocalypse headquarters seems to have agreed and is preparing to transport short-range nuclear weapons to Jianghan province. Yuriko nodded. The situation that he was most worried about still happened. The Xiaoai system might also have nuclear weapons, but he couldn't redeem them with his current authority. If Kitahara Kurasuk decided to launch a nuclear attack on himself, what would happen to Looming Base? What would happen to his 100,000-man army? What would happen to so many survivors? Go call Mujin and come to the command center for a meeting. Yihan lit a cigarette for himself, frowning. 10 minutes later, a meeting with a solemn atmosphere began in the command center. Manhwa had many underground defense fortifications before the war. Underground parking lots, civil air defense projects, and basements can all become hiding spaces for our army. Yi Jingyu said in the command center. There are also mountainous areas. The Taiyan Mountains can effectively block the explosive power of nuclear weapons. In addition to relying on the old civil defense projects, we should also actively establish strongholds in the mountainous areas and prepare for retreat. Another staff officer also suggested. Food, supplies, weapons and ammunition. These are also very important. It is necessary to consider transferring these things in advance. Should we ask Commander Yi Ruoxue to conduct a drill with the survivors in advance, just in case? While the staff officers were arguing fiercely, Mujin just sat aside with a frown on her face, not saying a word. Chapter 184 by Tahara's letter, additional update. Yihan glanced at the thoughtful Mujin, and seeing that she had no intention of speaking, he sighed and asked Xiao AI. Xiao AI, can the Hongqi 9 be intercept short-range ballistic missiles? Xiao AI thought for a moment and said, in theory, it is possible, but we don't know the type and scale of weapons used by Apocalypse, and we even lack satellite support. So I can't guarantee the interception effect. Yi Jingyu, who was standing by, sighed when he heard this. As long as one of the missiles is not intercepted, the base will no longer exist. The fact is in front of Yihan. That is, Tianqi can make countless mistakes, but Yihan cannot make a single mistake. Even if their air defense forces only let in one nuclear weapon, the blow to the entire base would be unbearable. This is the disadvantage of lack of strategic depth. There are only two places, Chongqing City and Xiangzhou City. Once we are attacked, we will have nowhere to hide. Master Mu, why are you pretending to be so profound? Yihan looked at Mujin unhappily. Upon hearing this, Mujin raised her head and looked at Yihan, her brows full of thought. Aren't you surprised? Yihan frowned. What's strange? Strange that you didn't choke me today? Mujin shook her head. As a defeated country in World War II, Sakura country doesn't have nuclear weapons, right? Yihan didn't take Mujin's words seriously. The Sakura country now has the ability to cause a global biochemical crisis, so what's so strange about it getting nuclear weapons? They didn't have it before, but now the Jianghan province has one, and it's facing us. Can't they get it from Manhwa or other places? Yihan said. That's impossible. Mujin shook her head. The location and operation codes of each country's nuclear weapons are top secret. Even if Sakura country can get them, it won't be easy for them to use them skillfully. And I asked Chinweiguo a long time ago, and he said that Dragon country's nuclear weapons operating system cannot be cracked by Sakura country at all, so there is only one possibility. Mujin said solemnly. What is possible? That nuclear weapon was given to them by someone. Also included were the operating codes and a series of other things. Mujin said with certainty. Hearing Mujin's confidence, Yihan also became serious and immediately sat down next to Mujin to listen to her carefully. I was wondering before, after World War II, the Sakura country has been castrated by the United States. The politics, economy, military, and even diplomacy are all under the control of the United States. Under such circumstances, Sakura country has basically become a vassal state of the United States. But why is the United States completely unaware of such a big move by Apocalypse Company? There is only one possibility. Behind Sakura country is actually the United States. And this nuclear weapon sent to Jianghan province is also the work of the United States. There is a lot of information contained in Mu Jin's words, but according to Lin Yaikairo, the United States is also affected by biochemical factors at this time. Isn't this just shooting oneself in the foot? But it seems that the situation in the United States is not good right now. Yihan asked with a frown. Mu Jin shook her head. I don't know about that either. The intelligence we have now is limited. We can only learn about it after we spread the intelligence network to other provinces or even other countries. Yihan was silent for a while and asked, what should we do now? Even if the nuclear weapons were given by the United States, what should we do? Mu Jin didn't seem too worried when she mentioned this. What is there to be afraid of? Not to mention that we have air defense capabilities. Even if the worst happens, we can arm all the survivors and play the home exchange tactic with them. Abandon the looming base and, under the guidance of the heavy armored combined brigade, charge into the Jianghan provincial headquarters. If they have the guts, they can blow up their own provincial headquarters as well. We'll follow them wherever they go. If they dare to run to the mainland of Sakura country, we'll follow them. There was some element of joking in Mu Jin's words, and they sounded quite shameless, but if you think about it carefully, it is indeed possible to do so. Of course, this is also the worst-case scenario. After all, if this is really done, the vision of revival will be delayed for a long time. Just as Yihan wanted to continue talking to Mu Jin about the response plan, a soldier in the command center suddenly stood up and walked towards Yihan. Reporting to the commander, Kitahara Kurosuk's unit just took the initiative to contact our looming base and send a telegram. Yihan was a little surprised after hearing this. Why did Kitahara Kangsuk contact him at this time? Was he trying to persuade him to surrender? Thinking of this, Yihan walked to the operating table in the command center and opened the telegram, which had been translated into Chinese. Sir Yihan, this is the Jianghan Province Department of Tianqi Company. I am Kitahara Sanjia, the person in charge. Tianqi headquarters has learned about your attack on our Jianghan cities and has deployed nuclear weapons to Jianghan province. Out of humanitarian considerations, for the sake of Dragon Country's land, and for the sake of Dragon Country's people, we now require you to immediately withdraw all resistance forces to Chongqing City and return the entire territory of Xiangzhou City, Jilin City, and Dongshan City. If you agree, my army will not use nuclear weapons for the time being. Please consider my suggestion carefully. Otherwise, you and your resistance forces will be completely wiped out. After reading the letter of surrender sent by Kitahara Kurosuk, Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned around and yelled at the soldiers. Call him back. Call him back immediately. The soldier was stunned and asked, What's the reply? Just go back. Beiyuan, I'll fuck your ancestors. You're not allowed to write even one more word. Yihan cursed with gritted teeth. Kitahara Kurosuk is too shameless. First, their Sakura country released the virus to harm the people of Dragon Country, and then they occupied the land of Dragon Country. Now they can still shamelessly say that they are considering the people in Dragon Country. The whole text seems very polite, but in fact it is full of threats between the lines. It really fits the description of the cherry blossom country. He knows little things, but not much principles. When the soldier heard Yihan ask him to go to Beiyuan to take care of his ancestors, he was also stunned. Commander, do you want to consider this? Yihan turned around and cursed again. What the hell are you considering? Just send it out like this. Send it out exactly as it is. Mu Jin came up and advised Yihan. Don't be so impulsive. I suggest you mediate with him. This will also give our army some time to deal with the enemy. After hearing Mu Jin's words, Yihan's anger subsided a little, and then he asked, What? Do you have a way to deal with them? Mu Jin smiled faintly. Of course. Chapter 185 Coping Strategies. After hearing Mu Jin's words, Yihan's anger subsided a little, and then he asked, What? Do you have a way to deal with them? Mu Jin smiled faintly. Of course. The Hongqi 9 air defense missile is completely comparable to the Patriot PAC-3 in terms of comprehensive performance, and is even superior to the Patriot 3 in some indicators. According to my estimation, the Jianghan province's attack on us is limited to Chongqing City and Xiangzhou City, which means that the nuclear weapons are not too advanced. They are probably just ordinary medium-range ballistic missiles. I am still optimistic about our air defense capabilities, said Mu Jin. But what if the ballistic missiles used by the other side carry multiple nuclear warheads? Yi Jingyu asked with a frown. Generally speaking, if a ballistic missile carries multiple nuclear warheads and uses multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, MERV, technology, the difficulty of interception will be greatly increased. The area of looming base is too small and cannot bear the risk of interception failure. This is the worst-case scenario I would talk about. Mu Jin nodded. Chongqing City and Xiangzhou City have sufficient underground air defense fortifications. All we have to do is prepare in advance. And what we need to do is to make sure that the nuclear weapons of Jianghan Province can never be launched. Yihan frowned when he heard this. What do you think we should do? Mu Jin took a sip of tea and said calmly. You and Kitahara Kurosuk should use diplomatic means to mediate and buy time. The intelligence department must find out the deployment location of Jianghan Province's nuclear weapons within the next few days, and then select elite soldiers from the Frost Special Operations Regiment to destroy these nuclear weapons through special operations. The front line immediately advanced and captured the entire Jianghan Province in the shortest possible time. According to my estimation, after Jianghan Province is taken, the world system will also open the map of the entire Dragon Country. At that time, we won't have to worry about the threat of nuclear weapons anymore. A fish in a pond naturally has to worry about being caught, but if it enters the sea, it no longer has this worry. After hearing Mu Jin's words, Yihan fell into deep thought. This seems to be the only option at the moment. And since the intelligence department is required to investigate the deployment location of Apocalypse nuclear weapons, it is not enough to rely on the few intelligence personnel on the front line. A commander from the intelligence department must be sent to take command. Thinking of this, Yihan called Yuriko over. As the director of the intelligence department, she naturally had this ability. Yuriko, I'm afraid you have to go again this time. Yihan looked at Yuriko and said. Yuriko was about to speak when Lu Shui suddenly stepped forward and interrupted her. Commander, let me go? Minister Yuriko still needs to consider the overall situation in the intelligence department. What Lu Shui said was indeed correct. Yuriko had always been in charge of the intelligence department, so it was not appropriate to send her there. However, Wang Long and Lu Shui's relationship had only just started to improve. Thinking of this, Yihan glanced at Wang Long. The boy's expression was very twisted at this moment. He obviously didn't want Lu Shui to go, but considering the overall situation, it was indeed most appropriate for her to go. Commander, let her go. The base's affairs are the most important. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Long stood up and said. Lu Shui also looked back at Wang Long with a slight smile on her lips. Seeing that no one objected, Yihan didn't think any more about it and asked Lu Shui to take 2 intelligence officers to Tianjiang City. After arranging the affairs of the intelligence department, Yihan drafted a reply to Kitahara Kurosuk. This old guy must have fooled himself a lot. After thinking for a long time, Yihan turned around and said to the soldiers in the command center, Call the Kitahara devils back and tell them that we are willing to retreat to Chongqing City, but our troops are too numerous and need to be withdrawn in batches. Well, 3 days, let them give us 3 days. The soldier looked back at Yihan and hesitated. Commander, are we really retreating? Retreat for nothing. Kitahara Kurosuk is not my father. Should I retreat if he tells me to? Yihan said unhappily. You're just fooling him. You can figure it out yourself, but just make him believe that we're going to retreat. Yes. The soldier nodded and began to draft the telegram. Not long after, Kitahara Kurosuk called Yihan back and agreed to a 3-day retreat. On the other side, in Tianjiang City, Kitahara Kurosuk had a smile on his face. Yihan has agreed to retreat. In 3 days, we will regain all the lost places. The staff officer at the side also smiled and said, It seems that the nuclear deterrence is still effective. After they retreat to Chongqing City, we will launch nuclear weapons. This way, we can minimize the losses. For Apocalypse, the land of Dragon Country has become their land, and the launch of nuclear weapons will also cause land pollution, which is why they are reluctant to use nuclear weapons. Kitahara Kurosuk smiled coldly when he heard the staff officer's words. Tell the missile company to be on standby at all times. Once they retreat inside, this will be their home ground. For a moment, the provincial and ministerial command center was filled with laughter. After receiving a call back from Kitahara Kurosuk, Yihan felt relieved and his thoughts started to work again. Xiao AI, can the arsenal produce other styles of military uniforms? Yihan asked Xiao AI. Yes, the commander can customize the military uniform according to his needs. Xiao AI nodded. Hearing Xiao AI's affirmative voice, Yihan immediately gave a wicked smile. A day later, the troops in Xiangzhou City received a batch of new uniforms and spray paint, along with Yihan's orders. Wang Hu looked at Yihan's order in surprise. Is the army being restructured? What's going on? Why did the commander get so many police uniforms? Wang Chuanzong said curiously. Wang Hu frowned. Who knows? Just follow the commander's orders. Have all the soldiers change into police uniforms. Have the survivors wear the military uniforms they have taken back to Looming Base, and have all the tanks be painted to look like police cars. Wang Chuanzong scratched his head, still not quite understanding Yi Han's plan. However, he just went down and carried out the order obediently. Another day passed, and a strange thing happened on the front line between Julin City and Dongshan City. Dense groups of survivors wearing the uniforms of Yi Han's troops were retreating rapidly. Seeing this, the Apocalypse players thought that Yi Han was going to withdraw his troops. But what came soon after were police officers wearing police uniforms, wide-brimmed hats, and holding Type 95 rifles. There were also hundreds of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles painted blue and white. These vehicles were equipped with red and blue warning lights that kept chirping. The battlefield was turned into a criminal capture scene. The fighting on the front lines of Julin City and Dongshan City was even more intense, but this time it was the police force instead of the army that was attacking the city. Chapter 186, Procrastinator. That's right. Yi Han agreed to Kitahara Kurosuk's request to withdraw his troops, and he did indeed withdraw his troops. However, the siege missions in Julin City and Dongshan City were handed over to the heavily armed combined police force and the tank police force. Even the long Z-20 flying in the sky was painted in police paint. The military ranks of the soldiers in Yi Han's army have all been changed. Wang, who is no longer a colonel, but a first-class police inspector. The Apocalypse players were completely confused. What does this mean? The regular army has replaced the police station. Why does the police station have tanks? Even if you are a special police officer, you can't drive a Dragon 09 infantry fighting vehicle, right? Haha, forget about police tanks and police infantry fighting vehicles. Have you ever seen a police 125mm caliber automatic artillery? This war cannot be fought. The police are all armed with Type 95s and wearing exoskeletons. What's the point of fighting them? Is Yi Han withdrawing his troops or not? I feel like I'm going to have a split personality. There are bombardments all day long and sirens are blaring all the time. Am I a fugitive or am I fighting a war? Finally, it was the third day after Yi Han agreed to Kitahara Kurosuk's withdrawal, and Looming Base also kept its word and welcomed more than 100,000 survivors in military uniforms from Julin City and Dongshan City. On the other hand, a police force of nearly 100,000 people also drove Police 99A and police infantry fighting vehicles to capture Julin City and Dongshan City. Report to the commander. The front line reports that the 2nd Independent Brigade has captured Julin City. At the same time, the 1st Infantry Brigade has also entered Dongshan City. All Apocalypse players have retreated, and a total of 230,000 enemies have been annihilated. Our army has established military district command posts in Dongshan City and Julin City. Yi Jingyu ran to Yi Han and saluted and reported. Yi Han frowned when he heard this. What military command? That's called the Dongshan City Public Security Bureau and the Julin City Public Security Bureau. Yi Jingyu smiled awkwardly. Yes, Public Security Bureau, Public Security Bureau. Yi Han snorted coldly. He had withdrawn the army completely according to Kitahara Kurosuk's request. So it shouldn't be a violation of his promise for the police to arrest the criminals, right? As for cannons, tanks, helicopters, and even the J-10C, they are now police equipment and are all for the purpose of maintaining public security in the jurisdiction. Kitahara Kurosuk was already going crazy at this time. At first, they heard that Yi Han had withdrawn his troops, and at the same time, a large number of troops were discovered retreating on the front line. The Jianghan provinces and ministries all believed that persuasion to surrender was effective. But not long after Yi Han withdrew his troops, news came from the front line that a large number of Dragon Country police had appeared. Kitahara Kurosuk didn't take it seriously at first and just wondered what the police could do. Who would have thought that when they woke up early the next morning, they learned that a public security bureau had been set up in Dongshan City, and hundreds of thousands of Apocalypse players were beaten back by the police. Immediately, Kitahara Kurosuk sent a telegram to Yi Han. The telegram was written in harsh terms, questioning why Yi Han did not keep his promise and threatening again to use nuclear weapons. Yi Han used the same old trick again and practiced Tai Chi with Kitahara Kurosuk. Mr. Kitahara, my troops have retreated to the Chongqing City area, as requested. We were not aware of the establishment of the Public Security Bureau in Dongshan City and Julin City. I think it must have been organized spontaneously by the survivors. My tribe has no intention of fighting with your tribe again. Give us another 5 days, and I will give Kitahara-kun a satisfactory explanation. After sending this telegram to Kitahara Kurosuk, Yi Han fell into deep thought. After all, this was just a delaying tactic. Playing word games with Kitahara Kurosuk was just to wear out his patience. Once the Jianghan provincial government completely loses its patience and decides to launch a nuclear strike here, it will be of no avail to turn soldiers into police or police into security guards. Yihan became worried and smoked one cigarette after another, and the command center was suddenly filled with mist. Smoke less. Do you want to live? Mu Jin came to the command center at some point. Seeing the choking smoke in the room, she couldn't help but frowned and said. Yihan smiled bitterly. Although he was still taking advantage of Kitahara Kurosuk at this moment, there was a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. I can't relax until the intelligence department reports the location of nuclear weapons deployment. Kitahara Kurosuk called back and agreed to give us 3 days. After 3 days, no armed personnel with uniform and unified command will be allowed to be seen in Dongshan City, Jilin City, and Xianzhou City. Yi Jingyu walked forward and said, 3 days is just 3 days, let's just drag it out. Yihan sighed. Is there any news from the intelligence department? Mu Jin asked. Lu Shui called yesterday and said that the intelligence department has already driven a nail into the Jianghan provincial department, but it will probably take a few more days to get the information about the location of the nuclear weapons, Yi Jingyu replied. Yihan fell silent after hearing this. He didn't know if 3 days would be enough for the intelligence department to carry out its activities, but this was the only way now. Mu Jin was not as worried as Yihan, and even looked somewhat relaxed. Don't be so unhappy. Didn't Kitahara Kurosuk say that we can't have armed personnel in uniform? Why don't you tell Wang Hu and the others not to wear clothes and form a naked army? We can still delay it for a few more days then. As Mu Jin was talking, she began to laugh softly, as if she saw a group of naked men. She originally wanted to make a joke to cheer Yihan up. After all, Yihan was the one who was under the most pressure in the entire command center during this period, and he smoked packs of cigarettes every day. But Yihan didn't seem very happy after hearing this. He just rolled his eyes at Mu Jin and said nothing. Seeing that Yihan was still frowning, Mu Jin pursed her lips and said nothing more. How is the evacuation of the base going? Yihan turned and asked Mu Jin. Yi Ruoxue has already developed an evacuation plan. Once a nuclear strike occurs, Lu Tu's Maincar regiment will evacuate the survivors to various underground fortifications in Chongqing City, while the army will evacuate to the mountainous areas. Mu Jin said with a blink of her eyes. Yihan felt relieved when he heard that everything had been settled. I must now do 2 things at once. On the one hand, I must prepare for the worst possible scenario, and on the other hand, I must delay time for the intelligence department as much as possible. Frost's Special Operations Group is already on full alert, just waiting for news from the intelligence department. 3 days passed again. There were no more police officers in Dongshan City and Jilin City. Even the police 99A had disappeared without a trace. The news soon reached Kitahara Karaji's ears. The boy became happy when he heard it, and the gloom he had felt after being played around by Yihan was completely gone. Let the 1st and 2nd armies go out immediately to retake Dongshan City and Jilin City. The 3rd Army is ready to capture Xiangzhou in one fell swoop after Jilin City and Dongshan City are retaken. In fact, Kitahara Kurosuk's words sounded nice, talking about this army group and that army group, but after the successive battles in the past few days, everyone in the Jianghan province knew that the army of 800,000 was reduced to only 400,000 or so. This is because the Apocalypse players run fast and don't fight as hard as the regular troops. Otherwise, they would have died even more miserably. After Kitahara Kurosuk gave the order, all the Apocalypse players were like chicken blood injected, and they all rushed towards their respective goals. In Chuxiang County of Jilin City, an infantry regiment composed of Apocalypse players quickly attacked the city. However, the first thing I saw when I entered the city was not zombies filling the streets, nor the police's 99A. What the hell is that? A school bus. An Apocalypse player widened his eyes and carefully identified the target in front of him. Even as that person was speaking, a Type 09 infantry fighting vehicle painted like a school bus drove over with a few large words sprayed on the body of the vehicle. Genius Baby Kindergarten School Bus. Wang Hu, who was wearing a floral vest, slippers, and a personal exoskeleton, shouted loudly while sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Hit me. Soon, a group of soldiers, some in suits and some in school uniforms, emerged from various street corners. They were dressed in colorful clothes, and some were even wearing cosplay costumes. But without exception, they were all equipped with individual exoskeletons and holding Type 95 rifles in their hands. Chapter 187 Dress-Up War. That's right. Yihan played tricks on Kitahara Kurosuk again. The frontline troops no longer had uniforms. No, I'm wearing a white coat so you don't have to wear one. The commander said we can't wear the same uniform, said a soldier from the infantry brigade. What should I wear then? Isn't there a nurse's skirt? Just wear that. Hey, I'm a nurse. A burly soldier in a nurse's uniform said dissatisfiedly, the hem of his skirt torn by his muscles. What should I do? There's also a hospital gown here. Turning to the other side, in front of a kindergarten in Dongshan City, 299A model baby buses have rumbled out. Behind 99A is a group of soldiers in school uniforms. The school uniforms are naturally differentiated, not only in color, but also in grade. There are classes ranging from kindergarten to high school. For these soldiers, the school uniforms were undoubtedly too small, and the clothes were stretched to tatters. The youthful school uniforms look very inconsistent with their mature and resolute faces. On the other side, the Apocalypse army was so stunned by the scene that they forgot to resist for a moment. Teacher, the enemy has been spotted. A soldier in a Western dress turned around and said to his company commander, Students, attack immediately. Class Wawa, surround from the flank. Class Cat, provide fire support. And students from Class 1, Grade 2, engage the enemy head-on. Make sure to annihilate them quickly, yelled the uniformed teacher. Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire. The entire Dongshan City and Julin City were in chaos. This sudden change made it impossible for the Apocalypse army to react. At first, seeing teachers, doctors, even sanitation workers, bus drivers, chefs, and the like, the Apocalypse players thought they had returned to their original world. But who could have imagined that the teacher was driving a Type 95, the doctor was driving a Type 99A, and the classmate in the kindergarten class was actually 1.8 meters tall and carried a rocket launcher. A COS group even appeared outside the defense position of Julin City. The soldiers with more delicate looks put on makeup and dressed in various anime wives' clothes. Huh? Why did I just see General Raiden carrying a bazooka? I am a nimble dog in the mountains. No more fighting. We're not going to fight. How are we going to fight a bunch of wives on the other side? It's Kurumi. An Apocalypse player got excited when he saw a soldier posing as Tokusaki Kurumi on the opposite side. He climbed out of the position and yelled despite the captain's dissuasion. My wife, please beat me to death. The leader of the COS group smiled disdainfully upon seeing this, and immediately lifted up his skirt, revealing a pair of strong and beautiful legs in white stockings to the sight of the Apocalypse players. Does anyone want to lick my feet? The captain stretched out his white silk feet, while on the other side, he carried a Type 69 rocket launcher. Ugh, Tianchi vomited upon seeing this. No, it's fine if she's pretty, but you look like a black bear and you're also trying to do the same thing? It's too eye-catching. Tianchi's job is really not for humans. Back at Looming Base, Yihan had already learned about the situation on the front line and was busy writing a letter to Kitahara Kurosuk. If such changes occur on the battlefield, Kitahara Kurosuk will definitely know about it immediately and will question himself first. Rather than being blamed by him, it is better to take the initiative. Kitahara-kun, we strongly condemn your attack on civilians. And you even attacked kindergarten children. This is too much. Some of them are only 8 years old, or even younger. If your troops don't stop the attack, our army will definitely stop withdrawing and rush to the front line from Looming Base to protect civilians. After Yihan finished writing, he quickly sent it to Kitahara Kurosuk. Within a few minutes, Kitahara Kurosuk replied. There is only one sentence and a picture on it. Is this fucking 8 years old? The words were filled with Kitahara Kurosuk's anger. As for the picture, it was obviously taken by an Apocalypse player on the front line. It showed a muscular man wearing a cartoon dress. The dress was already torn to pieces. The man's bronze muscles were exposed, and he was taller than the off-road vehicle next to him. And he was holding a Type 95 in his hand. Seeing this, Yihan didn't know how to respond for a moment. He couldn't just say that this was just a 2-year and 3-month-old child, right? On the other side, Mujin was holding a photo in her hand and was almost laughing crazy. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I didn't expect Gao Sheng to be so good at playing. What's so fun? Yihan frowned and wanted to go over to take a look. Mujin said with a sly smile, What are you looking at? This is not suitable for children. Yihan rolled his eyes at Mujin, then looked at the photo in her hand. Just one glance, and Yihan's 3 views were completely ruined. Gao Sheng was also helpless. He had been busy finding clothes for the soldiers. When it was his turn, all the normal clothes had been snatched away, leaving only a set of sexy lingerie that was hard to describe. On one side is the military order as heavy as a mountain, and on the other side is one's own dignity as a man. Gao Sheng finally chose the former, and put the cloth on himself with tears in his eyes, and also stuck a cat ear hairpin on his bald head. Brigade Commander, you. The guard in a wedding dress looked at Gao Sheng with an expression that was hard to describe. What do you mean, me? What? Are you really proud of wearing a wedding dress? Gao Sheng was immediately furious. No, the guard said weakly with his head down. Commander, you missed something. Why the hell do I need to expose this? Gao Sheng was speechless. This sexy lingerie was no better than a piece of cloth. It would be worse than not wearing it. If the leader of the 213th Regiment had not already chosen the naked streaking plan, I would rather be naked than wear this thing. Thinking of this, Gao Sheng suddenly rolled his eyes, and then looked at the guard Xiao Wu with a kind face. Xiao Wu, you are still young, and wedding dresses are too mature for you. How about we switch? Xiao Wu clutched his chest and looked at Gao Sheng with fear. No, Brigade Commander. No, Brigade Commander. 5 minutes later, Gao Sheng, wearing a wedding dress, stood proudly in the command room, while Xiao Wu next to her was in a panic and didn't know where to block. Don't block it. I will be responsible for you. Gao Sheng glanced at Xiao Wu and said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu could only nod with tears in his eyes. At this time, Yi Han, who was far away in the command center, had an expression that was hard to describe. He originally thought that Wang Hu and the others would simply dress up as civilians, but he never expected things to develop to this point. We can just look at these photos among ourselves. Don't let them get into the hands of the people in Looming Base. It's too immoral. Yi Han warned Mu Jin. Chapter 188 Mission begins. Just as Yi Han was chatting with Mu Jin, Yi Jingyu came to Yi Han with a serious look on his face. Commander, Kitahara Kurosuk seems to have lost his patience. He has issued an ultimatum, demanding that we withdraw from the battlefield within 1 day. And they warned us that if we try these tricks again, we will be attacked immediately. Hearing Yi Jingyu's words, Yi Han sighed, his brows filled with solemnity. Obviously, there was no chance to delay any further. Don't worry. At worst, we can implement Plan B. The survivors and the army will go into underground fortifications and head straight for Tianjiang City after the nuclear strike. Mu Jin said seriously. Yi Han was about to reply when Yuriko suddenly rushed into the command center in a hurry. She was panting, obviously having run all the way here, her face full of excitement. Commander, Lu Shui from the intelligence department has sent a message that the deployment location of Jianghan province's nuclear weapons seems to have been determined. This is her call. After hearing Yuriko's words, Yi Han felt that the current situation was like seeing the blue sky after the clouds had cleared away. What did Lu Shui say? Where are the nuclear weapons deployed? Yi Han asked hurriedly. Yuriko nodded, and then played Lu Shui's incoming call on the computer. The windmill is calling Helan Mountain, 0241, 7836, 1224. As the tape played, Yuriko explained. Windmill and Helan Mountain are the code names of Lu Shui and the intelligence department. In order to avoid Tianqi's pursuit, we used the civilian channel and all the information was encrypted. The personnel of the intelligence department are already deciphering the information and will have an answer soon. I suggest that the Special Forces Regiment be deployed now and be on standby at any time. Before Yi Han could reply, Wang Long beside him asked Yuriko impatiently. How is Lu Shui? Is she okay? Wang Long's expression was full of tension. After all, the danger level of the intelligence department's undercover work was quite high, and the Special Forces group of Frost was behind him to launch the operation. Tianqi will also immediately realize the information leak, and then Lu Shui and the others will be in danger. Yuriko smiled and comforted Wang Long. Don't worry, since the information can be sent out, Lu Shui and the others will definitely be fine. When the Special Forces group starts the operation, Lu Shui and the others will also find a way to evacuate quickly. After hearing Yuriko's words, Wang Long nodded with relief. Yi Han stood up, his expression full of seriousness. Yi Jingyu, immediately order all frontline troops to retreat from Dongshan City and Julin City to Xiangzhou in batches. After retreating to Xiangzhou, stay where you are and wait for orders to create the illusion of our army retreating for Tianqi. Wait until the Special Forces succeed, then move out across the board. Launch a general attack. Wang Long, tell the Frost Special Forces to prepare and be on standby at any time. Once the intelligence is deciphered, immediately go to the nuclear weapons deployment location to carry out special operations. When everyone in the command center heard Yi Han's words, they immediately stood up straight and saluted Yi Han solemnly. Yes. Half an hour later, the troops on the front line began to slowly withdraw from Dongshan City and Julin City. Seeing this, the Apocalypse players dared to slowly and tentatively advance into the city. Seeing that the city was indeed empty, the soldiers in strange costumes disappeared without a trace, and the various types of school buses, ambulances, sprinkler trucks, and garbage trucks were also gone. Although Apocalypse players didn't dare to accept it for a moment, the fact was right before their eyes. Yi Han really retreated. On the other hand, the intelligence department's decryption work was finally completed, and Lu Shui's code also revealed the location of the nuclear weapons deployment in Jianghan Province. Tianjiang City, Yinyan County, Suburban Farm. This mission is different from the previous ones. Because we are located in the heart of the enemy, we cannot dispatch large-scale troops. There was some reluctance in Yihan's eyes, but his face was serious. There are only 30 of you. The Dragon Z, 20 of the Army Aviation Regiment will take you to the mountains outside Tianjiang City. You will have to walk there from then on. Lu Jingyu's troops are familiar with the terrain there, and they will help you. Your mission on this trip is to destroy the enemy's nuclear weapons. The safety of the entire army, the safety of the entire base, and the safety of the entire Dragon Nation people all depend on you. After hearing Yihan's words, Han Shuang saluted solemnly. Don't worry, Commander. We are ready to sacrifice our lives for this cause. Looking at Han Shuang's resolute face and the solemn expressions of the 29 Special Forces soldiers behind him, Yihan opened his mouth to say something, but in the end said nothing. He just walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. The engine of the Long Z-20 started suddenly, and the rotors slowly rotated, then became faster and faster. Soon Yihan felt a strong wind blowing. 30 soldiers boarded 3 Longji-20 aircraft one after another. Long live the base. Long live the Dragon Nation. Long live the people. Han Shuang's voice could be heard faintly in the whistling wind. The Longji-20 took off. Yihan looked up at the helicopter and saw Han Shuang saluting him in the cabin. There was no fear or worry in the eyes of those soldiers, only determination. I'm afraid they won't come back. Mu Jin had stood in front of Yihan without him noticing. This was a mission in which they would certainly die. Yihan knew it, and so did Han Shuang and his soldiers. It's only 100 kilometers away from Tianjiang City, the base of the Jianghan Provincial Department. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as a den of dragons and tigers. Once the nuclear weapons are destroyed, the armed forces of the entire Tianjiang City will inevitably encircle and suppress Han Shuang's team. What was the survival rate of Han Shuang and his men at that time? Almost zero. It was too far away, so far that Yihan's troops could not arrive at the scene in the first time, and so far that they would be separated forever after a brief meeting. But some things have to be done by someone. Yihan was aware of this, and so were Han Shuang and the others. Take a good look at them and remember what they look like. Yihan murmured, looking at the Long Z-20 flying into the distance. At this time, the sun was setting, the sky was dyed blood red by the setting sun, and night was sweeping in from the end of the sky. The 3 Dragon Z-20s were like a few lost geese in the sky, and disappeared in the twilight in just a moment. A few hours later, the Dragon Aircraft 20 carrying the Frost Squad arrived in Tianjiang City. Maneuver quickly at ultra-low altitude to avoid enemy radar detection, said the pilot of the Long Z-20. Yes, we are less than 5 kilometers away from the designated location. Frost, you can get ready. Frost nodded and looked at his teammates. Check your equipment. Once you get down, follow the map and enter the mountain area. Turn off all radios. Yes. It was already midnight, and Han Shuang and his team had arrived at their location. The Long Z-20 hovered in the air, and the soldiers got off the Long Z-21 after another. Han Shuang looked at the ground. It was pitch black, and he could not see anything. The landing soldiers seemed to have fallen into a black hole. He could not see anyone at a glance. Brother, thank you for your hard work. The driver of the Long Z-20 looked back at Han Shuang, who was about to go down. Han Shuang was just about to go down, but was stunned when she heard the driver's words, and then she smiled. Thank you for your hard work in delivering us here. Leave the rest to us. Be careful. Yeah, you too. Chapter 189 Scorched Earth Operation. All that could be seen was pitch black. The Frost Squad could only move through the dense forest with the help of night vision goggles. We are still 50 kilometers away from the target. We must act quickly, Han Shuang said as he bent down and shuttled through the woods. Conserve your strength. Han Shuang reminded again. The group had been walking for a while when they suddenly heard a voice from the front. Goo goo. It sounded like the call of some wild bird. Frost pricked up his ears and gave the team a signal to stop. Immediately, Han Shuang imitated the voice and responded a few times. Goo 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 goo. Not long after the sound stopped, a man with a black face emerged from the darkness, followed by 5 fully armed soldiers. Is that Captain Frost? The man stepped forward and asked. Yes, I am Frost. Frost nodded and held the hand he extended. I'm Song Nanjing, the battalion commander of the Reconnaissance Battalion of the 112th Regiment of the 1st Field Army. Commander Lu Jingyu sent us to support your troops. Song Nanjing held Han Shuang's hand and patted his shoulder. The 1st Field Army was also the name Yihan gave to Lu Jingyu's troops. asking them to carry out combat activities behind enemy lines in the Jianghan province area. After the two troops joined together, they did not stop for a moment. Under the leadership of Song Nanjing, the Frost Squad continued to rush towards the designated location. There are a total of 2 enemy regiments stationed in Yinyan County. They are all regular troops, about 8,000 people, and there is also a 200-man Lord Zombie force. Song Nanjing introduced to Han Shuang. And the farm on the outskirts of the county where the enemy missile company was stationed had a battalion of guard troops. While you are carrying out your mission, our 112th Regiment will surround Yinyan County and fight for support to support your operations. Lu Jingyu also learned the location of the nuclear weapons deployment, but they did not dare to act rashly. Once the information of large-scale troop mobilization was discovered by Kitahara Kurosuk, it would inevitably alert the enemy. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Han Shuang and his group finally arrived at the mountains and forests not far from the farm on the outskirts of the county. The night breeze blew, and drops of rain fell from the sky. Frost looked at the camp with flashing lights at the foot of the mountain. There were hundreds of people there, all fully armed, and the huge ballistic missile launchers were parked in the large warehouse behind the farm. Amid the flickering figures, the lights in the camp looked like a ball of fire in the twilight. "It's raining," Frost murmured. Using 30 people to attack a camp of nearly 1,000 people would undoubtedly be courting death, even if these soldiers were experienced in battle. When it comes to tactics, there is nothing more stupid than this, right? But sometimes, a person who is determined to die will also have the strength and ambition to save the collapsing empire. That's what they're going to do. Don't use an egg to hit a rock. Don't burn both jade and stone. Don't urge the sword to sharpen, and save the building from collapse. Let's go. The first team will follow me into the camp, and the second team will block the enemy outside the camp. Han Shuang wiped the rain from his eyes, turned around, and said coldly. The soldiers all nodded without saying a word. It is useless to say more at this time. When they set foot here, they had already given up the idea of survival. Song Nanjing stood in the forest and watched Han Shuang and his team go away. Compared with the huge army in the camp, Han Shuang and his team were like small ants and disappeared into the twilight in an instant. "Battalion commander, isn't this seeking death?" a soldier murmured. Song Nanjing was silent for a long time. This was indeed a suicide mission, but what else could he do if he didn't go? The order he received was only to send Han Shuang and the others here. The leader did not ask them to act with Han Shuang. The Dragon Country is not just their Dragon Country, right? Song Nanjing looked back at the soldier and said. The soldiers did not answer, but tightened their weapons at the same time. "Let's go." Song Nanjing smiled silently. Han Shuang was almost at the foot of the mountain when he heard a whistling sound coming from the hillside. He looked back and saw several dark shadows rushing towards him from the top of the mountain. Frost reports that the Scorched Earth operation has begun, and the team has already engaged enemy forces. In the command center, Yi Jingyu walked up to Yi Han with a report in his hand. Yi Han nodded, then looked at Yi Jingyu, his eyes full of determination. "Let's get started. Order all troops to move forward immediately, target Tianjiang City." This was the earliest implementation plan that Yi Han discussed with the general staff. When the Frost Squad took action, all other troops immediately took action and marched quickly to attack Tianjiang City. At the same time, the 2nd Independent Brigade stationed in a county suburb of Xiangzhou City also received the order. Wang, who has already changed into his military uniform, just waiting for this moment. "Guards, pass my order. All troops move forward immediately. Go straight to the capital of Jianghan Province and make sure to destroy the Jianghan Province. Only engage large enemy forces on the march. Ignore the zombies and the enemy's roving small groups. Abandon all captured supplies for the time being. We have only one goal, which is to capture Tianqi's Jianghan Province." Yes, not only Xiangzhou City, but the entire Jianghan Province was in chaos following the order. Lu Jingyu's troops stationed behind enemy lines also took action at the same time. The mighty army converged under the order and launched a fierce attack on the area where the Apocalypse troops were stationed. On the other side, Kitahara Kurosuk's face was bulging with veins, and there were 3 reports in front of him. One was the news that the nuclear weapons deployment site in Yinyan County was attacked by enemy special forces. One was that Yi Han's 100,000 troops who were originally retreating were moving rapidly towards Tianjiang City, and the other was a report that the Zhu Tianqi garrison camp in Jianghan Province was attacked by Lu Jingyu's troops. It was not until this moment that Kitahara Kurosuk realized that the previous police army, cosplay group, and Boy Scouts were all excuses. Yi Han was just trying to delay time, and even the subsequent withdrawal was just a sleight of hand. Yi Han's goal was finally achieved at this moment, and when his action began, Kitahara Kurosuk was caught off guard. Order the garrison troops around Yingyun County to immediately wipe out this special forces unit. Make sure to protect the missile company's equipment. Kitahara Kurosuk said this almost while gritting his teeth. The rest of the city's garrison troops will immediately assist Tianjiang City and stop Yihan's bandit army head-on. After the special forces clear out the area, immediately launch a nuclear weapon to destroy Yihan's base. The Tianjiang City office was filled with Kitahara Kurosuk's roars, and everyone knelt on the ground in anxiety. After a long time, Kitahara Kurosuk's anger subsided a little. The deployment location of the missile company has always been a secret of our army. Even the head of the Yingyun County office is not clear about what is deployed there. How could Yihan know it? Kitahara Kurosuk's eyes were full of anger. Check it for me. If you can't find out, you'll be buried with Yihan. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 190. Su Qing is no longer difficult. On the other side, Yihan was sitting in the command center with a frown on his face. News from the front kept coming in. First, Wang Hu had captured Julin and was marching quickly towards Tianjiang. Then, the Army Aviation Brigade annihilated an enemy regiment. Li Qingwang and Wang Zhan's 1st Independent Brigade and 1st Tank Brigade advanced to 200 kilometers away from Tianjiang City. But Yihan's mind was not on these things at all. The only thing he cared about was the news about Han Shuang. Commander, there are only 11 people left in the Frost Squad. Xiao AI whispered on the side. I understand. Trust Han Shuang and the others. Yihan nodded and looked at the soldiers' situation on Xiao AI's system panel. Frost vital signs still showed healthy, which meant that the scorched earth operation was still going on. Meteor, take your men up quickly. Stop that missile vehicle. Han Shuang yelled. The camp was now surrounded by the Apocalypse troops and was engulfed in flames. Lu Jingyu's 112th Regiment was also exchanging fire with 2 regiments from Yingyun County. But distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Here at the county farm, the Frost Squad is almost wiped out. 2 of the 4 Atom's tactical missile launch systems have been destroyed, and the remaining 2 are preparing to evacuate under the escort of Apocalypse soldiers. Those soldiers no longer had East Asian faces like the Sakura people or Apocalypse players, but were clearly Europeans. The fact is that behind the Sakura country or Apocalypse, there is another force from outside the Asian circle. Meteor only had 1 arm left at this time. He simply tied up the broken arm with a cable tie, but blood still continued to seep out, and the secondary individual exoskeleton device on his body was almost scrapped. But in response to Han Shuang's call, Lu Xing just nodded and pulled his comrade beside him. Let's go. We have to stop that car. The Special Forces soldier next to him turned his head, spitting blood from his mouth. A huge wound on his abdomen was torn open, and his internal organs were all over the ground. Let's go. The soldier nodded, but the blood in his mouth made his speech unclear. As he spoke, he tried to stand up. Meteor was stunned for a moment, then just patted his shoulder. You stay here to cover me. After saying that, Meteor picked up the gun with his only remaining arm and rushed towards the missile vehicle that was driving out of the warehouse. Hawkeye, shoot down that driver. Frost shouted while holding up his gun and knocking down the 2 soldiers who were rushing towards him. Captain, I can't seem to see. Hawkeye's words stunned Frost. He looked back and saw Hawkeye behind the cover, holding his sniper rifle tightly in one hand with a frown on his face and wiping his eyes with the other hand. But there was only a pool of blood and broken flesh. The debris produced by the explosion pierced his face. There was no intact skin on his face. As he wiped it, more blood flowed from his eye sockets. Han Shuang turned her head away, unable to bear to watch any longer. Don't wipe it. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the warehouse. Han Shuang looked over there and saw a figure that looked like a meteor falling down in the flames, and the missile launcher that intended to retreat was also scrapped. Only one left. Only one left. Han Shuang screamed in surprise and quickly turned to look at the other car. Outside the camp, an Atom's tactical missile launch system was leaving the camp and fleeing towards Yingyun County. Chase! Frost roared, but when he looked back, he saw gunshots in the firelight and figures flashing around him. He was the only one left in the Frost team. In the Tianqi building in Tianjiang City, Han Yukaharu was standing in front of the window looking at the heavy rain outside. Dawn had already broken in the eastern sky. The long night was about to pass, and a new day would soon begin. A cool breeze mixed with rain flew in through the window, and Hanyu Koharu closed the window. Have you packed your things? Hanyu Koharu asked, turning around. It's packed. Sakino Ayako nodded. There was a small briefcase on the desk, which contained all confidential documents about the Jianghan province and ministry, and was also the result of the intelligence department's hard work in recent days. Let's go. Hanyu Koharu nodded. The office door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man walked into the room and looked at the 2 of them calmly. Xiaochun, where are you going? The man asked calmly. Hanyu Koharu just looked at him calmly, but her other hand quietly placed on the pistol at her waist. I just need to hand the documents over to the confidential department with Iyako. The man smiled, as if he didn't care, and just looked at her calmly. Confidential office? Huh. Xiaochun, I heard that you and Iyako are both Ishihara-kun's confidants, so our Zhonghan department is willing to put you in this position. It's been so long, and you've done a great job. You've lived up to the training of Ishihara-kun and Hayashi Yaikairo. Although he spoke lightly, the heavy atmosphere in the air was so oppressive that it made people breathless. Just outside the door, more than a dozen fully armed soldiers were watching the situation in the room covetously. Hanyu Koharu looked at the man in front of her who seemed to be just chatting, and said nothing. Minister Fujino, what do you want to say? Ayako frowned. The moment Fujino walked into the room, Hanyu Koharu, or Lu Shui, knew that he was exposed. As a member of the Secret Service Department of Tianxi Zhonghan Province, Fujino would never chat with others for no reason. I just want to say that spies never have a good ending. Fujino looked at Hanyu Koharu with a smile on his face. Are you right? Lu Shui. The intelligence department has received news that Lu Shui and the other 6 frontline intelligence personnel have lost contact. The command center was quiet. Yuriko was reading a report with a trembling voice. Why can't we get in touch with him? Is there a communication problem? Yi Jingyu asked with a frown. Yuriko shook her head, then gently pressed the play button on the computer, and Lu Shui's voice sounded in the command center. The windmill is calling Heelan Mountain, 7723, 2331, 0627. Yuriko bit her lip to control her trembling voice. This is the last message sent by Lu Shui. The first half is a report on the follow-up plan of Tianxi Zhonghan Province and the deployment location of the other party's logistics base. Wang Long stood blankly behind Yi Han, looking at Yuriko with absent-minded eyes, as if he didn't hear what she said at all. The last words seemed to be reserved for Captain Wang Long. She said, "Since I have already promised my country, it is difficult for me to promise you. I hope you take care." Yuriko looked up at Wang Long with red eyes. She always understood your feelings. Wang Long's steps became a little weak. He walked to the door of the command center dejectedly, pushed it open, and went out. The early morning at Looming Base was much quieter than other places. The chirping of birds could be heard from the woods outside the base vehicle. Wang Long looked to the east and saw warm sunlight shining on the mountains in the mist. He suddenly remembered what he had said to Lu Shui in Xiangzhou City that day. At that time, Lu Shui smiled at him gently, and Wang Long was suddenly distracted when he saw her. When the war is over, shall we go back to our hometown together? Wang Long nodded and smiled foolishly. Good. Chapter 191 Appear and Leave. Wang Long walked in the streets of Looming Town in a daze. He didn't know where he should go or what he should do. He just wanted to take a walk. People passing by on the street looked at him strangely. He clearly wasn't crying, but for some reason his face was full of tears. How to describe the relationship between him and Lu Shui? Is this love? But it seems that it ended hastily before it even started. Is it friendship? But there is clearly something stirring between the two of them. In war, people will always die. Wang Long comforted himself. He had watched his comrades fall on the battlefield countless times, and he used this reason to excuse himself every time they parted. But why is it still so uncomfortable this time? The heart in my chest seemed to be tightly grasped by something, and I always felt a heart-wrenching pain. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but he actually arrived in front of the command building of Looming Base. Wang Long looked up at the command building. Lu Shui used to work here, and she had an office here. As if something was guiding him, Wang Long walked in somehow and followed the sign downstairs in the command center to Lu Shui's office. When he arrived at the door of the house, Wang Long suddenly woke up as if from a dream. He didn't know when he came here, and everything that happened before seemed like a dream. Wang Long put his hand on the door handle and slowly turned it after a long time. He then walked into Lu Shui's office, which was surprisingly simple in furnishings. The sun was pouring in through the window, and a pot of unknown wild flowers on the windowsill seemed to have withered because the owner had been away on a long trip and had not been watered for a long time. There is a vinyl record player on the wooden cabinet next to the desk. Lu Shui said that she likes listening to music. Wang Long walked forward and turned on the record player. As the record turned, the sound of a bagpipe began to sound, followed by singing. You and I should have. Each has its own good and bad. Living freely in their own way. Unrelated existence. Until you showed up. I can't hide from you. I also occupy your heart, filling your void. Why do we appear in each other's lives and then leave? Only the deep and shallow confessions left in my heart. The song's title is on the record, Appear and Leave. It seemed as if fate was playing a trick on him. At this very moment, in Lu Shue's office, such a song happened to be playing on Lu Shue's record player. It seems like a verse that reveals the feelings between himself and Lu Shue. The man in his 30s could no longer suppress his emotions. He fell on Lu Shue's desk and burst into tears. His love and his budding emotions were shattered at this moment. Everyone in the command center heard the sudden cry, which was accompanied by a soft and faint singing. Because I don't want to say goodbye. Just leave quietly. Don't take it seriously. I miss you so much. Every future. Everyone is there. Then you don't need to feel sad. I don't wonder. Because no one has thought of changing it. No one ever thought about coming back. At this time, the atmosphere in the command center of the base vehicle was extremely depressing. Everyone was silent, with only the ticking sound of the signal ringing. Yihan knew that Wang Long had gone out, but he didn't ask anyone to chase him. These soldiers are also human beings, and they all have their own feelings. Moreover, the order to send Lu Shue away was issued by himself. Should I be held responsible for Lu Shue's sacrifice? Yihan shook his head and put these messy thoughts behind him. Now was not the time to think about these things. Another medium-range tactical ballistic missile avoided the attack of Frost and his men, but the base was still exposed to the shadow of a nuclear strike. A tactical ballistic missile. Can the existing air defense weapons in our base intercept it? Yihan turned and asked Yi Jingyu. Yi Jingyu was silent for a long time. The probability of interception is very high. However, there is also a risk of interception failure. After all, according to the existing data, Dragon countries' air defense weapons have never intercepted missiles from other countries. That is to say, there is still a certain risk that the base will be destroyed. When the other people in the staff department heard Yi Jingyu's words, their expressions became solemn. A staff officer frowned and said, "What should we do now? We can't just sit here and wait for it to launch, right?" "Haha, it's very simple." A faint voice sounded. Yihan looked back and saw Li Yuangue walking into the command center with a calm smile on his face. "Isn't it okay if I just block it?" After hearing what Li Yuangue said, Yihan wanted to take off his shoes and slap him in the face. "Still blocking it? You thought you had transcended the calamity and ascended to heaven, right? Has this old man become stupid from practicing Taoism?" But as soon as Li Yuangue finished speaking, his breath finally stopped being concealed, and he suddenly chanted. "I knew at an early age that it was difficult to attain enlightenment, and when an idle person asked me about Zen, I had nothing else to say. From the beginning, I was confused and enlightened to the truth. I dreamed of fish all day long, but never saw a deer. Separate the chaos and clear the turbidity, and do not rely on others to achieve immortality. Today, I have no way to be defeated. My name is Qingwei, remember that." After saying that, Li Yuangue refined it in an instant, raised his hand and pointed straight to the sky. Immediately, not long after, the old man's face suddenly changed, as if he had suffered a backlash, and his expression was as if he was constipated, but his posture remained with his finger raised to the sky. Everyone in the command center stared at him blankly. For a moment, no one dared to speak, as if they were afraid of interrupting his spell. "What do you mean? Great wilderness prison heaven finger." Yihan's expression had become very ugly. After a long time, Li Yuangue looked at Yihan with a frown, as if he found it difficult to speak, but after a while he still said it embarrassedly. I forgot what to do next. How about you help me recall it?" Yihan narrowed his eyes and looked at him, undisguised murderous intent filling the air. "Where is Zhang Tai? Call Zhang Tai over." Yihan said to the messenger beside him. "Captain Zhang Tai is still at the front line. Then bring Xiaotian over here. If Xiaotian isn't here, go find Lu Tu." "Yes." The messenger saluted and rushed out of the command center. Li Yuangue on the side was so scared that he was stunned. Damn it. He really didn't want to come out, but it was as if he had lost his memory. He ran to the command center inexplicably, operated something inexplicably, and then forgot everything inexplicably. "Commander, can you be a little more gentle? We can talk more." Li Yuangue said this almost while crying. Who in the base doesn't know the names of Zhang Tai, Xiao Tian, and Lu Tu? They are simply synonymous with torture. How can I be safe if I fall into their hands? What do you think? Yihan looked at Li Yuangue expressionlessly. You just used the great wilderness prisoner heaven finger. What else do we have to talk about? Chapter 192, Breakthrough. On the other side, Lu Tu quickly came to pick up Li Yuangue. The things that followed were even simpler. Other things were hard to find. A unicycle could not be sat on casually. Li Yuangue also quickly enjoyed the treatment that was only available in the first world. After this little episode, the command center quickly became busy. After the base vehicle was deployed into a military base, all the Hongqi 9BS were on high alert, ready to intercept any unidentified targets entering the airspace of looming base at any time. On the other side, Yihan quickly ordered the implementation of Plan B, and Yi Ruoxue had already led people to evacuate the survivors in the base. Trucks from the engineering battalion took people in batches to underground air raid facilities in various cities and counties. As for supplies, they had been properly arranged a few days ago. Lu Tu and the Minister of Public Security led people to maintain public order. "Commander, why don't you retreat too?" Xiao Ai said worriedly. "The base vehicle cannot be evacuated due to air defense needs, but Yihan cannot hide in the base vehicle. In case the interception fails, damage to the base vehicle is a small matter, but if Yihan loses his life, he will be doomed." Yihan sighed and was about to respond to her when Yi Jingyu suddenly ran over excitedly, with uncontrollable excitement in his voice. "Commander, just received a report from the front line that the last ballistic missile launch system of Jianghan Province has been destroyed. The base is saved." Hearing Yi Jingyu's words, Yihan quickly stood up, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say? Wasn't Team Frost wiped out?" The panel of Xiao AI's system clearly showed that Frost and 30 soldiers were all killed in the battle. So how could the last launch system be destroyed inexplicably? Yi Jingyu said excitedly. According to Lu Jingyu's information, it was the soldiers of the 112th Regiment Reconnaissance Battalion under his command who destroyed the last launch system. Not long after the launch system escaped, it was intercepted by them and destroyed halfway. A huge rock in his heart finally fell to the ground. Yihan let out a long sigh and sat back in his chair. "Telegram Lu Jingyu that I must meet these soldiers in person and commend them in person." Yihan nodded and said. Hearing Yihan's words, Yi Jingyu's expression changed. After a while, he spoke in Yihan's strange gaze. "This reconnaissance team has all been sacrificed. They used their lives to stop the car." Yihan was stunned for a long time and suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. From the Gobi world to Shilin County, and then from Shilin County all the way to Tianjiang City, Yihan could no longer remember how many soldiers had sacrificed along the way. But this time the sacrifice was the most tragic, so tragic that even the person he had just met not long ago was separated from him forever. Yihan couldn't help but have a thought. Is it possible that their death had nothing to do with him? After all, he was the one who sent them to the front line and pushed them into the fire pit. Mu Jin noticed something strange about Yihan and walked forward to look at him seriously. "Their deaths were caused by Apocalypse, and what we have to do is to avenge them." Yihan nodded, but the pressure on his shoulders did not ease at all. This is the pressure that a commander must bear, that is, with just a casual command. Countless people will die because of his order. I didn't kill Bo Run, but he died because of me. This kind of psychological pressure is by no means easy. Revenge. Yihan raised his head, his eyes full of hatred. "Where have the troops advanced to?" Yi Jingyu hurriedly said. "The main force has advanced to Tianjiang City and is fighting with the various forces of Apocalypse. The enemy currently has about 200,000 Apocalypse player troops, 150,000 direct troops, and nearly 10,000 high-level Lord Zombies. These are just the troops that came to protect Jianghan Province. There are many enemy troops in other cities and counties fighting with Lu Jingyu's troops." Yihan's eyes revealed a stern look. "Telegram to all the units on the front line. I want them to take Kitahara Kangsuk's head within 24 hours. Destroy Jianghan Province at all costs." "Yes." Yi Jingyu saluted solemnly, and then immediately went down to generate electricity. Mu Jin glanced at Xiao AI's score panel, then thought for a while, and said, "You now have more than 600 million points. If you take down Jianghan Province and clear the zombie tide, you will definitely be promoted to Major General. The national map will be opened at that time. Even if the military authority does not have strategic weapons, we can rely on the strategic depth to get rid of the enemy's nuclear blackmail." Yihan nodded without answering Mu Jin's words. At this moment, Wang Long suddenly rushed into the command center. His eyes were red, but his expression was full of determination. "Commander, I ask you to send me to the front line." Yihan looked at Wang Long, was silent for a long time, and then nodded. "Go ahead. Your guard regiment will still be under Wang Hu's 2nd Independent Brigade. Cooperate with them to attack Jianghan Province." Wang Long shook his head when he heard this. "I can go alone. The guards are a guard unit and cannot leave here." Yihan didn't want to agree to Wang Long's request. His current condition was too worrying. Too many people he knew had died, and Yihan didn't want anyone else to be sacrificed. But looking at Wang Long's expression, how could Yihan have the nerve to refuse? After a long time, Yihan said, "Go ahead." Wang Long nodded, then went out and got on a Mengsher off-road vehicle and set off for Tianjiang City. Yihan turned around and arranged for 2 soldiers from the Special Forces Regiment to follow Wang Long to prevent Wang Long from doing anything stupid. On the other side, on the front line of Tianjin City, Yihan's main force had almost all approached the outskirts of Tianjin City, and millions of zombies were rushing out of the city. Nearly 400,000 Apocalypse troops were stationed at all major traffic arteries in Tianjin City. The center of their protection was the Apocalypse building in Tianjin City, which was also the seat of the Jianghan Provincial Department. Thousands of vehicles of various types are attacking the zombie tide and attacking the building. Faced with the tide of zombies, Yihan's troops didn't want to pay any attention to it at all. They directly drove the Dragon 99A to the front and crushed them all. The huge tide of zombies could only slow down their offensive momentum a little. They had only one target, Kitahara Kurasuk. After 18 hours, the tank troops of the 1st Independent Brigade rushed to the Apocalypse building, and all the Apocalypse troops that came to rescue were wiped out by the Coordinated Army Aviation Brigade. As for Kitahara Kurasuk, he attempted to escape by helicopter the moment Tianjin City was breached, but he was destroyed by the Dragon Z-10 of the Army Aviation Brigade before he even flew out of the administrative district of Tianjin City. At this point, Tianjin City was destroyed, the Jianghan province was in name only, and Kitahara Kurasuk also became a corpse in the helicopter explosion. Chapter 193 Lu Jingyu. Yihan and the command center naturally learned the news first. With the destruction of Jianghan province, only the remnants of Apocalypse forces were left in the entire Jianghan province, and Yihan's troops also joined forces with Lu Jingyu's troops and were working together to clean up the situation. A full 200,000-strong army was deployed to various counties and cities in Jianghan province, and the Apocalypse players had nowhere to escape. Not only that, the vagrants from Jianghan province who had been watching from the sidelines also joined the cleanup force, and the scale once expanded to nearly 300,000. Yihan's points also rose accordingly, approaching 900 million. It was expected that it would not be long before Yihan would be able to accumulate enough points to be promoted to Major General. By then, the troops under Yihan's command will reach the size of an army. Upon hearing that the front line has stabilized, the looming base, which was originally in a panic, has returned to peace. Yi Ruoxue has arranged for the escaped survivors to return to basic normal work. As for Yihan, when he heard the news that Tianjin City had been breached, he had already ordered Xiao AI to drive the base vehicle to Tianjin City, accompanied by Lu Tu, Chen Weiguo, and others. After all, this trip will definitely involve dealing with Lu Jingyu and a large number of vagrants. Chen Weiguo was originally the commander of the Longwood Division, so it was natural for him to interact with Lu Jingyu, while Lu Tu had to investigate these vagrants in the name of the Mainche group. The base vehicle drove for more than 10 hours before arriving in Tianjin City. Yihan stood on the observation deck on the second floor of the base vehicle and took a look ahead. The city was filled with smoke and the ground was littered with corpses and blood. Wang Hu's 2nd Independent Brigade had withdrawn from Tianjin City and rushed to other areas to provide support. At this time, there were only a few small troops patrolling the entire Tianjin City. In the huge city, there was no life and not even the shadow of a mouse could be seen. Yihan looked at the dilapidated city and felt extremely depressed. Apocalypse, or the evil forces represented by the Sakura country, have brought too much suffering to the Dragon country. Every city along the way is no different from Tianjin City. Every cold and lifeless city represents the deaths of millions of people, and the entire Jianghan province has 9 prefecture-level cities, which add up to tens of millions of people. Take Xiangzhou City as an example. It had a population of nearly 3 million before the war. After the attack by Apocalypse until Yihan liberated Xiangzhou, only more than 50,000 people were left on the Xiangzhou farm. This is more than just 1 in 10 people surviving. Only 1 out of every 100 people can survive. This is already a massacre that will lead to the destruction of a nation and a race. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as bones exposed in the wild, and no rooster crowing for 1,000 miles. When Yihan arrived at the temporary combat command center in Tianjin City, Lu Jingyu and Wang Zhan were waiting for him there. Report to the commander. Our independent 1st Brigade is advancing to Malin City to clear out the remnants of the Apocalypse army. The battle is expected to be over within a day. When Wang Zhan saw Yihan coming, he hurried forward and saluted to report. Yihan glanced at Wang Zhan and nodded. Wang Zhan and Wang Hu's subordinates are all his own heavily armored combined brigade troops, which are also his ace brigade. Naturally, Yihan doesn't need to worry too much about what they do. However, Yihan looked around but did not see Wang Long, so he felt a little strange. Have you seen that kid Wang Long? Yihan asked. When Captain Wang arrived in Tianjin City, the battle was basically over. After searching around the city, he followed Wang Hu's independent 2nd Brigade to the front line of Quanshan City. Wang Zhan replied. Hearing that Wang Long was fine, Yihan felt relieved and immediately looked at the strange man behind Wang Zhan. The military uniform the man was wearing was a little dirty, obviously not washed for a long time, and it was in stark contrast to Wang Zhan's brand new uniform next to him. When he saw Yihan looking at him, he hurried forward and saluted. "Commander Yi, I am Lu Jingyu, and I am also the commander of the 1st Field Army of Dragon Country." Lu Jingyu looked to be in his early 40s. He had a handsome and upright appearance, but his tattered military uniform and dark circles under his eyes made him look particularly haggard. However, at his age, he should only be a regimental commander in the Dragon Army, but he has nearly 100,000 people under his command, which makes Yihan a little curious. Yihan smiled and returned the greeting, then said, "Commander Lu, we finally meet." Lu Jingyu smiled and said, "Yes, if it weren't for the support of your troops, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the chance to meet. My troops would have to stay in the mountains for a long time." "I wonder which part of Long Kingdom Commander Lu was from before the war?" Yihan asked curiously. "I am the deputy commander of the 221st Regiment stationed in Julin City, Longhua. After the disaster, the commander and several commanders were killed. I was the only one who survived. After that, I took the remnants and hid in the Tian Mountains. Along the way, we took in the scattered Dragon Nation troops, as well as some survivors and wandering players who were willing to join the army. But the Apocalypse force is too large. We lack weapons, ammunition, supplies, and even more manpower. We can only resist in the form of guerrilla warfare." After hearing Lu Jingyu's words, Yihan began to look at him with some admiration. Lu Jingyu could actually lead an army of nearly 100,000 with the position of deputy regiment commander. He was indeed a capable man. After all, Chen Weigua, a division commander, only managed to gather 5,000 or 6,000 troops. Thinking of this, Yihan had some plans. His troops have always put talent first and never consider seniority. Lu Jingyu is worthy of being reused, and it would not be an exaggeration to even put him above Chen Weigua. And a lot of information can be revealed in these short sentences. In essence, Chen Weigua, like Lu Jingyu, were serious soldiers of the Dragon Country. There is no doubt that they did not give up after the fall of their country, but try to find ways to resist. It's just that Chen Weigua is old and too conservative in his style of doing things, while Lu Jingyu has some adventurous spirit. Otherwise he wouldn't have gathered such a large army, which also caused a headache for Kitahara Kurosuk. Thinking of this, Yihan nodded to Lu Jingyu. "Very good. After the situation in Jianghan province stabilizes, I will properly place your troops." Lu Jingyu nodded and said, "By the way, Commander-in-Chief, I have something else to report. After the general offensive began, our troops also captured Yanyan County immediately. The remains of the 30 martyrs who performed special operations missions have been brought to Tianjiang City." Hearing Lu Jingyu's words, Yihan's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked, "Where are they?" "It's in the hall behind the temporary command center." Tianjiang City's temporary command center was located in an ancient building, which was also a local star-rated scenic spot before the war. The small house that Lu Jingyu mentioned was also the reception hall of the scenic spot. Yihan hurried there and saw the bodies of the Frost Squad lying on more than a dozen wooden beds, all covered with white cloth. The faces of some martyrs have been burned, so they have not been carefully identified yet, Lu Jingyu explained. Yihan didn't say anything. He didn't know him, but Yihan knew him. When the white cloth was lifted, Han Shuang's face was pale, his clothes were torn, there were 5 or 6 bullet holes on his chest, and the blood had dried. On the other side, Hawkeye's face was covered with minced meat and black blood, and his eyes, which he was most proud of, had become 2 black holes. Meteor's entire body was burned into a ball of charcoal, and only the name Meteor on his body could be vaguely seen. Chapter 194, the 3rd stage. As for the other soldiers, the situation is roughly the same. Yihan took a deep breath and raised his hand solemnly to salute. The people around him also looked solemn as they saluted these martyrs. "Where are the people who stopped the last launch system? I heard that they were soldiers from your reconnaissance battalion." Yihan asked Lu Jingyu. Lu Jingyu nodded with a solemn expression. "There are 12 of them in total, including the 6 who guided the special forces earlier and the 6 who sneaked in later. The commander's name is Song Nanjing, but we didn't find his body. He must have been killed in the explosion, but we did find his nameplate." Yihan was silent for a long time, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "These martyrs were buried according to the standards of a state funeral. Today's situation is thanks to them. Yes, I will find someone to send them back to Luming Base later," Yi Jingyu said on the side. Not long after everyone walked out of the resettlement hall, a messenger suddenly ran up to Lu Jingyu, raised his hand to salute as if he wanted to report something. But when he saw Yihan, he was stunned for a moment, then turned around and reported to Yihan. Commander-in-Chief, the 7th Company of the 322nd Regiment of the 1st Field Army has cleared the Tianxi building and arrested a total of 42 Tianxi, Jianghan Provincial Department-related personnel. When Yihan heard the messenger's words, anger suddenly rose in his heart. That old dog Kitahara Kurosuk died an easy death, as he was beaten into pieces by the Dragon Z-10 of the Army Aviation Brigade, but fortunately these people were captured back intact. Take me to see it, Yihan said coldly. They have too much blood debt to bear, not only the 30 people in the Frost Squad, Lu Shui and others from the Intelligence Department, but also the millions of Dragon Kingdom civilians and the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who died in the battle. In a hall of the Apocalypse building, more than 40 Sakura people were being held there, and a dozen fully armed soldiers were guarding them. Many of them had fainted, and it was clear that the arrest was not peaceful. Yihan walked into the hall and looked at the war criminals lying on the ground, some of whom were glaring at him. Everyone stand up. When a soldier saw Yihan coming, he shouted angrily for everyone on the ground to stand up. The crowd remained silent and unwilling to pay attention until the soldier fired a shot into the air at Yihan's instruction. Then they stood up reluctantly. Yihan was about to say something when he saw a lot of people lying in the crowd. What's going on with those guys lying there? Are they pretending to be dead? Yihan sneered. Upon hearing this, the soldier stepped forward and pushed aside the crowd, revealing a figure lying on the ground. There were 9 people lying on the ground. 3 of them had fainted, and the remaining 6 were covered in blood, with bullet holes on their bodies from which blood was oozing out. Yihan took a look at the injured people and felt that they looked very familiar, so he hurried forward to take a closer look. One of the women was lying in the corner, with a sign on her chest that read Hanyu Koharu. And that face Yihan was very familiar with. It was clearly Lu Shui. Lu Shui's face was pale at this time, with 2 bullet holes in her abdomen, but she was still breathing slightly. That seems to be Lu Shui, and other people from the Intelligence Department. Yi Jingyu said hurriedly. Help them out. Arrange emergency soldiers immediately, and ask the Army Aviation Brigade to send a special plane to send them back to Luming Military Hospital. Save them at all costs. Yihan's original anger suddenly turned into excitement. When they heard the news that Lu Shui had lost contact, everyone thought that they had unfortunately died. But now they saw that they were still alive. Although the situation was not very good, it was a blessing in disguise. Seeing that Lu Shui and the others had received first aid, Yihan felt much better. If Wang Long knew that his sweetheart was still alive, he would be so happy. What's going on with these 6? Yihan turned and asked the soldier. We found them in the parking lot of the Apocalypse building. There were many other Apocalypse soldiers there at the time. We were all dizzy when we saw them, so we could only identify them by their nameplates, the soldier explained. This is no wonder. The Intelligence Department acts under the identity of the Sakura country, so it is normal for the soldiers to take them here as prisoners. After all, not all soldiers know the people in the Intelligence Department. When the other captives saw Yihan taking Lu Shui and the others away, they all started talking. One of the middle-aged men stood up and spoke in Longwa dialect. I didn't expect that your commander-in-chief would abide by the Convention on Prisoner Management so much. Shouldn't we also be given corresponding care? Yihan was in a good mood when he saw that Lu Shui was fine, but that didn't mean these bastards could go after him. Hearing the man's words, Yihan smiled coldly. Of course, you must be managed well. After saying that, Yihan turned to look at Yi Jingyu and said, hand these people over to Zhang Tai from the Magnetron Infantry Regiment and Yuriko from the Intelligence Department. Let them jointly manage them. They must be given the best, most comfortable, and most appropriate treatment. Yi Jingyu smiled and said, yes. The captives all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Yihan's words. But who are Zhang Tai and Yuriko? This guy must be very happy after being beaten up. After arranging the prisoners, Yihan felt much better. Although the shadow of Han Shuang and his men's deaths was still there, the news that Lu Shui and the others were alive was like a ray of sunshine in the rain. After returning to the base vehicle, news also came from the command center. Not long ago, Wang Hu's Independent 2nd Brigade broke through the Quanshan City headquarters, and the Independent 1st Brigade broke through the Malin City headquarters. 2 tank brigades and 1 infantry brigade, with the support of the Aviation Brigade, annihilated Tianxi's various strongholds in Jianghan Province. At this point, the entire Jianghan Province was liberated. At the same time, news from the world system came to Yihan's mobile phone. Player Yihan has cleared all the Apocalypse strongholds in Jianghan Province. There are currently 10,761 Apocalypse players and 56,732 Wanderer players alive in the area. The global map is now open, and the 3rd stage has begun. The number of surviving players in Dragon Country totals 130 million, and the number of surviving players in other countries totals 2.16 billion. Player Yihan is the first player to conquer a province and is awarded the title of Chosen Savior. All Wanderer players in Jianghan Province have the opportunity to choose a second camp. Reward all Yihan camp players in Jianghan Province with 5 jade treasure chests. After hearing the news from the world system, Yihan turned around and looked at his own points. There was already a huge amount of 1.1 billion, and this was the income from the zombies and apocalypse players in Jianghan Province that had not been completely cleared. If everything is cleared, the number could reach 1.5 billion. That means that Yihan can not only activate military-level authority, but also usher in his largest-scale military mobilization to date. By then, Yihan will no longer be facing the Jianghan Province and Ministry, but a head-on confrontation with the Longhua Apocalypse Headquarters, and even the Apocalypse Global Headquarters. Chapter 195 Global Hall. Yihan opened the communication hall of the world system and took a look. At this time, there were many other options in the communication hall. It is divided into 3 parts: Provincial Hall, National Hall, and Global Hall. There were not many people speaking in the Provincial Hall at this time. After all, most of the Wanderer players in Jianghan Province had joined the main car group, while the Apocalypse players were basically all dead. As for the National Hall, it was much more lively. Oh my god, did you receive the news? The Tianqi department of Jianghan Province seems to have been overthrown. It's not seeming, it's true. I'm in Jiangnan Province next to Jianghan Province. Many Apocalypse players from Jianghan Province have come in. They are all missing limbs. They were beaten by the saviors over there, and their mothers can't recognize them. That guy named Yihan is really good. He chose the savior, which is a hellish start, but he was able to occupy a province. He is really awesome. He started with 1 car, and in no time he became the local tyrant of a province. That's really amazing. What's the use of being a cow? Do you know how many Apocalypse players and Apocalypse troops there are in the country? I think he will be finished sooner or later. That's true. There was basically no useful information in the National Hall, so Yihan immediately clicked on the Global Hall out of curiosity. As soon as I entered, I saw a red prompt on my phone. The current player does not have sufficient permissions and can only view the 10 most recent messages in the global lobby. There are actually restrictions. Yihan muttered in dissatisfaction. The Global Hall has languages from all over the world, and there are translations below, which is quite user-friendly. What's going on? How come there is a global lobby? Said a man named James, with his nationality marked next to his name. He was from the United States. It seems that there is a force in Longhua that wants to overthrow the Tianqi province, so the world system has opened the Global Hall. Wang Jingwei said, and his nationality was marked as Sakura Country. Oh my god, how are everyone's countries doing? Mine is pretty good, but there are quite a few people shopping for free. Gu Xiaobao spoke up, his nationality surprisingly being a rare flexible one. Yihan clicked on his nationality panel and took a look. It actually said, innate nationality holy body, can adapt to the nationality according to the player's country of residence. Seeing this, Yihan was also shocked. Is there a bug in this world system? There are also flexible nationalities? What is the situation with this nationality holy body? Are there other holy bodies in this world? Then Yihan looked at the speeches of other people in the Global Hall. Just after Gu Xiaobao spoke, a man named Ding Zhen appeared. Testing you. Shut up, Snow Leopard. Ding Zhen said, and next to his name was his dragon nationality. However, this Ding Zhen seemed to be a saint body level character. Yihan opened his panel and took a look. It actually said, innate pure saint body. In its complete state, it is comparable to a succubus. Those with weak willpower will be infected by its pure power. Are there any experts? Yihan couldn't help but be shocked. He looked down again and saw another, innate real estate holy body. When the host enters the real estate industry, the construction speed is -50, and the money-making speed is +1000, but there is a high probability of bankruptcy. When bankrupt, it will become an innate debt transfer holy body, and all debts will be transferred to other players in the area. But Yihan didn't have the chance to read on as the Global Hall was limited to 10 speeches. Damn, there are only 10 people, and only 3 holy bodies have been produced. How can this be tolerated? Besides the adaptive nationality ones, the remaining 2 of these holy bodies are quite powerful. One is a succubus and the other is a moneymaker. Ordinary players can't resist them at all. Thinking of this, Yihan couldn't help but become serious. If all kinds of holy bodies really appeared, he would have to make some serious plans. Chapter 196, Promotion to Military Rank. After closing the communication page in the global lobby, Yihan turned to ask Xiao AI, are the holy bodies of these people also the same system as yours? Xiao AI shook her head. This can only be caused by the world system. It has nothing to do with Xiao AI. Hearing Xiao AI say this, Yihan felt relieved. After all, even if others had golden fingers, they would definitely not be able to compare with Xiao AI. In the next 2 days, Yihan did not allow his troops to continue expanding outward. Although the map had expanded to the global scope at this time, Jianghan province had just been conquered, and he still needed to deal with the internal affairs of the base. Moreover, with the elimination of zombies and apocalypse forces throughout the province, Yihan's total points have reached a full 1.5 billion, which means that Yihan has reached the command authority of the major general level. 2 days later, a large number of survivors arrived at the looming base. Basically, they are from various cities and counties in Jianghan province. They are all skinny, and many have been tortured by Apocalypse Company beyond recognition. There are a total of more than 400,000 people. Together with the survivors in Xiangzhou City and Chongqing City, the number of survivors in Yihan's base has reached more than 500,000. In order to improve production efficiency, the survivors were basically arranged to work in Chongqing City and the 3 surrounding cities, and only a small number of people remained in the original work areas of the cities and counties. In addition to the survivors, Yihan also gained all the material reserves of Jianghan province in this operation. The oil and food were more than enough to supply the operation of the entire base, not to mention the production capacity of production institutions such as Xiangzhou Farm and Looming Farm under the base. Food and population have been increased, and Yihan's next step is naturally to recruit soldiers and prepare for the larger operations in the future. Xiao AI, promoted to military-level command authority. Yihan had returned to Looming Base at this time and was staying in the command center to arrange his next upgrade. Hearing Yihan's order, Xiao AI nodded. Okay, Commander, after deducting 1 billion points, I have been promoted to at least general-level command authority. Under the army-level configuration, there can be 5 fully staffed combat divisions, each with a maximum of 65,000 personnel, that is, 5 combat brigade units, and the army-level full staff can reach more than 325,000 personnel. More than 320,000 people, this is no longer an army, but the size of an army group. As for his own army, Yihan had already made a plan in the past 2 days. A heavy armored combined brigade must occupy a separate division-level quota, which means that Yihan's army will have 5 heavy armored combined brigade units directly under its own command. For the remaining 4 places, Yihan, following Mu Jin's suggestion, made plans based on comprehensive consideration of the terrain around Jianghan province, which is the central region of Longhua. There are 4 provinces in the central part of Longhua, namely Jianghan province, Jiangnan province, Hanyang province, and Henan province. The terrain is mainly hills, mountains, and plains. There are many water systems and rich resources in the territory. It is also the industrial and agricultural heart and transportation hub of Longhua. Convenient transportation naturally suits the advance of armored troops, but the numerous mountains and hills require infantry troops to fight. So for the remaining 4 places, Yihan plans to establish an infantry division, an armored division, an airborne division, and a mixed division. Infantry divisions conduct mountain warfare, armored divisions conduct plains warfare, airborne divisions can support surprise attacks on various units through transport planes or helicopters, and mixed divisions provide air defense or fire support. However, the spearhead of his entire army is still his 5 heavily armored combined brigades. It is conceivable that once he is fully staffed, under the attack of such a large army, the central part of Long Country is actually in Yihan's pocket. Even for Tianxi, Longbei, Longxi, and other places are also in danger, and their future is uncertain. In a head-on battle, Apocalypse is no longer his opponent, and the only thing that can threaten him is strategic weapons. Xiao AI's words continued. The maximum number of logistics soldiers called up has been increased to brigade level, totaling 13,000. Logistics troops, engineering troops, and special arms do not occupy army-level quotas. The Level 9 store is now open and a commander-level gift pack is being distributed. The commander-level gift pack includes a set of commander's uniforms, a tactical ballistic missile battalion, 30 tactical nuclear bombs, and the number of random hero-level character draws X1. The tactical missile battalion consists of 520 operational soldiers and logistics maintenance soldiers, equipped with 12 goofing 15 short-range missile launchers. As soon as Xiao AI finished speaking, Yihan on the other end was already crazy with joy. Xiao AI was truly his close friend. Just as he was blackmailed by the Apocalypse nuclear weapon, Xiao AI sent himself 30 nuclear warheads and a missile battalion right after. It was obvious that he didn't want to be blackmailed by the Apocalypse nuclear weapon again. When Yihan was about to say a few words to Xiao AI, there was no one on the Xiao AI system panel next to him. only an empty operating interface. Where is she? Yihan was stunned. Is Xiao AI playing disappearing with him? Commander, I'm here. Yihan suddenly heard Xiao AI's voice from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw a girl less than 1.6 meters tall standing behind him with a smile on her face. She was wearing a Lolita-style princess dress. Her skin was as white as milk, and her big eyes were curved into crescents when she smiled. How did you become a real person? Yihan looked shocked. Xiao AI explained with a smile. Because of the upgrade of the commander's authority, Xiao AI can also act without the virtual image. However, if the commander doesn't like it, Xiao AI can return to the panel. After saying that, Xiao AI turned around in place, blushing as she asked, "How about it, Commander? Doesn't this outfit look good?" Yihan clapped his hands, smiled evilly, and said, "Not bad, not bad. Come here and let me try it out." Xiao AI was a little confused. Huh? What does it feel like? Of course, it's the feeling of a real person spanking. Yihan walked towards Xiao AI with a wicked smile. When Xiao AI saw this, the smile on her face froze, and she immediately cursed pervert. Her body suddenly turned into a blue light and disappeared on the spot. When Yihan turned around, he saw that Xiao AI had turned back into a poster girl angrily. Seeing that Xiao AI looked like she didn't want to pay attention to him, Yihan curled his lips and immediately opened the level 9 mall to take a look. The arsenal has been upgraded to the maximum level, and all types of missiles and bullets can be produced, and the weapons that can be produced in the tank factory are basically available. The Land Shield 3000, Hongqi 9B, Hongjian 17, and various types of tanks are all available. The only thing that cannot be produced is tactical missile launchers like Goofing 15. I guess it needs to be upgraded again before it can be built. There are also more equipment in the aviation weapons factory, such as the Long Yun 20 and Long J 16 fighter jets. Chapter 197 Debut at the Peak. At the same time, a second-level military airport can also be built. Compared with the first-level military airport, which can only park 30 fighter jets, the second-level airport can park a full 90 aircraft. Because he had been busy with ground combat before, his air force has been quite weak until now. Now that he has new fighter jets and airports, Yihan can also consider building up his air force. Then Yihan walked out of the command center and planned to go and see his newly arrived missile battalion. Xiao AI placed the missile battalion's base not far from the base vehicle, where a total of 12 Goofing 15 missile vehicles were already parked. From a distance, each camouflaged heavy truck was loaded with a giant missile as big as a log. Yihan walked forward and stroked the carrier of Goofing 15, feeling extremely complicated. Damn it, if Tianchi dares to threaten me again, I'll let them taste the power of this thing. Yihan said excitedly. The commander of the missile battalion on the other side saw Yihan coming and hurried over. You are the battalion commander, right? You must take good care of these things. They are the base's treasures. Yihan turned around and said, Yes. The battalion commander saluted Yihan. What is the range of these missiles? Yihan asked. Goofing 15 is a short-range ballistic missile with a base range of 600 kilometers. The improved model can reach a range of 900 kilometers, the battalion commander replied. This range is enough for Yihan at the moment. After all, this thing is mainly used as a deterrent, and he will definitely not use it on Dragon Country territory if he has the spare capacity. After all, there are not only zombies and Apocalypse players in the city, there are also many survivors. If Apocalypse doesn't use nuclear weapons, Yihan won't use them either. And Apocalypse's ground forces will definitely not be able to defeat him, so it's just like boiling a frog in warm water. As for if Apocalypse dared to attack him with nuclear weapons from a longer distance, Yihan had also taken it into consideration. Not to mention that he could build a powerful air defense force. The strategic depth behind him alone would allow him to avoid the nuclear threat. And if it really comes to this, everyone will give up, and Yihan will have plenty of ways to make life difficult for everyone. Yihan still has 500 million points at this time, so the next step is of course the expansion phase. He already had Wang Hu and Wang Zhan's independent heavy armored combined 1st Brigade and 2nd Brigade. According to his own plan, Yihan built 3 more heavy armored combined brigades. It is divided into Independent Brigade 3, Independent Brigade 4, and Independent Brigade 5. The commanders are all newcomers from the Officer Training Center, named Wang Nan, Wang Bei, and Wang Zheng. The names of these 3 people together with Wang Zhan mean fighting in the south and the north. A total of 24 million points were spent. Then the infantry division was established, with Gao Xing still as the commander. Taking into account the terrain requirements, the infantry division had 5 infantry brigades under its command. They are 2 armored infantry brigades, 1 field infantry brigade, 1 mountain infantry brigade, and a mixed infantry brigade. The armored infantry brigades are mainly equipped with long 09 infantry fighting vehicles and various types of tanks, while the field infantry brigades and mountain infantry brigades are equipped with a large number of Mau all-terrain vehicles and motorized vehicles considering the terrain. As for the mixed infantry brigade, it is equipped with a large number of air defense weapons and artillery weapons to provide air defense and artillery support for the battlefield. This infantry division cost a total of 35 million points. As for the armored division, Yihan appointed Li Chengwang as the division commander, who was in charge of 5 armored brigades. It includes 2 heavy tank brigades, a light tank brigade, an air defense brigade, and an artillery brigade. The airborne division was handed over to Yi Tianyu and Su Sheng of the Air Force Command, one serving as the division commander and the other as the deputy division commander. After all, due to authority constraints, his own air force cannot be separated from the army. The airborne division has 4 aviation brigades under its command, and Su Sheng is in charge of the remaining brigade. A first-level airport can exchange for 30 fighter jets, which is equivalent to a regiment, while 90 aircraft at a second-level airport are equivalent to almost half a brigade. So Yihan built an Air Force brigade. He had previously set up a first-level airport in Chongqing City. Now Yihan has set up a first-level airport in Xilan County and a second-level airport in Tianjiang City. There are a total of 150 fighter jets, including 40 Long Yun-20s, 10 Long Yun-8s, and 100 Long J-10s and Long J-16s of various models. This airborne division costs 60 million points. The last mixed division is under the command of Li Qinjing, and it has a mixed infantry brigade, a mixed tank brigade, an air defense brigade, an artillery brigade, and a support brigade. Spend 32 million points. As for the Special Forces Regiment and the Rocket Flight Regiment, the Magnetic Storm Infantry Regiment had already been expanded to its maximum number of personnel and could no longer be exchanged. Yihan simply merged the 3 regiments into a Special Forces Brigade, which was directly under his command. The Logistics Regiment and the Engineering Regiment were also upgraded to brigade level and were both under the management of the Logistics Support Department, costing 10 million points. So far, Yihan's military career had reached its peak, and it reached full strength on the first day of his promotion to military rank. A total of 160 million points were spent, and Yihan planned to use the remaining 300 million points to upgrade Qinhuigua and Lu Jingyu's troops, including Lu Tu's Mainshe Regiment. Yihan's army at this time had nearly 370,000 personnel and was equipped with Dragon Country's latest main combat weapons. Its combat capability was unquestionable. After the full staffing, Yihan only left Wang Long's Guard Regiment and an air defense brigade of the mixed division to the looming base. As for the other troops, they were all dispatched to various important border defense locations in Jianghan Province to be stationed. After waiting for the next round of combat missions from the command center, they would head straight for other provinces in the central part of Longhua. In the next half-month, Yihan did not take any action, but sent a reconnaissance team to other provinces of Longhua to conduct reconnaissance and prepare for the combat plan. During this half-month, both the Jiangnan Province and Hanyang Province of Tianxi called Yihan, probably intending to launch a nuclear attack on Yihan. This time, Yihan was too lazy to chat with them and directly arranged for the missile battalion to test fire 2 Goofing 15 missiles. The purpose of the test was to make a splash, but who didn't know that this was Yihan's response to the 2 provinces and ministries? Shortly after the test launch of Goofing 15, there was no news from Tianxi, and they began to mobilize troops for defense. It was obvious that they knew that this kind of nuclear blackmail had no effect on Yihan, and they could only rely on the combat of conventional troops. Nearly 300,000 troops marched towards the front lines in a mighty manner. For a while, the entire central region of Longhua was in panic, and even the northwestern provinces of Longhua were sending troops to support. It is obvious that the scale of subsequent wars will be even larger. Then the stability of the base becomes particularly important. Yihan had a very relaxing time in the past half-month. He took a rare long vacation for himself. During these days, he took Mu Jin to visit various places in Jianghan Province, and Mu Jin's favorability towards him also improved a little. Now we have come to 80 friends in need. However, Mu Jin's favorability level could not be raised any higher after reaching 80. Yihan gave her gifts and took her on trips, but it was still 80. It was obviously a bottleneck, so Yihan simply stopped working on it. When it comes to love, it's all about letting things develop naturally. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. Chapter 198, Situation at Base Command. After completing the reconnaissance mission on the front line, Yihan came to the base command center, intending to see how Yi Ruoxue was managing the base. The current base command is much stronger than before. Previously, the command center of the Looming base was built on the site of the Looming Town Primary School. As the number of departments increased, Yiruashua also asked the engineers to rebuild it. Looking around, two 18-story high-rise buildings stand in the base command center, and behind the two high-rise buildings is a 6-story administrative office building covering an area of about 5 acres. In addition to these buildings, there is also a command cafeteria for dormitory buildings, a playground, and a conference hall. One of the two small high-rise buildings in front is the office building of the Logistics Support Department. Offices like the Engineering Department, Industry Department, Food Management Department, and Agriculture Department are all located in this building. Yiruashua introduced to Yihan. The other small high-rise building is the Party and Government Office building of the base. The Propaganda Department and the Supervision Department are all here. As for the administrative building at the back, it is the base command office. The Public Security Department, the Civil Affairs Department, and the Service Hall are all located here. In addition, underground space has also been opened up. Storage spaces and other spaces are located underground, including underground parking lots. All are built according to air defense levels. Hearing Yiruashua's words, Yihan couldn't help but nod. He didn't expect that the engineers had built so many things not long after he left here. The base command center is now much more complete than before. There were teams of garrison soldiers patrolling at the gate of the base command center, and many sentries were set up in front of the gate. When they saw Yihan coming, the soldiers stopped and raised their hands to salute Yihan and Yiruashua. "Hello, Commander-in-Chief." "Hello, Minister Yi." Yihan smiled and nodded to them, indicating that they should just mind their own business. Following Yiruashua all the way to the administrative building, there were still many survivors here to do business, and the staff were explaining things to them carefully. On the other side, in the Civil Affairs Department, a female staff member was walking out with a bunch of red books in her hands, all of which were marriage certificates. It seems that no matter how intense the war is, as long as the base is peaceful, the enthusiasm of the dragon people to have children will not decrease at all. Administrative personnel are all selected through Al-Qaeda's unified examination. After passing, they will study in the party and government building and undergo an assessment every year. Yiruashua explained. Yihan nodded. The base's cadre training center and the unified examination organized by the organization temporarily solved the problem of talent shortage. However, when Yihan arrived at Yiruashua's office, the atmosphere suddenly became much more awkward. I saw a big bunch of roses on Yiruashua's desk, and a small card was sandwiched between the roses. Seeing this, Yiruashua's face instantly turned red, and then she frowned slightly, turned around, and said to Feng Xinzi, "Go throw that thing away." Yihan asked in confusion, "What's going on? Someone is chasing you." "No, I guess it was sent to the wrong person," Yiruashua said vaguely. This was obviously an excuse. This office belongs to Yiruashua alone. Unless the person who sent the flowers was blind, how could he have sent them to the wrong person? Hyacinthus threw the rose into the trash can and said with a smile, "How could it be the wrong gift? It's just that the flowers are affectionate, but the flowing water is merciless." Yiruashua rolled her eyes at Feng Xinzi, then said to Yihan, "Don't listen to her nonsense." Yihan looked at Yiruashua with amusement. This girl was obviously hiding something from him. What's the big deal? Men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough. It's fine if you hide it from others, but it's a bit unkind to hide it from your brother, isn't it? After a long while, Yiruashua was somewhat speechless and said, "It's Zhang Qing. He sends me flowers every other day. I told him not to do these tricks at work, but he didn't listen at all." Hearing the name Zhang Qing, Yihan was stunned. This guy was indeed introduced to Yiruashua by himself. When Yihan discovered him at Xiangzhou Farm, he felt that this guy was also a talent. As a professional in agriculture, it would be better for him to be assigned to the Ministry of Agriculture. He didn't expect that he would pick up girls as soon as he came. It's fine if he's just trying to pick up girls, but he actually set his sights on his own sister. Yihan felt something was wrong, and immediately asked, "How is Zhang Qing doing working here?" "He is quite responsible at work. He and his team work in the Ministry of Agriculture and manage everything in an orderly manner. He was promoted to Minister of Agriculture some time ago," Yiruashua said. "Oh, I see." Yihan said calmly. "Why do you keep mentioning him? Let's talk about business." Yiruashua seemed not to want to mention this person. She turned around and arranged for Yihan to sit down. On the other side, she brought the base report and handed it to Yihan. While Yiruashua was busy looking through the documents, Yihan called Hyacinth over. "Go find your eco from the intelligence department and ask them to check Zhang Qing's background. Don't let the news leak out, and don't tell Yiruashua," Yihan whispered to Hyacinthus. Hearing Yihan's words, Hyacinthus nodded. Although Hyacinthus and the other 3 female soldiers are Yi Ruoshue's personal bodyguards, they are ultimately Yi Han's soldiers, and naturally their primary goal is to carry out Yi Han's orders. As soon as Zhang Qing met Yi Ruoshue, he wanted to come to the base. After arriving at the base, he turned around and set his eyes on Yi Ruoshue. Although people go to high places and water flows to low places, his action was a bit too hasty, which made Yi Han suspicious of him. After giving instructions to Hyacinthus, Yi Han opened Yi Ruoshue's report and started reading it. The report first focuses on population statistics. The current population of the entire base has reached more than 500,000, of which only more than 100,000 are women, and there are only more than 30,000 teenagers and children. This population structure is obviously unhealthy, with a serious imbalance in the ratio of men to women. After all, after a disaster, men have a higher chance of survival than women. Looks like someone is going to remain single. Yi Han smacked his lips. The report also includes statistics from the Civil Affairs Department, which shows that there are currently 50,000 couples at the base, and more than half of them got married at the base. Yi Han did not read the following content carefully. The reports on food and other supplies also showed a good trend. However, the report on the main group surprised Yi Han. The current size of the main vehicle group has reached nearly 10,000 people, and these are only those who have passed the assessment. The remaining 40,000 to 50,000 who have failed have all been included in the mass sequence, arranged to work in various places, and their firearms have been confiscated. This is equivalent to disqualifying the player. You can discuss with your base command and promote Lu Tu to Deputy Director of the Public Security Department. Let's see how he performs later. If he performs well, hand the Ministry of Public Security back to him. If he fails, arrange a sinecure for him and let him retire. Yi Han closed the report and said to Yi Ruoshue. After all, Lu Tu had a previous experience of shielding someone, so even if he wanted to use him, he would have to see his performance. Chapter 199, The Fourth Hero. Yi Ruoshue nodded after hearing this, and then Yi Han called Chun Weiguo and Lu Jingyu over. The restructuring of the 56th Division and the 1st Field Army also needs to be carried out. Lu Jingyu met Chun Weiguo early after arriving at the base. Not long after Yi Han called them, the two of them started talking and laughing and came to Yi Ruoshue's office. Hello, Commander-in-Chief. Hello, Minister Yi. Chun Weiguo and Lu Jingyu both saluted. Yi Han nodded. Commander Lu, have you solved the recent logistics problems of your troops? Lu Jingyu smiled and said, It's solved. Minister Yi has arranged for the Logistics Support Department to provide supplies to my department. That's fine. I want to restructure your 1st Field Army and Garrison Division later. Do you and Commander Chen have any objections? Hearing Yi Han's words, Chun Weiguo and Lu Jingyu both shook their heads and said in unison, We will all follow the Commander-in-Chief's arrangements. That's fine. We will transform the 1st Field Army into a base garrison and establish a garrison department. The soldiers' ranks will still follow the Dragon Kingdom's ranks, but their armbands will be replaced with those of the garrison. At the same time, garrison offices will be set up at all levels of units throughout the base. Garrison sub-bureaus will be set up at the county level, and garrison headquarters will be set up at the city level. They will be under the unified command of the garrison headquarters of Looming Base, and the garrison headquarters will obey the command of the command center. Commander Chin's 56th Garrison Division will still be stationed at Looming Base, and the other troops will be reorganized into the 1st Garrison Division and the 2nd Garrison Division. The command center will send you the specific arrangements later. From now on, Lu Jingyu will be the head of the Garrison Department and the commander of the Garrison Army, and will be awarded the rank of Major General. Chun Weiguo will be the deputy head of the Garrison Department and concurrently the commander of the 56th Garrison Division. We will provide you with equipment later. Hearing Yi Han's words, Lu Jingyu's face was full of joy. Although they were transformed into a garrison force, it also meant that they had left the frontline battlefield and become a second-line force. But guarding the territory is also a heavy responsibility. Under such a severe situation, the combat pressure on the garrison troops is not much easier than that on the front line. The most important thing is that his army commander finally got Yi Han's recognition, was awarded the rank of Major General, and was equipped with equipment. I have been coveting Yi Han's troops Dragon 99A and Dragon 09 for a long time. After this operation, my guerrilla troops can finally become a regular army. Seeing that Lu Jingyu and Chun Weiguo had no objection, Yi Han did not stay long. After saying goodbye to Yi Ruoshue and the others, he planned to visit the Martyrs' Cemetery. The bodies of Frost and the others are still there. After Han Shuang was killed, the entire Lancer Special Forces Regiment was handed over to Metal. Along the way, Yi Han also met Lu Tu. At this time, Lu Tu was leading a group of security personnel to take a car full of criminals to Looming Prison. Seeing Yihan coming, Lu Tu hurriedly got off his tricycle. Yihan exchanged a few words with him and patted him on the shoulder before leaving. Brother Lu, I have asked the base command to promote you to Deputy Director of the Ministry of Public Security. I hope you can behave well and don't make the same mistake again. Otherwise, I will really have to visit you in prison next time. When Lu Tu heard this, his face flushed, and he didn't know whether he was grateful or ashamed. He just said, "Don't worry, Brother Yi. This time, I will definitely not lose you." After hearing Lu Tu's assurance, Yihan nodded and said nothing more. The Frost Squad, along with Song Nanjing and others, were buried together in a secluded corner of the looming Martyrs Cemetery, where a large locust tree was planted. In front of the tomb is a stone tablet, which records the achievements of these more than 30 people. The tombstone was filled with white chrysanthemums, left by the survivors who came to mourn. In addition, there was a patch of dried blood not far from the cemetery. Lin Yaikairo was cleaning it with his head down, shivering as he cleaned. All that blood was shed by the little bastards from the Jianghan province. After the intelligence department interrogated the prisoners, they handed them over to the looming court for conviction. Eventually, they were all taken to the Martyrs Cemetery and executed by firing squad. When Lin Yaikairo saw this scene, he was so scared that he cried and screamed. The more he wiped the blood, the more scared he became. If Yihan hadn't been attracted by Zhang Tiedian's funny feeling and kept him, he would have had his share of the blood on the ground. Yihan stood in front of the tomb with Jin Lu in silence. After a long time, Yihan touched the name of Han Shuang on the tombstone. "Brother, sleep well," Yihan said in a low voice. The people in the Jianghan province of Tianqi alone are far from enough to make amends to Han Shuang and the others, as well as the tens of millions of Dragon Kingdom citizens who died. Sooner or later, I will ride my horse over the cherry blossoms and bring my crappy emperor to his tomb to kowtow. On the way back to the command center, Yihan suddenly thought of Wang Long and immediately asked about metal again. Where did Wang Long go? Didn't he come back from the front a few days ago? Ever since Wang Long learned that Lu Shui was still alive, the boy rushed back from the front line, but when he returned he found no one there. Captain Wang is still in Looming Military Hospital. Lu Shui's injuries are quite serious, and it will probably take another month for her to recover, said Jin Lu. Yihan frowned. This guy didn't care about his work for a woman, right? Although he didn't need Wang Long by his side, he was neglecting his duties. Just visit for a few days, isn't that enough? Send a telegram to Wang Long and ask him to come back. Yihan said, yes. At night, Yihan returned to the command center. After being scared by him last time, Xiao AI refused to come out of the panel and was willing to stay inside the panel. So Yihan did not force her. Xiao AI, use the heroic character summon. Yihan said. Xiao AI nodded and didn't even want to say home. Seeing this, Yihan was speechless. I didn't really spank you. Why are you getting upset with me? The commander is a pervert. Xiao AI doesn't want to talk to a pervert. Xiao AI said angrily as she moved out the big turntable. Everyone in the command center heard the voice, and everyone looked at Yihan with amusement, which made Yihan feel embarrassed. Don't ruin my reputation. The little girl is young, but she keeps talking nonsense. Yihan's face turned red when he was stared at by everyone. Humph. Xiao AI snorted coldly, then fiddled with the turntable. Damn it. I haven't drawn it yet. Your system's temper is getting worse and worse. Whose prize will it belong to after I draw it? Yihan suddenly became anxious. Of course it's yours, Xiao AI said confidently. Seeing that the matter was done, Yihan was speechless. The turntable had already started spinning, and he could only pray that he didn't draw any old divine gold. Last time, Li Yuangui was still telling fortunes in the oasis space. If I hadn't restricted him with that old Xinjian's eloquence, I'm afraid he would have expanded his business outside the province. The turntable spun and finally stopped on an old man wearing a long robe with a kind look on his face. Wow, how come it's another old Xinjian? Yihan was about to vomit when he saw this. R&M, give me your money back. This is what you drew. Yihan pointed at the turntable and said to Xiao AI. Chapter 200 Dinner. Xiao AI rolled her eyes. Once taken, it will not be returned. Yihan was about to curse when he heard this, but he saw the old man in the picture walking in from outside the command center. Compared to Li Yuangui, this person has more bookish air. If Li Yuangui looks like a hermit in his complete state, then he looks more like an old pedant. He had a kind face, his white hair and beard were neatly groomed, his clothes were spotless, and he was holding a book in his hand, as if he was here to teach. The old man walked up to Yihan, bowed slightly, and said, Commander, my name is Yuan Kelly. Yihan looked at him briefly. This old man was much more polite than that old guy Li Yuangui. Xiao AI, open Yuan Kelly's information panel. Yihan nodded to Yuan Kelly, and then said to Xiao AI. As Xiao AI operated, Yuan Kelly's personal information was also displayed on the panel. A-level hero, Yuan Kelly. Gender, male. Age, 66. Introduction, a minister of the Ming court, good at assisting, proficient in strategy, and skilled in scheming. He can manage government affairs for the commander, handle interpersonal relationships, and stabilize the commander's rule. It turned out that he was a minister of the Ming dynasty in history. He was currently lacking someone to help him handle government affairs. The appearance of Yuan Kelly could undoubtedly help him make up for this aspect. It's just that the looming base adopts modern democratic systems, and military control is only implemented due to specific circumstances. This old man came from a feudal society, and I don't know if he can handle it. Thinking of this, Yihan also planned to give Yuan Kelly a try to see what the upper limit of this A-level hero was. Mr. Yuan, I have a task for you. You will conduct a 3-day inspection at the looming base. During this period, you can inquire about all the affairs of the base. I want to talk to you face to face after 3 days. Tell me your opinion then. Yihan looked at Yuan Kelly and said, if you say it's good, you can stay at the base. If you say it's not good, I'll find you a companion. When Yuan Kelly heard that Yihan wanted to find a partner for him, he was immediately delighted and asked, who is the partner the commander is talking about? Can I meet him in advance? Yihan rolled his eyes and wanted to ask Han Shuang to take him to see it, but as soon as he said that, he remembered that Han Shuang had already sacrificed himself, and he was not in a good mood. Metal, take him to the oasis space. The companion prepared for him is inside. On the other side, Metal hurriedly took Yuan Kelly to the oasis space. On the way, Yuan Kelly was quite excited. He didn't expect that the commander was so easy to get along with. If you answer well, you will be reused. If you answer poorly, you can even get a companion for free. It's a reward either way. As soon as the two entered the oasis space, Jean Lu pointed at Li Yuangui and said to Yuan Kelly, yes, if you make the commander unhappy, that person will be your future partner. He's over 100 years old, so you better be gentle when you get to him. Li Yuangui was sitting by the lake at this time, picking his nose with one hand and his toes with the other, while chatting with the ghost. Yuan Kelly was stunned for a moment, then asked with a stiff expression, no way? Commander, are you kidding? What do you think? Metal said with a smirk. Seeing Jinsher's expression, Yuan Kelly was so scared that he quickly said goodbye and went to inspect various places in the base. Yihan had finally finished most of the base's affairs. After a simple dinner, Wang Long hurried back from the hospital. Seeing this, Yihan did not blame him, but just asked casually, how is Lu Shue's injury? Wang Long touched his head, a little embarrassed. It's stable now, but I need to recuperate. Yihan nodded. It's good that it's stable. Now that it's stable over there, you should focus on your work. Don't follow them around all the time. It's annoying if you follow them around too much. Just visit them when you have nothing to do. After saying that, Yihan closed the door and went into rest. After staying at Looming Base for another 2 days, Yi Ruoxue suddenly reported to Yihan that the base had been opened for commercial activities. There was a good restaurant near the base. It was said that the chef was very famous in Chongqing City. She wanted Yihan to try it. Yihan was somewhat excited after receiving the news from Yi Ruoxue. He had always eaten meals cooked by the cooks, and although there were many varieties, he was tired of the same meals. Now that there was a new restaurant, Yihan wanted to try it. Moreover, I have been busy for so long and have no time to get together with the heads of various units in the base. This time is an opportunity. Yihan immediately picked a time and asked Yi Ruoxue to prepare to call Wang Hu, Gao Sheng, Mu Jin, and even Chen Weigua and Lu Jingyu. The newly opened hotel is called Looming Mountain. Its decoration is not luxurious, but it is quite exquisite. It was rebuilt from a former villa in Looming Town that was rented from the base. There is a small bridge and flowing water in front of the door, as well as an artificial fish pond and garden landscape. The person in charge of the hotel received the news from Yi Ruoxue early in the morning and originally wanted to close the hotel for a day to entertain Yihan, but Yihan rejected the proposal after hearing about it. Just leave one private room. The restaurant will continue to operate as normal. When the time came, Yihan took Wang Long and Jean Lu and rushed there. When they arrived, everyone else was also there, all wearing casual clothes. Yi Ruoxue was wearing a black dress, while Mu Jin was only wearing a dark green halter dress with butterflies printed on it. Since they started working, both of them have been dressing for work reasons, so they have no time to dress up. But they can relax on this day. After taking their seats, the boss quickly handed over the menu. Yihan took a look and saw that there were both northern and southern cuisines, but no seafood. But it's understandable. Not to mention that Jianghan province is not on the coastal area, and there is the existence of the Sakura country, so we dare not eat seafood. Just cook some home-cooked dishes. Today is also a family gathering for us. Yihan handed the menu to the boss with a smile. Indeed, those who came today were basically the people closest to Yihan. Yi Ruoxue was his sister, and Mu Jin and Wang who were summoned by him using the system. In terms of the level of trust, they were not family members, but better than family members. As for outsiders, there are only Chun Weigua and Lu Jingyu. The dishes were quickly served, and Yihan picked up the cup and said to everyone, "It's just a simple party. Everyone just eat as much as you want." After hearing this, Chun Weigua and Lu Jingyu finally felt relieved and started to eat. While on the other side, Wang Long had already brought a whole plate of roast chicken in front of them and started to show off. Yihan tasted some dishes and felt that although the cooking was pretty good, the taste was not so good that he would be surprised. Only the braised food was very much to his liking. The spicy and refreshing braised food made Yihan want to drink, so he ordered some beer and drank with everyone.